To prove that adoptive father of the brothers, you can help them reach the top of Forbes. You not only recharge tens of thousands of dollars for the brothers' pool fees, but also give them a truckload of 5,090 graphics cards, and even help them pay off all their debts. Just because you have activated the adoptive father-brother system, spending money for brothers can bring back 1,000-fold. Just now, as you, abandoned by your ex-girlfriend, plan to use the last of your money to play pool with your brother Er Gou, a voice suddenly sounded in your ear as you were about to go to the front desk to settle the bill. Detected that the host's mold luck value is full. Awaken the foster father and brother system. Male consumers can get 10 times cash back. Brother shout out to you. Foster father upgrade to 100 times cash back. Beep. Binding completed. You are a professional. Authentic machine translation engine. You walked up to the front desk and scanned the code tentatively, then said to the front desk girl, "Top up 1,000 for my friend." Just after you entered the password. Ding. Detected that you spent 1,000 yuan for Er Gou. 10 times rebate of 10,000 yuan. Then your phone vibrated, and you received a text message, "De Xiaobank. Your account ending in 9527 received 10,000 yuan. Balance 10,126 yuan. You instantly showed excitement. What are we waiting for? Let's top up. But we can't be too extravagant. Otherwise it will be hard to explain to Er Gou. Miss, top up another 10,000 for my friend. Ding. Detected that you spent 10,000 yuan for Er Gou. 10 times rebate of 100,000 yuan. You laughed and said to the front desk girl, "Top up another 20,000. Shortly after, a series of fast footsteps were heard approaching. It was Er Gou, and following him was a very well-built female assistant. Number 88. Brother, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Why are you recharging my card? Recharging 1,000 is fine. Why did you recharge 30,000? Playing? What else can I do?" Then he said to number 88, "Girl, how many hours do you want to swipe off early? These assistants in the billiard room, if they are interested, the basic condition to take them out is to help them swipe enough hours." The owners of these billiard rooms are really geniuses. As long as the female assistants who work here come to work, they must meet a certain number of hours before they can leave. On the one hand, it can stabilize these young girls and prevent them from casually going out with others, as the penalties for going out without permission are very heavy. After all, many of the assistants here are post-00s, inexperienced, and often easily fooled by some men and follow them. "Brother, I still have 5 hours left before getting off work," number 88 said coquettishly. "The meaning is very obvious. She wants me to go out with you for at least 5 hours. 5 hours is close to 2,000 yuan. Okay, swipe for 5 hours. Let's go. Let's drink with us." You waved your hand. Number 88's face brightened. "Okay, brother, I'll go get my bag." Then she glanced at the front desk cashier, meaning to remember to swipe the card and put it under her name. At this time, Er Gou finally reacted and pulled you aside, saying, 2,000 yuan. Is she setting diamonds? What are you thinking? You can't just spend money out of revenge when you break up. We should be rational in our consumption, not go overboard. You suddenly brushed so many clocks for her. She still thinks you are a fool, Er Gou said with a sense of frustration. You said indifferently, "Then I'll top up another 20,000 for you to continue brushing." You then laughed and returned to Er Gou's shop. Er Gou graduated 5 years ago and opened a barbecue shop. He used the money he earned over the years to buy this storefront. He has more than 20,000 in monthly loan payments to make, specializing in main dishes and barbecue. The shop was already closed, with only a few simple lighting fixtures on. The two of you sat facing each other, with a few cucumbers, a plate of fried peanuts, and a few empty wine bottles on the table. "What's going on with you?" Er Gou asked. He didn't buy a house, he bought this shop. That's why he deliberately left a small room inside, about 5 or 6 square meters, with just a bed and a wardrobe. It's enough for him to sleep alone usually. And number 88 is here now. When facing the inquiry from your good brother, you have already thought of a response strategy. "I made money." You fool, my previous stocks were stuck for over 10,000. You know that too. Couldn't get them out. Who would have thought that after losing money for so many years, I suddenly broke even and surged more than 10 times. Making a killing. Dad is rich now. Naturally the first one to make you happy. You'd better go to Thailand. Dad can save a lot of money when you come back. Er Gou raised a middle finger. Ha ha, how much did you make this time? Er Gou was genuinely happy for his brother. Not much, just 300 W. You carefully considered this number, which can let your brother know that you are not poor, but not particularly wealthy either, gradually influencing him until one day Er Gou sees his own net worth in the tens of millions without being surprised. That's awesome. I've been grilling skewers for so many years, and only managed to earn this little family business. Now, at most, you have half of what I have. Er Gou grinned and raised his beer in hand. Cheers to your son. You finally have a little family business. It's nothing, bro. Is there a difference between my money and your money? I've been wandering around half my life, only regretting not meeting a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I'm willing to bow down as a father. Is it so smooth? You then saw the virtual panel in front of you light up slightly. Brother Er Gou's rebate has increased to 100-fold, but it's also normal to think about it. It's difficult for a woman to ask, but it's simple for a man to call someone father. For example, when Er Gou couldn't get up in the morning in the dormitory but wanted to have breakfast, if you happened to be going to the cafeteria to buy breakfast at that time, he would not hesitate to call out, "Father, bring me 2 buns." If you ran out of cigarettes late at night and Er Gou still had some, you would also not hesitate to call out, "Father, give me 1. There was no sense of shame in this process. Hey, big guy, get me a cup. If you can't be your own dragon proud sky, being your father is fine. How much debt does your store still owe now? Why the hell are you asking? A 10-year loan with a monthly repayment of 20,000. I've only been repaying for about a year. It's still early. Oh, then he would still need 4 million, and he still had 260,000 for himself. Chow Bin's mind wandered. Drip. He scanned the QR code for payment on top of the table next to him. The collection bar is in the account. $260. 107 in full. A most pleasant sound rang out from the collection loudspeaker inside the store, but it raised Lu Bo's eyebrows slightly. Somewhat puzzled, nervous? And just at this time, this virtual panel in front of Chow Bin shows, spend money for your brother. 100 times rebate, 26,010,700 yuan. Hey, bet right. Chow Bin just did not want to transfer Alipay or WeChat bank card, just to scan this payment code. This store business payment code. This should be regarded as spending money. So he did not hesitate to his card inside all the money all swept in. A penny did not stay. P.S. Do not dwell on the limit and other issues. The system has, this is no limit. Should, normal it. Oh, warm tips, host this operation, belongs to the system bug, has been repaired. After the legal person is a friend. Pay, transfer are invalid behavior. So close, so close. After that it was simple to scan the code again and pay 2 million over. It's fine for you to fix bugs, as long as this one counts as valid, which turns out to be over $26 million in your own hands. Just like that, you're a multi-millionaire? I remember that classic quote from Manhwa earlier, that he'd stop when he made enough for $30 million, and now he's actually accomplished it. Just now 260,000. Lu Bo is still gently obvious, but collect money bar once again reminded, collect money bar to the account. 2 million yuan whole. He froze. What's wrong with you? What do you want? Are you going to bag me? You pay off the loan and save yourself from having to pay someone else interest. If this money is put on me, I'm afraid I won't be able to control it and give it to a woman to spend. Chow Bin thought of a perfect explanation. After all, this was the kind of piss he had before. Hear that? Lu Bo nodded slightly. Their own this dog brother used to fall in love as a licking dog. No money set flower chanting to women to spend. This all of a sudden rich. Put their own here is also considered a good thing. Save for those women to spend a waste. Spoiled. He earned 3 million or so this time. Transferred to his own here too. 46 million. As long as he does not mess around outside. Just 46 million himself to help him bottom can also have a little bottom. It's nice to have a couple 100,000 on hand. Plus the 2 million or so to go and clean up all the loans without interest. That you want to save a little. The hands of the hundreds of thousands of their own life can be comfortable. But do not spoil in those women. Lu Bo has some hate, iron is not steel said. You before that girlfriend her a month kindergarten teacher salary is only 2,800. You are letting her back LV, bodywear Chanel. Really damn shabby. Go about your business. Leave your father alone. Your father is not stupid now. Chow Bin smiled and got up to pay his respects, leaving Lu Bo's restaurant. This scene downstairs could have stunned the young lady who was secretly listening above the building. These two are too close. Right. And this $2 million is transferred casually? There was just a slight embarrassment at hearing the comment about not spoiling it for the women, but it quickly returned to normal. The red-hot assistant coach is finally. Now it's just a little bit of hard talk, but it's acceptable. Thinking of this, Lu Bo who greeted up with a smile. Been waiting a long time, haven't you? Lu Bo grinned and wrapped his arms around her. Chapter 4 Go to Romantic Love. Damn biological clocks. Chow Bin spat. I woke up at 6:30 a.m. Disoriented, habitual, mechanical, and finished draining water, reducing weight, washing my face and brushing my teeth, and heading out the door. Normally Chow Bin goes out and runs faster, sprinting as fast as he can to the bike sharing spot at the gate of the neighborhood. Otherwise it's late and there's no electric bike. District from the subway station 2 kilometers. Far, certainly not far. But if the morning did not eat breakfast, cycling 2 kilometers, that loss is very large. Must be the whole electric only. As for breakfast, Chow Bin is not in the habit of eating breakfast. It wasn't that he was trying to save money. After all, he didn't save much on breakfast for $10 or so, and he often ordered his ex-girlfriend Laoxiang chicken wontons in the morning, or Er Gou pot stickers. It's mostly just a matter of not having enough time. The clock-in time for work is 8:30 at the Yintai building on Pedestrian Street, while Chow Bin is living in Jingxiang, a distance of nearly 20 kilometers. The commute is over an hour. He had to be up at 6:30 in the morning, so how did he have time to pamper himself and go to any breakfast? As for being able to get up a little earlier, you want to see what you're thinking? You're already up at 6:30. How much earlier can you get? What's wrong with your life? Moreover, nowadays young people, even if they are idle, lying in bed at night to brush short videos, brush rubbing, will not go to bed before 1 o'clock in the morning. After this waking up, look at the time to be able to endure a minute more in bed, are very happy things, unless, one day, a girlfriend comes along and there are legs to press against. Naturally, they will up and the two of them will drift off to sleep early, but the days of such sexual bliss are few. The girlfriend came once a week at best, which was definitely not enough for the 20-something, energetic Chow Bin. So usually at night Aben cherished and would prepare a big table of his specialty dishes early, and when the little fairy was full and in a good mood, he would have a chance to show his real kung fu. It's when she left the next day, it was as if the craziness of last night had nothing to do with her. She was still the clean white lotus. Snap! Chow Bin lit a golden wand and took a long drag, also exhaling the memories in his mind. Hey, minds need to change. In the future, Subway, boss even, took out his cell phone and tapped Chow Travel. It was then turned off again. Chow, it is the family and his idol. It is reasonable that he should uphold the legacy of his ancestor, but it is a pity that he has been somewhat ashamed of his ancestor over the years. It's not that the juniors are incompetent, it's really because they don't have the money. Rich, who doesn't like young women? And now it's shut down because the app doesn't have a dedicated car. Must be hoity-toity and order a special car. Enter the destination, East Gate of Yintai building. Having lived in Hiyu City for more than 20 years, Chow Bin was very familiar with the city routes. How to get to a place by bus, how to take the subway, which way is the quickest he knows very well. But, the number of times he took a taxi is actually not much, let alone this special car. He still helped the client a few times before. He did not do it once himself, but today he had to take a special car, and he couldn't help but open his WeChat balance and look at it in this process. Later, the winds of the southern mountains have scattered the piles of grain, and the waters of the northern ocean have thoroughly buried the tombstones. How much more like the old days do I look back now? Balance, $238. 107,000. Cool. Suddenly, Chow Bin's eyes abruptly froze. Ex-girlfriend, Tina. At that moment, she was walking in style from a store next to the neighborhood towards a BMW parked on the side of the road. There was a man sitting in the car. A man obviously 20 or 30 years her senior. Hubby, bought you your favorite pot stickers and soy milk. Oh. She smiled, good-naturedly, and handed over the breakfast. Well, that's good. And you know how to energize me. The man had a disgusted smile on his face and had no intention of taking his breakfast. And the woman knew enough to get right in the car, open her breakfast, and feed it cheerfully. Era can't be a wolf, and licking dogs can't get laid. This scene was a very familiar one, but in the past, the enjoying party was this woman, and the licking dog was Chow Bin. During this process, she naturally saw Chow Bin, and was unnatural for a few seconds at first, but quickly acted as if she hadn't seen anything. Tina was the kindergarten teacher who came inside the neighborhood last year. At the time when Dig Ya Dig was all the rage on Shakeology, she took advantage of the trend by broadcasting live on Shakeology as well. It worked out great. Up a lot of fans, more family members and list a big brother. Among them is the sand sculpture Chow Bin. Same city, also a neighborhood. Free breakfast, hush hush, good looking, strong body, multiple buffs superimposed. Chow Bin seems to have won a battle of choosing a spouse, but it's clear that Chow Bin just had access for a while. It's not a single one yet. Looking at the seamless woman, Chow Bin took a long drag on his cigarette, his face expressionless. Don't act like a sandpaper. Steady. Just then, the special car arrived. Hello, is this Mr. Chow with tail number 6504? With the driver serving him in an extremely professional manner, Chow Bin got into the Mercedes-Benz that he didn't know which model it was. What do you need to drink? There's mineral water and Red Bull, both free of charge. Looking at this big brother with a smile on his face, Chow Bin's depressed mood from earlier quickly eased over. Hello, usually waiting for the bus at the stop sign to play with the phone, and occasionally did not pay attention or run a little slower. The bus driver will be a face of impatience staring at him. And even look at you, slow driver, do not care about you. Directly stepped on the gas pedal and left. Even if you shout from behind at this time, he pretends not to see or hear. Even if the occasional 2 passengers inside the car warned, "Master, there's someone else." All of them fall on the driver's impatient eyes to make a fool of themselves. Still want a drink? And Red Bull? Want to piss and drink it. Not to mention the rich life can enjoy how many good things. This emotional enjoyment is much happier than ordinary people. This Mercedes-Benz, even if the configuration is lower than that Chow traveling JAC's tram, to be a lot more comfortable it. And this service attitude. Add you some money is also the river right. The car starts. Chow Bin, who was sitting in the back row, opened a bottle of non-fusangquin. He's young and fierce and doesn't need a Red Bull boost in the morning. The feeling of an ex having a new man immediately after a breakup is really upsetting and frustrating. One really just looks like a silly penny. You said you liked the sea. I didn't realize it was the Mediterranean. After a few sips of water, Chow Bin took out his cell phone and sent a circle of friends. Happy breakup. Back to being single. In honor of this great moment, tonight, Poly Plaza, the 4th floor of the Starry Sky in the billiard hall. To come to the private chat. I'm responsible for the bill, you are responsible for the happy. Assistant coach as you point. Men only. Women do not disturb. You, woman. Romantic love. Right now I'm just trying to get money. Chapter 5, setting a small goal first. After the circle of friends, Chow Bin set a goal for himself. When it is reasonable and legal to do so, take advantage of saving yourself a small goal to your account first. Just simply eat the interest and don't do any financial management. The thought had crossed his mind when he was a young man. At that time often dreamed. The lottery won 100 million. Buy a house to buy a car. All the rest saved. Relying on the interest of the deposit to live. And even he had a Baidu interest table. To see how much interest on the deposit can make him swing life. Even thought about what car to buy and what house to buy. Now that you have your own system, this dream can be had. However, Chow Bin didn't feel that he could be lawless anymore and become some kind of human being. He was still a plain handsome man. At best, he's a bit more handsome than Daniel Wu. Gatto is a human being. A sudden burst of wealth, or a human being, will at best make him more handsome? Hello sir, here it is. This is the pedestrian street in Thai building. You get off from here most recently. I don't know how long it took, the driver said enthusiastically. Thanks. Chow Bin thanked him and got out of the car. Yell, brother Aben, breaking up, just entering the mall. A woman in her 30s greeted him with a smile. Why is she still at work? Chow Bin froze for a moment. This is not He Yao Yao, is the recent LV cabinet's sister party. Chow Bin also has her WeChat. WeChat name, Yao Yao does not love cilantro. Hooking up with people's husbands, calling people's dads, all giving people a hard time at the store, at the office, with videos all over the internet, and they can still come to work. That's really good mental fitness, but it's understandable. It's hard to make money when you're divorced with a baby and don't have any specialized skills. Long looks are okay, nice body, sweet mouth, means to put down, brother and father's shouting, and working in a brand store like LU, life is still relatively easy. Get off that platform and you'll be a lot cheaper. Having the status of an LV locker girl makes it easy for a woman to find some good brothers and dads. For example, those AAA building materials Wang Jiangwo, AAA tile Sun Guoqing. I heard that Valentine's Day received more than 40 red envelopes for 520 and 20 or 30 for 1314. Even 5,200. 8888 is several. Apple phones are hanging out at Salty Fish 7 or 8 times. Chow Bin wouldn't be her client. But the man was better than Daniel Wu. And usually wandered among the Mediterranean. Pot-bellied men who occasionally needed a handsome man like that to wash their eyes. So, usually, Chow Bin was quite liked by these women in this mall and company. Especially when Chow Bin is in love brain and has a girlfriend. He is very measured and never plays ambiguous with other women, causing these sales ladies to instead like to flirt with him even more. The reason why He Yao Yao said that now must be because she had just read his friend circle. Chow Bin nodded slightly. Why do you men like playing billiards so much lately? He Yao Yao came a little closer. The faint scent of her body, a little thicker. That's a good question. Indeed, there has been a noticeable decrease in the number of visits to water clubs and footbaths by fellow males lately. Everyone loves to play pool these days. How could a woman of her segment not understand? Brother Aben, I also want to learn how to play billiards. Will you take me tonight? He Yao Yao asked. Sorry, not really tonight. High-end game tonight. Chow Bin laughed. This girl Jianghu rumor technology is very good. But recently this wind waves, even to the extent that there may be people for the traffic in the sneak shot. Chow Bin before do not want to have anything to do with it. And now even more do not want to. At best, when you see the people, There is some curiosity and skepticism. How good is it? He yao yao. Get to the 17th floor. Clock in. Go to work. The morning was also relatively light, like their planning department. In addition to large holidays, the need for sales promotion program, and then according to the program design of various types of print advertising. Other times, but it is just to patrol the shopping mall inside what display is not in place, to assist those brand stores to standardize the advertising materials. The department manager on didn't come. After Chaobin briefly took care of his work, he began to study the system's functions. This system is extremely simple. No quests, no choices, just a rebate for spending money on men. Tenfold. 100 times after calling father or righteous father. Even if Chaobin's own father, calling Chaobin his father, would change from a tenfold rebate to a 100-fold rebate. It's this one that has a limited number of righteous positions and is currently full. Righteous son, 1/1. Lu Bo. After the system figured it out, it was dealing with inquiries from WeChat friends, and since posting this circle of friends, a lot of people have been privately asking how the breakup happened or something like that. Of course the most common thing is for a male compatriot to say that he's buying for free tonight. Chaobin identified a few candidates, pulled a small group, and talked to them about the time. 7 p.m. Gathering, the box he opened, drinks, cigarettes, alcohol, and assistance he arranged. Let the group of this group of livestock a burst of wailing. All send, thank you boss, wish boss everyday dating success. Wish boss every day to say 100 grannies, and other emoticons. AM 10:30. Abin. Here's a delivery for you. He was about to go to the mall for a bit, mixing it up just in time for lunch, when he passed by the front desk, and the little beauty at the front desk said to him, "Express delivery? I don't think there's any online shopping lately, is there?" The little beauty at the front desk handed him a paper bag, and when I looked at it, it turned out to be a contract. A share contract? Chaobin saw the scene and shocked, because this is Lu Bo, that hotel's share contract. He occupies 30%. Above all have been stamped and signed. The last page is a handwritten text. Silly hangers, break up and enjoy life. Don't dwell on that bird woman from before. I'll help you save your money. It's also an investment. I'll share 30% of your dividends every month in the future. Enjoy life, but if you dare to spend money to a woman again, I won't pay you back for your money. I'd rather take it to the P by myself. If you have the ability, you'll call the police. Hi. Chaobin all took several seconds to respond and smiled. There is a small line at the bottom. It's the formula. At 2, 460, 000, going to the highest rated 3, 000 at a time. I can go 820 times, once every 3 days, and I can wave for 7 years straight. 6 not bad for Lu Bo. Translucent. The elevator goes straight to the first floor and begins a token tour of the mall displays. Gintama. Holiday or not, weekend or not, there are lots of beautiful women, and many of them are very generous. Simply female bodhisattvas. Wear one less piece if you can. It is indeed very eye-pleasing and can make one's mood happy. From last night to now, his life has changed drastically, but in the end, it is still an ordinary person. Chaobin did not think of quitting this job immediately. At least today he still came to work according to the habit. Just then, a sweet and cloying clipboard voice called out to him. Bin, have you eaten yet? Do you want sister-in-law to make you a bowl of dumplings? Just as Chaobin had turned around, a bright figure caught his eye, only to see a plump woman wearing a bright red tight t-shirt with a short black hip-hugging skirt walking towards him with a smile on her face, and opened her mouth to greet him. When his eyes touched the woman, Chaobin couldn't help but freeze slightly, and his eyes uncontrollably began to look up and down. I have to say, in front of this woman's body is perfect, concave and convex and delicate curves. The fullness of the place is not stingy. The whole person exudes a kind of mature women's unique flavor. With skin like that, to describe it is not too much. After a brief moment of disorientation, Chaobin quickly came back to his senses. It turned out that this woman's name was Qin Xiaoqing, and she also had a rather playful and cute online name, Xiaoqing's sister. Anyone who was familiar with her would affectionately call her sister-in-law. And Qin Xiaoqing herself not only looks outstanding, beautiful body, but also a jittery netizen with 2 million loyal fans. In addition, Qin Xiaoqing also runs a restaurant called Xiaoqing's Private Kitchen in this bustling Yingtai Mall. The business at this restaurant is a real hit, especially with the store's mainstay dumplings, which are simply amazing. With its unique flavor and exquisite production technology, this dumpling has been sitting at the top of the bestseller list for a long time and is loved by all diners. Chapter 6, Qin Xiaoqing. Qin Xiaoqing is also one of the bosses who is very familiar with Chaobin in this Yingtai shopping mall. Of course, this kind of familiarity is only limited to the fact that we all know each other, barely counting as one of the most common friends. This is mainly because Chaobin is responsible for the display and advertising of this shopping mall. and Qin Shaoqing, as the boss, naturally can't help but deal with him. There are several other boss ladies similar to Qin Shaoqing. Gao Huizhen of the cigarette store and Wen Jing of the barbecue store are making a fortune by combining short videos and stores. Looking at Qiao Bin dumbfounded, Qin Shaoqing, who had always been the flirting party, was a bit surprised. Qiao Bin she also know a year. This young man is young and handsome, usually also very polite. Even in the Yintai shopping mall inside the handsome man more. This young man is also the absolute top 3. Can be said to be a little famous. Usually Qiao Bin he and his side in the work above the exchange of time are very benbon. Even to say because he is the boss, he is an employee, but there are some careful feeling, like today such a straight scanning their own, and even the final gaze fixed on the lay such a situation, can be said to have never happened. Women in their 30s, would have been very fond of flirting with these young little puppies, and usually the segment is also called sister-in-law, so every time he was in the encounter with this handsome man, as long as it is not busy Qin Shaoqing will also intentionally flirt with him to come to sister-in-law here to eat dumplings. Qin Shaoqing, who had always had a big grin, didn't think too much about it. Instead, more boldly show off her style, with that slim little waist, swaying delicate figure approached. Tight t-shirt makes her huge thunder more eye-catching. Even slightly forward side seems to have a gravity uneven. At any time there may be the feeling of falling down. What's going on? This is close to 2 years. Finally found your sister-in-law's good? At this time, Qin Shaoqing even had her slender jade fingers tracing from her own face across her neck, lay, and small waist, and also had her shoulders half leaning on Qiao Bin. It was like snuggling in his arms. From a distance, it looked like the two were cuddling together. It was just that Qiao Bin knew very well that this woman appeared to be big-headed, but she was a very sense of proportion, and in today's words, she knew how to hold it very well. Qiao Bin at this time if he makes a fool of himself to think that this woman is looking at him, then it will be very embarrassing. With such a rich and alluring beauty like this, Qiao Bin would be absolutely lying if he said he hadn't been tickled. Early 30s, that body is good against all odds, and Qiao Bin is 26 years old, the most vigorous time of one's life in terms of qi and blood, but he realized that it was all just a hint of a fantasy in a man's mind. He is the owner of a store. According to his understanding, the business of this store is very good, which month does not earn tens of thousands of dollars, and Qin Shaoqing still has 2 million fans of the network Red. Relying on live every month income is more than 100,000 yuan, and occasionally take some ads and so on, earn a few $100,000 are possible, like Qiao Bin's previous salary of more than $10,000 a month. You work hard for a year, but not as good as someone else's half a month. What would make this woman stick up? Just because you're a little bit more handsome than Daniel Wu? You know that now these fairies, their photos or videos after beauty, have subconsciously thought that that is their real face, even if they earn 3,000 a month, but for men to earn a big few thousand a month tens of thousands, for them, just the threshold. Of course, this was Qiao Bin's previous thoughts, but now his thoughts had begun to change a bit. With the system, he didn't feel like he was some kind of destined son, nor did he feel like he was leaking the balance of his bank card and having beautiful women kneeling in front of him everywhere, but it will eventually stiffen his back a few times, so he very boldly puffed out his chest. Immediately, these two were completely dependent on each other all at once. Zero distance. Smelling the unique and tantalizing fragrance emanating from this woman, Qiao Bin smiled and said, I don't know if the boss's wife is good or not, but are you buttoning your clothes in the wrong place? Qin Shaoqing, huh? Qiao Bin's unbridled eyes didn't psych her out, but this back button point was misplaced, instantly causing her face to change. If this is filmed and sent out, it will be embarrassing. Immediately anxious and panicked directly hand stretched to the inside of the clothes to touch. Check is where the misplaced. Do not mind this scene on Qiao Bin is also too assured when he does not exist. Half a day's work. There's nothing wrong with the placement of the snaps in the back of this underwear. Now big and small is also considered a little well-known netizen. After going out, we'll let the assistant and staff to help look at, to try to keep in beauty after the gap is a little smaller. Qin Shaoqing also realized that this kid was playing with himself, but look up, where's the bad guy at this point? Bastard. You've become bad after the breakup. Hey, Sin, it's really topsy-turvy. Feeling a little hot, Qiao Bin walked over to the air conditioning vent to calm himself down. No wonder people can have 2 million followers. They really have the goods. Women earn money. It is indeed easier than men. As long as good looking, sell the face, naturally people give you money. Ex-girlfriends, for example, monthly salary of 2,800. That state of life monthly salary of 28,000 to see all the willingness to worship. Hey, what's the point of thinking about that? Go eat. Leave the mall and come to the shopping street behind the mall. Yintai Mall, the top business district in Hopetsu City. This building has a lot of luxury goods in it, and the offices on the 10th floor and above are the offices of many big companies. There are a lot of rich people coming and going here. But, hello more. For example, the former Chow Bin. Their usual work meal is inside this commercial street alley. Pig's feet rice, Lanzhou ramen, and the best of the best, the Sha Xian Hotel. Tears wedding duck leg rice, vowing to make $30 million, although he wanted to eat something good. The habit he had developed over the years made Chow Bin subconsciously walk into Sha Xian snacks. It was as if something inside called to him. Boss, one duck leg rice, with Chow Bin habitually ordering one. The boss who normally made the meal didn't even lift his head. Okay, one duck leg rice. Make yourself at home. It'll be ready soon. Chapter 7 Duck leg rice wed with tears. Vow to make $30 million. Duck leg rice. A large duck leg, unlimited refillable rice, bok choy, halibut egg, and 2 halibut jerky for a total of $15. It's arguably the best work meal in the ministry. That's the main reason why for so many years, no matter how many restaurants have opened next to it, the San County Hotel is still standing, affordable and meaty. Inside the tiny store, it was densely packed with minions. Chow Bin managed to find an empty seat and swept it roughly. All male. There wasn't a single young girl, or even an older sister in her 30s for that matter, and rightly so. There's no way those fairies are coming here for dinner. Look around, those 10 yuan fast food are men. No women are eating that more than 20 yuan a cup of milk tea. Are fairies in line? Not these women to be richer than men. Rather, these men need to provide for their families. These diners here, although it is said that we usually do not know each other, or even did not even say a word, but a glance over the faces are very familiar. These are the same people who have been here for years and years eating duck legs for dinner. I don't know you, but you look familiar. I suppose it's appropriate to call it a dining companion. Chow Bin used to eat and drink basically the same thing every day. The morning is definitely not eat or in a hurry. The noon is this $15 of duck leg rice or Lanzhou ramen, or pouring rice. At night when you return to your residence, it's all about finding one near the neighborhood for about the same price. When you have a leg to press at night, it's natural that what you eat at that late night snack is determined by the owner of the leg that's pressing against your leg. What she wants to eat is usually priced a little higher in comparison, possibly tens of dollars, and there's nothing you can do about it at that point. After all, you've pressed someone else. When he was alone, if he was hungry late at night, he would just drink some water and bear it, but if he couldn't bear it, he would just go and make a bucket of 5 yuan of Master Kong's beef noodles with pickled vegetables. As for eating, this thing will not foot infection to the inside of the mouth. At that time, to see this news, Chow Bin heart or a burst of nausea over. So that period of time he did not eat the old altar of sauerkraut. He changed to white elephant chicken soup. It's later. Chow Bin's thoughts changed again. Think of all those tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars of red wine, the process by which they are brewed. But of those grapes that you step on with your feet, it wasn't all some 18-year-old fair maiden. There were some dozens of gougers too. But that's it. The wine brewed is still sought after by so many people, and it's all the rich people who go after it. So what's the difference between this old pickled beef noodle now? How can you feel disgusting? Just can't see anyone else and have to replace it? If you say it was stepped on by a girl, it was stepped on by a girl. Take a step back and say, even if all those wine grapes were stomped by a beautiful girl, so what? Just because she's pretty? You're being sexist. What's wrong with my men's soccer team? My men's soccer team is no good? As if men's soccer really doesn't. So, Chow Bin gave up the chicken soup flavored noodles after that, and bought the old pickled vegetable beef noodles again. And yes, still go to the wholesale market and buy them by the case, because then it's only $3.50, which is 50 cents cheaper than if you go to the grocery store and retail them for $4. In this way, Chow Bin a day in terms of food about 40 to be able to deal with, and then add a packet of 15 puan on all the work. The monthly rent of 800, utilities 200, internet fees of 100. 3 boxes of paper towels. Do not ask why would use so much paper. Ask is because of the love of cleanliness. 10 packs of wet wipes. Some scattered expenses of about 1,000. The total consumption in a month can be controlled within 4,500. If he lives alone, can save at least $7,000 to $10,000 per month. But working for 5 years, not a dime saved. Prior to yesterday owed 20k to Lu Bo and 20k on credit cards and flowers. Why do you think men go for girlfriends? Is it for the supposed emotional value? Or is it purely for the little brother? The answer to this Chow Bin he himself could not figure out, and hoped that in reading the novel of these Wu Yanju people can give an answer. Luckily the balance has changed at this point. Balance, $238. 107,000. Now there's finally a hang up. This time not to say complete freedom of wealth. At least in the economic aspects do not have to worry too much. Why they are still with this group of minions, eating $15 a duck leg rice. One thought. Chaobin once again shouted at the boss inside. Boss, add another chicken leg, 2 grilled sausages and a pigeon soup. Just after shouting this, before still inside, our stuffy head to eat the rice friends all of a sudden stopped eating action. Cannot help but turn their heads to look at the Chaobin. In the face of a few moments of surprise in the eyes of these once common trench rice friends, a few moments of thinness, as well as that imperceptible look of envy, Chaobin, as if he didn't see it, clicked on his own jitterbug and watched one of the bloggers that he was particularly concerned about. What is your status and position now? Can you still eat the same duck leg rice as them? There was a pang of mischief in his mind, and he was soon captivated by the image in the screen of his cell phone. A slightly chubby top-notch beauty, a Shandong sister, visual height of 1.7 meters, lazy, absolutely awesome, face value online no say, very wow, usually wear is also greatly kind, positive energy, Wang Tang Tang, absolutely reliable, continue to share any favorites at a later date, okay, one more chicken thigh, 2 grilled sausages, and a serving of pigeon soup. The owner was also happy and brought over the meals he needed. Chaobin casually set his cell phone on the table as well, while watching Big Ray and eating a big chicken leg. Extraordinarily delicious. This bite also swallowed into his stomach all the heartache he had experienced in the past few years since he stepped into this society. In the future, if you are looking for a girlfriend, you can finally follow these models in your collection. There isn't a man who doesn't love Big Ray. No man can say no to Big Ray. There was no Big Thunder before, and that was because the strength didn't allow it. Chapter 8 Brother Robin becomes Brother Robin. Eat and drink your fill, and head down the back alley to the Skintama building once again. Inside the alley, basically all the people who come and go have been pressed by the life of some hill mountain peaks, and the environment of the hotel is relatively more casual. And here, gilded, clean and very bright. It's like two worlds. With a glance sweeping past these branded stores, Chaobin looked down at the outfit he was wearing. It's time to make some changes. It just happens to be conveniently located inside this mall again. This time around, spending money on yourself is definitely no longer as stingy as it used to be. Chaobin then walked quickly towards a clothing store. Although Chaobin does not know much about the brand, but which is this side of the store selling men's clothing is still clear, and most of the store managers and shoppers in this he knows. Brother Robin. Upon entering, one of the guides greeted him with a smile. Chaobin is responsible for the image of the store inside this shopping mall. For these store owners must not have much deterrent effect. After all, these owners they docked the manager level, but there is still some power to penalize the average store clerk. Well, I'm not here to patrol the store today. Help me pick out a set of clothes. Chaobin then bluntly stated that he was here to buy clothes today. It was gilded and decorated quite high class. He had been here many times before, but it was the first time he had actually picked out clothes for himself. But now, the cart over here had more than $20 million in it, and Chaobin had the courage to go shopping in any of the luxury stores here. Only he didn't know how to match it yet. You watch and help me match a set out. Ha! The shopper guide, Nancy Wu, froze slightly. Although they know that Chaobin is the Intai company office staff, then they have no life skills shoppers to be a little stronger, but also a common wage earners, and their luxury store shoppers or cabinet sister. In fact, the monthly commission is still good. It is likely that the salary to be more than their office staff. The least Wu Nan Nan her own income per month are close to 20,000. The most important thing is that they have a lot of money to spend on their own. Chaobin still has a bit to spend here, but Wu Nan Nan quickly responded and said with a smile, Brother Bin, then what price level do you probably need? 2 or 300,000 a set. You look at help me choose can. Price does not need to control too dead, but not too fancy, simple on the line. If it exceeds the budget, just tell me. Chaobin nodded and said. His voice is not big but also did not make a special effort to lower the voice. Now in the store inside one after another there have been a few guests in the selection of goods, and because it is the afternoon shift, the store inside the store shopper to be more than the morning quite a lot. There are more than a dozen girls. At this time, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Chaobin. There was more or less surprise or envy inside the eyes. Address 230,000. Sounds like a simple, and then put on the jitterbugs above that is simply too rare, even to say that it cannot take the hand. But really, the city of Hopetown, a new first-tier city, had an average per capita income of barely over $80,000 last year, and can come up with 200,000 or 300,000 to buy clothes, can exceed how many people think we must have a scale in mind? Although there is no intentional claptrap, or people in front of the body pretending and so on, but perceived these people look over the eyes, but also can probably guess to some of the ideas in their hearts. Even if there is some vulgarity, Chaobin's heart is still a bit of dark pleasure. After all, He used to stand outside or watch from the sidelines as he looked towards these people when he passed by these stores or came to make his rounds. At that time Chow Bin's eyes were pretty much the same as they were now, with all the surprise and envy that was there. And it's clearly working hours, so these people can just hang out and spend money without having to go to work. The previous Chow Bin would only come out for shopping except to accompany his girlfriend. Most of the rest of the time is spent lying around inside the house swiping on jitterbugs and looking at pretty girls. Rich kept flipping. And he kept flipping. Only he flipped a cell phone. Before we'll go to the internet cafe inside Play Hero Alliance. Now the internet cafe upgraded into a cyber cafe. Casually an hour are $7 or $8. Casually do a membership card. Charging card are $100. In order to save money, he is now lying at home to play the handheld version of the game. The only constant drink to drink is still $4 a bottle. 1L. And today he has finally become the envy of that group of others. The feeling was no less than that jittery for a few seconds. 10 minutes later, he walked out from inside the fitting room wearing a brand new set of clothes. Looking at himself inside the mirror, Chow Bin was very satisfied. I don't know if this brand logo edition. Obviously just an ordinary long-sleeve t-shirt, slim pants, simple belt plus a thin slim small suit jacket. But it is that decent and generous. Especially have to look at the next few female customers that the eyes are with a hint of appreciation. Before putting on this set of luxury clothing again. Although Chow Bin could not be regarded as an earth dog. Right. But after putting on the mask, without that handsome face, his outfit just to the inside of the crowd is expected to be directly ignored. But it's different now. Truly dresses thin as well as shows off his nearly 5 feet 9 inches frame quite tastefully. No one wants to be unkempt. Chow Bin naturally do not want that. People rely on clothing, Buddha rely on gold. If you have the money, we will certainly choose a little more expensive. After all, expensive certainly have an expensive reason. Not necessarily as good looking, but definitely not worse than the cheap ones, right? This set of clothes to wear down completely elevated a grade. Chow Bin also finally understand why the Tianya forum people will say money will raise people. People once have money. If his bottom can then change a set of high-grade clothing, the whole person will really sacrifice a few points of temperament. Look at the previous bunch that got hot off of shakeology, like that big little sheep. In the beginning, we made those funny claptrap videos. We just have fun and occasionally flirt with each other. But wait until he really catches fire and makes a lot of money. Changed the hairstyle and lost weight. Put on a high-grade clothing. Completely turned into a big goat. Little goat. And even said in Chow Bin from childhood to the idol of the star at the same table dinner. Look at the comments under each of his videos some time ago. Everyone is praising them for being so handsome and a winner in life. Which girl can resist their charm? As long as they slightly hook their hands, those unruly little fairies will not quickly open their legs and crawl over. If you look closely, it's true that these people are elevated. And what enhances their temperament? Is it by their literary literacy? By their knowledge? By their professional competence? All of their temperament enhancements go all the way back to money. You take a picture of them before and compare it to now and you realize how nurturing this money thing really is. The thoughts in his mind instantly changed in a million ways. Chow Bin redirected his gaze back to himself inside the mirror. Just this set. Then give me another set according to this size. Add a set of exactly the same and wrap it up for me. It was still his previous habit. Like a piece of clothing he liked to buy several sets of the same. Just like the black t-shirt he had before. He seemed like he had bought 10 or so after trying them on at the time and they fit. Also normally it's hard for him to buy underwear. It's a bit of a squeeze underneath for the right waistline. What about the loose bottom? And then the overly loose top. It's also pretty hard to pick a pair of panties that fit around the waist and don't squeeze underneath. He wore underwear that fit, and he bought 50 pairs at once, so for the past 2 years, no matter how he got it, he was never short of proper underwear to wear. Today's set of clothes he liked very much, so he bought 2 sets. Only now the balance inside the card gave him a bigger bottom line. These 2 sets of clothes were just his temporary favorites. He didn't buy that much. He could continue to come back and choose the ones he liked even more when he was free in the future. Hearing Chow Bin's words, it was as if Wu Nan Nan had heard the most pleasing sound in this world. She tried her best to control her excitement, but in fact, no matter how much she tried to control it, the corners of her mouth couldn't be pressed down at all. Okay, Brother Aben, I'll get it for you right away. Wu Nan Nan at the same time, carefully looking at Chow Bin's facial expression continued, but Brother Aben, I want to talk to you. On these 2 sets of prices to be slightly out of the budget a little bit, a set of 360,000. Want to help you change 2 pieces of clothing to be able to flat replacement? Brother Aben, became Brother Aben. It's fine. That's all. 1 set of $360,000. 2 sets would be $720,000. Honestly, in your heart you would have to say it's absolutely impossible to say you're not shocked. $720,000. 000 was not an astronomical figure for the former Chaobin, but it was definitely the biggest purchase he had ever made in his life. But now 2 seconds later Chaobin was immediately back to normal. As if he was picking the difference between a $1 lighter and a $2 windproof lighter before. Chapter 9: A Man's Greatest Success. Paying for Success. When she arrived at the cashier's counter, Wu Nan Nan had already quickly opened a small check, handing this small check detail to Chao Bin, while saying, "Brother Bin, how are you paying for this? Swipe your card? No Microsofting?" Wu Nan Nan quickly said, "That can definitely be It's just that in general, like such a large amount of money, everyone is accustomed to swipe the card. Very few people will use WeChat payment. Get used to WeChat payments. So don't get hung up on it. It's all in the system. Don't say anything about the quota. Drops. Scan the code and enter the password." The next second the cell phone page shows that the payment was successful. Seeing this page, Chaobin didn't know why his heart suddenly gave birth to a few points of different pleasure. When I used to brush the jitterbug, there was always an online brother who summarized for him that the biggest success in a man's life is these 4 words. The payment was successful. Until now, Chao Bin has paid the payment. The performance is completely in hand. Wu Nan Nan this moment is completely at ease on the face of the smile than just a moment ago to be a lot more enthusiastic. "Bin brother, this set of clothes is really very suitable for you. We're simply too handsome." Said also handed him the other set of clothes in his hand. "I've gotten you a membership card. Yo, and I've already accumulated the points for you. At once completed more than 700,000 performance. Such a situation is still relatively rare. And from beginning to end of the total time is not more than 20 minutes is even more rare." Wu Nan Nan took out her cell phone to open WeChat. "Bin brother, this is your WeChat?" Inside this shopping mall, there used to be quite a few people who had added Chao Bing's WeChat. On the one hand because of the work aspect, that is. On the other hand it is because Chao Bing's looks are really attractive to these little girls. It's like a man who likes to go and add beautiful women. He's not necessarily going to hit on them. He's not necessarily going to hook up. But he's going to have this woman at the top of the list. And he's going to look at her circle of friends once in a while and appreciate it. Nancy Wu used to think the same way. Wu Nan Nan was also very glad that she had added this WeChat in the first place. As long as she maintains it properly, Chao Bin will be her customer in the future. And with WeChat, other shoppers won't be as good at grabbing it. In the future, there will be new products listed on our side, and I will send them to my friends when the time comes. So if you see something you like, just talk to me and I'll send it to you. Aha! Chao Bin nodded, looking at Wu Nan's eyes at this moment, which were on the verge of being drawn out. Chao Bin's heart was slightly pleased in his mind. In the past, well, when there is no money, Chao Bin can be said to be the same as many of those righteous netizens. Very hate this kind of woman. As long as others are rich, that can be said to be a very good attitude. They talk to people, they talk to ghosts, and they're all gold diggers. There's only one reason why they're so annoying. It's because they're poor and have no money that they can't enjoy this service. In the words of these fairies, it's the beggars who have no money, and it's considered welfare to have them come out and meet them. But now it's different. As an adult, plus becoming a rich person, the adult mentality has changed dramatically at once. He now doesn't hate people like Wu Nan Nan and the others at all. After all, from this moment onwards, these women they will have a huge change in attitude towards their own class of rich people. He became the party that stretches out his feet at any time to let Wu Nan Nan them go to their knees. Why would he still hate them? The benefit is in yourself. Engaged in this line, there are a few years. Chao Bin is very clear. Like these 2 sales guides, these cabinet sisters want to tease actually not difficult. Of course, in the past, he was only in the office to hear those gossip, such as the manager such as so-and-so boss quick to take care of so-and-so store knew a beautiful female shopper. He just heard about it and never got the chance to try it, mainly because he didn't have the capital. The balance on top of his card was now enough for him to go can experiment. Now these luxury goods inside the shopper, face value is actually the first hurdle, not to mention how beautiful, but the minimum are considered good. As for whether casually handling these female guides would affect his so-called pushiness, that was simply not something Chao Bin had to consider right now. Lu Bo said, "Cherish the good girls, don't waste the bad ones." And now that he had just gotten this divine hero system, his heart was rapidly expanding from an ordinary person, and he was already doing his best to suppress it. And now this so-called temperament compulsion thing had half a penny to do with him. He never bothered to pretend that he was going to be so noble. What a decent man. What a willow. You don't even have a girlfriend. And you still hate this and that? This kind of person simply has a mouth tougher than a cow. And that's what makes it even more of a fall. Brother Aubin, this clothes go back to where any problems feel free to contact me This pants cannot be machine washed. If you do not know how to write, then I will teach you Wu Nan Nan smiled and said, "Yeah, then when the time comes, I'll send you the address and you can come and call me when you're free. When Xiaobin heard this from Wu Nan Nan, he smiled and naturally understood what he meant and said jokingly, "Yeah, I can go over any time." Wu Nan Nan didn't squirm in the slightest and quickly nodded her head. Xiaobin smiled. That's what he was waiting for. And he didn't expect the first attempt to be a success. This Nancy Wu was really very cooperative. Whether she didn't know the deeper meaning or knew what she was thinking, it didn't matter anymore. If Wu Nan Nan is willing, then next time when she comes to the door you can just play a friendly game. If not, the big deal is to change a guide next time. He then casually threw the dirty clothes from before into the trash can and left the place with another set of clothes. And Wu Nan Nan kept giving him a ride from the store to the door, to the corridor to stand there all the time watching him from afar. If Xiaobin and her extended an invitation at this time to have dinner and watch a movie together in the evening, I'm sure that Wu Nan Nan would not have refused. And if not for the event tonight, Xiaobin would have really had the urge to do so. No wonder there are always some fairies on the net saying that men get worse when they have money. So it seems that there is nothing wrong with these fairies. Xiaobin has always felt that he is a pure love war hero. If you like a girl, you will treat her wholeheartedly, and you will never have your feet in two boats. And now he realized that he wasn't like that at all, and that the reason he was pure love before was simply because he was poor. From the words that Lu Bo said to him last night, combined with his previous words and actions, Xiaobin recognized his brother's behavior more and more, and he was now slowly starting to move in the direction of the scum. Then came to the Huawei store next door, picked the latest model of trifold phone, 16 gigabytes plus 1 terabyte, 23,999. Come to, one call flash for me to deliver it to me. This store now only had the owner inside. Xiaobin quickly stated his request, then swept the code and paid. Okay you write down the address and phone number. The boss sharply took out 2 cell phones and then called the courier. Xiaobin took a picture of the flash delivery order and WeChat sent it to Lu Bo. Son of a, this cell phone is quite hot lately. Bought 2, give you 1. Lu Bo, hang, thank you righteous father. Half an hour later, flash delivery was delivered. Virtual panel alerted. To the righteous son of a friend, Lu Bo spent 23,999 yuan. Get 100 times the rebate, 23,999, 900 yuan. Cool. That's when Lu Bo also sent him a message. It's a little video. Lu Bo, the latest discovery of the God of Thunder. Shake search, love dancing carefree. Hey, you guys can check it out. It's no wonder the two of them can be brothers and like the same styles. Usually there are new female bodhisattvas found that are recommended to each other. Xiaobin, 6. Remember to come to the starry night after the evening rush hour. Chapter 10 Big Brother's wedding car for the National Day wedding. They play billiards in the evening at 7 or 8 o'clock to go over. That time is the busiest time of the Lu Bo Hotel. He certainly cannot come over. So Xiaobin told him that the evening peak after the busy and then come back. Lu Bo, forget it. I won't go. You can discount my share for me. Dog head. Emoji. Xiaobin, what? 88 so strong. This is too full. No appetite? Lu Bo, hey. Twice last night and once in the morning. I am already at the limit at my age. And I don't think I have the strength tonight. And if I go over to play with other girls again, she will definitely be unhappy. Xiaobin, you who? You're afraid she'll be upset? You like her? Lu Bo, love it. Xiaobin. He understood in seconds. Xiaobin, I haven't gotten tired of it yet. If I get upset and want to eat it again, I won't have to pay for it. Silly, isn't it? Convince me. Xiaobin was completely convinced of this brother. This was just too penetrating. In this aspect of the woman, Lu Bo can be said to be very clear. Eat according to eat, but a hair not spend. Just now and gleaned more than 2 million from his side. The night if Lu Bo came over, but also can be square again gleaned. If Lu Bo does not come, the night Xiaobin can be even a big, and then send a message over. This is a memorial. I regained my new life. Tonight you have to come over. And my stock is up again today. Tonight dad buy a single. Lu Bo didn't reply after that, but Xiaobin knew he would definitely come in the evening. Updated with the latest friends. Text, regained life, attach 3 photos, 2 bills for the $720. 000 I just spent as well as over $40. 000 for 2 cell phones, and a full body shot taken at the store after changing into new clothes. Back to the office for the afternoon shift. Activate the phone, swap the cards, and reverse the data. The co-worker sitting next to him, and one of the small group of friends who went over together tonight. Zhang Zhengyuan. This guy, no less tall than Xiaobin, 185, but this weighs 260 pounds. Standing next to it is like a wall. I go, Bing, this is developed. Triple folding are changed. At the same time, other people inside the office were attracted to it. What has Bing been doing lately? This got rich. Buy clothes bought more than 700,000 yuan. Try folding cell phone also replaced. And at night to go to the stars to spend money. What kind of path does Brother Bing have? Bring us along. Another male coworker looked at him blearily, and casually handed over a golden wand. There were only 4 people in their planning department. 2 men and 2 women. Usually the relationship is pretty good, but not as good as it could be. At best it's not like they're going to screw each other over. If it was a little closer, it would be Zhang Zhengyuan, but he was the one who brought Chao Bin when he joined the planning department of Yin Tai, and he is considered to be half of Chao Bin's master. And this Zhang Zhengyuan guy is also flirty. Chao Bin took the cigarette and lit it. At this time the other 2 female co-workers didn't make the usual move to stop it. Which has what road? It is the previous do not know. Speculation. Inside the stock market, there are 200,000 sets. I did not expect the 2 days of crazy rise unsettled, but also earned a little bit. Before the poor afraid of so it is vengeful consumption. Chao Bin said with a smile. Oh, the past 2 days is indeed a big rise. My cousin is also, all of a sudden earned $3 to $4 million. The female colleague nodded and said, it's probably too late to enter the market now. Yo, and I don't know anything about stocks at all. Zhang Zhengyuan said with some chagrin. Don't understand. Don't play. You see me now really a little bit before being set for so long, and there are a lot of people are losing money. Chao Bin said. Zhang Zhengyuan, yes. Do not understand or cannot touch. In case of loss of home are not recognized. These 2 days I see many people believe that those experts have begun to sell the house into the field. There are many people began to loan. Another coworker, yeah. Look at all the craziness on top of shakeology right now. Just as the phone had just finished its data transfer and boarded WeChat, a voice call came through. It's the big brother from the old house. What's going on with your phone? Why didn't anyone answer just now? Listening to the familiar dialect of his old home coming from inside his cell phone, Chao Bin said softly, just now the phone was directing data, which just boarded the WeChat. Just before he could finish his words, he heard a loud argument coming from over there. Our hometown with Audi as a wedding car is not on the line. Why do you have to use Mercedes-Benz E? And that is the first car we have ordered. You have to change the good. Now where can I rent it? The National Day is the peak of the car is not good to rent. Not I cannot afford. As soon as I heard it, I knew that it was my elder brother who was discussing with his sister-in-law's side of the family the matter of getting married on the 4th of July. My daughter married once in her life. You use Audi as a wedding car. The first car with an A6. You let our family face where to put originally is a county. From our home to your home total only 40 or 50 kilometers. Even if you now all rent Maybach cannot spend much money. You are stingy. Why do you need to fight for face in your life? Is it necessary to spend an extra $10,000 or $20,000? Wouldn't it smell good if we had $10,000 or $20,000 to buy ribs? But after the big brother finished saying this, there was no sound from that side. It was obvious that it was just a quarrel that side was now resisting with silence. A few seconds later, the big brother's voice came from inside the phone. Bin. Still? At this time Chao Bin's thoughts have long drifted to 10 years ago. At that time, Chao Bin had just graduated from high school. His high school entrance examination scores were very average, just an ordinary 2. He was ready to go straight into the factory to play screws, because their family days are very difficult. Parents in a car accident a few years ago, accidentally left. The compensation was not much. The family has only Chao Bin and his elder brother. Even if there are 2 people studying and living between the provinces, by the time Chao Bin graduates from high school, the family will not have much money. But at that time Chao Bin's elder brother made it mandatory for him to continue his college education, while he himself stayed in his hometown and started contract farming. The elder brother, who had never done farm work before either, followed his uncles in the village to learn. Re-enter the university. Chao Bin that year also in his heart silently vowed, wait until the university graduated, earn money after a good help their big brother, give him to renovate the house, give him to buy a luxury car. But after arriving in society, the cruelty of society showed him how hard it was to live up to the bold words he had in his heart back then. It's hard to get your job turned around, make over $10,000 a month, and be in heat and in a relationship. Long ago, I forgot about my big brother who was facing the dirt in the old country. Take a deep breath. Chao Bin said, brother, I'll wait a moment to transfer 100,000 yuan to you. First you go to rent a car. According to the sister-in-law their family is going to do Mercedes-Benz, the head car. At that time I will give you out. I have a Maybach on my side. Bin, where did you get so much money? Big brother froze for a moment, then said, I did not tell you before. I learned to play stocks when I was in school, before being set up, and now the stock has recently risen and earned a lot. Chao Bin again this reason once again moved out. After talking for a while, The big brother was convinced and then hung up the phone in high spirits. WeChat quickly transferred $100,000 to big brother. Now if he transfers 1 million to his big brother, even 10 million he would be willing to give up. Just too much at once instead of explaining it clearly. So why not intermittently, every now and then, or every month to transfer him a few tens of thousands of dollars, with the passage of time, so that he slowly believe that he is out there to earn a lot of money or have some kind of business as a support, and then all of a sudden to buy him a car or a house. It's still a month before the 4th of July. In time. Chapter 11, The Understanding Zhao Yiming. Zhao Yiming, Brother Bing, I'm out running the market today, so I'll get off work a little earlier. What time do you get off work? I'll wait for you directly downstairs at your company? At 5 p.m. Zhao Bin's side received a WeChat message from his former college friend Zhao Yiming. He was one of the little ones who came over this evening. Zhao Bin, that's a deal. Pull out at 5:30 sharp. Zhao Yiming, okay. The manager still didn't come over in the afternoon. No one is in charge, so naturally it's all touch and go. A relaxing 4 hours. Closing time is 5:30 p.m. Sharp. When groping for fish, Zhao Bin also thought about this job. At present or not to resign? Since childhood, the family is poor to crawl step by step to the present. So many years of habits, as well as his brother's teachings, let him understand that life is to rely on their own a little hard work. And now suddenly his mind has not been balanced down, so he was not in a hurry to go to the resignation. And the job is very easy. Let's do this for now. There's no urgency at the moment, and there's no circle, so if you really wait until you're not happy, you can just leave whenever you want. After going downstairs, Zhao Bin and Zhang Zhenyuan then got into Zhao Yiming's car, which was 5 years old and had a mileage of 120,000 kilometers. Zhao Bing, who was in the co-pilot's seat, casually picked up, and placed next to him, a large honey pill of the 6-flavored Di Huang pill. I don't know if this stuff is effective or not, but anyway, Zhao Bin saw that Zhao Yiming often ate it, so he asked, how do you eat this? Take a few at a time. It's still a box from a previous client that hasn't been eaten, and I don't know how many I'll eat at once. Anyway, I'll eat one at a time. Zhao Yiming shook his head and said, 2 then. Zhao Bin directly took one and put it in his mouth to chew, then handed 2 more to Zhang Zhenyuan, who was sitting at the back. Brother Yuan, the whole lot? Yell. Good stuff. Zhang Zhenyuan raised his eyebrows, his expression slightly obscene. Men usually don't eat this and that outside, and avoid this and that, but as long as something is good for the kidneys, even if the thing is or urine, he is willing to eat it. Not to mention this 6-flavored pill that all men understand. Brother Bing, is it okay to eat ground pot chicken? Zhao Yiming asked. So many of my college classmates are still working in the city, but there are really only a few people who can play together. Lu Bo and Zhao Bin that were hardcore and helped him too much, and Zhang Yiming has always been able to play along, mainly because the guy knows a lot about people and courtesy. Tonight it was Zhao Bin's treat to a game of billiards and an assistant coach, and he was very self-conscious about picking up and then arranging the evening's dinner. Forget about the ground pot chicken. I'm tired of eating it. Zhao Bin was prepared. Go to the Swan Lake Hotel. For lunch, I wanted to say goodbye to my previous lifestyle, which meant adding a chicken thigh, grilled sausage and pigeon soup, so this dinner was going to be sublimated once again. What's the point of going to the hotel now? Zhao Yiming froze for a moment, and even Zhang Zhenyuan, who was sitting in the back, was a bit puzzled. Eating? What can I do? Zhao Bin laughed. What's that look in your eyes? Just knowing a good place to eat to take you guys to get your teeth into. With rebates available whenever a male friend spends money, it's natural to not pass up every opportunity. Currently 100 times rebate on Lu Bo, but he certainly cannot come. Go to his store inside the consumption. And now the system has said that the legal person is Lu Bo did not get a rebate, so you can only eat outside. Hang on. See, Brother Libin is really getting tickets recently. What way to bring me chant? Zhao Yiming said bluntly. 20 minutes later, the car was parked in the parking lot of the Swan Lake Hotel. Zhao Yiming spoke up. Brother, what's good to eat in this place? I heard that this side recently opened a new hot pot restaurant. The main focus is high-end. Look at the advertisement bragging. For example, is the ceiling of our city's hot pot restaurant. I came to see how it is. Zhao Bin held up the top of his cell phone. He searched in the afternoon. Convenient to swipe money. He directly searched the city's most expensive restaurant. Did not expect to jump to this. Look at the above description of the minimum per capita spending is 4 figures or more. And that's the special package. A normal meal, like the 3 of them casually, would probably be close to 5 figures. I go. A meal casually a few $1,000s. What family resistant to so built? Zhao Yiming recently looked at it and said in shock. Zhao Yiming is in medical supply sales, and he's been in this business for many years, counting it as a small career. $20,000 to $30,000 a month. Also by his own ability to buy an apartment in this city, as well as the hand above the 100,000 kilometers of this Volkswagen. It should be considered good for his age. But he hadn't had the luxury to spend so much yet. Of course, the work above the socializing of those meals those business tens of thousands of dollars have spent, but that are not their own money. Press simply do not feel. Although his mouth was like this, his heart was still a bit eager to try. Zhang Jingyuan's eyes once again looked at this disciple of his. Having worked together for 2 or 3 years, it could be said that he knew him very well, and also knew his approximate family conditions. It seems that this is really rich otherwise why come to this place? Enter the lobby and get on the elevator, which takes you straight to the 28th floor. Yanmu Hot Pot Restaurant. Once seated, the waiter handed them each a tablet to order from. Zhao Yiming looked at the price of the dishes on this, licked his lips. A bite will be in the hands of the Volkswagen car keys on the side and said, Bing, you say it, you want me to do what can be. Even if on this car you can casually toss, but the people certainly cannot be and I also have internal hemorrhoids. It's the default rule for all men that they don't lend out their wives or their cars. But, Zhao Yiming is willing today, mainly because the prices at the top of the menu are just outrageous. The bottom of the pot is $999, although it says here that the pot base is made from fresh lobster, with dozens of secret spices, simmered for more than 10 hours. No matter what you say, you are still the bottom of the pot. It's going to be $999? Then there's all the seafood. Brothers to bring you to spend so high place. His subconscious reaction must be brothers have something to ask him. He can only take out his most valuable things. Don't be nervous, just saying that I'm treating you guys to some delicious food. Chao Bin gave him a blank look. It looked like the two of them were not going to be able to make a good start. So he just quickly ordered his own food. 3 Boston lobsters, wild blue dragons of Australia, beef, tripe, fatty beef, pork brain. A quick checkmark on this. And then also ordered a bottle of that red wine that you only know from the Top of the Stars movie. What a Conti, 220,000 a bottle. What are the exact ingredients? What year is it? Chao Bin also did not look carefully, pulled right down to the lowest and looked at the total amount shown below after he'd ordered it. Total, $394, 581. The corners of Chao Bin's mouth rose. It's okay. This place is so efficient at swiping money. From now on say goodbye to the Sand County Hotel. Say goodbye to the duck leg rice and move on to the Swan Lake Hotel. Both Zhao Yiming and Zhang Zhengyuan who were at the side had been completely dumbfounded. Originally looked at the cell phone above the display. They thought it was the point of the packages of $1,000 or $2,000 per person. The 3 big several $1,000. But now a meal is close to $400,000. This is simply more magical than fiction. Chapter 12 Su Chang, Wu Meng Meng, Bingo. It's not necessary. Zhao Yiming's expression wasn't even as frank as before. $400,000. He earns $20,000 to $30,000 a month for a year. And his total income is close to $400,000. But you want the city, right? That has to be at least 2 years And now a meal? Serve it like this first. We're in a hurry. Give it to me as soon as possible. Chao Bin smiled, not picking up on his words, and said to the beautiful waitress next to him, Okay boss. The beautiful waitress Su Chang nodded, and then her eyes also silently sized up Chao Bin. This handsome man just came in and made her eyes light up, and she didn't expect to be so generous. Waiting for the box door to close after the waiter, Zhao Yiming and Zhang Zhengyuan wanted to speak. Don't ask about the specifics. These are the first time I've come to eat, and I've come to try to enjoy it. There's no thing to ask for. You guys just want to find someone to eat with. Chao Bin took out the golden wand and passed one to each person. Ignite. The food was then quickly served. And the wild blue dragon was divided into 3 portions. One is tattooed, one is steamed, and one is used exclusively for shabu shabu. There are also waiters who specialize in helping with soup dishes. One stands beside each of the 3. Help them put this beef and shrimp inside the hot pot for a few seconds and then put it in a clean dish next to it. In such a situation, there is no room for chatting all of a sudden. Chao Bin buried his head in cuckoo for a while and ate. Rather, I didn't get any specific flavor out of it. Anyway, it's the hot shrimp and beef inside the dish in front of you, and I'm going to give you a big chopstick. The 2 gazes of Zhao Yiming and Zhang Zhengyuan watched him eat like this, the corners of their eyes jumping. This chopstick is worth thousands of dollars, isn't it? More than that. I'm guessing tens of thousands. Chao Bin noticed the look in both of their eyes, but didn't bother with what was going on in their minds. There was something exaggerated about the way he ate now, not quite like the mannered chewing inside these fine restaurants. Who has stipulated that one must eat elegantly like that? He himself is a common peasant boy. Even now with this living system he has at most a few dollars, and has not become any person who crosses the class. He is still an ordinary person. And Xiaobin has always felt that even if he is rich, the advantage for him is that he can do whatever he wants, and whatever he doesn't want to do. What rich people are supposed to do or what code of behavior he hasn't been exposed to or knows before and doesn't want to find out. So he was now eating a delicious meal, pressing no scruples, and was about to take a big bite. After quickly finishing the scalded shrimp and beef inside the dish, he turned his head to look at Su Chang who was serving beside him. Su Chang also didn't expect Xiaobin to eat so fast, that blowing snow-white skin slightly red, and quickly said, "Sir, the red wine has already woken up well. Or you can drink a couple of mouthfuls first, and I'll immediately continue to hot dishes for you." Aha! Xiaobin nodded looking at Su Chang's move to scald the meat and gulped with some intent. I don't know if it's psychological or if it's true, because this is more expensive. But this hot pot today was really quite good. Close to an hour later, Su Chang took out the bill and came over. Original $394, $581 plus $39, for 58 service charge. Total, $434, $039, $430, $000 after erasure. Xiaobin scanned the code and paid directly. The payment was successful. And once again, it refreshed over. The left hand, which was holding the cigarette, couldn't help but flick the cigarette in the ashtray. $430, $000 for a meal is indeed a bit of an exaggeration. But, the benefit was also very obvious, as the translucent virtual panel in front of him immediately refreshed with a message. Same male friend spends 434, 039 RMB, 10 times rebate for 300, 000 RMB, balance, 2, 865, 4,321 RMB. This time the balance was once again restored to over $28 million. In the end, Xiaobin sent a screenshot of the payment he had just made, the display on top of the table, and a selfie of himself sitting in the middle of the two people, Zhao Yiming and Zhang Zhengyuan, to his circle of friends. Text, dinner with a brother is all about fun. They then got into Zhao Yiming's car once more and turned towards the Starry Mile billiard hall in Polyplaza. After the relief of this close to an hour of eating just now, Zhao Yiming and Zhang Zhengyuan both slowly returned to normal, and also knew that their one friend was really rich. That beautiful waitress just now, that watery skin is estimated to be able to pinch out water, and looking at her temperament that is pure and lustful, I can guarantee that there is an absolute sense of contrast. Zhang Zhengyuan said, I'll go. Brother, you feel the same way. I thought it was just me. Zhao Yiming raised his eyebrows and said somewhat lewdly, ha ha. Xiaobin, what contrast? Xiaobin didn't react. He really wasn't as good as Zhao Yiming and Zhang Zhengyuan and their 2s in this regard either. How can I tell you this? It's just a feeling. Zhao Yiming said as he drove the car, his right hand holding the steering wheel and his left hand reaching out the window in a half-grip state. You are still too simple. Look at your girlfriend. Oh, is the former. Zhang Zhengyuan had been ready to say said Xiaobin with the mentality of a passerby or an elder, but halfway through his words, he felt something was wrong. These tones would have been fine in the past, but times are different now. With that, he sighed and said, you just used to be too disciplined by your girlfriend, and you listened to him too much, and as a man you can't let those pussies stomp all over you. Xiaobin has been a colleague for such a long time, and Zhang Zhengyuan used to be the one who brought Xiaobin, so he naturally understands what Xiaobin's ex-girlfriend did before. And that's just like reporting to the police at any time. When he doesn't return a tweet message after a while, he has to take a selfie video and send it to report where he is and what he was just doing. Even sometimes they work as meeting in. If Xiaobin did not return her message in time, after that is a crazy burst of even call. Well, not in the future. Xiaobin took a long drag on his cigarette, and as Xiaobin sent out this circle of friends, Wu Mengmeng quickly sent screenshots of the 3 friend circles that Xiaobin had recently sent to their group of girlfriends. There are a total of 6 people in this group. One of them is Xiaobin's ex-girlfriend Lu Tingting. When they used to date, Lu Tingting would often bring her girlfriends over, and the one who showed up the most often was Wu Mengmeng, so she has Xiaobin's WeChat too. Ting Ting, what's the situation? Your ex-boyfriend got rich recently? Soon. Another person inside this group sent a message. BFF6, which ex-boyfriend? Is it that Aubin? Dog's head. JPG. Wu Mengmeng, it's that dead-buttoned Aubin. BFF2, holy, is this for real or not? BFF4, that must be fake Clothes more than 700, 000 yuan. Eat a meal more than 400, 000 yuan. He thought he was Si Tson BFF6, that's right. P-pictures don't know how to be more attentive. A glance is fake. A couple of other girlfriends sent messages inside the group. It was all a mockery. Wu Mengmeng stared at the screen with a serious face, her fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard. From the professional point of view of my PS God, this doesn't seem to be peas. However, just at the moment this message was sent out, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Isn't this a slap in the face of her good girlfriend? Thinking of this, she quickly pressed the withdraw button without hesitation. At the same time, BFF3 quickly replied, "That means your skills are not in place, or someone else's skills are good." Immediately after, Girlfriend 6 also echoed, 9494. For a while, the group was buzzing with people expressing their views and guesses. However, in stark contrast to the enthusiastic participation of the others, Lu Tingting remained silent, not bubbling to say a word. Chapter 13, It's just an act after a breakup. In fact, at this time, Lu Tingting had already seen the information. The reason why she didn't reply immediately was because she was looking at Chao Bin's friend circle, looking at those screenshots with a very disdainful face. It was clear she didn't believe it. All day today with her new boyfriend, Uncle Mediterranean. The new boyfriend is his big brother on the list. 1.5 month time in his live room, brush 10 to 10,000. Naturally added WeChat, and then dinner to meet. After that everything is logical. Today, the Mediterranean big brother also bought her a 19,000 LV bag. So today all of Lu Tingting's mind is on the big brother. Pressure has no time to visit the circle of friends. After reading all of them, Lu Tingting, but it is a breakup. Pretense pretending to send a circle of friends. How much strength he has. I cannot be clear? If he is really cruel to go to be a cowboy, a knight to earn a 3 to 5 million. I still believe. But this dog man has no money but also high. Spend that little money on me a month and tell me every day that I'm a spendthrift. A man with no talent will blame a woman for spending too much money. And I call that too much? A month only to spend 1 or 2 million. He a little do not know to find their own reasons. He does not know to work hard to figure out how to earn extra money. I'm not going to be able to get a lot more than that, but I'm going to be able to get a lot more than that. I just need to wear a little bit of do in the live room. Talk to others, a little bit of tenderness will be suspicious. It's men who have no talent who are not confident. Just don't get too down on your head. Don't even bother talking about him. Never came down hard enough to break up with him completely, just because that was really nice. BFF2, it does have its benefits. It's just a shame there's no money and no use in being good at kung fu. With money there's a lot of awesome cowboys out there. BFF4, exactly. BFF3, in fact, it's quite good to be awesome. I talked about a boyfriend before. No before, every day with me bragging about how powerful. Said that in the future will certainly make happy. The result, the girls, good grief. Touch your head. These men are really too down and dirty. When will I meet a good man? Where have all the good men died? All that's left are these lewd men with lower heads. A few of them were able to become BFFs. So naturally the usual urbane nature was the same. It was unlikely that anyone would say anything good for Chao Bin at this time. The chauffeur drove Jia Yiming's car and sent the three of them to Poly Plaza. Just entered the Starry Lane billiard room. Billiards nowadays is a totally different thing from what it used to be. Billiard rooms used to be remembered as being rather dirty, with some slot machines and all the little yellow hairs playing in them. The billiard room is now a richly decorated room, no less than those nightclubs, and of course, it's the assistant coaches who are now the top priority. An assistant coach is someone who plays pool with the guests. Now billiards is once again red hot, mainly because of these assistant teachers, because most of this is after 00. Some female university, or in the just graduated girls. They are young and beautiful, energetic, and soon drove the industry. A billiard room for a couple dozen bucks an hour, plus an assistant coach for $100 or so, is something anyone can afford to play? And as for whether or not you're on top of it afterward, well, measure for measure. Boss, how many? A beautiful waitress warmly greeted them. The biggest private room. Then call your best assistant coaches over. Chao Bin waved his hand. This sound can be said to be the longest time he has lived most freely. Since his parents passed away, brother with him, read the university are half work, half read. After graduation, hard work, has been adhering to the parents of the previous education and big brother's teaching. Go out to control their own temper. Encountered things in the heart of the first over a few times. On the forbearance, can forget it, even if it is. Graduated these past few years. Although he hadn't saved much money, the thing that could make Chao Bin most proud was that he had finally gotten his footing in the city. For example, there are many others in their class who are now working their asses off, and they still need to rely on their families to help them with their living expenses. But does any of this work? 10 years of hard study and hard work when you get out. Meet a girl you like and give it all you've got, giving them enough so-called life security and emotional value. And what about her at the end? Climbed up to the Mediterranean, kneeling, system the splash of riches. so that the most initial thought in his heart is not the kind of ecstasy that he has finally survived. But what is the meaning of his efforts for so many years? This kind of emotion from spending $700,000 on clothes today, spending $400,000 on a meal, as well as to this big handful of treats now, are all little by little making his mind slowly calming down back to a normal person. It's like that moment when Fan Jean went crazy. Who knows how big that shock was in his head? You haven't experienced it. You're crushingly incapable of understanding it. It's as if you work hard in the wind and sun, outside the delivery, do hard labor, a day of exhaustion to eat 10 yuan of fast food, the night to live in the cheapest rental housing in the city center village, just out of 20 years old, weathered look like more than 30 years old, at a loss for life, for love, for the future, just before you despair of accepting that you are, after all, a mediocrity or the lowest of the low, becoming nothing more than a resource for those who have money. And this time, your family's old man suddenly gave you a phone call to tell you, son, do not work so hard, and do not try, quickly come back, this 30 years, but only to your test, everything from the beginning of catching dolls. In fact, our family is a super rich family, the deposit alone are hundreds of billions of dollars. You are now the nature of the heart has already passed the examination of your mother and I. You can now come back to a good lay flat. What kind of mindset do you have? Is it ecstasy? Or is it a feeling of sadness? Do these mental thoughts count as pretentious and pretentious? The collapse of the human mind is nothing more than joy, anger, sadness, and the four major limits. Insanity after the mind falls apart. Chapter 14, The Rich General LV Icon. After entering the box, Chaobin took a picture of the box number and sent it to the small WeChat group they created this afternoon. The man is on the field. Come quickly. A minute later the door to the box was pushed open and in came a dozen assistant coaches. Hello boss. Together, they bent down and shouted at the three of them. The model is basically no different. Just this shape dress up. To be slightly vegetarian. At least they will not wear the kind of very exposed clothes. Now those nightclub beauty is too generous. And this also has a lot of just wear t-shirt and tight jeans. Mainly because there's a segment of the population that comes here to play. And they just love this big image of innocent women. You guys pick. Chaobin glanced at the very familiar No. 88 from last night who was also among them and turned his head to Zhao Yiming. Zheng Yuan. She naturally saw Chaobin and threw a wink at him. This box is about 70 to 80 square feet, has 3 pool tables, a row of sofas, a coffee table. Chaobin sat on top of the sofa and lit a cigarette, opened the wine list, and then turned his head to the waiter and said, give me a card, which is first charged with $100,000. This beautiful waitress immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum, didn't say anything, just charged $100,000. She can get 5,000 commission directly. She has an extra commission if she spends money in there. This is the big man today. Brother, hello, why don't I add you on WeChat? How do you want to play? You can just tell me directly. Chaobin also nodded and lit up the QR code to add on for this waiter to add. He had been to the billiard room many times, so naturally he knew that having these managers around would save a lot of the steps involved in brushing the tables. Previously to play, Er Gou brought him over to play. He did not dare to go to add these marketing waiter and so on the microsignal, for fear that his girlfriend knows angry. Not anymore. Looking at Zhao Yiming and Zheng Yuan, who had already chosen their assistant teachers. First, set 3 hours for each of them, 3 hours for the box, and bring over some cigarettes and betel nut, and drinks. At a glance, it seems that the consumption is very average. This box has a minimum spend of $12.80, which can be used to buy some cigarettes, wine, drinks, light meals and so on. Then these special assistants are $398 an hour. Pick one for 3 hours at $1,200. And that's just over $2,000 for two. This first batch topped out at $10,000, which is a really average level of spending. Nowhere near as much as going to eat at Yunmeng Hot Pot restaurant. Okay, what about you? This waitress immediately nodded and answered. Let her stay. Chaobin glanced at assistant coach number 88 who was on the side. Don't wait for Lu Bo to come and not be there. Okay. This waiter heard this and immediately arranged for it to go down. It takes a minute to get a card and recharge it. Zheng Yuan and Zhao Yiming had already wrapped their arms around a girl each and started playing billiards on the side. 88 naturally walked over and sat on his butt on top of the sofa and said, boss, you're here so early? There was a small hint of smugness in the corner of his eye. She had been thinking about whether she should go out to contact this handsome guy or not. After last night's incident, she knew that this little handsome guy is a richer master than Lu Bo. And the most important thing is that it is very handsome. Arguably the most handsome one she'd seen in reality so far. Last night when he was with the two Lu Bo, he closed his eyes and couldn't help but see Chaobin's face in his mind. I didn't realize he had taken the initiative to order himself. Friend 7. You're welcome. It's true that all men like this. Just as she was feeling smug, Chaobin reached his right middle finger directly against the top of her head and pushed it away. Laughed, sit next to not move. I point you just don't want my brother to wait a little bit to come over but also wait for you. You feel at ease in the side to stay on the side. The money for you to count normally. The beauty instantly stared. Her face a little embarrassed. Upset. But it was soon back to normal. As long as you want to hang out in this industry, you can't offend your customers. Much less a tycoon like Chaobin. Chaobin was looking at his cell phone without looking at her from the beginning. He's just an ordinary guy. Not much of a noble character. What won't take someone else's love prying is shameless behavior and so on. It's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can you forget your ancestors' legacy? The only reason why she was rejected was because she was Lubo's favorite. After playing for a while, two more friends came. One is in Jia Yiming Lubo, their college classmate Ding Guiqing, doing graphic design. Currently in the National Shopping Plaza that piece to open a typing copy store. Not much money, but better than the average wage earner to a lot of early to buy a house, buy a car, although they are all mortgaged, and at the very least, large and small is considered on a boss. It's just that this mask has been a little sad this year after a few years, a bad economy, and being closed for so long. Even so, in the last few years, Ding Guiqing has bought the bill quite a few times during their private dinners, which is why he signed up for Chaobin to pull him into the group. As long as he is a male friend, he will be able to give him a rebate for spending money, but not what kind of people are qualified to let Chaobin spend money. At the very least, he should be willing to go out and spend money on him, even if it's just incidental. Around this 100 times rebate, Lubo is the biggest weapon to brush money. Just cannot do so obvious at the beginning. He will go to these ordinary relationship around the friend. He tried to spend as much money as possible to party with these people as much as possible in order not to do it in a way that would make people suspicious. The first thing to pick is the one who had a good and okay relationship before. It's going to be the one that makes him unhappy in any way before. The one that he won't spend a dime on. Chaobin is a very vindictive person. Clear too, when he was 7 years old in elementary school toilet, was snatched away from the people who had wiped his ass paper thing he now remembered. That Er Gou. Just this guy is strong, dry but there is an opportunity to certainly want to retaliate back. And another. It was the one person Chaobin had envied the most before. Louis Ikuan. A really rich kid. Rich enough to enjoy life thoroughly since he can remember. I heard that there are several factories in the family. Especially recently this new energy processing plant are thousands of people. And his father was very bold before. In the unrestricted purchase of 3 office buildings bought. Even if we just rely on these 3 office buildings to collect rent, the monthly rental income will be more than 8 figures. Proper wealth freedom. The reason why I know this guy is that there was a time when LV Ikuan was shopping in Intai with his arm around someone else's girlfriend. And he was blocked. And Chaobin took him and slipped away from the employee channel. The hatred of the wife. That is absolutely life and death revenge. Although said just girlfriend. At that time the guy was angry, was eager to be on the spot to Lu Ikuan to death. Chaobin to save him is not because he is a rich second generation. Simply do not want him all inside the bloodshed. He also have to rely on this work it. A major criminal case will certainly be blocked for a period of time. When it is all trouble. In this way, they know the pitching. Lu Ikuan occasionally come out to play, drink too much, need someone to drive. Need someone to send home safely. Are looking for Chaobin to help. Of course, to give the benefits are also very substantial. It also counts as one of the ways Chaobin made money from his previous side hustle. After all, these rich second generation to play up but very flower. Sometimes from the nightclub inside the girl. Looking for people who do not know the chauffeur. Then they play in the back row is very tied up, but also may be exposed by others. Sent to the hotel in the process. And afraid of others while they are drunk to take pictures, shoot video. Self-media era. Many people will do whatever they can to want to flow. You see how many melons on the net now? Those blackmail sites often have photos and videos inside that will boggle your mind. It's just that this guy returned today, causing Chaobin to have some surprise. Billiards I haven't played it in how many years. I still really miss it a bit. Lu Ikuan wore a sassy white sports suit, and after sitting on the sofa, he took out 2 packs of Huaxiang from inside his bag. And 2 big packs of betel nut and put them on the table. Chaobin laughed. Mr. Lu, don't you usually play billiards? He knew this pretty well by now. Very wavy, very Thai. Either picking up girls today or on the way to picking up girls, but definitely not like the rich second generation style of those in the novel who are bullying people and looking down on ordinary people. Even to the point that he was very friendly to a lot of people and never red-faced out there. In his words, it is the principle of avoidance by the happy. There is also the previous junior high school time to play. After that the old man does not allow to play. Afraid that I am outside to learn the bad. That time those little yellow hairs do not know the sky is high and thick mes K drug. Lu Ikuan unwrapped a pack of cigarettes after giving Xiaobin scattered one, and then greeted Zhang Zhengyuan Jia Yiming Dingguoqing, each scattered one. Meanwhile, 2 more assistant coaches came in. How do you fight? 2 out of 3? Lu Ikuan called out to one that was on the thin and petite side. During this process, he was calm, as if the hand wasn't his. The petite's sister pouted. It didn't push Lu Ikuan away. These assistant coaches in the billiard room. In general, don't you dare do that when you haven't asked for her permission or when your feelings aren't there or when you haven't swiped enough money? Chapter 15, $100, 000 in 2 hours. That's a little low. Outside the manager is now in the mood is also beautiful. Really big brother come to a friend to go in and immediately point wine. He also quickly arranged to go down. So this manager repeatedly instructed these assistants going in to be careful and watch their step. No matter what, never offend big brother. Halftime. Have been playing for about an hour or so and a couple rounds of pool. Even to the point that several of the assistant coaches needed to go back to their locker rooms to reapply their makeup. Everyone's initial passion calmed down a bit, and Lu Ikuan carried a bottle of wine and clinked it with each other. Brother has really developed recently. Mr. Lu laughed. For a rich kid like him, this was all a small scene. Of course, only he knew Xiaobin very well. After all, these years also helped him a lot of help. Know that this young man is very frugal. Hard to get ahead. All of a sudden so crazy to spend money. Must be rich Nowadays this era want to get rich opportunity is still quite difficult. The reason he came over today was to see the realities. After all, there are very few people who can get rich at this time of the year who can still take care of their brothers and invite them to come and have a good time. Hey, luck mixed up a little, but we'll talk to you more about that sometime. We just wanted to get out and indulge today. This meal consumption down a total add up to not spend to 10,000 yuan. Even if he charged 100,000 yuan card, now is only 10,000 yuan performance. The current total rebate add up to less than 100,000, and his tens of millions of balances compared to that is a hair of rain. Come on, is this drifting now? The little $100,000 are not even on his mind. Xiaobin inhaled a mouthful of smoke. His heart jumped out of this idea. He himself laughed. Okay, Lu Ikuan nodded. The second generation of rich people are not all winebags, like their kind of people. From childhood to learn, to the human world to be stronger than ordinary people actually too much, then only dashing tonight. Serious business will be discussed tomorrow, and Lu Ikuan is really in no hurry. Looking at this familiar playmate, one could basically tell that Xiaobin could really be rich. While these aides went back to redress, a few of their men sat down on top of the couch for a while to get to know each other. Men, together, basically will give each other face. For example, when Xiaobin introduced them, colleague Zhang Zhengyuan identity is the manager, one of the company's decision makers inside the high-powered. The Zhao Yiming one is an elite salesman, director level, classmate Ding Wuqing that's the owner of a famous advertising agency, and rich second-generation LV total. That basic introduction is comparable to Qin Xiao and Si Tsong. Zhang Zhengyuan Si to get introduced to a circle over. Although I know that this may have moisture, but this evening this cost is no moisture. This former apprentice is now completely up there. Thinking that he hadn't mentioned leaving his job yet, he could continue to increase his feelings and see if there was any way to bring him along. After all, the fact that he was able to attend tonight meant that his chances were great. After that it's all about drinking and bragging. A couple of assistant coaches sat heavily on top of the couch. Men together, with alcohol and common interests are just so much fun. When I think of Xiaobin's pursuit of Lu Tingting, he swiped thousands of dollars, added WeChat, came out for dinner and a movie, and just tossed it around for about a month before pulling the little hand. Every step forward after that will cost money. As for the last step, it had been 3 months later and he had spent tens of thousands of dollars to make it happen. And now what about t-shirt and jeans, which had been changed into a little halter top as well as a super short little skirt after a while back. Seeing that Xiaobin wanted to smoke, he immediately took out cigarettes for him and used a lighter to light them up and gently took a puff himself before bringing them to Xiaobin's mouth. The shy expression, the flushed little face. In this mouthful of cigarettes white smoke filled with even more tenderness. For a moment, Xiaobin's eyes went into a slight trance, and at this time, the waiter from earlier also sent a tweet to his cell phone. Brother, she just came with little experience. There is a possibility that the service is not in place, but young, if you are not satisfied then talk to me, I will immediately change for you. Hi, that's the dirtbag treatment. You don't have to say anything, you'll be given a clear arrangement, even if you're not satisfied, comfortable or happy. It's currently close to 2 hours and the battle is still not very impressive, and it doesn't seem like it's too easy to try to brush up again in here. Xiaobin wants to brush money. Relying on a person is definitely not possible. to increase the number of people. The current highest multiplier is Lubo 1. Has already gleaned a lot on his side. Want to get more rebates? You have to buy expensive things for Lubo. But what else can you buy at the moment? Chow Bin was a bit despondent. You can buy a lot of things, like a house or a car. A luxury car with millions of dollars on it would instantly give him a small goal. But it's obviously not reasonable. Don't scare this brother of yours. It's even likely that the relationship may have soured. The money. It's a slow process. You can't lose your own good brother with a 99 favorability rating. So now it's just a matter of expanding the scope and adding more people at this point. Others have said it's a little less, but it's still a 10x rebate. It's just that this place is definitely not going to work tonight. It's either a different place or next time. Anyway, he is only 20 years old. Not in a hurry. Every night to invite friends to come out to high. Every night even if only earn 100,000 a month is also a lot of not to mention that there is a Lubo it. Every month to find ways to spend a few tens of thousands of dollars for Lubo a month is more than a couple of million. The total add up to the monthly income of tens of millions of dollars, which is also a proper winner of the life of the winner. After figuring this out, Chow Bin mood changed a lot, took a cigarette on top of the sofa, straightened up, is ready to leave the box to go to the restroom to put a water, drinking a lot of wine and getting a little sick. The other aspect is her teaching assistant. Maybe it's the booze or a bit of time that's getting a bit crazy now. Chapter 16, Wu Mengmeng is actually an assistant teacher? Hearing this, Chow Bin froze for a moment, then let out a bad smile. You've got quite a facility here. I used to swipe through short videos online and saw people commenting about billiard rooms like this one, and since these young sisters were used as bait, there was a natural follow-up behind it. Previously, Lubo soaked these assistant professors, relying on 3 inches of tongue as well as some rounds of assists to go back and find another place. I didn't realize it was here. The ones just now did have some intent. For this young and beautiful little girl, naturally, she wanted to take it and also experience the usual dashing life of a tycoon. This was coming from someone else's woman, and he instantly didn't feel anything. A love like that still scares him a little. I've heard before that on occasions such as these their superiors will have a medical report. I don't know if that waiter just now understood. Chow Bin was going to go out by the way to ask the waitress, "I'm going to the restroom. I'll talk later." After a quick trip to the restroom and draining the water, it was completely relaxing. "Hey, Abin, why are you here?" When he was about to go to the side to ask the waiter just now, a voice suddenly rang out from the back, and at the same time, Chow Bin's shoulder was tapped. "Hi, this is a great look today." A turn of the head to see a beautiful woman. No way. It's just too obvious. The contrast makes it hard to focus on her face first. Mona Wu? As you can imagine, it's the famous. When looking at a woman, always look at her eyes first. This woman was holding a pool cue in her right hand, and it was the same pool cue that she had just used to knock Chow Bin's shoulder. High ponytail, tight t-shirt as well as skinny jeans. It's safe to say that it shows off her figure quite visibly. Mighty towering, but also a slender small waist, exaggerated waist to hip ratio, healthy wheat color skin, body straight as if all the weight is leaning on this club. Far from looking so youthful, but sexy and charming. "Yeah, why are you here?" Chow Bin said with a smile. Chow Bin was quite impressed with this woman. When you see a beautiful woman, don't rush to pick her up and confess your love. Befriend her first and see if her friends are better looking than her. Chow Bin then regretted that he didn't follow this at first. He was with Lu Tingting too to determine the relationship between male and female friends before he met Wu Mengmeng. For such a beautiful woman, it's a man's heart. A lot of women in the circle of friends, in the jittery voice, in the small red book above, their photos or videos are extremely good looking. That's mainly because they modify the parameters. Wu Mengmeng. This woman Chow Bin had seen many times. It's the real deal. Lu Tingting's so many girlfriends. This one girlfriend is the most involved, and is also so many girlfriends among the girlfriends. A little bit of the mouth of the girlfriends. At least Chow Bin once by chance to see the chat records of their girlfriends group. When Lu Tingting was having 2 angry fights with Chow Bin, the other girlfriends were all verbally abusive. All coming up with all sorts of crooked ideas to get Lu Tingting to punish Chow Bin, or to make Chow Bin come up with some kind of price before he could do so. And this Wu Mengmeng was the only one who helped him put in a good word, saying that Chow Bin was young and handsome and had a good temper, so that Lu Tingting would give both sides a step down. What made Chow Bin's memory even more vivid was the fact that these women of theirs, chatting inside their group, could be said to be quite reckless, discussing anything and everything, so to speak, far more than men chatting on a larger scale. Even those who say Chow Bin are asked in detail. Inside this group, Chow Bin saw Wu Mengmeng's large-scale selfie photos, as if there was a time when Wu Mengmeng shared that she had bought a bathing suit that cost thousands of dollars, pure bikini, all sorts of things to share out. That night Lu Tingting also praised Chow Bin again in the group for his strength. Also saw Wu Mengmeng saying at the time that she envied Lu Tingting for finding a boyfriend who wanted to be like Xiao Bin. What are you looking at? Look at you drooling. Why didn't I realize you were so horny before? Wu Mengmeng pouted and gave him a blank look and said, why can't I be here? I am also one of the part-time assistant teachers in this one billiard room. I didn't realize it before because I didn't see you as sexy as you are now either. Xiao Bin froze for a moment, but quickly nodded. This woman came to be an assistant teacher. She did have this capital. You're an assistant teacher too? Then why haven't I seen you before? No, can't I come to earn some pocket money? It's just that I only came over for an interview today, and I haven't officially started work yet. Wu Mengmeng said, you just came for an interview today? Xiao Bin nodded and said directly, that's fine. Are there any guests now? No guests to our box to play for a while? I've only just interviewed here. Where are the customers? Wu Mengmeng nodded, then asked, did you and Tingting really break up? What? Can this be fake? She didn't talk to you guys? Didn't spit it out? Xiao Bin's tone carried a hint of disdain. After all, he had seen those women trolling inside the group. He said it before when you guys quarreled, but she really didn't say it this time when you had a breakup. Wu Mengmeng pouted and followed Xiao Bin towards the box. With such a close observation, Xiao Bin could conclude that this woman was surprisingly taller than 1.75 meters. These long legs. Then Xiao Bin directly reached out and put his arm around Wu Mengmeng's shoulder and said, that doesn't matter. Play ball, play ball. Since you're an assistant coach, that skill should be good. Let's have a good comparison. Wu Mengmeng smiled and asked, really put it down? Don't believe? Xiao Bin took out the triple fold that he just bought today, and in one fell swoop, he wrapped Wu Mengmeng inside his embrace, pressed tightly, and pointed at the camera. Come and give a smile to the camera. I'll send a circle of friends. Brother, don't around. How come she's your girlfriend's bestie? Although it is said to be an ex-girlfriend. Pressed too tightly. The touch of skin and the thumping heartbeat made Wu Mengmeng stiffen slightly and said shyly, what's in that? You said it's an ex-girlfriend. I don't have half a relationship with her. Xiao Bin gave a loud laugh and said, and didn't you envy her before? Ha! Wu Mengmeng instantly understood the meaning of Xiao Bin's words, and her face turned red in the next second. Chapter 17, A Text Against All Odds. Wu Mengmeng also didn't expect that the things that her girlfriends had said to each other earlier had been seen by Xiao Bin, and there are quite a few tiger and wolf words in there, especially after the girls bought some clothes. They would take some selfies and send them to their girlfriends to share, and the one she shared the most. At the thought of this, Wu Mengmeng's face turned even redder. Lu Tingting, how this? What's wrong with you? How can you show a group of girlfriends to her boyfriend? Walked inside this box and also saw a waterfall of girls in here. It seems like all of the prettiest, most expensive assistant coaches inside this pool room hanging on the wall of advertisements next to it are here. The table was densely packed with all kinds of drinks, fruit plates, and cigarettes, piling up that table. So you know how big this battle is. In fact, this is already Xiao Bin maximized to be able to consume away. Here is surprisingly not that hundreds of thousands of red wine and tens of thousands of foreign wine. Just some Rio, beer, and drinks. Anyway, he ordered it would only cost him a couple $1,000. Why do you have to take pictures? Wu Mengmeng said as she blocked her face with her hands. Xiao Bin straightened a hand, grabbed her small hand and pressed it. Mandatory selfie. Behavior can be said to be a different person from before. Previously in Wu Mengmeng's memory, Xiao Bin is a warm person, gentle tone. See them when they are always kind of smiling, which is like now so simple and rough. Xiao Bin didn't care about her stunned expression at this moment. He directly released his hand and walked to the side, with no intention of continuing to wrap his arms around her. Re-sit on top of the couch. Finding Wu Mengmeng's WeChat, he sent this picture he had just taken. No, I just want to send it to disgust people. As for this disgusting who, Wu Mengmeng immediately understood. This is a recent breakup. There's still resentment in your heart. Indeed, how can any guy be overwhelmed by his girlfriend breaking up with him off a cliff and then seamlessly following through? But you're upset. You can't give me the pot now, can you? If Xiao Bin sent such a photo to his best friend Lu Tingting, then he really didn't know how he would be able to explain himself. Who would have thought that Xiao Bin's words afterward would shock her even more? I sent you the copy, with the picture to match the one I just did. Wu Mengmeng looked at the paragraph of text and was dumbfounded. Warm reminder, Mr. Mengmeng reminded everyone that driving needs to be careful. Please do not mess with the line. Oh, Monica Wu. This guy is it's a real riot. I thought it was just the other party who sent this group photo to Lu Tingting, but I didn't expect that I would also let myself send a friend circle. And the most outrageous thing is this copy. Even if nothing was done and there were no explicit photos that were cuties, it's also possible to see that there is something wrong with it. Tingting is my good girlfriend. How could I possibly do such a thing? If Xiao Bin had dared to make such an excessive request to her in the past, Wu Mengmeng would probably have slapped her across the face long ago, but now that she saw this, she was a little uncertain. After stuffing the phone back into the pocket of his shorts, with his long white legs, he sat on his butt right next to Chao Bin's sofa and got quite close. Seeing Wu Mengmeng sitting so close, 66 was a little bit reluctant. Immediately reaching out, he took Chao Bin's right hand in his arms. It's like swearing sovereignty to Wu Mengmeng. We all work inside a billiard hall. Who are you to rob my big brother? BFF. You treat him as a bosom friend. Are you sure others treat you as a bosom friend? Chao Bin very naturally took a cigarette that 66 next to him had lit for him and said with a smile, Bin, what do you mean by that? Wu Mengmeng froze for a moment. Chao Bin said with a disdainful face, literally at home, but often listened to her. Said you accept this body a little better. Nothing else can come up with. Said you have fox odor Said you do not love hygiene. Underwear are a few days to change again Obviously we're so exposed. And then loaded and stand. Is afraid of the rich people do not see, but also afraid to give the poor people to see. On the surface as a single person does not have a boyfriend, but in fact secretly faced to raise 7 or 8 spare tires in. Chao Bin gave him a colorful imitation of how Lu Tingting looked when she spoke. The words here are half-truths, but it is true that there is a part of what Lu Tingting privately spat out at the time. Women. You look at them as if they have a good relationship. You are my best friend. I love you the most, and I share all the good things with you. But really, they can have 16 groups for 6 people. It can be said that a woman is born to be an actress. It can be acted out any time except at that point, when it's genuine. She, how dare she say that about me? Wu Mengmeng was so angry that her face turned blue. She was simply furious. It's certainly no coincidence that she came over today. When you get here, the first thing you do is to interview for an assistant professor is also to give yourself a proper reason to do so. And then see Chao Bin began to pretend to be reserved. And then Smooth let him straddle. Came in after the photos were taken also did not get angry. Want to look at this situation first. Who thought their girlfriends even once stabbed so many knives in the back? Make her now what she did. In front of Chao Bin like a clown in general. When did Lu Tingting she tell you that? Wu Mengming's face changed in anger. When else would you say it? That's when she likes to babble. But that time is definitely her truest thoughts. After all, you also know my fighting prowess. No one can still be distracted to lie. These words would have been absolutely impossible for Chao Bin to say in the past. But now he was actually saying it so frankly. Only hearing the combat power of 50,000. The eyes of the 66 next to her grew bright. She was itching to immediately question. There really is 50,000. Don't brag here. It was a pity that even if she asked, Chao Bin didn't have the heart to go upstairs with her. To be honest, he just wanted to go and discuss Lu Tingting and her gang right now. He's not a nice guy. He had been disgusted by people before. And now that he had the ability to do so, he naturally wanted to be disgusted back. What's that supposed to mean? If a dog bites you, do you bite the dog back? Those words are bull ***** in his case. I don't know which said this. And then there are many who believe it. I can't bite. Can't I start a pot of oil? Wu Mengming's anger rose and fell. Speechless, depressed, she grabbed a nearby bottle of beer and downed it in one gulp. What's the rush of drinking? Chao Bin saw this chick holding up a bottle of wine and unexpectedly dazzled directly. I'm so afraid she'll choke. Luckily, it won't happen. That weak juice ran slowly down the corners of his mouth. Look at it just like a child, drinking and getting it all over. Monica Wu. Ha ha. Looking at the woman's reddened face, Chao Bin let out a hearty laugh, and then painted a picture. How did you think of coming over here to be an assistant teacher? It's not that the general environment is not good now the kindergarten was less and less. Our salary is even more unlikely to increase. A month on 2,800. How to spend enough Speaking of being a kindergarten teacher, this job, Wu Mengmeng is a face of annoyance. This line of work is really underpaid. Nowadays, people don't like to get married and even less to have children. The annual birth population is gradually declining, from close to 20 million in previous years. This year only 8 or 9 million. You can imagine how difficult the survival environment of the kindergarten now. After Chao Bin heard this, he let out a laugh. Getting money is not simple for you. With you this cop. Casually. Kindergarten teachers have skin bugs in a lot of people's eyes, so a lot of people love them. Just like Chao Bin in the beginning, people love to use them as girlfriends. No one wants to have long-term access, just temporary access is fine. And people are willing to pay a little bit for that access in the process. Geez, why are you acting like that? I'm not that kind of person. Wu Mengmeng was no cutie pie. Instantly understood the meaning of Chao Bin's words and poutingly reached out to whack him on the shoulder, saying, a lot of women talk about it. She wants to be on her own. She wants to be financially independent. She wants to be an independent woman. As if all the men in the world don't deserve her. Such a person is indeed. There is a lot of strong women, but also a lot of women warriors, but the probability of this among women at most 1% of the bar, so that the remaining 99% of women are, mouth high, not willing to take on the big money, just because that money isn't big enough. Beautiful girls. Young girls in the big city. In the first-tier cities more than a brick down can be smashed a car. But how many of the real big money? And there are even fewer big spenders who are willing to spend money on you. Every big spender has a lot of girls that you think are falling under your charm. But it's just what you think. Ah, you're not like that. Then forget it. I'm not a good person. I can't become friends with decent people. I just want to find less decent ones to play with. Sorry. Chaobin put his hands together and said in a pretense of embarrassed behavior. Wu Mengmeng froze. Chapter 18. Consumption here is not strong. Then transfer to the bar. However, Wu Mengmeng quickly pouted. Why are you like this now? Oily mouth. This if you let. Halfway through the sentence, there was a pause. Lu Tingting and Chaobin have already broken up. And you're still mentioning Lu Tingting's name at this time. Aren't you making yourself uncomfortable? If Big Brother gets angry, he won't have a chance. At this time. And then taking a closer look at Chaobin's outfit, one could see that it had changed a lot from before. What's Brother Aben doing these days? You're mixing well and you don't know how to bring your sister along? Look at me. I just joined this job. No one recharged my card. I guess I can't pass this 7 days probation period. Wu Mengmeng covered her big thunder, pretending to feel bad and said, that's not possible. To you this stripe want others to give you to fill the card is not simple. Send a circle of friends do not know how many licking dog out a pounce forward it. Chaobin long inhaled a mouthful of smoke. A face of flirting speech is also quite blunt. I'm not the same. I do not like to lick this person. I like to equal exchange. You let me pay how much can be as long as you can pay out the return on the line. Saying that, Chaobin's eyes scanned from her face, to her waist, to her long legs, nodding his head as he did so. Wu Mengmeng covered Lei, shook her shoulders and pouted. Brother Aben, I'm not that kind of person. Anyway, we're acquaintances. If you want to come and play often in the future, you can charge a little bit of it for me, or bind your card to someone's side. I'm a very good billiard player. Special assistant teacher $3.98 an hour, 10% commission for charging the card. In fact, the earnings are quite substantial, especially when tied to a big brother. Small problem. Chaobin nodded with an indifferent look. The photos and text were sent to you. You just need to send out the circle of friends. Looking at this guy's current state of just not seeing the rabbit, Wu Mengmeng understood that just relying on pampering was useless. Thinking that it is you Lu Tingting who is unkind in the first place. You should not blame me for being unrighteous. Who let you even denigrate me like that? Okay, it's okay for me to send it, but I definitely need to shield the students' parents, co-workers, and family members, or else they'll see it. What's that like? After thinking for a moment, Wu Mengmeng said. Chaobin snorted. So how many of these are left in your circle of friends? Or are you afraid those spares won't lick you after they see it? Where do I have any spare tire? You don't listen to that Lu Tingting's nonsense. Wu Mengmeng stood up all of a sudden in a hurry. Stomped his foot. A rise and fall. Scenes like this seem to only be seen when you're swiping a short video with 0.75x speed on. Chaobin used to like to sneak around and watch a person dance. Female ugly. Often see the comment section said she is what 0.75 times the Holy Communion. Have never understood what they mean. Sent the comments section to ask. This bunch of hangers also gave him to 8A, actress. Gas. Now that I saw this scene, it finally made sense. It doesn't really matter if you have a spare tire or not. It's better if you do. Chaobin patted her soothingly. Wu Mengmeng? What's wrong with me? Suddenly it was this idea. It shouldn't be. Wu Mengmeng shook her head. This Chaobin's personality has changed too much now. Such words he had said straight out, without seeing the slightest concealment. It's true that money is a man's guts. They won't have any scruples when they have money. Just send it. Wu Mengmeng downloaded the photo, clicked on the original image, then copied the paragraph of text just now and clicked send. Seeing this scene, Chaobin applauded at her and then got her another bottle of beer and handed it over. Nice and open. Welcome. Wu Mengmeng shook her cell phone interface and said, Brother Aben, look, I've already done what you said. Finally she held up the QR code above her badge again. The meaning is clear. You can call the manager over right now and either recharge your own card or bind the amount you previously recharged to the top of your card. Chaobin smiled and didn't answer. Naturally, it couldn't be that easy to just do what she said and make it seem like making money was all easy. You can make tens of thousands of dollars by spreading the word and posting a friend? You're literally more expensive than a gold-encrusted one. And he was going to try to find out if the words spoken by the ancestor were true or not? Money is for women to see, not for women to spend. Even if you spend also to spend their own pleasure to do. Lick that is absolutely too ha. And too ha is not on the bed. Wu Mengmeng looked at Chow Bin's expression and also understood. She didn't dare to rush tightly. Although she was helpless in her heart, she could only go along. Just give it a shot. And this circle of friends today is kind of a pitch. A little coaxing afterward to get him to fill himself up a bit shouldn't be too much of a problem. And this time, Lu Ikuan came over with a cigarette in his mouth. Bin. Although it is said that there are many young sisters playing billiards now, but in the end, it is still a bit conservative and not unrestrained enough. Want to go to the bar to play Will? It's just the right time for a turnaround, too, and there happens to be marketing over there that I'm familiar with. Well, that's fine. Chow Bin nodded. Today send this circle of friends to play billiards. On the one hand, because of the sense of ceremony completely bid farewell to the previous life. On the other hand, it is easier to pull these male friends over the wool gathering system. And the most important one is that he wanted to go to the bar, but he has not been there once. Do any of you book reading Daniel Wu's have the same model? So that moment he gave up this option. Anyway, as long as the test to spend money on these friends, to be able to reach the rebate later opportunities are many. When you have money, you can go to a bar and straighten your back. I heard it's quite expensive there. Now Louis Ikuan has proposed, and he's one of the most playful within his own circle of friends, right? That's a deal. I'll give marketing a call and tell him to go and reserve a card seat for us now. We'll go right away. Lu Ikuan laughed. Chow Bin nodded. Success. Go. Chapter 19, Wu Mengmeng who likes to pull and tug. Yaohai District. Sunny Huijing Neighborhood. 7 Building 201. Second bedroom. The room was barely tidy. At this moment, Lu Tingting was happily organizing her loot for the day. In recent times live fishing this big brother, although older a little, out of the hand is not bad. To her total reward close to $100,000 to the hands of 50,000. Buy her some trinkets, skin care products and this bag worth 19,000. But let her 2 days to make every effort to serve the big brother well. It's just a pity, that this big brother is a hit and miss. She had only used 2 or 3 of her 18 moves before the guy surrendered, but it left her a little unfulfilled and uptight every time. At that point in time she would always think of Chow Bin's 50,000 warriors, but soon enough, that imagination was buried by the benefits she had recently received. What about people? Still can't be too poor, even if you're good. So what? But there's always a little bit of good. My 18 martial arts are still guided out by you. Holding this bag sent by her big brother in her hand, Lu Tingting muttered. Then Lu Tingting took out her cell phone to take a picture. Ready to send a circle of friends. Text, love without material things is ultimately scattered sand. Followed by this picture of a LV bag. The main reason she posted the circle of friends was to stimulate Chow Bin's continuous updates in the circle of friends during the day. I hadn't even had a chance to go through my friends after posting it, when all of a sudden I got a message from one of my girlfriends. DFF3, ting 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 ting, Wu Mengmeng and that 50,000 battle power of yours got together and are now together. When she saw this message, Lu Tingting froze for a moment. At first it was not very believable. After all, she still kind of knows what kind of mindset her best friend has. Then quickly replied, who did you hear that from? You look at the circle of friends. It is Wu Mengmeng himself sent. Look at that copy simply. It's said as if it's a reminder to drink and not choke, but it's really just playing the rubric. Lu Tingting already couldn't care about the content of her best friend's trolling over here. She quickly clicked on Wu Mengmeng's WeChat, and then nodded her head to her circle of friends, and sure enough, she saw the content of what her best friend had said. Chow Bin and Wu Mengmeng both wrapped their arms around each other. Their sweet smiles coupled with this stunning text. Adulterers and adulteresses. Yeah, both are single. It doesn't count. That's the dog man and woman. You have to say that Chow Bin well, now very quickly and seamlessly talk about a woman. Lu Tingting are not so angry. She is angry at their own good girlfriend Wu Mengmeng. What's wrong with you? I just broke up with someone on my side, and you're with someone else. No other men? Do you have to be him? And to make such a big deal out of it and post such disgusting copy to your friends. Lu Tingting angry will be in the hands of the LV bags casually thrown to the bed to go, quickly call the past. On the other end of the spectrum, their group had just come out of the stars to the underground garage. A few people in total. 3 cars. Chow Bin, Wu Mengmeng, 66, LV Ikuan a car. Originally, he wanted to take Zhao Yining's car, only to be pulled into the car by Lu Ikuan in advance. It's moving to the next place, a base bar. The car hadn't driven far yet when Wu Mengmeng, who was sitting in the second row, showed the cell phone screen in his hand to Chow Bin. In a somewhat sultry tone, he said, see, now people are calling to scold me for sure. Brother Bin, do you think it's easy for me? To be honest, Wu Mengmeng was actually still a bit annoyed in her heart. The friend circle was sent until now. Chaobin did not say to recharge her card. Was going to get mad. However, just now, while checking out on his way out, he saw that Chaobin had spent a total of 30,000 yuan today, and had subsequently charged another 50,000 for 66th. This is the proper big brother. Tonight is equal to a total of 150,000. Spent 30,000 card inside, there is still 120,000 it has absolute spending power. It's just that big brother isn't willing to recharge his card for himself just yet. Chaobin smiled. Just now, when he was on his way to the front desk to check out, charging a $50,000 card for 66 was meant to irritate Wu Mengmeng. Doesn't this woman like to pretend? Like to hold on to things? Then let's see what women who know what they're doing get. For example, 66, who has been serving well on the side and sticking very close. Just let people get something really affordable. Tonight 66 came into the box and had about $800 in 2 hours, plus $30,000 in recharges, as well as having to take her away to paint her clock for another 10 hours. That means 66 tonight, able to make a couple $1,000. What's the big deal? It's not a good girlfriend. So if you're offended, what's the big deal? Just mute it and let her keep calling. Looking at Chaobin's indifferent face, Wu Mengmeng was a bit discouraged, then put it on silent and let the phone drop aside. During this process, Niu Tingting had been continuously calling over several times, but all the time Wu Mengmeng did not answer. To be honest, this feeling Chaobin still felt quite good. He just wanted to disgust Liu Tingting. Don't talk to me about how a breakup is in the past, when he's dead and all that. Why? She disgusted me. I can't disgust her? The point is, it's not dead yet. Is she really dead? It doesn't matter if it's a shock. Big deal. Big deal. I'll just pop over to his grave. And at this moment, looking at the smile on Chaobin's face, if anything, Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart. As an onlooker, she could be said to be the most aware of how Chaobin had once treated Liu Tingting sweetly and how he had disgusted Liu Tingting. Surely you can't go bullying an honest man, especially pure love warrior, a rich big man, pretending to be mediocre, pretending to be an ordinary person to find true love. In the process, you treat him as a beggar, casually abandoned. That after the price you bear. A thought of this, Wu Mengmeng cannot help but body trembling. No matter what. Anyway, cannot offend Chaobin. Brother Aubin, are you satisfied now? If you are satisfied, you can help me too, okay? Wu Mengmeng said daintily. No problem. Charging a card? It's no big deal. I can charge you 100, 200, 000 anytime. But what's in it for me? Chaobin said with a calm face. What do you mean, what's in it for me? Hearing these words, Wu Mengmeng was directly dumbfounded. For you? I posted a friend's circle with that kind of explicit text, and all but fell out with my best friend. Did I just do everything I said for nothing? Then I just... Chaobin, what just happened to you? Don't I always take you out for a drink now? Don't worry. You can order whatever ball you fancy tonight. Chaobin wore a faint smile. He was not a master of picking up girls, but he knew that Wu Mengmeng this had been racked, just could not lower her so-called noble head. In the past, to pick up a girl, you need to use love. Good use of love to touch her, so that she obediently lie down. But don't want to now. And he didn't want to waste any thought? You want favors? No problem. But you've got to know your stuff. Don't with me. You like to pull, don't you? You can. Keep pulling with you. Chapter 20, You've never smoked a worse cigarette. Chaobin, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, pulled out a box of cigarettes from inside his pocket, with a smile on his face, like getting a little battle one. Lighting a cigarette is like celebrating yourself. The cigarettes were those left in his jacket pocket. Pooh 1. Smoked from $13 to now $17 a pack. Would have liked to throw away, but thought it was his last ugly. So he lit one himself, scattered one to the driver LV Ikuan, then asked again. 66 and Wu Mengmeng. Smoking? Because 66 had just seen her smoking inside the box, and as for Wu Mengmeng, he had seen the woman smoking cigarettes a few times before. It's just that Liu Tingting was at all the previous gatherings, and Chaobin had never given her a loose cigarette. On the one hand, it was to avoid suspicion, and on the other hand, there was indeed something not quite so nice about it. This embarrassment comes mainly from low self-esteem. After all, he smoked cigarettes that were in the teens and these women smoked cigarettes that were often in the tens. Chances are that if you pass your cigarettes, someone else will just throw them away, and then you'll be the one who's embarrassed. 66 very frankly took one to light himself. But Wu Mengmeng froze for a moment, did not expect Chaobin's mood to change so quickly. I am still depressed. Then everyone inside this car, everyone lit up. A few seconds later, ahem, A slight cough came continuously from the back. Xiao Bin couldn't help it, and turned his head to look over, only to see that both No. 66 and Wu Mengmeng were slightly clustering their willow eyebrows, and then dropped their cigarettes. Wu Mengmeng still pouted and said with some complaints, "What kind of cigarette is this? Why is it so choking? How can I smoke this?" Thinking about it carefully, Xiao Bin understood. They women smoked the kind of cigarettes that were fine, or relatively more expensive. It basically doesn't even smell like smoke anymore. On the contrary, there are all sorts of scents in it, even still sweet and fruity, and that one puff smells even better than perfume. So now all of a sudden smoking such normal cigarettes, cheaper cigarettes. It is normal to not be able to stand the smell of such cigarettes. Xiao Bin did not have the slightest embarrassment, but instead took a long drag on the cigarette. A big return, followed by the smoke from the mouth often spit out. A cozy face said, "Actually, the smoke has been very good. It's not even choking. How can it be? I've been smoking for a year or two, right? And I've smoked your men's cigarettes a few times. And even though I say the flavor isn't good and spicy, at the very least it won't be so choking." Wu Mengmeng delicate face, a face of disbelief, spit out. Xiao Bin smiled. "That's because the men who usually give you cigarettes, the cigarettes they give out are all high-grade cigarettes. What cordyceps 95 1916, Tian Yi, Hui Shang that kind of cigarettes is naturally more mild." Hearing this, Wu Mengmeng didn't continue to spit it out, as if those cigarettes she had picked up before were those names, right? This little Puan has actually been considered softer. You haven't seen anything more choking. University just graduated that year. Cannot find a good job. Sad I followed my roommate learn to smoke. We were 6 people living in a private room inside. Single room a month less than 100 yuan. The bed is not enough to sleep. We are all playing the ground. It's not easy to eat and drink in the first place, and it's only natural that smoking should be even more economical. They smoke cigarettes that cost a few dollars a pack at the top. There were yellow red plums for $4 and white red plums for $2.50 a pack. The kind of cigarettes that only the oldest men who were old enough to smoke went for. And the flavor was absolutely adequate. But that's why they choose to buy these cigarettes. It's addictive. Those cigarettes are really fierce. Even those old hands of theirs could stop smoking one for an hour or two. I was just learning then, and I had to be dizzy for half an hour after one puff. Just like this. I rely on these cigarettes also lasted until I found a job. After that there is a salary, income promotion. The cigarette also slowly improved. To $7 of the Big Bright, and then to $13 of the Puan. Who would have thought that this $13 a pack of cigarettes have now risen to $17? Just so many years' wages did not rise much. With that said, Xiao Bin smiled and took another long drag. With this puff, the cigarette was at least 1/3 less also to the butt of the cigarette, and finally he threw the cigarette away. As if making some sort of determination, he threw another half box of cigarettes from his hand out the window. Actually inside this car now, there's something about that sentiment that doesn't quite fit. Er Gou is now driving a Porsche Cayenne. Is already a luxury car? The car inside there are 2 big beauties accompanied by a rich second generation is the driver. This some feeling a little strange. However, from the time he got this system until now, it was still quite a psychological shock for Xiao Bin. He did go from being a social animal at the bottom of the social ladder to being so poor that he was casually dumped by his girlfriend. And even if she cheated on him, he was powerless to refute anything because you really can't give someone the life they want. And in the blink of an eye, he has become a so-called rich man who can buy hundreds of thousands of dollars of clothes and drink hundreds of thousands of dollars of red wine at will. It's not like the system attached to his body is going to be able to go and exchange ideas with other people. He's like that master fan who studied hard for decades in the cold and was successful in the imperial examination all of a sudden. After decades of poverty and hopelessness, he suddenly rose to the heavens and could see all the flowers of Chang'an at any time. If he didn't vent his anger, it would really suffocate him, and it wouldn't be good for him to become a psychopath at that time. Ha ha, this is not my black history. This is a brother's way of coming Then tonight will be a good dashing. Lu Ikuan gave a loud laugh. In fact, tonight Lu Ikuan has been at a loss to describe the feeling. As a rich kid whose family doesn't like you to start your own business, it's enough to just think that you're not going to break the law and be honest about what you're doing. But Louis Ikuan, in fact, he also has the common problem of the second generation of rich people. It's all about dreaming and proving yourself. It's like that supremely confident Guo someone, I'm a secret detective wizard. So he's always looking for opportunities and follows his parents and follows his uncles out to see the world a lot. And he knows how to curb his light. It's that this lustfulness is uncontrollable. And of course he doesn't think it's a fault. After meeting Xiao Bin by chance, he found this peer interesting. So always use a high level of emotion to make friends with him. Help him, but don't interfere with others. And when he saw this circle of friends today, He knew that this little brother had gotten rich, so he had to come over to see if the man had changed. An ordinary person all of a sudden developed. He must have some overachievement. And dealing with such a person, the probability of failing to do something in the future will be a little bit smaller. Not to mention they were friends before. Come to the root of the fine manhwa. Luikuan casually dropped the puan in his hand. Then he opened the emblem with one hand and handed it to Chaobin. No. 66, who was sitting at the back, as well as Wu Mengmeng, looked at Chaobin with some surprise, especially 66. She's been here as an assistant teacher for half a year now, so I can say that she's gotten to know a lot of people. Those who came to play also had some rich big brothers. When they see themselves, they often talk about coming up with $30, $50, $000 to take themselves out and to be her friend for a night. But rich big brother like Chaobin is still something different. He has both those rich big brothers' debauchery lust, very direct, are eager to go straight to the hand, but it also had the kind of politeness of a normal friend around her. And when she smoked, she would ask the person next to her if they smoked. He was not embarrassed to talk about his past experiences after he became well developed, and he said so with a great deal of generosity. Even Wu Mengmeng, who was still quite familiar with him, felt as if she didn't recognize Chaobin in front of her. Instead, Luikuan laughed freely. After a cigarette, the atmosphere inside the car suddenly dropped. Wu Mengmeng, who was sitting behind Chaobin, thought that if she didn't take the initiative a little bit tonight, she might have lost her wife and Bin. Finally poking his head into the seat in front of him, he smiled at Chaobin and said, "That recent song Cyanide is very good. Why don't you connect it to Bluetooth?" With such a close distance, it was not known whether it was the scent that came with Wu Mengmeng's body or the faint fragrance she brought with her after bathing, which instantly rushed towards Chaobin's nostrils, especially under the breeze. The scattered long hair swings with the wind, and from time to time it crosses Chaobin's face. As soon as he turned his head, the delicate and seductive face was just a few centimeters away from Chaobin. In an instant, the dry heat that had just been aroused by 66 inside the box, once again swam within his body. Chaobin, who was as high as 50,000 battle power, hadn't had anything to do with a girl for about 10 days, and this sudden flirtation made him a little less comfortable. It wasn't the right time or place, so he couldn't help but lean toward the right-hand window in an attempt to put a little distance between them. Then it was such a simple little gesture that made Wu Mengmeng's eyes light up. "Humph, I can't believe you don't have feelings for my old lady. I don't believe I can't take you anymore. Let's give you a little taste of sweetness. Be a good boy and be my spare tire when the time comes. You have money. Big deal. You're a little sweeter than the other spares." Just when she was confident, suddenly Chaobin said, "I've heard that inside those bars you order a drink and a pretty girl comes over to drink with you, right? Is there one at the place we're going tonight?" Wu Mengmeng froze for a moment. 66, who was sitting in the back playing with his cell phone, also froze. "What's the matter? Aren't the two of us enough for you? Are you really that strong?" When Wu Mengmeng was about to spit a line at him, Chaobin added, "I've heard that for those escorts, we can kiss and touch them, right?" Wu Mengmeng? She really couldn't wait to bite this guy hard this instant. Is it so hard to catch Big Brother now? In fact, these cannot be blamed on Chaobin. He really has not been to these places. All this information is to rely on in the Jitterbug short video above to see, are looking at other people say, especially those in the comments section. What kind of commentary? Chapter 21, One Step Forward, Another Life. The car was quickly parked. The group of them came to walk to the front door of the Abe's bar. Walking in the forefront were Luikuan and Chaobin. They didn't walk very fast and mainly started to popularize some basic common sense for Chaobin to play inside this bar. As for Zhao Yiming, Ding Guoqing, No. 66, Wu Mengmeng, and the rest of them followed behind. Not in a hurry. Wu Mengmeng had an indescribable feeling in her heart at the moment. It's impossible for you to say that she's in love with Chaobin. Women in their category are very cheap emotionally, but not cheap enough to fall in love after meeting them. What's more, he's the boyfriend of his former best friend. In the past, his impression of Chaobin was that he was tall and handsome. It was rare to see such an eye-catching handsome man in reality, and occasionally she heard inside her girlfriend's group that he had a combat power of up to 50,000, which made her itchy. But, itchy is itchy. If Wu Mengmeng she took the initiative to go backwards, it is not the above reasons. Simply think this guy has money. It's just that women are very strange creatures, and inside most of the time, even if this thing he doesn't necessarily like very much, he absolutely can't be possessed by someone else, unless this thing he can just throw away. If Chaobin was still the same as he was before, just an ordinary wage earner, even if he was more handsome and had a higher combat power, Wu Mengmeng could take it in her hands and couldn't possibly have any thoughts of what she was doing right now. But the problem now was that Chaobin wasn't the same Chaobin as he used to be. He's gone from being a high-fighting hottie to a rich guy. There's no way she's going to just let it go with a rich guy like that hiding around, even if she's her best friend's boyfriend. Just as Wu Meng was having a moment of rambling thoughts, a voice suddenly came over. Mr. Lu, your card seat has been arranged for you. Just in front of him, a woman dressed very sexily greeted up and respectfully said to Lv Ikuan, "Abin, this is Ling Ling. She is the marketing for Abe's bar." Lu Ikuan was obviously very familiar with this woman called Ling Ling. After introducing Chao Bin, he then went on to say to Ling Ling, "Ling Ling is my brother Chao Bin. He came over tonight to accompany him to play. You have to make good arrangements, or else I won't be able to come looking for you in the future." After Ling Ling heard this, she quickly nodded, then couldn't help but look at Chao Bin twice more. Lu Ikuan likes to play with them inside the bar. A lot of people are very familiar with. Every time they come over will spend big thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, counted as one of the very high quality customers. As for this young guy, Chao Bin was definitely a new face. She should not have seen it before, as a woman would have been very meticulous, plus an elite style marketing. The mind is even more keen. Looking at Lv Ikuan so solemn to her introduction, she knew that this handsome man is definitely a so that Lv Ikuan have to be careful to cope with the big brother. Thinking of this, Ling Ling just now there are some because in Lv Ikuan because familiar with the magic of random instantly become respectful up. Smile Yin Yan such as Flowers said, since Lv are accounted for, that tonight will certainly give us Chow total service well. Come inside, the card seat has been opened for you. This cry of Mr. Chow instantly gave Chao Bin a cool feeling of electricity passing through his body. Although it is said that in this day and age, so-and-so chief so-and-so manager is basically one of the most common names, it is indeed very vulgar indeed, and most of them are flattering epithets. But whatever, the feeling sounds very good. Over the years, whether in life or at work, others have addressed him as Xiao Chao Bin Bin When would he let others respectfully address him as Mr. Chow? Ling is about 1.65 m or so tall, on the plump side, and dresses very boldly, in the process of leading from the front. After stepping through that split door in the bar, an instant of loud music to Chao Bin's ears. This deafening sense of heavy metal as if the human eardrums to shock through the heartbeat with the music stirred up the dance floor inside the countless lonely men and women a twisting shouting. The first sensation given to Chao Bin was that feeling of dryness that instantly swept through his body. The colorful lights with the dynamic music seem to have a unique rhythm, and the smell in here is also very different from the outside. This made Chao Bin, who came in for the first time, subconsciously sneeze. The smell was foul, the smell of smoke and alcohol, perfume, burned together, but strangely enough, it was clearly supposed to smell bad, and after just a few seconds Chao Bin felt it wasn't so bad anymore. Those ladies in here are just so much more generous than those outside. You're not going to see long sleeves and long pants in this. An inexplicable feeling of excitement awoke quickly. This is the first time Chao Bin came to such a place, although he has seen such scenes in various short videos before. But that is looking at the screen is relying on the finger to keep flipping, and the feeling of this scene in person is completely different. This kind of bar was able to give him such a great sense of excitement. It was hard to imagine what the pleasures of those rich people were like. In that instant Strawberry's mind popped up again. Whether it was before or after the descent of the system, Chao Bin's perception of himself was still very accurate. He was just an ordinary handsome guy with a combat power of up to 50,000. He never thought of relying on this thing to become a human being all of a sudden to become the so-called world's richest man Musk or something like that. He only thought of realizing the things he had imagined in his previous dreams one by one. Life used to be inside a pile of, and he was surrounded by piss, cesspools and the like, and couldn't see the colorful side of things. But not now. These lives were mere appetizers for him. Mr. Lu, do you think this card seat is okay? If you don't like it, we'll change the other seats for you. Ling Ling bent down to point at the card seat next to her and bowed to ask. Very white. Chao Bin looked at the side of the card seat above a number of people drinking wine. There are also people follow the next female companion to play games. It's so much more fun in here than a pool room. No wonder those rich people like to come here for a drink at night. Chapter 22. What kind of women do men really like? Ling Ling, didn't I just tell you? Tonight I am accompanying my brother to come over to play. The specifics you ask him can. He said here can. Then we will play here. If he wants to say no we will change the location. After hearing such words from Mr. Lu, Ling Ling was once again certain. Tonight this handsome man even Lu need to coax the general manager to do. Then more enthusiastic. Immediately turned his head to look at the side of the left and right. Chao Bin, Chao general manager, you see that this position is feasible. If you are not satisfied with the words and I said directly, I will immediately give you to change to your favorite position. Just here. There was something about the location or something like that Chao Bin didn't know yet. So he said indifferently, Chao Bin came out to play tonight mainly to brush up on his money. and secondly to see the place he had fantasized about coming to countless times before. There's no man who doesn't want to come inside a bar and hang out. Except for those who just have a stiff upper lip. It is an invisible rule of the bar that the positions brought over by the marketing of this bar are among the more forward of the screenshots and among the highest spending ones. Some high-quality big customers. This marketing will be concentrated to bring to this position. In this area waiters will also be more enthusiastic, and those atmosphere group of little girls will also be concentrated in this area. Once the big brothers here need any service, are able to get a rapid response, of course, the consumption must be a little bit higher. At least this card seat starting consumption are more than 5 figures. This is nothing for Lu Ikuan. He used to come as long as he opened his own card seat. The start is also this position. If it is a friend opened, he will be polite to add a few $1,000s of wine himself. I still have stocked bars here. Bring me all of them, Lu Ikuan said as he lit an emblem. The efficiency of the service inside this bar was very fast. They had only sat down on top of the card table for a short while, and the successive drinks had already been served. The drink looks Chow Bin could tell at best that one of them was beer, a Budweiser. The others are beautifully shaped, dark brown in color, and are supposed to be a type of foreign wine. At this time, Wu Mengmeng very sweetly sat next to her, put 2 or 3 ice cubes inside the transparent glass, turned her head to Chow Ping and asked, "Is it a beer or a foreigner? Let's start with some beer." Chow Bin sniffed and nodded. Chow Bin has not drunk foreign wine, only heard that this thing is more powerful. This night has just begun. At least the money has not yet swiped. Cannot just get drunk first. Good. Wu Mengmeng poured a glass of red wine and brought it over, handing it to Chow Bin. There was one thing to be said for the woman. She did have capital, and her hands were beautifully slender and snow white, especially the original light-colored manicure in this bar under the colorful lights, vaguely translucent light fluorescence, an instant so that Chow Bin fascinated a few points. What's wrong? Is it good? Wu Mengmeng smiled cheekily. Not bad. Cough. Accidentally stared a little too long. Peeping was discovered. Even Chow Bin, at this moment there is some embarrassment, laughed twice. Wu Mengmeng smiled cheekily, and the light inside her eyes increased. Over the years she was more and more right about the delicate care she had always taken. Relying on her looks alone, Wu Mengmeng was around 80 points, which was classified as a beautiful woman. Plus she could add another 5 points for her figure. Adding on to that can only be done by other means than relying on plastic surgery hospitals. So Wu Mengmeng his usual income, as well as those licking dogs sent 520/1314 and so on, she did not take to consumption, did not go to spend. All are used to do all kinds of beauty maintenance. In addition to every 2 or 3 days to go to the beauty salon, do some basic skin care maintenance, the usual mask, a variety of water milk, hand film, chest film, foot film. Anyway, as long as it is a woman's body need to spend money to do maintenance of the place. She all 360 degrees of no dead angle. So at times Wu Mengmeng after bath lying on the bed dry clean in the quilt, occasionally in the touch on their own body the delicate smooth skin, her heart since there are some small jealousy. She is jealous. In the future I do not know which man will be so lucky, can be so to play with their own. Then why don't you take the glass? You don't want someone to feed you, do you? Listening to the woman's deliberately teasing words, Chow Bin let out a loud laugh. What was in this woman's mind now? He naturally understood. If it were before, he might have had some hesitation. After getting his hands on such a woman, sooner or later she would put a few hats on herself. But not anymore. Do not presume on the so-called right of ownership. It is enough to be able to have the right of use for a short period of time. And the main thing is that he has to practice the 9-word policy of a certain big brother. No initiative, no refusal, no responsibility. This big brother and Wu Mengmeng still have the same last name, Karma. However, in dealing with women like Wu Mengmeng before, accompany her to play with her to fool around can. Spend money well, you have to really come up with practical things only. So Chow Bin at the moment eyes straight staring at Wu Mengmeng, said with a smile, if you'd like to feed me, that's not out of the question. And I've never been fed by a beautiful woman before. You see you think is quite beautiful. The first time to come out so drink. You want me to feed you drink. Then after familiar with how, do you still let me feed you crab? Wu Mengmeng words, that is simply a handful. Although she graduated from college only 2 years ago, she has officially gone from being a clueless little girl to a master fish farmer. He was very clear about what the fish wanted to eat. The ones that look innocent and cute. The one with the belly of a poet. A good wife and mother homebody. It's all wrong, actually. None of this is what men like. Men only like one kind. That's what's on their minds. Didn't the doctor used to sing? What you can't get Iselways moving. Chow Bin was also the first time he had sparred with someone like Wu Mengmeng, and froze for a moment, but quickly reacted. and graciously took the wine glass from her hand. It's definitely a very good teacher. Yeah. Chao Bin was not so eager to put her to sleep quickly at the moment. He now has money. This is a basic life security dashing foundation. But want to really enjoy? Want to really go to play? The want to really go to wave? He still have to keep on in the promotion of their own. Now at best counting bronze. There's quite a few more segments up there. Gotta get gas. Chapter 23 Big Brother's Treatment. If you want to get ahead, then spend money first. Chao Bin then stretched out his hand and waved towards the female marketing next to him. Ray instantly laughed at the sight and her bending over dropped a few more points. The sling, not much thicker than a hairline. Looking like it might be too much to bear. Even Chao Bin wanted to warn, you can take it easy. Sister, just give me one of this set menu. Chao Bin didn't know how to order either. Pointing to the first set meal on the drink list, he said, okay, 68,000 package? Ling Ling's heart rejoiced. Sure enough these guesses were right. This appetizer set was good enough. Mr. Chow, why don't I add you on WeChat? How do you need to play later? Just squeak on WeChat. On the side, Lu Aikuan came over and whispered in his ear, these marketing hands are full of goods. Might as well add up. Subsequently, under his explanation, Chao Bin realized that although they don't provide drinking girls in here, they have a lot of goods in hand. Once there is a big brother over to play in the bar, they can always arrange a lot of young and beautiful little girls, especially a lot of those female dudes who like to hang out at the bar but can't afford it. There were also some thrill seekers, and as soon as a message was sent from their side, the news would spread quickly. So this Chao Bin was somewhat shocked. It seems that these rich big brothers will play. Fortunately there is a friend like Lu Aikuan around. Otherwise he knows how to know the bends and turns of the road. Meanwhile the virtual panel in front of you. Spend money for ordinary friends. 10 times rebate. Get 680,000 yuan. Hi. That's the right pace. Chao Bin stood up all of a sudden, no longer having the constraints of having just entered this bar, and said to everyone with a smile, this glass of wine is to everyone. To do my best to help you in the past, and to do my best to myself, and to never have to go back to being a dog ever again. Let's all have fun and drink openly tonight. There was a gurgle after that. The glass of beer in his hand was finished quickly and his mood was much higher. The excitement of the rebate, the excitement of alcohol, the excitement of this nightclub's flamboyance, the excitement of the various halter-topped ladies next to him, and the excitement of No. 66 and Wu Mengmeng made Chao Bin's mood for no longer being a dog explode. He just vibed to it, but the other two who were beside him, but their eyes lit up. Lu Aikuan was certain that this one little brother of his had completely turned over. Heartily happy for him, raised the cup in his hand and shouted, Bing, piss off. And Wu Mengmeng, a pair of good-looking peach blossom eyes, the heart for Chao Bin this rich speculation is also completely sure, is also holding up the hands of the cup shouted, dry. Sisters, this time we can say that we will be complete enemies from now on. You're blind to spare this one big brother. And a big thank you. The atmosphere is easily contagious. Zhao Yiming, Ding Guoqing, Zhang Zhengyuan. At this time there is no usual life troubles. Cuckoo, a burst of drinking. With this burst of infected atmosphere, those drinks before Lu Aikuan quickly ended. Just now that's 68,000 is also a normal foreign wine package. Foreign wine, this thing once blended with some iced tea. Ice. These people casually drink. Instantly disappeared half. Up again. Chao Bin sent a message to Ling Ling on top of WeChat. Okay Ling came over to scan the code, bending lower this time. Chao Bin still couldn't help but slap his hand down hard in passing. Oops, Ling Ling let out a pout, and even took the initiative to come even closer, kissing Chao Bin on the cheek and swaying left and right to make arrangements. Today it's come to life. It's come to real Big Brother. It's all been spent over 130,000 in a little while. Well, that's going to take a lot of organizing tonight. Quickly inside their internal WeChat group we'll point out a few people's names. Tonight this table is a real Big Brother. All give me a little attention. Don't treat the men in your family like that, and still hold a frame. If you dare to annoy my big brother, don't blame me for not being merciful. Then send over the number of this card holder, especially focusing on labeling Chao Bin's approximation, mainly to let this group of girls know who is the big brother. It is true that, as Lu Aikuan said, they have a lot of girls on hand in these marketing. Just in case, they were also given a good explanation. Sister Ling Ling is the best. Having a big brother so soon. Thank you, Sister Ling Ling. I promise I won't disgrace you. Hey, I'm right at the front door. I knew Sister Ling Ling would have a big order today. Each one of these girls inside the group was excited. It didn't take long for one by one scantily clad young ladies to make their way over to their deck, and a girl with a ponytail, wearing a white t-shirt and small denim shorts, sat next to Chao Bin. Originally, next to Chao Bin was Wu Mengmeng on his left, and 66 on his right. Plus her, he was equal to 1v3. Just at this time, Ling Ling sent him a WeChat. Brother, how about this girl? You can pick the youngest one for you who is only 19 years old this year and just came out not long ago. You still need Mr. Chow to guide you well. If you don't like it, I'll change the mature one for you. Hi. Worthy of being a dry marketing. This vision is poisonous. A glance to know what type Chaobin likes, or think what type is suitable for him. Of course, tender anyone like. First choose this always cannot be wrong. Followed by WeChat and then ask. Even if wrong and then give him to change the mature and sexy. Even if her grandma goes to the market, she knows to pick the young ones. What does she need when the water is shut off? It was just that the current Chaobin was not the Chaobin from before. The new SU7 looks good. And the A8, well, it's not bad. With all of this on board, it's a much wavier atmosphere than it was just a moment ago. Especially when Chaobin ordered the 68,000 set for the third time. Everyone let loose. Zhao Yiming, Ding Guoqing, and Zhang Zhengyuan were all a bit shocked at how much money Chaobin was spending at the moment. But under the heckling of these girls, it became less of a reaction. In particular, Zhao Yiming, who dined with him in the beginning, looked at a few girls next to him who couldn't come together, and sent him a WeChat. Brother, despite drinking, no need to keep the amount. I'll give you a safe and responsible send back to the hotel in the evening. Success! Chaobin quickly replied. You don't have to restrain yourself, just drink as much as you want, as long as you can get back to the hotel. Zhao Yiming came from a business background, and after so much time crawling around, he knows too well how to seize the moment. But that was a good thing, and Chaobin felt that he needed people like that around him, and would have been close friends. Chaobin on Zhao Yiming's drinking capacity is also very understanding. This guy in a lot of business is relying on wine to drink out. There is a lot of peace of mind for Chaobin to have his pocket. He doesn't want to be on the news tomorrow. Shocked. Last night in front of the Abe's bar in Hopetsa City, XX young people drank too much even. It didn't take long for brother Lu Bo to come over. Seeing that the table is now densely packed with wine, couldn't help but sputter. The son of a has been spending money again. Seeing so many people on the scene, and there were classmates, he didn't say anything. Plus this brother of his, now it's sort of a revenge wave after a breakup, and it's understandable. But Chaobin saw Lu Bo over the instant spirit of awe. He did not go crazy in front of the point of wine. Is because that 10 times the rebate has been unable to satisfy him? He is waiting for this 100 times the rebate of the mainit. Lu Bo is the main event of the evening. Chapter 20 for the Supreme Set. Lu Bo as Chaobin righteous son bit the only one friend. Rebate up to 100 times. He was obliged to come over tonight, and the swipe was still largely dependent on him. It's been a day of spending a bunch of money out there in Cuckoo, buying him a cell phone, and the rebates are in the millions. Instantly flattened the books. There's still a big profit to be made. As for the meal and the drinks ordered in front of him, as well as those rebates for playing in the billiard room and the starry sky, Chaobin was now just treating them as appetizers. Just as Chaobin opened his cell phone and prepared to call Ling Ling over, a whole bunch of waiters came down the employee aisles on either side, and they had glowing boxes in their hands. There was also a bottle of foreign wine inside each box, and that's when the DJ station at the top changed from the slow rock of a moment ago to a rousing DJ. At a glance, there were at least 20 to 30 waiters. The overhead organs were opened, instantly dispersing endless pieces of colorful paper, and the carbon dioxide jets on the ground were emitting fairy gas, which was an extremely spectacular scene. And these waiters didn't immediately walk to the top of the card table where the wine was ordered, but circled around the card table, and then circled around the huge stage before delivering the wine to the card table in the middle. The waiters did not immediately go to the top of the card table where the wine was ordered, but circled around the card table and then around the huge stage before delivering the wine to the card table in the center. Now basically all the attention of the people who were drinking here was attracted by this battle. The DJ stage in the middle of this. The jets once again erupted with fairy gas, and the DJ beauty in the middle of it held the microphone towards the sky and shouted, "Thank you to my Mr. Zhao for taking the Supreme Divine Dragon set worth 888, and I wish my Mr. Zhao, as well as the brothers who came over to play with him, a wonderful night at the Abe's bar tonight." Scream. The colorful paper scattered above the roof became more dense, and along with the woman jumping around, the atmosphere became even more enthusiastic. And in addition to the atmosphere team ladies who originally had to set the mood, the guests at the scene also screamed at once in the middle of the atmosphere, and raised their glasses in their hands. In an instant the atmosphere of this bar was instantly different, and the drinks were consumed in clunking swaths. Chaobin, who was originally prepared to type on top of WeChat, froze at this moment. This scene was the first he had ever seen, and it was far more shocking than he had ever seen in the middle of a short video. In the past, He often saw this similar scene of pretending to be famous inside some urban immortal cultivation novels, all of which were divine hero novels. As if every big brother who went here to spend money would order 1 or 2 sets of this so-called Supreme Divine Dragon sets, pretending to be a pussy. It's just that in the last 2 years there have been a lot fewer of these similar fictional plots, as if people are already very tired of ordering this Ace of Spades package inside the bar, and even some readers will curse him at the bottom, resulting in less and less writing now. But now in some bars, looking around at all the people's reaction to the state, Chow Bin is a bit puzzled. This will make people bored? Will it be outdated? Will it be old-fashioned? After a few seconds of thought, he quickly vetoed it. How can it be old-fashioned and outdated? Things like pretending are not unique to this day and age. They were around in ancient times, and that's thousands of years ago. So no matter how many years have passed, as long as there are bars, as long as there are nightclubs like this, similar to the Shunlong set, similar to the Blackhead A, such a package is surely available. And surely there will be people who will come to order this package to pretend. The prerequisite for pretending must be that you can accomplish at will what others struggle to achieve. And that's what makes it cool. And at this moment Chow Bin, who had never pretended to be a pussy before, was a bit tickled and thought in his heart that he should come and pretend to be a pussy as well. People are like this. Once you have this desire in your heart, it's like opening that magic box. Even if you suppress it again, it doesn't help. It will only bounce back even more. All human beings have the desire to pretend. All have the desire to be saintly in front of others, which is also a relatively low level of human emotions. Relatively shallow first. It was as if Chow Bin had the same thought at the moment after seeing others manifesting scenes of sainthood in front of people in full view of the public. Difficult to contain. His previous so many years he has never been successful in pretending to be a bully. Mainly because of poverty since childhood. From childhood to large has been developed the concept of consumption of life so that he will not easily go to pretend to be a bully. Control their own desires. Control their own consumption. Can save on the province? Can save a little bit of saving, a little bit of saving. Of course, the main thing is to be poor, right? That was different now. Looking at the system panel in front of him, he now had an 8-digit deposit balance, close to 30 million. Tears wet the lid and vow to make $30 million. Done. He's a grandpa's, old man's got $30 million in savings now. It's a deposit. Can't you act like a pussy? Wu Mengmeng was also excited by this atmosphere at the scene. And just at this time, he suddenly realized that Chow Bin beside him stood up with a brush. 66 as well as the big image of the innocent female just now, were also a bit surprised. Ah Bin, what are you doing? I'm going to give vent to the desires of my heart right now. Wu Mengmeng? 66, is this going to take me to the restroom? Pure female big, this big brother so raw? This has a reaction? But I did not bring a small umbrella. How to do? For a moment, questions bubbled up in each of these 3 women's minds. I know you want to, but don't for a while. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Without paying any attention to the 3 of them women, Chow Bin directly waved his hand at Ling Ling who happened to be walking this way. Mr. Chow. Ling Ling naturally came over in a burst of jogging. The white, sweet grapefruit was still covered with the ribbons and paper that had just flown around. But Chow Bin had absolutely no heart to appreciate this now. Straight away, he said, point, this, needs, how does it work? Ling didn't get it. You've already ordered twice. Why don't you know how to order a drink? I mean like this around a circle. A scene like this. The venue was rowdy. The music was loud. And Chow Bin's voice wasn't too loud. But that one sentence was a shocking thunderbolt inside Ling Ling's ears. Big brother is about to turn up the heat. Quickly handing out the tablet in his hand, he said, Chow is always like this. That one is also a set meal wine. The Zhao have just now ordered one of the Supreme Divine Dragon sets. That's one of the 2 main sets of our Supreme. That's why there's such a scene. Sure enough, it was similar to those novels he used to read. Chow Bin nodded. Do I have to order this Supreme package to get it? Ling Ling started to nod, but quickly shook her head again and said, it's not necessarily necessary to order this package. Such a scene is just to meet a certain amount of consumption on it. Just like you've already ordered 2 packages of more than 130,000 before, if you order another package. In fact, you can also have this kind of ceremony, except that the wine that was sent up at that time was somewhat less. And if you've just started to order 3A packages at once, it would also be like such a ceremony. Not necessarily to order the Supreme package. Order 3A packages at once. It would also be like a ceremony like this. Not necessarily ordering the Supreme package. Oh, I see. I'll take a look. Chow Bin then lowered his head to look at the tablet in his hand. Lu Bo, who had been sitting next to him and hadn't said anything, came over. Isn't there still wine? You don't want to go to the head. As soon as his own brother pouted, he probably guessed what he was trying to do. Mud. It's time to spend with a vengeance again, isn't it? What's so vindictive about this spending? 188,000 is enough for me to go to the stars for a year with all the assistants in there that I could sleep with. It's all about value for money when you're out surfing, right? Zhao Yiming said. Right, Brother Bing. We're almost done drinking. Don't you want to order any more wine? Both of them wanted to save Chaobin a little bit, while Zhang Zhangyuan Dingguoqing and the two of them just didn't say anything and just watched from the side. LV Icon is the bar's regulars. The means of picking up girls has long been out of the gods. Early on, wrapped around a white, beautiful, long-legged girl in the card seat above to busy themselves, after seeing this side of the commotion, just a glance, and then continue to work on their own. Like Wu Meng Meng, 66, and Female Day, the three of them just had some doubts and didn't dare to open their mouths and say anything. This time Chaobin didn't bother answering Lu Bo's words to them, but continued to look at the tablet in his hand as he turned over page after page. There are a lot of categories of drinks here. Beer and wine, cocktails. The cheapest was a $50 bottle of 300 plus ml beer, and the most expensive was a 5-figure bottle of foreign wine. There are also just marketing said various packages. Beer package original price of 900 yuan 3 dozen beers. Discounted 700. The back is also written to send some snacks and so on. After flipping through several pages, I finally turned to the Supreme set. Originally also ready to carefully go to look at this in the end how to write. Pointing to the music is getting noisy. The lights again to restore. Just now that spotlight is sliding around the state. Shaking the eyes extremely uncomfortable. And he is on the liquor this thing is really do not understand at all. The original look is to look at the price. The heart of the matter on the line. With being worth 8 figures now, the stuff in here could be spent casually. So he re-handed this tablet to Ling Ling. Mr. Chow, see what kind of wine you need. I'll place an order for you right away. Ling Ling now had a feeling in her heart that this big brother in front of her was likely to place a supreme package for herself this time. She had worked inside this bar for 3 years and had opened the supreme package, but the total number of times was no more than 5. At first glance is very little. In fact, the number has been quite a lot. Many people in it for a year or two have not opened the supreme set. Especially in the last year or two, business is difficult to do. Licking the dog capital collapse. A lot of men are very sensible. Big orders are getting harder and harder to open. And once you get this feeling that you're going to have a big bill, your heart rate goes up a few notches. Ling Ling couldn't help but lick those delicate red lips. Only, the handsome man in front of her shook his head. What's wrong, Mr. Chow? Is there no wine you like? What kind of wine would you like to drink? I'll show you if the wine cabinet has any. Ling Ling thought that Chaobin had a unique hobby and that there were wines in here that he didn't like. And came here currently has been more than half an hour. Not much to see this handsome man drink. Our shallow sip. Don't like to drink. So whichever is fine. Chaobin said in a calm tone. Do the math for me on this book. How much does it cost to have one of each? Ha? Ling Ling thought she had heard wrong. But looking at the other man's eyes calmly, he was sure he had heard correctly. Lu Bo and Zhao Yiming, who were standing next to each other, reached out their hands to try to stop it. Especially Lu Bo, who directly yanked that tablet of Ling Ling's over with one hand. Chapter 25, Pretentious Mr. Chow, Busy Mr. Lu. But Chaobin took back the tablet and handed it to Ling Ling again. And he turned his head to Lu Bo and said, Brother, don't be anxious. I have something in mind. Go ahead and trash it. Let's see what you do when you're done. Lu Bo sighed, thinking of a total of 3 million, but also good to give himself more than 2. 4 million, he has at most 4 or 500,000 left in his hand. He spent it, casually spend. Spend it will also stop, and in the future, he will work harder, earn more. However, give him up to $10,000 once a month or it's not going to be easy to raise this big spender. As soon as possible while putting together a little down payment. Get this kid's house up so he has a monthly mortgage. And get him a car so he has a monthly car payment. Let's see if you still dare to make waves. In this moment of time, Chaobin did not even know that his good brother Lu Bo's heart had already come up with all these ideas. Hello Mr. Chow. It's already listed out for you. This is a total of 567,321 yuan. To the best of my ability I'm able to help you erase the change and round up a total of 550,000. Is that okay with you? By this time Ling Ling had already calculated the total amount. Now their menus are much more advanced than before. They are all flat. You have to select all the items and automatically sum up the total price. You don't need to use a calculator to add up one by one. Lu Bo thought to himself, only that hundreds of thousands of dollars. This night wave finished. Zhao Yiming, who orders wine and a book. Wu Meng Meng, 55. 10,000? LV Ikuan, so a whole book is 560. With my consumption level should be able to play more discounts. That almost a whole book on 500. 000. Line ah brother. The reason for this is the fact that it is not a good idea. And let me later more a way to pretend. But it depends on the situation this is too hurt. The rest of the crowd. Xiao Bin wouldn't care what was going on in the minds of these people of theirs at the moment. This price makes him very satisfied. Of course he cannot say that he does not need to discount her so on. Opened his mouth and said, okay, just give me a copy at that price. But I have one request. Ling Ling had some control over her tone at the moment. Her right hand was placed next to her long thighs and pinched them hard before she hurriedly said, Mr. Chow, you said, a $550. 000 billion. This was her year's worth of total sales. And it was done in one night. Not to mention that he had a request right now. Even if he had to get on his knees right now and go oh, that would be fine. Of course, this place definitely won't work. You'll have to go to the restroom or a box. It's nothing too troublesome. Tonight is my first time in a bar and the start of my new life. I want to thank someone. Xiao Bin slowly said. These drinks were ordered for my brother Lu Bo. I wish to give enough ceremony. On this point, can you do it here? Ling Ling followed this man in the direction Xiao Bin was pointing. Plain t-shirt, plain big pants, plain slippers. But just based on the fact that he had just snatched the tablet directly from his own hand and directly opened his mouth to stop his big brother, he knew that the two of them had an extraordinary relationship. It's just that so many drinks were ordered for him, and for $550,000? Brother, you're not going to come out of the closet tonight, are you? Well, that's a bit of a shame. She quickly reacted and immediately nodded her head. That can definitely be done. Don't worry, Mr. Chow. I'll definitely arrange it properly for you. Xiao Bin nodded. Then directly WeChat swept the code to pay. Spend money for good brother Lu Bo. 100 times rebate. Get 55 million. 55 million. Cool really have a kind of 3 years do not open a single. Open a single eat 3 years of feeling. Before those rebates and this compared to, that is simply a drizzle. Lu Bo froze for a moment when he heard their conversation next to him. He knew Xiao Bin's orientation. Like beautiful women certainly cannot like men. The eye is to put on a show for himself. The heart is warm. Son of a dog. Didn't waste himself taking care of him for so many years. In the same city. Used to be a dormitory. The relationship would have been good now better. Their own dog son people are very smart. Good looking and handsome. Good stripes. But love brain all TMD are spent on the woman belly. Fortunately, they are open restaurants. Never poorly he ate. Not enough to pay for their living expenses. They take a $3,000 or $5,000 a month is not a problem. Lu Bo is not suspected. But next to the Dingwa Qing Zhao Yiming. But there are some doubts the two of them in the school relationship is good. And now good to this extent is more a little outrageous Every man thinks he likes women until he meets the man he loves. Looking at Lu Bo now peacefully accepting Xiao Bin ordering $500,000 of drinks. It wouldn't be possible that both of them had discovered that they had fallen deeply in love with each other, right? Ding couldn't help but shiver. Zhao Yiming, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows slightly. A few minutes later, the manic music stopped. The colorful spotlights went black instantly. This one left the young men and women in the room who had come out to make waves in a daze. But luckily, darkness seemed to be what they preferred. And the group didn't lose their minds over it. Just shouted a few words in displeasure. It can't be a blackout, can it? What age is it when something so outrageous still happens? What's the situation? Did you trip a switch? But only for a few seconds. A drumbeat came. Stormy and tight. It directly calms everyone. A bright light then appeared in the southeast of this darkened venue. And the next moment the lighted procession of the dozens of attendants from before slowly walked out of that passageway opening. By this time everyone understands. And it's only been 10 minutes since I ordered that Supreme Dragon set. It must be another big brother ordering the Shinran set. It should have been a bit more expensive for this Divine Dragon set. And this scene was clearly more powerful than just now. As this lighting procession moved forward, one by one, the lights gradually lit up. But now it only lit up the very center of the stage. In the next second all the ground spotlights around this area lit up and a jet of immortal energy came out. Countless pieces of paper, printed like paper money, flew down from the sky. And in the very center above the DJ booth, Ling Ling was standing there, once under the spotlight. This also revealed that Ling Ling was far hotter than when she was watching from below. The white is glowing. At the same time, all the displays inside this bar immediately projected the image of Xiao Bin and their card seat. And those who had come to the bar at this moment understood. And those who were sitting on top of the card table. Wu Meng Meng. No. 66. The female big in them. Their petite bodies began to tremble with excitement. The only one who had some upset was Louis Ikuan. Because whether the light is on or not, it doesn't bother him to drink crabapple. This girl has good capital. Much better than my own girlfriend, who's been home lately and hasn't had anything good to eat, and doesn't want to waste any time tonight, being busy. Grandpa. Lu Ikuan spat, looking at the big screen above himself buried in busy work. It. Say not embarrassed is impossible. Thank you to Mr. Chow from Cardinal 4 for throwing down 888 renminbi for his good buddy Lu Bo to open a brand new package for us at a Bay's Bar family portrait. I wish my Mr. Chow all the best for the future and a bride night after night. Chow Ben obviously only spent $550,000, but now all the screens above show that he spent $888 on the package. It's the bar that gives enough scene, and all the atmosphere group ladies have now surrounded to this perimeter. One strong song and dance, countless balloons, paper flying around. The cheers drove the house. People are herd animals, and peripheral agitation naturally causes agitation in the people next to them. Not to mention the fact that everyone who comes here has been drinking. With the addition of beautiful women and handsome men, the whole place got even hotter all of a sudden. Thanks to me, Mr. Chow, for opening the new package, and Mr. Chow is also giving all the customers in the room a beer package worth 700. That is, 3 dozen Budweiser beers, which will be paid for by Mr. Chow. Originally, these people present still just thought that tonight at the bar to see a big brother ordered a new package, to see the scene of other people throw money, did not think that they still have benefits, instantly accompanied by Ling Ling's passionate shouting voice screaming, just a few roars and you get 3 dozen beers. Cootie. I'd love to. This package is 700 yuan 3 dozen beer. This is the bar attraction with the cheapest one package, but there is a limit of only 10 copies every night. Yourself you then point then you need to follow the original price. 3 dozen beer plus some snacks. To be more than 1,000 yuan it. Let's get high tonight. Cheers. The other two beautiful female DJs above the DJ then hissed loudly. Chow Bin, who had already sat down and started to enjoy the success of this pretense, froze slightly when he heard Ling Ling's words afterward, but as an old bird in Gintama's planning department, he understands all too well what's involved. Obes Bar is the first nightclub in Hopetown, also in the center of the city location, due to the early years is the first to build. In fact, the venue and after the bar compared to a lot smaller, just because of the existence of a long time, the popularity to be a little bit bigger. The economic climate has been bad for a few years now, and business has all but gone downhill. Occasionally, there is a big brother over here to open the new package, naturally, to give full face, and tonight each table to send 3 dozen beer, through the sky 100 copies, a total of just 300 dozen, 1800 bottles. It's not worth a lot of money, and you win a word of mouth and an atmosphere, and the bar buys these small bottles of beer, 1800 bottles of which are estimated to be really worth nothing. I used to swipe on top of short videos and heard that the price of entry for these small bottles of beer is extremely low. Chapter 26 Lu Tingting you deserve it. Spending a small amount of money and giving this new big brother enough of a scene. Whether it was Ling Ling herself who did this, or the bar executives who arranged it, it was enough to show that this bar had been able to survive until now, and that there was indeed a good marketing person in it. At the same time, this wine delivery team as well as the ladies from the Atmosphere Group took the lead towards Chow Bin and their card seat, bending down and bowing and shouting loudly, "Thank you, Mr. Chow, and thank you, Mr. Lu, thank you, Mr. Chow, and thank you, Mr. Lu." As they started, the sound quickly spread to every part of the inside of the bar. Many of the social cowboys raised their glasses in their hands and shouted loudly after them. Even those who don't yell will raise their glasses in a gesture. At this time, Chow Bin also realized that Wu Mengming's body was trembling because of the excitement of this scene, while he leaned back towards the back of the sofa with a bland expression. But in the process of leaning back, Chow Bin's back had been held up in. There was some excitement. There's some excitement. There is something overwhelming. His current bashfulness, his current calmness, was nothing more than this shock being so great that he forced himself to calm down. This feels like a young, strong, fiery 18-year-old with the most intense firepower who has had a big night and watched some scrubby little video. All of a sudden, power came in with 18 martial arts. Don't be stubborn, why it's power. Anyway, the sand sculpture author likes it. Of course if it's Lu Tianxian it's guys without any combat experience. Do you think that's even able to say or do anything? All he could do was stop stiffly, just like Chow Bin now, until his back completely leaned on top of this sofa. Chow Bin that taut nerve slowly eased down, followed by the other guests around. The other guests are ready to toast to him, just as if the power to leave the room. The waves are not shocked. The face of the situation is Buddha. No wonder so many big shots or suddenly rich people would come to this place to spend their money. I even used to read the news about people paying off their online loans and credit cards to come inside a bar and drink. Chow Bin, who used to be frugal, pressed on. You make 2,800 a month. You drink it all in one night. What's the use of being so pretentious? Worked hard for 30 days or so, got yelled at by the dog boss for 30 days or so, only to end up here with a shiver? The previous Chaobin was quite incomprehensible. And after he opened this package at 550,000 tonight, after experiencing this scene, Chaobin slowly understood somewhat. Also understand why there are so many big brothers on the air who keep brushing up on the carnival. Pretend. It's really not a good word to explain the unique pleasure this brings, nor is it comparable to that shiver. This is why there are bars and nightclubs inside big cities. And there are countless young men and women heading this way. Just like in the live room. You brush the carnival here and someone will address you as so-and-so chief and compliment you on your awesomeness. Looking at the table densely packed with wine, spend 550,000 at once. On the side of the Wu Mengmeng is simply about to go crazy. She this crazy, on the one hand, on the other hand, is in the heart to scold her best friend. Former best friend Lu Tingting is simply a. You don't want such a good boyfriend. You want a Mediterranean? And a big ing brother with 50,000 battle power. Another aspect is that you've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars all at once tonight, and it's simply too much to ask you to recharge my card. Seeing Chaobin's face turn to her side, Wu Mengmeng immediately hugged Chaobin's arm and buried him tightly between the sweet grapefruits, then raised her head and pouted with an aggrieved look and said, "Brother Aubin, what's wrong?" Chaobin laughed, but was able to feel the unique on his arm also instantly understood, and casually asked, "What are you packing inside this small bag? There are ID cards and chargers?" Hearing Chaobin's question, Wu Mengmeng froze for a few seconds, understanding what he meant, and then said with a bit of a sultry look in her eyes, "No, I only have a very small bag, just lipstick and some makeup touch-ups." Aha! Chaobin nodded a bit after hearing this, and withdrew his arm, and didn't take it to heart, no longer caring about her, and turned his head to ask about it. Next to the female university, who doesn't have a charger and an ID card these days? Asking is just a metaphor. You're going to say there, you're going to say bring it up. That's what you want and agree with. But then you say you don't have it, so that's a no. If you don't agree, then you don't agree. What's wrong with you? Naturally, he didn't bother with her. "Brother, I only brought my ID card." The youthful female university on the right-hand side obviously also understood what it meant, blushed and said shyly, "Just have an ID card. When the time comes, what you fancy, let Mei Tuan send it over." Chaobin stretched out his right hand and wrapped it around this female big small waist and said with a smile, "Chargers, cosmetic stuff, it's easy, so many 24-hour stores. The United States group order in minutes someone to deliver." "Okay brother." And on the side of the 66, also squeezed over, although did not say anything, in the words are revealed. "Too late to go home, mom and dad will certainly scold her, and her ID card and makeup remover are within." "That's just right, more people are fun." Chaobin raised an eyebrow, "Ha ha," and let out a loud laugh. "Brother Aubin, you're bad," a shy cry on her lips, but her actual action was to stand up directly, bypassing the female university, pushing Wu Mengmeng away and occupying her position. Seeing this scene, Wu Mengmeng's face was quite ugly. At the same time, the cell phone inside her pocket kept vibrating. It was Lu Tingting calling him. No one answered the phone, so they tweeted some pretty vile words above. "She's a bloody loss tonight. How did Chaobin become like this? This is just outrageous and unmanly." Wu Mengmeng was tempted to stand up, pick up a bottle of beer, turn the bottle around, and pour the mouth of the bottle down on Chaobin's head a little bit. It will indeed be a relief. But it was obvious that this was just thinking, and Wu Mengmeng didn't dare to do it at all. The people at this card table are all friends of Chaobin. If they did that, wouldn't they be looking for death? And people are big brothers now, not the lickspittles they once were to their ex-bestie. At the same time she was very upset, now also huffed and puffed away. This night's tossing and turning is not for nothing? Taking all the trouble to rush to the stars, having a chance encounter with Chaobin, sending a friend circle and falling out with his girlfriends, following them to the bar, and ultimately getting nothing. This man who has had his heart broken by a woman is so hard to handle. The previous Chaobin that is very gentle, like a small son, even if not their boyfriends. Lu Tingting's girlfriends see Chaobin will be a little more pleasant mood, after all, so a big handsome man smiling, gentle tone, look also comfortable, look also eye-catching but now it is, all because Lu Tingting, a woman who is greedy and loves the rich and the poor, has hurt the heart of this 50,000 warrior Chaobin. Lu Tingting, why are you so cheap? As soon as she thought of this, Wu Mengming's fire became even bigger. Just as her cell phone was still vibrating, she immediately took out her cell phone and tapped on the camera mode, photographing this surrounding scene, the wine densely placed on the table, And the scene of Chao Bin now wrapping his arms around the two big beauties and giggling. He sent it directly to Lu Tingting. Bitch, don't scream. Look at you. It's all because of you. A devoted man like that before has now become a womanizer. You still have the nerve to pussyfoot around to question me now. In what capacity are you asking me? You're crying inside your home right now. Do you know how much money Chao Bin spent tonight? Just these wines on the table have cost close to $700,000. Lu Tingting, you missed Chao Bin. You will never be able to find a man so handsome, with such a good body, who treats you so well, and is so rich. All the men you'll find in the future will be the kind of men who are ugly in their 40s and 50s, with big bellies and a few seconds. And you deserve it all. What had been a very upsetting mood was instantly sunny after this bout of maneuvering. Wu Mengmeng even had the leisure to pick up a bottle of wine on the table and drink it for herself. Chapter 27. The feeling of being respected. So your name is White. What school are you in? Yes, brother, Ungshi University. Graduated next year. Then I won't be able to call you Mr. Bye in the future. Yeah, Mr. White. What's wrong, brother? Wu Mengmeng watched Chao Bin and that female big two chatting heatedly, all mushy together. Her whole body felt uncomfortable everywhere, but there was nothing she could do about it. This woman wasn't said to be on the level of school flower in their school, but at the very least, the class flower certainly counted. In front of male classmates it was definitely a high goddess, but in is just good kitty. In the process of playing around with No. 66 and Xiaobai, Chao Bin would occasionally take a look at Wu Mengmeng who was beside him. That is, with the residual light of his eyes, he was looking at this woman playing with her cell phone with a frustrated face, and the smile on Chao Bin's face became even more intense. If you don't want to, you don't want to. You think I'm going to lick you? The reason why would want to go and spar with Wu Mengmeng. A large part of the factor was because he was Lu Tingting's good best friend. That aside, which one of these beauties at the card table right now is worse than her? Especially this Xiao Bai, the future teacher Bai, even with these points, would be able to rival Wu Mengmeng. This was just the first time tonight that Chao Bin started being a big brother. If you have money, will you still lack women? Mr. Chao. After that piece of business was finished, Ling Ling came over in a quick burst of jogging. Looking busy and helping to make his scene so rehearsed, Chao Bin also said a very frank thank you to her. For the first time in my life, I'm pretending. The installation was successful. It all depends on the understanding of the woman in front of me. Hearing Chao Bin say thank you, the smile on the woman's face could no longer be suppressed. It looks like he's jumping up and down and hustling around. And Big Brother is satisfied. Looking at her big brother as well as these friends of his, all of them were smiling and laughing, and she was completely relieved. Do sales must have some big brother in hand? As long as these big brothers one by one, good service, so that they need performance, Big Brother easily able to help you complete. Like this close to 700,000 performance tonight, is her total performance of a year, so the completion of the water. She is now free of performance pressure for the second half of the year. Once or twice a year Big Brother just has to give her a visit, better 2 or 3 times. Then she works comfortably. I'm the one who serves you and helps you get things done. That's what I'm supposed to do. Ling Ling admittedly bent over in gratitude. Chao Bin at the moment, if not sitting in the middle of this 66 and Xiaobai too really inconvenient. He would like to probe hand to try. Thank you Mr. Chao tonight. This month is already the second half of the month. My performance is still quite a bit short. If not for your help Mr. Chao, I guess I won't be able to finish my performance this month. I'll be scolded. Chao Bin laughed at this and didn't bother to say anything. At this moment in the side of drinking crabapple drink Happy Lvi Kuan came over, took out the emblem to Chao Bin and Ling Ling, 2 people each handed a, said with a smile, what, do not thank me? Tonight if not I bring my brother over. You still do not know in which corner envious of someone here to open a new package. He. Thank me Mr. Li, thank you. As a million gold oil Ling Ling naturally understand, immediately picked up a beer on the table, while opening the wine and said, 1,000 words are inside the wine. Tonight thanks to the 2 big brothers, I toast you. The very moment she picked up the bottle, Chao Bin reached out his hand to stop her. Ling Ling was a bit puzzled, and at this time Chao Bin pointed at the table densely packed with these wines and said, what's the point of drinking this crappy Budweiser? Call out 2 people to come over and help me open the wine. Except for a bottle of 220,000 candy at the Yunmeng Hot Pot restaurant this afternoon, he hadn't really had any good wine. Look at what colors are here. I don't know exactly what the taste is. You guys just help me try one by one. If it's good, we'll all drink it together. If it's not good then we'll suffer together. When Chao Bin was talking, it was like talking to those friends of his next to him. There wasn't much difference. No honorifics or condescension. But that's all it took to give Ling Ling a special feeling. Some little touches. In the years since she'd been doing the marketing inside the bar, it was as if her had forgotten that people were meant to be treated with respect. She had to drink many glasses of wine in one night, was tapped on the shoulder many times, and had her ass slapped many times. Especially those guests who spent more than 5 figures could not wait to drag her inside the restroom immediately. Whether it was those who came here to spend tens of thousands of dollars a night, or those who only spent $1,000 or so on the minimum consumption, when making her that was not the slightest bit of dignity, especially when she didn't want to be taken advantage of and hated to be treated like a dog straight away. No one would have adapted at first, would not have served with a smile on their face as they do now, all from the beginning feeling humiliated and going back to bawling. But what happened after they had cried? Having to deal with the stress of having to pay rent, having to live on your own, or having a family, gambling dad, sick mom, young studying brother, and unreliable him. Ling Ling had tried before, wanting to be a clean wage earner, but even when Zhuge Liang came to the city of Hetsuki, he had to make a phone call for 3 months before he could be transferred. What's more, she's got so much pressure in her life that she can't help it. At least he doesn't have to sell his body. There's no shame in trying to make money. In this day and age, people just laugh at you for being poor, but definitely not a joke. You're the one laughing along, usually used to losing people and being taken advantage of, suddenly and violently being respected by a big brother like Xiao Bin. Ling Ling instantly became unaccustomed to it. Professional ethics allowed her to quickly return to normal from the flurry of mental activity just now, and said with a loud laugh, "What kind of person do I need to call? I'll do it, Mr. Chow. See which one you want to drink. I'll open it for you. Then what to choose? I must have all of them. Open them every day and pour me a small glass of each one. I want to taste them. I've never had them before." At first Ling Ling didn't react and froze next to her. Lu Bo said, "Your grandfather opened so much for what? We just a few can still drink it all? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products in the world. First open a few bottles. The rest exists here. The next time to come out to play, we casually open a card seat. Also have wine to drink At this time Ling Ling also reacted and also persuaded. "Yes, this wine can't be opened. It will leak after opening, and it will go bad if you don't drink it for a few days. It's not white wine," Chaobin stubbornly said, waste on waste. "I'm hardworking, saving so many years, before not also that kind of forced? Open a packet of melon seeds cannot eat all to use the clamp to clamp. For fear of running gas the second day does not taste good. Drink Sprite have to put it tightly screwed into the refrigerator, and then remind themselves to drink within 2 or 3 days or no gas. Now I'm going to get wasted and see what it's really like. Don't you guys stop me. You can just pretend that I've had too much to drink tonight and want to be a." While saying that, he pointed at the bottles of wine and urged Ling Ling to open them quickly. System to hand. He had been prepared to take revenge. First consume a few days. Now this rebate tens of millions of dollars have arrived. Still care about this little wine This time, except for Lu Bo. What other people think. He did not care at all. In the middle of Ling Ling opening the wine, he handed a cigarette to Lu Bo and then gave a loud laugh. For Xiao Bin's character, Lu Bo surely understands. This rebellious son has decided. What else can be done? Anyway, it's just wine. The money has been spent. These wines to drink or not is not important. And he as a restaurant naturally know that there are a few wines inside the bar. Really can be worth a few dollars It is not a good wine. There is no need to hurt. There is another advantage after the wine is finished. That is, this rebellious son has no hope in the future. Or always think of coming here to open a low consumption and drink some wine. Always come will only increase his consumption. Chapter 28, Yamazaki. White Moonlight. Leave of Absence. Presidential Suite. Lu Ikuan is indifferent. Wine good wine bad he can drink a little. The main thing does not affect him to drink on the line. And Zhao Yiming and Ding Guiqing didn't know how to persuade them. As for Wu Meng Meng, she was completely silent. Ling Ling looked at Xiao Bin, getting more and more confused. Having been in sales for so long, I actually have a pretty good grasp of human nature. For example, those suddenly broke out of the rich big brothers, to hear are like to be serious, hate the suit welded to their own body, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pretending to be a gentleman, pretending to have a temperament, but he swept around the eyes. At any time want to stretch out salty piggy hands, simply let a person. But what about Xiao Bin now, who clearly exudes a clean and sunny demeanor yet has to clamor that he wants to be a thug? Strangely enough, it was the fact that he shouted so openly that instead of making these women present not resentful, no matter if it was Ling Ling, no, 66, Wu Meng Meng or the few little sisters who called over, all of them instead had a few more good feelings. In fact, women's thoughts are very strange and weird, just like what Louis Ikuan used to tell him all the time. We all know that he is a rich second generation. The family is very rich. solely by rental are 7 or 8 figures of income, with 5 or 6 sports car rotation to play in the bar. No, the girlfriend that with the $1 trillion. None of them made any requests to him for anything like a bag, a gift, a house, a car, or anything like that. He was also afraid that Er Gou was not having enough fun and was not satisfied enough. The next morning will also get up early, before she went to work to prepare a good breakfast, and then get along with the process. Will not mention what the bride price will not mention what the house plus the name. So who can figure out what these women are thinking? Chao Bin was very unaware of it before, but now he roughly figured out the root of it all. Tickets, priority and selection of rich people, with all sorts of buffs additions, plus the fact that Chao Bin now has a sincere look on his face, with not a hint of condescension or hypocrisy to be seen. People will feel that such a person is very reliable. It was only natural for him to say that he wanted to hug his sister, kiss her, or even take her back at this time. It's true, what everyone says is true. Sincerity is the way to go. Of course, poorer ratios count for something else. Open them all. As Ling Ling shouted over a few more waiters once more, Chao Bin said with a big, bold wave of his hand, with the help of these people, the wine was soon all opened. Ling Ling then held the most expensive bottle of wine, called what, Yamazaki 1923. This bottle of wine in the bar inside the price of 800. Careful to help pour the wine. There is no way not to be careful. That's a couple $1,000s for a spilled cup. The wine over here is only 500 or so milliliters in total. So with these glasses I guess I can only get to 10 or so servings. That one drink could be a person's income for a month. Even Ling Ling, who had been cheeky just a moment ago, had to be careful at this moment not to accidentally spill the wine. And even if Big Brother didn't blame him at that time, he would still be heartbroken. Thanks. Chao Bin took his glass of wine directly, looked at it through the spotlight, didn't see any clue, and then just dazzled. Is it good, brother? Xiao Bai, who had been beside him, looked at Chao Bin's frown after drinking it and asked with a smile. Chao Bin sked his mouth. Very strange feeling. This wine shouldn't be fake too, right? The sudden bang also could have startled Ling Ling, who was pouring wine from cup to cup, and hurriedly explained. Mr. Chao, although it is said that you can't drink any real wine in here, but this bottle of wine is definitely real. Bar inside 90% of the foreign wine is fake, even if it is not fake, but also real wine and fake wine blended together. Especially that what Hennessy Avenue, a mess of foreign names, to a count of 1. But for Chao Bin's table of wine tonight, Ling Ling had made a special trip to the warehouse. It was rare to meet a big brother like that. She had to take advantage of it. The most expensive bottles of wine in here. She made a special effort to receive the real wine, and in the process also gave the manager several phone calls to get through. For example, the Yamazaki 1923 that's in hand right now. Looking at Ling Ling's sincere expression, Chao Bin nodded, believing. But real or fake is not so important. Chao Bin's alcohol consumption as well as the usual number of drinks simply do not have the ability to be able to identify real or fake wine. If you throw a ping pu wine to him, he took a puff to know whether it is real or fake wine. At best, he could only drink it down and feel the difference between hard, average, and good flavor. Quite delicious. This time Xiao Bai also picked up a cup and drank it down, closing his eyes to enjoy it. Just this 88,000? How do I feel then? We usually buy $12 of cocktails to drink. Is it really a mountain pig cannot taste fine chaff? You don't mean that Rio inside the supermarket, do you? Louis Ikuan asked. Well, that's the only one of this type of wine I've ever had. Chao Bin nodded very frankly. LV Ikuan face speechless. That would have been for girls to drink. Deliberately adjusted taste. However, this type of wine also has the advantage of drinking a good drink unknowingly on a few bottles, and on the strength of the quite fast. In the future you take the girl home, you can buy a few bottles and she look at the night scenery. Drink a little Rue Ao. Talk about the ideal of life. Ha, you're so condescending. Lu Ikuan's sister pouted. Not bad. Do you still feed me that long? Lu Ikuan let out a cheap laugh. Chao Bin also looked over and it was indeed genuine. After all, there is Louis Ikuan, this authenticated. Next to her, Bai shyly punched Chao Bin's chest. This act is not unlike the way the shy class president looked in school when she blamed you for pulling her hair. It's like a white moonlight like Shin Chiai. Regarding this aspect of white moonlight, Chao Bin did not have any regrets when he wrote in his reading. On the one hand is that he is from the countryside, out of the rural elementary school, rural middle school, rural high school. Basically there is nothing to make people's eyes bright beauty, and at that time the pressure of family life is so big, he never thought of men and women aspects of love. What he didn't realize was that he was at an age where he could get a taste of what someone else's white moonlight tasted like. People, there are white moons in this life. If you don't have it yourself, try someone else's. Brush up on your money for a while longer. It's okay to go have a good time. Help his big brother with the car. Send some tickets over for the wedding. Take care of the family's affairs. And he'll be able to go around the world, meet beautiful women of all colors and try the local specialties. What was all the hype about a while back? What with the horses and the show? He never thought past how to pick up girls and fall in love. Wave any way you want, but never get into a relationship. Yellow gambling and drug. Forget it. This illegal thing cannot be touched. I Yanhuang children. Sworn with gambling and drug not to share the sky. Drinking and dashing around. It went by really fast. And 2 hours went by in the blink of an eye. It's already 0:30. Bin. I'm going to pull out. I'm too old to get up tomorrow morning if I stay up too late. And the company still has a bunch of things to do tomorrow. Zhang Zhengyuan got up and put his arm around the girl next to him and said, the booze is overdone. The chicks are in place to talk. You can take them back to the room. And you really do have to work tomorrow to go back and toss them around again. God knows what time you'll be screwing around? Well, then you should withdraw first. Chao Bin nodded. I'm not going tomorrow anyway. Take a vacation. Take a vacation is not to deduct full attendance. Just this half said. Zhang Zhengyuan stopped. Now people do not care about that little full attendance, okay? Now it turns out that life is just so uninteresting. Of course it's my life. Anything other than work has to be accomplished by taking time off from work. Marriage has wedding leave, childbirth has maternity leave. Seeing a doctor has sick leave. Even if a loved one passes away and needs to go home has to be accomplished by taking time off from work. It seems like all the big events in our lives have to be accomplished in the leisure of work. The best time of our lives is either in school or at work. And studying hard all the way from elementary school to college for more than 10 years is only for the sake of getting a better job after graduation. So what in the world is the meaning of my life? Probably because he had been drinking a little bit of wine and was stimulated by this operation of Chao Bin's tonight. Zhang Zhengyuan, who had always been a big brother in front of Chao Bin, leisurely talked about a passage of his epiphany as a 40-year-old man. Just be healthy. Sister, help my brother. Chao Bin could only instruct the younger sister beside Zhang Zhengyuan and said. Afterwards, Ding Guoqing also staggered away with his arm around his sister. Don't drive. Call a valet. Okay brother, got it. I'll be in touch tomorrow. Watching the two of them walk away, Chao Bin then turned his head to look at Ling Ling who was beside him and asked with a smile. Have you arranged for those girls? Zhang Zhengyuan, Ding Guoqing, two people as one person embraced a white-skinned beautiful sister back. But whether it was specifically them soaking or Ling Ling arranging it, Chao Bin had some uncertainty. So he asked. Ray smiled and nodded. Dependable. I'll be looking for you next time I'm over. Thank you, Mr. Chao. This is what I should do. As long as Chao Bin didn't already have a few girls around him, Ling Ling would definitely not hesitate to come over and jump inside his arms. Brother Bing, are we going straight back to rest later in the evening? No one else was around, so Zhao Yiming came to the side and asked. Brother Bo, Brother Cohen, why don't you guys not go back tonight? Let's stay at the Swan Lake Hotel next to us. Chao Bin looked at the two of them next to him and asked. I don't care. Let's 4 people open a room with chess. Go back to Appease for an hour first, and directly play mahjong. Lu Ikuan said with an indifferent face. Anyway, it's not like he has any work plans. As long as people don't lose their jobs, and as long as he doesn't go start a business and become a boss, his mom and dad don't care about him. That's the kind of optimism that comes with being rich. How can you be so optimistic when you're so busy working every day? Afraid of being late, afraid of leaving early, afraid of getting sick, afraid of being docked wages? Just like Zhang Zhengyuan just now. After having so much fun tonight, there was still bitterness deep inside. That's fine. I'll book a few rooms at the Swan Lake Hotel first. Wait a moment to go over. You guys take your ID cards and directly register on the line. Chao Bin directly took his cell phone and clicked on the Swan Lake Grand Hotel. Then the price went from high to low, directly picking the room at the top. There are 3 more presidential suites, followed by the executive suite. He's got those 4 down straight away. Presidential suite 58. 800 a night. Executive suite 8. 888 a night. Watch him pay straight away. The crowd on the sidelines was stunned. Chapter 29. I still like the way you were so untamed when you called yourself old man just now. Being brother is not necessary. Let's just open a standard room is not enough? Zhao Yiming simply felt his scalp go numb. Just stay a night, there is no need to engage in this way. Even the cheapest executive room are 8888. There are 3 presidential suites. The presidential suite is 58,800 a night. The reason why he didn't choose 4 presidential suites, obviously that's because there are only 3 left tonight. If there were 4, he knew that Bing would not hesitate to choose 4. I only work hard enough to sleep inside this executive room for 3 or 4 nights a month. The presidential suite I'd have to do without food for 2 months. After successful payment, the virtual panel is displayed. Consumption of 185,288 yuan for good brother Lu Bo. 100 times rebate to get 1852880 yuan. Hey, a little goal now. Xiao Bin was so beautiful in his heart. It seems that as long as Lu Bo is on the scene and spends money with him and enjoys things together, they are all counted as his. All according to 100 times. Not bad for my beloved brother. You big shot. Lu Bo, who was completely unaware of the situation, just cursed from the side. This retrograde son is so wasteful, isn't he? But also from the other side of the illustration of this guy this time certainly not earn 3 million so simple. According to 3 million, he now money should be no ah. Ha ha, it's doubled several times again. Xiao Bin laughed out loud and spoke. Lu Bo was the only one present who understood this sentence. Now the total assets have more than 100 million. Basically rely on Lu Bo. Now more than a few times ah. Do not know how many times. Okay. It seems that this rebellious son of life aspects do not need to worry about their own. Follow also enjoy it. Lu Bo asked, tomorrow does not go to work, is ready to resign? I don't know ah. I don't know whether to resign or not. Keep it for now. Anyway, tomorrow there is something first to take a day off. Xiao Bin said. Lu Bo, gross? Look at the car ah. My brother is getting married on the national day. I need a head car. He didn't rent one. I'm going to buy one. Xiao Bin said that was sparse, but can let the next few girls froze. The head car of the wedding. Basically with a luxury car. Because that's the face of it. And Xiao Bin said he couldn't rent one. So he just went ahead and bought one. I just don't know much about the doorway to buying a car. I don't know where to get a car in stock. How long does it take to get a car? How to buy this insurance? Said Xiao Bin looked at Zhao Yiming, Lu Bo and the three of them. That look means do you guys have a door? Lvi Kuan shook his head, how to say? I do know some. But play supercar is not very suitable for when the head of the carrot, and my brother is just back. The car line is still in the preparation of the scorched earth. The ordinary 4 store I went to they are dead to me to recommend packages to increase the configuration. Cannot get a cheap price even if the price? There is the possibility of more expensive. You want to not shop first tomorrow. By the time you see what models, I will then give me in preparation for driving in boyfriend look. Aha. Xiao Bin nodded. He knew that Lu Ikuan wasn't excusing himself, unwilling to help or anything like that. He was saying one thing at a time. He wants to buy a car. The price thing isn't the most important one for him right now. He's thinking about a current car. He doesn't want to wait. He doesn't want to mess with paperwork. Zhou Yiming, my used car. Lu Bo, why are you looking at me? You don't know how I bought my pickup truck? Xiao Bin, why don't you come with me tomorrow and I'll get you a new one? How many years have you been driving your crappy pickup? Isn't this giving himself a reason? Xiao Bin had been thinking about how to continue sending Lu Bo things again. Hey, bingo really? Lu Bo heaved a smile from inside the pocket, pulled out a wrinkled cigarette case. Inside the bright-eyed look are several kinds of cigarettes in it. He was inside the rummage pickup and pick out a have some black spots. Huazi handed over. Bing brother to come to a root climb flower smoking. Xiao Bin, I still like the bratty look you just had when you called yourself old man. Whoever dares to call himself an old man in front of my brother Bing, I'll get him killed. Very smoothly, he took out his lighter and helped Xiao Bin light it. Lu Bo's pickup truck is one that Xiao Bin has sat in many times and followed him many times to move goods, like they do catering and barbecue. Want to make money? You have to go to the source to find goods themselves. You have to sell all from the supermarket and food market. That profit is too low. Especially some meat often need to pull a few £100 back. Private minivans have too little space. And vans are sometimes stopped by traffic police for hauling goods. So pickup trucks with blue license plates, like theirs, are the most practical. At that time, Xiao Bin followed Lu Bo to the second-hand market. Bought 70,000 yuan. Has been used for 3 or 4 years. And now, in addition to the horn does not sound, everywhere clanking. Koban, so what kind of car do you like? Even if there is no rebate, to Lu Bo spend money he has no reluctance. No one can appreciate the kindness of another person's help in the process of a poor boy coming out from the mountains to study and work in a first-tier city. On a more pretentious note, as long as Lu Bo was in this city, Xiao Bin felt that he would never starve to death and never have no place to live. He himself stingy. Look at his cigarette box inside the set of cigarettes. Our customers scattered good cigarettes he left alone. He himself usually customers do not scatter cigarettes he is not smoking. He will and others say he does not smoke. But every time Xiao Bin went to Lu Bo's restaurant, there were always a few packages of unopened broken bowls sitting there that he could take at any time, and Lu Bo often stuffed them. Eating there, if Xiao Bin had paid, he would have probably been kicked out. So he stayed behind a lot to help him get to the carriers and help him get to the stock. He also often helped out in the kitchen, which directly led to Xiao Bin's cooking skills being quite good. This was praised by many of his girlfriends. Yesterday, Xiao Bin transferred more than 2 million to him. Lu Bo did not hesitate to write a share dividend contract. but also signed and sent it over. After Lu Bo heard this, he said with a cheap smile on his face, "What I like? Aren't you hitting me in the face? What kind of my brother Bing likes? What kind of my brother Bing buys me? What kind of me I like? Chaobin, asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhao Yiming, KAM. Louis Ikuan, I throw." In fact, whether it was LV Ikuan or Zhao Yiming, he was very envious of the friendship between the two of them. A man seeks fame, fortune, and beauty, but he also wants a brother by his side to enjoy the prosperity of this world with him. The car has the opportunity to send. It is tomorrow's delivery. Of Lu Bo's willingness to accept is a question. Surely Chaobin wants to send the more expensive the better? Can't wait to hand in more than 80 million. Directly buy a car to give him. That instant 100 times their own direct wealth freedom. But, this is outrageous, and Lu Bo will definitely not accept it. Chapter 30 AB. Never mind. We'll talk about it tomorrow when we get there. First, we'll go to the Motor City and take a stroll. Let's see what level of car this guy can take and go for when the time comes. You give it a try. Has been beside the quiet listening to a few of them chatting. Ling Ling just heard them chatting about the car, which chatting after a brief pause, which stepped forward and said, "Mr. Chow, if you want to quickly get the car, I have a bit of a doorway on my side. How about?" "It's okay." Chaobin looked at this beauty and nodded. "Chow always like this. I have a few old customers over here. They are the sales of the International Automobile City. All brands are all gold medal sales. They have to be much higher than the ordinary salesman authority. Whether it is the price or the process is quite convenient. If you have this aspect of the demand, I can help you contact them. I want to pick up the car tomorrow. I want a brand that can be the headliner. Can those friends of yours help me with that?" Chaobin made the request. Upon hearing this request, Ling Ling instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Ling also thought Chaobin want what price cheaper how much, just time words, for the gold medal sales, there is a way. Suddenly patted her that originally shrugged chest and said, "Mr. Chow, you this will rest assured. The morning to go to the formalities will almost be able to get it done, and in the afternoon on the license plate will be able to drive away." Looking at her without looking like she was bragging, Chaobin also nodded. The need for a car on my brother's side is definitely something that needs to be taken care of, and it has to be something that can be taken out and used as a lead car, and I do need a car myself. It was too late to go slow, but he liked to go fast. It's best to get it at the time, and there is no man who doesn't like a car. It used to be that his financial strength didn't allow him to do so. Even if his previous income was close to $200,000 a year, he didn't even consider buying a car. He has to live in the city. He has to send $3,000 a month to his brother. He has to fall in love. He can afford to buy a car, but it's not cost effective. He had previously approached a colleague to find out about insurance for $3,000 or $4,000 a year. Parking on this side of the office is $500 per month, which is $6,000 a year, and parking inside the neighborhood is close to $200 per month, which is more than $2,000 a year. That's not even counting the cost of gas, which is about $1,000 a month. So it's totally unnecessary for him to buy a car that costs over $20,000 a year for even simple commuting use. The subway is so convenient. I can't even use $200 a month to go out and take a cab or pick up my girlfriend once in a while. And cab apps are cheaper now. But not now. He doesn't need to think about those costs anymore. All he needs to think about is convenience and compulsion. The car is a must-buy. Clothing, food, housing and transportation. After the clothes are bought, buy a car. After the car is bought, consider the house problem. After the house is fixed, the base camp is stabilized. You can go out to wave. I didn't realize Ling Ling you had a doorway in this area. Hi, like we do sales. Originally in this all aspects of people deal with, especially sales. Everyone will often help. Now I help to do car sales. Friend introduced a single. He later have me this invention single certainly will also be introduced to me. I see. It's all about people and then there's the integration of resources. Brother Aubin. Then, I'll go back. Looking at them a few people booked 4 suites. It is obvious that 4 men each one. Their respective female companions also brought a good. Wu Mengmeng the only a little will of Chaobin have brought 2. And she completely became the redundant one. Sitting up in a dying dream. The clown was me. She was definitely very upset in her heart right now and that there was some anger at what Chaobin had done. But she didn't know how to get it right. And in her heart she understood this man very well. Once the previously firmly believed belief in love is broken, then the exchange is definitely indulgence. Especially that kind of heavenly rich man, willing to be an ordinary person, and an ordinary girl in love. Just think of having an ordinary happy life, but ultimately was dumped by this ordinary girl. His faith was completely broken. After that, I guess there's only waves. It would be very difficult to get him to be affectionate again. Understanding was understanding. But she really didn't want to follow Chaobin like this tonight. Alone she had some hesitation. Let alone now. The main point is that right now it's expected that if she wants to go along with it, someone else might not want to. Well, go back slower. No matter what. We are friends now. Have dinner together sometime. Chaobin said with a smile. Tonight is kind of a pit stop for this woman. Let her send a friend circle like that. Just blocked the family. A few leaders at work. That her friends as well as Lu Tingting have seen. That kind of text will definitely make Wu Mengming's goddess image plummet. Those licking dogs, those male beggars. Their hearts, that sexy and high cool goddess even will also be these dirty words. But regarding this point, Chaobin still underestimated these licking dogs. Usually the goddess in their hearts is high above, like an iceberg, and they want to do everything to make it difficult to get close and close, to come to this driving text all of a sudden. Instead, it made them think that goddesses were human too. The odds are stacked against them. Of course, all of this was completely unimaginable to Chaobin, and he wouldn't know about it. There was also with Lu Tingting. What a mess it had become. Chaobin was probably able to know a little bit about it, but didn't need to find out. Just Chaobin did not have any psychological burden. Before and Lu Tingting relationship, these girlfriends of hers as often appear on their dates, dinner, snacks which time they need to pay, to Lu Tingting order milk tea. Their kindergarten a few people are also each a copy of. Getting these back tonight is just the price that wasn't paid before. Hearing Chaobin say this, Wu Mengming could only try her best to put a smile on her face as she replied, okay, then I'll wait for Brother Bin's call. Well, be safe. Bye-bye. When Wu Mengming left this card table it was a step back. Anger. Can't afford to give it up. Wanted to roll my eyes, but didn't dare. The heart thought not to let the big brother angry. Coaxed well. Put a long line to catch a big fish. Maybe also can give their own rechargeable card. Tonight no matter what at least did not let him take advantage of. Not too bad. It's not even that hard to think about it that way. After Wu Mengming finished, Lu Ikuan on the side of the embrace inside the beauty, said a sentence, sister remember later come out to play you do not accept AA system, but you must accept AB system. Understand? Otherwise no one will take you to play in the future. The beautiful women looked puzzled knowing that they were sneaking off to do some searching. Brother is so set. Crowd. Couldn't help but give him a thumbs up too. Chapter 31 Big Brother's Platoon. This side was ready to go, and Chaobin and a few others followed Ling Ling. She drove ahead of her, walking from the card table to the front entrance of the bar. In this process, the door has been to maintain order. Welcome the guests of the waiters. Security guards also heard the manager's command in the earphone. Listen up, all of you stand still. Mr. Chow who spent $700,000 on Cardinal 9 tonight is getting ready to leave. One by one, pay attention to me. The voice over here just came. These waiters at the door then saw a few people coming out of the aisle. The foremost to lead the way is always smiling Ling Ling. Plus the words of the manager inside the headset instantly understood. Today everyone standing on both sides of the neatly bending down, loudly and respectfully said, Mr. Chow, slow walk. It's close to 1 in the morning, but for nightclubs, this is often the peak time. And there are people coming and going, guests coming and going, chauffeur boys with passengers to wait for, online car queuing drivers, mental boys, mental girls. For a moment everyone's attention all look at Chaobin. People who play here or wait for customers here are old hands. Naturally understand that can make the bar make such a big battle. Out of it must be the big brother. As for who this big brother is now, it's much more understandable. A beautiful woman marketing in the front and one on the left and right. If it's not big brother, what is it? This time, but let Chaobin have some caught off guard. But the good thing is that just now in the inside so many atmosphere group, marketing together to this side of the loud shouts of thanks in the front. The acceptance of the degree has also increased a lot. Then, amidst the envious eyes of these people, he left a base bar. I did spend a lot of money tonight and the wine was average, but there is one thing that this pretense is really over the top. Experience the joy of Big Brother. 4 men 5 girls. Zhao Yiming and LV Ikuan 2 are driving called chauffeur. Lu Bo called a cab. Chaobin is with 2 chicks in. No matter who, carpooling is inconvenient. He was ready to take a taxi alone. I didn't expect Lu Ikuan to pull him into his car. Let the 3 women another taxi to follow on the line. At this time, there was now only a chauffeur and the 2 of them, and it was at this time that Lu Ikuan asked what he wanted to ask. Dude, what's all the fuss about lately? This night he spent $700,000 inside the bar. To be honest, he had been a second-generation son for so long. He had never been so extravagant. This bar he came many times. 50, 00080, 000 100, 000, more than 100, 000 have spent. But a one-time spend so much? Really not. It was obvious that Chow Bin was truly rich, and not the kind of small fortune of $3 to $5 million. Usually when you suddenly have a small fortune of $3 to $5 million, the odds are that you bought a lottery ticket. But Chow Bin in the local fights so many years, $10,000 a month. He never go to leave work, also do all kinds of part-time jobs. This kind of people suddenly have a $3 to $5 million. What they want to do the most? Definitely buy a house and a car first. Think differently. How could you possibly spend money to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a meal, hundreds of thousands of dollars to splurge inside a nightclub, and to look at a car tomorrow, and to give your best friend a car? Before Lu Aikuan took a closer look at those clothes, those brands that Chow Bin was wearing, it's all worth a lot of money. People who have been hanging out inside the Longtime Eentime Mall can roughly guess how much his outfit costs? Back up a million steps to say if he really just won the lottery to make money. Take this lottery prize is estimated to be more than 10 million. Otherwise, why bother with all the money spent tonight? On clothes? And on a car? Isn't it easy to pretend? Use that money to go straight to $1 million luxury car, and you'll have enough to pretend everywhere you go. And there's no need for that when $1 million luxury car can be loaded for years. The only thing that made Lu Aikuan quite puzzled was that he had known Chow Bin for quite some time. Haven't seen him do much else all year. How to sneak around and earn so much? If you can bring yourself, how good, so that the old man will not scold him waste. Recently the stock market, good luck, just in time to catch a few times at once, and then bold and big. The money earned and engaged in 10 times leverage. So earn a little. Cash is a little bit. What good projects in the future to bring me chant? He will, and Lu Bo said the excuse. Said again. Only this time he said bigger and said he added 10x leverage. Invisible has said that he has thousands of them on hand. As a local rich second generation. No matter whether it is cash, or all kinds of contacts, all kinds of projects. LV Aikuan this side of the doorway must be too much more than him. Aben, you can't be like this. There is nothing to bring or not to bring. They are all friends. They are all brothers. If there is any good way to brainstorm together, get rich together. Lu Aikuan passed a cigarette and lit one himself. He did not have that kind of flighty and bossy rich second generation urination before, and sincerely helped Chow Bin who had saved him before, and this moment was also frankly said, "That's fine. We'll get in touch tomorrow when we're done. Meet up and have a good chat. Tea and chat without alcohol." Chow Bin nodded, also feeling that Lu Aikuan was really looking for him to talk about something serious. Well, there's no rush. There's plenty of time anyway. Take a long drag on the cigarette. Back after the feeling has arrived. Lu Aikuan casually this remaining half directly threw away. He had that rich, unique looseness about him. There's no rush. Anything can be fixed, except, of course, getting caught in the act of adultery that one time. Well, good. This fine cigarette is okay. Chow Bin looked at this golden-colored cigarette emblem and said without reason, the so-called nostalgia, the so-called strong enough puan, and this is really no comparison. They repeatedly hardened their mouths only because they used to be poor. The next day, rays of sunlight scattered through the windows on the king-sized bed of the presidential suite at the Swan Lake Hotel. Chow Bin, who still had a faintly intoxicated smile on his face, suddenly jerked his eyes open, as if it were a fraud. His face instantly tightened. He subconsciously reached for his cell phone to check the time. 9:25. Looking at this time displayed on the top of his cell phone, Chow Bin was as if the program engraved inside his DNA had been instantly activated, and what was originally still a haze immediately woke him up. TMD, it's 9:25. I'm late. Cam. I'll be docked again. The company's benefits are still good, with $500 for every month of perfect attendance. $500 is already enough to pay for his breakfast for a month. If this is deducted, it's a blood loss. Thinking of this, he instantly carped and jumped straight up, but halfway through the pop, something tangled. A sleeping woman. Take a good look at the room. Yesterday's memories quickly come to mind one by one. The $700, 000 dress. The $400, 000 fondue. A $700, 000 bar splurge. These things that he shouldn't be doing flashed quickly through his mind. The look on his face was getting better and better. What happened in one day yesterday topped the sum of his 26 years. To make sure this wasn't a drunken stupor on his part, he immediately removed his tri-folded cell phone, which was charging next to him, and tapped on the app to check his balance. Until he saw the balance, a series of numbers. He led one by one and carefully counted to make sure it was over 100 million. That was a long sigh of relief. Pluck away the arms and legs from his body. Pick up a cigarette and light one. After a few puffs, his mind was clearing up a lot. The mood was much more relaxed. I'm really afraid that it's a yellowish dream. It would be better to kill him if he woke up and realized he was still inside that little rental house, not this presidential suite. Since he was sure it wasn't a dream, Xiaobin went inside the restroom first to take a good rinse. He was too tired last night and went straight to bed. Chapter 32, The Boy Who Bought the Goddess Breakfast. Sitting on the toilet taking a good look back at all the things that happened yesterday. Probably a little messed up from the wine last night. His head still hurts a little bit to this day. There are some things he needs to remember before he can do so. After all, so much wine was mixed and drunk last night. He took a brief taste, but he couldn't resist the variety. Looking at the top of the cell phone has a variety of WeChat messages. Zhang Yuan, Bin, already took your vacation. Chao Bin, okay, thanks Yuan. No matter what, polite or not, go or not is another matter. Now whether to resign or not, he has to see the situation. Habits are more than 20 years old. Everything is to plan and then move. And his work is not very complicated kind. And now there is nothing that he needs to concentrate on. He still need a little time to slowly adjust. This way he will be less lost in a familiar environment and the people around him may give him some inspiration. It was at this time that he saw lipstick marks on the mirror next to him. A feeling not experienced at Lu Tingting's. In the past, I always thought it was my own family's fault. But last night was different. And there is no psychological burden. At this point, the bed. A cell phone rings. Suddenly, it's White. She was woken up from her sleep. Connected. Her voice slightly hoarse said, "Hey, well, don't need to bring me breakfast. I don't go to class this morning. Last night, working outside to come back a little bit late, just open a small hotel to sleep. You eat your own, don't have to care about me." After the phone hung up, Xiaobin happened to walk over. Seeing Xiaobin with a few hints of flirtation in his eyes, looking at himself with a smirk, a hint of panic quietly flashed in her eyes, quickly pulling up the quilt and burying her head in it as if she was shy. "Who?" Xiaobin deliberately asked. "My mom asked me when I was coming home?" She probed out. Muffled. "Ha ha." Xiaobin gave a loud laugh and didn't continue to ask any more questions. Just a sigh for the other guy on the other end of the line who was helping White get breakfast. Mentally muttering, "Classmate, sorry for taking up last night. Hey, let's just hope you get the chance." Pulling the towel off his body casually, he went straight inside the comforter. Swan Lake Presidential Suite, this king-size bed. It was the perfect time to be refreshed in the morning, fresh out of the shower. This little White, she was sleepy, just in time for an early morning training session. Just then, the cell phone, which had just been put down, rang. Who calls themselves in the morning? Isn't that interfering with one's exercise? Slightly taken aback, the tri-folding phone was opened. "It's Louis Ikuan. Looks like you're awake." Lu Ikuan's voice came through. Just woke up." "What is it?" Xiaobin answered the phone. But that was after a night of drinking, and this was a bright, sunny morning, and some embarrassment. "I'll flash over here and talk to you first," Lu Ikuan said. "Another thing is that after you buy the car, tell me. We are going to go camping over at Dashu Mountain tonight. You don't have to mess with the equipment or anything. We have a professional team to help set up the place. When the time comes, barbecue, campfire, enjoy the moon, and by the way, we'll talk about business again." "That's fine." Xiaobin nodded. There was nothing else scheduled for tomorrow night anyway. Camping is indeed a very good means of relaxation. Not to mention that these rich and wealthy daughters don't even need to do it themselves, directly letting people prepare the tents, campfires, alcohol, barbecue and whatnot. They just bring their chicks over to enjoy it. "That's fine. I'll contact you on WeChat when the time comes." Lu Ikuan quickly hung up the phone. Last night in Xiaobin this side of the drink to pick up girls, and then opened a presidential suite. He always have to show. So tonight this camping is actually LV Ikuan own organization. Put together a couple of secondaries and awesome people that you play well with. Xiaobai looked up at Xiaobin with an expectant face and said in a small voice, "Brother Bin, I also like to go camping inside the mountains. Can you take me with you?" The voice was soft, sweet and fluffy. Xiaobin, first things first, later. Aha. White nodded shyly. There are those who have literally achieved the body shape that most women dream of without having to go to the expense of getting a facelift. An hour later, Xiaobin he took a brisk pace, his mood as pleasant as the morning sunshine. After entering the restroom, Xiaobin turned on the faucet and allowed the cool water to wash his hands. Droplets of water splashed down in the sink with a crisp, pleasant sound. He carefully washed his face and body, feeling the refreshment and comfort the water brought. After taking a shower, Xiaobin used a towel to dry the water stains on his body, then moved to put on neat and clean clothes. Finishing up, he nodded in satisfaction at himself in the mirror. As he turned to walk out of the restroom, he said in passing, "There's a $10,000 deposit on this room, so take that money for your medication when you leave." At this time, Xiaobai, who had been staying quietly by the side, opened her mouth and asked, "Then brother, when are we going to go camping?" Her eyes revealed a hint of anticipation and excitement. Xiaobin looked at Xiaobai's somewhat tired face and smiled as he comforted her. Take a good rest first, baby. If you look like this, it's doubtful if you can even get up. You know, it's not easy to go to the mountains at night, and the environment there might be a bit tough for you. But don't worry, there will definitely be many more chances to go camping in the future. So this time, let's just recuperate. After saying that, he gently stroked Little White's head. Hearing Xiaobin say this, although Xiaobai felt a little lost in her heart, she still nodded obediently and answered, "Oh, okay." Her voice sounded slightly aggrieved, like a hurt kitten. It didn't take long for Bai to close his eyes, his breathing gradually becoming steady and deep, and he soon entered a sweet dream. At the moment, she was so deep in peaceful sleep that she seemed to have forgotten about the earlier conversation about camping. Chapter 33 Emotional Value. Future Plans. After arranging things here and there, he simply packed up and left the room. I opened WeChat while waiting for the elevator and there were a lot of messages. Someone's been messaging in that little group from yesterday. Zhao Yiming, is brother Aben up yet? Say when you're up. Lubo, sent a photo, the back of that girl bathing in the hotel. Through the glass. Hazy, this girl is too good at technology, cheap smile emoji. Zhang Yuan, I've been at work for 3 hours, but last night was really comfortable. Thanks to Aben. With a picture of a mess. Ding Guoqing, no way, there is a small store to open in the morning. Last night can only bring the girl back to the store. But in my copy store has a different flavor. Lubo, hey, I get it. Louis Ikuan, a refreshed selfie. Are you guys just getting up? I'm already at a friend's dinner party. Having lunch. Zhao Yiming, a picture of a girl with his arm around her. There's a lot of news in the group. Other than LV Ikuan, Zhao Yiming and Lu Bo were experiencing such a scene for the first time. Especially this top-class presidential suite. In addition to the group inside the message, Lu Bo also gave him a private message. Or save a little. TMD this night to live in the old man to be tired for a month. Zhao Yiming's got a private message. Brother Aben, get back to me when you wake up. LV Ikuan's private message, the night of camping anyway. We will arrive at about 6 p.m. Or so, I'll send you a locator when I arrive. You if the car picked up early to come directly over to take the late. Anyway, you can arrive at night. I'm over here to give you to stay a tent. Double place yo, Shibuya Imadakan. Chao Bin, okay. Wu Mengmeng also sent him a message. Brother Aben got up yet? Will you be going to play ball in the starry sky today? Remember to tell me when you go. Yo, I'll play ball with you. Chao Bin replied, go into the mountains with Mr. Lu and his men at night to camp. Have a campfire party. Watch the stars and the moon. Come on. There's a lot of messages now because of the circle of friends I posted last night. Friends, co-workers, classmates, those bosses inside the Intai Mall, store clerks and the like. And their own my brother sent a message. He didn't care about any of these people's messages. And his oldest brother returned 1 Ps. 4 pretending. I can't tell you on top of WeChat. So let's wait until we get home afterward. Inside the group. He ate Zhao Yiming and Lu Bo at Chilled Smashers at Zhao Dog. 28th floor Yunmeng Hot Pot Restaurant. Huangshan Box. Afterwards, he saw Ling Ling below, who had just been added last night, and had also sent him a few messages, and was somewhat surprised as to why this woman would send messages to herself. Clicked in and saw several entries. There are 6 messages that are Microsoft business cards for sales at various branded stores. Mercedes, BMW, Bentley, Maserati, Porsche, Rolls-Royce. He ended up adding all of these brands to his sales and sent Ling back a thank you. But within seconds of this message being sent, Ling Ling's video call came through. Connections. Good morning, Mr. Tao. Ling Ling quickly greeted. Ling Ling was half lying on the bed, covered by a sheet, and had removed her makeup. Just the sleepy eyes, looking quite tired. Seeing this scene, Chaobin thought to himself that for those of them who were nightclubbers, shouldn't they be in the middle of sleeping in the morning? Why are you still awake at this hour? So subconsciously I asked, what's the matter with you? Are you still awake? On the other part of the video, Ling Ling smiled and said, didn't I promise Mr. Chow yesterday to help with the car shopping? Definitely going to set this up for you. She then didn't go on to dwell on this aspect and said, the ones I pushed to you, I have called and communicated with them one by one, and also stated your requirements. Whichever brand you need at that time, just contact them directly. These sales have all assured me over and over again that they will absolutely help get the biggest incentives for their brand and make sure you can get the car as fast as possible. Never bought a car, have heard of all kinds of pits, all kinds of defensible means on the internet. Although Chow Bin is now financially free, but the money thing cannot give these heartless people to earn and this thing wants out of the follow-up problems, but also cannot find a reliable person, but also very annoying. Even with the best skills, there is a chance of some minor accidents. After all, just because you have no problem driving doesn't mean someone won't hit you. He didn't care if it was quick and expensive if it made it easier to follow up on things. Unconsciously, Chow Bin's heart now has undergone some subtle changes. That is, if money can be solved, he hopes to be able to facilitate a little bit on the line. Don't want to go wasting time trolling. At that time, if they don't help you solve the problem, you don't have to go to them for trouble. You directly come over to me. I give you my assurance that I will absolutely help you deal with it. Ling Ling continued on the other end of the video. Hearing these serious words from this woman right now, Chow Bin smiled, nodding his head in appreciation. Honestly, what did Ling Ling do that for? Chow Bin knew it very well. No profit, no early morning, without interest. How could this woman have stayed up so late for him and waited here for his message? But Chow Bin didn't mind. The adult world is like that. Everyone is trying to do something to survive. If there is no benefit, cootie, would do it. Would you go to work for a hobby? Will your boss keep you if you can't create profit at work? Would you mind if your company paid you late? What's not to do these days as long as you can get a satisfactory benefit? What makes Chow Bin very comfortable now is this, that others are beginning to respect him and value his ideas. If you were anyone else, an ordinary person with such a need last night, would Ling Ling have waited so long for him to dry out here? When Chow Bin orders takeout from his office, he has to say thank you to the delivery man when someone else delivers it to his door. And he has to nod his head in appreciation when he orders a duck leg noodle at the store and the boss is in a good mood if he puts an extra marinated egg in it. And now that he casually stated his needs, someone would wait so long. Do it until he's satisfied. That's why people work hard. As long as you reach a certain height, have money or social status, even if it serves you, others will be very happy to serve. This feeling is just very nice. Mr. Chow, you're welcome. You have any small things you need to deal with in the future, you talk to me. I'll definitely arrange it properly for you if I can help. Ling Ling said with a serious face. At this moment, this woman was quietly lying on the soft bed. From the shape of her slightly raised quilt, one could clearly notice that the clothes she was wearing inside must be extremely cool and thin. However, she had wrapped herself tightly in the thick quilt, only revealing a clean and flawless face. Thinking back to last night in the bar, that is a demonic, charming, mature woman image. Compared with this pure girl-like appearance in front of her now, there is simply a difference between the clouds and mud. To know if it is others such as Wu Mengmeng, that kind of woman, at this moment may deliberately pretend to be inadvertently let the bedsheet under the body quietly slip down, so that the hidden show some charming spring light. After all, at the moment, only she and the other party were looking at each other through the video, and compared to the outside world, this kind of environment was undoubtedly considered a rather private and undisturbed space to be alone. In such a situation, a little bit of means, for most of the Chow Bin, is undoubtedly a very attractive special XP, but it was this woman who did not take any such action. Chow Bin smiled and said, okay, thanks, you take an early rest. Don't worry, if I'm going to the bar next time I'm going to play, I'll definitely contact you. With that, he hung up the video of his own accord. 28th floor, Cloud Dream Hot Pot Restaurant. The two of them, Lu Bo and Zhao Yiming, had already arrived. The one who received them was still the same waitress Su Chang from last time. Another said according to yesterday's. Chow Bin waved his hand. Zhao Yiming immediately raised his hand and said, aren't we going to buy a car later? Don't get on the wine. Chow Bin froze. This what Conti 220, 000 it, brushing a single sharp tool. And today Lu Bo is also in. It's $20 million if you take it directly. But when I think about DUI, that's definitely not realistic. Forget about it. Come on. Forget it then. Serve us fondue. Okay, Mr. Chow. After the waiter left, Lu Bo still had some doubts in his eyes. They arrived a while ago and also heard Zhao Yiming talk to him about how they ate here yesterday and ate close to $400,000. Except for the $220,000 wine. The rest of the food was closer to $180,000. We're continuing to eat here again today. And even without the wine anymore, the meal is not less than $180,000. What kind of family can afford to spend so much money? Close to $200,000 for a casual lunch? I'll explain it to you after a while. Anyway, what I've been doing lately definitely makes sense. Just listen to me. Chow Bin mischievously winked at Lu Bo. Lu Bo lit a cigarette and sort of agreed. Chow Bin asked, Yiming, how's it going there lately? Hearing these words, Zhao Yiming's body trembled. It was obvious that Chow Bin wanted to take him for a ride. If before last night I would have said very good. Now that the client base is more stable, $20,000 a month can still be earned. But now, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars a night, living in a presidential suite, eating hundreds of thousands of dollars a meal of hot pot, Zhao Yiming now no longer dared to say that the previous life is not bad, at best, is alive. I'm not thinking of what to do in the future now. If you're free, help me go and take a look at the field recently, Chaobin said after thinking about it. What are you going to do? About how big does it need to be? Zhao Yiming immediately took out paper and pen from inside his bag and said, it's all about opportunity. If you seize it, you'll be on the verge of taking off. I have seen a movie before. The heroine seems to be Lu Jialing. She said at that time that because she likes to wash her feet, she opened her own foot bath store. Because she likes to eat light dishes, she recruited a very good master in this area, and opened a restaurant. After that she opened 5 or 6 stores on that street. Each store was opened because of her preferences, and then she lived in the next neighborhood. After that she came over for a manicure, a hair wash, a meal, a massage, all in one could be taken care of here, and I wanted to do something like that, Chaobin said slowly as he smoked a cigarette and looked out the window at that beautiful view of Swan Lake. On the one hand, because of their own original dream, on the other hand to their own these friends to spend money can rebate him, the need to know more friends, as now, he alone to Lu Bo a person to spend. Sooner or later the secret is no way to hide it, and you cannot explain clearly. But what about after you have to spread it down and spend it on so many friends? Add to that having some industry, and then you're squarely in the money. Trying to make friends to make quality friends, or friends that make you feel comfortable is actually a pain in the ass. So you might as well get some industry first. More industry, more employees, more people coming and going. So it's easy to make friends. If you bloom, butterflies will come. That's the point. That's why he also wants to have such a shopping street. Here, all the industries have been created specifically for the male population. Imagine stepping into this exclusive area and being greeted by a group of beautiful and skillful female stylists. They will gently shampoo your hair, trim it with their skillful hands, and then give you a foot massage to help you relax and enjoy the ultimate comfort. When it's time to eat, you'll be accompanied by pretty waitresses who will take care of your dietary needs. And most importantly, because they are your employees, you no longer have to worry about being forced to sell you membership cards or discount packages, nor do you have to worry about those tiresome promotions and endless requests for cards. Even the unpleasant cold shoulder is a thing of the past. Here, all you can feel is absolutely pure quality service and full of emotional value, as if you were in a dream world that belongs only to you. This time around and a whole lot of brothers. The main thing is that these brothers can also bring you rebates, so that you money makes money. The more you spend more and more, simply cannot finish spending. The feeling is just too good. Lu Bo, *******, or UTMD will enjoy it. Chapter 34, Wu Mengmeng's Tangled. All morning today, Wu Mengmeng was distracted and absent-minded at work because the shock she received last night was too great. There was no way for her to get back to normal from that extravagant life all at once. Kindergarten teacher salary $2,800 a month. And last night, someone named Chao drank hundreds of thousands of dollars in one drink. The process of going to work naturally met Lu Tingting, because after the paragraph he sent last night, the two girlfriends completely fell out. Bitch, what are you doing back here? You've got a rich man. You're moving in with him. Oh, you don't know his address, do you? I'll tell you. The children's side had just gotten busy. Lu Tingting walked up next to Wu Mengmeng and said in a conspiratorial manner, give me the address. I immediately go. Have been like this? Wu Mengmeng naturally is not possible at this time still speak properly. Immediately tit for tat, Aben brother 1 meter 8, and have abs. Simply do not too fragrant oh. Do not know that you look for that one big man. Still okay really difficult for you. Lu Tingting, you. It's not a good place to work either. And when they argue too hard, they look at each other. It had been tangled up until after 10 o'clock. And only then did Wu Mengmeng send that message to Chao Bin. She just wasn't willing to try harder. She wanted to try harder. As long as Chao Bin went to the stars again, she had a chance of getting close. Meet a big brother in this regard. She must be a little more active. The active party you are not in any position to talk about aggression and so on. This is not to say that she will be a female licking dog. Not to mention ordinary people. Even that showbiz disciplinary committee Wang de principal, when he wanted to go pick up a girl, he would be a lot more humble than usual. Or else he wouldn't have appeared that famous terrier in the first place. Think of your liquids. It's just that the information is stoned. After that Wu Mengmeng became even more depressed. It's been distracting. It wasn't until I received this tweet from Chao Bin at around 11 a.m. Seeing that a message had come through, and it was from Chao Bin again. She was so excited that she almost jumped up then, and then quickly read through the message. Somewhat dumbfounded. Camping? A mountain bonfire? It's still a party for those rich kids. Somewhat helplessly, she went to the corner, lit a cigarette in an unmonitored location, and took a long drag. What to do? She was torn now. Chao Bin had contacted her once again and invited her to go. So naturally Wu Mengmeng was very heartened. It was the other side giving her a chance. But this going camping how to stay at night is just obvious. Going on your own. That would be like washing up and delivering it to your door to lie down. But she wasn't happy not to go. Just brushed to this short video above. That really fragrant law of terrier, Wang Jingza. Now people just all year round nothing to do. A year into the millions. That's what really laid her flat. And she wanted to lay flat like that. Her salary of 2,800 a month. Even if she went to be an assistant teacher in the starry sky afterward, she could earn more than 10 or 20,000 a month at most. This was before she could earn so much a month. She was already satisfied. But she had seen what was called real luxury. $10 or $20,000 a month doesn't satisfy her anymore. The opportunity is at hand. Afterwards, he picked up his cell phone and quickly sent a message, to go to the mountain camping this person's sleep recognizes the bed. Camping will certainly not sleep well. Aben brother we go to play billiards at night. Okay? People skills are good yell. I can accompany you to play for a long time. Degree? She was still reluctant. Still trying to pull it off. Not wanting to just give it away to be slept with for nothing. Soon Xiao Bin's side also returned the message. Xiao Bin, forget about not coming. Monica Wu. Angry teeth. Extinguished cigarettes. Was about to dislike back. You dog man. You're not inviting me to go camping. Just want to sleep with me. You want to sleep with someone and you don't have any patience? At that moment, another colleague stuck his head out of the room and shouted, what are you going to eat for lunch? Meng Meng? Hurry up and order a meal. Otherwise the kids will be busy when they get hungry later. I'm having cassoulet rice. How about you? Then I'll do the same. 2 servings at his place will get you a free bottle of drink. I'll have the cassoulet put as well. Wu Mengmeng replied casually. Coworker, okay. That's when he suddenly reacted. One's own 16 yuan cassoulet rice? Have to consider 2 people together to be able to send a bottle of drink. What qualifications and these a meal to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars of the big boys to calculate Swan Lake Hotel 28, Yunmeng Hot Pot Restaurant, Yellow Mountain Hall. Lubo hugged a large Australopithecine and huffed and puffed as he nibbled on it. Mud. You can't say this is so expensive. It's just damn tasty. By this time he couldn't care less about accusing Xiao Bin of being such a big spender. And this hot pot made him shut up completely. That beef didn't know how much more flavorful it was than what he usually ate. He was a caterer, so he naturally knew how fresh the beef was, and naturally knew how good the quality of the beef was. Plus this hot pot soup base, lobster, oysters. He is completely conquered. Hiccup. Xiao Bin let out a long burp, which relaxed him for a moment. I hadn't eaten in the morning, but I was starving. So after these hot pots came up, a few waiters helped them shabu-shabu the food to keep up with these 3 people gobbling it up. Kun snorts a burst of feeding. It took about half an hour for the trio to slowly slow down. Snap. Xiao Bin lit a cigarette and took a drag. The great echidna. Translucent. At this time Lu Bo Zhao Yiming also each lit a moment this box inside the smoke. Eat and drink enough to smoke a cigarette. This feeling is really too good. At this time Xiao Bin remembered that there are still a few waiters standing next to it. Seeing Su Chang still smiling, he asked, hello, can you smoke here? It wouldn't matter if it was just the 3 of them. But there were 4 other waiters present. A waiter stood beside one of the 3 of them, helping them shag their food. Su Chang was standing at the door position to help pass the food. So it's better to ask. You can't just have a good time and not care about others. If you really can't smoke it, then just quickly check out and go outside to smoke it. Su Chang came over with 3 cups of green tea, and the waiter next to him quickly took it and put it next to Zhao Yiming Lubo. Su Chang, on the other hand, held another cup and approached with a smile on his face. If you're outside in the hall, it's true that you can't smoke, but as long as you and your friends don't mind, it's fine inside the box. That's fine. Help us figure out how much? Xiao Bin said after the cigarette was almost finished and extinguished. Exactly how much money? Su Chang's side has long been playing a good list. Will be the settlement list handed over and said, Mr. Chow hello. Your table relative to yesterday increased 2 Australian dragon, 3 beef, the meal price of 238, 765 yuan, the service charge of 10%, 23,000 yuan, because you are our store's VIP customers, the boss with us to explain, called in the future. You come over to dine without charging the service charge, and help you erase the 0, so the total price of 230,000 yuan, 230,000, that's still the price after the discount. Not quite the price of ordering a drink. Xiao Bin is indifferent. He only hoped the higher the better, as long as the price is not outrageous on the line. But Zhao Yiming and Lu Bo can be shocked. They both paused just now when they were talking about checking out, just to hear how much it was. Dumbfounded after hearing that amount. Row by row, retrograde sun is now a man of honor. This meal ate half a year's income of the old man's store. Lu Bo grunted and took another drag on his cigarette. But fortunately, this rebellious son is now in the treatment of women. That aspect of the heart has a number. The thought of the previous Chaobin with licking dogs. Every day just know to give women to spend money. If you are married, she is your daughter-in-law. Sincere for the good of the family. If you give him to spend money, that doesn't matter. The key to the ones you meet are fishing women. You give these stinking ES to spend money. This is not for nothing? This is a contrast. Lu Bo's mood is much better. Before Chaobin lived what kind of days? Lu Bo very clear. The university when he often saw him or in the cafeteria point school that the cheapest set meal. $4. This is a kind of set meal that the school supplies specially for students from poor families. The rice was manageable. There was a seaweed and egg soup, one meat dish and two vegetarian dishes. In comparison to other packages where the minimum price is $12 or more, this can be an extremely good deal. It seems that this retrograde son has made a lot of money on the stock market this time. The adversary finally got over it. Lu Bo had a pleased smile on his face, and this cigarette was all smoked a few minutes faster than usual. Chapter 35, Lu Bo likes Sue 7. What are you looking at? A lecherous smile. Chaobin looked at Lu Bo's expression and said with a smile, look at you. Lu Bo spat. Scrub. I'm not your grandpa. I'm your dad. Call dad not. When the son pocket money $1 million a month to start Chaobin cheap swish said. Inside his list of all male friends. So far it's still Lu Bo with the highest goodness level of 99. The second place winner is Big Brother 81. The third place is Zhao Yiming 80. OC Pound want to fart eat it. Lu Bo was too lazy to bother with him. Instead he chatted with the two waitresses next to him who had just helped him shabu shabu. Sitting on the right hand side, Zhao Yiming's expression had a slight change. He opened his mouth but finally gave up. It took a while before he spoke up and asked, Abin, did you really want to do that store thing you said? Definitely. What's there to joke about this? You run business outside every day. You've seen a lot and are familiar with it. Help me take a look at it when you have time. Chaobin nodded and said, these 2 days the economy is not very good. After the mask closed down a lot of stores now the whole environment is like this. Real estate has become a bubble. Now engage in stores so big battle. The risk is great Zhao Yiming thought about it and said, according to what Chaobin said before, then this is not simply a small store. Any type of store has to have a certain size, or even say less than 200 or 300 square feet of the store do not have to go to sea. But the bigger the store, plus these stores, that's quite an investment. Rent is one aspect. There are also transfer fees, the horror of the renovation costs, plus a variety of business in the future also need other investment, which before and after adding up to an estimated tens of millions to start. As a friend, he definitely gave voice to his concerns. Well, I know this. Don't worry. I'm not hot-headed. The more depressed the track is full, that's the opportunity. The risk was definitely known, but Chaobin's purpose wasn't to say he wanted to make more money off of this, and in order to get Zhao Yiming to believe him, he could only seriously go on blindly blabbing about opportunities and windfalls. Alright then, do you have any budget or rough requirements in this regard? Sure enough, with these words, Zhao Yiming believed quite a bit and continued to ask. The budget doesn't matter. The main thing is to have the right size and location put together as much as possible so that we can form a shopping street on its own, even if the location isn't in the center of the city, and try to find places next to each other that have open spaces suitable for parking. Zhao Yiming wrote this request down. That's fine. I know. When I go down to run my business, I'll take a look at the familiar few streets. After dinner, Zhao Yiming had to go to work, so Chaobin and Lu Bo were the only two left. Lu Bo, whose level of picking up girls is quite extraordinary, also succeeded in getting the micro-signal of the little waitress just now. At the side of the road casually stopped a cab. The two got on the car. Lu Bo asked, have you thought about what car to buy? Chaobin shook his head. I haven't thought about it before, so I don't really know much about cars. Do you have any good suggestions? That Ling Ling from last night recommended these brands to me as a salesperson. Take a look. Lu Bo took his cell phone and flipped through the WeChat of those people. Mercedes, BMW, Bentley, Maserati, Porsche, Rolls-Royce, exempt. These are not cheap. How much money are you going to spend on it? Lu Bo looked at it and said, if at the beginning just spend a few tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands, Lu Bo will still break the pot to the end. Want to know how much money he actually earned this time? But with this wine to drink, this meal to eat, as well as just now Chaobin and Zhao Yiming said about opening a store, Lu Bo will not continue to ask. There is no fixed budget. There is no concept of the car. I just want to buy a first, so that my brother's side can be used. I can also be used on their own. Anyway, the first to buy, well, not later to buy. Right? You have any favorite car? Chaobin said softly. With hundreds of millions of cash in hand now, Going to spend millions on a car now is just as psychologically unburdened as when he used to go and buy a $3 pack of instant noodles, or a $4 pack of instant noodles. Lubo let out a laugh and said, "My favorite car is not in here." "What kind of car do you like?" Lubo's eyes shone brightly as he said, "Su7. Oh, I know that car. It's pretty cool, but this one doesn't need to go to a Ford store to buy it. You can just order it directly on top of your phone, right?" Chaobin very much agreed. If it wasn't for this car, there was no way it could come as a wedding headliner, and it was a trolley. He would have considered it. Yes, this car is too handsome. And inside a variety of configurations in terms of science and technology, one think it's quite good. Now those luxury car interior and so on is too minimalist. No fun. I for what performance and so on and do not understand. As long as handsome, as long as it is convenient on it. Then buy that one for the food. I'll transfer money to you now. You order it yourself on top of your cell phone. It's like 30 or 31 ah? I'll transfer you 35. And you decorate it by the way. Regarding the Xiaomi SU7 car, Chaobin had brushed n times above the short video before, and he had envied it before. He used to like to watch those owners who bought Xiaomi SU7 buy all kinds of accessories and come back to decorate the top of the car. Even though he couldn't afford it, he just liked to watch. This time Lubo very frankly on the matter of Chaobin transferred 350,000, did not go to the excuse, since Chaobin transferred $4 million the day before yesterday. He finished the loan and so on, and said that there are still hundreds of thousands of dollars in it, and he is thinking about replacing the car. Just plan to buy Xiaomi SU7. So Lubo deliberately said that he wants to pose as Su7. This car price of 300,000 he can accept, and can afford to pay back later. Then couldn't wait to start ordering online. Paid full price outright. Saved money, and went with a very tie purple color. The option is the top of the line $299. 900 with 800 kilometers of range and dual motors. Spend 299,000 for your friend Lubo. 100 times rebate. Get 29,900,000 yuan. Seeing as how this is close to another $30 million coming in, his total deposits are close to $150 million. He's seen it many times regarding the Su7, so it took no more than a minute from start to finish from purchase to payment. After that's done, Lubo said, "You'd better buy a Maybach, whether it's for face or to drive yourself. It's quite good. It really doesn't work. After that you can buy a more stylish one." "Alright then, Master will go to the nearest Mercedes Ford store." "Okay, Master turned around happily. Just now when the two of them were chatting, Chaobin directly next to the two-dimensional code scanning money, first paid 100, said to the master, "Don't be in a hurry to go to the side of the road to stop. This is not counted in the fare inside." So the master are quiet and quietly waiting next to the side without the slightest urging. It's noon time. The elevated was a smooth ride and after 20 minutes we arrived at the Mercedes-Benz 4 store. "Hello, this Mercedes-Benz 4 store on this side of the East 2nd Ring Road has arrived," the master said politely. "How much for the master?" $32.07. "You just pay 32. Chaobin nodded after scanning the code to pay 50, and then followed Lubo 2 off the car. On the way to hear the two of them say to buy a car things. This master also shared with them a lot of insider buying a car, although that does not necessarily use, but at least this driver master is kindly reminded of them. And more addicted to cigarettes. Lubo asked the master cannot smoke. The master politely said it's okay. He also took out cigarettes, to disperse one to Lubo. The extra $10 or so you paid. Consider it a pack of cigarettes for the master to smoke. Who would have thought that the translucent panel next to it at this time would have a prompt? Spend $150 for your friend Lubo. 100 times rebate. Get $15,000. I didn't realize that was all that was possible. I had already contacted them on WeChat before I arrived, so I didn't get off the bus and walk a few steps before I saw a salesman in a tight little suit welcoming me. "Hello, are you Mr. Chow?" Chaobin looked at this dignified-looking woman, and also guessed that this should be the sales that contacted him above WeChat, and nodded. The main thing is that nowadays, these sales WeChat avatars are all wearing suits with their hands on their chests, so it's easy to recognize them when you hold them up for comparison. After receiving the confirmation, the smile on Wang Fongfong's face became even more intense. "Hello Mr. Chow. I'm Wang Fongfong, the sales of Mercedes-Benz 4 store. It's the one you contacted on WeChat just now. Sorry to keep you waiting. You come with me." After a few brief words, he led them inside the store. Wang Fongfong didn't take them to the showroom immediately, but to the VIP negotiation room. Chapter 36, Maybach is not a standard. It's the waist you couldn't straighten up when you were young. "What are you guys drinking, Mr. Chow?" "We have green tea, coffee, and plain water." "Let's have 2 glasses of plain water." "Okay." After sitting down, Wang Fangfang first consulted Xiao Bin's side on the general needs of the car. It wasn't even 8 o'clock this morning when she was awakened by Ling Ling's call, saying that she was introduced to a client, a rich big brother, and that when the other party came to buy a car, she must be well entertained. I heard that this big brother spent nearly $700,000 inside their bar last night, so if he comes to see the car today, he must show his utmost sincerity. In fact, there was no need for Ling Ling to explain anything behind. Wang Fangfang understood. As long as there is enough capital customers over, she must be to serve wholeheartedly, just because people really have the strength to be able to afford to buy their cars. And now this level of car competition pressure, how much millions of level of luxury cars is too much. If you let others feel bad, you can change a brand in minutes. After inquiring clearly, Wang Fangfang had a number in her heart, and immediately said with a smile on her face, Mr. Chow, I probably understand your requirements. And now we have one in our store that meets your needs and has a current car. Can I show you over there now? Aha. Good. Mr. Chow. Hello, this one is the Maybach S680. Styling is basically the same. Mainly the inner accessories. I am a little bit do not know the car. Just know that this car is a luxury car. About the detailed parameters of their own Baidu. Not water words to describe the introduction. While walking, Wang Fangfang pointed to the side of a few cars. You see which one is suitable for your eyes. We can go into experience and on the road to experience. In the process, Wang Fangfang explained to him for about 5 or 6 minutes the internal differences and related performance of several versions of the Maybach S680 car. For these things, no matter if it was Lu Bo or Xiao Bin, they didn't listen to a bit of it. Just a quick glance at the shape. It's just too handsome. Every young man has a dream of owning a Mercedes-Benz in his heart. It can be said that in that area of their hometown, if you drive a $3 to $4 million Mercedes sedan home, it's simply the first person in their area over there. Absolutely clothed. Go back to hosting a banquet. The second eldest village head next door will let you sit at the main table. Even the ants next to you who have never eaten with you before know that you don't like cilantro in your food. Smilingly, I tell you that this braised chicken we had today was Jedi ground chicken without the cilantro. Lu Bo, who was still laughing and joking just now, is also the same at this moment. His eyes are about to stick to the steering wheel. Seeing this scene, Wang Fangfang smiled. It seems he was right to bring this big brother here. This is a car that basically no one can resist, both in price point and in appearance. Mr. Chow, how do you feel about this car? Hearing Wang Fangfang's question, Xiao Bin patted Lu Bo as this expression control a little bit, said with a smile, see laugh. We too is also the first time to buy such a good car. C is very good looking, have not driven, can you try? Wang Fangfang covered her mouth with her small hand and said with a smile, sure. If you want to feel the performance, let's go out for a test drive. Like they are in sales. Especially after being in the business for so long, there is no such thing as a dog's eye view. That's all in fiction. They have a lot of training in general. Basically every brand. Even if it is very small domestic small brand sales, they have a fixed training for sales staff, at least to respect the customer. As for those who speak out, look down on, disdain. But because of this sales staff base is relatively large, which appeared in one or two mouths just now in this era. Suddenly too many people get rich, especially those who do the internet of the new rich, a dynasty of tens of times hundreds of times to become a millionaire, billionaire too much, and recently this stock market across the board soared. Their recent sales are obviously much better. The actions of these two, Xiao Bin and Lu Bo, would not make people look down on them, and at best, they would feel that these two were genuine and quite interesting. Yeah, that's what I meant. Then Mr. Chow, you guys wait for me here for a while. You get in the car first to look at the interior aspect. I'll go write an application. Just a few minutes, said Wang Fangfang, opened the car door and signaled them to sit inside the car and wait. After that she quickly went to the office to write the application. Lu Bo first drilled into the driver's cab. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, and said excitedly, this is if it's mine, and I'm willing to shock you for 3 days if you ask me to take 88 with me. Xiao Bin. Who wouldn't? The sand sculptor was reluctant. Xiao Bin's eyes jumped out of the corner of his eyes and said without hesitation, okay, then later on it will be written in your name yours. You buy one too. Asterisk. You. Are you looking at my ass? No way. This is 88. Lu Bo kicked Xiao Bin. Xiao Bin. Sure enough, this one is worth too much to give away. Otherwise this more than 3 million Maybach, doubled 100 times. Instantly 3 small goals. There's no rush. There are plenty of opportunities. Let Lu Bo know that he is really developed after the real gold like dirt. Then send things as a matter of course. Even if you cannot send things every day to take him to eat drink but also spend the big deal is that later a little more candy. The first time to sit in such a luxury sedan, Touching the interior of this at first glance is worth a lot of money. Chow Bin at the moment is also in a surging mood. He and Lu Bo, two bosses, do not talk about the oldest two. With the look of a bumpkin entering the city, he scrutinized every inch of it. A quote he'd swiped from Shakeology a while back also popped into his head. It's not the standard that Maybach has set. It's the back that you couldn't straighten in your youth. The moment you step out of the Maybach, there are no more words. The Maybach will speak for you. Even if you're quiet, even if you're not very articulate, all of that will be a plus in the eyes of others. Because there is no such thing as owning an inferiority complex when you own a Maybach. Soon the application came down. Took the key. Chow Bin drove this Maybach S680 around the second ring road to skate around, and went up to the elevated run. These 20 minutes or so also allowed Chow Bin to slowly ease up quite a bit from the surging mood he started with. The car was then driven back to the Force store. Chow Bin asked, MS. Wang, how much does this car cost? This Maybach S680 official guide price of 3.67 million. According to the current incentives, about 50,000 can be reduced. In addition to the purchase tax, value-added tax, insurance all landed lagging at about 3.95 million. Wang Fongfong quickly replied. Just now during the test drive he saw Chow Bin's satisfied expression, and she had already started to roughly calculate the price with a calculator in the back row. So he was able to answer quickly. Ling should have told you what I want. Can I drive away today? Or how soon can I drive away at the earliest? Chapter 37 AE86 can only go up the mountain, but Mercedes can go up the tree. Since this one is an existing car, of course you can drive it today. I'll get the contract over here now and you can take a look at it. Yeah. Then you wait a moment, said Wang Fongfong as she walked quickly in the direction of the office. Seeing the black Maybach that smelled of money next to this, Chow Bin's mood finally got a little restless again. In just 2 days, he had gone from being a headstrong, mediocre social animal, a perpetually squeezed minion, to the owner of an honored Mercedes in the next second. He didn't know how to describe his current mood, but the feeling was definitely quite a bit more exciting than when Song Siming had seen the smear of blood on the car seat cushion. Same, completely down in the moment. Unconsciously, he walked up to the front of the car and reached out to touch the stand-up decal. I used to look at it and tried to touch it for the first time. Just now he did not even touch the test drive, and now waiting to sign the contract. This has been determined that this car is his. His own things casually how to play with can. Pressure does not need to take into account the others. Wang Fongfong quickly came back and saw this action of Chow Bin, also walked up and said with a smile on his face, this logo of Maybach is a kind of car logo of our Mercedes-Benz automobile honor. It seems that Mr. Chow you like it very much. Chow Bin smiled after hearing this and didn't bother to say anything. He just gently caressed it, just like caressing his girlfriend's face that he had worked so hard to chase in the first place. Does it matter if it looks good? Is it honorable because of the badge? This stood up this one car label, like having an invisible force, slowly stroking his waist straight. Chow Bin also didn't expect this process of buying a car to be so much and not as fast as expected. The final signing, choosing things, home decorating, etc. went on from their 12:30 until 14:30. The process where it was Chow Bin's turn to need to pay was significantly faster, because Chow Bin signed directly and then scanned the code and entered the password to pay directly. The configurations that were chosen, the things that felt like they were needed, all of them were purchased, which added another $300,000 or so. Final 4.36 million. This Maybach belongs to Chow Bin personally from now on. Seeing the financial side of the bill out, the smile on Wang Fongfong's face could no longer be suppressed. More than 2 hours billing. It was the easiest and quickest order she'd had in her years as a Mercedes-Benz salesman. Congratulations, Mr. Chow, on becoming a valued Mercedes owner. And may your career spread its wings and take off once again with Mercedes as your companion, traveling the world in a colorful manner and enjoying a prestigious life. Every time when blessing a new owner, Wang Fongfong always says this, dozens of times for sure, but this time she did it with a heartfelt blessing. Thanks. Chow Bin nodded. Dozens of hours? He went from a beggar with no house, no car and no savings to the owner of a noble Mercedes, and he really wanted to shout vulgarly, who else is there? Then Wang Fongfong continued, Mr. Chow, about this purchase tax, value-added tax, insurance, licensing-related business, our side will have someone to deal with. Do not need you to go to the DMV, you only need to leave a copy of your ID card to us and then sign a good authorization can be, and so on. All the relevant documents are done, including the driving license, the green book, the license plate and the delivery of the Together You. This process will take about 2 to 3 hours. If Mr. Chow, if you have time, you can wait here in our VIP room. If you have other time to be busy, you give me an address and we will arrange for someone to deliver it to you then. You can also tell me if you have any unique requirements for the license plate. We have some spare good digital plates on our side. Except this one was bought by the company for an additional fee. Related to the process of buying a car did not experience. Do not understand. Deliberately asked a car friends. If there is not close to the actual light point spray. Listening to Wang Fengfang this successive said a whole lot. Xiao Bin cannot help but lick his lips. Never bought a car. And do not know there are so many formalities. In the past, he remembered that when he read some novels, they were all about the protagonist arriving and paying directly, then just getting in the car and driving away. How come it's your turn to ask for so many formalities? Sure enough then. Novels are better to read sparingly, especially the godly ones. Descending wisdom, but a little slower is a little slower. Xiao Bin, what else can be done? This side how to arrange him how to do it. Anyway, he has not reached the crowd can go against the rules. As a socialist successor, do things have always been honest and law-abiding? There is also now these procedures for the relevant departments. You an ordinary person to do it. It will simply kill you. Obviously a day can be completed. They can give you delayed to 2 or 3 days. But if it is the Mercedes-Benz 4S store people to go, that the efficiency of the absolute bar. No, just a random license plate will do. I don't have any requirements in this regard. Xiao Bin said indifferently. In the past, when I read God's Heroes novels, the male protagonists would often use the short spelling of the letters of their names and then add 3/8 as their license plate numbers. For example, CB888. The 3/8 are good, but the acronym is a bit. There is absolutely no need to be so pretentious. Is not a random mess of letters hung up after he is not the noble Mercedes owner? You drive a multi-million-dollar car and no one cares what color your car is. A man must have a Mercedes-Benz, even though your AE86 is silky smooth over the curves and the gutters. It can't stand up to the old king next door's Mercedes-Benz, which you can only walk around inside the gutters. So that means that the AE86 can only go up the hill, but the Mercedes-Benz can go up the tree. That's fine. You wait a little WeChat to me to leave the address can be. Do it, we will bring the relevant things to the door to help you to give the installation well. Wang Fengfang respectfully said. She likes this kind of thing less big brother. The main thing is that this big brother also looks so handsome. Most of the people who come to their Mercedes-Benz store to buy a car are on the business side of the spectrum. And that category is basically people over the age of 45. Over the years now that the C-Series E-Series is cheaper. It's true that a lot of young people are coming over to buy them, but 80% of those are relying on the family. And there are simply very few young people who buy directly into the S-Class. Good, but I guess there is not much time today. I will come back tomorrow and park my car somewhere to send you the address. Xiao Bin thought about it and said, I'm going to go camping inside the mountains tonight. And while it's true that Dashu Mountain isn't that far away, it's always a bit of a distance from this store. You can't bother people's staff in the middle of the night. It's too much to ask. He is also a laborer. Let people work overtime at night so far away. It is okay, Mr. Chow, waiting for your message. After that, after a brief exchange of courtesies, Xiao Bin patted Lu Bo who was in the driver's seat. Let's go. In fact, Lu Bo seems to be like a ghost, which reacted, we just spent more than $4 million like this just so simple. Give the money Then how else do you want to spend it? Xiao Bin handed him a cigarette over. Lu Bo froze for a moment after receiving the cigarettes. Did not point, cursed, Moncler outlet. Such a good car. You smoke inside What's the matter? I still carry it on my back every day on the road? Xiao Bin said indifferently. A car is just a tool. A $100, 000 car. A $1, 000 car. A $10, 000 car. He can't get away from the fact that he's just a walker after all. And you should always remember one thing about this thing, she won't be with you for the rest of your life. No matter how new she is now and how well she performs. Eventually one day she gets tired of being used. Even if she was that radiant at first, she eventually became mediocre. Even if you're careful when you close the door, and you usually can't be bothered to let him pull anything slightly heavier, and you step on the gas gently. What's the point? When he waited for the next owner, he squashed what had happened before that. So enjoy it for the short time you have it, and feel free to toss it around. If it's broken, it's broken. Big deal. Replace it. There are plenty of cars. Chapter 38, the light that was, cannot be extinguished. After lunch, the cassoulet, which I usually find so delicious, is now turning out to be that bitter. After completely calming in, Wu Mengmeng sent a Weibo message to editor Xiao Bin. Brother Aben, what did you have for lunch? I had cassoulet rice for lunch. Oh. No reaction. Kids photos. JPG. Brother Aben, look at this little kid. Isn't he super cute? Cute. How do I feel look like you that big eyes and high nose. Since childhood can look so handsome. It is not your left outside the little friend. Hashtag carrot. Carrot hashtag. Brother Aben, today's weather is good This sun feels so comfortable I feel like I'm going to fall asleep. A top-down selfie focusing on the perfect body. Another half hour later, Wu Mengmeng felt it was useless to pull at it, so she could only go straight to the point. Brother Aben, it's fall now, but it's still so hot in the afternoon. You can't stay outside, and if you go camping like this, it's sure to be a little hot at night. Let's go play billiards at night, and drink with you afterward, okay? Still no reply. Instead, at this time she suddenly saw Chaobin posting a friend circle. No text, just 2 photos. One is a signed purchase contract with a payment of over $4 million. Another one shows Chaobin standing in front of this Maybach, holding the Maybach's badge in his left hand and looking into the distance. Positioning, Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Hopetown. Monica Wu. She couldn't hold back any longer and immediately sent a Weibo message over. Brother Aben, you bought a car Wow. Is this the Maybach? It's so handsome. I've never been in a Maybach until now. Hee. I was complimenting my brother on his handsomeness. He's much more handsome than that. Still stone cold. Then if we go camping, can you come and pick me up, brother? It's a long way to Dashu Mountain by taxi from my side. I didn't realize that seconds after this message was sent. Yes, go take your leave and I'll pick you up right away. Monica Wu. You really don't even want to pretend? But Wu Mengmeng was angry again. She didn't dare to make Chaobin wait more, and soon sent a message over. I've already talked to my colleague. She can just ask for a vacation for me. I can walk there anytime. Do I need to bring anything? Chaobin, I'll be there in about half an hour. Just wait at the door. Lu Tingting, who was not far from the side, snorted coldly, watching Wu Mengmeng play with her cell phone all the time, and probably guessed who she was contacting. Wu Mengmeng directly stopped typing and sent voice. Just those few words. She whined for about 10 seconds, but it made Lu Tingting, who was at the side, furious. Chaobin has a unique XP in for Wu Mengmeng, while Wu Mengmeng is simply at loggerheads with her BFF. The car stopped at the gate of the snowy villa. Lu Bo is still a little unfulfilled. By this time he was also completely relaxed and lit a cigarette, not bothering about whether it was inside the car or not. It seemed to have something to say, but then it was just a quiet smoke. Chaobin also understands. Want to prove that the feelings between friends did not change because of money. He will always remember Lu Bo before his good. These things do not rely on said and not rely on money can be. To action are to show everywhere, such as this car. Lu Bo obviously liked it extremely much. But he wouldn't accept Chaobin giving such an expensive car at once. So get the car. This first section of the journey is certainly to be with Lu Bo, but also first to Lu Bo's home and the first section of the road will have to come by him. Chaobin used to be a person with extremely low self-esteem, which is a common problem for everyone who comes from a poor family and comes out from the mountains. It's not him alone, it's the problem. Fortunately at the time when he was most prone to perversions in his psyche and his ideas were most prone to errors, he met Lu Bo. It was this sand sculpture that gradually opened him up, and becoming more and more confident. This kind of a beam of light that sprang up in an enclosed space. Chaobin would not let him go out in any way. Hesitated for a moment to open his mouth. Anyway, you can rest assured that there is no engage in some crooked ways. The money is coming from a very positive way. Before it is not a breakup? I am a ruthless and then ruthless. Several times 10 times 20 times the leverage smashed down. The results let me hit by mistake. This consecutive days seem to have touched some doorway. I took out part of the money again to continue 20 times 50 times. I did not expect this seems to break up after the luck came. Every time is very accurate. Or you also take some money over. I will help you to buy a little. So much money at once seems to only make sense in that regard. After all, Chaobin is what family and you are not aware of. And even he went to his hometown a few times. Said inheritance and so on is bull asterisk. Only through the recent rise in the stock market to say that earned a few tens of millions of dollars. After that, once you get the brick and mortar business up and running, then the funding makes sense. Forget it, I was not interested in this area. My habit is that money is a piece of money earned. The girl is a girl bubble. Lu Bo laughed out loud and said, you have to control yourself a little bit on it. Stock this thing how to say it? Change is relatively large. You have to stay part of the money in the hand. Chaobin nodded. Don't worry. I know in my heart. I've already taken all the money out of it today. I won't play later. At this time, Chaobin happened to click on WeChat, and it was the voice that Wu Mengmeng had just sent. Lu Bo, alright, play by yourself and be safe. Don't worry, I'm a steady driver. Lu Bo spit a sentence, open your sister's car. I mean you go out to play at night with overalls. Wait a moment to pass by the convenience store. Go to buy a little bit in this front toolbox inside. Buy a 10 box 8 boxes to put inside. Do not come to the time of urgent use but also to go around to find. Chao Bin gave a thumbs up. 6. After Lu Bo got out of the car, Chao Bin then got out from the passenger side to the main driver. Finally navigated to that kindergarten of Wu Mengming's and theirs. He has also been to the kindergarten many times in the neighborhood where he lives, which is only a kilometer away. Although she didn't have a car before, she would often buy breakfast for Lu Tingting, pick her up from work, and send her to their kindergarten in the evening on that road. And I don't know how many times I have been there in the past half year. The car had just arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten. When he saw Wu Mengming standing at the entrance from a long distance, it was obvious that in that half hour she was well groomed. Wu Mengming belongs to the mature type. At only 21 years old, she looks like a young woman of 27 or 28 years old. Today, however, it was clear that her costume had undergone a deliberate change. Her face was clean, with no heavy makeup, not even lipstick, a high ponytail, a white t-shirt and black yoga pants showed off her figure perfectly. With that kind of attire, one can't help but be impressed. Chao Bin couldn't help but freeze as well. It's hard to get away from all the people, and this charm is really nice, especially since she could have taken one step and gotten in. But she took a page from the internet and slowly sat in with her back toward herself. Only then did she step into her long legs and sit down. Wu Mengming understands? Chapter 39, The Rules of the Jianghu. For the sake of the atmosphere, Wu Mengming suddenly said she saw a joke. Generally sitting in the passenger seat generally need to pay attention to what? Someone answered, just remind him to slow down and not drive too fast. Chao Bin replied as he drove. Pretty good. Safety is important. Wu Mengming shook her head. Nope. What's that? Because it's easy to go too fast. Chao Bin. Finally, he turned his head to look at the woman. Some progress. Brother Aben, where are we going now? This elevated seems like it's not going to the Dashu mountainside, right? Wu Mengming, who was sitting in the co-pilot, was very understanding and took the initiative to lean this way. Let's go over to Swan Lake for dinner first. Cloud Dream Hot Pot. Chao Bin had just received a call from Er Gou on his way here, and he was also prepared to have a meal and then set off. Camping at night is mainly about drinking some wine and grilling some skewers, everyone chatting, and then each bringing their respective girlfriends to enjoy the world of two. All eat a little something before going. So just now Lu Ikuan deliberately called Chao Bin, the two of them about to the 28th floor of the Sky Lake Hotel Yunmeng Hot Pot Restaurant. Yunmeng Hot Pot Restaurant, the ceiling of local hot pot restaurants. Number 1 on the popularity list. Hot pot restaurants with 4+ figures per person, and netizens have visited the store. Even the cheapest package is over 1,000 per capita. So this store is very famous in the local area. And many women go there and immediately take pictures and send them to their friends on Shakeology. Naturally, Wu Mengming had seen it before and had made a guide to see which one was the cheapest and which one was the best. And also post this best package inside your circle of friends. She sent this mainly to see the usual lickers who shushed her. Who could be a little more conscious to take her to eat? But who would have thought that no liquor would be willing to take on the cheapest 38.88 set meal for two? I finally ate it myself today. By the time Chao Bin reached the 28th floor of the Swan Lake Hotel, Lu Ikuan had already arrived, was sitting in the lobby waiting for them. Next to him sat a petite girl, estimated to be in her 20s by the looks of her. Bin. Lu Ikuan stood up and handed over a cigarette, then pretended to be serious and said, "What have you been busy with lately? After so many dates, I finally asked you out once." He winked at him after saying that. The tacit understanding between men Chao Bin instantly understood. Can't help it. There are too many fart things to say about you. But when you spoke, Kuan, didn't I come over immediately? This one is, Chao Bin said, looking at the petite girl next to him. Xiao Yu, this is the good brother I told you about. Chao Bin, you call Bin. Lu Ikuan introduced. Bin, this is my girlfriend Zhang Jinyu. You can just call Xiao Yu. Hello Xiao Yu, this is my friend Wu Mengming. Mengming. He then turned to Wu Mengming, purposely pretending to be recognizing her for the first time, and introduced her. Mengming, this is Mr. Lu, Xiao Yu. Wu Mengming froze in her heart. Didn't she just have a drink with this Mr. Lu last night? How can you introduce him again? But soon she reacted. That's two of their men bearing witness for each other. This kind of thing is so normal, and they women do it all the time. It's like they're BFFs. When the other person licks the dog or her husband or boyfriend comes to her, they will immediately help to prove that last night it was because they had too much to drink and their best friend stayed on her side of the room. Life is like a play. It's all in the acting. Then he smiled and said, "Hello Mr. Lu, hello Xiao Yu, hello Mr. Chao." The dishes have been prepared over at the Huangshan Hall and have already been served. Right in the middle of their pleasantries, Su Chang came over. Good. Chow Bin nodded and greeted. The bars are all ready. Let's eat. This Yunmeng hot pot restaurant is a good tool for swiping money. So Chow Bin left Su Chang's cell phone number. In the half hour it took to drive over, he had already called Su Chang. Later, just think of this Yunmeng hot pot restaurant as if he used to eat Sha Xian. Good. Lu Ikuan nodded. Then pulled Zhang Jinyu. Sha Yu, let's go. Just like that, the four of them followed Su Chang. Both Lu Ikuan and Chow Bin have been here quite a few times, and the men don't have much of a feel for how good the decorations are, how good the environment is, and so on. But Wu Meng Meng is a different story. Although she had followed quite a few dog lickers to some relatively high-end restaurants, it was the first time that they were decorated so lavishly like this one. So he took his cell phone and couldn't help but start taking pictures. And then it didn't take long for him to take a selfie. And Zhang Jinyu joined in on the fun. Su Chang was not surprised by this scene, and just reminded him softly with a smile on his face. If you too want to take a picture as a souvenir, I'll help you contact the professional photographer in our store. And then after you have eaten, you can take a picture of any location in the store you go to. And we have professional lighting equipment here. Professional lighting technicians and the corresponding scenery equipment. The corresponding corridor will also have hanbok. You can change clothes after the shoot. After the shoot we'll also have a designer to help you retouching, to ensure that you can give you out a few beautiful pictures to remember. Zhang Jinyu, Monica Wu. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other. It was obvious that both of them had seen the store on Little Red Book or Shake Shack, but it was the first time they knew there was such a service. Nowadays, there are a lot of places that will professionally provide some locations for people to take pictures, but there are professional photographers, professional props, professional lighting, and even people to help you with retouching. This is indeed a bit outrageous. No wonder the per capita spending here is in the thousands. Even those services are worth the price already, right? And on the side, the two Chow Bin and Lu Ikuan looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Chow Bin, he is also the last 2 days, came to eat directly, never pay attention to this. Lu Ikuan is here quite a few times, but the first time to bring this Zhang Jinyu over. About this service he is aware of, are already accustomed to it, so he forgot to talk to his girlfriend. Luckily this waitress knew better and gave just the right amount of warning. In fact, Su Chang, who was walking at the front, was even more shocked in his heart. This is the third time Chow Bin has come over. The first 400,000, the second 230,000 or the price after the discount. And after the second came, the boss deliberately took the initiative to Chow Bin included in the category of VIP. Reduce his later 10% of the service fee. Just did not expect this VIP to come so quickly. Just received a phone call he still underestimated. In the end, what kind of family eat this every day? After sitting in the box. What do you want to drink, Mr. LV? Chow Bin looked at LV Ikuan and asked. I'm fine. I didn't drive here today anyway. Lu Ikuan didn't refuse after thinking about it. The drinks inside this hot pot restaurant weren't cheap. When he used to come to eat, other than wanting a little ambience, he usually rarely ordered drinks. The average girl he brought over. Such a high price of hot pot to eat. Do not need to drink. This girl is already drunk. Going to a room afterward is not a handful. Only this first time I brought my girlfriend over. I was embarrassed to say that the drinks were too expensive. Aren't you driving? Feel free to have some rice wine. We're going to drink more at night anyway. This place was found by Chow Bin, and it was also his treat. He said kindly, it's okay, you guys drink well. I open. A 220,000 red wine order instantly becomes more than 2 million. How can you just give up? So Chow Bin said to Su Chang, is there any more of the previous wine? If there is, then another bottle. Hello, Mr. Chow, is this Conti 356? Su Chang asked. Alright, just place your order and send it right away. Su Chang nodded, pointing to the tablets above their respective hands, and asked, do you see anything else that needs to be added? Both Wu Meng Meng and Zhang Jinyu couldn't help but turn to the page of drinks, wanting to see how much that so-called Conti 356 really cost. Even Louis Ikuan had to go and confirm it. When they saw that the bottle of wine was worth $220,000, both froze. It's outrageous. Just a simple hot pot meal. And you order $220,000 worth of red wine? But it also made Lu Ikuan more certain that this one friend of his took off. Even he himself, who is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, he did not dare to build also. Of course, he hadn't completely inherited all of the family's property yet. Just that his father would give him more than $1 million in living expenses every month. But that's it for him, as long as he doesn't overplay his hand. He never runs out of money to spend. After all, a house and car, that's another expense. But like Chow Bin, he was far from it. It can even be said that the gap is still very obvious. In the end, because of what all of a sudden there is such a big change. He was a little curious in his heart, but soon curiosity, it was wiped from his mind. So at this time his girlfriend Zhang Jinyu quietly asked, "Hubby, what does brother Aben do?" Zhang Jinyu's family is good, and his family has spent a lot of money on him, so it was not easy to enter the public security system, but it was only okay, far from the life of a rich kid that was still far from it. That's why he was so surprised. Lu Ikuan gently patted her little head and said with a smile, "See what you like to eat? Just order whatever you like. It's Bing's treat today. When you're out and about, you definitely need to keep your own chick in check. Don't let your own people leak it. Don't let your own people screw it up. You're responsible for that. It's the rule of the jungle." Chapter 40, The Understanding Little You. General. Several rich kids are partying together, and another brother's woman who doesn't know any better asking these questions is sure to be very offended, and may even drag the brother down with her. But this is slightly better today. On the one hand, Chao Bin has just stepped into this circle, and even this circle has not yet entered yet. He does not have so many taboos. The other side is that in the past, Lu Ikuan has helped him a lot. He is grateful. As long as it is not something too much of a big right or wrong, he will not care. Brother Aben is sorry. Zhang Jinyu is also very smart. Her boyfriend's nudging. She instantly understood what it means, clenching her small fist to make cute expressions, pouting. A youthful beauty is just lethal. Even if she's not her girlfriend and there's no way she's going to have anything to do with it. This kind of move just puts people in a good mood. At least they know what they're doing. I'm so envious that Lu always has a girlfriend like Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, are you studying now? Chao Bin waved his hand and said with a smile, "Brother Aben is too good at talking. Where do I look like a student? I'm already working, but I'm a senior this year. It's an internship." Zhang Jinyu spat out her tongue and said mischievously, "That or college students Speaking of this, Chao Bin immediately brightened his eyes and said unapologetically, "Then you don't have a lot of schoolgirls. If there is a beautiful and gentle young lady, introduce me to her." Zhang Jinyu looked at Wu Meng Meng next to him, pouted and gave him a blank look. Now the matchmaker's so good when I used to introduce to others. Good when the two people also buy me milk tea to drink. Break up every day on the blame me that I introduced the person is not reliable. I do not want to be scolded. Xiaoyu, that you can be mistaken. I and those people are certainly not the same. As long as you set up the bureau. The other, I come to myself after all the things that happen with you have nothing to do with you. But your kindness I will certainly remember. Will spring to return. Chao Bin laughed out loud. Although it is said that nowadays, the female university is not always the kind of innocence, and even some of the means than in the society of the people who are more bullish, but by probability, it's definitely a little bit better. Now this society temptation is too big and too much, even in the school inside the clean and pure people. After coming out, it is difficult to resist to the corrosion of this outside. In the outside to stay for a year or two, more than 80% have deteriorated. It's good to be able to go through the formal channels to meet some of the female universities. Chao Bin is rich now, and it's still easy to pick up female universities, especially since there are many such agencies. You say what you want, how much you are willing to pay, and it will be arranged for you immediately or even privately customized. Chao Bin had heard of these things many times before, and had also met one by chance. Just learning about it at the time, it seemed like it would start at 30-50k a month, then arrange a place to stay and see you 1 to 2 times a week. This meeting was of course mainly about that. Previously heard well, just figure of fun, and not so much money to enjoy. Just lamented the happiness of the rich he could not experience. But now it is different. Chao Bin also crossed the class to this step. Chao Bin was preparing to look for this person on top of his WeChat friends list of more than 3,000 people after he finished his work in the next 2 days, and then talk to him again. I didn't expect to meet you today. A rich second generation like Lu Ikuan has been waiting for so long, and there must be many more doors in this area than him. Sitting next to her, Wu Mingming's mood was instantly a bit low. Watching the three of them chatting cheekily, she was tempted to interject, but then she thought about what status she was in now. I'd like to ask Chao Bin himself if you brought him here no matter what, right? In front of your own face, now let others introduce you to your girlfriend? Or women's college? Do you know whether you have to respect people? Simply too down head. But a look up. Looking at the beautiful waitress respectfully helping her to shabu beef, as well as in front of her already a piece of cut lobster meat. Just now she saw the price displayed on the top of the tablet. This one are worth tens of thousands of dollars. The anger in his heart just seemed to be instantly overshadowed by this. This kind of scene had never been seen only from those short dramas. Never imagined that I could still enjoy this kind of treatment. Eating imported auslese a dragon, imported beef, and drinking more than $200,000 of red wine. It's like a dream. Chao Bin, who was chatting on the side, had actually had his eyes on this side. Wu Mengmeng did fit his XP, and the only reason he gave her a chance was that he wanted this bite for sure. But women like this must be educated properly, or else even if they become a success in time, there will be a lot of farts afterward, and it will affect their mood, so they might as well not eat. It's not like there's only one kind of this hobby. The big thing is to find more other beautiful women who can definitely have an instant impact on forgetting their previous hobby. So far it looks like it knows what it's doing, knowing to change clothes to come, follow the back of the honest not to talk nonsense, just now upset this moment and quickly self-digested. The meal was sort of enjoyable, and this Xiaoyu is still a very smart person. She also guessed that this girl that Xiaobin brought over was not fixed, and has been playing alongside to match. Half an hour later, women with small stomachs have already eaten almost everything. Xiaoyu took Wu Mengmeng to this store to take pictures. Su Chang immediately arranged for a professional lighting technician photographer and retouching to follow the two of them. If the average customer certainly cannot respond so quickly, and will not be arranged all at once in the back, the least retouching or waiting for them to finish shooting, handed over to these masters. Now it's different. Because it's a VIP client, the retoucher follows them, and is able to point out which looks, or which lighting can be more effective. Inside the box, Xiaoyu is also just curious, and it is also true that it is not inside this circle. The elders of the family arranged a blind date. Lu Ikuan toasted a glass of wine for his girlfriend's presumptuousness just now. Do we still need to be so polite? I still need you to bring me around more in the future. Xiaobin had to drive later, so he didn't drink and said seriously as he picked up his teacup. Lu Ikuan finished the wine in the cup in one gulp, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit of emotion in his heart. This 220,000 a bottle of red wine tasted really good, like he usually drinks red wine by himself for $10,000 or $20,000. There's plenty of good wine on the old man's side, but it's impossible to drink it like this all the time. Lu Ikuan said, brothers, you're out of line. Can play together. That's fate. Play together. Have a good project to earn money together. Brother Cohen. Thanks. I'm grateful for not abandoning you before. Xiaobin was not as playful as he was earlier, and his expression was slightly more serious. To be honest, he has always wanted to seriously thank LV Ikuan, but the previous kind of identity you say thank you to others. These words you cannot say. After all, you thank others, just above the mouth to say, and cannot give others to bring what substantive help. He was now Xiaobin slowly qualifying to be inside a circle with them. Now LV Ikuan took the initiative to bring Xiaobin into their circle, and for the sake of the front and the back, he had to thank people seriously. Ha ha, brother, everything is about fate. Although there is some bull asterisk, you have to say that the word fate is really subtle. I used to think that there is something different about you, and now I see that it is true. Lu Ikuan was also amused by the fact that he had befriended Xiaobin right before. That way the relationship is going to be relatively reliable no matter what. Two big men are not any pretentious people. This topic immediately skipped. Some things are as good as it gets. See you on the matter, brother. So this bureau that I'm saving up for tonight, I'll give you a general overview first. Lu Ikuan unwrapped a packet of Hitianxia and chewed one for himself, then pushed the rest in front of Xiaobin and continued. Apart from you, I've invited 3 other friends who play well. It feels like we should be bringing people in the evening. I told them that there are good and nice and reliable ones that we can bring here. We won't know until we meet. These are all a little bit of ability or a little bit of assets. Want to do things together in the future or already doing things? We are just eating and playing. See if there are projects above can be interoperable. When you have any interest at that time can chat. Of course, it is not necessary to go to do what business investment or something. Pure play I am more welcome. I am what kind of you know best. The old man is not at all allow me to start a business. Every month pocket money up to 1.5 million. More than a dime do not give. And I spend a lot of money myself. I want to deduct money from this to invest in any project is not realistic. So simply as a pimp. These play with a good relationship. A little bit of ability. Reliable character to get together. Lu Ikuan said very seriously. Tonight you look first. Anyway, I brought over a few friends. I can character assured that what they do is certainly not a problem. Interested then chat. Not interested we will play first. Well, understand. Xiaobin nodded. Just like this kind of put the ugly words in front of the, not a big deal just also meets him. Not because the relationship with you is still good to invest in something. Have to first confirm their own reliable again. Things definitely needed to be done. Like this thing where he asked Zhao Yiming to help find a store. He has to have some business in plain sight. Chapter 41, more than $400,000 for one meal. The two smoked a cigarette inside the box and talked for about 15 minutes or so. Zhang Jinyu then knocked on the door from outside with Wu Mengmeng. He took a lot of photos. This store a lot of places are very out of the film. You see this master is also very good. I shoot he will help me fix a 9-frame immediately full. Would have liked to leave 2 photos location to camping it. Zhang Jin you offer treasure like picking up a cell phone to Lu Aikuan next to get together, to show him those photos just taken. Smiling like a flower. Wu Meng, who was following behind, froze for a moment when she saw the scene. She turned her head to look at Chao Bin, who was smoking next to her. He was just looking at the two of them, LV Aikuan and Zhang Jinyu, with a smile on his face, without the slightest intention of looking at himself. There was a pang of disillusionment in his heart. Ding dong. Just when Lu Aikuan and Zhang Jinyu were both enjoying that beautiful photo, a WeChat message popped up with a ding-dong sound on top of the cell phone. Seeing the sender, Zhang Jinyu's face changed greatly, and he immediately locked the screen in a hurry. Xiao Yu, who is that fisherman? The cell phone was originally in Lu Aikuan's hand, so he definitely saw the name that popped up just now. Coupled with his girlfriend's anxious and panicked expression, his heart thumped, hesitated for a few seconds or couldn't help but ask, just a friend. Zhang Jinyu took the cell phone and said with a smile, Xiao Yu, your WeChat name is called Little Fish, and his name is Fisherman. You don't think you should? LV Aikuan's expression that was cheeky just now also slowly became a bit serious. Oops, she's a female, my bosom friend. What are you thinking blindly about? Zhang Jinyu said with a small mouth. Lu Aikuan looked at his girlfriend this lovely expression. Eyes just have some dodge, and not the kind of guilty feeling, also did not think of anything, but this if not clear, or the heart of a lump. So said, I do not believe. I want to see, which has a female named Fisherman. Okay, it's okay to take a look, but you're not allowed to laugh. You can only read a few pages. Looking at Chao Bin, Wu Meng and their gazes were all cast this way. Zhang Jinyu knew that if she didn't prove something, not only would she be wrongly accused, but most of all she would let Lu Aikuan be looked down upon in the hearts of outsiders. That was something she would not allow. Well, you flip me over. Lu Aikuan nodded in agreement. Zhang Jinyu nodded, fingerprints to unlock the phone, and then tapped WeChat to tap to the first, quickly flipped to the avatar position, tapped to her circle of friends, said, you look at his circle of friends, as well as his avatar, these are female, right? Lu Aikuan took a look at it, and it was indeed a girl's WeChat from beginning to end. Still, he wanted to see what message had just been sent that would make his girlfriend a little nervous. The two of them weren't supposed to be lesbians, were they? I've only heard of a man finding a wife to cover for him. But not a man? Lu Aikuan said. Just look at the circle of friends and see what she just sent you. Hearing this, Zhang Jinyu's small face immediately floated up a few red clouds, and said somewhat shyly, can't we not look? Lu Aikuan shook his head. No. Zhang Jinyu pouted and helplessly clicked on the dialog box, then showed it to Lu Aikuan before quickly saying, finished reading it. The screen was then immediately locked. The cell phone was stuffed inside the pocket and never taken out again. Lu Aikuan froze for several seconds with a dumbfounded look, looking at his girlfriend's translucent red face and wondering what it meant. Why are you so nervous? Isn't this chat log normal? It doesn't say anything, it's just sharing between girls. What's there to be shy about? Then Lu Aikuan turned to Chao Bin and asked, isn't it just JJ Lin? What's wrong with that? His songs are very good. GG? I don't know. What's his newest song? Or do you guys want to go to a concert? Chao Bin was at a loss, not knowing what this young couple was up to, and hearing Chao Bin's words, suddenly Lu Aikuan suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, ha ha. You're still laughing. No laughing. Zhang Jinyu's small face turned even redder, and she unrelentingly stretched out her small hand to try and block Lu Aikuan's mouth. Ha ha. Fine. I won't laugh. Lu Aikuan took out a napkin and wiped her tears, saying, that sister of yours is also talented. Chao Bin and Wu Meng looked skeptical. Okay, it's not a big deal. Look at my brother being all confused. This set out of what? What can not see? Normal. We often send pictures between men more. If you don't want to eat it, just don't eat it. I'm not forcing it. Lu Aikuan smiled and said, I didn't react just now, thanks to brother Bing. Chao Bin. Thumbs up after a 2 or 3 second pause. 6. Wu Mengming's face turned red. Oops. Ignoring you. Humph. Zhang Jinyu shyly pinched LV Aikuan fiercely. Did all the Robin Hoods react yet? Newcomer and is poor than to write the God's Hero article. A lot of dishes are unreasonable, please forgive me. I kowtow to you all. A few minutes later, Su Cheng brought the bill over. Hello Mr. Chow. Today is today's bill. Today's total consumption is 431,876 renminbi. You just pay 430,000. Aha. Chaobin took the bill and roughly scanned it, then took his cell phone and directly scanned the code. Yesterday the three of them also ate over $200. 000. And today it's mostly because of the addition of this bottle of red wine. A translucent virtual panel in mid-air. Spend $430. 000 with a friend and get $4. 3 million in 10x rebates. Unable to help it, the smile grew a few shades wider. Although it is said that now has long been worth more than 100 million, but this all of a sudden increased a few million. Or let him feel very cool. Spend money and be able to earn money. But also with friends, this feeling is simply gorgeous. Everyone Hikari. Buckle 666. All come one. Wu Mengmeng was beside him and just watched him scan the code to pay for 430. 000. His heartbeat couldn't control it and sped up a few points. It was as if the red wine had gone up in strength, and her delicate face was red and flushed. After paying the money, a separate bill was typed out, and Wu Mengmeng didn't know how to reach over and look at it, looking at the long list, one by one of the dishes on it that were worth a lot of money. A dizzy spell came over her. She couldn't help but remember at this time, when a very interesting thing was popular on the internet. A small netizen, pretending to be a celebrity, traveled in full costume, and went to a top hotel in Shanghai to play cards. Take some photos and post them to your friends to flaunt your sophisticated life. But what about this process of capturing a man in flip-flops and pants? Then it was all gloom and doom about how the security guards shouldn't have let the people in, that it was affecting the appetites of those of them who were eating, and that they had to pay them back or something like that. It turned out to be a quick slap in the face that the man in the flip-flops and pants was some kind of big shot, and that people just treated the place like a work dinner. What feels expensive to you, a few $1,000s for a meal, could potentially be the same to someone else as if you went to Shaxian for duck leg rice. There is a huge difference between people. Su Chang also noticed Wu Mengmeng's expression and was instantly able to tell the difference between her and Zhang Jinyu. Brother Cohen, we're leaving now? Casually, he threw the list into the trash can next to him, and Xiaobin got up and greeted them as they left. Well, let's go. That side just happened to send me a message over saying that everything is set up. Lu Ikuan nodded. Xiaobin and Lu Ikuan both walked in front, while Zhang Jinyu waited for Wu Mengmeng, the two of them in the back. Before leaving this box, Wu Mengmeng couldn't help but look back at the dining table. It was topped with half a plate of beef, and the claw of a large lobster, and a fifth of red wine. She wanted to pack these up and take them back with her. Chapter 42. You and I are dark horses before the world is settled. Today's meal completely opened up Wu Mengmeng's scene of the fantasized high society. These rich people, they have a casual meal that really has the potential for what an average person can earn in a lifetime. In this new first-tier city with a so-called per capita income of $9.860, how many people are actually paid just $3,000 to $5,000? If he lives alone, he can still barely survive. But if he is a family's, he really has no chance to eat like this for the rest of his life. Some people have the capital to spend $200,000 to $300,000 on a big meal, but it is not cost-effective. Take for example the former Xiaobin. In addition to his tens of thousands of extra dollars a month, his salary alone is around $12,000. It is reasonable to say that his income on this day is at $400. He usually smokes 16 or 15 puan. You have to let him go to smoke 28 tonight or 65 in the soft center, which is fine, and it is not unaffordable. Rather, it's not necessary, and I can't afford to give it up. Like the lobsters in here today, casually one is $30,000 to $40,000. A bite is a few $100s. How could the average person spend that kind of money? After leaving the box, Wu Mengmeng walked next to Xiaobin in a very natural manner, reaching out her hand to take his arm. Xiaobin turned his head to look at her, and Wu Mengmeng smiled sweetly. At the front entrance of the Swan Lake Hotel, in the center parking space, a brand new unlicensed Maybach S680 was parked. Oh, Maybach S680, this car is, but let us meet, will not be too old-fashioned a little? Lu Ikuan walked up and gave a thumbs up and said, then opened the door and sat directly on the passenger seat, carefully surveyed the interior, said with a smile, my old man also has a, but it is the old model. That is the heart of the treasure, like not let me touch. This is mainly for my brother when the time comes. The National Day wedding. Said in the old country to rent a head car is either expensive or inappropriate. So I want to give him to solve the problem of the head car. Xiaobin said very sparsely. However, these words made Wu Mengmeng as well as Zhang Jinyu, who were in the second row, but there was something unimaginable about them. So there really are people who will spend millions of dollars for this simple reason. Also, the car. It does not matter. First by do not like to go by a chant. And so my friend there feel to get well. After you want to play some strange car, do not simple. LV Ikuan said from the handbag inside, took out a few yellow pillbox. Written above 6 flavors of Di Huang pill said, I do not know what to buy, congratulations. Just today friends sent a little of this stuff. Heard that this big honey pill tastes good. We'll give you to bring a few boxes. Hang on. I'll taste it. How many pills will you take? Chaobin directly opened a box and took out a version, looking at the black pills and said, Lu Ikuan, I usually take one. Snap. Chaobin directly ate 2 of them. Lu Ikuan took it, snapped it, and ate 3 of them. Meng Meng Wu. Jin Yu Zhang. Incomprehensible brain circuits of men. It's like brushing up on a short video a while back. What the hell are you selling me 9800 for a bottle of 3 tails of wine? You're out of your ing mind, aren't you? It's an aphrodisiac. Boss, I spoke a bit loudly just now. I'll kowtow to you first. Give me 3 pounds. Tap the navigation and follow the prompts. Chaobin drove the car. LV Ikuan, by the way, one of my classmates back. It is ready to do all kinds of food and drink industry. One of them is all kinds of luxury cars. Like to play with the car. If you like to play with the car, later, when his position to get it right, then later want to play with a play or buy are convenient. I'm a brother called Ho Junjae, a friend for many years, absolutely reliable. There is another even earlier is my cousin uncle family, called Shun Weiguang, counting there is a little bit of blood relations. He graduated after the inheritance of the family inside the industry. Pedestrian Street, that department store you know, is the 100 Big Group, the earliest superstore in Hiyu City. His old man is the boss. Ooh, Lu Ikuan introduced the 2 most important friends of the day. Bai Da Ah, surely no Ah, this is definitely a super powerful group Ah. Hearing that it was the son of 100 Grand, Chaobin froze, not expecting to be able to play together today. He has been working in the planning department of the Intai shopping mall, and naturally knows the group, which is a listed company and a famous local private enterprise. It used to rank in the top 10 local private companies. It's just that this retail industry is really harder to do now than it used to be. The impact of e-commerce and so-called live streaming is too great. In the past, Baida not only had high-grade shopping malls, but also the community nature of the Red Mansion supermarket. The annual sales are more than $10 billion. The absolute taxpayers. It's just that in recent years most of the supermarkets have closed and about half of the malls. But no matter what, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. There are still 10 or so very nice malls inside the local shopping area. This kind of circle of people. If there was no introduction from Lu Ikuan, if Chaobin wanted to get acquainted, he currently did not have any good means. It seems that in the past in novels the rich generation doesn't force how hard the second generation of their family works, but instead very much encourages them to go out and eat and drink and have fun with people of a similar class. In fact, just so that their circle can melt up. Sharing of resources will be effective resource consolidation, relearning of the father or previous effective experience, and business vision. As for the specific operation and so on, it is left to the talented people who graduated from prestigious schools. Powerful is powerful, but there is no need to care too much about this. There is a saying that the universe has not yet been determined. You and I are dark horses. The ancestors of 3 generations are not still mud legs. Their older generation can fight down this river and mountain. We can also. LV Ikuan smiled and said, although he did not make any achievements now, even to say that has been in the process of mixing, but he just has this unique confidence. Make it seem as if he just want to do it, can immediately become the same. These friends of ours, to be honest, want to integrate and really need some capital. Do not say look down on who, just think don't want to let people empty gloves. In our here pretend God, want to play can, you have to have some capital. There is also that now that stays these people are character dependable, at the very least can play together. Through the 2 days LV Ikuan for Chaobin's economic strength that is 100% believe that, although the specific do not know how much, but the hand inside the cash tens of millions of dollars should have. Being able to come up with that much money is actually pretty good. As far as being able to continue after that, that's why he was given the pull to get inside the circle, because everyone needs to be tested to see if they think you're qualified to stay. Chaobin also probably guessed what he was thinking, nodded and said with a smile, no matter what you have to thank Brother Kuan. Want to do things alone by money is a way, but that is the most laborious way. Resource integration is the king. How was Rebus able to make a whole car in just 3 years? Is it simply because he has over $100 billion? Far from it. It's because he's invested in all these major suppliers. He's a shareholder. It's because he has acquaintances in many of the supply chains and has a tremendous amount of say. It is because the authorities know that he has strengths in this area and have designated him to work in this industry, giving him the green light in all aspects and granting him special authorization. Chaobin wants to make a new brand of car out. If you need 200 billion, this is not very difficult for him. The big deal is shamelessly just crazy to Lubo brush money, buy cars and houses. But can he build this car? It's obviously impossible. Circles are very important, or else the old fathers would have said that things come together. You want to jump from one circle to a higher circle, and someone pulling you into a group is one of the quickest ways to do that. Sitting in the second row, Zhang Jin, you started searching for copy on the internet, ready to wait a little while to put together 2 more photos of the camping trip and send a 9-panel circle of friends. And as Wu Mengmeng listened to the chatting of the 2 people in front of her, she suddenly felt that this difference between herself was just too great. Pressing is not at all a level. What is it that one can take out to enter inside this circle? Young, good-looking, in shape? But there are plenty of women like that. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many beautiful women wanting to go to a rich man's orgy like CX Feast and Alas on Desert Off-Road. Just give it all you've got. But in the end, you don't even always get inside the loop. And at best you'll make tens of thousands of dollars a day on those days. She now had a unique opportunity over the others, with Chaobin who could lead her into the circle. But, doesn't mean it's not conditional. This man, it was obvious that he wanted to eat himself, to the audit into a small black room, the future driving to pay attention to the speed of the car. Oh, ask for support. Point free of charge for the love of power generation it. Chapter 43, The Life Wu Mengmeng Aspires to. Travel slowly for about 20 minutes, passing through the beautiful setting of Nestle Lake Boulevard. It eventually came to a slow stop in front of an estate. After someone at the gate let the pass through, continue driving inside for 10 minutes or so. In the foreground is an estate of an agritourismo nature. On the left is the 5 largest inland lakes in China, Chaohu. On the right is the Great Shushan. On a small hillside between this lake and the mountains, there is such an estate. The front is available for tourists to come over and eat and punch in. But the back of the estate was completely closed off. And it was only through that fence just now that you could reach this little plain behind it that was fleshly green. The lake, mountains and forest fit perfectly. There is even a small, man-made beach next to it, a few hundred meters in length. Chao Bin, who had survived in Heyu City for such a long time, surprisingly didn't even know that there was this place. This place is Shin Di Shao. The family to get out of the general people have money, you have no way to get out. So much land of or 20 years ago the old man to get out. See Chao Bin's surprise. Lu Aikuan laughed. And yeah, it's really hard to organize a place like this. Now many places can't even sell their land. And real estate has become a complete bubble. You'd have a hell of a time trying to get a place like this. After getting out of the car, Lu Aikuan's other 2 best friends came with companions, who were naturally young and beautiful women. Everyone was first introduced roughly through Lu Aikuan to get to know each other, and Chaobin surveyed the venue. Previously watched That Love Apartment. Lu Xiaobu said the pool party, outdoor party is probably similar to this situation, which is isolated next to the barbecue grill. The cooker has been built. All kinds of kebabs have been prepared next to it. As long as you get the barbecue grill above the grill, sprinkled with some seasoning can be eaten. It's the luxury version of barbecue. There are also some finished place settings on top of the table. Fruits, desserts, drinks. There were 5 or 6 erected tents set up in the open space next to them, each spaced tens of meters away from each other, is to facilitate the night each team to live in, to give everyone enough space. Otherwise the tent is not soundproof. Inside a little bit of noise, close to the words that hear clearly. It is really embarrassing. Now all the arrangements inside the venue are temporary arrangements this afternoon. As long as there is a request LVI to the person in charge of this manor to make a phone call, a few hours will be able to set up into such a casual gathering place. Chaobin took the cigarette handed over by Lu Aikuan and lit it before starting to think in his head. What are the things he needs to differentiate between to do something he currently wants to do that can be replaced with money? Which ones require networking resources? Soon he figured out that these things could slowly accumulate these resources as he showed his strength. As Louis Aikuan said, the sky is not yet settled, and you and I are both dark horses. They have such a strong network of people and resources that their fathers or grandfathers worked hard to make, while others used decades or even centuries to accumulate resources. He, Chao Bin, could shorten this time greatly with money. Chao Bin felt a lot smoother when he smoked after thinking clearly about this. Brother Bing, want some cashews? I'll fix you a few skewers? Lu Aikuan, who had put on an apron, walked over to the barbecue grill and started to grill meat skewers in a decent manner, taking a pot of cashews from Zhang Jinyu's hand and shouting at Chao Bin with a smile. You can't eat this stuff blindly. They were both scolded by the 2 of them last night, and they haven't gotten up until now today. Chao Bin laughed out loud. Men, a little strong can blow very strong, and when he is very strong can blow even stronger. In the small white that has been verified. 6. I believe in Bing's strength. Lu Aikuan laughed out loud. Bing is so 6? Then there's time to spar. I've been studying yoga hard for years. Ho Junjie carried 2 bottles of foreign wine and some ice, and walked over to pick a glass of wine for everyone while raising an eyebrow. Before listening to LV Aikuan said that this Mr. Ho in foreign countries to play very flower, from his dress and speak tone can feel is indeed some flirty. Slippers, big pants, naked, long hair and a pigtail, a stubby cigar in his mouth. The kind of bronze skin that was so distinctly different from Asian men was able to clearly differentiate between the few males in the scene. All 10 fingers have tattoos on them. Big flowery arms. You can hardly imagine a business elite out there with 5 fingers tattooed F_U_C_K one by one. Not bad, not bad, Chao Bin said, looking at Wu Mengmeng next to him. I've seen her circle of friends before and posted some difficult one-horse, as if usually quite like to go to practice yoga. Only in the past his girlfriend was Lu Tingting. He did not even dare to go to the point of praise, even to say that the circle of friends to see are afraid to click to zoom in, because once you click to open the picture is automatically cached. The next time directly point is a second to open. Do not need to cache. In a case like this, the girlfriend is a checkmate. Chao Bin all went to the office and logged into WeChat on his computer to sneak a peek. After all, there are not many boys who can say no to a good body, young and beautiful, and so generous. It's also because of this that Wu Mengmeng has so many licking dogs. You are able to receive 520 red packets on all holidays, and you are able to receive the so-called first cup of milk tea in the fall and winter. Then I'll give you guys something to help you out. Shen Weiguang, Xin Dishao, walked over to the top of the DJ booth next to him, plugged in a USB flash drive, hung a headset in his left ear, and started playing a disc. Shen Weiguang is about 34 or 35 years old, looks white and clean, also wears gold glasses, wearing a white shirt without a wrinkle on the upper body, the lower body vertical black suit pants, polished glowing shoes, but did not expect him to play really DJ. Someone grills, someone bartends, someone plays the disc, and someone waves their hands around to give enough atmosphere. Halfway up the mountainside at the bamboo forest, a breeze blew, mixed with a light fragrance of flowers, refreshing, in such a place far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, no one to disturb, with 3 or 5 friends around, no pressure of life, wanton indulgence. Wu Mengmeng was instantly smitten. Is this someone else's life? Tasting the girlfriend's bureau by yourself. A few people go inside the rental house, at most, buy a $40 or $50 of Brussels sprouts, buy some cold skin and rice noodles, buy some fried skewers, and then a little more extravagant, buy some Rio cocktails. One person averages $40 or $50. Then you can send an exquisite circle of friends. But what about them? They directly circle to play recklessly. That table densely dotted with desserts, fruits and drinks, as well as next to the 2 barbecue masters to prepare the roasted whole sheep as well as all kinds of seafood. If you're bored and itchy, you can grab some skewers and grill them yourself on the separate grill next to the barbecue. Just like Er Gou and Lu did. Singing, playing and dancing. It seems like these are only seen inside those variety shows. It's the stars who don't have to worry about money. Screw the aspirational life. Chapter 44, Lose and Pay. And their weekday life is to go to work. Scolded by the leadership, by colleagues Pitt, and some high and mighty parents of students. Obviously this child is already spoiled beyond recognition, but still there to force lie. A little bit of rules for the child. To complain. There are times when a child becomes a bear and you really can't blame the child. It's totally just the result of crap parents. It's even harder to be a billiards assistant coach. Those who go there to play billiards, especially those who go inside the box, how many of them are really coming over to play billiards? They are all here to look for beautiful women. They are all here to take advantage of the situation. If you're spending money to do a job, that's fine. A lot of it is gouging and not wanting to spend money and still wanting white pea. Earning that little bit of money a month is just barely enough to get by. Where else can you live in the midst of this carefree beauty like you do now? It's like a dream. Wu Mengmeng is addicted to it. Chao Bin was also happy now. These guys are very good at having fun, raising bonfires, singing and dancing, especially this John Ho. Mr. Ho. It was Thai as hell. And the girls around him were screaming all the time. The ones they brought over today basically belonged to girls like Chao Bin, who was coming over to play with them for the first time, and they all belonged to the ones they were about to take. Wouldn't it be a good idea to stay in this tent tonight? A scene like this one, in a beautiful setting and individually staged, can easily present a woman in it, so that the probability of taking it down is much higher than usual. Camping is going to be a night out, and the women actually understand what's going to happen. Wu Mengmeng also knew it very well, so she would be torn. Aya, can you not mess around or I can shout Xiao you sister, but JC, Ho general next to the little girl, belongs to the youthful cute type, height at most 1.55 m, and Ho Junjie such close to 1.9 m people together. That is simply a little spicy eyes. It's hard to imagine what kind of battle it will be then. That won't do. There is a saying that it's hard for a clean official to settle a family matter. Even if she's JC, I'm still not allowed to dish out my own daughter-in-law. Mr. Ho said with a cheap smile on his face. All these people present knew Zhang Jinyu, and also knew what she did. This also showed that Zhang Jinyu was completely different from the girls that Mr. Ho, Mr. Shin, and the others had brought over second-generation guys like them. If they introduce his lady friend to their friends with all their heart and tell them about the general situation, it's a sign that he's possibly in a real relationship with her. This also made Chaobin a bit surprised. Does this Louis Ikuan really mean it? Chaobin looked and looked again at Zheng Jinyu, who was currently helping Lu Ikuan brush the seasoning, with his head lowered and with a light smile. It's not easy. What, your daughter-in-law? Ah, who promised to be your daughter-in-law? The cute girl had a shy look on her face. Mr. Ho Xiaofang, you two nag you twos cannot bring me ah. I just administrative clerk, I cannot count what JC. Zheng Jinyu said with a smile. Sister Xiaoyu, why are you like this? Help! This guy is too bad. Xiaofang's face was red. It's really that Mr. Ho is too bold. I'm your girlfriend. If you keep going on like this, I really don't have anything left on me. You want to scream for help now? Ha! It's too early. Wait for the night. Mr. Ho laughed out loud. Flirty, tawdry indeed. Chaobin was a bit intolerant. These dudes who had stayed in school really did play much more flowery than they did. It's also generous. Chaobin all suspect that this guy is willing to Xiaofang. Of course, there's a good chance this is just some random female he picked up. It's not like it's a girlfriend or anything. Next to her, Wu Mengmeng took out her cell phone and took pictures of the lake view, the mountains, the bonfire, all kinds of drinks, and a few pictures taken at the Yunmeng Hot Pot restaurant today, and drew out a delicate 9-panel grid. Text, there are mountains, there is water, there is food. In this instant he had a number of people in his circle of friends who liked and commented on him. Classmate 1, Meng Meng. Is this Hopetsa City? I've been living here for about 20 years and I didn't even know there was such a beautiful place. I almost suspected you took this in Sanya. It's so beautiful. Classmate 2, I looked at the positioning, checked the map. It is indeed the city. This should be a private manor. Meng Meng is now really powerful. Are able to play in this place? You look at the table on the table set, those wines casually are several $1,000s a bottle of, as well as this hot pot restaurant. This big lobster, gosh. You're a day of dashing. I can't earn in my life ah. Classmates each other is able to see the respective message, but also because of the words of this bit of classmates. Everyone noticed the value of these things placed on the table. A dumbfounded. They were all classmates who had graduated only a year or two ago. Most people are still in the struggle for survival. Point in. Every day thinking about this month's chanting, spend more than waiting for the 15th payroll to pay it back. These days have to boil noodles in fresh water. Riding a shared bicycle, do not dare to go to ride an electric one. But in the blink of an eye there are students who are thoroughly enjoying themselves. The many comments that followed made Wu Mengmeng thoroughly enjoy herself. What's Bing been up to lately? Is there any time? After heckling for a while, a few men sat down on the bed table next to him with wine glasses. And Mr. Ho asked casually with a cigar in his mouth. I don't have much to do lately. I'm busy with a lot of time. What? Does Mr. Ho have any arrangements? Chaobin laughed. What arrangement can I have? I'm just a hard-working little minion, and I'll have to rely on all of you to show me more favor in the future. Ho Junjie took out a box from the side. Very delicate. After opening it, inside were cigars. The girl next to him, Feng, was also very knowledgeable, holding cigar cutters to help cut one by one and light them with a lighter. Chaobin waved his hand. Never smoked it. Don't know this stuff. LV Ikuan laughed, said as if I would be the same. Anyway, this thing you sucked and then spit out on it. Do not like cigarettes into the lungs like a big back on it. Smoking a few dozen you will have a different feeling. Slowly will be. Ho Junjie laughed and scolded. Only you LV can say so. Smoking more will be a 2 or 3,000 it. Shin Daoshao took the cigar and took a shallow puff. A very enjoyable look. It seems that people are already accustomed to it. Chaobin then briefly tried it. The flavor was a bit strange, but there was nothing that would or wouldn't happen if it wasn't funded anyway. Does Bin know how to play Texas Hold'em? Lu Ikuan asked. Will point. Chaobin nodded. He had seen his manager and a few of the company executives play it before during the company's reunion, and then he made a point of studying it. Then it's hard for Big Beauty Zhang to be the lauder for a while. Mr. Lu doesn't mind, right? Ho Junjie laughed. What do you mean? You're not setting me up for injustice? Why are you asking me? You ask my leader. She is willing to be willing. She is not willing to. I do not dare to force her. Lu Ikuan pretended to be aggrieved. Zhang Jin, you pouted. Virtuous. Let's play for a while then. Each person takes these 50 chips. Who has the least at the end of 3 games? He'll pay for all the spending today. Ho Junjie said the rules. Looks like they usually play like this a lot. Not really gambling, but ultimately whoever has the least amount of chips pays for it. It's actually kinda nice. Doesn't hurt feelings, but has some competitive implications in it. Like this arrangement tonight, the venue part of the cost, and then in advance of the artificial arrangement of a cost. The most important thing left is that these food and drink. A rough estimate of 120,000 should be enough. For them, these people no one lack of this money. But having a little competition makes it a little more interesting. But usually today it's even. Today I have to pay the bill. Our Aben is playing with us for the first time. If we accidentally lose the most miserable, that's not good. Lu Ikuan laughed. Texas Hold'em depends partly on luck and partly on guts. And Lu Ikuan is worried that Chaobin is not a match for these guys. These guys one by one are all veterans. Aben earned money is suddenly fortune with these people then. I guess there will be some stage fright. Rules are rules. How could I possibly lose? Maybe I have a newbie buff. Chaobin laughed. It doesn't matter how much money men have together. But brothers together don't be pretentious. One can't be like a woman and have to play any tricks. The main thing is that even if you come to pay for it yourself. So what? 10x rebate. As long as there's a man around. Money spent is money made. And he doesn't lose money anyway, he's screwed. Chapter 45 Guts, Ruthlessness, and Control. Soon the four of them had 50 chips each in front of them. If they normally paid back, one chip would be $10. 000 and 50 chips would be $500,000. But today the money is so much money. But it's not really going to gamble with the money. It's ultimately more than the number of chips left in the hand, and whoever has fewer pays. After a general explanation of the rules, Zhang Jinyu began to deal the cards. Chaobin looked at the cards in his hand, greatly, but also showed the cards, so that Wu Mengmeng sitting next to him took a look. This first hand gas a little pitted. The hand is a 3 of hearts and the 5 of diamonds. Wu Mengmeng clearly understood this kind of card as well, and her face remained unchanged after reading it. No public cards have been dealt yet, but the probability of Chaobin winning with these cards in his hand is very low. Originally playing Texas, you wanted to become a poker player. It's actually very difficult. The bottom plate is 3. Shen Daoxiao did not hesitate to raise it to 6. Others followed and continued to raise it. Chaobin naturally followed to take a look at the bottom plate. These 3 public cards were then dealt. The 10 of spades, the ace of spades and the 6 of hearts. Wipe. It's really bad. Lu Ikuan saw that he was hopeless and directly gave up. Hou Junjie smiled and continued to follow for 6. Shen Daoxiao unreservedly continued to follow as well. The two of them can't be bad. And the least they can do to get anywhere should be to make a pair. Or possibly a straight or a flush or something hopeful. Chaobin's hand is basically no chance to win, as the pairs don't match, and the straights are even more impossible. Wu Mengmeng, who was beside her, looked at the card and thought in her mind that Chaobin would probably just give it up. But, stud, Chao Ping directly pushed out all of the 40 or so chips left on top of the table. John Ho, Shen Daoxiao, I'll be damned. What kind of cards are you holding, Aben? So gripping. Hou Junjie looked at Chao Bingying's face as been with if not a smile. Now a little puzzled. Which person had once all the chips all bet? He thought for a few seconds before discarding his cards. Shen Daoxiao also looked at the left side of the thought from his expression to see what cracks, but obviously cannot see anything. Since people dare, it means that at least there is a big pair. Maybe a pair of ace, or a little better to be stable. So after thinking about it is also the card discarded. You threw away all this pair of ka. The sister next to him was a bit surprised that Shen Daoxiao had finally given up. Steady a little bit, not in a hurry. I think Bing's is right at the very least. Shen Daoxiao said blandly. Zhang Jin, you dealt the cards again. This time Chaobin's hand was slightly better, with 2 4s in his hand. Shen Daoxiao first to speak, he directly on the chip 2. See the confident expression to know that his hand card quite can. Then Lu Ikuan and Hou Junjie followed. Chaobin naturally followed. The 3 community cards were dealt. The 10 of hearts, the 5 of hearts, and the kings of clubs. It's not like these 3 cards are coming together. Still relying on these 2 4s in the hand, which are paired, but they are a very small pair. So basically you lose. Shen Daoxiao continued to follow. 4. Lu Ikuan. Hou Junjie looked at it and gave up. Bing, on or off? Shen Daoxiao asked. Well, play along. Anyway, if I won just now, let's pretend I didn't win. I'll go on 8. Chaobin nodded. Doubled. It seems to not want to let him see the card. Now Shen Daoxiao hand. There is a K. With this on top of the group has been able to group a pair of K. Thought. Continued to follow the 8. I also with. The 4th public card is turned over. It's the 6 of hearts. 16. Chaobin continued to add. There are quite a few chips on the table now, and this is a hand where he's equal to putting up half of his chips. Seeing this public hand, Shen Daoxiao naturally continued. 16. I call. The last public card is turned over and it's a king. Shen Daoxiao let out a long sigh of relief. And finally everyone's cards opened up, and his 3 kings naturally won over Chaobin's pair of 4s. Bing. Looks like I made the right bet. I didn't expect my luck to be quite good. If I didn't call just now, I wouldn't have been able to get this last K. but even if I don't get this, I still beat you, so do you think it's a fight or not? Xin Dishao took a puff of his cigar and suddenly spat out a sentence for no reason. It seems as if every heart as a rich kid like him seems to have an idea of a plan to make a name for himself. Neither really wanted to, under the control of their fathers, simply take their business. According to Lu Aikuan said, he is just purely the home rent. What business do not care? Xin Dishao is different. He took over several shopping malls long ago, responsible for the operation for several years, and the results are still very good. But you can see by this statement that he still has the restless one. Last inning, Zhang Jin began to deal the cards. Qiao Bin's luck was even better than earlier. Holding 2 aces in his hand, without hesitation, he was directly the first on 2. The 3 public cards on top now, the red 8, the black heart king, and the 9 of diamonds. Lu Aikuan was obviously happy in love, disillusioned in the casino, and with crap cards in his hand, he just gave up. Shen continued on, and in his hand were the Queen of Hearts and the 7 of Hearts. He has a very good hand and very good odds of getting a flush. All 3 were on, after which Zhang Jin opened the last public card. Red 10, black heart 8, square piece 9, red heart J, black heart 9. There is already a pair of pairs on it, and Xin Dishao's cards can be connected, but he is still afraid that Qiao Bin's hand will become 3 plus 2. From the fact that the lawn just now kept adding money all the way up without a pause, you can conclude that he's going to have at least a 9-0-0 in his hand. That makes 3 heads. And there's little certainty as to whether another pair will be added. Stud. Qiao Bin once again retired all the car codes inside his hand. All over again? Xin Dishao, who has been doing business for many years, has roughly calculated in his heart how much this winning rate is. It's well over 60%. Since it was such a big win, it was natural to go all in as well. And after the chassis opened, Xin Daoshao naturally won. Qiao Bin let out a loud laugh. It's true that Mr. Li is right. I have a worse hand this time. I'm done losing. I'll put a water first and drink it later, Qiao Bin said as he walked towards the restroom in the corner next to him. Brother Aben, I'll accompany you. Wu Mengmeng got up and took Qiao Bin's arm. Good. After he left, Lu Aikuan and a few of them froze for a moment, looking at his back. Slightly thought. Lu Aikuan casually opened Qiao Bin's bottom hand, 2 aces. This brother's gambling character is good. Steady enough is also very. The main thing is not greedy. The future is not to be. Quinn, how do you know him? Ho Junjie couldn't help but praise Qiao Bin's character now after seeing the bottom card clearly. It was just a general idea before. It's only 26. Just spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a night at the bar and millions on a Maybach. And it seems like the last 2 days' meals have been hundreds of thousands a meal. What kind of opportunity was this that could give him so much cash all of a sudden? Or was it the so-called novels of those top rich families? The lesser family let him experience outside for a decade or so, and now it was completely unblocked. A chance to meet, and know for some time. Examined the character, felt very reliable and brought over. Lu Aikuan naturally can't say that he was caught in Yin Tai and then Qiao Bin helped him. He did have a very good impression of Qiao Bin, or else he wouldn't have taken such an initiative to help him in the first place. Just is he really just a normal kid from a normal family? The final bottom hand was a pair of aces, which, as John Ho said, was steady as hell and had some control over the situation. This man is a wonderful partner. Kuan, do you mind if I get someone to check the bottom slightly? Xin Daoshao suddenly spoke up. Since you've said all that, it means you want to bring him into the game. It's no big deal to check if you want to feel at ease. Lu Aikuan nodded. Their group was indeed plotting to try and do something. It was normal to be uneasy. And he also wanted to know what was happening to Qiao Bin that there was such a big change now. Chapter 46, Wu Mengmeng who wants to go back. The sun sets. Standing at the edge of the lake watching that afterglow refracted on the water really has a feeling of infinite beauty. I'm still not well read. Qiao Bin with a cigarette in his mouth could only speak half-heartedly. It's damn good looking. Ha ha. Brother Aben, you have to say a sentence of the sunset and lonely takeoff. Well, not bad. How can you say dirty words? Zhang Jin snorted at the side. That's why I only know that one line. Too many people say it. It's not pushy enough. So forget it. Qiao Bin laughed. Makes sense. Lu Aikuan gave Qiao Bin a thumbs up. By the way, Bing, which one do you want to stay in? Lu Aikuan asked, pointing at the tents near the foot of the mountain. Qiao Bin looked over as he pointed. These tents. The location chosen is also excellent. There are also some fences around. Less simple potions in. Can look at the scenery, but also to avoid to simple snakes, insects and ants. He turned his head toward Wu Mengmeng, who kept taking pictures next to him, and asked, which of these tents do you like? Hearing this, Wu Mengmeng's face was a little unnatural, and said in a low voice, I want to go home at night. Hearing this, Chaobin nodded and then said to her, "Good. Then you can go back now. There is only one word for it, 6. These women nowadays that's so far down that it's almost too lazy to talk about them. They think they can hold anyone at arm's length. Brother Aben, I came out with you because people really like you. I don't want to just be a woman you can just date. I want to seriously be with you and fall in love with you. Do you understand what I mean?" Wu Mengmeng pouted and said with a resigned face. Chaobin smiled when he heard this and took a hard drag on his cigarette, the white smoke from his mouth slowly exhaling towards a small sunflower next to him, blowing the flower as it swayed in the wind. Then with his back turned like this, he waved his hand towards Wu Mengmeng. "No need. You go back." Looking at his casual expression and that casual move of dismissing himself, Wu Mengmeng instantly stuttered in her heart. It was like being pounded with a heavy fist, a tightening of the heart with inexplicable difficulty. "What's wrong with the fact that I'm really just looking for a good relationship with someone? You're not even in love. You just simply want to sleep with me? How can you do this? It's too far down the line. Then I'll go?" Wu Mengmeng lightly bit her lips with her shell teeth, stepped forward and stubbornly angled her head and said. Chaobin remained. Without lifting his head, waved his hand and simply said, "Get lost. Go as far away as you can." Then with a smile on his face, he said to Zhang Jinyu on the other side, "Shall you do me a favor? Please take her out for a bit." "What's wrong?" Zhang Jinyu walked over. "What's wrong? Is this without the little raincoat?" "It's fine. We'll make a call here and have it sent over." And she flirted. Chaobin shook his head with a smile and pointed at Wu Mengmeng. At this time Wu Mengmeng gamely walked towards the side table and started to pack her bag. Wu Mengmeng came over to carry a simple small backpack. Open also some simple skincare products and cell phone charging treasure data line and so on. Pack up a minute. The reason why she so slowly pack up, the meaning is very obvious. It was waiting for Chaobin to open his mouth to retain her. These few hours so far this afternoon can be said to be the happiest, most comfortable and enjoyable she has ever been in her life. The environment, the living conditions and the attitude of these people were the kind of feeling she had dreamed of. She is very much like, but, cannot just simply let Chaobin get it, casually with him, or no name. What is their own this is? Chaobin continued to Zhang Jinyu. Just take her to the door. She'll take a taxi by herself. Thanks Xiaoyu. What's wrong brother Bing? At this time, Lu Ikuan also noticed this side of the room and asked with some surprise as he walked over. Nothing, it's just that she doesn't stay here at night and wants to go back. So I'll let Xiaoyu help let's send it to a place where she can take a taxi. Chaobin said to Lu Ikuan with a smile on his face. Lu Ikuan, He had some incredulity as he looked at Wu Mengmeng who had packed up her things and headed to the side. Wu Mengmeng was now pouting as if she was very aggrieved. Why go back at this hour? This place but it is rare to come over once wait a moment to eat and drink to enjoy the starry sky. What a beautiful thing here at night gaga boarding. You will absolutely not be false. Lu Ikuan said with a smile. What kind of person Wu Mengmeng was, what she wanted to do. None of these things mattered to Lu Ikuan. The important thing was that he was the one who saved this bureau today. He couldn't let his brother Chaobin live in a tent alone tonight. The environment here is good. This period of time the climate is also very comfortable. Camping here is absolutely very enjoyable. But a big man, camping alone at night gross meaning there is not a beautiful girl around, all the fun has been lost. No matter what kind of conflict between them to fight, first stay the person. Tonight use it before you say When Wu Mengmeng heard this, she also had a step down and her complexion eased quite a bit. So she stopped and didn't continue to walk forward. This time Lu Ikuan rushed Zhang Jinyu made eyes. Zhang Jinyu very clever a burst of jogging, walked up to pull Wu Mengmeng's arm. Mengmeng, the starry sky here is very beautiful yo. Take pictures absolutely out of the film. They also took a few professional cameras tonight. That shot out of the starry sky is simply too beautiful. With Zhang Jinyu's persuasion, Wu Mengmeng was then pulled to sit on top of a nearby table. Seeing this scene, he also knew that Lu Ikuan and Zhang Jinyu were just helping him. Didn't say anything. Now the man is staying. But now the atmosphere of this scene is not so good. One does not speak. Chaobin and Lu Ikuan, Zhang Jinyu and the few of them were chatting feverishly, without the slightest move to come and relieve Wu Mengmeng's emotions. Seeing this scene Wu Mengmeng became even more angry in her heart. What do you mean now? Do you wait until the night and just sleep with me? What do you take me for if I don't offer a little bit of emotion and have to go straight for it? Bird again? Even if it is, you have to give something. So far, I haven't even asked you to charge me a card. Not even a single gift. And you want to sleep with someone? The more he thought about it the more unhappy he became in his mind. Well Bing, don't focus on chatting with us. Go coax people. This is a good time. Quarrel how meaningless Zhang Jinyu laughed. We put next to the lake near the best tent to you. This is the largest. From us is also a little far away. How you play at night how to make trouble we cannot hear. This is okay now, right? Luai-kun pointed to a small box next to him and said, "Bingo! There's something in there no matter if it's DLS or Okamoto. Choose for yourself. It's no fun. I'm a person like that. Since I don't want it then it feels wrong. I like to interact better. Otherwise what's the difference with a dead fish?" Chaobin laughed. People who do not understand things, to stay by the side of the meaningless, but instead may bring all sorts of trouble things, but also to help themselves to wipe their asses. In the future he will be surrounded by a lot of women, but ultimately to stay by his side of the woman. Definitely not because she has how beautiful. To say a few words to destroy the 3 views, now you have to be rich. There are plenty of beautiful women. Not just choose your own, but you must know what to do. Don't make it all day long. Give you enough money to spend and get a clue and stop mumbling about time with you and what emotional value you have to offer every day. What's wrong with you? Understanding is one of the most basic requirements. Hearing Chaobin's words, Wu Mengmeng, who was sitting on the dining table, abruptly turned her head and looked at Chaobin with a resentful expression. There was aggravation in his eyes. "That's just so insulting, making it sound like you're really in that business. I just want to have a good relationship with you." "A good relationship? How can you be like this? Just now being left behind by Xiaoyu." The heart still retains like fantasies. As long as Chaobin this guy he is willing to coax himself well, and then buy himself some gifts and so on. Then tonight he is willing to stay with him, and properly socialize and fall in love with him. But, clenching his fists and trying to keep his tone calm and not crying out, he slowly said, "Xiaoyu, please take me to the door. It's all back here that belongs to the private space of the estate and needs to be taken back and forth." Zhang Jinyu looked at Chaobin who had no intention of opening his mouth to stay inside. "Fine, then you have all your things with you. I'll take you there." In the end, he just carried Wu Mengmeng towards the location of the guard post in front of him. Lvi-kun handed a cigarette and said, "What's going on Bing? Not at this time. How can we fight left and right tonight? Ah, how wasteful." Then looked at Zhang Jinyu walked away, before whispering, "Women, spend some money to coax a coax can, or hard, then change. Anyway, you do not marry her." Chapter 47, Get out if you don't want to. Chaobin shook his head and said, "You can't say that. There are women who are a matter of pussy to mess with. Troublesome. And you're going to have to set a rule for him that if you want to get the benefit of the doubt, you know what you're doing. You've come here, and you still want to ask me for a name. Ha? Think I'm a kaiju? Like these women which are usually those licking dogs too much? Every day coaxing them, make them themselves one by one have much value like." Luai-kun he was a lover. He naturally agreed with these truths. Then let him go. What's the point of wasting time? When I come back I'll ask Xiaoyu to introduce a few of his girlfriends to you. Although my old man says that there are things that he controls too much, which I don't like, but the matter of introducing me to a daughter-in-law is something that I still agree with both hands. He's not going to introduce me to any women out there, like you, still a senior, just interned. It's a lot easier than out there. Nowadays, women, after they come out, that one of them only stares at the 3 melons and 2 jujubes. The meaning of the hair is not there. Within a few minutes Zhang Jinyu came back, and Luai-kun spoke directly. "Honey, help find a reliable girlfriend for Bing." "Aha, that's fine, brother Bing. What kind of girlfriend do you want?" Zhang Jinyu opened his mouth and asked. "My requirements are simple, pretty and understanding," Chaobin said. Luai-kun, Zhang Jinyu, simple indeed. On the other side Wu Mengmeng walked from the back to the post position and started to call for a car with her cell phone. It's probably the evening rush hour, and it's up here in the mountains, above the drop-offs, and she's surprised to be in line for more than 20, and it's estimated to be over $90 for 45 kilometers from here to their kindergarten dorm. She'd have to add $20 to her fare if she wanted a quick cab ride, which would be over $100. It was a bit scary for her to be alone if she didn't add money to the wait of about half an hour at this lake. When I think about spending more than $100 just like that, my heart is bleeding. Just get even more pissed off. Obviously the circle of friends is still so enviable and mesmerizing this afternoon. But what about the turn of events? When you're struggling with a cab fare yourself, it's all the man's fault. It's just too far down the line. Previously how not found so dog? Previously he and Lu Tingting dating time. He is in gas before and after the busy non-stop payment, but also very numb. Occasionally shopping in the supermarket encountered their own this point of things he will be very understanding to take the past together with the bill. Now just because you're rich and developed, you're completely bad? Wu Mengmeng took out her cell phone and clicked on WeChat, pressed and held the talk button. A burst of crazy output for 60 seconds, which contains an extremely large amount of mum. I carrot. But the moment she let go and sent it over, Wu Mengmeng was dumbfounded. A very striking exclamation point. I can't believe this dog man deleted me. Yet. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. It just feels like you're being played for nothing. The more Wu Mengmeng thought about it, the more unwilling she became. She ended up posting this about the day inside a group of girlfriends. Of course, there is no Lu Tingting inside this girlfriends group. There are very many girlfriends groups of their women. All the other girlfriends in this group knew Lu Tingting, but just not Lu Tingting. From the very beginning of the billiard room and the starry sky inside the other assistants to charge the card consumption, then to the Abay's bar inside the crazy Order Supreme set, spent 780,000. Then to the kindergarten today to pick her up, driving the latest model of Maybach S680, and then to the Yunmeng hot pot restaurant inside the more than 400,000 yuan of hot pot to eat, and finally to the campsite of this private manor at the edge of the Ness Lake. A camping trip costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. But this dog man even just wanted to sleep with himself and didn't give any benefits. But wait until Wu Mengmeng finished spitting. These girlfriends of hers reacted far from what Wu Mengmeng had imagined at all. And it's outrageous. For example, each of these BFFs is making a statement of righteous indignation or a simple tripe inside the group. Get off your head. Disgusting. Dog man. It's just not there. They don't cuss based on how these things are done. It's just a simple generalization. This is actually not outrageous. The reason why Wu Mengmeng thinks it is outrageous is because each and every one of these girlfriends have sent her private messages. BFF1, holy, dreamy. Are you talking about Aben? Is he so rich now? I accidentally deleted his WeChat before. You push his WeChat to me. I'll help you go and scold him properly. This dog man is so bad. BFF2, this dog man is really too head down. They spend so much money. Give you to charge some performance to spend 3 to 5 million and how? And in the card inside the money he himself can spend and not let him spend hundreds of thousands. A little money is not out. Just wanna sleep with people push his WeChat to me. I want him to know the evil of society. BFF3, sister, take the red envelope and send me this man's WeChat. BFF4, where are you? Sister? I'm driving to pick you up right now. BFF1, dream on. Hurry up. Seeing this series of various private messages sent over, Wu Mengmeng was dumbfounded. These sisters were cursing non-stop inside the group on the surface, but in private, they actually approached her one by one to ask for Chao Bin's WeChat. It's just outrageous. Seeing that Chao Bin deleted her, Wu Mengmeng also deleted Chao Bin when she got angry just now. And now she doesn't have Chao Bin's WeChat anymore, so she can't share it even if she wants to. Chapter 48. Does Wu Mengmeng know it's wrong? Wu Mengmeng at this moment did not come to the heart some panic. It's not like she's a cutie pie. And it was obvious from her own BFF's reaction that she was doing it wrong this time. Is this a missed opportunity for me to cross the class line? It was at this time that the internet taxi she had called finally arrived. Get in the car. What are you standing there for? The online car driver urged with a face of impatience, and did not give this woman preferential treatment because of her good looks and figure, and even muttered disdainfully inside his mouth, evening rush hour and still hitting a special price car. Really enough. Wu Mengmeng was paid $90 and then added $20 for a total of $110. But, minus the 30% processing fee, as well as adding that the $20 is split in half $10, the driver was only 70 total by then, a total of 45 kilometers. Still in the evening rush hour, and close to 2 hours to drive there again. The driver was naturally upset. This driver is running for a living, a day to get up early in the morning. Scrambling is to earn money, especially to the evening run. Often from this nightclub to pull people to the hotel. From that KTV to pull people to the hotel. Are wearing cool, good-looking women. The reality is that the beauty of the sea too much has long been immune. Not to mention the comfort of the look is useless. Once $3,000 he did not have the money might as well be honest to earn money. Hearing the drivers muttering Wu Mengmeng really want to break the mouth to scold. Your open broken network has been in the with me to force chatter to say what Lao Maiden today can be sitting Mercedes S over. But this idea just came up. She could not wait to slap herself. It seems that she will be difficult to have the opportunity to sit on that Maybach again. Just then one of the schoolmates inside their group of girlfriends spoke. Also the leader of this group. A very impressive schoolmate who became wealth-free early on. She's wealth-free. Not that he's making money by being awesome in business on his own, but because she knows how to hold a man. Seems like he married someone in his junior year of college, took hundreds of thousands of dollars a month to live on, had a son for the other guy, and it didn't take long for the relationship to break down and the divorce to split a few $1,000,000. Not long after that, she met another rich kid in Tianhai City, fell in love with him, and got pregnant again. 2 years after that it seems like there was an emotional breakup, but this time a $500 million breakup fee. Her experience is simply deified by them as if it were the Bible of the class they want to cross over to. Visher, I carrot. 60s. Vixie sent two long voices. Wu Mengmeng immediately went to listen carefully. Are you stupid? You used to be Tingting's best friend. Follow Chao Bin, they eat and shop together. Naturally, you will be peaceful to you. So you are also used to him also as a licking dog like call. But at present this called Chao Bin's, it should be the opportunity to develop. You still use the same attitude as before to him. How can he give you a bird? And still Tingting this time derailed in the first. He would have been upset with you a bunch of people. It's reasonable to say that he would hate you guys so much that he wouldn't want to take care of you. But I guess it's because of that special kind of XP for men or malicious revenge against Lu Tingting that he would give you a chance. If you knew better, it would be easy to take advantage of you. But you're so stupid that you want to take advantage of others. Silly girl, rich big brothers, there are not many is a little cute. Don't think about names or anything like that. Don't think about being square or anything like that. Getting favors is the right thing to do. Sleeping with 3,000 a month or giving you 300,000 a month to live on in taxes. Which one do you choose? If you want to go and beg for food, kneel honestly. Understand? With these words from the group leader Vikshu, Wu Mengmeng was directly dumbfounded, and only reacted after half a day. No wonder people are now wealthy and free. And now they have become superb internet celebrities, only less than 30 years old, with money and face, casual relationships, and I heard that they have recently talked to a 20-something-year-old male big. This insight is not something she can compare. Wu Mengmeng quickly took the phone in a hurry and wanted to contact Chao Bin, wanting to apologize to him. But there is no longer his WeChat. Wu Mengmeng dreamed half a day finally remembered. She seems to have each other's jitterbug number. Fortunately at first they all pay attention to each other. She had to think about how to apologize to Chao Bin and find a way to redeem herself. At this time there is no heart to go and this net car driver to quarrel. Salvage Chao Bin, she can continue to sit and buy bok. Continue to eat that Yunmeng hot pot restaurant. I will never take this special online car again. And I will at least take a special car when I go out in the future. On the other side they were tired of playing the disc above the two Ho Junjie and Shin Dishao. Holding cigarettes came to this side of the table. Shin Daoshao asked with some curiosity. Where's my bingos girl? Lu Ikuan gave a thumbs up. I bingo urbane. That woman has a little too much pretense. Directly to drive away. 6. Not ashamed of my bingo. This woman will have to. Ho Junjie was ready to spray a good spray. But his girl and Shun Dishao's girl are next to this side over. He drew a turn to the woman. Patience. A little bit. Cannot be too brutal, right? Hard time is not now. This night to the tent you then power while you look at my home you. How good. True love for true. Hard for response. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. Dead Ajay. What are you talking nonsense here again? Ho Junjie, Ho General's girlfriend, called Yaya, ran over, feet propped up on the ground, pinched his arm dissatisfied. Which I have learned to talk nonsense. I'm not praising my home you good well. You see Bing brother are envious. Ho Junjie, a hand will you into the embrace inside the soothing said. This bout of maneuvering was quite a walk in the park. Chao Bin couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. But next to him, LV Ikuan and Shin Dishao both had a used to it expression on their faces. Obviously he's seen products like this many times. You don't have a proper one every day. Except for Shibuya. Yaya said non-compliantly. Ho Junjie immediately retorted. Then you're wrong on this one. How can Shirbari be immodest? It's a sport that has never been broken these thousands of times since mankind has been spiritually intelligent since the beginning of time. It's also because of just Shirbari that humanity can move in a more civilized direction. And just Shirbari is the first productive force. Yaya couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're just being sophomoric. Anyway, when it comes to this aspect no one can say anything about you. Look at what I said is reasonable before you refute me. How can you say it's sophistry? Ho Junjie laughed out loud. Although Yaya this is shy in saying Ho Junjie immodest, but the hand action did not stop. Help him quickly here to mix a cocktail, but also next to the pistachio snacks served in front of Ho Junjie. It was only natural for John Ho to take the cocktail as well and munch on the little snack. It's obvious the snacks and drinks are in his favorite flavors. Seeing this scene Chao Bin had no reason to feel some harmony. It also felt like a very familiar scene. When he used to eat with those girlfriends of his, he used to help each other by placing the napkins closest to her and helping to open all the wipes and place them next to each other so that she could use them whenever she wanted. That chopsticks drink already early the smoothest place. If this meal has shrimp or something like that in it, especially in the summer when she likes crawfish, Chao Bin needs to peel a pound or two of crawfish tails on the side. As for his girlfriend, she just has to take care of the food. In the past, always feel that he is a good man must do. Now think about it. Really ing shame to the man. No wonder Lu Bo used to call him a licking dog and a waste. In the past, I was not convinced to fight with him, but now I think about how I have the face to fight with someone. P.S. In the small dark room. Now the whole article to be revised. Wait for the release, I will add more. Sorry. You have free for the love of PowerPoint a little it encourage little brother. Chapter 49 Hundreds of millions of dollars in savings. On the side of Shin Dishao suddenly opened his mouth. Abin. It so happens that I have friends in this neighborhood. Just looked at their circle of friends. I give them a nod. It seems to be right next to the zoo. That side has just finished. Is looking for a place to drink it. I give you shout over? Chow Bin nodded. It doesn't matter. It's lively to have two more people. That into. I give them a word. This place they also came. Close convenient very. Shin Dishao nodded. Began to take the cell phone to send microblogging. And then came over and whispered, over the two girls are our group shareholders' home children. Like to play character is also quite good. Not so pretentious things. See the right eye on the line. As for Bing brother, you screwed or not? I cannot be responsible for it. It's the second generation again. In about 20 minutes or so, I think, there was a sports car with a whirring sound, rapidly approaching. A burgundy Porsche 911. Down in the cab was a girl with long dyed burgundy hair. This girl is about 24 or 25 years old. Just like a blooming flower, delicate and colorful. She was wearing a tight t-shirt, which was not only tight, but also as thin as a cicada's wing, so short that it seemed to be able to let people glance through her flat belly, unreservedly displayed in front of people's eyes. The lower half of her body was a pair of simple denim hot pants, like a breeze in the summer, bringing a slight coolness to people. Her face was lightly applied with light professional makeup, just like a carefully painted picture. The burgundy hair shone with an otherworldly glow under the caress of the setting sun's rays, as if it had been gilded with a mysterious golden veil. This woman's features were very delicate, even if Chow Bin, who had been seeing beautiful women every day lately, and whose eyes were already a bit picky, was still slightly stunned by this woman. The main thing was not just that this woman was beautiful, but what amazed Chow Bin was the kind of unique temperament that emanated from her. It looks like this woman loves red, especially burgundy. The passenger side opened up as well and a girl came down as well. This girl is the one who belongs to the type that looks like Wu Mengmeng. Her body is even more exaggerated than Wu Mengmeng's, but her looks and temperament, she barely passes the test. After seeing the car stop, Shin Dishao went up and greeted him with a smile. You're blasting the gas a bit hard in this car. I can hear it clearly from 800 miles away. Come on. I'll introduce to you too. This is my brother Bing. My brother can be different from me. I was given by the family to have flowers. And my brother Bing is relying on their own, and now the wealth of freedom. The two sisters, I'll give you another disclosure. I'm Bing is single. Oh, whoever you get first who earns it. Shin Dashao then pointed at the two sisters. Brother Bing, this is Lu Yu and Shin Xiao. Redhead Lu Yu, a few days without beating you itchy skin, right? Say it again. Exaggerated sister Shin Xiao, just believe it or not. Sister Yu and I will throw you into the lake. Shin Dishao laughed strangely. Look at the two of you just crossing the river and breaking the bridge. I just introduced you to really reliable handsome guys, and the two of you want to kill me without a mouth. Not interested in killing people, but I would quite like to cut you up. Lu Yu grunted. The last two beauties greeted Chow Bin's side with great generosity. Brother Bin, right? We're too familiar with Mr. Shin, so don't mind, haha. After introducing each other, Chow Bin had some surprise when he looked at Shin Dishao. The svelte-looking rich young master with gold-rimmed glasses, far less proper than he thought. The two girls keep my brother Bing company. My brother Bing has been a bit miserable recently being dumped by a girl. He is having a hard time right now. As a token of appreciation, I'll go and roast some oysters for the two of you. Shin Dishao flirted before turning to leave. It's giving the three of them alone time. Let's see if any of these three look right. The three of them sat here for 5 or 6 minutes eating snacks and drinking cocktails and talking. Probably all have a preliminary determination. People, on the other hand, are a species that can be easily distinguished, whether they can talk or not. Chow Bin looked at the two women and swept them over with a glance. When friends communicate well, both of them can. He wasn't being pretentious now. After all, he was indeed single in. I don't even have a girlfriend, so I'm still asking for this and that every day. It was just that among these two people Chow Bin felt it was obvious that Lu Yu was more comfortable getting alone. Shin Xiao, that is not good. The body is really better than every girl present a lot. Is that this eyes and the kind of temperament on the body feel strange? Very upset. Estimated also have the usual too many spare tire. Even if she is and speak. Also can feel that she seems to be always in the self lifting their own price. Chow Bin, this idea if Shin Xiao heard, she will certainly be very aggrieved. People have been like this, you still say Before those below 185 do not have 8-pack abs. I do not talk to him. This side chatting over their Xin Daoxiao's cell phone rang. Governor Zhang. How's it going? Xin Daoxiao answered the phone and asked. Xiao Shun. Through the information you provided, we found out the relevant information about this person in the bank, only it's not in our bank. That middle-aged man's voice came over on the other end of the phone. Oh, in which bank? Xin Daoxiao asked. In ICBC, so the specific amount of confidentiality level is relatively high. I can't see it, but he is now in a category of VIP customers. This type of customer deposits amount to hundreds of millions of dollars. Governor Zhang replied. Okay, got it. Governor Zhang will invite you to dinner sometime. Xin Daoxiao hung up the phone, then sent inside the group of several of them. Just now, Governor Zhang returned the call. Bin is not in. Their bank is in the ICBC, belonging to a class of VIP customers. This type of customer has a minimum deposit of hundreds of millions of dollars. After they finished playing poker, Xin Daoxiao called Governor Zhang and asked him to investigate Xiao Bin's base salary. After all, there is a possibility that they will be partners in the future, so at the very least, they should check. I didn't expect to bring over such a weighty message. John Ho. Louis Ikuan. My brother Bin is really up. Lu Ikuan was shocked. He had thought that Xiao Bin was indeed up, and that there should be 10 million on the face of his hand, but he hadn't expected it to be in billions at all. A few others, all of whom are from modest families. It was fine to have each of them pull out a few hundred million in cash, but at Xiao Bin's age, deposits in the order of $100 million were absolutely impossible. It's a deposit, not that he has inherent assets. Holy, Coin, you really pulled a gem over this time. Ho Junjia had some excitement. He was the one with the thinnest family background among the few of them, and he was able to stay inside this small group just because he was smart enough in his brain, high enough in his emotional intelligence, and had a knack for doing business, and he was now setting up an industry specializing in serving the rich. From gold, jewelry, diamonds to all kinds of luxury goods, to watches and luxury cars, to professional escort groups for foreign travel, and more. That's what his current venture is about. On the one hand he's trying to serve the rich. On the other hand he also needs his big brother to inject money and expand his company's capital. Whichever big brother like Avin he wants to attract. That's great. Deposits are in the hundreds of millions. Just as they were shocked on their side, Xiao Bin's side also received a call. Greetings Mr. Xiao. As you are respectfully called, I am the private client manager of ICBC Bank. We call you this time, mainly because in recent times your bank card are large amounts of money constantly transferred. Considering that you are currently depositing a relatively large amount of money, would like to make an appointment with you to visit you at home, to help you sort out your bank account, and to recommend to you related to a more convenient way of dealing with the amount of money. I am your personal customer service specialist. Please ask when you have time for me to visit you. Banks? Xiao Bin froze slightly, but quickly reacted. 1 to now between the amount of storage. The bank side note is very normal. After all, now in the personal account inside the deposit of hundreds of millions of dollars, to which to the bank. That is absolutely all big customers. Just let him did not expect to call him over, and not in the governor of a level, but an ordinary bank account manager. Now this banker so of? Deposits of hundreds of millions of dollars on the phone with a small account manager? P.S. In the small dark room. Now the whole article to be revised. Wait for the release, I will add more. Sorry. You have a free for the love of PowerPoint a little encourage little brother. Chapter 50, The Scared Bank Lady. Sales-related positions such as manager, director. That's all bull asterisk. The name looks like a very high, but in fact is the company inside a more ordinary labor just. The hand inside the power at most than the janitorial master to be a little higher. Although Xiao Bin said that he had not dealt with the bank before, he was only a small employee in the planning department, but their boss was the manager of the company's planning department. Don't look at this small department, but it possesses great power because she decides the amount of advertising budget for the whole Gintama in the city. Often you have to deal with the bank side, and the few times I've seen her before she's gone to communicate with the vice president level of the bank, someone with real power, so that the funds can be easily called upon. After all, this Intai shopping mall and the bank side of the local also counts on the ranking of one of the VIP customers. Every year the bank related to the annual meeting activities or reward dinner. Intai company side is one of the bank banquet list. When do you have time recently, Mr. Chow? The caller looked at this side of the phone for a long time without replying, a little anxious, and asked once again, add me on WeChat first, and I'll talk to you when I'm done with this 2 days. Regarding the banks, he didn't know exactly how to deal with them yet, so he would ask Xin Daoxiao and the others later when he had time. Okay, then I won't bother you Mr. Chow. I'll add you to WeChat later. My name is Lu Danhua. I'll make a note of it later. Hearing the customer say that, Lu Danhua was so excited that she almost screamed over here. ICBC Hopetsu City Branch. Lu Danhua, who was on the phone at this time, had a small red face. She never imagined that she would simply comb through the back office information behind the bank, see that there was no relevant person in charge behind this customer, make a call, and actually get in touch and be willing to communicate further. It was now after 6 o'clock and the rest of the office staff was off duty and she was still in the office. She had just joined the bank, a pure newcomer, and had just taken over the business in question. Being new to the banking system is extremely exciting at first. The bank lady is again within the system, which is a position that is extremely envied by those hangers-on out there. I remember when I took the test, there were thousands of people running for this one position. Originally, the bank only recruited one, eventually became two. She is the lucky one. After entering the reel, also feel the other small sisters working in this inside the dash, and even have to say extremely nourishing. Even in the marriage market, the identity of the bank lady has turned them into meat and potatoes. After she started working at the bank, the guys in their class who already had girlfriends before them liked her friend circle and tweeted her significantly more often. The more she saw the dividends of the industry, the more La Danhua wanted to make something of herself in the position and keep her job. It's just that nowadays, the bank's big clients are basically in the hands of the president's vice president or other account managers. A big client in the wild would be extremely rare. Trying to come across one would be a matter of luck. But yesterday Lu Danhua accidentally found one. This customer, his account above the funds changed greatly. Compared to her only 7 or 8,000 income a month, the amount of money is huge. So Lu Danhua paid attention to the observation. Under Lu Danhua's careful attention, such a large amount of money flowed into the account without touching the bank's various limited special mechanisms. That would be a 100% indication that the money came from a regular and legal source. This time, Lu Danhua became even more excited, until the amount on top of this account is over $100 million. She was on the verge of jumping up and down with excitement. This morning, Lu Danhua was worried that this customer is not other colleagues or even the president of the bank from other banks to pull over, so she did not immediately call to contact, but just on the sidelines constantly keep an eye out. In this way, Lu Danhua had some transit work all day today, refreshing the background when he had the chance, waiting for a whole day until now, because from the afternoon until now more than 6 o'clock this bank account has been no movement, and in the account above there is no information change, no bank president, no colleagues note. That would indicate that this is a really wildly large client. Lu Danhua really couldn't help himself this time, and seeing the phone through the backstage, he called in a hurry. After the phone hung up, Lu Danhua's small hands were trembling a little, clicking add WeChat contact after entering the customer's cell phone number. Soon this WeChat was added, and Lu Danhua immediately sent a message over to facilitate the customer's note. Mr. Chow. Hello, I'm ICBC account manager Lu Danhua. Koban, is the president of your bank busy right now? It's not that he's pretentious or pretentious either. You're a big four bank. Does that make you powerful? A client with over $100 million in deposits and you arrange for someone like this to interface with me? LOL. Seeing these words, Lu Danhua's smile instantly froze. Her small face paled, and she couldn't help but lick her lips. Shouldn't this client be the governor? Oh, my god, did I actually break into the governor's client? Lu Danhua hurriedly replied to the message in a hurry. Hello Mr. Chow. Our bank president went to the head office for a meeting the day before yesterday, and it is estimated that he can only come back next Monday. Are you trying to contact our bank president? Indeed, their governor was away. Whether or not this is prying the governor's client, she needs to answer truthfully. Oh, okay, got it. I'll talk to you again in the next 2 days when I have time. Chaobin didn't realize that at this time just now his own words would make Lu Danhua undergo such a huge psychological change, and even if he knew, he didn't have much interest in knowing about it. The so-called bank financial products, he did not need It is extremely uneconomical to rely on the earnings of 3 melons in 2 dates and be subject to various restrictions. The main thing is that those financial products are not 100% profitable. I'm going to make more money. Might as well spend it quickly with my brothers. Unconsciously now Chow Bin's psychological changes more and more calm. The most important to the hand now is the funds, so that he played more hard. After the convenience of getting is also visible to the naked eye. Regardless, with close to $200 million in savings to put anywhere, he can't be such a low-profile person all the time anymore. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. How does your name feel so familiar? As if I've heard it somewhere. These two chicks were indeed more self-customized. It was this one called Lu Yu who was still a little pretentious. Chow Bin was not used to him and asked directly, "Why are you like this?" Obviously she also knew. Lu Yu, with a displeased face, muttered, It's as if it's very taboo. Xiaobin couldn't help but spit in his heart. Just you still don't care about it. People really love it. It's a bodhisattva. And what a thing you are. After that it was too lazy to go and say anything to this woman. Xin Xiao looked at Xiaobin's expression with some surprise, as if he had roughly guessed what was on his mind. I didn't want the two of them to get into an argument like this, so I persuaded them to make peace. Our country is so big and has such a large population. Isn't it normal to have a heavy name? Humph Lu, you still hummed delicately. Xiaobin is all speechless, is just pretentious. Men have a unique knack for naturally knowing if a woman is pretentious or green tea. It's just that the results they generally keep to themselves. What's good for you? Then go with the flow. If it doesn't benefit you, then identify it on the spot. Chapter 51, There's Room. Women also have a unique skill, which is what they call intuition. They can know based on the feeling that the man in the future or not. A man to cower in front of them. Even to say polite. Similar to Luyu, such a woman. They are disdainful. Think that this man seems to be unable to become something great, but the more powerful they instead of a bright eye. It would be outrageous. Women think this is a good ability, but really, it's unknown how much is correct. After all, they don't necessarily care what the end result looks like. It's pleasant over here, eating barbecue and drinking wine. The sky also gradually darkened, and the surrounding lights gradually lit up, making this area as if it were daytime. Suddenly the trifolded cell phone that was placed on top of the table next to him lit up, and Xiaobin clicked on it to be a jitterbug background message. Can't sleep in my dreams sent this. It's Wu Meng Meng. Brother Aubin, I'm Wu Meng Meng. I'm really sorry to say sorry to you for my behavior this afternoon. Today may be the one I came to. My emotions have some loss of control. I'm really sorry. A big long one. When Xiaobin saw this, he didn't bother to continue reading. There are times when it is difficult to understand these women's brains. Obviously want to salvage. None to find so many excuses for themselves cannot be a little sincere? Have to say something about that one coming up. Just admit honestly what mistake you've made and think of ways to remedy it. What's the point of pulling the wool over your eyes? Who's got time for your bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Xin Xiao stood next to the row of red, green and green various kinds of foreign wine, nimbly took out the glass, ice, sparkling water, mixing a cup of dark red cocktail, and then tilted his head back to pour a mouthful of it, which was very spontaneous. This was something that made the corners of Xiao Bin's eyes jump. Bin, when did you join Mr. Ho's outdoor club? How come I haven't seen you in previous activities? Xin Xiao, who had finished his drink, suddenly asked. Outdoor club? Xiaobin froze and finally shook his head. I don't know what outdoor club. I didn't join it. Xin Xiao did not think that Xiaobin was not inside this club. Thought about it. It is estimated that Ho Junjie they will soon be invited to the members. Hoa, the whole of it eat, drink and play a dragon, mainly to play outdoor, such as mountaineering, skiing, diving, parachute jumping, deserted island survival, wingsuit flight. I go. You guys usually play so extreme ah? Xiaobin couldn't help but look over towards Ho Junjie's side. These guys are really crazy ah. You'd have to say skiing, diving, surfing and all that is understandable. What with the desert island survival wingsuit flight? It's a bit of a departure. I've heard that there are no bad reviews if you play these. The limit is the limit. But this related protection is definitely all stretched to the limit. At the very least, so far, those of us who participate in the outdoor program have minor injuries at best. Xin Xiao snorted out a laugh. He naturally knew what stuff this guy was surprised about. These activities may seem dangerous and are actually unsafe. Ha, brother Bing, when did you take our sister woodcutter? Watching them chatting feverishly, Ho Junjie came over with a bottle of wine. He clearly knew that Lu Yu and Xin Xiao were deliberately dragged over by young Master Xin to set them up with Xiaobin. By saying that on purpose now, it's obvious that they're trying to blur their relationship. A little bit of interaction after that will instantly clarify the relationship. Sure enough, Xin Xiao fell for it. What do you mean by that? Looking down on us women. What do you mean he took me in? Can't you say I took him in? Xin Xiao said in a domineering manner. Can, definitely can. What my mission says, how can it not be? Ho Junjie gave a thumbs up towards Xin Shiqiu and said with a loud laugh. In fact, Xiaobin would prefer to give a thumbs up to Ho Junjie alone. This guy can't be the advocate of the campaign. This way of speaking, emotional intelligence is absolutely first class. Then I wish you both peace and beauty. Thanks. You're welcome. Xiaobin watched the two of them conversing and said with joy in his heart, rather wonderful people. For the bonfire, music, barbecue, and beer that followed, Xin Xiao was next to Xiaobin, and all became a pair by default, occasionally holding an arm, occasionally pulling a small hand. No one bothered to ask each other if they had a girlfriend or not, if they had a boyfriend or not, or anything like that, as long as everyone had a good time tonight. These words Xin Xiao do not need to say. Chao Bin also do not need to say. We each understand can be. Midway men to the side to go to the toilet to smoke. Shin Di Xiao next to Chao Bin reminded, although he and I are the same surname, but it is just an investor with the same surname inside the old man's village. You do not have to take into account my side. So play on it. There is just one thing to say to you. This girl also has a boyfriend. Just that the guy is also a Ronin. Chao Bin? Ha ha. Isn't this more fun? Ancestral legacy. That's the way it's supposed to be. Ha ha. Bingo. Urbane. Mr. Ho gave a loud laugh. It doesn't really matter if they say this stuff tonight or not. Everyone is supposed to come out and just have fun. Tonight at last. Xin Xiao must have been in a tent with Chao Bin. At around 6 in the morning, Chao Bin was surprised to hear the sound of chickens crowing. Chao Bin, who had rested very well last night, surprisingly woke up amidst the sound of the rooster crowing. Snap. Lights a cigarette, dresses, opens the tent and walks out. Looking at the eastern position of this lake, a round of red sun has slowly risen. What a day. A few random movements and I feel like I'm breathing a lot better. It seems like a long time since Chao Bin has seen a sunrise. It's nice to lay back in a soft chair and watch the sunrise and smoke a cigarette. Until the whole person was completely awake and refreshed, Chao Bin opened his own cell phone. There are quite a few messages, especially above this shake. Wu Mengmeng continuously sent a dozen. Chao Bin directly closed. Lazy to take care of her. Then there was the message from Zhao Yiming. Bing. The location I looked at a few. Eligible for very few. But in the Jinkai district Shimen Road, there are 5 or 6 stores connected together. The original is a foot public house. The boss said he wants to go to the daughter-in-law city development. Can only transfer? A total of about 2,500 square feet. Is still in normal business. I looked at their background of the last 6 months of turnover. It is not bad. According to this rent comparison. Is in profit. The boss is now in a hurry to get out. The price can be renegotiated. But there is a request. That is, I hope that the original technicians of this foot public house, the staff, in addition to the ones that he took away, the other hope to be able to continue to stay. And there is also the previous customers who have charged their cards in this store to allow them to be able to continue to use it. Their lease contract I carefully read, and also find the landlord to verify. Store rent 1.2 million per year. Now on the landlord side of the contract there are still 2 years. The contract written above the annual rent increment of 10%. Bing. I think everything else is fine. It's just that this transfer fee is a bit high. His store decoration is really quite good. But the transfer fee needs $500,000. Picture. JPG *10. Chao Bin carefully looked at these photos. The more you look at it, the more satisfied you are. The inside decoration can be seen. The owner at that time very attentive. The typical Chinese ancient style. Then look at these turnover figures in his back office. Indeed there were quite a few customers before. Plus the current reception of technicians and staff. Indeed also able to operate directly. As for whether or not it would be profitable, that wasn't too important to Chao Bin. The important thing is that he likes it. It's okay. You and that boss say something. Set a time for us to meet and chat. Recently I've been over here in the political district. So let him come to this Yunmeng hot pot restaurant in Tianan Lake Hotel. Chao Bin sent a voice message over. Zhao Yiming was completely speechless after seeing this message. You're really taking Yunmeng hot pot restaurant, which spends thousands of dollars per person, and eating it to feel like you're going to Shaxian. So you're here. Ha? I thought you were one of those scumbags who pats his ass and walks away. Just then, Xin Xiao, wrapped in a sheet, quietly approached. Early morning that after a night of good cultivation of the skin, with a light blush, can then yesterday's exquisite makeup look also more comfortable? How is it possible? Chao Bin moved his position slightly towards the side of this recliner, then extended his right hand and patted it, signaling her to come over. Xin Xiao also lit a cigarette and accompanied him, watching the sunrise for a rare time. Chapter 52. Lu Bo is still the same Lu Bo. About 10 or so years ago, Chao Bin read a novel. Chengdu, please forget me tonight. A few of my classmates have entered society and have undergone radical changes in just a few years. Chao Bin had wondered before what it would be like for them classmates to revisit that hot pot restaurant at school after 10 years. Forget it. Why are you being so melodramatic all of a sudden? Even if I become rich, Lu Bo is still so. Like now. Just now Lu Bo shared another one for his jitterbug. Nian. Clicked in and read it. Oh, another Land Cruiser. Like first, then follow. The clouds are flowing. Xin Xiao was very understanding. Took out a cigarette from the side and lit it. Took a long drag. The cigarette was bright and dark with a slight crackling sound, spitting out a touch of white smoke. Only then did he pass the cigarette next to Chao Bin's mouth. And she was honestly beside herself with great gentleness. Do you have other arrangements today? Not here? Until the cigarette in Chao Bin's hand was almost finished. It was only at this time that Xin Xiao opened his mouth and asked, "A woman who knows what she's doing is indeed a pleasant person. Now can be said to be the most relaxed and comfortable time for men. This time just want to close their eyes to enjoy the tranquility of this moment. Enjoy this cosmic magnetic field through the body of that subtle feeling? It's not a word that you want to say." In the past, Xiao Bin was always like this, constantly placating Lu Tingting, praising her, hugging her and giving her love words, until the other party slowly fell asleep. He had the chance to go to the restroom, smoke a cigarette, and relax, which was an extremely unpleasant feeling. I didn't realize that Xin Xiao was so understanding. "Well, I'm going to meet someone today to talk about a little something," Xiao Bin said leisurely. "Then, do you need someone to accompany you?" Xin Xiao's voice carried a hint of lethargy, but it was as if it was clamped to his throat, pampering him, obviously like her usual big female lead used to. Suddenly this pampering, she herself have some uncomfortable, small face me so red. Instantly his head was buried inside his embrace. "Ha ha, and I don't need to be like this." Xiao Bin smiled smugly. To be able to let Xin Xiao have such a state, it is obvious that this actually makes him very satisfied. Today is to go to talk about business, and then look for you when you're done with your work. "Okay, then I'll wait for your news." Xin Xiao was a little disappointed. The reason why Xiao Bin didn't say that he was bringing Xin Xiao with him today wasn't that he was saying how important this negotiation was today. Rather, it was because Xin Daoxiao told him that Xin Xiao's wasn't single. She had a boyfriend. So they can meet later. They can. But it is impossible to appear under the public places to their own side. "Everyone out. We have to know a little Jianghu rules. I'm not screwing you. You don't screw me." Of course, it wasn't like these words could be said openly with Xin Xiao. After that, he said hello to Xin Daoxiao, Lu Aikuan, and Mr. Ho, and they drove away. In the morning rush hour, after coming down from the mountains, the roads outside start to get very congested. Even if it's only the second ring road, traveling very slowly now. Had a great time yesterday. Also drank a lot of wine. And now there is still a taste of wine inside the mouth of the huffing and puffing. I also pitted myself against an inspection one on the road. Xiao Bin thought that this is not enough to have a car, or to find a way to find a driver. And just like now it's more annoying when you're stuck in traffic. And if the driver is driving, he can still squint and rest a bit. So today's stretch of road had him a little distracted. It was a wobbly ride, and we finally made it to our destination without a hitch. Swan Lake Hotel, 28th floor, Cloud Dream Hot Pot Restaurant. Just arrived at this hall and saw that Zhao Yiming was standing at the door fully dressed and smiling. "What are you doing here? Why don't you go inside the box?" Xiao Bin said in surprise. "Look at you, as to do technology and we do business is not the same, right? We about others must be a little more polite. I'm here waiting for the customer. Just give him a call." He immediately arrived, so that the impression of a little bit better, at least a little bit of a good talk about it. Zhao Yiming said smilingly, "Oh, so okay. Then I'll go in first and get the meal and drinks ready for you, and do a good job of logistics for you. Can it, my Zhao the manager?" Regarding the business side, Zhao Yiming said so. Then naturally follow him. Xiao Bin doesn't understand, he will just do his job. That. Zhao Yiming originally wanted to say that this is a simple negotiation work. The work meal can be. You do not want a whole so extravagant. When the business are not good to talk about. But think about it, forget it. Maybe so the other side is better to talk a little it. Then after receiving it I'll give him indirectly. Aha. Xiao Bin nodded and scattered an emblem for him. Just a few steps before the beautiful waitress Su Chang, who entertained Taiwan, came over and said with a smile, "Mr. Chow, is it still possible to have the Yellow Mountain Hall?" Aha. Xiao Bin nodded. "Su Chang, how many on your side today?" "About 3 or 4, just the hall from before will do." Xiao Bin nodded. Men, at once selected A, also too lazy to consider the other. Before the hall location is not bad, the size is also enough to use. Xiao Bin is also too lazy to go to choose another location. They then proceeded to the Yellow Mountain room. "Mr. Chow, about when will the guests arrive on your side? Do you need to order now? Or should we wait for the guests to come over before ordering?" Su Chang asked. "Just follow the original." Halfway through, Xiao Bin paused. "Then wait for the guests to come and then order." He thought of what Zhao Yiming had just said, that since he was inviting others he needed to be polite. "So let's wait for the guests to arrive and then wait for them to order. This way you on my previous set meal that you prepared for me." "Well, but don't go on. After the guest arrives, he will order some more, plus there is to prepare some tea for us." Xiao Bin thought about it and said, "This way you can take care of your guests without delay." "Okay, Mr. Chow, I will arrange it for you. We have green tea, black tea, and pu'er tea over here. Which one would you like to drink?" Su Chang respectfully said. "Let's start with some green tea." "Okay." As Su Chang exited the box to go out and get ready, he immediately made arrangements with the assistant at his side. Well, prepare the ingredients according to the previous set menu. Ready to serve. Su Chang quickly pulled out the previous order list and prepared the corresponding ingredients first according to the previous menu on it. After all, it's filled with their store's daily Aussie dragons that are flown in. Like their store used to prepare just 2 Australopithecines a day, which was basically enough for their customers. But now because of Chow Bin's frequent patronage, the stores are now adding one. Right. There's also the small half bottle of Conti 356 left over from the last time Mr. Chow was here yesterday. Get that ready too and prepare a new one. This waiter are professionally trained. The operation is very skillful. And soon a series of these orders went down. Just as Su Chang was preparing the green tea, her assistant said with some surprise, "Is it the same Mr. Chow from last time?" Su Chang nodded. The work in his hands did not fall. Aha! I look at the record, he has come 4 times. Every meal is hundreds of thousands of dollars. What kind of family is this? The little assistant was shocked. Su Chang stopped the action in his hand, turned his head to look at his assistant, and said with a serious face, "Pry less into the guest's affairs. Just do your job." Chapter 53, This is too much of a luxury. Chow Bin so young and handsome, but also so rich. These young girls spring heart Luan move. This is also very normal. But there is absolutely no way that these waitresses will be allowed to seduce customers in the store. Oh, got it, Manager Su. The little assistant nodded as she watched the manager get angry. But exactly how much she listened in is unknown. It's just that Su Chang couldn't care less. With tea in hand, he stepped inside. About 10 minutes or so, Zhao Yiming walked in with 2 people. Following him was a middle-aged man of about 50 years of age. Thin and tall, with a good temperament and a bit of a jaded demeanor. It doesn't look like a poor person, but Chow Bin roughly estimated that it should be a well-off family, not too rich. After all, the total value of this contract today is only a few $100,000. The transfer fee is 500,000. The rent of 1.2 million is signed with the landlord. This rent to the landlord. He just signed the transfer contract on it. Mr. Zhou, this is our Mr. Chow. Zhao Yiming introduced first. Hello Mr. Zhou, please have a seat. Chow Bin was also polite and got up to welcome him. Mr. Zhou nodded slightly. You have some tea first, then we'll chat while eating. This is the menu. See what you need to order? Chow Bin waved his hand at Su Chang, who immediately handed over the flat menu in his hand. Mr. Zhou briefly glanced at it, seeing that a lot had already been ordered above, and that the total price had been seen below, and with a slightly raised eyebrow, he said, "That's fine, I have a shallow appetite. Alright then, let's go on as before." Chow Bin waved his hand at Su Chang. After Su Chang nodded, he tapped the "serve" button inside the tablet, and after that, he served them tea next to this. Zhou Jiangwo said with a normal face, "About that store, I think you should also roughly understand some. Because of the previous personal hobby, I did down this store. And according to their own favorite decoration, even this technician I was invited from the side of the elephant country, are extremely professional Thai massage. After the store, every technician has gone through professional training. So when our store card customers are basically favorable reviews. I can only bear to give up this store this time because I'm going to develop with my friend to another city. But I'll take away one of these 2 technicians who came from the elephant country. I've already gotten used to their services, so they'll follow me. As for the other technicians inside the store, all have already gone through their specialized training and are definitely capable of handling their current positions. This store I was renovating spent close to 3 million. This 500,000 transfer fee is purely to want to ask a favor with you. Just think you can stay at this store before those old employees. Customers fill the card. You also have to let him use up the total amount of cards in this less than 100,000. Zhou Jiangwo looked at Chow Bin with a smile on his face, waiting for his answer after finishing his request. Obviously one has to agree to these conditions to be able to talk about what comes next. Chow Bin was a little surprised. He originally thought that this middle-aged man should be a small boss, the kind with a few $1 million, but not at all. Thought that he just because he liked, just spend such a big price. Just like his original idea. That Karina Lau in the movie also opened so many stores because of her hobby. This store renovation plus his initial investment is less. Say there are also large millions of dollars. To be able to use millions of dollars to be able to satisfy your own enjoyment. This is definitely not the average person anymore. And by now walking would have taken the 2 mechanics with him. Being able to follow yourself around all year round. And 2 mechanics at that. It's a lot of money just to keep both of them year to year. This mechanic can't follow you without 400,000 to 500,000 dollars, right? 2 technicians is $1 million or so. And the big guy who spends $1 million or so on pure massage. Who else? This one's a real hoe. Also from the other side shows that Ho Junjia Ho's words are correct. Nowadays, there are actually many more rich people in the country than people think. And those who are worth tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars are already too many to count. These are people who have crossed over from the previous middle class to this upper rich class all at once. Now this group of people is upgrading too much too fast, and it leads to the fact that the related industries are a bit unable to keep up with serving this rich people who are worth over $100 million. These people are already wealth free and their life is all about planning the earning industries in the province now, and the rest is about enjoying life. One of the more embarrassing things now is that these people who are worth $100 or $200 million or several $100 million, they don't know where to go if they want to play. And they don't know what kind of puerile play they're tired of again. Now they're looking for some novelty. That's why John Ho says the outdoor club he's working on now is geared toward these people. And he wants to quickly make a name for himself in the country and get a good reputation. When he heard this statement last night, Chaobin still had some feeling that it was not too reliable. Like his kind of play and exciting and high consumption. Is there really anyone to play? But now when I think about it, I really think that I have a small pattern. For example, in front of the total of this week, he wanted to play skydiving, but his previous contact are some small companies or safety factor. Looking unreliable, he is certainly not willing to pay money. After all, too dangerous, and if like Ho Junjia they are such a high-end play, charge a little more expensive. $1, $2, $300,000 at a time. For them that's a blink of an eye. Getting back to the point, Chaobin nodded his head in agreement without hesitation. Yes, these are not a problem. It seems that this Mr. Joe came over today, mainly because he wanted to give a clear account of the two things he was worried about face to face, and did not care about this 500,000 transfer fee. Good, happy cooperation. Zhou Jiangwo also did not expect this new recipient to be so forthcoming. This was over in less than 2 minutes of talk from start to finish. It's just too efficient. Knock knock. Just then, the door of the compartment, on the outside, was gently knocked twice. Su Chang immediately understood that it was serving the food. At that moment, he went to the door and opened it, and then 4 or 5 waiters came in a row. And in the tray held in the hand of the little assistant who was in the lead, there were 2 bottles, one with 1/3 of yesterday's red wine, and one that was unopened. What is this? Chaobin asked. This is what you ate here yesterday at lunch, and I sealed it for you if you didn't finish it. Su Chang immediately replied. Oh, then don't want yesterday's. Isn't there a new one here? Open the new one. Chaobin then said. Zhao Yiming, assistant to Mr. Zhou. Zhou secretly said. Ha, just now the menu, but also read the dishes to more than 200,000 yuan. Drinks more than 200,000 yuan. A total of more than 400,000 yuan. We also come to talk about a transfer of stores. A meal ate more than 400,000 yuan? My transfer fee is only $500,000, and the red wine you had yesterday at lunch is gone today? What kind of business is this guy in? He's a little too posh. Chapter 54, the most important thing is to follow the car first. Now all sorts of delicious food comes up. Between the pushes and swaps, the atmosphere of conversation became familiar and harmonious. There is no way like this top food. And there are a few beautiful women in the sight of the non-stop wait. Eat and drink even better. This time no matter what you want, everyone will be very high interest in it. This was the main reason why Chaobin had to choose this place all the time now. Even if it's far away, he's willing to come here as long as it's okay, and he's in a good mood when he's eating well. In the future, even if you can't get a rebate, you'll be able to afford to come here and eat when you're in your current position. Of course, a rebate would naturally be best. That's why Chaobin is going to pull a brother to his side now, so that it's convenient for him to swipe the rebate whenever he wants. 100-fold Lu Bo is naturally the best, but he has his own business, and this is the most ironic of brothers, and he doesn't want to be influenced by all this money. Chaobin will try his best to keep getting some money or gifts for Lu Bo, so that he can live a carefree life in the future, or at the very least be as wealth-free as he is. But he wouldn't chain Lu Bo to himself and make it seem like he was his tool. Chaobin didn't want to extinguish the light, so the best choice is the Zhao Yiming he chose at the beginning. Doing business for many years, the human situation is very good, and know how to enter and exit, know how to seize the opportunity. For example, now, he's homework anyway, we're out there all over the place, so we might as well take him in ourselves and let him do the work for us so that we can easily swipe the money and also be able to provide him with better development. Just like when Xiao Ran, he wants to open the largest nightclub in the whole of Shenzhen. He himself want to eat, drink and play, he himself to get the most luxurious box can be. The rest will be handed over to Lu Yuan to take care of. Now Chaobin is going to do the same. He's going to organize some industries, just like this small one for Jia Yiming to handle. Zhao Yiming is capable of doing well, he earns more. He is also considered to be a friend to help him. If he's not capable of straightening things out, then Chao Bin is prepared to replace him. Mr. Chao took the liberty of asking, which line of work is it really in? Zhou Jiangwo? Mr. Zhou finally did not hold back his curiosity and asked. After he asked this, Su Chang, who had been serving them inside the box, also quietly pricked up his ears. After all, this big brother has come here to eat continuously now, and every meal is so expensive. Looking at his demeanor, it didn't even look like he was here to act like a pussy. It was like he was really just here to eat a bowl of Lanzhou ramen. Eat your fill and go. The most outrageous thing was the 1/3 of the red wine left over from today, which he was disgusted not to have. 220,000 a bottle of Conti 356 ah. This 1/3 is 70,000 or 80,000 ah. Hearing his question, Chao Bin laughed out loud and said, immediately into the foot massage line ah. Later to see if it can become our Hiyu City foot massage sector flag. Ha ha. Fighting for the good welfare of my and lesbians in the city of Hopetown. I remember a period of time on the internet. We all like to tease that. I want to run for So-and-so's provincial first brother. After the success of the campaign, you must include podiatry in the health insurance. Zhou Jiangwo smiled after hearing this and arched his hand. Then I wish Mr. Chao a prosperous business in the future, so that I can still enjoy it when I come back here next time. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, take the time to come back later to properly inspect their craftsmanship. A pleasant working meal was quickly consumed, and then Su Chang sent up the bill of settlement. 450,000, tenfold rebate of $4. 5 million. Another 400 for a meal. A Maybach is on its way. What do you say to turning this place into a workplace meal option after all? When all is said and done, getting money is the most important thing. After eating and drinking, Zhou Jiangwo mentioned to go to the store site to have a look. Chao Bin nodded and agreed. This section of the road he is also familiar with. From this side of the elevated up directly from the South Second Ring Road can be directly to Sherman Road. Zhou Jiangwo was very satisfied today. He went straight away. And all those previous customers can enjoy the treatment of the previous card charging, as well as the previous employees can also stay, so that he has no psychological burden. Otherwise he leaves and gets poked in the back and cursed by others who say he's circling the drain and running away. Although this did not affect him in any way. It was just that as a businessman who was concerned about honesty and openness, he preferred not to be cursed and have his fortune broken. Walk out of the building to the parking lot. Zhou Jiangwo got into a Bentley with a license plate number of 38 and still had a beautiful driver on standby there. Even the subordinate who had just followed him here was not qualified to enter a Bentley like his, following behind in a Mercedes. This could make Chao Bin's eyes light up. I'm sure it's not a normal big brother. That's a real pie in the face. Bin, let's go. Zhao Yiming gently patted Chao Bin's shoulder. Well, walk. Chao Bin approached. The car lit up. The door opened, and he was about to get into the driver's side when Zhao Yiming stopped him. Hey, there's no reason to let the boss drive himself. Come on, mister. Chao, you please take the back seat. Zhao Yiming flirted. That's right. Chao Bin only remembered at this time that he had just taken a few sips of red wine and Zhao Yiming didn't seem to drink it, so it seems that he had planned to do this earlier. Ooh, this Maybach is really domineering. It looks so much cooler than our broken Volkswagen. After starting the car to drive slowly and getting onto the elevated road, the speed gradually raised. Zhao Yiming sighed heartily. Then you want to take some time this afternoon. I will take you to the Force store to pick one. Chao Bin sat in the back and looked at the fast-flashing scenery outside the window and casually said, your broken Volkswagen has been driving for some years, so it's time to lose it. This is all their own people in the future. It is normal to give some benefits, and they are all earning no matter how they give it. And the most important thing is to test Chao Ping a little. Zhao Yiming, what qualifications do I have and what status do I have? I'm driving a Maybach right now. You're kidding me. Chao Bin thought, so this store is not immediately get up. Management in this regard I do not know. Also do not have time. You help me to manage the first, and then continue to help me look for stores. Cannot let you busy for nothing or your previous work on the whole? The monthly wage in accordance with your previous work doubled, plus the future of these stores get up. You take the store turnover of the total commission. Hearing this, Zhao Yiming, who was driving instantly, had a burst of ecstasy in his heart. As for this always getting on the bus, the old classmate is now completely developed. These 2 days the old classmate's style of action, as well as this variety of consumption, so that he is sure that it is not generally developed, but also to follow the old classmate to mix. It is necessary to let others look at nothing else matters. Getting in the car first is the most important thing, and this wage double has made him very excited. There is this store turnover of the total commission. We must know that this final store is several, especially like this foot store, this high-end store. a month of turnover are likely to be in the million or more. But this commission still have to be. Into. Mr. Chow. You have the final say. Zhao Yiming hemmed and hawed. From the previous Binzi, and Bin. This time he addressed him as Mr. Chow. Zhao Yiming was half joking and half serious. Chapter 55, now you're the real Mr. Chow. After waiting for this footpath public house, the actual to see, this is indeed very good. Decoration is very high-end. Each room all kinds of supporting facilities are perfect. I've accompanied clients to these types of places once or twice before, but compared to this, that class is way off. This Zhou Jiangwo is a person who knows how to enjoy. Wait until the 4th floor. His office after going in a large desk, a sofa, coffee table are normal, but his assistant in the introduction pressed a button next to the desk. After a slight rattle, the bookcase in the back of this was surprisingly open. Inside it became a small standard hotel room again. The assistant also introduced him to this inside room, and a separate other passageway that led to an empty office next to it. It's as if these two offices are a bit far apart by a walkway from the outside, but from this inside they are merely separated by a wall. This room has a closet inside, a queen-sized bed, and even a large bathtub. Chaobin some meaningful glance at Zhou Jiangwo. Just this big brother still face unchanged. Everything as usual. At most the corners of the mouth of a smile, as if very satisfied with their own original this design. This side also did not go to ask what. Just some emotion. This is the big brothers, their brains to be smarter than their own. These things to figure out their own, but also time consuming it. Well now, it's all here with templates. And one of the most important concepts is also in line with Chao Bin's idea of enjoying himself later now. That is, it doesn't matter if a store like this makes money or how much money it makes later on. The important thing is that it serves itself well first, so that it can enjoy itself first. That's roughly how it is. How do you feel, old brother Chow? Finally returned to the first floor hall, Zhou Jiangwo said. How many clients are still there? How many employees are there? If I were to take over, would I be able to maintain normal business? Chao Bin asked. Before the external, not much publicity. So the customers are some old customers or friends before. More than a dozen it. These customers have a card. Up to 2 or 3 million of the balance, and the less there are a few thousand. The staff, I also only took 2 of Thailand's most authentic masters, and the rest stayed in. And so on, a little bit in the afternoon will be given to them to meet. They, if they are willing to stay, so stay. If you do not want to work here to leave the job, will do a good job related to separation compensation and so on. This does not need you to come. If they don't want to work here to leave, the relevant separation compensation and so on will be done. This does not need you to come, Zhou Jiangwo said. Just at this time, another person came to the hall. A middle-aged fat man in his 50s, holding a pile of documents inside his hand. Elder brother Chow. This one is the landlord. This is the certificate of his various property rights. Take a look at it, as well as the contract we signed before. Zhou Jiangwo introduced. The two of them, Chao Bin and Zhao Yiming, took a general look to make sure that the contract between the two parties, the certificate of production and so on. Basically, there is no problem. Chao Bin nodded and said, then it's done. Then we'll sign a contract first. I'll give you the transfer fee first, and in the next 2 days, we'll go back to get a business license, and then re-sign the contract with the landlord. Good. Zhou Jiangwo nodded. He was very pleased with such a decisive young man. After both parties signed the contract, Chao Bin immediately transferred the transfer fee, spoke to the landlord's side as well in general terms, re-signing a 5-year contract at the same price and increase as before. The landlord naturally no opinion. The house before Zhou Jiangwo and the decoration before, and he repeatedly explained, can be transferred and after the relevant costs. After all, the house but spent so much money on the decoration. But the landlord in the middle of the way to a little moth. That loss is very big. The main thing is that the landlord can also see, whether it is Zhou Jiangwo or Chao Bin, two are not simple. A Bentley in front of the door, a Maybach, and then look at the two men's momentum. Not honest words. Suffer the possibility of him. Then old brother Chow won't keep you busy. I'll withdraw first. Come back to EU City later and get in touch again. Okay. The formalities are finished. Zhou Jiangwo also has nothing to do. Some small closing things. He handed over to his assistant Can Be. He himself first left. After these people left, there were only 2 people on the scene, Chao Bin and Zhao Yiming, and those employees were still busy with theirs at their posts. That's the arrangement for now. Chao Bin lit a cigarette and said to Zhao Yiming, Number 1, give those people who were left behind a few days of paid vacation first. Second, you'll go ahead and get your business license this afternoon and register a company. 3, contact the advertising company to change the sign for the door map. I'll come back in the next 2 days for the specifics, and we'll discuss it. 4th, and just those stores right next to here. You go over there and have a chat and try to take them down. whether they're profitable or losing money or not. Well, it's a done deal. I'll do it this afternoon. Zhao Yiming had memorized all of these points and was now all energized. Does the company name have any general meaning? By the way, there's a company name too. Chao Bin beckoned. And the female cashier at the front desk also nimbly took out the paper and pen. Chao Bin thought about it and wrote one. Hopetown City Bingo and his Righteous Sons Company. Anyway, this will be fine if you can use something like this when the time comes, Chao Bin said with great satisfaction. Regarding the business license, Chao Bin had previously assisted those business departments inside Intai to go through the process. It's easy to know this business license process, but name it with the possibility of many similar. You think better to the scene. All duplicated. You have no way to go. Instead, the more hilariously tricky witty ones, like this one, are much easier. Zhao Yiming. From the name of this company can be seen, this owner's business mentality. After things were explained, Chao Bin drove back. His previous rental, the sunny Huijing neighborhood in Yaohai district, hasn't been back in 2 days. In just 2 days, his life had been turned upside down. Open up and look at this little 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. Chao Bin was overwhelmed with emotion. It's time to buy a house. Chao Bin took a drink from the refrigerator after taking a sip lying down on top of the big bed with his eyes closed in contemplation. After a few minutes, his eyes snapped open and he pulled out the trifold cell phone that was charging next to him. Look for a person from inside your cell phone's WeChat list. One that was, he wanted to, but wasn't in a position to address. Chen Jing, a coworker just 2 years out of college with white skin and long legs, as well as a 36D. Chapter 56, The Slow Pull. This was a place he really didn't want to be in for a minute. Although the things here were said to be worthless, they were all memories of his youth, so he would not throw them away for the time being, and would wait until he found a suitable place to live, and then find someone to pack it all away. It's not bad now. Go find a comfortable place to stay first, then slowly go pull with that 136D. This one was very high-minded and proud at first. I remember that he just said, how about I chase you? 36D, just you? Chao Bin, who had always considered himself to be quite good, was quite depressed during that time. We used to think that these women were young, beautiful and well-built, and that there was nothing wrong with them being so bossy and pretentious and boasting about their worth. But now that we think about it, is it really right? There are times when Chao Bin, after seeing many girls on top of Jay and saying how miserable they are after marriage and how irresponsible that man is, he doesn't have that kind of sympathetic mentality anymore. And he even sometimes wants to click a like below and reply with a sentence. Didn't you choose all this? Remember, after 80 after 90, there is a period of a lot of people QQ space to write a personality signature called what? The road of their own choice. Kneeling to go on. So, all your suffering comes from the choices you made in the first place. Blame it on others. After all, originally, the issue of buying a house also needs to be well thought out, and then picking one that suits you, and then renovating it afterward, which is all a very long process. Or go to buy a second-hand villa decorated, turnkey, but that is only a temporary place to live. There is always a house all according to their own mind to decorate. Now most of the prices in the city of Hiyu are maintained at about 15,000, like the political affairs district side of the better maintained at more than 20,000. But if it is the Shushan district side of the villa area, the price of another calculation, the better 5 or 6 million, ordinary to 2 or 3 million. Even if you are living temporarily, try to get a bigger and more comfortable one. The room was briefly looked over, and the case that had been used as a backup for cash was opened, in which the previous temporary backup was removed. Counted 8. Only 800. Like he used to have a habit of keeping a little cash inside his home no matter what. Like he used to keep a 100 inside his cell phone case. It's just in case your cell phone suddenly doesn't work and there's no way to pay. You will also keep a couple $100 in cash inside your home at all times. Find a place to stay first. Looked on my cell phone and there is a closer Sheraton Laguna hotel over here. Navigate to set the location and drive straight there. 15 minutes later get off the elevated turn and go straight to it. This is one of the most luxurious 5-star hotels in this area of the city. It's about the same price as the Swan Lake Hotel that I stayed at before. Ordinary single rooms are over 4 figures. The more expensive executive rooms are 9,999, and the deluxe suites similar to the presidential suite or something like that are 29999/39999 yuan. This is the side that lives closer to this area, so he came straight over. Chao Bin also finally experienced the feeling of choosing a 5-star hotel near him without having to think about the price. Sheraton Ligang Hotel, close to hundreds of floors. Looking at the appearance of this opulent after going in is high-end luxury. This area there are not many can be peak with him. The absolute 5-star top hotel, because there are several high-tech industrial parks in this neighborhood. Most of the people who come to live here are actually those tech companies or foreign tech companies. Soon arrived at the front door, rubbed the side of the car and opened the door. Drew a red ticket plus the key. Originally, he did not intend to pretend to give any tip or so on, but just now the car has just stopped this porter a burst of trotting over to open the door, and also blocked the hand on the roof of the car, which let him experience the scene that is only found in the TV. This hotel is newly opened not long ago. After entering, the very wide decoration is obviously more luxurious than the Swan Lake Hotel. After the entrance, a huge crystal chandelier from top to bottom, at the very least 20 to 30 meters. This kind of pair does not have any benefits. Just a little bit looks very expensive. Also set off, this hall is very luxurious. With a height of about 10 or so stories, it looks extraordinary. After the porter introduced it, a pretty welcoming young lady with a sweet smile soon took the initiative to walk over and respectfully asked, "Hello sir, are you staying or looking for someone?" Chow Bin, catch the female stem. One of the young ladies facing the smile's face stared, and the whole thing wouldn't. Ha ha, just kidding, open a room to stay. Chow Bin smiled bashfully. Hee hee. The young lady hid her mouth and snickered, then proceeded to lead him to the front desk. After being led to the front desk, he was quickly greeted by the front desk lady. "Hello sir, are you checking in?" Mild-voiced, sweet-looking, 24 or 25 years old. However, this is the best hotel in this area. Around the hotel's front bar, this welcome lady and the front desk staff must be carefully selected. If you find some of the big mother or fat head, it is estimated that the guests will come in the appetite. Actually, counting the time, Chow Bin got the system now, and this was the 4th day. The first day of getting this system was spent at home sleeping directly on your own until dawn. The second day was spent at the Swan Lake Hotel, and the third day was spent at a campground on the edge of Chaohu Lake. These days, no matter what, good looks are an advantage. Yes. Chow Bin nodded, then took out his ID card and put it over. "What room are you booking, sir?" Placing his ID card next to the machine and scanning it. The reason he asked was that he looked at the other person's age of only 24 or 25. "Is the deluxe suite still available?" "Yes sir, but recently our hotel deluxe suites currently do not have any preferential or in accordance with the original price." "You see," the front desk little girl with a smile introduced. Her words do not have any discrimination to look down on the meaning of the word. She is just to put this in the customer to say the first thing you need to do is to make sure that you are aware of what you are getting into. "Ah, this is fine. Are there any rooms that are a bit better than this deluxe suite?" Chow Bin thought about it and asked again. The hotel also has separate presidential suites, 8 in total. The price for a single set is 68,888 a day. "Good. Then let's order this." Chow Bin listened and said, "Since it is enjoyed, it must be enjoyed at the highest level." Ha? The little beauty obviously froze for a moment. Is not this booking of the presidential suite how few people, mainly to come here to book the presidential suite, are about middle-aged people or the elderly or some foreigners. And then there's the kind of young, beautiful girls who are driven to do what everyone knows by heart. And this young guy in front of him looks like he's only in his 20s. And although his clothes are extraordinary, there's no need to live in a presidential suite that's 68,888 a night. To be honest, there aren't many people of average stature, personally funded, who would be willing to go so far as to build one. Not today? Oh yes, right away for you. May I ask if you live alone or? Chow Bin, just me. Now this front desk lady and the welcome girl who just guided him in. Their faces were a bit surprised, especially this lady who just brought him in. She carefully looked at Chow Bin, and found that this man, who was about the same age as him, had a calm face, and his eyebrows were full of self-confidence, and he didn't have the slightest feeling of pretending to be a pussy in front of people. Now these two have realized that the young man in front of them is a rich big brother. "Ah, yes sir. May I ask how many days you need to book?" "There's no need to book it for too long for now. Book it for me for a week first." Chow Bin thought about it. He should be able to book the house in a week, and after that to go busy then, should be all to go to the political district side, then I am the Tianha Hotel and then book a room, mainly because that side of the meal is in the most convenient place to brush money, sooner or later or to go over. A week isn't a long time to set a date. That's 68,888 in one night. That's 480,000 in 7 days. 480,000 would be enough to buy a small apartment in this city. Surprised as she was, this front desk lady still quickly completed the relevant procedures. "Thank you, good. Your application for the 7-day presidential suite has been done for you. The original price of 482,216 yuan. To give you a discount for 480,000 yuan, said this front desk little beauty to show the payment bar. That equates to a discount of over $2,000. Chow Bin smiled and took his cell phone to scan the code to pay. Drops. Another success. The payment was successful. Chapter 57, Wu Xiaomi. After the formalities were completed, the young lady respectfully handed over 3 cards. Hello sir, this is your room card in the room safe card. There is a VIP membership card of our hotel. In this hotel, consumption of more than 200,000 yuan will become the hotel's VIP members. After, our hotel will be VIP members with a special one-to-one service manager. If you need to travel in the future, booking related services can be contacted directly above the service manager. The Sheraton Ligang Hotel, pleased to serve you. Sheraton Ligang Hotel is pleased to serve you. Listening to the other side of this series of words, Chaobin mood are much better. That night to stay in the Swan Lake Hotel is also a star hotel. 4-star. But that night drinking too much wine, dizzy, is in the small white under their assistance to go in. At that time, he booked the room on top of his cell phone. And when he arrived, he just had to show the booking code. And after that, it was all white who was checking in, not appreciating the professionalism of the service staff at this top hotel. It was a relief to see this start to finish errand service on the other side now. Just like Ho Junjiao said, now a lot of rich people have money, don't know where to spend it. Money can't buy the enjoyment they want, so like these due to the surface of the work is very important and will never be out of date. It's like kissing ass. No one will really like this kissing this ass, but at the very least he won't hate it. The service attitude of this 5-star hotel is also obviously more comfortable than the San County hotels to be too much. The happiness of the rich, the general public really cannot be experienced. This kind of other people from the inside of the heart to respect the kind of feeling, not outside the surface of the mechanical smile. Sir, I'll take you there. After the formalities were completed, the welcoming young lady from earlier immediately enthusiastically led Chaobin, got to the side elevator and just went in. 2 men came alongside, a man and a woman. The man looks about 50 years old, chubby, while the woman is at most 24 or 25 years old. Except that this dress up is quite old-fashioned. Big red lips and face painted with powder. White and scary. The 2 of them were about to come in, when they were stopped by a young lady next to them who reached out her hand. Hello sir and madam, this is the Presidential Suite Special Direct Elevator. It doesn't stop in the middle of the way. You need to take the elevator next to it. When the welcoming lady said this pair of men and women's faces stared at each other. Especially this woman who was dressed in a demonic dress. She was a bit upset. What the hell? What kind of direct elevator is this? Doesn't this affect other guests? Right next to him, this man just laughed awkwardly before coughing lightly and giving his woman a hard glare, prompting her to shut up. Very quickly, the elevator slowly closed and rose. While inside the elevator, Chaobin did not say a word from beginning to end. Outside of this man to see the elevator went up immediately loud reprimanded. UING is not a, the Presidential Suite. You know how much money a room? 68,888. You see people so young to live on such a house. Either rich hair, or is the yellowish technical big take. Is you I can offend? To piss others off, I give him a knee. Are too late, you are still here pussyfooting around. This demonic woman was terrified after hearing this. 68,888 a day. Geez, what kind of person would this be to live in? If this were to provoke such a big shot and piss people off, she and the gold master she was now living with really didn't have the strength to withstand someone else's wrath. On the other side, inside the elevator, the welcoming young lady looked at Chaobin, whose face was as usual, and asked in a gentle tone, Sir, do you work nearby? Or are you here on a local business trip? With the opportunity right in front of her, she naturally didn't let it go and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Doing a small business locally, Chaobin replied casually, You can live in a presidential suite, so it's still a small business? Sir, you are really too modest. The welcoming young lady continued to provide value. It's just luck. Chaobin smiled faintly. On the surface it was breezy, but on the inside it was rippling and quite happy. To say something vulgar, in front of these 4 days ago, like the welcome Miss Chaobin, such a face beauty Chaobin, and she hit on the words. It is estimated that the other party is lazy to take care of themselves, but now it's completely different, even to the point of switching the status of the 2 sides. The most dope ability in this world will always be the bill ability. With so simple, chat soon arrived at the exclusive floor. In the process of chatting, Chaobin also know that this welcoming young lady called Wu Xiaomei. Wu Xiaomei brought Chaobin to a suite in the center of the residence and opened the door of the room introduced to him. Hello sir, there are a total of 5 rooms inside this one presidential suite, and the soundproofing between each other is done very well, so that, whatever, between everyone will definitely not affect. Wu Xiaomei deliberately dragged the end of this that said a little longer. Chaobin was not a raw egg now, so he was naturally able to understand what she meant and nodded with a smile. Thank you for taking a look. At anything else you need me to do in here, just give me a heads up. If not, I'll leave you to get some rest. I am your exclusive room service staff at the hotel. My working hours are from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. You can call me anytime you need any service at any time. An evocative passage in which Osumi says this, and a very respectful 90-degree bend to show off her curvaceous figure. Is it okay to contact you whenever I need any kind of service? Right? Chaobin asked with a smile. And Wu Xiaomei smiled right after hearing that and replied shyly. Yes sir. The meaning is clear and obvious enough. Is there any free power for love? Ah, so hard. Finally out of the small dark room. Chapter 58, Reunion, someone's got to play hard to get. Wu Xiaomei's meaning was already obvious. All he needed to do was to nod once and believe that it would be as he wished. Only Chaobin was no longer the Chaobin from before. Especially last night and in the morning with Xin Xiao around. Chaobin hadn't slowed down yet, and then told the other party to contact her at any time if there was a need on this side. Before closing the door to the room, Wu Xiaomei did not continue to say anything. A sweet smile, 3 steps back and left. She is not the kind of fresh graduate schoolgirls, do not know anything. She has seen too many people working here, know when to move forward and when to move back. Into the room, at the desk, took out a paper and pen, roughly sorting out about the price of operation and such regarding the future of this foot public house. Doing this foot public house is naturally not for profit. It is impossible to be about the same price as the neighboring stores. What's 69, 99, 129 have? Set up as a membership. The minimum recharge from 10,000 yuan. After that, the most common footbath has to start at 599. The second level is directly 999. And anything higher has to be 2,999. The main focus is on super high enjoyment. A little bit more expensive is a little bit more expensive. And it's mostly just to shield a portion of the population. Just like what John Ho said. These services are for the rich and the pit is for the rich. Of course, the relevant services should also be good. So he will be in the form of the relevant facilities. Services will require Zhao Yiming after the upgrade. At the very least, not like those technicians before. Just follow the master to learn for a period of time. The level of technology can only cope with the general customer can also be to the rich picky. That cannot take the hand. So it must also be from the side of the elephant country to dig a few powerful to come. Act as a facade. Write out the relevant ideas and then take pictures and send them to Zhao Yiming, so that he can read what he thinks afterward. And the two of them can communicate properly. After all this busyness, the cell phone messages flashed non-stop. Opened it up and looked at it. A few people inside the company asked him if he hadn't been to work in 2 days, as if the boss was looking for him. Then there are a couple of added messages. One is Wu Meng Meng. I don't know where she got her cell phone number, and sent a lot of added messages. The notes are that she knows it's wrong, and hopes that Chaobin will give her another chance, and that he'll be waiting for him over at Starry Lane's billiard room for the next 2 days. Another one was the bank's account manager, Danhua Lu, who, once asked when there would be time to meet for a chat. Now Lu Danhua hand inside a customer or not. She is still in the internship period. No matter now this one did not note who the customer is. As long as the contract is not signed now, she can be completely as if she did not know, to communicate to but, as long as the signing, then she is the Chao general manager of the private bank account manager. By that time even if the other people or the leaders above said that she pry customers, but Lu Danhua as long as the maintenance, signed, can be a big deal, at least will not blame her, and can keep the job. By the way, have a substantial commission. Is 6 o'clock tonight okay? Chaobin looked at the approximate time. There was still nothing else scheduled for tonight at the moment, so he agreed. Alright then, send me the location and time when you've set it. There is still plenty of time without anything special. Okay, Mr. Chao. After getting a definite reply, Lu Danhua had an excited smile on her face, and even couldn't control herself from bouncing inside her workstation. Oh yeah, it's finally done. So far, she hadn't gone to talk about the business in question, but from the phone calls to the exchanges on top of WeChat, so far Lu Danhua still felt that the customer was very nice to talk to. She still had a lot of confidence in the evening's negotiations. After calming down, Lu Danhua immediately started contacting several restaurants in the city center that had cooperation with the bank, and eventually found a private chef with a good reputation. It is that this leader is not in now. She has not played the application. This dinner tonight to spend exactly how much money? Lu Danhua she needs to first advance on their own, wait to get the invoice, and then come back to find the leader to sign, to the financial side of the reimbursement. Of course, this is the formalities of the negotiation. If it is not possible to negotiate tonight, then the probability is that this sum of money will have to be advanced by herself. The reason why Chaobin's side was willing to come and talk in person was mainly because he was also thinking about the handling of the money on top of this account of his in the future. Make good relations with the bank side, for many aspects of the future is still beneficial. After all, now this amount is not to the final. His future in the bank to store the total amount is likely to be now 10 times, or even 100 times, lying on top of the couch. Anyway, there's a cluster of messages on top of WeChat right now. So many messages all of a sudden today. Sukudo I, class of 2016. Clicking in to see that it was a group of classmates from when they were in high school. Chaobin smiled at the sight. Usually when a group of classmates like the one from a few years ago, where no one usually talks, suddenly becomes lively, most of the time it's because someone has started something. For example, a certain person is rich, want to pretend or want to go to handle his heart that the white moonlight, will find people intentionally chatting inside the group, flinging of what to get a class reunion. That's probably what happened with this group today. Looking at the current situation, Chaobin could be 100% certain that he was encountering the kind of pretentious reunion that all those rich bigwigs wanted to encounter. Old classmates reunion, whether in the eyes of ordinary people or big brothers, that is a pretend and get broken shoes used. Although it is not necessarily the same as those cliched new media novels. What are all a snob a look down on other people or kneeling rich classmates but no matter what, after all these years of social climbing, everyone, long gone are the days of that pure mind. When I was in school, I was close to you and I played with you. Relationships depend on getting along. Either you're a good fighter, or you're a little better at ball games, or you're a little stronger, or you're a little prettier, or you're a little better at reading, and there's always a variety of reasons anyway. Rarely will it be because your family has money, because at that time most people did not have the consciousness to pretend, even to say that many children of rich families, he was worried that because his family is too rich, and the relationship with the classmates alienated, and deliberately to hide his family's family situation. Of course, that's just most of them, and there are a lot of people who know how to play hard to get, how to put on airs at school, and how to pull a dog's leg at a very early age. It's a matter of probability because most people are still relatively pure. The name of the group was changed, Sukudo First High School, class of 2016, to Sukudo First High School, class of 2016, reunion group after 8 years. Yangyingju, in the blink of an eye 8 years have passed so nostalgic Shu Zhenghua, yeah I didn't even realize that I look like this now. Li Pengchang, classmates, where are you scheduled for this gathering? I'm still in the Imperial City, so tell me so I can schedule it in advance. Wu Wensong, awesome, envious of bosses who hang out in the imperial capital. Li Pengchang, brother song, don't mess with me I'm just a cow as a horse? Minions. Wu Wensong, Peng, you do not modest, I cannot know you? You are working in a listed company. The annual income has long been hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you, then what are we? Wu Wensong, don't be like this, okay? I'm really just a mama. You have to say powerful people. Our class Xiaoma that is really powerful. He is only in his 20s, is already the boss of a factory. A year casually earn a $10 or $20 million. In the city of Hetsuki is now a little famous private entrepreneurs. Manhwa, don't blow it out of proportion. You can earn $8 or $9 million a year at most. When can you earn $10 or $20 million? I want to. At this time this little pony, Manhwa, appeared. He was in denial with that comment, but the beef flavors were amazing. Chaobin couldn't even resist the urge to give him credit. Chapter 59, Once the Class Flower, Wang Yunyun. Chaobin also did not want to go over to spit. After all, he really might be telling the truth. Only this is not important. Is it great to earn 8 or 9 million a year? I'm sorry, but I could make $1 billion a day if I wanted to right now. It was only obvious that Chaobin wouldn't dislike someone like that. It didn't make any sense. Looking at the group, there weren't a lot of people active right now. Just those 10 or so people chatting in there in total. But there were 50 or 60 people in total in this group. But think about it now is also very normal. This point, well, most people are still at work. Even if you see it, you won't reply in it for a while. It's a risky business. And then there's the fact that if you're a poor mixer, you'll just look at it and be too embarrassed to brag and fart with everyone in it. Chaobin wasn't going to make any remarks in it. He used it as a pastime in going through their chat logs. However, just at this time, there was another hint that made Chaobin freeze for a moment. Manhwa invited Wang Yunyun of AAA Morning Breeze International Car Shop to join the group chat. Wang Yunyun Chaobin but remembered very clearly, is their high school period class inside the most beautiful, that girl? And it's fun to look at the wee name she has now. Typical of a salesman. And he's selling all kinds of luxury cars. Wu Wensong, isn't this the class flower of our class? The great beauty Wang Yunyun. In the future? Long time no see. Degree. Li Pengchang, welcome. Manhwa, welcome Yunyun, warm up. I'll send a red packet. Yangyingju, hey. You stinking men are too much. I just spoke when you did not welcome me, now Yunyun over. Look at you one by one excited. Yangyingju's words instantly embarrassed the other men inside the group. That didn't last long, though, because manhwa immediately sent out a red envelope. The bonus for the group can now be multiplied by 200 for the number of people, and manhwa was generous enough to send a direct red packet of $1,000. This time the people inside the group grabbed the red envelopes, and one by one, they were sending emoticons of kneeling, thanking the boss, and so on, so this was just immediately washed away. Chow Bin at AAA Morning Breeze International Auto Shop Wang Yun Yun. Which location is your store? About what kind of car to buy? I happen to want to buy a car. He is now driving this one Maybach, a few days after the home, to his brother to use, so he drove his own need to choose a new, and Maybach. This car is not suitable for young people to drive off. Men, no, do not like the car. Certainly not only a car. See the favorite, he must buy a few more. After Chow Bin's words came out, it instantly caused everyone inside the group to freeze. In particular, some of these men felt that Chow Bin was really pretending, and pretending too much. Wang Yun Yun didn't reply to the message, and manhwa couldn't help it anymore. Manhwa, Chunfeng International Car is Er Gou City, a very famous local car store, selling more than 90% of the car is imported, starting with 3 or 400,000. More expensive are tens of millions of dollars. Manhwa said these words. That is simply lofty, arrogant, very, and forced flavor is full. Wang Yun Yun, yes, we now have the most expensive car in the store at over $12 million, and there are several more tens of millions of dollars being shipped in recently. Wang Yun Yun obviously changed her name quickly after entering the group. She would have been one of those 3 A's in front, which is really just a salesperson's trick. Whether it is WeChat's friends list or Chocho's friends list is to the first letter of the alphabet to sort. So do salespeople will be habitual in front of their own names plus AA? So that in the list of friends inside, that he is ranked the first one. Chow Bin didn't care about this pretentious talk from manhwa and the others, and directly sent out a message. Okay, then Yun Yun Beauty, send out your cell phone number for a bit. I'll go over to take a look in a bit. I'll probably be there in half an hour or so. Everyone inside the group froze when he sent this message, especially manhwa, and a few of them cannot help but spray. So pretend? And pretend you also have to be a little bit more euphemistic. You pretend too hard. It's like writing a novel. Is it fun? As a few of them chatted, especially manhwa just sent a 1,000 yuan red packet inside the group. More and more people were talking, and those who didn't talk were now paying attention to the information inside the group. And when they saw the paragraph Chow Bin sent, everyone subconsciously thought that Chow Bin was intentionally pretending to be a bully. Wu Wensong, Chow Bin, are you buying a car for yourself or for the company? Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the words made it clear that he looked down on Chow Bin. You have to say that in the past, Chow Bin will be angry, or think that these people are dog-eyed, but now he does not matter. Not even bothering to say anything more to them, he casually replied, drive yourself, even to the point of saying that he liked the way these people pretended, because the more you pretended, the more enjoyable it would be to hit your face in the end. Li Pengcheng, Er Gou, my brother Aben seems to be rich now, from addressing Chow Bin just now turning into brother Aben, and then to these words, it seemed as if it was a compliment, but in fact, anyone could see that Li Pengcheng was just mocking Chow Bin. Xu Zhonghua, what kind of car are you going to buy? I'm quite knowledgeable about cars, should I recommend a few for you? Lu Liang, yeah, how much has been going to spend on it? Xu Zhonghua, this guy on the car is really quite research, basically what performance he knows like the back of his hand. At this time Wang Yun Yun also replied inside the group, we work time is 5 o'clock. You just need to come over before 5 o'clock can be. Well, half an hour almost it. I hand inside now there is a customer is talking about. I do not know cannot sign. Now sell the car is so difficult Wang Yun Yun then ate Chow Bin inside the group, sending his cell phone number directly inside the group and not chatting with him privately. manhwa at this time who also posted a message below and ate Chow Bin. manhwa at Chow Bin. If you're buying a domestic car and not a purely imported one, there's no need to go to Yun Yun's store. Their store is basically all imported cars. Even if they are not imported, they are domestic Mercedes-Benz BMW. If you just buy a 120,000 home car, his side does not necessarily have what you need. I have a friend in the Force store inside the sales. If you want to buy Chahan, Wuling, and so on, he was able to get a very cheap price. I can push his microblogging to you. You tell him as my Ma Linhuai introduced on it. If the person in front of him was possibly looking down on Chow Bin, thinking that he couldn't afford a luxury car, but now with these words from Malinhuai, it was practically the same as putting that looking down on the table. Thanks to Bone Stick Loving Woofers for sending me the reminder charm. Thanks to Literary Fairy Beasts for the nods. Thanks to Little Uncle for the 5 flowers. Thanks to Wu Jiantao, who loves steamed goldfish dumplings. Song Chang, who has a deep meaning. Ning Song, Jo Ku, who loves white taro, etc., 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 etc. Excited, finally someone is reading my book. Chapter 60, Services of a 5-Star Hotel. Chaobin smiled, knowing that this guy was deliberately looking for presents. This guy used to like to pretend when he was in school, and it was rare that at that age, he knew how to use his advantage to pretend, to make noise, and to collect a few lapdogs. So he was indeed a good talent. To be able to afford to open a factory after graduation and earn 7, 8, $10 million a year is indeed a winner in life. But, as good as you are you as good as the hangers-on? Realistic strength can't with you. Someone can open up my Rundong chakra. Can you stand it? Now have not determined to go to buy what car. First sight to see, buy or not buy is not important. Is not much shopped luxury car store? Go to open eyes. When Chaobin uttered these words, it made those students inside the group think even more that he was simply just pretending to be here just now. So no one bothered with him after that. The direction of everyone's conversation once again turned to the time and place of this so-called old-school reunion of theirs. Chaobin also took a general look at their chat and figured it out. I didn't realize that this party was so rushed that it was scheduled for the evening. The location is not far from the center of town at the Hilton, the city's other 5-star hotel. Only this has been many years ago. This brand, well, more loud, but in fact in the city later compared to several 5-star hotels, that's a lot worse. But because of the Hilton name, it's been kind of barely in business, since he was already bubbling inside the group, and his good friend Zhu Zhonghua had given him a private message. He was expected to go over there in the evening. That's when he remembered this Maybach of his. Yesterday outside camping. So there is no message to Wang Fangfang. These 2 days to go back home. The first thing to get rid of this matter. So send a WeChat message to Wang Fangfang. Tell her the specific positioning. Let her come over to send the car's relevant information. The most important thing is to put the license plate on the car. Right. There's also the matter of Wang Fangfang coming. Talk to her about it. Chaobin thought about going out and immediately called the guest room via Wu Xiaomei. The phone rang 2 or 3 times before it was quickly answered. Wu Xiaomei's sweet voice came over. Hello Mr. Chao. Is there anything you need to arrange? Chaobin quickly said. I'll give you a number. And someone will come over later to license my car. Okay Mr. Chao. I will contact the other party. Wu Xiaomei said. Another one is, does your hotel have a car? Arrange for one if you have one and send me somewhere. Chaobin asked. He also casually asked, if the hotel has that it is best to show the direct send over. If not, he himself called a special car. The car is available Mr. Chao. You are now a VIP customer of our Sheraton Ligang Hotel, so you naturally enjoy a free shuttle service. Wu Xiaomei quickly replied. Okay, then you arrange one for me. Chaobin nodded. Okay Mr. Chao. When do you need to use the car? Wu Xiaomei asked while checking to see what other cars were vacant inside the hotel right now. Meet me at the gate in 10 minutes. Chaobin was going to take a shower. After all, he had simply wiped up with a wet wipe last night and this morning. No rinsing, no comfort. Men are quicker in the shower. 5 minutes is enough. Change into clean clothes and head out the door for a solid 10 minutes. Okay, Mr. Chao. I'll arrange it for you right away. And I'll be waiting for you at the main entrance in 10 minutes. Wu Xiaomei quickly answered him. Having just checked, there were several other cars inside the hotel now. Special arrangements were made for a Maybach similar to Chaobin's. Chaobin took a shower and put on a clean set of clothes. And when he came down, he saw the doorway, and Wu Xiaomei standing next to a clean Maybach. I have to say this is expensive for a reason. All the services of this top hotel is to make people feel convenient. If you are staying at a 7 days express hotel, and you park an online car in front of the door, chances are that the cashier will tell you to hurry up and go away, so as not to affect other customers coming in, which will be like this with a young and beautiful room manager standing there waiting. Wu Xiaomei was still wearing that black small suit, her lower body wrapped short skirt plus black stockings, able to show her originally good figure, even more delicate. Wu Xiaomei looks very good, but you have to say what is the top beauty class flower school flower and so on, that there is a little bit too much exaggeration, but is definitely a 75 points above the beauty. This set of dress down, go to where the turnover rate is good. The most important thing is that everyone likes this kind of dress-up temperament. Wu Xiaomei, this unique workplace temperament, coupled with good looks. This kind of woman, if you take out words, can definitely give her next to the man to add points. And this woman is very understanding, know how to grasp the balance. There is not the slightest bit of those little fairy pretentious do. They like money too, but they know how to get men to give it willingly instead of reaching for it. That's why men will mostly like this one, and get more and more disgusted with the fairies. People. Expensive to know. Hello Mr. Chow. Is it okay if we arrange this car for you? Wu Xiaomei asked with a sweet smile. This old Maybach, in their hotel can only be regarded as medium, like Bentley Rolls-Royce and business cars are available. Just Wu Xiaomei according to their own judgment. This one Xiaobin should like. And even if Xiaobin does not like the words, her people here can always deploy other cars. Just in case, a Rolls-Royce and an Alpha were already waiting alongside, ready to be replaced. Okay, that's fine. Xiaobin nodded. In the process of getting into the car, there is no need for the driver to reach out and cover up. Wu Xiaomei stood directly next to the door, with her hand on the door frame to prevent Xiaobin will collide with the door frame. This scene is just like in those bully novels and movies, and it does have a 13 flavor to it. It's not always useful, but the feeling is still quite flattering, so it's no wonder that top hotels and those chauffeurs operate this way these days. After Xiaobin sat in the car, Wu Xiaomei was beside him with a smile. Mr. Chow, do you need me to accompany you? Looking at her expression, as long as Xiaobin nodded his head, he believed that Wu Xiaomei would immediately be able to come in and accompany him, and would be the type that would be very happy to do so. And Xiaobin also noticed that this Maybach was professionally modified. That is, the front driver's compartment and the passenger and the second row at the back. The center is completely blocked off. That means that what happens in the second row is unknown to the people in the driver's and passenger's side of things. As for how it's accompanied back here, I believe it is just a matter of Xiaobin's words. Xiaobin smiled and shook his head. No need. I can go there myself. Alright, Mr. Chow, you take your time. Wu Xiaomei was also very knowledgeable. So naturally, it was impossible for her to continue pursuing the matter. After the car started, Xiaobin couldn't help but sigh a little inside. Indeed, the life of these bigwigs was something he would have to slowly get used to. Chapter 61 Lamborghini Poison. In about 20 minutes, the car arrived at Morning Breeze International Celebrity Cars. The city of Hopetsu has a collection of automobile sales force stores in each of the four directions of southeast, northwest and north. The place where he bought his previous car was at the International Auto Mall on East 2nd Ring Road. This area is now part of the North 2nd Ring Road. The Morning Breeze International famous car store was still easy to find, and Xiaobin took his cell phone and made a voice call to Wang Yunyun when he arrived. At this time, Wang Yunyun is inside the store and a man about 50 years old, introduced in front of this black Mercedes-Benz S450. From beginning to end of the details have been introduced several times, but this client has been on the fence. There is no way. Wang Yunyun can only continue to insist on. After all, this car if the other party bought, this month's commission is very substantial. This car landing to about 1.8 million she got her hands on the commission of 18,000. So yeah, no matter how difficult this client is, she's going to take her time to convince him with a smile on her face. The one who was making voice calls to her at this time was naturally Xiaobin. He was trying to ask her which location she was at, and he was already there. But Wang Yunyun was busy right now. She didn't have time to receive herself as an old schoolmate. Just talked to a trainee salesman, Zhou Wenling, who was following behind to play the next hand. Said, Ling Ling, I have a classmate coming over to buy a car. You go to help me receive a bit. Introduce him to a few cars. If he is going to buy it, the commission of this order is yours. But the performance is also counted to my side. Price you will give him according to my highest authority, but also can only give to this price. Do not have to go to the manager's side of the application and so on. Tell him that this is also our biggest limit. Wang Yunyun and Zhou Wenling briefly explained. Sales trainees like Zhou Wenling, who had just joined the company, were required to follow the older salespeople like Wang Yunyun who had been studying behind them for some time. That's why usually everyone is polite and calls master or something like that. Okay master, what is the name of that student of yours? I'll go over there now. Zhou Wenling nodded obediently and said, Chao Bin. Okay, I'll go over there now. Zhou Wenling jotted down the name and started to walk from inside the exhibition hall towards the outside entrance hall, and soon saw a young man at the entrance of the hall. So she went forward and asked, Hello, are you Mr. Chow? Yeah. Oh, hello, my master is Wang Yunyun. She asked me to come over to receive you. She is now busy inside in. I will take you to take a look first. Zhou Wenling enthusiastically introduced to Chao Bin. My master told me, you can rest assured to pick a car. She will help you get the most favorable price. She will come over as soon as she is busy on her side, and asked me to say sorry to you. Oh, good. There is nothing to apologize for. Right. Work well, understandable. Xiaobin naturally will not mind. People have customers in hand. It is impossible to throw the customer next to it for himself. Xiaobin followed her in and scanned the store, which was quite large, with many cars inside the entire showroom. It was also true as Ma Linhuai and the others had said. It was full of imported luxury cars, all of which were BBA level. Mr. Chow, what kind of car do you have a preference for? Is it a sedan, an off-road vehicle or a sports car? Salespeople who had just joined the company were all more enthusiastic, and Zhou Wenling was in this category. Looking at the age, I guess I'm just in my 20s. Cute and cuddly. Let's see it first. Off-road vehicles are even. Nothing too interesting. Sedans and sports cars are fine. Chaobin didn't have any research on cars, but before, Lu Bo often told him some insights about the use of cars. Lu Bo used to say that the off-road vehicle looks handsome. The compulsion is relatively full, but the driving feeling is not very good. If you're driving it yourself, you'll stop thinking about off-roading for a while. Oh, okay Mr. Chow. Then what is your approximate budget for purchasing a car? Zhou Wenling led him along. There was a rest area next to it, and Zhou Wenling pointed to the bar and asked in passing, "What would you like to drink?" Mr. Chow, "I'll pour you some water to drink." "No need. I'm not thirsty." Chaobin gently shook his head. Seeing this, Zhou Wenling led Chaobin's forward. Buy a car budget is not fixed to dead. First look at it. I heard that there are a few good imported cars inside your store are tens of millions of dollars. Take me to see. Chaobin opened his mouth. Since I'm here in this luxury car store, naturally, I want to see something better, and something more handsomely styled, with less stock on the market. There are our family Ferrari, Lamborghini. These kinds of sports cars have a few or tens of millions of dollars. Very handsome and handsome. Zhou Wenling hugged her chest and immediately nodded her head and replied. Zhou Wenling, she is a trainee sales. Plus this single is the master let her bring over to see. So now there is no too strong desire to sell, instead just like a friend. And Chaobin chat. If they were like those old salesmen inside the store, when they heard Chaobin say that he wanted to see those thousands of cars, they probably thought that he was just coming over for a stroll and was just getting high. He probably wouldn't even have the desire to take him shopping. However, Zhou Wenling was different. He didn't have a bit of a disappointed expression when he heard that Chaobin wanted to see this. Instead, he cheerfully and bouncily pointed in the direction in front and said, "Yes, Mr. Chow, then come this way and I'll show you." He was still talking to him as he walked. Like Lamborghini, Ferrari, these very famous top sports cars, their engine and related equipment performance is very good. So this kind of car you just have to see if you like it or not, and you don't have to think too much about other things, like those very professional performance we cannot use. After all, only in the city, speed and then run fast again is not very useful. Mainly that kind of feeling. The more unprofessional a sale is instead able to give better advice. Buy a car. Consider too much. Not too much meaning. Is the first glance feel handsome? Feel like it can be. Chaobin is this way. They then made their way to this top-notch showroom right next to it. Lamborghini on the left. Ferrari on the right. There were also significantly more people on this side than in the other areas. Some coming over to look at the cars. Some purely to see what was going on. And some netizens coming in to make their mark. Chaobin looked at this area on the left and was instantly attracted to the car in it. There was one of those lights. One of those landscapes where one glance made it hard for him to move away. Lamborghini poison. Sorry. I really do not understand the sports car. I do not even have a car. It is before reading other novels you guys say the top luxury car is this thing. Just Baidu. If you do not like gently spray. To all the big old man kowtowed. Can I get a free copy of Power for Love? I think it's starting to give me traffic. So I'd like to support it a little bit. And hopefully it'll get more traffic. Chapter 62, by this. Chaobin. It is not to say that he has not seen sports cars and so on. Hatsuki City, no matter how it is also considered a new first-tier city. $1 million plus luxury cars are still relatively easy to see commonly in this city. Especially at night, when he used to be a chauffeur. That also helped people chauffeur sports cars many times. And also saw sports cars in front of many nightclubs and bars. But the sports car in front of him did very much catch Chaobin's eye. The perfectly cut curves, coupled with this top-of-the-line design model, and the black paint make this car shine in the showroom. Like a perfect work of art stands there. This is the one sports car that all men want in their hearts. Lamborghini poison. Chaobin stared at this one sports car and his eyes never saw another car. At the same time Zhou Wenling is also very responsible in the site for him to introduce this one sports car, Mr. Chow. This one is Lamborghini poison. A super sports car. At present, our country's storage is still in the single digits. The performance of this car is extremely. 300 words of their own Baidu. The content related to this, Chaobin also did not have any interest. He was concerned about one. How much is this car worth? At present this car price 38 million, plus related optional equipment about 400,000. Purchase tax, commercial insurance, licensing costs a total of 44.7 million. If Mr. Chow you like this car, according to the strength of my master's concessions can be given to you, can save a lot, especially insurance and our related formalities deductions commission, can come to a very high discount price, if you pay in full. I estimate another 44 million. She said as she did some quick math on the calculator on her cell phone. But this one is just too much of a favorite for the company to let anyone test drive it right now. So you'll just have to take a look at it outside. Zhou Wenling said with some embarrassment that it was actually possible to test drive the car, only that her rank was too low. 44 million? Chow Bin has some surprise, but not surprise this car, but after the relevant taxes and insurance and so on, a full 6 million more. 6 million are enough to buy a Maybach. No wonder when I used to be on the forums people were always pretending, don't challenge me with your car. Your cars altogether are not as expensive as my purchase tax. Chow Bin looked at his total assets. 1. 8 small goals. It's okay. It's equivalent to 1/5 of his fortune. So brush it up as soon as you can after you've spent the money. As soon as he said that, he couldn't help but think of his money-swiping sharpshooter good son Lu Bo. A quick tweet, what's the sand sculpture doing? Want a car or not? Lu Bo? Sick? Chow Bin quickly opened the Beijing West, found Mao 30, more than 40,000 a bottle, directly bought 10 bottles, 470,000. Payment, choose Lu Bo store address, the recipient and contact number are him, spending $470,000 for his good buddy Lu Bo, with a 100-fold return of $47 million. Phew, Chow Bin instantly felt that his breathing was much smoother, then directly said, alright then, let's buy this. Zhou Wenling subconsciously nodded when she heard this sentence. He thought that Chow Bin said that he knew. Let us look at other cars. But just 2 steps. Suddenly his feet stopped at once, and the whole person just stood there stupidly. Turning slowly, he asked carefully, what did you just say? I mean I'll just buy this one. No need to look at the others. Chow Bin reached out and pointed at this Lamborghini Poison parked in front of him and said softly. His voice was not loud, but in Zhou Wenling's mind it was turning over shock waves. This car is handsome. The brand is enough and the price of the sports car is forced. It can be said to fulfill all the fantasies of a man for a sports car. As a poor man, used to it, so there was some hesitation at first, but just now after spending 400,000 for Lu Bo and immediately having more than 40 million rebates he did not hesitate to choose this car. Mr. Chow, are you sure that you are this sure to buy this one? You didn't he lie to me, right? At this time Zhou Wenling was shivering and couldn't say at all. What's the point of lying to you? Just this one. I quite like it. It looks good. Go and do the process for me. Chow Bin immediately tapped the decision. He had bought a Maybach before, and he knew that a car was not at all like inside a God's Hero novel, where you give money and immediately drive away. This intermediate process, very troublesome, but also seems to be such a large luxury car store inside a specialized responsible for the relevant business. Do not need to toss back and forth, but at the very least you do not have an hour you cannot handle. Mr. Chow, are you sure? Zhou Wenling once again made sure. It can't be helped. First of all, it's the first order of her life. Secondly, this list of more than $40 million is likely to be the biggest list in his life later on as well. Third, this single into is really too easy. Before and after. From receiving people to see the car total time is not more than 10 minutes. And this also includes the introduction of other things. The face of this car. The customer only spent a minute. She really had trouble believing it. Well, just make sure to buy this. Hurry up and go through the process. I still have things to do in the evening, according to the fastest process to help me go, and spend what you can, Chow Bin said with great wealth. This time on the side of the car, as well as sales are frozen. A number of stunned look at the young man. Just now the two of them chatting is not very loud, but the surrounding several people still hear clearly. This before and after such a simple introduction. This young man even selected this car. More than 40 million is not a small amount of money no matter where it is. Even on the side of the rich and powerful, let alone in front of these ordinary people. I'll go. This is too much. Are you kidding? It's over $40 million. Just like that? This person is so young. He must be a rich second generation and it's still the type of emergency hair. 666. Rich people are not the same Buy a car just like I buy food. Fancy directly way. This isn't making a video. Is it Shake Shack which netizen? Look at this person who looks so handsome. Is he a new internet star? Shooting a segment here? Mao's Netflix Look at the side or no one to shoot The people in the neighborhood were talking to each other, and no one was able to determine whether or not this buying a car by Chow Bin was true or false until now. At this moment, Zhou Wenling, he does not know the truth, but go to sign the contract to go through the process is the fastest way to be sure. He brought Chow Bin to the negotiation room. write out the total price of the car, and why it cost so much, in detail, and list it out to Chow Bin. It was Chow Bin's turn to be speechless, and he could only say helplessly, "I'm not joking with you. You go through the process and I'll pay." Can it? The car he had already bought and knew the process involved. The bare car price, the business insurance money, the purchase tax. There is still the possibility that a normal car is required to go to the DMV to go through some processes, but as long as it is a luxury car there will be a special person in charge of these operations. The operation is relatively simple. "Oh, okay Mr. Chow." Now Zhou Wenling was sure that this Chow Bin was not joking with her. She then quickly ran over to the finance office to get the contract. Chapter 63, $44 million, straight up and in full. The price was as per the best deal given from the master side, and apart from the price, the relevant policy she was able to get was a couple of free maintenance and a year's car wash card. But Zhou Wenling think like Mr. Chow will not care about these small things. Like them here rich people buy cars just because they like it. Price-wise he did not go through the details from beginning to end. Just took a look. So Zhou Wenling quickly went to fill in the relevant information inside the contract. Then get the finance to get the relevant stamps. Like their store, although it is said to be very large, come and go to buy a car is also a lot of people. But the financial miss a total of 3 people. Idle. His side of the information filled out. Signed. The financial seal. Before and after the time to spend a few minutes. He ended up going to Chow Bin with this contract. Chow Bin took a general look at the contract and signed it. All that's left is to pay into the company's bank account. The front talk again smoothly. As long as the customer did not pay, then the contract and the previous talk about things can be instantly nullified. So in Chow Bin did not pay before. Zhou Wenling heart still has been on the 7. Up holding a breath in. Because so far, he still has a trace of not quite believe. Will not be like those scouts. Body installed a pinhole camera. Deliberately in the shooting of these video segments. Black Lamborghini Poison identical. 44 million. Sir, this is our public account number. You can just scan the code and transfer the money. To the financial side of the re-examination of the contract, this financial office to accept the sister looking at the above detailed amount is also a little shocked. Even the 3 that were originally still heckling straightened up their chests at this moment, and their faces became much more serious. Drops. A sweeping sound. Da-da-da-da. Fast password entry sound. 2 seconds later. There's a hint on the finance side of the drop. The distinctive beep of their internal system was heard, and a few of the other finances couldn't help but click on their internal financial systems as well. Hiss. Wow. Oh. The few people who were inside the room at this instant were all dumbfounded. Double-check that this amount is not wrong. Even the finance manager, who was in the deepest part of the room, couldn't sit down any longer at this moment and got up from his seat to come over here quickly. Read the contract in detail, and then read the amount of money that came in. Make sure this car is sold. Zhou Wenling was even more dumbfounded and didn't know how to go about expressing it in words. This one Lamborghini Poison has been here since she joined the company, and I heard that this car has been coming to the company's site for 3 months now, and in the course of those 3 months, it has indeed brought a huge amount of traffic to their company, with a lot of people coming over to look at it. All want to see this legendary car of God. I've also introduced many clients in this process. Those rich big shots. Those rich kids. But everyone understands that it won't be so easy to sell this car. On the one hand this car is really expensive. The ridiculously expensive kind. On the other hand, because the cost of this car is relatively high, and the various procedures to come over are very cumbersome. So the result is that there is basically not much of a great deal for this car. And how can you say this about sports cars? It's just for young people to play with. Rich bigots in their 50s and 60s basically don't buy these types of sports cars. The only ones who can buy it are the rich kids. And the really rich hairy ones are basically in those first-tier cities. Who would stay here? No one would have thought that this young man would actually buy it. And it could be said to be one of the most sensational things the company has done so far this year. Wenling, don't just stand there. Quickly go to notify the manager. Has notified the store manager. The showroom side of the temporary do not let people in again. Will be the car to cover up to prepare for the relevant delivery ceremony. Remember not to let anyone touch the car again. Finance manager said in a hurry. He knew that this Zhou Wenling was a new employee and didn't know much about this. It's a very important thing. And if something goes wrong there's a lot of trouble. Zhou Wenling also quickly reacted and quickly said with Chow Bin side. Hello Mr. Chow. You come with me to the VIP room to rest for a while. I'll help you get things ready after this. In their store inside the car sold is certainly to immediately cover with something. On the one hand, in order to after the delivery ceremony. On the other hand is to prevent other guests touch. In case someone accidentally on the top of the damage. That can be troublesome. Customers paid the money to sign the contract. Your side of the car damage. certainly do not want. Like this car and there is no second. That is to be a compensation for 3. This car is worth more than 40 million. By the time a compensation for 3 bosses have to vomit blood, Zhou Wenling first brought Xiao Bin to the VIP room to rest before she quickly went to arrange the relevant matters. Boom boom. The office of the general manager of Ride International Famous Cars. Lin Dawei was busy organizing the relevant customer information. He had to contact these local rich bigwigs as soon as possible to see which ones were likely to buy vehicles from the store again. Almost to the end of the year, to rush a wave of sales, is busy and anxious. At this time this urgent knocking on the door to make his face very unpleasant. Usually when the employees below come to knock on the door they knock gently. When did they knock like Auntie Shui so frantically? Come in, Lin Dawei said in an unpleasant tone. However, he has already prepared in his heart. Wait a moment, no matter who, but whoever takes the customer to ask for concessions and other things to find him to sign, he is ready to properly reprimand some. But the man who opened the door was one of the store's gold salesmen. This sales with a face of excitement and he said, Manager, that car sold. Sold? Finally sold. What are you talking about? Sell out only let you so excited Lin Dawei said with some confusion. Poison It's that one Lamborghini Poison that the boss spent a lot of money to get over here This sales excitedly said. Lin Dawei instantly froze. At that time, this Lamborghini Poison was the owner of the owner to listen to the advice of others. Said to get a top luxury car to the store inside the town, to improve the store class. Then that one person also said like Lamborghini Poison such cars are top luxury cars. The country does not have many. There must be a lot of big brother want to come over to engage in the time the store to have this one car. That invariably will have a contact with this kind of big brother. Indeed this car just shipped over when quite a sensation. Advertising casually. There are a lot of people come to watch. Especially those netizens every day fixed to shoot video. What a monkey. What a senior. How about a little free power for love? I'm begging for it. Chapter 64 Wang Yunyun who was not willing to give sweeteners. For the first month, we basically hosted 1 or 2 netizens every day who came over to take photos and videos. But it also only generated some traffic. No one has had any intention of buying this car since the beginning. This kind of car spent a lot of money to get over. Every extra day. That is a loss. The boss also said to him several times. Let him find a sales channel to sell as soon as possible. The idea was simple. But trying to sell it wasn't so easy. And he contacted a few wealthy local entrepreneurs. The bigwigs all felt that it was a car that was inappropriate for them to drive themselves. And felt a little too flashy for their son. And what about those rich kids? Part of those who can afford it. Already have a top-of-the-line sports car at home and don't want to spend a lot of money to add another one. The second generation that only has $1 or $2 million a month to live on. Like Louis Ikuan. There are a few sports cars. But they are in the 2 or 3 million. More than this family does not approve. And this 40 million. He has to save more than a year it. Definitely wouldn't consider it. So what if you like it more? You don't have the money. Sports cars are indeed very handsome. But the range of sales is actually quite narrow. So this matter is also Lin Dawei the most headache of a thing. Even because of this thing he and the boss said in the future like this tens of millions of levels of sports cars really cannot enter again. There is no point in pulling over sports cars that cost more than $3 million. It affects sales. After all, it's just a new first-tier city. It's not up north. There aren't that many rich bigwigs. Especially young bigwigs. It's just that the car he didn't expect was sold today. And he didn't know about it until after it was sold. He had been prepared to organize the relevant information. And then call those customers who were able to buy to ask again. I didn't realize it was for sale now. He is the one who owns the sports car with the biggest discount. It is reasonable to say that the local bigwigs want to buy this sports car. Must be the first to contact their own So Lin Dawei was very surprised to ask, who sells it? A new employee inside our store. Or an intern? This customer is also very efficient. The contract was signed and immediately paid the full amount. And now is continuing to go through the following process. Like this car sold, not only the sales staff have rewards. The whole store have rewards. So now this one gold medal sales. Tone are a little excited. Lin Dawei immediately packed up the documents inside his hand and followed him out of the office. And this time, Wang Yunyun was inside a negotiation room, helplessly pouring herself a cup of water and sitting there paralyzed, resting for a while. She explained for 2 hours that this customer, who had been contacted for over a week, ultimately did not buy the car. There was some discouragement, but the customer hadn't explicitly said they weren't buying, so she had to give herself a pep talk. Go for it. Once this Mercedes-Benz sold, close to the small 20,000 bonus So she also immediately took the phone above WeChat again and this customer briefly said, the store has a possible preferential policies. Not only did he get another $2,000 off, but he was promised a couple more maintenance visits and a car card. But the customer simply replied with an aha. Wang Yun was a bit chagrined. Like their line of work looks glamorous. Every month is 1 or 2 million income. But how to do sales is not so easy. The odds are that this customer is ready to buy a car. But he's also definitely not seeing a rabbit in the hat. And in the process, his eyes are dribbling all over himself. Obviously, customers aren't that likely to buy without a little sweetener. And give sweet this kind of thing in sales inside is actually a common thing. Just Wang Yun has not been ruthless. She is 26 years old. Because of the family pressure is too much. After graduation to join the work, the first year's income is used to pay back student loans. The second year to subsidize the family. The pressure is no time to think about what to fall in love and so on. So she has not been ruthless to do those things. It's also just this year that one's living conditions are slowly coming to the level of a normal person. It doesn't matter if you've already been in a relationship or slept with someone. Just as Wang Yun was lamenting, a familiar sales ran in quickly and said to him in a somewhat excited tone, Yun, which way is your friend a great god? This is also too ho. What big god? What does it mean? Wang Yun was confused. It's that classmate of yours, the one who approached you to buy a car today. The co-worker said. Classmate? What's wrong with my classmate? At this time, Wang Yun inside the mind is still constantly thinking, in the end there is any way to be able to convince this customer. The next moment it came back to me. It was Chow Bin. Did he come over and buy it already? The colleague said excitedly. Bought the money has been paid That's not bad It seems like he's been developing okay lately. Wang Yun gently nodded her head. Not much of a surprise, because she felt that the Chow Bin in her memory, even if he had a successful career, he would at most buy a BBA entry-level sedan. Chow Bin can afford to buy, is those domestic Mercedes-Benz BMW, or Audi A4 and so on, at most 230,000, 340,000. And this time she and the apprentice side said the performance of the commission, even if Zhou Wenling's, but the total performance will be spent to their name below. The loss is not much. By the time the end of the year to calculate the total performance, they can also get more to get some rewards. Oh, that, Yun, don't you know what kind of car your classmate bought by now? Looking at Wang Yun's attitude, this colleague understood. What kind of car did he buy? Isn't it a 3 Series? A 5 Series? Or a Mercedes E? It can't be that he bought a Mercedes-Benz S Series, right? Wang Yun was a little surprised at her colleague's expression. She is also considered one of the store's gold medal sales. Every month is pretty good, and $1 million or so luxury car shouldn't be enough to make her look like that. Oops, look at the cell phone group. Your classmate has bought that big baby Lamborghini Poison from our store, she said while excitedly pointing to her cell phone and selling the big group. How is that possible? Lamborghini Poison? Hearing this, Wang Yun stood up with a swish. That delicate face was full of incredulity. Ting, you're not kidding me, right? Wang Yun immediately opened her cell phone and clicked on the group. Like this big group, usually is the morning to report to work to look at, when off work to turn over, because all people in usually more information. Wang Yun also lazy to see. Today it's even more lively. The messages popping up non-stop because everyone in here is chatting about it right now. Chapter 65. I didn't realize that Goddess Union was so funny in private. My goodness. It's just too good to be true. I thought we couldn't sell this Lamborghini Poison. After all, it's going to be over $40 million when it lands. Yes, more than 40 million. Think about it is outrageous. This is converted into cash in front of how much I can't even carry it. It seems that there are still many rich people. This is a record breaker for our store. I remember the most expensive sports car in our store was more than $12 million. And I think it's also a record breaker for a famous car store. At Wang Yun, this classmate of yours is really too good too. Can you send me his cell phone? I want to add. You didn't even ask if he had a girlfriend or a wife you want to marry. You Tai Hoof. Does it matter? Sister. And I'd like to try the poison. Is the co-pilot hot? A large group of male co-workers are speechless, but are powerless to refute. Wenling, this is awesome. Just internship sold more than 40 million performance. This year performance are up to the standard. I counted your commission this time. There are more than 400. 000 it. It doesn't matter if you don't have a list this year. Before the boss also said, this car if sold, plus a point of sales commission. That put this before and after adding up that close to 500. 000 commission Wenling has gotten rich this time. Treat. Yun, you're too generous. Since you've given up this customer to your own disciple, you're really the best master in our store. Now the entire store, 20 or so sales and a dozen or so other staff members, are all abuzz over this one thing. Over $40 million in luxury cars sold can be considered an honor for them as a company as a whole and a representation that distinguishes them from other luxury car stores. Usually the store sells at 2 or 3 million, 3 or 4 million luxury cars. Everyone will be excited to send all kinds of fireworks inside the group. Congratulations and so on. This next. Sell a more than 40 million. Not to mention. This. Wang Yunyun's feeling of a toothache was too much to bear. More than 40 million car. Commission more than 400. 000 close to 500. 000 ah. She'd worked hard for 2 years to earn that much. What shocked him even more immensely was Xiao Bin. How did he suddenly become so rich? All high school classmates definitely know more about each other's families than college classmates. I heard that Xiao Bin lives with his brother in a mountain village and relies on his brother's farming to earn money to pay for his education. How is it that all of a sudden you can afford a $40+ million Lamborghini? Where is that classmate now? Wang Yunyun asked in a hurry. It's in the VIP room. Yunyun, don't tell me you don't know about him buying this Lamborghini poison until now. This coworker said with a somewhat unbelievable look at her again. Do you think I don't care about this close to $500,000 in commission? Wang Yunyun said somewhat helplessly. Her colleague nodded. Also right. Wang Yunyun, she so poor money again sent to the door of the money. How can she not want it? The only explanation is that she also do not know this thing. Then just at this time, Wang Yunyun. This class reunion group. Again someone in the group ate her. Clicked in and read it. It's Wu Wensong. Wu Wensong at Wang Yunyun. Yunyun big beauty. Did Xiao Bin go? Did he buy a car? In addition to Wu Wensong asking, then Li Pengcheng followed suit. Manhwa followed suit and sent an emoji afterward. Seeing this scene, Wang Yunyun is even more speechless. After doing sales for such a long time, she naturally knows what these people really want to ask, and also knows what this group of people are thinking. She had wanted to make a good speech, but there was no time for that. She had to meet her old classmate as soon as possible, so she casually posted a message inside the group. Xiao Bin bought a Lamborghini poison. After Wang Yunyun said this, there was a burst of laughter inside this group. Even if it was a few of Xiao Bin's good friends, they couldn't possibly think that this was true. All took it as Wang Yunyun, which was joking with them. Not to mention Lamborghini poison. Even a normal Lamborghini, Xiao Bin couldn't possibly afford it. It was a top-of-the-line luxury car. Wu Wensong, Yunyun big beautiful girl. Still so funny. Li Pengcheng, Yunyun. It seems like you're in a pretty good mood today, and you're still willing to joke with us. Manhwa, I guess those colleagues of Yunyun didn't think that she who was gentle and generous on the surface is so hilarious in private. Alas, the thought of being able to be Yuan's colleague and seeing him every day. How happy it must be. Yang Yinju, Manhwa, you've had enough. Don't look down on people yet. Can't Xiao Bin buy a Lamborghini? Xu Zhenghua, that's right. What's wrong with a Lamborghini? Must you not be able to afford it? Wu Wensong, at Yang Yinju, at Xu Zhenghua. I know you used to have a good relationship, but do you know how much this Lamborghini poison costs? The official bare car price is close to 40 million, plus the messy car purchase tax. Commercial insurance only 40 million to land. More than 40 million. Not more than $4,000. Li Pengcheng, at Xiao Bin. Mega boss, I heard you bought a Lamborghini. So a sports car, can you drive it out for us to see? Can you let us have a ride in your sports car tonight? I haven't ridden in a sports car that costs more than $2 million since I grew up. Manhwa, aggrieved. JPG. I've never sat in one either. Begging for an eye-opener. Crowd, ha ha. Now everyone inside this group of classmates can't stop laughing one by one. Originally, Wang Yunyun wanted to help Xiao Bin say more, but Xiao Bin his own original self appeared. Xiao Bin, that's fine. I'll take this car over there at night. Seeing this sentence, Wang Yunyun understood Xiao Bin's meaning, immediately smiled and didn't send a message, but quickly walked towards the VIP lounge. Lin Yue also came to the VIP lounge at this moment. As the manager of this Morning Breeze International famous car store, he was going to show up no matter what, and the one who could afford this Lamborghini poison was definitely a rich big shot, so he naturally wanted to come over and make some acquaintances. He came over to Xiao Bin to explain all the charges of the project. Now the price has been set. The money has been paid. These have no way to change. He can only think from other places, to such a big brother to take some other preferential policies, such as the whole car film increase the more snugfoot mats, aromatherapy. While it's nice to know that other people don't necessarily care about these things, the attitude has to be there. Xiao Bin really do not have much interest in these things. The car is just a means of transportation. Engaged in those fancy messy things on it, what is the use of it? Originally, people try to use as much high-tech lightweight stuff as they can in order to increase the relevant performance of this car. But you end up making a whole bunch of mess to put on top of it to increase the weight of the car. So what's the point of that? Just like many cell phones, Manufacturers have used everything they can to be able to make this phone that little bit thinner, to make this phone that little bit lighter. As a result, you buy it. No hesitation to what a tempered film. No hesitation to a phone case. You do not tease me? Is there any free power for love? Chapter 66, The $40 Million Treat. Lin Dawei, this new operation ultimately able to give the relevant incentives. In fact, the value is not much more. Converted into money, it is estimated that 2 or 3 million small things, these 20,000 to 30,000 dollars is nothing compared to the $44 million. And it's not even worth holding. But if according to the normal people a month salary of $4,000 or $5,000, this is equivalent to other people's small half a year's income. Exhausted these bigwigs with a wave of the hand. Let you half a year for nothing. Think about it, this world is really not what is fair and unfair. People, they still need to work harder. Then you turn your head and think, if you could actually get rich by working hard, would you have the opportunity to work hard? Manager Lin, right. When can I take this car? Chow Bin asked. Mr. Chow, hello. The current car we are in the warehouse testing, and give you car maintenance. Procedures have been in the process. Temporary license plate. Wait a moment, will be good. The relevant documents and licenses, estimated in half an hour later, can also be done. So it is expected that at 6:30 or so, this car you can drive away. Lin Dawei patiently replied to Chow Bin. Chow Bin nodded. The procedure had been quite fast. Anyway, there's a provisional license plate that's good to go first. And as for after that, you can just wait for the plate to be done and arrive and then come over and get it pressed in like the Mercedes store did before. This time the Lamborghini. He must be in Hopetsa City to drive himself with. Basically will not drive out. Not in a hurry. Snap. Watching Chow Bin take out the cigarettes from his arms, Lin Dawei immediately pulled out a lighter from his pocket to help light them, while Zhou Wenling was good enough to go and bring the ashtray over. At this point no one cares if the place can be smoked in or if lesbians don't mind the smell of smoke. It doesn't matter if you can't smoke it or if you don't mind. Ta-da-da-da. A rush of high-heeled footsteps came over, and a few seconds later, a beautiful figure pushed open the door of the VIP room. It's Wang Yunyun. After walking in, smilingly walked toward Chow Bin this side. Chow boss, this many years no see become handsome a lot of it? Wang Yunyun came in very politely to say hello, subsequently stretched out the slender little hand, and in the address above also did not say as Chow students and so on. Instead, according to the status to the present, call Chow Bin as the boss. There is no overly malicious flattery, nor because she is now a salesperson humble. The balance between the two take very smooth. You can see that this woman can become a gold medal sales, or a little something. What a thing to say. MS. Wang, what kind of boss are you calling? Just call Bin. After Wang Yunyun came in, Chow Bin's eyes lit up and he carefully looked up and down without the slightest concealment. At that time in their class, that is definitely the class flower, the most beautiful that young period, even if there is not that kind of clueless feeling, but once had a good feeling. At the very least, the kind of feeling towards her and towards other classmates was different, and now that he was able to encounter it again, Chow Bin was naturally all in a better mood. Wang Yunyun, height of about 1.7 m more than a little, wearing these 4 or 5 centimeters of high heels, in the woman is definitely a cranes, plus wearing this a slim professional small suit, more able to set off her delicate figure, very perfect, busty front and long legs, bubbly beautiful. Chow Bin has seen a lot of beautiful women lately, but he also has to admit that Wang Yunyun does have some flavor. It's true that when you're rich, you don't have any ugly girls around anymore. Is this a perk that comes with some people afterward? Boss Chow, the way you say that, big brother, you are now able to afford Lamborghini poison. How can I still call you Bin? Wang Yunyun said with a smile. He said this sentence is not half a bit of malicious flattery. There is no yin and yang taunting him. It is completely truthful. Now this status and before that is not a level at all. This is too big a difference. Mr. Chow, Yunyun, you guys chat first. I'll go see how the setup is going on their side. Lin Dawei immediately got up, pulling Zhou Wenling, who was standing stupidly next to him, along the way. He knew that people, this is the old classmates meet to catch up time. He and Zhou Wenling on the side, this is not too unintelligent? Good. Chow Bin nodded gently. Wang Yunyun went to the bar next to her and rebrewed a cup of tea for Chow Bin and brought it over, not saying anything since the beginning. After the tea was brewed and brought, it was gently placed in front of Chow Bin. Boss Chow, take a sip of water. A mouthful of a Mr. Chow. A mouthful of a Boss Chow will indeed make one's mood a lot more pleasant. Chow Bin smiled and pointed his hand towards her, gesturing for her to sit down. There's no need to be so outgoing. Continue to call Abin, or you can call Brother Abin as well. Chow Bin picked up his teacup and gently took a sip. Smiling, Wang Yunyun snorted and lightly covered her red lips. Boss Chow, we have this business to business, classmates to classmates. You come to us to buy a car is to give me face. I can't be ignorant. And this is still the place to work. The call chow boss or have to call chow boss. Wang Yunyun is indeed quite high emotional intelligence. Not the kind of lowly fawning, but also greatly admitted that the two parties are now in a different situation, which makes Chow Bin quite appreciated. Wang Yunyun went on to ask, Big Boss Chow, where is this getting rich lately? The world would be curious. And so would Wang Yunyun, not to mention that she was still a woman. Looking at Chow Bin being so good at talking, she couldn't help but open her mouth to ask what exactly this old classmate was doing recently. He had made such a big fortune, took care of a little something, got lucky, and made some money. For these classmates, Chow Bin had long thought of a countermeasure. Like they don't need to spend more attention how to fool. Lu Bo sighed well. Know the roots and don't want a perfect explanation. You can't explain it clearly. Just say that you made a little money because of luck and started a small business. And people won't be unintelligent enough to keep asking questions. Just like the current Wang Yunyun heard this, gently nodded. Also know that this old classmate is not convenient to inform the details of this. Naturally it is not possible to pursue further. Afterwards catching up on old times is mixed with relevant Lamborghini some knowledge notes and so on. This process is naturally most of the Wang Yunyun and said, this woman is very clever. Will also be in this chat process mixed with some of their reading time happen some interesting things. And so the two, talking and laughing, soon passed most of the hour. Lamborghini related paperwork issues have been resolved. Returning once more to the location of this showroom. The place has been set up in quite a row. From the entrance position is a long carpet, next to the rows of fresh flower baskets arranged. This middle position there is a red strip. Congratulations Mr. Chow Bin joyfully mentioned the only Lamborghini poison in the city of Hiu. After all, it's a $40+ million top of the line luxury car yada yada yada. So this time they set up the scene with more care than ever before. And they also thought that the more rowdy they made it, the happier the customers' hearts would be. Luxury car stores like theirs have a pickup ceremony for every car. Depending on the value of the car, the scene setup will definitely be different. And today this car used the biggest specification of their store. Even to the point that all the employees are now present. The finance ladies from the finance office upstairs are coming down. Chapter 67 Lu Danhua with blood loss. Lin Yue, as the highest leader of this store, was setting up a champagne tower next to it. The whole scene looked joyful and Chow Bin stood beside the front desk on the left-hand side of the Lamborghini car to take pictures surrounded by the crowd. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. It was accompanied by a handheld salute. All the staff of Wright International Automotive Prestige Car Shop joined together to congratulate the company. Congratulations to Mr. Chow on his Lamborghini poison. Congratulations to Mr. Chow on his Lamborghini poison. Along with the end of the sound of congratulations, this car lifting ceremony is also over. Before and after a few minutes of time, Chow Bin also received the Lamborghini car keys to sit in. And this time Wang Yunyun, who was carrying a bag, sat in the passenger side. After all, they were going to be together at night, for their high school reunion. Mr. Chow, Master, take your time. Zhou Wenling waved happily at them from the side. After all, this time she got, let her surprise commission, small $500,000, in addition to the time to invite colleagues to eat a big meal. And then to the master package at 88,000 red envelope. In hand, there's still close to 400,000 left. Just now she talked to the manager about this commission. The manager and everyone said there must be 500,000, but also this aspect of the mention, so that he understands that this single is accident insurance. Do people need to understand? So he asked the manager, to the master package a red envelope cannot? And also asked the manager what would be the appropriate approximate quote. So when Manager Lin talked to her about including the auspicious figure of 88,000, Zhou Wenling agreed without hesitation. This is single indeed to the time too easy. No trouble at all. It is simply a white gift. But if you let her all do not want, all can return to the master Wang Yunyun. Just ask you certainly cannot afford to give up. After all, this has been to the money, and is hundreds of thousands of it. But naturally, she couldn't possibly have a problem with giving an 88,000 red packet if it was a compromise. And there's still 400,000 or so left over. The $400,000 was enough for her to buy a small condo in Hopetown City at full price. It just so happens that a few days ago when she brushed the jitterbug, brushed to the company next to a set of apartments 220,000, or well decorated, like their location in this car city and the city station are belonging to the more remote, so the apartments around this are cheaper. Use the 400,000 to buy a small apartment and then buy yourself a small electric donkey. After that your cell phone, clothes, bags, household appliances are all in order. Really, a single Zhou Wenling has changed her life since then. Until now her mind was still buzzing with the fact that this was a stroke of luck. Sitting in the co-pilot Wang Yinyan also did not have anything unhappy. Performance counts her. Then this year her total performance is certainly the store champion. The store champion also has a lot of rewards. And the manager just came over also roughly and she said that her apprentice is still relatively understandable. When the time comes to give her a package of 88,000 red packets. And most importantly right now he didn't really want to think about any of those things. He was more interested in trying to get to know this one old schoolmate who was driving. Well, let's go. Chaobin then adjusted his seat and pressed the button on the side that was so distinctive that it looked like a fighter jet. Boom! Rumble! 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 It's the roar from the engine of a top-of-the-line sports car that's like a wild boar roaring down a hill, driving out of the store, slowly traveling on the road. This scene immediately let the surrounding many people cannot help but take a cell phone to take pictures. Send friends circle shaking sound. After officially on the road, Chaobin kicked the gas. This instant Lamborghini poison brushed, and the next second disappeared on this road. And Lin Yue was holding his trifolding cell phone at the moment, and somewhat enviously snapped this one image, and then sent it to his friends Circle and Jitterbug. Congratulations to Mr. Chao, the only Lamborghini in Anhui province. Poison. Morning Breeze Luxury Car Shop has all the luxury cars you need. Bright Moon East 1. It's just that Wu Yue is a small, local private kitchen that's relatively niche, but the class is pretty good. Per capita spending is above 1,000, and the store needs to be booked in advance to have a place. However, Mingyue Dongi and ICBC have an in-depth cooperative relationship, and it seems that I heard that the owner of the store and the bank's president have a good relationship, and then signed a series of cooperative contracts, so they can get a more favorable price, and they can enjoy the convenience of coming over at any time to have a place. Otherwise, on a personal basis, Lu Danhua would definitely not be able to book a place today. Today, in order to take this customer, Lu Danhua can be said to have exhausted his mind. Not only will the relevant financial information in the office in detail, and simulate the other party may need to ask questions, and then in the end of the first time to arrive here. After that, he prepared fruits and tea and waited for Chaobin to come over. Just at 6:30, when everything was almost done, Chaobin didn't show up and just got a phone call. I'm sorry Manager Lu. I have something more important to deal with temporarily tonight. So I'm the one who broke my appointment for this meal tonight. I'm very sorry. Chaobin also waited until they had set up the showroom and were ready to go and organize this car lifting ceremony before he remembered that he still had this appointment tonight. The client didn't come, and when he was all set up and ready to go, he made a phone call and cancelled. But no matter how angry, Lu Danhua still had to politely talk to the other party, and with a smiling face said gently, "Okay, Mr. Chao, if you have something you should be busy with your business first. I'll wait for you to be busy on your side and contact me. I'm always free." In the midst of speaking, he dared not show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. This is really too much. Just because you have money, you can do whatever you want. After the phone hung up, to make sure that the screen returned to the usual screensaver state, Lu Danhua, this only angry scolded, said the aggrieved tears are going to fall. It was hard to find a client who could pick up the slack, and she was thinking that she could rely on this to successfully finish her internship and become this big shot's private bank manager, after which she could get all sorts of incentives and be on her way to a white-collar career. But things turned out to be devastating for her. Now she was out of options. There's no turning back. Got to take this one client. Otherwise, when the boss comes back, there's a good chance this order won't be his. Even their own, this a bit of irregular operation, very likely to make her lose the current position of this bank miss, even if not fired, but also maybe other colleagues or leaders wear shoes. And an even more depressing thing in front of Lu Danhua was that she had already placed an order for this meal tonight. I ordered a set menu and now the customer is not coming, but the meal can't be refunded. She needs to pay and there is no way to reimburse her. It's a blood loss. Chaobin naturally didn't know what kind of reaction Lu Danhua's side had at this time, but he certainly couldn't lose Wang Yunyun tonight, right? Chapter 68. Sometimes women really aren't that attractive. Hopetown City. Above the elevated South 2nd Ring Road, a black Lamborghini was rapidly traveling through. It's none other than Chaobin. Fast on the road. This section of the elevated above the car is not a lot, so he was able to speed up, looked at the code meter 90 or more, and in one of the very straight section of the long road, with fewer cars, he's been hitting 110 plus. The roar of this engine, the whistling sound of braking wind, can really make one's blood swell. On this driving feeling, this sports car open up really not his Maybach drive comfortable, but this pursuit of speed, the feeling of maneuvering, and the engine is thunderous roar, so that Chaobin has never had a comfortable feeling. And then there's this sense of pretentiousness, after the car more speed down, in the road above the periphery of the driver, as well as passers-by cannot help but look to him this way, Many people are holding a cell phone constantly taking pictures. Hula. As the traffic got heavier and heavier, the speed slowly came down to about 50 or 60 yards. Safety is important, and Xiaobin himself is not a professional level racer, and his driving skills are just average. A top-of-the-line sports car like a Lamborghini is no ordinary automobile, it's quite a powerhouse. One might even say it's pretty brutal. Xiaobin just need to kick the gas down. Instantly can feel the speed up after. In the process of driving, unknowingly the speed has far more than you expected. So in this city road inside driving Lamborghini than ordinary car to be more careful, because the car speed performance is too good. The slightest attention will be speeding. Once the speed is very easy to accident. Xiaobin's side began to slowly enjoy. The speed dropped, but next to a CC, suddenly with a whistling sound rushed past, looked at the speed is definitely more than 100. Hula, another BMW Z4, with a convertible top, swished past. Obviously the drivers of these two cars saw this Lamborghini sports car and couldn't help but want to come and fight for speed. Xiaobin naturally knew exactly what they were thinking. So naturally, he couldn't be indifferent, and immediately without any hesitation, the gas pedal was aggravated. Rumble. The growl like that of a beast resounded again, instantly exceeding 100 in speed. There was a huge pushback that made Xiaobin freeze for a moment. Sure is fierce enough. Just a few seconds later Xiaobin saw the two cars in front of him, and with a little more throttle, he directly overtook the two cars. This section of the road is relatively few vehicles, and elevated. There is nothing in front of the car. Xiaobin continued to increase the gas pedal, enough to drive for a minute. Behind the two cars have been thrown out of sight. Hoo-hoo! A long breath of air. Xiaobin released the gas pedal. Car speed once again returned to 50 or 60 yards. The experience of this heartbeat acceleration brought over is very cool indeed. Soaring is cool, isn't it? It was also at this time that Wang Yunyun's voice came over. It was only then that Xiaobin remembered that his co-pilot was still sitting with a beautiful woman in. Ha ha, it is indeed good. This money was not spent in vain. Turning his head to look at Wang Yunyun, Xiaobin let out a loud laugh. Just now a short section of racing, but let Wang Yunyun's heart accelerated quite a lot. But she did not make a fuss screaming and shouting and so on, just tightly holding the handle next to the eyes closed to endure. It made her heart beat faster, and in that moment an eerie breeze seemed to pass beneath her, cooling her. It was like feeling a little pissy for a moment. Now Xiaobin this side of the speed slowly down. Wang Yunyun this only to return to normal eyes some grudging said, "You men are not all like this when you drive. You just know how to accelerate like crazy. You don't know how to pay attention to safety." After taking a long sigh of relief, he continued, "I've come to realize why so many people like to buy sports cars. The instant thrust of this sports car is really too strong. No wonder so many people who like to chase thrills want to buy sports cars. And this car is the one with the strongest sense of pushback I've ever seen." Wang Yunyun couldn't help but praise this sports car. Indeed the performance far exceeded his expectations. This Lamborghini Poison had only been test-driven by the manager inside their store. They salesmen usually at best outside to see. Occasionally encounter a few big money customers will open the door to let them go in to feel. On the road this is the first time. It's true that the price is worth every penny. This top-of-the-line sports car of more than $40 million is much better than the $2 to $3 million sports car they usually sit. The car is soon from the elevated above down, officially into the living area. Now has been 7 p.m. or so. This time is really the evening rush hour. Now the road is much more congested than usual. Basically are 20 or 30 yards in the driving. This time Lamborghini's exaggerated engine roar instantly attracted the attention of the people next to him. The closer they got to the hotel side, the more people there were. And the people inside the newcomers' stores on the side of the road turned their gazes this way, that pair of eyes looking straight ahead. Instead, he was a little embarrassed to have had such an experience, but deep down he had some secret pleasure. At the same time, Xiaobin is also very obvious to see around in such a congested section of the road. Their own back and the left-hand side of the surprisingly a car is not accurately said that there is a car, but the distance from the location of the distance is far more than the normal distance between the car, which is next to the randomly stuffed with one or two cars are easy. It stands to reason that at rush hour times like now, when there are people behind you in a hurry to keep up, the left side is usually the place to get gassed, but it's just so empty right now. After slowly calming down from that euphoric dark pleasure just now, he slowly lowered the window and lit one. Traveled not far. To the front of the traffic light position stopped the car next to an Audi Q7. The owner of the car was a man about 30 or 40 years old. After lowering the window he also took a closer look at Xiaobin's car and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what kind of car is this? Look so. Lamborghini Poison. Er Gou. So this is the God Hero novel written inside the hands of a Lamborghini Poison. Every day to see these people write. Really handsome mess. This car really want tens of millions of dollars? Well, 4400 plus after that time. Chao Bin gently nodded his head. His tone was flat nor pretentious, just replying to him normally. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No wonder that gang write it every day. TMD, this is really expensive also really handsome, long knowledge, money I also buy pity This big brother, after listening to a face of marvel, the eyes just keep lighting up this car, and in the co-pilot that beautiful Wang Yunyun in a small suit, wrap skirt, black stockings, he did not even look at a glance. Men, after putting aside the needs of that area, the car is far greater than the woman Chapter 69, it can happen now too. At this time in the Audi car behind a Mercedes-Benz E200, came a pair of men and women's voices. Hubby, what kind of car is this? Why is it so handsome? What car? I go. You will not say that one right. Lamborghini is poison? I go really. God car it does look good. It's too beautiful. You work harder. Get a few more engineering orders. Let's buy a car too, okay? You have a bubble in your head. This is Lamborghini poison Super sports car seems to be close to 40 million I have what to buy more than $40 million to buy a car. Brain what? Right? But it's really handsome. Wait a minute. You come a little closer. I'll take a picture. Take a good shot and forward it to me later. I'm going to send it to a friend. The conversation between the two of them made Chao Bin's heart darken once more. That's the joy of being rich. Occasionally, even if the mood is very bad, after hearing the envy of these people and seeing the expression of these people's want, the mood will be much better, and the hostility will be much less. Since having the system, Chao Bin did have a little bit of harshness in dealing with Wu Mengming's side, partly because of the unique XP, and partly because he was genuinely repulsed by the little fairy. If you want to ask for food, you have to kneel down honestly, and you want to stand? This for all the other people. Chao Bin was now amiable, even those who were shady inside the group. He didn't have the slightest intention of disliking them. No wonder the poor turn to evil and the rich to good. Human nature is inherently evil. Followed by some gradual changes due to profit circumstances. The traffic light quickly passed. Chao Bin lightly stepped on the gas. He didn't eject and leave, instead leaving the young couple behind him time to shoot. Sensing they had enough time, they then increased the throttle and quickly disappeared down the road. It didn't take long to see the Hilton's prominent logo. Wang Yunyun and the co-pilot looked at Chao Bin with an inexplicable smile on his face, and then asked with a smile, Chao boss seems to be a little bit looking forward to this class reunion tonight Wang Yunyun to do so long time sales, still be able to hold body, did not give themselves to those old men, can be seen how high her emotional intelligence. She knew what Chao Bin was probably thinking about in his mind right now, which is why she asked with a slight flirtation. At the same time, this sentence was actually a test, a slight test. Wang Yunyun wanted to know this man. Can he still go to joke? Are we going to get along as classmates in the future? Or as customers and sales classmates? That's natural. Men, when they get a little better, they all like to organize such parties. Otherwise, those guys wouldn't have jumped up and down to organize such a party. There was no one who didn't like pretending, but Chao Bin he didn't take the initiative to think about pretending. It was these people who jumped out on their own. So Chao Bin was speaking very frankly. The streetlights outside were lit up, and a faint halo of light spilled over Wang Yunyun's hair. This world will always have preferential treatment for beautiful women. With the precipitation of time, Wang Yunyun body although there is no longer once the youthful pure beauty, but this unique young woman flavor. More flavor. Looking at Chao Bin looked at himself froze a few times without speaking. Wang Yunyun also has some surprises. From the time to see their own eyes felt the change to now a little bit of nothing. While at the moment there is a kind of straight hook eyes. But the cheerfulness of his nature and that little scent made him instead do it on purpose. Shaking his hair, a faint scent wafted over. What's wrong? Boss Chao, this is the time to see the beauty of your old classmate After saying that, he also leaned a little bit of Aang's head this way, his big eyes staring at Chao Bin's eyes in an unspiritual way. Now the two of them did look a little bit ambiguous in this position, but with Chao Bin's understanding of Wang Yunyun, know that he is the kind of 101, to make a fool of himself. What good feeling. Then you are the little cute. I'm not sure if I'm a good person or a good person. Beauty. You have to say do not like that is impossible. After all, now is the most vigorous age. But, maybe by virtue of the fact that you bought a car, you made other beautiful women fall in love with you. It would be fairly normal if you said that you could have temporary access for one night by making him giddy with money. Chao Bin put the car to the slowest speed. That is, he let go of the gas, leaned on the automatic gears slow moving forward, and then boldly put his face over. One moment. Both faces were only 5 or 6 centimeters from the top. At this time rubbing the edges could smell the nice fragrance of Wang Yunyun's body, and finally said with a smile, I didn't find out if it's good or not. But didn't you find out that your makeup is a bit stuck today? Wang Yun. Chao Bin's boldness made her not have too much heart. But this sentence, your face stuck powder, instantly let her pupils suddenly dilated. And hastily from inside the bag, pulled out a makeup mirror, carefully began to check the faces where the powder stuck. But after searching for a long time, I couldn't find where the problem was. Right? Just now, on her way out, she made a point of going to the restroom and briefly checking her makeup. Just as he was about to go and ask Chao Bin where exactly he was stuck powder, Wang Yun looked up just in time to see this guy now with a few flirtatious smiles on his face. Realizing that she had been tricked by this man, Wang Yun naturally did not exist to be angry or anything, and rolled her eyes and scolded with a smile. Ah Bin, you're getting worse and worse now. Bin bad? It can't be helped. If I don't become bad, how can any woman like me? Chao Bin also laughed at himself and said with a smile. Wang Yun froze for a moment, and then slowly said, in fact, Ah Bin, you are very handsome. At that time in school, the class inside a lot of girls when they like to discuss you, said you look good. Smile is very sunny, but at that time everyone is busy reading, plus the tube is so strict, or else, I do not know how many girls chasing you at reading time do not quite understand what is called feelings and afraid. Otherwise maybe something can still happen between the two of us? Wang Yun's words were on the one hand praising Chao Bin, and on the other hand continuing to intensify the temptation, and Chao Bin immediately picked up on it. I didn't get it then, but don't I get it now? Something can happen now. Bad egg. Wang Yun's face was red, but her heart was happy. She knew to what extent she had tried. My goal in life from now on is to be a badass. Chao Bin let out a loud laugh, stepped on the gas again, and soon arrived at the entrance of the Hilton Hotel. And this time, there were already several people at the entrance of the Hilton Hotel. There were men and women, all of them smiling, and these were the people who attended the class reunion tonight. That is, Wang Yun and Chao Bin's high school classmates. Standing at the front of them was a man in a blue suit. Looking at the appearance was very gentlemanly, as if he was a very educated person, especially when he wore a gold-rimmed spectacles. At a glance he looked as if he was a highly educated intellectual in the past. That 13 gas through the sky. A little freebie for the love of power. Chapter 70, he's just a little brother. What kind of car do you guys think that Chao Bin will drive over later? Among the crowd was a thin, dark, middle-aged man, Li Peng Chang, who opened his mouth. He is from reading to now Malinois most loyal lapdog. Reading time because of the benefits of following Malinois. Then Malinois family has money, cigarettes and drinks non-stop. Follow him behind the dog. After work it, Malinois factory benefit is good. Li Pengchang and do business. Then naturally lick better. Li Pengchang never feel that this will be shameful. The course of what to earn money well. This fastest benefit to earn money then you go out to open the net card to run the takeaway to be better. A month of ass kissing, a little coaxing, and the occasional encounter with a pretty girl from the clubhouse before delivering them to the door. And you'll be able to earn a pretty penny. Cootie. No way. What else can it be? At most drive a BMW 3 Series, Mercedes-Benz C. Maybe today did not buy. Just borrow a car from the unit over. He is an ordinary small designers. Say good designers. To say a little bit is a drawing. Our company has a business linked to their company. Before listening to go to the communication of the colleagues said. He is the planning department of a little brother. This time is definitely want to come over to pretend a 13. Wu Wen Song in the side is also cheap swish said. Oh, so I heard before that he is working in the In Tai. That is a top 500 enterprises so this is a little brother inside What's wrong with that? Isn't that what society is all about? Old classmates reunion which is so simple and so common if you do not make something out of it, in the future in the circle how to mix make it seem like the worst, how embarrassing. Why are you all like this Class reunion is many years have not seen everyone meet chat. Chatting is to have fun. Have to engage in what? You on my next must be a comparison? In society is already enough hypocrisy. Between classmates still need to be so hypocritical? Indeed what's the point of being hypocritical? Just look at our Mr. Ma in all his simplicity. With that said, some people veered the topic and then started indirectly to kiss Manhwa's ass. Malinois took a quiet look at this classmate with a bit of praise in his eyes. Then haha laugh. A face of casual said, indeed there is no need. We are classmates simply get together for a meeting. Engaged in those false head of the brain does not make much sense. In the future, we can play together. We eat and drink together. The whole of these not very interesting. In the future brothers want to find me about wine. Directly to my factory to find me. Malinois speaking from the pocket inside the cigarette softwazi. And then to the classmates one person scattered and hand upward activity. Inadvertently show he is the left hand on the belt with that Rolex. It's a watch that naturally a lot of people notice. After all, all have been in society for a few years now, and most people know a little bit about brands like Rolex, especially men in business. Li Pengcheng doesn't know much about Rolex, so he immediately started to open his cell phone to search after seeing it. I'm ready to see how much the watch costs and see how the official website explains the features and workmanship of the watch. Kissing ass. You also have to shoot a little more accurate. Can not be easy to say? That will only add to the joke. Li Pengcheng is such a person who does things in a tricky way. However, just as he was confident and was about to open his mouth, suddenly, rumble, rumble, boom, 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 a special roaring sound, and the sound was getting louder and louder. Now everyone was attracted by the sound and their eyes looked towards the place of that sound. How come there are people who dare to race cars even within the first ring road now? Wu Wensong subconsciously muttered, aren't we banning motorcycles in Heyu City? But in the next second, a black Lamborghini quickly appeared in the crowd's view. Boom, boom. The roaring growl that seemed to compress the air was so loud that one's entire blood swelled to hear it. Black paint comes with dignity and elegance. The piano-like cutting surface smoothly captured everyone's attention. Holy, it's a Lamborghini. Seems like it. I'm looking at the logo that is. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A sports car, yeah. Or a supercar? I can't believe I saw a Lamborghini in our city. Is this a supercar? Oh, hubby, this car is so cool. How can it not be handsome? Lamborghini. Supercars. There aren't many cars that can look better than him. Brother, what kind of car is this? It's so beautiful. One by one, exclamations rang out. Whether they were here to eat or passing by, all of their attention was drawn to this Lamborghini of Chow Bin's. Grandparents in their 50s and 60s, down to the little ones who can just talk. One by one, they all had their eyes glued to this Lamborghini poison. Their eyes were filled with envy. There are also some filled with sizzle and jealousy. Which Lamborghini model is this? Regarding the car, Wu Wensong didn't know much about it. He only knew that the logo was Lamborghini's and asked with some curiosity. This one is the Lamborghini and the most hanging one. Lamborghini Poison. The cheapest of the lowest with more than 30 million. Which if you add the purchase tax, commercial insurance and so on, I estimate that it will have to be 3,000 big several million to be able to take. Ma Linhui is a very like car people. Many cars he has some research. This Poison he saw a lot of people writing novels at the time, but also deliberately to search the past to see. I'm sure I like it, but there's 100% no way to buy it. His factory is able to earn a year 7 or 8 million better. Earn 8 or 9 million. But also this year is good this year only earns so much money. The future cannot earn so much also do not know. And his expenses are also big. Several of the young girls inside the factory had been taken by him and were kept by him inside the outside apartment. Which one does not want to spend 20,000 to 30,000 dollars a month? Eating, drinking, living and traveling are all to spend money. Otherwise now how can a girl honestly lie at home waiting for you to come back to see it? A couple of the girls have spent $100,000 this month. He bought a sports car this year, but the Porsche is over $700,000 for the lowest trim level. It had been something he had agonized over for a long time before he had bothered to buy it. Last year was to earn a lot of money, replace the house and then buy a car, and then have to keep 2 or 3 million as the liquidity of the factory. With money, living expenses must be big, and the funds he can call on in his hand are at most more than $1 million. He could only look at it from afar when it was a tens of millions of dollars sports car or tens of millions of dollars like this one. Buying is definitely unaffordable. But he thought he was a very desirable person and he used to go to these fancy car stores. But this Lamborghini he didn't seem to have seen before. Just as the crowd all watched in awe, the Lamborghini slowly pulled up right in front of the front door of the Hilton Hotel. At this time, the two instrumented door heads next to him were walking at a brisk pace. The ensuing scene left Malinhui and the others completely stunned. Chapter 71, Old Classmates Meet. This black Lamborghini appeared here and naturally became the center of everyone's attention immediately. Soon thereafter this passenger door opened. Malinhui and his group were even more shocked. It was because the person who was now coming out of the cab they all recognized was the one they had just mocked. Chow Bin. Holy, is that person Chow Bin? Wu Wensong had the sharpest eyes and immediately screamed. Chow Bin? You don't say, it's really similar, yeah. Li Pengcheng followed suit. No way. Are you guys looking at it wrong? How can that be? I even met with Bin once a while ago. It's him. Zhu Zhanghua said. How did he drive over in a Lamborghini? Malinhui frowned. Regardless of how these students discuss, how do not believe. With the passenger door open with Wang Yun down. This next everyone does not believe. Also have to believe. Isn't that Ru? It's Wang Yun. Chaubin said that he went to Wang Yun to buy a car. It's not possible that it's this Lamborghini that he bought, right? How can that be? Can he afford a Lamborghini? Could it be that he was dead set on getting help from Yun Yun to vouch for her and then renting this Lamborghini over? You don't say. There's a real possibility. Originally, when everyone saw that Wang Yun Yun also got off the car, they all thought that this should be Chao Bin's car, but with Li Pengcheng's words, everyone had some doubts again. You guys are sour one by one. And also rented. Why don't you guys go rent a Lamborghini and I'll take a look at it? The price of renting a car nowadays, don't you know? As a sports car, how to say, also have thousands of dollars it. Like this Lamborghini are several thousand. The main thing is like this kind of car deposit to pay how much money? Look at this car. I know it's new. Would they be willing to rent a new car to you? In the midst of the crowd, a female classmate suddenly spoke up. She didn't envy, she wasn't jealous, and she didn't try to discredit. But, she made a basic common sense statement. Yang Yingju is right. This car is too new. The discerning can see that this is a new car. Rental car agencies, yes, they have sports cars for you to rent, but it's impossible to rent a new one. So what if the car is new? It's normal for the deposit to be high. That's why he went to Yun Yun. He just needs to be cheeky. Yun Yun is so kind. How could she not help? Anyway, I don't believe that little cutie. I don't believe that little cutie will have the money to afford a Lamborghini. Wu Wen Song anyway. No matter what, he didn't believe that the person he once looked down on had the ability to afford a car that he would never have the chance to afford in his lifetime. Jealousy is jealousy, but there are times when this is normal. Like those friends of everyone working outside, basically will not tell you their family situation. Even he is in which city you do not necessarily know. But classmates are different. Especially like elementary school, junior high school classmates. We all really know each other. What's your family's situation? Everyone knows what your family does. And because of your family's situation, all of a sudden, most people would think, just how is it possible to get rich? Both would have dismissed it without hesitation. Both thinking it was a rumor. It's as if we were all at the same starting line. And even my family is better off than yours. So what makes you rich? This is a very common phenomenon. A perverted jealousy. A perverted red eye. On the contrary, those who had good families and then posted it as if it was normal. Like Ma Linhuai and Li Pengcheng both silently too, looked it without saying anything. And the others in the crowd didn't bother to refute it. They just watched the current situation in silence. Today, no matter what, if there is a need to pretend to be out of the limelight, so much so that the circulation of classmates after going back, it is definitely Chao Bin. Unless you can come up with something to prove that this one car of Chao Bin's is not his, that he rented or borrowed it. Bin, long time no see among the crowd. Yang Yingju first stepped out, then graciously extended her arms and briefly hugged Chao Bin. Yang Yingju was Chao Bin's classmate when he was a student in high school, and the two of them were very good friends at that time. It's been 8 years since I graduated. It was still a pleasant feeling to see that feeling again. And Chao Bin was happy to see him, warmly hugging the other man. Xiao Ju, haven't seen you for a few years. You're really getting moist. Chao Bin very naturally wrapped his arms around her small waist in one go and opened his mouth to flirt. That's natural. But you kid now also good really is more and more handsome. And also became a big boss. Really regret I should have known that at that time in the study of the time to take you down. So that I am now as not I can be at home to raise the respect of the rich wife. Yang Yingju is a very generous person. Talking character is very straight. Lightly whacked Chao Bin's big hand and flirted. By the way, how much did you pay for this car? When did you buy it? Other people at the scene embarrassed to ask. But Yang Yingju, he cannot matter. Directly asked the two most core issues. This is the most expensive Lamborghini inside our store. Bare car price 38 million. Plus purchase tax, commercial insurance, and so on. Procedures final 4 million. Today is in our Morning Breeze store inside to buy. You see the car license plate has not come down it. Now use the provisional license plate. At this time, Wang Yun also came over. Probably, and they said the car purchase situation. Then very enthusiastically went forward to take Yang Yingju's right arm. There was no way. Yang Yingju's left arm. She wrapped her arms around Chao Bin in it. Now she was half relying on Chao Bin's side. By Wang Yun opening her mouth to explain. It was impossible for the people present to not believe it this time. No way. Our company's people told me last month that Chao Bin was just an ordinary designer in their planning department. How come he's become so rich in just a month's time? Someone in the crowd was still not convinced and whispered. Hearing this, Li Pengcheng seems to instantly think of something, then opened his mouth and said, "This is also simple. I happen to have a lot of friends are doing car sales. Is the new car?" I asked him. He probably knows the situation. After all, like this car we do not have a lot of Hopetsa City, right? Said Manhwa and reached for his cell phone to make a call. And at this time, the lobby manager of this Hilton hotel also noticed this side of the situation. Walked over quickly, saw Chao Bin immediately hands respectfully map a business card. Said, Hello sir, my name is Lin. Called Lin Yuanhang is the operations manager of this Hilton hotel. Are you eating or housing? Have you made a reservation before? The attitude was very warm and sincere. I came over for dinner. They should have all made reservations. Chao Bin casually took his business card, then looked at Ma Linghui as they smiled and asked, Little brother Ma, have you made reservations? Settled. Ah Bin is really getting more and more handsome now ah. Oh, everyone is here ah. Chao Bin also greeted the crowd. The students naturally responded with a smile one by one. Even Ma Linghui and the others were smiling and laughing, saying long time no see on their lips. But we all know for sure whether the remarks were made from the heart or whether they were a surface job. Alright sir, feel free to call me if you have any needs afterward. Lin Yuanhang saw that their classmates had rendezvoused, so naturally he knew that he couldn't interfere with other people's party at this time. And with a greeting, he arranged for the porter to park the car, and retreated to the side. Just as the crowd gathered to head inside, Li Pengcheng's phone also hung up. Turning to Manhwa next to him, he said, I just called a few of my friends. They said that the Lamborghini poison in the Morning Breeze famous car shop was really sold, and the buyer was a young man called Chao Bin. I didn't think that this would be true. His voice was not loud, and only these few people around Ma Linghui heard him. This time, no matter whether it is Wu Wensong or Li Pengcheng, the feeling on Ma Linghui's face has been hot and spicy, which was hit on the spot face ah, and those other people were quickly walking to the side one by one. Their direction was naturally Chao Bin. Boss Chao is here. Boss Chao come to get a huazi. It's been a long time. I didn't expect to be more handsome than when I used to study. I go. My bingo is too good to drive a Lamborghini. Hang. The group of people who had just begun to surround Ma Linghui at the entrance of the hotel, all of them shifted to the side to surround Chao Bin at this instant. This made the face of Ma Linghui, who had originally wanted to pretend to be a bully and pick up girls, and had deliberately organized this 8-year class reunion, instantly look a lot uglier. Thanks to Big Brother, Milk Addiction, for the reminder charm. Thanks to Old Loach in the Sea, Half Open State, Mo199, username 866797779, Zheng Huiling who loves tofu chicken soup, Teenage Boy Under the Widow's Bed, Moikula Island, love healthy little hot pot, I don't love Lin anymore, Su Zishuan in South Yunnan, Jia Chun who loves petite pizza, for powering up for the love of love. Thanks. Chapter 72 No matter what, Chao Bin made a fortune. Hilton Hotel, Box 002. In total, quite a few people came to their party this time. The original class of 59 turned out to be close to 40 for this one. After entering the box and sitting down, the waiter quickly served the food. Everyone chatted non-stop in twos and threes. Just no one was the first to reach for their chopsticks to eat. I didn't realize that the best person in our class now is Boss Chow. It's exactly 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Our Boss Chow also and not used 30 years at this full count. Graduated from college only 3 or 4 years. Even have to drive on the Lamborghini, and still more than 40 million Lamborghini. Yeah, this kind of super sports car, I've only seen it in those novels before. I've never even seen it on TV. Bin. Oh no, my brother Bin. After dinner later, do I have the honor to go in and sit for a while? Yeah. I'm applying for enrollment too, and I haven't done that either. Take a picture of this when it's done and post it to your friends. It's absolutely hanging. Everyone's conversation now centers around Chao Bin and his Lamborghini poison. There's no way around it. In reality, Lamborghinis are basically a phoenix in existence, let alone the very dangling poison of Lamborghinis this one. On the contrary, there were a few people at the side of Ma Linghui, from the very beginning in this group inside the ambush, and then said in a spirited manner to engage in 8 years of reunion. All kinds of pretentious, all kinds of show-off. Originally after tonight can be in the circle of classmates to leave a period of myths, and even in the former classmates inside the posture of those good female classmates, that is not randomly hooked up, but now it is. After entering the box, basically, there was no one talking to a few of them anymore, and now everyone was talking and laughing around Chao Bin's side. Who has time to care about him? The owner of a small factory. I say brother Bing recently do what project there is no way to bring us After chatting for a while, finally a male student just couldn't help but ask. There aren't any big projects, just some simple small businesses, Chao Bin said in a breezy manner. How can it be a small business when you can drive a Lamborghini? Is there any chance that you can take a little brother with you? It's just to ask Bing to bring us old classmates any good projects. The introduction of these people have been asked, and then do not say and muddle through. Chao Bin can only say a sentence, if I'm lucky. Play stock this thing no way to bring. Stocks. Hear this one. Recently everyone's eyes instantly brightened up. The recent big rise are up crazy. Around a lot of people are even sell the mortgage house to set cash to play. So some of them have doubled 10 times over 10. And with leverage, that interest can be scary. But the risks in this business are also extremely scary. Minutes are also able to leave you with tens of millions, or even a few goals, of money completely trapped inside. There's also the possibility of losing your family's money. Nyo X. It's really bracing for the bold. My bingo Nyo X. Yeah, you have to be bold enough to do that. I didn't realize my bingo was fierce. It's possible for banks to make tens and hundreds of millions of dollars instantly. But it's also possible. Among the students, some people are praising Chaobin bold. This time nagging big. There are people who feel that this is not a long-term solution. Think it is likely to be instantly trapped. But most people still think he must have made a large amount of money. No matter what, People Hand is now likely to have thousands of hundreds of millions of dollars in cash in hand. Otherwise no one else would spend tens of millions of dollars on a sports car. That amount of money would be ruinous for an ordinary person. Especially these female students who are navigating their way through society. More heartfelt. And a few are lamenting how they didn't follow their hearts in the first place. They had to chase after Chaobin. This handsome man. This if you go after it and become his girlfriend now not only have a handsome husband, but also a rich handsome husband. Eventually dinner and drinks were served. And the atmosphere got better and better. And everyone began to talk about their own. And about what they had experienced over the years. It's all about entering society and realizing what a horrible thing it is to grow up and how hard it is to make some money. To ensure that life has been very good. And whoever was fighting too hard now even was locked up. It is estimated to be locked up for a year or two time. And so home demolition. Developed. As well as a good-looking female classmates. With someone for a year or two. But ultimately returned to the county. Opened a clothing store. Drove a BMW 3 Series. Days are quite relaxed and comfortable. I heard that there are a lot of male classmates think about it. This variety of news. Chaobin also listened attentively. In the heart is also quite emotional. If he hadn't had this system, his life would surely have been extinguished in these crowds as well. Normal. Usually like this kind of classmates sex lunch party at least to eat 2 or 3 hours. We eat and drink and chat. But everyone is chatting openly. Manhwa a few of them said that there are some things at home to go. Obviously. This is because all of their wind was crushed to death. Here is not even chatting. Everyone gathered around Chaobin who drove a Lamborghini Poison tonight. We had wanted to come and be in the limelight. We had wanted to hook up. And now that we don't have that opportunity, naturally we don't want to stay here. The original what a year to earn a few million. Driving a Porsche sports car. But these are now in Chaobin then. That is simply embarrassed to take out and compare again. After these people left, Yang Inju directly spat. Originally, we had a class reunion. It's good for everyone to meet and chat. But we have to come and pretend. It's really interesting. You did a good job this time. Can be considered to help us people a good breath. You don't know how much this group of people have been jumping inside the group recently. Every day they know how powerful they are pretending to be. And they came to participate in organizing this class reunion for an impure purpose. Day in and day out as if they're all powerful. How successful people. Blowing up bowls. I guess even Thor and the others can't look at them. Just be general with them. Eat. I'll add a little more for you guys. Chaobin smiled. Then called out to the waiter. Ordered quite a seafood dinner. Wine. Add it all up and roughly approximate large hundreds of thousands of dollars. Doesn't matter. There are men. 10x rebate. A meal that made millions. Without these disgusting people on the scene, those of them eating and drinking and chatting are much more relaxed. Chaobin was ready to say no, but Wang Yuan next to him said that he would drive this Lamborghini, so he could drink without worrying, and he would help him drive the car home when the time came. Chaobin turned his head to look at Wang Yunyun, whose eyes were all drawn. Then there was a painful drinking session with everyone. Good wine, good food, and a harmonious atmosphere. So the second half was enjoyable for all. In this way the time has come to more than 10 o'clock. Originally we thought to go to the side to sing again. But look at this time is not early. Female classmates said too late or go back. Or home boyfriends and husbands are expected to be angry. After all, an old school reunion in this day and age is supposed to be a not so nice thing. It's nice to honestly just bond with your classmates or pursue another career. And everyone goes home after dinner. But if you get drunk and go singing and playing, you don't always end up screwing a broken woman. In addition to a few people in Malinois, everyone is still relatively normal. So this party should end as soon as it ends. After all, a lot of people have also hooked up with Chaobin as expected. And Chaobin also promised to call out to them in the future if they can get a ride or have a cooperation. Especially the men. As long as the character is not too bad, Chaobin is very willing to get on good terms with these people. The more friends he has the more money he makes. Even apart from the few of them, who individually faced each other and built a large group. There were just 32 people left. Chaobin sent a lot of big red packets inside the group. Each red packet was $6,000, 10 in a row. It cranked the atmosphere up to a crescendo and made everyone even happier. Spend $876, 500 for an ordinary friend, 10 times the rebate of $8, 765, 000. Spend 60,000 yuan for an ordinary friend, tenfold rebate of 600,000 yuan. This reunion today made him about $9 million. Most of all, he also got a huge resource in the form of these male students. He is about to unleash his habit of being very generous, and when the time comes, he will pick out a few male classmates who are of good character and worthy of friendship, and give them favors and spend money on them. Anyway, no matter what, Chaobin was not at a loss. Blood money. Chapter 73, The Understanding Yang Inju. In front of the Hilton Hotel. Those who came by bike rode away. Those who came by car drove away. Those who chauffeured away. Those who took a taxi each took a taxi away. And we all talked about getting together again next time we have a chance inside the group. Xiaoju, where does your family live? Give you a ride. Chaobin looked at Yang Inju who was beside him and spoke. Yang Inju raised her eyebrows at Chaobin after she got close and said in a low voice, "It's not convenient for me tonight. It's not good to give my family, that jealous woman, a chance to see me at the doorstep. The only one who is single here is Yun Yun. Understand something. You've become a big boss now. I'll look for you in a few days. Tonight you'll first appease the great beauty Yun Yun." Yang Inju scratched gently. Hiss. Chaobin sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect this little ninny to still be so bold now. He used to like to reach over and grab him on purpose when he was at the table when he was reading. He was so confident now. He even suspected that he had this ninny's constant stimulation in the first place as well. That's what caused him to go above and beyond the average. Since it's not convenient tonight, I'll be in touch sometime. After the crowd had left, Wang Yunyun got into Chaobin's car and sat on top of the co-pilot. Phew! Habitually, he lit a cigarette and took a long drag on it, leaning back in the co-pilot's chair with his whole body relaxed. This meal tonight could be said to have straightened Chaobin's spine quite a bit. Cool for sure, but also heard a lot of those old classmates in the past, all kinds of things. The heart is also very emotional. There is no money above this world. Everything is a disaster. Everything is a tribulation. It's all suffering. What's wrong? Our big boss Chow. What is this lamentation? Wang Yunyun smiled. She had never been averse to men smoking. And the fairies who resent smoking are only doing so because the one smoking next to them is someone they can hold at their disposal. If they were all billionaires like Chaobin, who would dare to say nasty things on the side? No emotion. Just a feeling that money this thing bar. Absolutely. Chaobin let out a light laugh. Wang Yunyun fastened her seatbelt and started the car with a roar before driving away from the hotel's parking lot. Yes, money is, but now this world has no money. You are not even as good as, which is like our boss Chow now has no concerns in this regard. Wang Yunyun laughed. After the car traveled for a few minutes, Wang Yunyun's heart couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive, recalling what she had said before that she would send Chaobin to his home in one piece and in one piece. But after arriving home, images came to mind inside her head, lingering. But soon they arrived at the Sheraton Lee Harbor. This hotel is far more luxurious than the Hilton by quite a bit. Are you staying inside the hotel right now? It was only at this time that Wang Yunyun remembered to ask. Yes, temporarily living inside a hotel. Recently thinking about buying a house. Chaobin nodded and replied. And this time Wang Yunyun this has a little regret. Make it seem as if she seems to be very much looking forward to the past. She cannot help but sneak a glance at Chaobin. Pay attention to this time the subtle expression changes on his face. It didn't take long to get to the front door of this hotel. I going to go with you? By this time everyone knew what was going to happen. And as Wang Yunyun looked at Chaobin as he prepared to unbuckle his seatbelt, he asked tentatively, if you want to be in this car, I can. Chaobin said with a smile. Okay, forget it then. Wang Yunyun also did not know where the parking lot was, only knew that the car continued to drive forward to drive to the main entrance of this hotel. Seems like all these top hotels have doormen to help with parking anyway. This sports car is handsome, and the power is explosive, but it's that the interior is just too small, uncomfortable and unforgiving, and it wasn't like she was learning to dance a lot of difficult moves that she wouldn't be able to perform in this. Wang Yunyun is very strict on self-control. After work, in order to save money, she basically does not go out to spend. To get in shape, she spends years and years controlling her diet, keeping up with her workouts and going to a little bit of yoga on her own. The sports car's commotion was just great. And it hadn't been long since it had stopped, and the welcoming doormen and ladies at the entrance to the hotel all looked over. These ladies at the top hotels aren't easy to get a look at and know what kind of car it probably is. My God, it's a Lamborghini. It's like poison. The car is just so cool. I've seen videos online before. Yeah, I used to see it written that way in those good novels. And I made a point of searching for it. And then I remembered it because it was so handsome. So this is the poison. No wonder a guest drove over in a Lamborghini before, not as handsome as this car. That's certainly Lamborghini also has a lot of 3 or 4 million, 5 or 6 million car. This is 10 million and tens of millions of dollars. Too handsome. I don't see this little brother driving also handsome. I wish she was my boyfriend. Not to mention my boyfriend. Even if I'm just one of them, I'm willing. No way. Is there such an exaggeration? You're just asking you out and you're willing to do it. Isn't this normal? This man is so handsome and young and rich, so whoever he sleeps with isn't sleeping with him. It's always better than those older men. These waitresses welcomed the girls one by one, discussing at the same time. Wu Xiaomei also walked out from inside. She saw the Lamborghini that stopped just now at a glance. After that, he saw Qiao Bin, who came down from the passenger side, and his face was quite surprised. When she went out in the afternoon, she still arranged for the hotel car to send Qiao Bin, and came back at night to open a Lamborghini sports car. Really is a very powerful big brother. However, she saw that there was a young and beautiful woman following Mr. Qiao next to her. She was very knowledgeable and just went forward and bent down and bowed respectfully and greeted. Good day, Mr. Qiao. Those clothes of yours have been washed and sent to your room. You have any other arrangements you need? Feel free to contact us. Wu Xiaomei smiled sweetly. Aha. Qiao Bin nodded before tossing the key to the porter next to him, then pulled out the remaining few red bills from inside his pocket and handed them over as a tip. 4 or 5. Not much, but for the porter working next to him, it's about as much as he gets paid in a day. Thank you, Mr. Qiao. The young guy's face was quite excited, and with high spirits, he helped Qiao Bin go and park the car to the side. Wu Xiaomei had been in front and quickly helped press the elevator. Wang Yunyun, on the other hand, followed behind him, clutching the corners of her clothes tightly as she walked in silence. It was the first time in her life that she had gone to the hotel of a person of the opposite sex. In all these years he hadn't been in a relationship, and was a complete blank sheet of paper in that regard. After entering this presidential suite, Wang Yunyun was surprised by the luxury inside. She didn't realize that just a hotel room inside could be made so extravagant, with a swimming pool indoors. I didn't bring a change of clothes. Wang Yunyun's voice was like a mosquito. I have quite a bit of sweat on my body from today's busy day. I want to take a shower. If it wasn't for Qiao Bin's good hearing, he really wouldn't have necessarily heard what this niece was saying. It's fine just to wear pajamas first, and it doesn't have to be so troublesome. It's just the two of us anyway. Wait a bit. I'll arrange for them to send some clothes over tomorrow morning. Qiao Bin pointed to the nearby restroom and gestured for her to take a shower there. Oh, okay. At this moment, Wang Yunyun was completely obedient to Qiao Bin's wishes and was as good as a kitten. It didn't take long at last to hear the sound of running water coming from inside, and the vague image above the translucent glass. Qiao Bin poured himself a glass of wine right on top of the sofa next to him and lit a cigarette, poised for action. 10 minutes later, Qiao Bin stubbed out his cigarette and remembered about the clothes. Find the phone. To Wu Xiaomei, she sent a Weibo message. Based on your visual inspection, prepare a few sets of underwear and 2 sets of change of clothes for the lady just now. 200,000 was then transferred to her. Chapter 74, Little Jing Jing, Lin Jiayun, Zhang Yang Fan. In the past, Qiao Bin never felt that he had any white moonlight, so he was always looking for someone else's white moonlight, but he never thought that he seemed to feel so much this time. Qiao Bin's high school years were ignorant, and he only felt that he had more of a crush on Wang Yunyun, a pretty girl, than the others. She has a sweet smile, her high ponytail, swaying left and right as she walked, was even better than the willows that swung in the wind by the playground. Only now did it occur to him that at the time, in his memory, he seemed to have seen the ponytail a few times in his sleep, but after Qiao Bin woke up early in the morning, he never bothered to think deeply about it, because his life is far more overloaded than anyone else's by a factor of 10. He has to make sure he stays alive first. You have to work hard to earn money for college. You want to have your own living expenses. And after graduation you have to give your student loans to try to pay them off first and not be a burden to your brother. That dusty memory is slowly slipping away. I don't know that the years of cluelessness are now completely perfected in the hour or so I just spent there. For once he clung to the bundle of ponytails of his dreams, and see the smiling faces of the sleepers. Also, took a shower, let his consciousness completely. After sobering up, Qiao Bin simply wrapped a bath towel, went outside the living room clothes pockets, found cigarettes, snap, pressing the lighter, the flame sprang out, the lit end of the cigarette, and took a sharp drag. Saijin, boo, falling straight down, lying on top of the sofa and closing his eyes, the cigarette in his mouth. This feeling, it is too comfortable. Day. A series of footsteps. Subsequently, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell at the door kept ringing, with the tendency that if you didn't open the door, he kept pressing to the end. How come there's someone knocking on the door in a hotel? With that, Chaubin simply wrapped in a bath towel and opened the door. Opening the door was a little loli with a double ponytail, dressed in a light brown coat, thigh-high boots of the same color, a little chubby, and underneath a little pleated skirt with a lined skirt and bare legs. Seeing this cute girl, Chaubin couldn't help but freeze for a moment and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Shoulder-length hair just fell freely. There was also a very delicate little hair ornament on her head. The fleshy face was very smooth. Not a single crease could be seen. And although the face in the mountains made it look like there was some slight fat, but the flat belly and the straight, long legs made it clear that her meat was growing where it should. Very tender and moist. This girl is called Zhou Jing, screen name Xiao Jingjing. In the internet is a few million fans of the big network Red. They are a few people in this hotel long-term cooperation. In this side of the rental of this one of the presidential suite, they rent it on a monthly basis for 300,000 a month, with a total of 5 rooms for 5 people, with a fine breakfast and daily room service of all kinds. It may seem expensive, and it's enough to buy a suite locally in a year, but that's just for individuals. But for these corporate nature, it's actually pretty cheap after all. That's still a lot of tax deductions for $300,000 a month. When the door opened, Xiao Jingjing also froze for a moment, and her original impatient expression froze. Jesus, why is this little brother so handsome? The breeze in the corridor was still able to smell the faint odor of sweat emanating from the man's body. This smell is not like the usual stench that comes from those who are not hygienic and have a bad odor coming from their body. This kind is manly. It's the flavor that makes a woman's heart sing. This is more hormonally aggressive than any male perfume. Handsome looks, sharp eyes, and the slightly open pajamas were able to see those nice abs, coupled with the wet hair on this man's head that hadn't completely dried at this point, and combined with what she had just heard inside the room. Little Jing Jing, at once, blushed, knocking on the door for what? Obviously this is the person next to the presidential suite. Then it is presumed that their own movements over here just now affected them. Chaubin looked at this girl's reddened face and asked with a smile, "Can you guys move a little less on your side? This makes me annoyed." Little Jing Jing's sweet and greasy standard clip sound had some breaks in it at this moment. Don't say anything about the presidential suite being well soundproofed. Novel. And how can you be sure that it wouldn't be possible to cause that kind of sound to be very loud? Okay, got it, Chaubin roughly guessed, then quickly closed the door behind him, took a shower, and smoked a cigarette. The first half of the hour is over and it's time for the second half. Where's the time to waste with outsiders here? Little Jingle. She stood in place dumbfounded, thinking to herself that no matter what, she is also a famous local anchorwoman. Millions of fans it is again this big night. Other men see, is not that not her. At least not like him, such a little face does not give directly shut down it. Wasn't this outfit glamorous enough for tonight? I was thinking of relying on this outfit and opening a live stream later. Or was the woman in his room more attractive? Just now, listening to that voice should be a very mature woman's voice. Little Jing muttered. Finally, with a grimace, he opened the door and entered the innermost room, which was the one where the wall was connected to the one next door. It didn't take long for another commotion to come from next door. Blushing. Bad guys, don't liars talk about control? Shizuku was furious and wanted to take something to the wall. If it weren't for your good looks, I'd really want to call and report you. I was going to put my headphones on and continue to start today's broadcast, but thought better of it. It's also live, and others hear the commotion, carried away in minutes. Finally, he could only run helplessly to the next room. Go in and your own buddy is getting ready to work on the live stream later. You can see your straight and taut long legs through the mirror next to you. Young people don't know that meat and legs are good. These stinky men just know that they like chopsticks for nothing. Just the ones who are really experienced know how good it is. Little Jing Jing muttered inwardly through gritted teeth in exasperation. Sister Jing Jing is just overbearing. Want to not live on the air. This is the strength of our company's first sister. Want to live on the air when you want to live on the air. Sister Jing Jing, live to me to pull a few big brother over. I live last month. A total of less than 600,000 water. This month, if you do not go up, we have this rent. People cannot afford it all. Upon hearing this one yin and yang, with a pretentious voice, Xiao Jingjing's trademark blank stare appeared again. Lin Jiayun, do you think I'm stupid? Zhang Yangfan even posted all of everyone's live streams in the group. You're earning 220,000 this month. Would you even be able to afford a rent? Thanks to Big Brother, half open state, for the 30 likes, plus one more chapter. Chapter 75, he's a scumbag. That no matter how also. There is no way and you this a sister than look at you have already bought a car. Immediately can go to buy a house again. Later completely is the people of Baidu. Lin Jiayun stood up at once. That delicate figure flashed. Compared to Xiao Jingjing's slightly chubby body with a fleshy texture, Lin Jiayun's body belonged to the type that made most of the girls envious. And of course, the men were also very greedy. Again, it's one of those bare-legged goddesses that girls wear, and she looks positively bare-legged in it. Straight and trim, without a hint of extra bulk. About 5 foot 7 inch tall, but on the thin side. Only one thing is that the most important, this place is not discounted at all. Although it is said that there are very many means of increasing women's outward appearance nowadays, it can be determined that this is all true by the aftershock caused by the rising just now. What are you talking about? It's just that the next room is a bit noisy. I came to your place to hide for a while you broadcast your big deal. When you finish broadcasting, please eat a snack, okay? Little Jing Jing also has some helplessness, but there's really no way around it, so that you can't stay in there by yourself. Just at this time, that clear voice with a hint of stupidity came from the side. Wow, my prettiest Jing Jing sister. Which one do you want to order for a late night snack? Would you mind bringing a little girl of 8 years and 149 months along? Don't worry, I won't disturb you guys. I can hold the bowl and eat next to you. Alright. You two just don't play around and get busy with yours. Little Jing Jing is quite speechless. Tonight is really broken. Hotel staff office. Just from the hall back to the office a few shift change welcome lady gathered together cannot help but chat up. At its core, it's still something about the owner of the Lamborghini poison at the door. Envious. If only we have Sister Xiaomei so powerful, good looking and beautiful, and see people so accurate to know that the guest who came to live in the morning is 100% rich people. That's right. If only I had such a poisonous vision as Sister Xiaomei, maybe I would have married a rich man by now. You guys don't rush delusions there. You also don't look at your looks, and then look at Sister Xiaomei's looks. Who is the most beautiful girl in Sheraton Ligang Hotel? I told you that Xiaomei's sister in the past in the school. That is deservedly the school flower. You a few people even if the eyes are good. So what? Can your looks take down those bigwigs? And when Wu Xiaomi, who had just returned from a busy day at the side, heard all this, she could only sigh softly. So what if she could see it right? People are coming back with beautiful women. I don't know how busy it is now. She was very helpless in her heart, especially after receiving that 200,000 transfer. You can imagine how rich this guest must be to let her transfer $200,000 for random clothes. Even if you think about it again, it's useless. People can't care about themselves right now. Wu Xiaomei could only help Big Brother get things done as quickly as possible, taking advantage of this process of the current busyness on Big Brother's side to get the clothes first. I hope the big guy doesn't solve the battle in 2 or 3 minutes. Luckily, the hotel and many famous brands are in cooperation, directly on the official website above to pick the appropriate style. Immediately let them send over can be, just like Chanel. Pick out a couple sets of underwear, 2 dresses, and a pair of shoes, and have them delivered in half an hour or so after you've made your selections. Getting this done, she packed it inside a delicate case and placed it next to her ready to wait for her guest's call. In fact, it is not that Xiaobin does not have feelings for Wu Xiaomei. Mainly he does not like the feeling of not having any process and doing things directly. Or maybe he's just not seasoned enough to start without any feelings right now. Even an hour or 2 of talking and chatting together, or going out for a walk, or participating in some recreational activities together will do. If he, someday, could be direct, then he could go to Sakura country, where I've heard the girls are more submissive and anything goes as long as you have the money. Or to Pattaya, a man's paradise, or something like that. Oh, Sumi is definitely a beauty, both in terms of looks and body shape, and is one of the first-class kind. Xiaobin he needs a process, or later days are still long. There is no hurry. The main thing is that he now needs to deal with the white moonlight that he previously thought did not have. Asterisk Omega. It's the next day in a flash. O_L_. Pop. Xiaobin raised his hand and slapped it over and said, "It's dawn. Get up." Oops. I don't want to get up. I'm really too tired. Then sleep again. Okay? Just sleep for 5 minutes. Get up after 5 minutes. Wang Yunyun buried her head inside the pillow, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Xiaobin also knew it was tired. Hi. Blame yourself too. It's too powerful. Then it was straight up and straight to and walked to the bathroom to rinse off a bit and start washing up. After you wash it, and then out the door for breakfast. Today was another sunny day. The sunshine was pouring down and the mood was all the better for it. Just went out and pressed the elevator, was waiting for the elevator in the middle of the process. Behind came a burst of rapid footsteps. Sister Jing Jing, wait for me for a while. Just 5 minutes. That clear and with a hint of stupidity voice came through. The elevator is already here. Your next shift. That's fine. Go ahead and get me some meat buns. I didn't get any yesterday morning. Okay, got it. Ding. The elevator arrived. Chow Bin went in. And finally the extremely fast footsteps followed. When Chow Bin looked up, it was the same hot loli with a double ponytail from last night. Good morning. Although they had only met once, they were considered acquaintances, and Chow Bin politely nodded his head in greeting, after the elevator closed. Afterwards, this little loli was like a kitten that had exploded its hair. How can you be like this? Talking is not good enough. I'll let you control a little. And you do not go to care about your own, okay? You have to care about your little friend. She can withstand it? So long, she will not have an accident. Too selfish. And it's all your fault. I didn't even go live last night. I didn't finish the pie. And in the morning I was told off by Zhang Yangfan that. And most of all I didn't sleep well all night last night. Look at my dark circles under my eyes. Are you still not a human being? This little loli was naturally little Jingjing, who had an aggrieved look on her face. Chow Bin was a bit wronged. That. I have to say that I am already very controlled. Do you believe me? Little Jingle. Oh. As I watched the guy gradually move closer to this side, the elevator door was now closed. And on top of that the guy even reached out and pinched and squeezed his cheeks. What are you doing? Quickly let go of pain. I tell you here, but there is monitoring. Little Jingjing was scared backward one after another until her body completely leaned on the top of the cold stainless steel plate next to her and stammered. I'll shout if you go any further. How could Jingjing not expect this guy to be so bold? Surprisingly, he was ready to make a move on himself right inside the hotel elevator. And don't you have a girlfriend? How dare you make a move on another woman when your girlfriend is still in the room and you go out? You're so scummy. Chapter 76, The Understanding Wang Yunyun. Little Jingjing. There's no going back. Also under this close observation, she realized that this man's skin was so good that it could be described in woman's kind of words. Blown up and white. It made her all very envious. How can a man have such good skin? Is it good food? Or is it better to use it? Look at how you still have tissue paper on top of your hair. Chow Bin took something down from the top of her head. It was a broken napkin and said with a smile. Little Jingjing had a puzzled look on her face. She had purposely checked herself before going out. Anyway, it's a minor public figure. What about Netflix? What about millions of followers? If you don't pay attention to a little bit, give people photographed and sent out. In the future how to live in the room towards those husband powder to ask for reward. But in fact, there is no tax napkin on her head. Chow Bin just pinched people's face. Find a reason to cushion it. After all, often brushed on the internet to this chick. Looking cute and lovely, but also very bejeweled. Thank you. Xiao Jingjing lowered her head and didn't dare to speak again until the elevator door opened and ran away like she was running away. Oh, right. But before leaving seems to also think of something. That standard clip sound said, I'm called Xiao Jingjing. You can search in the jitterbug a small anchor. Go follow you sometime. My name is Brother Aubin. Brother Aubin, right? Okay. After saying that she ran away. After eating breakfast in the hall, he didn't meet little Jingjing again when he went back again. Instead, he met Oh Sumi. Hello mister. Chow, here are the clothes you need. They've already been ironed for you. Wu Xiaomei lifted the handbag up with both hands. Finally, from inside the pocket and took out the purchase of the relevant small ticket invoice. Said, this is the relevant small ticket. There is still the remaining 13,050 yuan. I have transferred your WeChat. Okay, thanks. Chow Bin nodded slightly and took the clothes and the small ticket. Then opened the door to the room and said, after receiving his things he walked in, closing the door to the room in the process. Wu Xiaomei, who stayed outside, was a bit lost, but it was the second he stepped onto the elevator that he saw the message above WeChat, and instantly his face leapt, because Chow Bin tapped the transfer straight back and sent back a message, left over to buy yourself a little dress. This information is analyzed in detail, and there is a great deal of meaning in it. The rest was going to be clothes, but he labeled it for small clothes for women, obviously. So why did he make himself buy this? Obviously because he is now inside the room as someone who is not conveniently present at the moment. It meant that she should buy her clothes and get cleaned up first and wait for him then. Yay! Wu Xiaomei couldn't even help but cheer for herself. Finally getting her chance. After getting out of the elevator, excitedly, she ran to the next Urban Beauty underwear store. She wanted to find the one that best matched his temperament and sexiest. Chow Bin originally just thought that he was looking for someone to help him out. The service was so good, and it was a beautiful woman. So it didn't matter if it was a small amount of money as a tip. Not at all as much as Oh Sumi's self-imagined. He placed the clothes in his hand on top of the couch next to him, then pulled back the curtains next to the floor-to-ceiling window. This commotion also made Wang Yunyun, who was lying on top of the bed, wake up. Her hair was a bit disheveled at this point, her eyes half squinted and pouting, and it was clear that this was not completely awake yet. But just such a state of affairs was so charming when paired with her face. The window opened and the warm sunlight from outside poured in, like a golden veil draped over her body, full of desire and mixed with a hint of youth and childishness, especially the corners of the mouth, with a satisfied smile, in combination with the lovely dimples will always make people have a feeling of desire, which is a kind of tension unlimited beauty. She was ready to get up, but, with a weakness in her calves, sat down again. First time in my life. Plus the opponent was Chao Bin. Chao Bin smiled, indicating that it was normal, and went up to help her. Otherwise, in his deflated state, he probably couldn't get up on his own. I brought you breakfast. Aren't you going to work today? If you go late at this time, will your wages be deducted? Chao Bin said casually. Blame me? Blame me? It's still not because of a certain person. Wang Yunyun pouted and hummed. It felt like this Chao Bin guy was just too much, not knowing any mercy at all. Never had an encounter, but knew the guy seemed like he was getting revenge. She used to read what the internet used to say. What was meant by a white moonlight? What does it mean to be a vermilion sand mole? What does it mean to have a hard time getting even? Understanding those men. What's in their hearts? Then last night was his revenge. Revenge for that youth, what they didn't get. And of course, she's having fun. Otherwise it wouldn't have come and gone. Don't worry, the car you bought yesterday was such a big commission. I'm now confirmed as the sales champion of the year. I'll just send a message to the store. They won't be able to deduct my full attendance and dock my salary. Wang Yunyun looked at Chao Bin. She actually had one more thing she wanted to say in her heart. If she told the people in the company that she was now accompanying Chao Bin, it would be even more unlikely that she would be penalized in any way. But Wang Yunyun knew that Chao Bin couldn't possibly agree with her saying that. Wash your face, brush your teeth, and eat breakfast, Chao Bin said as he turned around and went outside, bringing all of her clothes over and placing them next to the bed. Oh, Wang Yunyun had some loss at the fact that this sentence was obviously not the answer he wanted. Even though the logos off the pile of clothes in front of her now made her eyes light up, they were ultimately so close that she wanted more, or had more, but she knew she couldn't make demands or she'd get annoying. Like last night at the hotel room, manager was no less good looking and no less fit to look at her with drawn eyes. If Chao Bin beckoned, I believe that the one who was lying on this bed last night would have been her, and her own convenience was nothing more than a former classmate of the other party. At best, there is an XP bonus in this area. Wang Yunyun is not one of those 20-something girls who just graduated and don't know anything and want both. How's your job now? Chao Bin asked casually as he sat down and lit a cigarette. In the morning during breakfast, he made a point of asking Yang Yinju, prying into the living conditions of Wang Yunyun now, because last night when he was tearing those clothes, obviously feel that the quality of these is very general, just feel like paper like powder, so that a tear all rotten, and some of them are so old, they grow like burrs. There was no way any sophisticated woman could be wearing such an old little dress, so he felt something was wrong right then and there. After some understanding, it was realized that Wang Yunyun has lived a very average life indeed all these years. If after last night before, Chao Bin did not have any mood to care about others' good, but men have a more cheap so-called principle. If you have eaten from a bowl or used chopsticks, you don't want to give them to others. If you can't afford it, forget it, share it. Remember to wash them after use. With so many bowls and chopsticks in the cafeteria, no one knows which one has been used or by whom. But once you have the ability to do so, can I get a free copy of Power for Love? Chapter 77, A Young Man is Not Inferior. In the past, it didn't matter. If you had something to eat, you couldn't have nothing to eat yourself and still wonder if it was of poor quality. And you don't mind how many times someone has used it? That's literally the only thing that falls out of the whole body is a stiff upper lip. Once you have the guts, after you have the capital, one's once unrealistic ideas become practical. What's wrong? Do not want to go to work? Do not want to go to work can also be, stay with me in the future. Give me when the assistant, when the driver or something. Gently inhale a mouthful of cigarettes. Chao Bin slowly spit out smoke filled in Wang Yunyun's face. Don't tell me about this chick. The more you look at her, the more you really want to stay. There are a lot of beautiful women, but to do like Wang Yunyun, in fact, is considered a phoenix feather. Beauty itself is a very good base card. And now that women are on the rise, the Fairy Top Zero series knows even better how to utilize this base card. From the previous club inside the little girl, foot bath store inside the technician, to the current billiard room inside the assistant teacher and the network above a variety of anchor, cycling girl and so on, they are using their original Own That card to access resources far beyond their means or their class. What can be said about this? There is no right or wrong personal choice, especially in this day and age. You man, do you dare say those fairies are wrong? So in knowing this current living situation of Wang Yunyun, Chaobin was very surprised, because inside a pile of, you can turn up a diamond. This is indeed very surprising and unexpected. Did not want to go to work. My job is quite good. A month now the base salary plus commission has more than 20,000. Wang Yunyun did not react at first, froze for a moment, then quickly realized that if he became Chaobin's assistant or driver or something like that, then the earnings must be much higher than this. This is a dream opportunity. Then I'll give you $200,000 a month. You drive the car, be my driver and assistant. Occasionally when I'm drunk you'll pull me back. A little something to help me run errands on it. Dry or not? Chaobin asked with a smile. Really? A month $200,000. You did not fool me, right? Also because too excited. Wang Yunyun have forgotten. Now the whole body sore feeling. A moment to stand up but did not walk 2 steps and sour stand cannot stand straight. $200,000 a month. Not to mention being a driver's assistant or anything like that. That's more than $2 million a year. And it's already been able to completely change her life and her family's situation. But she was a little hesitant. Wouldn't that be the same as being adopted if that was the case? I've worked so hard for so many years to get my feet wet in this business, and I'm slowly getting the ability to survive. Seeing Wang Yunyun's expression, seeing that she didn't immediately agree, Chaobin instead became more certain in his heart and smiled and said to her, 500,000. You normally busy you. What needs me to say to me can be, but there is one thing you can do in the future in addition to your brother. The opposite sex can be by your side. Other than that, it's too easy to raise prices instead of lowering them. Plus not controlling the rest of your behavior and just not getting involved with other men. Yes, I promise that even the cockroaches in our house will be female in the future. Wang Yunyun naturally agreed without hesitation. But then again, I thought I'd belong to someone later. The little face turned red again. Don't want me as a secretary anymore. So you're looking for someone else to be your secretary? Or else? The corners of Chaobin's mouth rose slightly, bringing about an inexplicable smile. He didn't say to look or not to look. But the result was obvious enough. That. Wang Yunyun originally wanted to say that she would continue to be a secretary and let him not find anyone else, but gave up on second thought. First, if you want to go again after people have just told you that you don't want to, then you are jealous. Second, Wang Yunyun, she didn't want to just be a canary, a doll by Chaobin's side. She was going to be a useful person to him. Maybe she couldn't even keep up herself right now, but as long as she kept chasing, it was better than the other women standing still. Wang Yunyun understood what she was going to face from last night since she followed him to the co-pilot's seat. What she was about to become. It's just a question of how to play this card well. And not just by being a beautiful woman. How long can this skin stay fresh? By that raw skill? As for what the secretary or assistant does, we all know it by heart. Something secretary does. Okay, then I will be your driver. After you drink too much to give me a positioning, I will immediately go to pick you up, pick back, and then serve you well, said Wang Yunyun's face became red. As if it was a little bit of red wine last night, that kind of slightly intoxicated feeling. The unique flavor of a mature woman is not something that can be compared to a young girl in her 20s. Even Chaobin, who had already eaten himself dry, was slightly agitated at the sight of this scene. I'll go wash up. Wang Yunyun saw this guy's stupid expression now, immediately got up and quickly ran towards the restroom. Although her whole body was sore and weak in the process and there was some pain, she had to run faster or else the consequences would be serious. Seeing her stiff movements, Chaobin thought to himself that even if he had the will, he guessed that the other party would be powerless. Smiley then gave up on his intentions after that. This is the picture so far. The first determination to stay by the side of the person. Not only because she is beautiful and well built, but mainly because the person is also upwardly mobile. Know how to have emotional intelligence. Looking up at the window, the sunlight was quite a bit hazier. In fact, most of the memories from my reading days are forgotten. Just a few impressions or images of people who were clueless. As in early spring, the weather was slightly cooler, and after coming down from an evening study session, a figure hugging a tree under the streetlight walked quickly past. The person with long, flowing hair. Under the yellowish light source of the street lamp, the whole person is like a little bit of light from the darkness. Beautiful as the heavenly fairy. As if the stamens blooming in the spring breeze. That is Chaobin's youthful memories of the rare, to be able to remember clearly the good parts. Being able to capture this beauty in the years when you are still considered young. It's a happy thing. For example, Lee X-Ho, he also wrote about being young in his songs when he had a successful career, and then married his idol of the year. A young man with talent does not have an inferiority complex. Luckily for Chaobin, this is still in his 20s. Emotionally spat out a long mouthful of smoke, snuffed it out, found the cell phone that was placed on the sofa, and transferred 6 million to Wang Yunyun. Then transfer another $200,000 to the big brother of your own family. In addition to the first day to him to transfer 100,000. The second day to transfer 100,000. These 2 days when the big brother will also call to ask him where the money came from. The beginning of the very patient and explain to him that the previous investment in the stock of money flopped and made money. Big brother then gave him a few words of advice, telling him not to spend money indiscriminately and not to invest all his money in stocks in case he completely flipped out. Until 3 days in a row of spinning and then no more questions and no more dings. Direct collection. I'm going to turn 200,000 today, and I'm going to collect again. Chapter 78, The Driver Who Likes to Show. So Chaobin started preparing to increase the transfer amount tomorrow, 300,000, so that the big brother's side of the home, there will be no pressure to survive. I think the sister-in-law's family will not dare to give the big brother's side to take the frame again. This before and after less than a minute. At this time the bathroom inside the room door suddenly opened. Wang Yunyun from the inside quickly rushed to the side, excitedly said, that, "Bin, how do you give me to place so much 6 million. Looking at the balance of her WeChat, she froze. It was the first time in all her years of living that she had seen such a long series of numbers. It was dumbfounding to watch her. She had just counted them on her hands several times inside the restroom. Allah, don't be so excited. I'll set you for a year first. I'll increase the time at any time during the process. Be honest in the future. Okay? Chaobin raised an eyebrow at her. Oh, okay, Wang Yunyun reacted after a while, but she didn't know what to say. There was really no way to understand these. What some people were thinking inside their heads. Maybe this money is really not much money for them. She was so excited just now that she rushed out from inside the restroom. So she looked down. Anxious. He rushed back again, re-entering the restroom and closing the door. She pinched her thighs hard and hard. Hiss. There was a sharp pain that almost hurt her enough to make her scream. It's all true. Not dreaming. Little did she know that a class reunion would completely change her life and turn her into a millionaire. And it's clear that it won't be hard for her to get more in the future. After confirming on again, she put her phone to the side and quickly shuffled. A good rinse. About 10 minutes later, she came out from inside the restroom. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You can take the car and drive it. I'll call if I need you and you can just come over and pick it up. You can also stay here or go home. Again, if there's a need I'll call you and you come over. Changing into a set of clean clothes, Chaobin took his cell phone and prepared to go out, said to Wang Yunyun before he left. The Lamborghini Poison is a riot to drive, but it's too high profile and has a low chassis. It's okay to drive it once in a while, it's not necessary to drive it every day. And there's a bad taste. What if the driver is a top-notch beauty, and he's the one sitting in the passenger seat? That's what makes it feel good. Oh, good. Wang Yunyun didn't ask why and answered. Chaobin's request for her was nothing but a request. After leaving the house, he also declined. And Wu Xiaomei said something about arranging a special car. App yourself and call a special car. Because he happened to see the hotel's chauffeur, who was behind a nearby flower bed, smoking a cigarette comfortably. This time to let people come to work. How spoiled their own before is also a part-time job. Not just think can touch a little more fish counting a little fish. A little less fart is the most enjoyable. And it's not like you're spending a lot of money on your own cab. Not to mention that money is only money if you spend it. Hello, welcome to the car. There are Red Bulls and mineral water in the back. You can get your own if you're thirsty. The special car arrived. And when he got in, the driver greeted him warmly. Aha. Chaobin responded. Then asked on his cell phone. Where is Zhao Yiming now? Zhao Yiming, the store. Keep an eye on it. Chaobin, oh, be there in 15 minutes. This car driver saw that Chaobin's cell phone lock screen took a triple fold. Smiled and said, handsome. Living in this Sheraton hotel and using a 20,000 to 30,000 dollar cell phone. It seems to be definitely an elite person. Sloppy. Chaobin was happy, and finally just pulled out from inside his pocket the golden wannabe, and handed one over, saying, does master smoke? Chaobin was very fond of chatting with these drivers, especially this kind of initiative to open up and be cheerful. Talking to them is very eye-opening. The big ones, they are able to give you a head start on analyzing all of the recent relevant situations in Syria. The small one, the woman who passed by next to her, you could tell if she was a teenager or a young woman by the way she twisted her crotch. Even if you want to go out and do something fancy, they can give you very good recommendations. Hey, you smoke just fine. I just happen to smoke addiction to come. Come, handsome brother, do not be polite to smoke my. Come with climb hua hua. The driver enthusiastically from the side of the handheld box inside took out a packet of soft metal, then handed over. Hey! Worthy of being a specialized driver. Ah, this smoking cigarettes are even soft Huazi. Chow Bin is still accustomed to smoking 28 of the golden one before, but cannot afford to smoke most of the 17 pu one. Now you can follow their favorite to smoke. I did not expect this big brother higher grade. The cigarette is lit. The window was down and the driver was holding a cigarette in his left hand, sticking out the window with his fingertips against the left rearview mirror, still tapping. The demeanor was also much more relaxed. Another wisp of green smoke was exhaled, and this driver opened his mouth first. It looks like you have a successful career or a very good job. Compared to my son, I really want to give him a good hammering. Chow Bin could only nod his head and smile when he heard this and said, wherever. Driver, my family, that son. I let him not go to work. Let him not go to entrepreneurship. Do not go to open a store. Do not engage in these messy, honestly at home to collect rent on it. He non-do. Chow Bin. Driver, 5 years ago had to say what to engage in a clothing store to earn money with a woman to open a clothing store. The results of 3 months did not come to the closure. Then followed the woman to open a lottery store. The results of the turnover did not do much. He played his own ticket every day to make $1 million or $2 million. Angry old man can only go to turn off his electricity. Afterwards and this woman went to get what made store to get east and west, causing the old man also went to spend more than $1 million to give him out of the bail. Otherwise the organization sin he has to be locked up for 5 years. When I got out, I was dying to get out. And I swindled another $1 million or so out of my wife to open a barbecue place. 500 or 600 square feet, 2 floors, and it was just renovated. And the city was closed. I've worked so hard to build this country. And I'm just begging him not to start a business and to stay home properly, so I can save big millions over the years. Chow Bin. Showed a face by this driver. I'm honestly talking to you, trying to pass the boring time, and you're pretending with me? Driver, in fact, like us, there is no ability to not go into business. Anyway, and no shortage of food and drink. The family a few sets of houses. The deposit well, not much to say, no less than 8 figures. Buy a Mercedes-Benz E300 out to run a special car. Sleep to what time to get up on what time to start work. Run tired on the close of work to go home. Want to do what you do. Do not have to wait for the boss. No one can order me. How good. Seeing this smooth expression of this master, Chow Bin knew that this passage, he should have said it in front of many people. He came up and first boasted that he was an elitist and that he should be good at his job. And then he was making the logical statement that he was wealthy and free and didn't have to come out to work. I'm guessing a lot of people have been shown the door by him. Most people should be powerless to refute it. Chow Bin, pull over in front. Driver. Thank you, Milk Addiction, for the 66 flowers from Big Brother. Thanks to the Encounter Under the Stars, for the 5 hypes. Thank you to the other righteous fathers for generating power with love. Give your lordships a first kowtow. Chapter 79, An Old Classmate's Invitation. Brother Bing, what has made you so happy? Zhao Yiming, who was supervising the work inside, saw Chow Bin at the door covering his stomach and laughing. Walked over and couldn't help but ask. Ha ha. Chow Bin bent over and waved his hand at him. It was enough to laugh for a while when I remembered the driver's smelly face when he left just now. It felt like this older man hated to ask Chow Bin to give back his wazoo. This normally shows off someone's face. And now it's definitely not nice to be forcefully interrupted by someone else. After going in to see the business license has been changed, and now a few workers outside are tearing down the original door luminous characters and so on. Inside an office inside a separate room, Zhao Yiming said, there were originally 8 technicians and 10 waiters. They took away 2. And then there were a few because of the previous said resignation will have triple compensation. And left 2. And now there are 3 technicians left waiters, leaving 4. As a result, because of the price you set this, 1 technician and 2 waiters. Chow Bin thought he was not relying on this profit later, so he wanted to take the high-end route here after the lowest start are 599, 699. Didn't realize, these waitresses and technicians thought for sure there would be few customers afterward, so they ran while they had triple compensation for leaving their jobs. Doesn't matter, if it's gone, it's gone. Just like what I said last time, where you used to play feel good to dig over. It doesn't matter if it's expensive. Chow Bin didn't care. Anyway, recruiting people wasn't a difficult thing. How many people are still out there looking for work now that the whole climate is so bad? These days, I don't know how many nightclubs and footbaths have collapsed. Anyway, you guys who are businessmen are all so prodigal. You should know where it's fun and where the technology can be. Chow Bin continued. Zhao Yiming, haha, that's for sure. You have to say that the consumption of the nightclub is a little too high. He can only say at best that he is familiar with it. But like these foot baths, massage parlors, Zhao Yiming can be too familiar with it. Even to the point that he basically has a membership card for any store with good service or environment. Okay, in this regard you control can change the signboard personnel recruitment good, and then find people to health to the whole bright and shiny. We can open. In this regard, he does not know too much. There is no Zhao Yiming experience. Xiaobin wants this store is just a base. So he shopped around. There is not much of an idea. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're really dumping your hand and letting me mess it up alone. Zhao Yiming couldn't even help but lick his lips as he said that. It's a multi-million-dollar deal. And according to Xiaobin's current plans, such a large investment, it is difficult to make a profit. You first follow what I do. Don't worry about profitability. Looking at his expression, Xiaobin knew what was on his mind, then took his cell phone and operated. This serves as the store's startup capital. Follow what is said to rest assured and do it boldly. The faster the better. Xiaobin immediately transferred 5 million to him on top of WeChat. He was now thinking about getting this base up as soon as possible so that he could invite Mr. Lu, Mr. Shin, Mr. Ho and the others over. Sublimate your relationship with them as soon as possible and then use them to get into the larger circle. Brother, are you sure? Zhao Yiming stood up with a swish when he saw this transfer amount on his cell phone. $5 million just turned up? Doing business over the years, there are quite a few transfers of more than 10 million by his hand, but the amount of 5 million transferred directly to his WeChat or to his personal account above, this is definitely the most he has ever seen. Determine let's put it this way, pay you a base salary. No matter what the final result of this store business is like, you just follow what I said to do on it. Every year to ensure your annual income of millions. Xiaobin Noaf still have some uneasy. Immediately in WeChat above and gave him another transfer of 1 million in the past. Then continued. This $1 million is your salary for the next year. Now you are relieved. Doing business accounts still need to be clear. And Pro Brothers also need to make the accounts clear. Or Zhao Yiming cannot be ruthless enough to devote himself to his side. So Xiaobin directly bought him out for the next year. You could also train up 1 or 2 trustworthy ones to help you run the store. And that's not the only one in my future. There are other ones to do. I'm sure I'm too busy. I need trusted people to help me, Xiaobin said in a serious tone. He wanted to create a commercial street. This was only just a foot bath store. Alright, brother, then I won't be pretentious. From now on, this life of mine will be yours. Don't worry. Zhao Yiming also made a serious statement with him. That's good. Help me talk about these stores next to me as well. Xiaobin pointed to the several stores next to him. This street is not much deep. Each side has a dozen stores. He has a foot bath store accounted for in the single side of the 5 facade, counted as the largest single side of a store. The remaining ones are currently in business, and none of them have a transfer note on the door. It looks like business is going well, and at the very least it shouldn't be losing money. Look at that snack bar across the street. How big is putting your name up? Any ideas to overpower him? Xiaobin pointed to the largest other store at the intersection of the commercial street. At this time even in broad daylight all kinds of lights. LED lights. Loudspeakers are very lively. Zhao Yiming had some come on when he saw this name. After all, it was the exact same name as him, and now all of a sudden this store had popped up. Some time ago when he was running his business, sometimes he called himself Zhao Yiming and Zhao Yiming with his customers, and often some of them were confused, and he could only say that I had the same name as that snack store, but it had nothing to do with him. How do I press it? It's not simple. This foot bath store you change after called Zhao Yiming Foot Public House. After you take down the restaurant, barber store, all with this name, Zhao Yiming Private Food, Zhao Yiming Hair Design Center, where he opened where you open, equal to where he advertised to you, and a pile of him even if it's not yours. He is not good to introduce in the future. All think it is yours. Xiaobin laughed. Zhao Yiming gave him a thumbs up. 6. Of course, it's nothing more than a joke. It's just a purely bad idea. Seeing that Big Boss Chow was now determined to take down this street, Zhao Yiming had to think of something. These stores are now in business and are profitable and can only go to talk about it. So how can anyone give up willingly? The matter in hand had just been arranged, and Xiaobin was still thinking about where to go to pass the time in the evening later, when his cell phone rang. Looked at the number and it was Yang Inju. Yesterday this one old cohort knew what he was doing and went off by himself first, then left him to clean up Wang Yunyun. What's the arrangement for my big beautiful co-star? After picking up the phone, Xiaobin asked with a smile. What's the matter? You forgot about me after you ate last night, didn't you? Yang Inju purposely grunted, then said, we ate so many big meals before yesterday. Today it just so happens that I'm at home. I bought a few dishes and came over to try my handiwork. Isn't your husband at home? How embarrassing for me to go and be a light bulb. Last night she had said it was inconvenient not to report to her husband, so Xiaobin subconsciously refused. What the hell is a light bulb? My family has been very busy lately. Wait until he came back to 11 or 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. How come? The old table, now call you to come home to eat a meal. Cannot call Yang Yinju on the other side of the phone seems to be very sparse common speech, but all of this was tantamount to releasing some other meaning in Xiao Bin's ears. A very tantalizing one. Young for this early developing old cohort around me. Xiao Bin still has ideas. At that time the table was so close that even if you avoided it, you would occasionally see it without realizing it and bump into it without realizing it. It was even said that during that period, women knew a little more, and she would occasionally tease Xiao Bin on purpose. It was the time when it was a hormonal rampage at best, never thinking about whether I liked it or not or anything like that. Xiao Bin decided to take a look anyway. Go take a look underneath the 36E of this one. This woman's heart. What's going on? And let this woman know what it means to be a truly great terror. Free power with love. You guys click on it. It's a dime on my side. It's not much, but I thought that since there are so many of us, a little more might add a ham sausage to my instant noodles. Kneel down and ask all the righteous fathers. Point, generate electricity with love. Chapter 80 Dreams of Youth. Like normal general conditions, men don't look for older girls. The older the man is, the more sober he is, and the older the woman is, the more pretentious she is. Leftover man's eyes are all sable. Leftover woman's eyes are all scum. These people usually experienced unsatisfactory feelings, the negative energy accumulated in the heart, her distrust of human nature. It is very likely to be able to transfer to you, but Xiao Bin is different. It's not like he's going to find a girlfriend. He never thought about ownership. He just wanted a brief possession and that was it. An old deskmate, Yang Yinju, sent him a locator. I opened up Gold Map and looked at it. It wasn't that far. It wasn't rush hour, and it was half an hour tops by car. But since he decided to go, he couldn't go empty-handed. So he went to the cigarette store next door and directly asked for 2 bottles of the most expensive Zodiac Moutai. This boss is also very black said this is the only inventory in the store. Directly sold him $8,000. Xiao Bin wasn't bad with this money, and it was definitely earned after it was spent. But the heart is always upset. Before leaving, he sent a message to Zhao Yiming. This tobacco store can be taken down, but it must be at the lowest price, and it is best to make him turn the store over to me without making any money, or even at a loss. The meaning is clear. Even if you can lose money yourself, but the other party has to lose money too. Kill 100 enemies. Self-destruct 10,000 whatever. You may not argue in person, but you should never just let it go. This Wanghu tobacco and liquor merchants next to him, right? Oh well, I'll teach him how to behave. Zhao Yiming quickly sent a message over. Watch. It's called professionalism. Instant seconds to understand what he meant. This was one of the reasons why Xiao Bin really liked Zhao Yiming as a brother. Do everything you can to give you to stay on your side. Because this guy has been in business for so many years and is used to seeing the malice out there used to the petty tactics out there, to the point where they will use dirtier means than others to get what they want. That's who he needs. Talent. I thought old classmate you wouldn't want to come over. Hearing the knock on the door, Yang Yinju opened the door to her room and looked at Xiao Bin standing in the doorway and said with a pouty blank look at him. It was because of this glance that Xiao Bin's heart and soul unexpectedly trembled. He couldn't help but survey it from top to bottom as well. Obviously, at this time, Yang Yinju was well dressed. This is so different from last night's reunion. Last night's reunion, she came straight from work, and now people go to work as anything goes. Everyone knows, can wear as much sloppy as possible. It's all a mouthful. This class he doesn't deserve to carry on dressing himself. But not now. In a tight purple dress that showed off her delicate figure even more strikingly. The passage of time has reinforced what Excess said back then about purple being more flavorful. How can I not come over when my old cohort is invited? Seeing this scene, Xiao Bin also smiled heartily. He wasn't a brat who didn't know anything. From her arrangement last night, to making a phone call over in the afternoon, as well as this current outfit, he knew that tonight was not destined to be as simple as a simple dinner. And seeing this long purple dress of Yang Yinju now, it's obvious that this is to seduce yourself. This time Xiao Bin also had to lament a sentence. There are times when money this thing although it is, but it really is a good thing if there is no money. He estimated that this lifetime is impossible to have such a close contact with Yang Yinju again. If there is no money, Yang Yinju may not necessarily be too snobbish. Yesterday's reunion everyone met to meet plus a WeChat chat. Pleasantries. He was 1,000,000% sure she wouldn't invite herself inside her home, much less dressed so seductively to meet herself. After walking into the living room, Xiao Bin held up these 2 bottles of Moutai in his hands and said with a smile, "This was bought for the one in your family." Hearing that it was bought for her husband, Yang Yinju slightly froze for a moment, with a slightly unnatural expression, but quickly reacted and joked, What's the point of buying this for him? He's a small technician who can drink such good wine. If you really want to drink, just buy some red wine and come up. Chaobin looked around for a moment. Looking at this arrangement in her home, there was actually something different about it. He hadn't completely adapted to his current life yet, and deep down he was still thinking of having a small, harmonious and cozy home like this one. A sweet little room just for two. However, it was soon washed away by this delicate figure in front of him. What do you want to do with red wine at night? I'm not a good drinker, especially if I drink red wine. I don't know what I'll do after drinking it. Yang Inju was happy to hear it. What do you want to do? Then do it. Chaobin. Chaobin looked along that purple color. It was very powerful. It was simply more explosive than a new one he had recently followed called Sister Lin Nan. Although the looks can only be considered 70 points. But with this figure plus knowing how to dress, plus after reaching this age and experiencing some more frost, this is simply too much plus points. Look at your timid appearance. Sit and drink some water. There are 2 more dishes. They'll be ready soon. There's red wine at home. I've already opened it. Looking at Chaobin not picking up, Yang Inju rolled her eyes and turned to the kitchen to get busy. Chaobin sat on top of the sofa, smoking a cigarette and waiting patiently. Soon in a few minutes, Yang Inju came to the table with 2 plates of food. In passing, I asked, "What are you doing now? Developing so fast? Working part-time? Drawing pictures?" Chaobin also honestly relayed his current job. Then you tell me where to work part-time, where to draw drawings that can be exchanged for a Lamborghini poison. I also go. The dishes were served one by one, and Yang Inju flirted. Chaobin. Watching Yang Inju continue to serve the dishes inside, Chaobin followed into the kitchen. This kitchen is small. After all, they don't have a big house. Just inside this space, the distance between the two instantly shortened a lot. Chaobin was able to smell very clearly the unique scent from the shower gel shampoo that was emanating from Yang Inju's hair as well as her body at this time. Everyone is in their late 20s, approaching 30s. The fact that Yang Inju invited him to come inside her home tonight predetermined that she had already made the relevant preparations. What are you doing, Abin? Yang Inju could clearly feel Chaobin's warm breath and instantly her heartbeat sped up a lot. What do you think? With that, Chaobin took a step forward, and his hands also very naturally wrapped around her slender little waist. Stop it. I can turn off the fire after I serve this last dish. Yang Inju's body trembled. Her face flushed red as she turned back and gave him a blank look. Obviously something like this would probably be a groundbreaking first for her. Not much experience. This last dish ended up being served for a long time. A good half hour. The most terminal to the top of the food table. And I don't know what it is anymore. The dish was pitch black. Yang Inju had some panting and pounded her legs. Sat on top of the chair and said with dissatisfaction, "What are you in a hurry for? Why are you in such a hurry? Can't afford to wait for the dreams of youth. Who are your young dreams? Finished?" Chapter 81. Come and visit us often when you have time. Look at you now, the food is getting cold. There's nothing to eat. Yang Inju, who had rested for a moment and eased up, gave Chaobin a blank look and said, "It's okay. How can anyone's food be good?" Chaobin smiled and said, "How is it? Is there any better than that one too?" Yang Inju didn't answer the question. Only she had a very definite answer in mind. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sitting here in peace right now. Even if the other party is rich, if the general words will be very upset, and even give each other a face. What's wrong? Just like eating? Yang Inju suddenly smiled and said, "How about I divorce? Afterward with you. Then you can every day." Old tablemate, you're setting me up for injustice by saying this. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin someone's marriage. Chaobin lit a cigarette and said with a smile, "Saying that on your lips, then what did you just do?" Yang Inju naturally couldn't just stop immediately and pursued, "You also know that I shouldn't be that kind of person. I've never had anything like that with anyone else. I know. I wouldn't be able to if it was a mess." After taking a long drag on his cigarette, Chaobin hastily interrupted her to continue on this topic. "Eat first if you're hungry." Looking at Chaobin like this, Yang Inju also knew that the idea of talking just now, out of nowhere, was unrealistic. One can only be gloomy in one's mind and then quickly gather oneself. Take the chopsticks and open the pre-prepared red wine. She also just temporarily came up with the idea of wanting a divorce. In fact, deep down she definitely did not want to, except that just now it was indeed quite happy. So counting herself is not a loss. The one in his own family is doing scientific research, working inside a friend's lab. All day long he just buries his head every day and works on his various data. It has been 2 or 3 years. No progress at all. They haven't had a normal married life for over a year. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly just now. With that, they ate and drank, and a bottle of red wine was soon mostly settled by them. The atmosphere also gradually became ambiguous. Not long, The two people from sitting opposite each other into Yang Inju sitting inside Xiaobin's arms. The original redness that hadn't dissipated after the incident was getting more and more flushed at this moment. Everything is as it should be. Xiaobin didn't say what kind of decent man he was either, casually pushing others away, instead picking up and walking inside. An hour later, Xiaobin was the first to come out from inside and lit a cigarette in the living room. And Yang Inju slowed down after a while and said breathlessly, "Aren't you afraid of getting pregnant?" "Don't worry, I've long since gotten a ligature," Xiaobin said without changing his face. Whether it was a chance or accidental collision, Xiaobin felt that Yang Inju wasn't that stupid and would definitely do something to remedy the situation. "You can eat some more. I'm going to take a shower. The one in my house will be back soon." Saying that, Yang Inju quickly rushed to the restroom. "Gotta deal with the battlefield and clean it up soon. I was out in 6 or 7 minutes. Then stuffed all the sheets inside the washing machine and dumped the leftovers into the trash can next to the door. I'll leave first then. I'll take the garbage down for you." Xiaobin just stood by the side, watching her clean up. A great hand at organizing your home indeed. The good wife and mother type. Yes, come and sit at home again when you have the chance. Standing next to the door and looking at Xiaobin, there was still a hint of reluctance in Yang Inju's eyes. "Success." Xiaobin raised his eyebrows slightly. The word can be a verb or a noun ya. As if there was an innate tacit understanding, Yang Inju instantly understood the playfulness of his expression and gave him a pouty blank look. "WeChat contact." Xiaobin nodded, and headed downstairs with the garbage bag. Just arrived at the door of the unit building. I saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses is locking the battery car. After glancing at Xiaobin, he then went upstairs. This man is none other than Yang Inju's husband, who has been in a very bad mood lately in all aspects of the lab. Breathless said, "Honey, I'm home." I went in just in time to see my wife setting the trash can and suddenly my eyes glazed over. No wonder the feeling of that garbage just now was so familiar. On it was a pattern of a small raccoon, the same garbage bag that this wife was now using in her hand. "Well, the hot water is ready. Take a shower. Don't put it in your room. I'll change the sheets later before you go in and are cleaning the bedroom." Oh, wife worked hard. Looking at Yang Inju who was constantly busy inside her hands, he then sat easily on his lips before casually throwing his bag on the sofa, hanging his jacket on the rack next to him, taking off his shoes, and walking towards the restroom with bare feet. 3 minutes. He then went to the living room table wrapped in a washcloth. Looking at the peanuts and rice cucumbers on the table as well as opening a bottle of Mauzi, his eyes lit up and said happily, "Still my daughter-in-law understands me. Things have been so rough lately that I just wanted a drink." As he spoke he poured himself a large full glass, which looked to be at least 3 taels. And this time, Xiaobin, who was holding a cigarette and skulking on the road. The virtual panel in front of you presents a prompt. Spend $8,000 for the average male friend. 10x rebate of $80,000. Sure enough, I guessed right. And said I bought it for her husband. So that means I can have a rebate. If there's anything you need help with, just open your mouth, old classmate. No need to hide it. Xiaobin stopped, sat down on the bench next to him, took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat to Yang Inju. "You can't just eat your pants and forget about it. Yang Inju, are there any good jobs?" When doing business in Yang Inju chat, know that her man in recent years has been busy with what scientific research projects. A few years nothing has progressed, not to mention income, and her work income is very general. At home in the pet store inside the monthly salary of 3,800 plus some commission, estimated at 4,500 5,000 between. Life was pretty tight. Good. Wait for my news. With that, Xiaobin transferred $100,000 to him. "You must take it to buy some cosmetics and a few clothes." Yang Inju glanced at her husband who was squinting on top of the nearby dining table, sipping Mao Tai with great enjoyment, sighed slightly in her heart, nodded to receive it, and then replied, "Aha, inside a society like today's, values are paramount. What about the word loyalty? It's always been very awkward. Everyone talks about it all righteously, all patting themselves on the back for being absolutely loyal. But really, what about the essence? Can you all help out by going to the book's detail page and giving it a 5-star review when you have a moment? I kowtow to all the righteous fathers. There are so many bad reviews. There's no volume in the back." Chapter 82, Lubo's Secret Recipe. This society is cruel, and it's often the people who have less choice that emphasize the importance of this loyalty thing more and more. To put it mildly, only the lowest of the low talk about loyalty, because at this level they have no choice, much less any resources, and can only use the cheapest of this so-called loyalty to fill their so-called emptiness. Loyalty for them is nothing more than a comfort in the heart of the ego, a self-preservation in today's cold and cruel society. These Xiaobin had heard from a certain big brother he used to listen to in the live broadcasting room, and he had felt scornful at the time, thinking that it was a tarnishing of love. At that time he still had his arm around the very well-behaved Lu Tingting. He felt that this woman was the love of his life, and that he would treat her well, work hard, earn money, and later marry her, have children, and grow old with her. The unanticipated smack in the face always came so quickly, and the reality was far more brutal than he had imagined. Like that big brother said, at their level they are not qualified to buy other people's time. They can only waste their limited time on these things that don't make any sense, spinning around in the same place without stopping, unable to find the direction of breakthrough. In fact, the so-called marriage of love is essentially an exchange of benefits. The rich man with the money in his hands can easily access to female resources to obtain dominance. And smart women, beautiful women also know how to use their own this card, saving decades of struggle. Feelings have become nothing more than a transaction for all sorts of pretenses, and loyalty is just the tiniest of flavorings. Perhaps this rhetoric is not in keeping with the values of this harmony now, but you have to understand that when you have nothing, your love is worthless, and with no value added to your relationship, you are also consuming your significant other's time. Where are the sand sculptures? Come over and drink with me. The wine I brewed some time ago is ready. Just as Chao Bin was fuming with emotion, his righteous son Lu Bo called him. Chao Bin cursed. Hey, coincidentally, I was about to go to your place. It really is a father and son. That's a done deal. I'll have them roast some cashews and wait for you. Chao Bin was then heard on the phone segment shouting at the top of his voice to the kitchen. Roast me 20 large cashews. My son Ava is coming. Chao Bin. Chao Bin hung up his ass and casually hailed a cab. 20 minutes later. Dashu Mountain. Snowy Villa. The entire parking lot in front of the entrance is densely parked, and a few Moncler outlet store are enthusiastically directing everyone to park. Lu Bo, this hotel can do more and more big, until this piece of the original relatively deserted place, to the hole into a small net red point. It shows that his business means is quite good. Just rushed a few more than 60 years old Moncler outlet online. Smiling hand holding a red and blue warning light commanding everyone to stop. Can be seen. A lot of hotels' business is good. The door has a parking lot, but all need to rely on their own to find or mess with the congestion, and even the occurrence of bumps and bruises. But in Lu Bo, this hotel entrance to the parking lot will not be the entrance to a Moncler outlet store. The middle of a Moncler outlet store. On both sides of each a Moncler outlet store. They all took this non-stop blinking cue light inside their hands. Will help guide you to the right place to park. Listening to Lu Bo before, and he said, this neighborhood open door Moncler outlet online generally wages are about 2,800. But he gave these Moncler outlet online are in 3,800. Inclusive of food and accommodation. Relatives and friends over for dinner. According to the number of years of work discount. 20% off for 1 year of work. 30% off for 2 years of work. And 60% off for 3 years of work. Until 40% off cost. So not only do these Moncler outlet store people have no problem living in their later years, but they also have a small presence inside their own social circles. This area belongs to the foot of the mountain, a combination of urban and rural areas. In the past, not many people look at this place. At best, people come to climb the mountain, and after coming down to find a place to eat and drink water. But Lu Bo's operation, this place into a famous local dishes and night barbecue restaurant. Lu's a huge location in the center. Not set the table, built a stage frame, the province's most famous culture of Huangmei opera to pull over. Every night free of charge to perform on it. Bin is here. The boss is inside. A grandpa greeted Chao Bin, who had just gotten out of his car, with a smile. Oh, okay, Moncler Wu have a climbing hua. Chao Bin smiled and nodded, immediately pulling out a packet of soft hua he had just bought from inside his pocket, unwrapping it and handing one to the Moncler outlet store, lighting one for himself, and then placing the rest inside the Moncler outlet online hand, pointing to a few Moncler outlet UK Moncler jackets who were busy with other things. The idea is to just wait until they're done with their busy schedules, and then we'll all spread out and smoke each other a little bit ourselves. Okay, Mr. Wu cheerfully. Snap. Chao Bin didn't go through the gate, but went around the side. Looking at how busy it is in here, I can tell it's a good night to be served. Before he even entered the busy back room in the back, he heard Lu Bo's big pineapple voice. This place I set up a separate monitor. You cannot steal to drink again. I am not reluctant to give you drink. Your body is too weak to top. You look at the old 5 today float a day of nosebleeds. You think that this thing is something simple. You people in general cannot top it. I damn are diluted several times, and use only before drinking at 2 mouth. And only my son of a can top that. I'll just have those 2 sips beforehand. That chick has been all good and unimaginative lately. I added too little wine this time. The concentration is too hard. When I dilute a little more next time. Every night at dinner you can give you a 2-2 share, to ensure that you go back to all home also. Lu Bo's voice has been all mid-range lately. Ha. Bo, you can't fool us. Good. Then when you dilute it well, boss, give me the whole thing. That little in my house has gone against the grain lately. This can't be tidied up without you. My happiness depends on you. Ha ha, old 5 ah. You're only 25 ah. You're so weak ah. Do you want the brothers to help you ah? Asterisk 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 you. This place is the store chef waiter rest place. Usually are willing to everyone to eat ah. Simple meeting. In the very center stood a huge glass jar. This is the medicinal wine that Chaobin saw Lu Bo brew with his own eyes 3 months ago. I hear there's lots and lots of top-notch stuff in there. And he paid big bucks to get the recipe. Cistanch, deer tendon, deer tail, deer blood, Linnaeus ginseng, Lycium barbarum, mulberry, lockjaw, golden cherry, Poria cocos, Rhizoma polygonati, Cornus officinalis, chive seed, astragalus. Pair this with a 5-plus-year-old pure grain wine. This can total 20 pounds of white wine. Plus these materials. Lu Bo said his total investment of more than $3,000. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is finally good ah. Chaobin came in and couldn't help but lick his lips when he saw that the glass jar was now all blood red and blood red, immediately directly next to a glass wine pot. The small wine pot is about 3 taels or so, also usually used to serve loose wine to the guests. Unscrew the lid, open the tap of the wine jar and start pouring. The wine from inside the faucet is reddish brown and thick like blood. I'll go. It just looks so fierce. After filling it up, Chaobin took this little glass wine jug and shined it into the light. It was really thick like blood, and immediately poured a mouthful without hesitation. Instantly it was like a stream of heat running all over the inside of his body. Eventually, hit the core, posting back-to-back tonight over at the old table. And the moment was surprisingly quick to awaken again and again. Chaobin's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, I'll go. This thing is fierce. That is, you think your father or white foam ah? This prescription I have spent a lot of money to get. These herbs are the real thing. Lu Bo with a smug face. What's so fierce? Just then a whiny voice came over. Chaobin looked over at the voice. Froze. Surprisingly, it's number 88? Aha! What's she doing here? Why are you still here? Can you all help out by going to the book's detail page and giving it a 5-star review when you have a moment? I kowtow to all the righteous fathers. There are so many bad reviews. There's no volume in the back. Chapter 83, what more could a man ask for in a brother? Lu Bo, on the other hand, was generous and waved at no. 88, then very naturally reached out and wrapped his arm around her small waist. He smiled and said formally, come to give you a formal introduction. Now this is my girlfriend Xiao Ben Yukai. You can call her Yukai. The reason for this name, she does have half of our blood. Mixed blood. This is my dog Smash. Chao Bin. Called Bin. Hello Bing. Joe Ben said as he had the dish seriously stepped forward and bent slightly. Well, hello. Chao Bin nodded. Somewhat confused. Girlfriend? And a ing Sakuranation hybrid. You really can't tell there's a hybrid in this area as long as you don't say anything. But one thing, the son of a is actually willing to talk about his girlfriend. He has persuaded Lu Bo many times to let him go to find a girlfriend. But Lu Bo never believed in any feelings. He only believed in transactions. So he for the big and small of the city of Hopetsa various venues. From dozens to hundreds of him know like the back of his hand. He felt that after the matter was over, this is what a man should do. And talking to women about their feelings was just too much trouble and interfered with earning money. Now, no wonder whenever I used to go play pool in the stars, the son of a is always taking a few glances at a couple of big signs hanging above the walls. These signs are a few of the most popular assistants inside the stars, and muttered that this 88 looked the best, that 398 an hour was too expensive. I see. It's only been 2 or 3 days since I've seen you, and you've changed so much. But, Chaobin's face was overjoyed and he said, WeChat, QR code for receiving money. I didn't know about this, so I came over without a gift, so I'll send you a red packet. Chaobin has a lot of people's microsignals, but he doesn't have an 88. The first time Lu Bo took her back and stayed here for one night, he knew that this was his brother's woman, so at that time when he went for the second time, he purposely left her in the box, but did not touch her from the beginning to the end, and did not allow the other people to touch her, but only kept it for his brother. Even less likely to add her on WeChat. Now we can only make the other side show the QR code. This one froze Komodo Yukari. Not understanding what it meant, Lu Bo immediately directly from the frothing girlfriend hand inside the cell phone over to unlock. Light up the collection code. A set of moves. The clouds are flowing. Yell. Can ah. Her cell phone password you know. WeChat password you also know. To be honest, this was a shock to Chaobin. At the very least, the girlfriend he used to talk to, Lu Tingting, killed himself and was not willing to tell his cell phone password, much less his WeChat password. Hey, just kidding. I have strength. Okay? Lu Bo heatedly smiled. That smug look also kept shaking his cell phone, prompting him to hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. Drop. Scanning was successful. WeChat receives $888. A not-so-loud beep came. The rest of the people present froze. This was too big a handful. The first time my brother's girlfriend met without a gift. You on a little red envelope is normal. But your on this is also too big, right? Lu Bo slightly froze for a moment, but soon had a calm face. He knew his brother was not poor now. But the fact that his brother was willing to spend so much meant that he was happy for himself and understood himself. Xiaoben had dishes until Lu Bo shoved her cell phone back into her hands and locked the screen. She still had some confusion. $188,000? It's just a little red packet for a meet and greet? That's more than a lot of people pay in bride price to get married, right? Is it that fancy? Spend 888 yuan for good brother Lu Bo. 100 times rebate 800 yuan. Blood money. Straight up little 20 million to hand. Xiaoben's heart cried out, with this brother. What more could a man ask for? Oh, Bo can still make money when he gets a girlfriend? My bingo is awesome. Bingo 666. Bin and Bo both really are closer than brothers. A couple of waitresses now on the sidelines and the older sisters who were picking vegetables laughed and joked. For Xiaoben, those of them were too familiar with him. Xiaoben doesn't have any friends. Previously in the university on low self-esteem. Only a few of our dormitory relationship is good. Is Lu Bo took him to play? Out of the city has also been in a city. Xiaoben comes here when he's not doing anything. On the one hand, he is on good terms with Lu Bo and comes to dabble in food and drink. The other is to help. Hit the ground running. At the beginning of Lu Bo did not even have a store. Is in the roadside stalls plus barbecue. In those days, Xiaoben had to help set the table and work from work. Washing and chopping vegetables, serving dishes, cleaning up. Whatever he could do he did. Until the store opened in the back. Inside the store to serve tea and water. The kitchen inside the cut vegetables frying. And even now Xiaoben is basically half a chef. Occasionally really busy. He will also be in the back of the kitchen on top of it. So before, Lu Tingting would have been very surprised how Xiaoben's cooking could be so good. And that was all because of what he had learned sporadically over a few years of switching in here. Xiaoben used to eat and drink here. Take. Often do a few good dishes over here. Package to take back. Have a girlfriend? That's even better. Whether it's seafood or kebabs. As for drinks, cigarettes, and alcohol, it's all smooth sailing. Okay, with me there can still be less for you guys? Wait a minute to go inside you guys to receive. Give you an 888 red packet. Lu Bo showed his teeth and said atmospherically. Boss, bully, boss mighty. May the boss say 100 grannies. You dumbass. Now there's the boss's wife. Hey, usually say smooth talk. Boss lady do not blame aw. Lu Bo he is now this store. 4 chefs, 2 casework, 2 apprentices, kitchen dishwashing and cutting and 6 waiters 12, 6 Moncler outlet store, now more than 30 people, which each person more than 800 red envelopes sent down. Today it will have to spend 2 or 3 million, but he was indeed happy, and it didn't matter now that he had received a red packet of $180,000. Ha, Bing is here. Just then another voice came over. Xiaoben looked over and felt some familiarity, and slowly his memory cleared. Bye, Mr. Bye. Why are you here too? Xiaoben froze. What's going on? Why is this man here? She wasn't the one that Abe's bar marketing called over to accompany him that night and then went to the hotel. How come you're hanging out with Joe Ben Yuki now? Well nah, I accompanied Nai over People have come over several times just to look for you, brother Bing, but you just don't come. Xiaobai's expression was clearly a bit sultry. Like that night when she was held down by Xiaoben on the floor-to-ceiling window. Facing out. Chapter 84. How can we glean this rebate? Ha ha. Busy these days? This is not here? Xiaoben looked at Lu Bo next to him and glared at him. Whom Xiaobai grunted. Just as Xiaobai was about to continue sticking next to Xiaoben and asking questions, he was pulled to the side by Xiaoben Yuna. What for? Nai. Xiaobai beamed. It was hard to see Xiaoben this time. She definitely wanted to stick around. The two of them brothers have words to talk about it. Wait a while, there is plenty of time in the evening. Xiaoben has vegetables naturally know what she is thinking in her heart. Smiled and said, what words are better at night when the two of them are quiet inside the quilt? In the past few days have not encountered Xiaobai, obviously still a little sullen. His mouth curled up, as if he was blaming Xiaoben for not recognizing him after the fact and not contacting him at all. What? Still upset? Joe Ben Yukari reached out his little finger and poked his little yuzu teasingly. A little bit. I had thought that he would contact me afterward, but he didn't even WeChat friend me through. Xiaobai said in a soft and sticky voice. Maybe that night plus too many people it. He did not distinguish which one is you. And like being how busy they are here every day so big business to do. Where will think so much? You also have a little eyesight. Do not make. Of course. You want to make also can. You can rest assured that you made once after you want to meet next time the opportunity is not. Xiao Ben has vegetables persuaded. I also do not know if it is Lu Bo in her instilled. Or this Zhou Ben has dishes she realized on her own. If it was to be heard by Xiao Ben, he would definitely call out the bull. Oh well. Xiao Bai could only be helpless. But it was not good to continue saying anything. What? Were you satisfied that night? You can't get it out of your head, Jajimoto Yukari asked with a sudden giggle. Xiao Bai blushed and said shyly with her hands covering her small face. Nasty. How to say this? Don't talk nonsense. Maybe in the future you still have to call me sister-in-law Bing. Okay. My bingo sister-in-law is good. Although Xiao Ben had vegetables said with a smile. In his heart there was a burst of contempt. I don't know what's going on in the heads of these female adults. You've had too much chicken soup. You're really thinking pretty well. You want to be a sister-in-law in the future with a status like yours? You're just good-looking, young and tender. What else is there? What the hell? Got her over here too? Chaoban asked as he pulled Lu Bo to the side to smoke. It's not that you made it on your own. After going there and not caring, people find Kai colleague 66 and then find here through Kai. I can't drive people away. Lu Bo said with a speechless face. Okay, whatever. Just in time to drink your wine. She can still fix it when she comes. Chaoban asked with a bad smile on his face. What's your situation Chaoban was naturally referring to this number 88. Now turned into his girlfriend Xiao Benyanai. There's nothing going on. It's just that it's very comfortable and smooth to use. And I don't want to change it again. Lu Bo smiled cheaply. Chaoban gave him a thumbs up. 6. That's natural. I'm telling you this wine is awesome. Didn't you drink here the night you brought it back on the first day? The night after I left? I don't know if I was drinking or not. Anyway, she didn't seem very satisfied afterward. I got upset. The second time I drank 2 taels of medicinal wine, and gave her a good cleanup, which was obedient as a kitten, then let her not go to work, here to help me to play the hand. She also honestly obeyed. Smoke finished, Lu Bo turned back and pointed to the front center of the large jar of medicinal wine said. Chaoban looked along. He had just taken a sip and it was indeed very energizing. Could feel the body all hot now. That flame raging through it. Tonight. He was over at his old table once in the kitchen before dinner and once in the bedroom after dinner. Now the feeling was surprisingly strong again. Why don't you take this thing and test it to see how the medicinal effects and such are in here? Chaoban asked out of the blue. Hey, brain turned quite fast you can think of your father has long thought. Lu Bo pulled him back and came to the drawer next to him, pulling out a few documents from inside as well as a business license. This is the relevant inspection certificate, which can prove that this thing is medicinal and does not have any side effects on the body. Are the top testing organizations? This business license is what I registered for this product. Lu Bo's documents inside his home were taken out one by one. Acacia sect? Chaoban froze for a moment as he looked at the name of the company above this business license. Your lordship, can you be a bit more decent? You know nothing Called this name how? How good to remember. And my product is called Spirit Liquid. The current first generation product Red Spirit Liquid? As long as people know what to do it. Lu Bo said disdainfully. Hey, you don't say. I, surprisingly, remembered it all at once. Chaoban couldn't help but give Lu Bo a thumbs up. This guy was in business, and really had more brains than him in this regard. Chaoban he just thought of it. Felt that this product is good. Carefully to prepare. Invest some money may be able to start a business as a project. But, Lu Bo has all but taken care of the front. Lu Bo continued. I did spend a lot of money to buy this prescription from an old Chinese doctor over at our hometown. The prescription is definitely fine and the effect is also very good. Actually now these medicinal wines? Many of the remedies are still good and the effect is remarkable. In fact, often the root is in the material. As long as your materials are genuine and good, the results won't be bad. The problem now is that a lot of the materials are fake, and a lot of them are too expensive. Look at this cistanche that is so oily. This stuff can be more effective than this fresh deer antler, and this forest ginseng, even though it is planted. The ones planted in the woods are quite a bit more nutritious than the ones planted in the greenhouses. And if you look at the meshes, they are normal. And this kind of ginseng is very effective. Lu Bo pointed to the various materials soaking inside this large wine vat and introduced them to him. After Chaoban heard this, do you want to do it? How big do you want to get? Engage definitely want to engage otherwise why go to spend money to test to go? These tests also need these registration. Can cost me $3,000 or $4,000. Lu Bo nodded. Before soaking this wine, At that time Lubo just thought if the effect is still good on the store to sell on the line, or to the old customers as a benefit. New Year's Day they eat here. Give them a 2-2. But it's different now. Last time, Chaobin transferred over $2 million to him. It emptied him of debt all at once, and he had $500,000 or $600,000 in his hand. Coupled with the new store, the daily income, the hands of the money is immediately loose. The products protest after the effect is good. He is on this more than a hint of the idea, so the front of the work to be done. That's what calling Chaobin over tonight was all about. Lubo thought of his brother's hand in cash. This project is not bad. Why not take a little over to start a business? Save him every day outside the wave. Then it's done. You go get my investment. Without saying a word, Chaobin was ready to transfer the money. 100 times. Blood money. But when I think of the first time, the system prompts if the legal person is Lubo. Give him the code to sweep the money transfer, which does not belong to the category of spending money. There is no rebate. That's a bit of a headache. How to spend the money wisely? It doesn't matter if Chaobin gives away millions and millions of dollars to Lubo for free. His eyes shall not blink. But this has 100 times the rebate not gripping. That is not? How can I glean this rebate? Chapter 85 gathered $500 million. Wait a minute. Why you this business contract legal person is Chaobin have dishes ah? Chaobin originally wanted to see in the business license above the scope of business. Suddenly noticed that this legal person is not even Lubo. Well nah. I'm now this store tax aspect. Monthly already quite a lot. Already far beyond the scope of the reduction. So just use her. Lubo wrapped his arm around Chaobin Yutsai's small waist and said in a serious manner. The idea is a good one. One that is able to circumvent quite a few things within reason. Mainly taxes. That's why a lot of people. That company is his. But the legal person is not him. Mostly significant others or parents. The benefits are there. But so are the risks. Various account numbers, bank cards, as well as personal seal signatures are dominated by Zhou Benyao Choi. If she wants to trap you and play dirty, it is still difficult for Lubo's side to circumvent it. It still has to be you. Chaobin gave him a thumbs up. It was really a dark place. He was just thinking about how to go about gleaning money. And then he turned his head and let him discover this. That into. This thing you to organize. I cannot get these, but I invest. But in the future, like this spiritual liquid, you but to give me a long-term supply. And do not dilute the version. For something that can strengthen why. A man has to be serious. So Chaobin was also serious and continued. Give me a card number. Ha ha, boss bully, don't worry. There must be a copy of the version that we combined individually without any dilution. Lubo promised in a serious manner. He definitely wanted to do this. With the money, this area could really be a good project. For men, what is the ultimate goal of the struggle? It wasn't even for the line. What took you so long? Have you been drinking? As long as it works. Absolutely no worries about business. Lubo is very confident. He is relying on this thing to completely conquer Nai. Then said, Moncler Outlet Online. Don't you have my card number? I want hers. What the hell do I need yours for? Isn't the corporation him? This is my investment. Chaobin looked at Chaobin Yutsai next to him and said in a serious manner. Although you're my dog's son and it doesn't matter if I spend some money on you. But business should be one size fits all. Chaobin had a dish to look at Lubo. Lubo nodded in agreement. Nai. Which card of yours is the one that is not often used? The one of a class of cards. Take it out. For this area in the future, the money all goes on this card. Lubo, in the future the accounts will all go from this card. Every account in here will have to go through me. In the future, I'll have time to set up a public account. And all the expenses in it will need to be operated from my side as well. Chaobin has vegetables immediately started rummaging inside her small bag. Found a small card package. All out. I also do not know what card. Take a look at anyway. I now have no money inside. Which can be used to use which one. This card will be put in your place. And then whatever card you're going to get tomorrow will be put in your place. The password you set yourself. And then buy a new cell phone. Put this bank's app on it. And you'll be able to operate it yourself. Lubo took it. Success. Here's a quick rummage around for 2 ICBC cards. Chaobin took the card. Scanned the code. And transferred the money. 5 million. Spend $5 million for good brother Lubo and get $500 million from 100 times rebate. Damn. 500 million. Cool. He's been trying to do everything he can to spend big bucks for Lubo. It's for this 100x rebate. But I've never been able to find a good excuse. This time it finally caught up with him. Lubo was a bit touched. Even if the relationship between the two was good. But trusting him like this and directly transferring 5 million to him still made him very surprised. That kind of brotherhood is so rare. Some choked and said, Goor smash. You rest assured that I will do a good job. to ensure that this product to get out of the big sale so that you can lie at home after the money can be earned. When the time comes, I'll come over to you with a truckload of money and an axe. Xiao Ben Yutsai was very puzzled and asked, "It's normal to bring some money over there. Why did you bring an axe?" "This means let me cut off both legs, and later just lie at home to eat, drink and sleep on the line. He feeds me." Xiao Ben picked up. "Zhou Ben has a dish." White. Crowd. Lu Bo, haha, or you understand me. "Don't worry. I'm very confident in this spiritual liquid," Lu Bo said with confidence. "Starting from tomorrow, I will rent this piece of land next to me, then build some simple houses next to it to make ambient hot pots, and in the future, we will add this spiritual liquid inside our hot pot base. Let every handsome man who comes to our place to eat hot pot go back to us with a bona fide hard-on and a war chest." Crowd. 66,666. Indeed, the average person would not think of such a business direction. None of it is decent. But when you think about it, it does make sense that people will only recognize it if they have tasted it and know the results, and it will bring business to the hot pot restaurant. That way it's signage. In the future, other stores can't imitate it even if they want to. 2 for the price of 1. You can never have any psychological burden. Feel free to toss. Lose nothing is not just this money. Spend it all and then talk to me. Xiao Ben waved his hand and said with bravado, "This sentence is really the truth." He begged Lu Bo immediately put all the money in, and then lost or not enough money. So far this guy is the only one he's had a 100x rebate on and is now finding a proper reason to spend it. In just this little while, he'd made 500 million, plus the original 180 million. He's now approaching 7 small goals in hand. From now on, as long as he doesn't gamble, for the rest of his life he's been clothed and fed no matter how much he waves. Just even up to now looking for a 3,000, 5,000 boring skinny every night until he's 70 years old and has no strength left. That's enough. 2. Asterisk 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 you have so little confidence in lousy. Lu Bo couldn't wait to kick him. The two men briefly conferred in a small office nearby. In fact, most of this process was Xiao Ben listening to Lu Bo, listened to his arrangements. Halfway through, Lu Bo asked Xiao Ben for his opinion, and Xiao Ben always replied, "Listen to you, just as you say." Lu Bo. Asterisk 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 then eat, drink. Lu Bo gave him to get directly no temper. Directly do not discuss. Discuss a hairline At this point it was already 9:30. Outside the guests gradually eat and drink enough to leave, and now stay for dinner or all-night barbecue. It wouldn't be as busy as it was just now. The staff inside the restaurant also began to eat their work meals one after another. This way there are live rotations coming up and it can come in time. Xiao Ben was on his way to the restroom to drain the water when it happened that Xiao Ben had dishes outside as well. Washing his hands still, Zhou Ben had the dish and nodded with a smile. "Bingo! Aha!" Xiao Ben nodded, then said with a smile, "Sure you'll follow Bo from now on?" Komodo Yukari froze for a moment. "Aha! Quite good. That is also a rare move." Xiao Ben's eyes like electricity dead stared at Xiao Ben Yutsai. "If you treat him well, don't worry, you won't be treated badly. But if you dare to have 2 feet in 2 boats and engage in some 7 or 8 disgusting things, then you shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. You should understand that it's not that hard for me to clean you up." Xiao Ping was originally thinking of threatening someone else right after being vicious. Who would have thought that Xiao Ben Uranus suddenly puffed and laughed. "Bing, is this the first time you've threatened someone?" Xiao Ben, huh? Zhou Ben Yuki, did you learn it from the movie? Xiao Ben, huh? Ha ha. Too funny. But don't worry Bing, I know what to do myself. Xiao Ben has vegetables said with a smile. Xiao Ben somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. That silly hang you do not see him seem to play very flower, but fall in love he is the first time. I am also worried about him well. You rest assured. You too if it is not get along, personality incompatibility breakup and so on I will not care. I just hope you do not engage in those things right? Well nah, don't worry Bingo. Xiao Ben Yuna said seriously. I'm studying at the university over here. I'm working part-time inside the billiard room, also for living expenses. I did have a boyfriend, but I've never accompanied a customer before. I also agreed to him because I could feel his liking. The things you guys are talking about here about having 2 feet and cheating on each other. There's absolutely no way I'd do that. Don't worry, Bing. Chapter 86, if you want to talk about your feelings, you can't stay. The next day, Xiao Ben woke up from the top of this king-sized room of the Sheraton Ligang Hotel. Lying next to him was the sleeping White. I drank a lot last night over at Lu Bo's. All that kind of wine. It's still really inconvenient without White. Looking at this room is now simply a mess of rubbing. Cannot help but face a smile. Lu Bo this guy this time also really get out of the good stuff. Xiao Ben was already the strongest king, and now with the aid of this spiritual liquid, it was simply a doubling of his abilities once again. She didn't even wake up after peeling her away and getting her cell phone out of the side. It was still a deep sleep at this point. I looked at my phone yesterday and it's now 10:25. Opened WeChat, first looked at the balance. Looking at the long numbers, immediately are overflowing the screen, are directly into two lines. Last night in the Lubo side of the angry number more than 500 million the first $18 million, the second $500 million. Excluding the transfer of 188k plus 5m, it comes to 510m. Chaobin really wants to. Lubo, you do business well. Start a good business. See if there are any projects out there. Don't worry about it. Dad's behind you. Don't worry about not having the startup money. As long as you want to do it, you talk to me. There's a lot of messages on WeChat. One of the most surprising to him. It's her. Demonis, it's been 5 days and you're still not coming to work? Enough waves for a couple days. See to it that you roll up to work. This one is his top boss. General manager of the Gintama Hopetsu City branch. Ryu. With Chaobin docketed her as a female devil. One would know how strong this woman usually was. And a woman who could become the general manager of the branch. One could imagine her means. Gintama department store has 3 locations in the city of Hopetown. Last year, total sales turnover broke $10 billion. Pedestrian Street. This Intai department store is the best business last year, total turnover in 4.6 billion. Such a huge branch could be managed by her in a well-organized manner. It was by no means mortal. Just entered the job when looking at the woman is only 30 years old. Young and beautiful, also thought it was relying on the relationship within the family. Until after a year or two of work in the inside to know that this woman is so powerful. In this world women admire strength. In fact, men also admire strength. When Chaobin used to be an ordinary working man, this female devil was standing on top of the mountain. Chaobin never resigned, but only asked Zhang Zhengyuan to help him take a leave of absence in. Partly because the job was one he had worked hard to keep before, and as long as he wasn't fired, his big deal was to hang on to it for a while straight or to be able to keep it with his contacts later on. On the other hand, it was the thought that one day he would be able to be on par with the person Lu Ruyu. Is this the last vestige of his past as he bids farewell to his hangdog past? Chaobin actually he didn't know how to be a godly man yet. It can't be that every day you just keep going out to drink and have fun and find new girls to vent the medicinal effects of the spirit liquid. Chaobin rushed through the morning dangling cigarettes, through this huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the traffic outside, a ruthless cigarette snuffed out, put on clothes, ready to go out. And at this time Little White woke up, rubbing his eyes and poking his head out, asking curiously, "Are you going out, Brother Bing?" "Well, this hotel's food and drink is not bad. Hit room service after you get up and let them send you over on it. It's all written down above this room." Chaobin nodded, "Added you on WeChat. If there's anything WeChat, shout me on it." "Brother Bing? Me? Can I follow you?" Bai Xiajie lightly bit her shell teeth and softly said. Chaobin stopped walking for a moment and turned his head to look at her. "Be good. Going out is business." Then turned to leave. After getting on the elevator, "Take out your cell phone and transfer $88. 888 to White, then tap the top right corner and tap delete. Obviously it's just a transaction. Do you have to progress to feelings? Off the charts." After exiting the elevator, he saw Wu Xiaomi in the lobby and waved at her. "Hello, Mr. Chow." Wu Xiaomi came over in a burst of jogging. "This tight white shirt. The quality is really quite good. One thing leads to another. After the room is cleaned, help me switch to the house next to it. Not this one. And tell anyone who comes looking for me afterward that I've moved as long as I didn't notify you. Understand?" Chaobin explained. Wu Xiaomei was slightly stunned, but she quickly understood and came over to immediately nod her head. "Okay, Mr. Chow." "Chaobin, do you need to arrange for a car? I see your car is not parked at the hotel." Wu Xiaomei asked. "Call 1." 5 minutes later, Chaobin took the car arranged by the hotel to the pedestrian street, Intai Mansion. And on this side of the hotel, after seeing this huge transfer of money from WeChat, Bai Xiajie was instantly refreshed. "Oh yeah, after a hard night's work, my whole body is sore and my voice is hoarse. Worth it." A quick tap to receive as well. From seeing this big brother casually transferring a 188,000 meet and greet gift to his best friend's girlfriend last night, followed by a reversal of a $5 million investment, you can tell that this is a true big brother. Probably the biggest big brother I've ever seen in my life. That's why she worked so hard yesterday. It was also really powerful and strong. I had seen it last time, but I didn't expect it to be even more terrifying this time after drinking that red spirit liquid. And of course, she was joyful and she loved it. Rich, handsome and awesome. It's almost more perfect than inside a fairy tale. Bai Xiajie immediately cleared her throat, making her originally hoarse voice as sweet as possible, and then pressed the talk button to send a long, sweet voice. 31s. Transcript roughly. Thank you brother. Love brother the most. Brother is so great. When brother comes back, must reward brother properly. But by the time she'd loosened her thumbs and this voice went out, the dialogue box turned out to be an amazing exclamation point. By Xiejie? She gaped. She sent a message over once more and made sure it was really deleted. How? He said he loved me last night. He's still breathing pretty heavily to this day. And he's still shouting loudly. Ask for a freebie to generate electricity with love. Chapter 87, Lu Ruyu. The day went by like a dream. It's Monday at work. Wang Yunyun then drove the same Lamborghini Poison that Xiaobin had. This one was sold from the store only the day before and driven back again. But the owner all of a sudden became Wang Yunyun. So it can be said to be a complete sensation. Even to the point that she sat in the office all day and didn't go out to buy a car. There was no comment at all from the manager's side. Several times Wang Yunyun wanted to call and ask where Xiaobin was and if he was back at the hotel at night. But she held it all in. She understands that she needs to know better and have a sense of proportion if the other person doesn't contact her. No matter how grandiose the words were before. Saying that she would be financially independent on her own in the future. And that she would be a big, mature heroine in the future. Standing on her own feet in this city. But, once you accept a gift from a man based on your ability to do more than that, you should realize that everything you said before was bull ********. You are an appendage, a canary for someone else. This point Wang Yunyun was very smart. She already knew what to do, so she didn't bother Xiaobin. Just wait at home honestly. Even no. 88 Xiaobin Yuna, who came here to study abroad, understood it, while this Bai Xiajie didn't understand it for half a day. In the end, no matter how she went about adding Xiaobin's WeChat, it ended up being a stone's throw away. Yes, Nai surely knows what's going on. Bai Xiajie immediately got up and shuffled around, going to look for Xiaobin to have Nai, a quick shower and clean up. As she was packing the cosmetics scattered on the floor into her bag, she looked up and saw the imprint above the floor-to-ceiling window next to her. Have your own handprints? Have your own lipstick prints? Obviously last night was so happy. It was that happy. And the guy he cut his teeth with was so rich. She didn't want to lose this life. She had to take advantage of it. Knock. 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 Enter. Inside the office came Lu Ruyu's moving voice. This woman is 31 years old this year. In the local area is also counted on the very famous rich woman beauty. But I do not know because of what to this age. Unmarried even if, but also has been single. And even so far have not heard of her with what men have talked about love. A period of time this rich woman inside the circle are in doubt. Lu Ruyu she is not like men. Especially I heard that he was thunderous above his work. And often his aura pressured those men to raise their heads. Shed come back. Double rest 2 days. 5 days absenteeism. This all of a sudden wave 7 days. Wave enough. Lu Ruyu's that eyebrow glanced at the superbin who walked in and said with a smile. Looking at this woman who was still in this indifferent manner now, Xiao Bin's heart suddenly thumped. So it's only been 7 days. Xiao Bin all felt as if several years had passed, and his life before getting the system was gradually blurring. But it was surprising to see that the woman's eyes would still be terrified. Ha ha. Wave where can wave enough early. Xiao Bin was right in his mind. His complexion quickly recovered to self-confidence. Striding forward, did not go to the chair next to Lu Ruyu's desk instead of going to the right-hand side of the parlor on the sofa. He sat down graciously and crossed his legs. Then his right hand probed into his jacket pocket and took out a packet of golden won. Pull one out. Light it. Take a drag. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyu frowned slightly. A hint of displeasure flashed across his face. Almost stood up. But those round, perky hips paused again just a moment after leaving the seat. Intai Group was acquired by Yager the day before yesterday. After taking a long breath, Lu Ruyu slowly said, I'm just a part-time worker. Xiaobin skillfully opened on top of this tea tray to add water to boil water to wash the cups and take tea leaves to make tea. He'd never done these jobs before, but he'd seen a lot of people do them. And anyway, rightly or wrongly, the first thing he'd do was give it a whirl. I've heard that you've been on quite good terms with the Shin family lately. Gotta. The woman still hasn't held back. Xiaobin knew that this woman had called herself back for surely not just a problem above work. He must have heard something, and he'd probably be able to investigate something if he wanted to in the last few days. So what do you say, young Mr. Shin, or Miss Shun? The relationship is indeed both okay, but there is a difference. Xiaobin was pleased in his heart and said without haste, What? Did that Tai Tik Shin Xiao sleep with you? Lu Ruyu teased. Tinkerbell. The cup in Xiaobin's hand fell and smashed on top of the tea tray, rolling and shattering. Dao Hang is still slightly weaker. There's no need to be surprised. Other people may not know what kind of virtue Shin Xiao has, but I was her college classmate and roommate. and after returning to China and working in this place, I naturally know a lot about his private life. Lu Ruyu leisurely said. Sure enough, these rich people only hang out with rich people, so it would be impossible for an ordinary poor kid and a rich young lady to have much of a deep intersection. Even if by chance you became classmates, the circles are different, and it would be difficult for you to become friends. Even in a school, your consumption level is not the same, so that you cannot play together. And like Xin Xiao, the Xin family's big miss and Lu Ruyu can become classmates, roommate, friends. This is very normal. Mr. Lu, if you have something to say, just say it plainly. I haven't resigned yet, so I'll do what you command me to do if I can, Chao Bin said with some discouragement. The first encounter was lost. What first? He couldn't believe that he could still lose every game in the future. Ryuo stood up, got up and walked over. The top half of her body was dressed in a well-tailored black casual blazer, which was paired with a wraparound skirt of the same color underneath. Lu Ruyu's dress was both real and steady, but also did not lose a mature flavor. Just walked over in style. The shallow smile on that face looked at Chao Bin, but at the same time there was an aura that could not be ignored. This kind of majestic aura that lingered on his body. Could it be the might written in the legendary novels? Chao Bin froze a bit. What a feeling that there is not much hope of winning. It was either that or run away and come back to fight this woman later after he had slowly developed this aura. Lu Ruyu obviously didn't know that this guy was thinking about these things in his mind right now. The corner of her lips hooked up with a faint smile and said, "There's nothing too complicated. Right now the biggest shareholder in the group is the Jaeger groups. They own 37% of the shares, while I, as well as our Lu family, only have 21%. But the Shin family, several people together, own more than 15% of the share staff. What do you mean? Let me go and convince them to listen to you, or sell the shares to you." Chao Bin was naturally not a foolish person, and instantly understood the crux of this. The group was given the acquisition of a large amount of shares, the power in the hands of others. This thing 2 nights ago he saw in order to look at the phone to see the public number, but did not put on the heart. After all, this work is not important for him, and the company was acquired on the acquisition, and he had nothing to do with the company. It's naturally best to buy, but the funds on hand are definitely not enough, and they definitely don't want to sell. If they were willing to sell, Jaeger would have bought it long ago. This time they have spent a lot of money on a crazy acquisition. The shares on the market that are willing to sell, they have all of them in their pockets. Lu Ruyu said while handing over a document in her hand. Roughly the source of those shares recently acquired by Argyle. Then what exactly do you want me to do? Chao Bin looked at it and got a headache looking at the huge pile of numbers on it. Recently, I want to run for chairman of the board, and I need their help to vote. Even if they don't vote for me, then they can't vote for the other side's people. Lu Ruyu finally stated her purpose. Aren't you and Xin Xiao classmates? Wouldn't you just go directly to her? Why do you need to go through me? Chao Bin asked with some confusion. I had a little conflict with her because of some things, and she hates to tear me apart with her hands now. Lu Ruyu softly said. Is it that bad? Just tell me if you're helping or not. Chao Bin hemmed and hawed. It seemed as if he had a chance to gain the upper hand. It's fine if you want me to help, and it shouldn't be too much of a problem if I step in. But what's in it for me? You have a lot of confidence in yourself. It seems that the battle power is good. You were able to make that Tai hoof submit. Lu Ruyu's eyes looked him up and down. That's natural, Chao Bin said smugly. This had always been his greatest self-confidence. Plus now there was also this red spirit liquid of Lu Bo's to add to it. Since then, he still didn't believe that there was a mountain that he couldn't take down. Chapter 88, The Glasses Girl. Half an hour later Chao Bin left Lu Ruyu's office looking as normal as if nothing had happened. But if someone can see Lu Ruyu's office at this time, surprisingly, they will see that she is currently inside the small restroom at the back of the office, vigorously and constantly wiping her hands and wiping her mouth, though it's through clothes. But ultimately, it was still very upsetting. Brat. Simply colorful. Lu Ruyu calmed her breathing, looked at herself in the mirror with her lipstick all smudged, and gritted her teeth. The eyes were dark with anger. This time, we must take the position of the chairman, or else it is really a big loss, and we are taken advantage of by this little. On the other hand, Chao Bin, who had left Lu Ruyu's office at this time, was secretly happy in his heart. He had just had a nasty idea out of the blue, and had just boldly tried to reach out his hand, not expecting to bluff the other party. It was surprising that he didn't know how to fight back for a moment. That's what makes it a sloppy special treat. You don't say it still comes back to haunt you. I just don't know if I'll get a chance to do it again. Since this matter is quite important to her, let's do it for her. Maybe we can go further next time. Chao Bin thought as he walked and soon arrived at the planning department. I'll go. Brother Bing, you finally bothered to come to work. The first one to speak was his half-master, Zheng Yuan. This person who was the most qualified in the planning department. He even opened his mouth to call Chao Bin his brother Bin. You can imagine that pool game the other day as well as the friendly match at the bar completely took him over. Money doesn't just conquer women. It also conquers men. He. How can people not go to work? Classes still have to go to work properly so that you can contribute to this society. And I'm a waste. So forget it. Ha ha. Chao Bin skillfully pulled out the golden one cigarettes from inside his pocket, and scattered one to each of the several male compatriots present. Gintama's single planning department is not too big, not too small. It's about 200 square feet, except for the planning director, who has a small office. The other 4 people all sit outside, because there are fewer women, so they're kind of in a good mood. Like the usual, chatting about dirty jokes and smoking is something no one is going to argue against. The 2 females drove the car more than they did. On the contrary, these 2 female colleagues, because they are not pretentious, more by Chao Bin their care. Dirty work never want them to do. As long as they do not matter, then there is no harm to them whatsoever. The 2 female co-workers said enviously. How envious. Bing is really going to work when he wants to now, and not when he doesn't. When can I stop working? Chao Bin heatedly smiled and said, that's not simple. With the posture of the 2 of you, it's not enough to open up the pattern like this. Ha! At first this female co-worker didn't react, but after 7 seconds of invocation she suddenly remembered the picture they had posted inside the group earlier and instantly reacted. Dad Aubin, you want to die. Chao Bin, I want to, but you'll just have to see if you can hold your own, so you don't die first when the time comes. Female co-worker. Alright, still the same Thai guy, bragging and farting like this, for a while instead of having that feeling of constraint. Chao Bin said with a wave of his hand. This way at noon you guys order takeout from Tongqing House. Send it directly to the group, and I'll pay for it. Oh yeah, long live Bing. The 2 female co-workers said happily. Brother Aubin, I can get one together. Just at this time the front desk little girl to them here to send documents, passed by here heard, said with a smile. It's okay Su. You can see it when they send it over. You can just come straight over for dinner. Chao Bin naturally couldn't be petty. Front desk girl Lin Suin, 22 years old. I've heard that it seems like it's just the one styer out of college to be able to become the front desk of the office of the Intai group. Then naturally the looks and body are very good. He. Thank you brother Aubin. The little beauty's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. This big greedy girl, now she's even thanking you. At the side, Zhang Zhangyuan looked at the smile on Chao Bin's face and knew that this guy was planning something and flirted with a sentence. Brother, you've wronged me. How can you think of me like that? Could it be that I am a male dog? C1. Chao Bin laughed loudly. Just as they were talking and laughing, Chao Bin's cell phone vibrated. Chao Bin opened it and froze. It was one of the female co-workers, Joy, who was picking out groceries with 2 other female co-workers. Lele, brother Aubin, are you free tonight? I'll fry 2 dishes for a drink at home tonight. What is the meaning of this sentence? I believe that a normal man should be able to understand, especially now that Chao Bin has become rich all of a sudden, and the female then invites him to have a drink inside his house at night. The purpose of this is just very obvious. It was sent by another female co-worker, or by the little girl at the front desk, and in the eyes of her co-workers everyone's estimation would feel a little more normal, because Joy is a quiet-looking girl. Sven, round little face in a big ponytail, wearing a pair of glasses. Usually dress is actually very plain. Pants are always jeans, shoes are always small white shoes or sneakers, tops are simple shirt or set a small vest, but insiders know. This kind of girl is extremely contrasting. The cobblers have always been one of the more amazing groups. Chao Bin used to have some doubts until he lost his cell phone in the office one time. That time he and Lu Tingting too outside dinner to pay the bill only to find that the phone did not bring. It is in the office. Now people do not have a cell phone is not possible. There is Lu Tingting in the time. He does not play the phone. Wait, Lu Tingting went back. There is no play. You must have a cell phone. Even though it was almost 9 o'clock and the Intai shopping center was about to close, Chao Bin still returned to his office with determination. It was also the one that showed him an extremely shocking scene. Joy was kneeling on the carpet next to the superintendent's desk. There was also a collar around his neck, long chain, the other end of which was in the superintendent's hand. A little free love power. Chapter 89, not sparing any opportunity to gather wool. Chao Bin did not move and quickly operated on top of his cell phone. First, there was a direct transfer of $8. 888. Lele, sorry, I have a date tonight. Go get some lobster or something for yourself. It's on me. Chao Bin gasped and sent a text over. Lele, no, people's cooking is very good yo. If you like seafood, I'll go buy some abalone. You can also try some other. Chao Bin. Originally, he gave everyone a little bit of decency and didn't want to speak too bluntly. Who had thought that this woman, not willing to give up he could only helplessly reply, "Sorry, I don't want to eat it," after being conditioned by an old guy like the superintendent. And at this moment, Lele, who was originally still smiling, instantly turned red and immediately locked the screen. How could she not have expected that something she had hidden so well would be known to Chow Bin? And it's still a conditioning thing. It's a normal thing for young girls to get dived by 50 or 60-year-old Mediterranean while they're in the workplace. But it's not the same for tuning up like that. She's always loved playing with that aspect. In the university is so. After graduation in the relevant app circle has been looking for. I did not expect by chance Lele found the director is actually the same way. At first he was a little unconvinced because the superintendent usually always had the look of a kindly elder. Always smiling and never any peeking at them girls. Hairy hands and bad feet. But through the pictures posted above, with their various backgrounds, she was sure, step by step, that it was the superintendent. That nature. Chow Bin in the back to see in the front seat above. The two girls in the process of choosing food, was able to quickly find Lele's ears are quickly red. Immediately the corner of the mouth slightly up. Joy, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Why are both ears red? Another female co-worker. When one turned her head and realized something was wrong, and asked in some confusion, "Look at you. Can't you wear less clothes? You're all hot like this. Look at your shirt, a few buttons less will die off. You are buttoned to the top one. This top three give me do not button. This is not treat everyone as family? Show brother Bing and brother Zheng Yuan what's wrong," said Raven as she went straight for it. Quickly, he unbuttoned the top 3 buttons of Joy's shirt. You could tell by the way she did it that it was rather uncomplicated, and in the blink of an eye, it was done that way. Zheng Yuan let out a laugh and coaxed, "I didn't expect our Lele is so material. Look at you, usually always covered up tightly. How good this is." Chow Bin was a happy man. How delayed it usually is, and how crazy it is to play it. That night he just briefly glanced at it at night, and did not look at it carefully, and quickly took his cell phone and sneaked away. He was just an ordinary small planning commissioner at that time. If he was found out, this good job will certainly be gone. If it were nowadays, he would have picked up his trifolding cell phone, found a better angle, and recorded it, so that he could easily enjoy it later. This was now found very capital through the little coat and those buttons. Deja, if it was in the past days, then Lele would definitely give a petulant cry, shyly telling Zheng Yuan not to look and turn away. A quick buttoning of the dress followed, and the two of them wrestled with Shizuku, blaming her for unbuttoning it too quickly. And now, she held her eyes and straightened her back as she continued to study the menu with one. Zhang Yong and 1-1. The two of them looked puzzled, and Chow Bin is a kind smile on his face. WeChat again sent a 8888 transfer over, accompanied by a sentence, "Bravely do yourself, with special XP and not a sinner." This time Lele's face became even redder, and Zhang Yuan and 1-1, both, thought that this little nymph was shy. Chow Bin then swiped his phone helplessly and waited for his meal. "Brother, do you have time this afternoon?" 10 minutes later Zhao Yiming sent him a message. "There is." "Zhao Yiming, then I'll pick you up this afternoon and go somewhere." "Chow Bin?" "Zhao Yiming, as long as you have time on it, you'll know when it's time to take you there." WeChat can't say it clearly. Success. Half an hour later, the meal was delivered. The hotel arranged for a separate delivery for 4 people. Originally, a few of them ordered 7 or 8 dishes, and then had the bill sent to the group for Chow Bin to pay. And Chow Bin took a look at it, and it was only $300. Then he took Zhang Yuan's cell phone and added several hard dishes in succession. It didn't really end up being much, $1,800. This is why Chow Bin used Zhang Yuan's cell phone. Even the smallest wool must be pulled. $1, 800, 10 times rebate, $18,000. To learn to live. Do not miss any opportunity to wool gathering. Brother Aben, you're just too generous. This is the first time I've even had a working meal where I can eat hairy crabs and this lobster. Lin Suin, this big greedy girl ate with her eyes glistening. It is said that a big greedy girl will dance with her hands when something good happens to her. And this phenomenon is perfectly displayed in Lin Suin. Holding a lobster front pincer in his left hand, he waved his right hand excitedly, shaking his head and dancing. A great meal was had by all. Chow Bin asked Zhang Yuan know that their department director, the last 2 days have not come over. The planning department originally did not actually have much work, because their work every year is basically a template. After all, there are only so many festivals each year, and then the merchants just need to report their activities up, and then they can relay out and design a new advertisement program to produce down. In the past, so many businesses to operate or more trouble. Each design, according to the store color style to do, but now AI is more intelligent, as long as the input keywords after a few minutes out of a design map. So their job is very easy now, as long as the above is not pursued. the director to come or not, no one cares about them. These people work, director does not care about it is also fine. Other people put his work on behalf of a little bit can be. Zhao Yiming said he'd come at 2 p.m. A little after dinner now. Zhang Zhangyuan then used the Xiaomi TV in his office to watch the ball game. And Xiao Bin was bored and was also watching. The female co-worker wasn't interested in that and went to sleep on her back. Watched the first half without scoring a single goal. Until the second half got heated. Watching the center take the ball on a burst of charges past 3 or 4 guys in a row. The scene gradually became thrilling. Zhang Zhangyuan looked at the center, rushed half a day. Is not into the ball, cannot help but shout loudly, you shoot the ball ah, shoot the ball ah, shoot ah. Fans to the key moment, this emotion is very excited. Shouting voice or with hiss. People who don't know anything about soccer can't understand it at all. But if you like soccer, you can see how crazy those fans on top of the stands next to the stadium are. Their hissing could be said to resonate through the heavens and earth. Then just at this time, the original lying on the table to sleep, Lele suddenly shouted, no, ratings are out, ratings are so low ah, only more than 6 points. Everyone can help to go to the book homepage, details page to a 5-star review. I kowtow to all the righteous fathers. Chapter 90, How to Increase the Number of Righteous Sonships. Although Chaobin said that he had long been psychologically prepared and knew that this Lele was not as single, pure and cute as she appeared to be, he froze when he heard these words. Not to mention Zhang Zhenyuan, who was beside him with a passionate face. A 48-year-old man. Although he's so horny that the last time he went to the pool room on a base, the little girl next to him told him several times, go play for a while and dance for a while. Stop touching. But for joy, he'd always treated him as if he were of a later generation, and usually took care of him as if he were looking after his own niece. A little bit of change had happened today, the first being those 3 buttons that had opened his eyes to a much wider landscape. Now this rhetoric. It made him no longer able to look at the cute girl with glasses as a late bloomer. For a moment he couldn't look at Lele openly, and Lele, after waking up with a start, also reacted to what shouting those 2 sentences just now represented. Reddened face, lying on the table as an ostrich. Ha ha. Chaobin laughed and looked at his cell phone's alert, then said to Zhang Zhenyuan, brother Yuan, I'm pulling out. If you have a serious matter, take a leave of absence for me, and look for me when you're bored. Oh okay, head looking for you, I'll give you a call. Zhang Zhenyuan was dumbfounded and didn't react when he heard this. He just obediently nodded his head in reply, but froze after 2 seconds. Ha, go away. Chaobin smiled and waved his hand. It doesn't matter if you hear it or not. It's on your side whether you answer the phone or not. Taking 2 steps forward, he passed Lele's table, then bent down and whispered into her ear. I'm still quite interested in your circle. I've been quite busy lately, so I'll look for you to spar when I'm free. Joy, boing boing. In the past, no matter how exaggerated or crazy it had been a closed space as opposed to say a more private place, and she had never been shy. But this time, it's really humiliating. After all, she was used to maintaining such an innocent and cute persona in front of people. Other people have a unique XP for contrast, she actually has it herself. What plays 7 turns? Chaobin sat in Zhao Yiming's car, circled around the first ring on the elevated and off the elevated, drove for about half an hour until it are already far away from the Shushan district near Feishi, which asked. Zhao Yiming replied while driving, I used to have a customer. The medicine produced inside their pharmaceutical factory has a unique patent. It's very earning money. Anyway, this boss is worth several $100 million, and it's the kind of money that's suddenly rich. I came to him once to talk about business, and he told me to come to this place to find him. That's when I realized that the really rich people, their clothes don't mean luxury items bought from inside Gintama. Their clothes, even a simple shirt, is custom made, although there is no logo on the top of the clothes. But he did the workmanship, that technique. In the eyes of those really big brothers, they are able to see it and know that it is not extraordinary. Chaobin instantly became interested when he heard this. Truth be told, he had some instinctive dislike for those who had brought it over. What makes these foreign messy brands into the domestic can be sold as luxury goods? Obviously very ordinary material of a piece of clothing. Since the charge me 30,000 to 40,000. For example, this t-shirt on his body 58888. He used to wear clothes from Fast Fish. 3 for $100. A guy like him at 5 feet 87 inches and 170 pounds of perfect 8-pack abs can also pull off that outfit with the quality of thousands of dollars. Putting this so-called luxury clothes that I bought on my body, at best, the fabric feels that little bit better, but it's only that little bit better. Definitely more than this 5-figure one, not to mention that he's still several 5 figures. Rich is rich, but he doesn't want that money to be made by those foreign dog capitalists. 4. Domestic traditional civilization. In fact, he still likes. He also knows that these domestic luxury goods are real luxury goods. The price is extremely expensive in general. People just cannot afford to buy. Just does not mean that there is not. He used to have no access. In fact, he used to want to find the top tailor in the country to tailor some clothes long ago. It's just that messing around with all these women's things along the way made him too happy to pay much attention to them. I didn't realize that Zhao Yiming helped him with the doorway. Dependable or not. I was trying to find it before. I just don't have the means. Or you have more methods. You didn't make a mistake with this brother of yours. It's so much easier to save with him. Hey. I wanted to find it before, but that customer never agreed. He also had to ask this old gentleman before. This morning's old gentleman gave me a reply. Said this afternoon is free. Zhao Yiming hemmed and hawed. He knew he hadn't guessed wrong. Chao Bin, this is not simply rich. Should have stepped into the 9-digit class. I heard that the old gentleman of this family is more skillful for the traditional dress, such as the Zhengshan suit, Cheongsam, and the suit tuxedo of the 50s. Wait a moment, you try it on, and if you're satisfied, bring your girl here next time. What kind of girl are you bringing? If you want to spend money, you have to give it to your brother. I'll choose a few sets and you'll choose a few sets, Chao Bin said with a loud laugh. That's not good. That set of clothes are hundreds of thousands of dollars. This pure handmade professionally customized clothes. The cheaper ones are $400,000 to $500,000 dollars. Zhao Yiming quickly refused. He wasn't looking to exchange favors. He just wanted to follow Chao Bin to seek a better path. What's wrong with $400,000 or $500,000? It doesn't matter if you spend money for your brother. $4 or $5 million. After Chao Bin dispersed a golden won, he said seriously, in the future, if I send you something, no refusal. Zhao Yiming. He didn't speak again. Honestly, surprisingly, there was so much of it. The relationship used to be quite good. We classmates often drink and chat together. For Chao Bin, he is a little higher stand, a little bit. Know each other conditions in general. Before smoking and drinking dinner, and even go to do healthcare, are his payment. After that, Chao Bin developed, and when the other party offered to help him again, he didn't hesitate. There is no psychological fallout. Following a brother with a way out could be better, so he did what he could to get things done. I just didn't realize that the other person saw himself as more important than he thought he did. Friend favorability plus 10, total favorability 90. Seeing this prompt from the virtual panel, Chao Bin froze slightly. This tip was in the bottom corner of the virtual panel, a relatively small line of words. He usually didn't pay attention to it, and his virtual panel was just as simple, with one righteous subbit. Righteousness, 1/1. Righteous son, Lu Bo. Then there's the friends list. There's a simple goodwill at the end of each list. It's not important to only reach 90 favorability, because it's only useful to reach 90 favorability for the other person to call out to their righteous father. And the main thing is that this righteous son seed is now no empty even if full of these two conditions is useless. He'd been too lazy to care about that. 2. I didn't realize that the one who suddenly reached 90 was Zhao Yiming. I just don't know how this system can add righteous bits. The righteous son bit is increased. Then increase the goodwill of these friends. Then let them find a way to call out the righteous father. Then 100 times the brush would be beautiful. Ratings are out. Ratings are so low only more than 6 points. Everyone can help to go to the book homepage. Details page to a 5-star review. I kowtow to all the righteous fathers. Chapter 91, I eat meat. Brothers eat seafood. Abalone and auspicious dragon. After 7 turns, he eventually arrived at a small estate. The outside looks like a rather ordinary gateway. At best it looks slightly more ancient than the rest of the place. 2 simple words on the door plaque, the Chi family. There were 3 or 5 cars parked in an empty lot in front of the entrance. After stopping, he came to the gate of the courtyard and rang the doorbell, which soon opened automatically into this courtyard. One side of the property is a show-stopping little pond, blooming water lilies. In the afternoon sunshine, I have a little more clean and elegant feeling. Through the curved corridors, to an ancient courtyard, sandalwood incense curls up and the breeze blows. Chao Bin couldn't help but sigh with emotion. To be able to build such a manor in the middle of this city, with its winding paths, that is definitely very rich and with absolutely extraordinary taste. May I ask if you are Mr. Zhao? At this time a middle-aged man walked over. This man with large black-rimmed glasses, long hair, simply tied, a green tunic on the body, talking is also a gentle tone. This guy left the hand inside to take a folding paper on the words, but there is a little bit of ancient style. Yes, you are Mr. Chi Yunwan? Zhao Yiming nodded. Well, follow me. Chi Yunwan led the way, walked down the long corridor into one of the inner chambers. A couple of sofa coffee tables at the entrance to let people rest. Continuing on were a bunch of models, all wearing long shirts or cheongsam suits. Next to it were neat rows of shelves with all kinds of fabrics on them. Colorful. Without touching it with his hands, just by simply looking at the coloring on the top of this dress, and the color, he could tell that the material of this dress was quite good. Mr. Step forward to help you take your measurements, Chi Yunwan said, holding a set of soft rulers. How did you know it was me? Chao Bin asked with a smile. Chi Yunwan didn't answer the question. Spread your arms. This was followed by a quick measurement. Chao Bin, who hadn't customized clothes, was able to feel that he was more meticulous in this measurement. 5 minutes later. Sir, do you have any requirements for the clothes? Such as the color, style, occasions in and out, and the approximate price? Chi Yunwan asked as she recorded the measurements on top of the book next to her. Any color? Prepare a few more sets for me. All kinds of occasions. Inside the home, outside out to receive people, play, in and out of nightclubs. You prepare a 10 or so sets for me. Spring, summer, autumn and winter styles for all seasons. It doesn't matter about the price. You look at this suitable on the line. Chao Bin thought about it and replied. Hearing him finish this, Chi Yunwan froze for a moment, then reminded. Sir, here we are. Even the minimum price of a set of summer models is probably over 5 figures. Are you sure you want to order 10 sets? Even the cheapest one would have to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Chao Bin shook his head, then said, it's not 10 sets in total. It's 10 sets in a quarter. And it's not just me, it's the same for my brother next to me. Wipe it. Originally still calm. In the sight of the customer log above the record Chi Yunwan, force a little too hard nibs poke paper. The color of his face finally changed and he stopped recording, turning his head to look at Chao Bin. It was also formally sized up. It seemed to be judging whether Chao Bin was joking or flirting with him. Okay, sir, then you fill out the customer information. At this moment, Chi Yunwan pulled out a leather notebook from inside the nearby cabinet. This book is about 10 centimeters thick. The cover is sewn with lambskin. A glance at the past can be seen this book, with the signs of age. Inside when you open it is a gold carabiner. Chi Yunwan took out a form from it and handed it to Chao Bin with both hands. You fill it out roughly over here. Then he took out another one and handed it to Zhao Yiming. Give me another one. I have another friend who also wants one. I'll fill in his approximate information. I'll send him a locator later so he can come over. And you can size him up then. Chao Bin asked for another form. Seeing this scene, Chao Bin also roughly understood. This is before did not take him too seriously, only as a simple customer. Until he said the requirements. Chi Yunwan only took out this customer file department. Looking at such a thick book, can also be seen that they should exist in this store for quite a long time. There should be a lot of members, and then in accordance with their own just now some of the requirements, and then only after the registration, that their membership strength to be more powerful. From the beginning, Chao Bin, who originally had the same indifferent attitude, paid a little attention to this Chi family. Mr. Shui, are you in a hurry to use the clothes now? If you're in a hurry, take a look at some of the current models here, and I'll modify them for you according to the size as soon as possible. If you're not in a hurry, I'll make 2 sets of seasonal clothes for you in less than half a month and send them to you according to the address, Chi Yunwan said as she received the 3 files. How long will it take if these 2 pieces are altered? Chao Bin pointed to the 2 pieces on top of the model next to him. Modest white shirt and casual black pants. It looks to be quite plain, but this material is definitely not different. He went up and touched it, and it was obviously much more comfortable than the set he was wearing. You have a very standard figure, and these styles on top of the model are made to fit a standard figure, so this is a quick modification. About half an hour is about right, Chi Yunwan replied. Then accomplish these 2 sets. I'll wait here for a while. Chao Bin nodded, then asked Zhao Yiming next to him. Are you changing it now or should we wait? Hey, I don't have such a good figure as you. Just my big belly, elephant legs. Change might as well wait. Zhao Yiming let out a laugh, and is not the least bit proud of this obese figure of his. He never considered going on a diet or anything, but he would work out, and work out just to keep fit, or else hey, the girl couldn't hold it up, and the stamina wasn't enough. That would be more embarrassing. Chi Yunwan said, alright, the 2 of you follow him to the lounge to have some tea. I'll prepare it for you on my side. This time a young guy in his 20s came in. Sir, please follow me to the lounge. Aha! Next to the lounge is an orchid pavilion in the corner of the courtyard. All around, simple appendage fencing. In the center of a tea table, an incense burner. This little brother made a good tea. Polite and courteous. 2 of you on this side of the rest waiting can also be. Stroll around. Well, you guys go about your business. We'll pass the time ourselves. Zhao Yiming stood up and poured tea. After little brother left, Chao Bin opened WeChat and sent a message to Lubo. What is the child smashing? According to this positioning, come over immediately. Then, no reaction. Transferring $8. 888 seconds to collect. Lu Bo, Dad is here. Virtue. Xiaobin he lets out a laugh. Dog thing. Still can't pinch you? Zhao Yiming was pouring tea and placed it next to Xiaobin's seat. Brother Bin. You can wear it yourself. It's too much of a waste to give me the whole lot. It's quite a lot of money all of a sudden. 10 sets a season. 40 sets in all seasons. I'm afraid it's at least a couple $100,000. Xiaobin took out the golden manhwa, scattered A to Zhao Yiming, himself lit A, said, Ming I told you we brothers do not be so outside the ordinary. In the future I send you things and so on. Do not have to excuse yourself. To brothers spend money is not normal? You've paid me a lot before, haven't you? I used to go out to eat with you guys. Which time have I ever paid? That's not the same. In the past, a meal cost at most $300 to $500, and a pedicure was only $100 or $200 per person. Can it be compared to this? Zhao Yiming said. Brother Ming, if you ask me, there's not much difference between this 1 million or so and 100 or 200 to me yet. Xiaobin spoke in a slightly more serious tone. It's been laid out for so long. Xiaobin wanted his two closest friends, Zhao Yiming and Lu Bo, to realize what level of wealth he had reached, even though he had guessed it in his mind. After hearing these words, Zhao Yiming took several consecutive puffs of smoke. Ahem! Sucked in too fast and picked up a cough. Zhao Yiming then narrowed his eyes and snuffed out his hand-smoked cigarette in the ashtray. There was some trembling in his right hand as he snuffed it out. Then in the future this little life will be on you, kid. Zhao Yiming excitedly said. From now on you're Inspector Lei. I'm Lard Boy. I'll fight wherever you point me. Ha ha, Shang. In the future when I have meat to eat, you definitely won't just drink soup. You'll only eat better than me. Xiaobin grinned and said. And 500 million is too little. 5 billion is not my goal either. Meat for me. Soup for my brother? That doesn't exist. With this system, there exists only Xiaobin to eat meat, brothers to eat seafood, to eat abalone, to eat Australopithecus. Chapter 92, a small profit of $180 million. Ha ha. That's $500 million $60 or 70 years ago. According to today's math, that's got to be hundreds of billions. 100 billion then. Grippy. Right. Recently you and Guoqing also contact. Before he also helped a lot. See what he needs help on his side. You probe. Good. After bragging, Xiaobin opened WeChat and sent a message to Lu Aikun to save the game. Does Mr. Lu have any plans today? If you don't, help me save a game. After all, Lu Ruyu's side he had already gotten a taste of the sweetness in others. It was always time to push things forward and take the initiative himself. This woman has tasted it all. Wouldn't it be a shame if she didn't eat it all? LV Aikun voice quickly returned. Also very excited, I am thinking about what to eat tonight? Okay, is it an invitation to Mr. Ho, Mr. Shan and the others? Who says rich kids don't have brains? Mr. Louis, how smart this is. He just wanted him to save a game from the middle. And he understood that he had to invite Mr. Ho and Mr. Shin and the others. Xiaobin, yes. There are some things I want to talk to them about. They actually pulled together a separate group last time. The group leader is Mr. Louis. The last time to get along is also considered very pleasant. But Xiaobin thought that it is better to go through LV Ikuan and wait for the future are familiar with. We play together a few more times. There are some common combat revolutionary friendship and then say, Shang, wait for my message. Lu Ikuan replied. Half an hour or so later, Lu Bo came. Their location on this patio wasn't that far from the doorway and they were able to hear the very high songs at the door, and someone's ghostly cry. Please give me half a heart. It's just a small wish. Your heart has been in your head for a long time. The music was gone, but the guy's humming didn't stop. Doing what? Luckily I'm still excited about SU7. Otherwise I wouldn't bother going out. Lu Bo came in, chewing beetle nut, red-faced. That to now how busy I still have to go to Boizhou tomorrow. Go to the herb factory to enter the herbs. And the family is still hiring workers to build a hot pot restaurant. Don't push. There are benefits for you. Xiaobin happened to see that just now the little brother came over, kicked him and brought over Mr. Shi, that's him. Xiaobin pointed at Lu Bo before he followed the little brother to the fitting room to change his clothes. Under Zhao Yiming's explanation, as well as visiting the clothes around here, Lu Bo's eyes rounded quite a bit in excitement. He is very knowledgeable. Lu Bo said, I go, this clothes hanging hey. Come to me to do a more 10 sets of 8 sets. Hanging my son on the account. Shi Yunwan was a bit speechless, but had to patiently explain. Hello sir, Mr. Chow ordered 40 sets for you. 10 sets for each of the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn and winter. Lu Bo, hey, filial piety. Soon the measurements were done and this time this production order came out. 3 copies of that. Zhao Yiming's 40 sets. All spring, summer, fall and winter models have a total value of $1, 187, 654, or $1, 15 million after discount. Chaobin's total value is $1,987, 654, discounted to $1, 95 million. Lubo's total value is $1, 487, 654, discounted to $1, 45 million. Related to this are three other smaller lists for ties, belts, brooches, cufflinks, which are optional accessories for $180, 000 a person. Seeing these prices, Zhao Yiming grinned. The rich people spend money is simply horrible. Just these people money have changed before, need his life to earn. Based on his former self, it's definitely possible to make $3 million between now at age 27 and about 50 in the future. But trying to save a $3 million is a different concept. I guess you have to make $6 or $7 million to save that much. Don't think about it. Anyway, I'm hanging out with Brother Bin. Zhao Yiming shook off the various thoughts that surfaced in his mind, then took out his cell phone and clicked the sheets. Send it to a circle of friends. I never thought that in my life I would be able to wear such expensive clothes. Is it outrageous? What's even more outrageous is that it's still a gift from my bingo, and I'm thinking about getting an enema at night and delivering it with a clean slate. Dog head emoji. Lubo grinned beside him. These styles and fabrics were very satisfactory. After asking Chi Yunwan that it would take most of the month to get it, it was a bit of a rush. He was about to also call his girlfriend, Nai, and saw these prices and hesitated and gave up. Just then, there was a sound of footsteps. Zhao Yiming looked back. White shirt, simple black long casual pants, plus 189 height, 170 or so weight. This set of clothes with down, even if hanging a pig's head, but also handsome. But if matched with this more handsome face than Daniel Wu, the most important thing is that this is the 20-something-year-old Daniel Wu, who was talking about Ni Da Hong beat to death. Hey, Bing, you look like this do not go to be a duck, really a pity. This night at least have to be tens of thousands of dollars to hit the bottom, not a $35,000 or $80,000. I guess the opportunity to see you are not. Zhao Yiming flirted. It's not impossible. Why don't I find a field for me to try? It just so happens that this is a physical overload lately. Chaobin crossed his arms and let out a cheap laugh. Lubo is also very interested in the appearance. Right. Ming brother, you find a good field and the two of us to say a word. I bring my son smashed together to go over. The two of us on the battlefield, father and son soldiers. Chi Yunwan and the little brother next to her. A look of intolerance. Usually speaks softly and very gently, walks with a formal head up and not too slow. It comes down to being too svelte. Usually come here more than 90% of the guests are rich, big brother. Although there are some thugs a little vulgar. But at least here are quite decent behavior. It's also the first time I've seen one like Chaobin. Expose your crudeness everywhere to outsiders. Drops. The code was successfully scanned and payment was made for $33 million. Spending $33 million for his friend, Zhao Yiming. Tenfold rebate of 3 million yuan. Drops. The code was successfully scanned and payment of $13 million was made. Gotta. No rebate for your own money. Drops. The code was successfully scanned and the payment was $63 million. Spending $63 million for his righteous son Lubo. And a hundredfold rebate of $163 million. Hey, blood money. A small profit of $180 million. Let's go ha. This you take. Remember to sign and press the handprint. After everything was done, Chaobin carried the clothes, and the three of them came to the parking lot at the entrance again. Lubo opened the Su-7, and took out a file in the passenger side, and threw it to Chaobin. When I got in the car, the hi-fi song from earlier continued to play, and a few seconds later, the taillights were out of sight. Chaobin froze for a moment and looked at the file bag in his hand to open it. One is a partnership agreement and one is an equity distribution agreement. Roughly, it is about the distribution of shares of the Acacia Zone Company Limited, and the distribution of the relevant interests of the Hot Pot restaurant. Lubo has 10% of the shares. Chaobin has 90%. Ratings are out. Ratings are so low, only more than 6 points. Everyone can help to go to the book homepage. Details page to a 5-star review. I kowtow to all the righteous fathers. Chapter 93, Yu Hui? Chaobin casually threw this document inside Zhao Yiming's passenger side storage bin. Zhao Yiming also glanced at it just now and didn't say anything. He knew that the friendship between the two people, Chaobin and Lubo, was something he had no way to compare. Going to the store? Zhao Yiming asked after the car started. Well, it's good to go and take a look. Chaobin nodded. Half an hour later. The speed can be this door head is changing. After the car was parked, Chao Bin took a look at this cigarette store next to him, already in the process of replacing the front door. Chao Bin asked, "How to fix it?" "Hey, it's a lot easier than I thought," Zhao Yiming replied. "I then found someone to find a way to contact the landlord to ask. He originally this one floor 2 floors together rent is 110,000 a year. I then told him to break the contract immediately. I'll pay the default between them, and I'll give him $150,000 a year for the rent. And the rent can increase by 10% every year. So simple?" Chao Bin said in surprise. He had expected such a messy and complicated business battle, but he hadn't expected to go and contact the landlord and raise the rent. But it's true when you think about it. Talking about money is the easiest way to get things done. There are times when it takes you a long time to go after a girl, but you can have a one-night stand for 1,200. Your so-called goddesses are only 3 to 5,000 sometimes. Even in the eyes of Lu Ikuan and the rest of them, all it took was a wave. Yeah, the door heads were changed together. They should all be pretty much the same tomorrow, Zhao Yiming said. There were about 10 workers working on the site. Scaffolding, cranes, busy as hell. It'll be ready tomorrow. That's fine. So how are the technicians and staff doing? Chao Bin thought to himself that he finally had a place to entertain the gang, and he was about to start his own people group. Just like Lu Ruyu, after inquiring that she was on good terms with Shen Daoxiao and his gang, she asked for her favor. Through LVI Kuan know them, and then through them keep expanding the interpersonal range circle. In the process as long as it is non-stop treats, meals, parties, fun, then you come over. There is another thing. Is that this side applied for several technicians? These 2 days have also been in training and waiting for a moment. You just happen to come to personally field the interview, Zhao Yiming said and raised an eyebrow at Chao Bin. Chao Bin, why does it feel like there's something a little bit off about the plot? It's like I'm watching an educational movie from Sakura Nation where the male boss goes to interview the female employee. For example, it's a custom store. For example, a bathhouse, a massage parlor. You may even meet your classmates, or your brother's girlfriend, or your brother's relatives. Good day, Mr. Chao. Seeing Chao Bin and Zhao Yiming enter, the little girl at the front desk immediately got up and greeted them with a smile. Now these employees in the store Zhao Yiming have repeatedly emphasized who the boss is, and in the work group inside the boss's photo sent a few times, emphasize, and they explain that he is only the manager. The boss is usually busy, rarely come. This little front desk girl was sent to Zhao Yiming from a milk tea selling store next to him. Look at this little girl at the door enthusiastically soliciting a question about wages. Base salary of 3,000, plus a variety of commission reward mess, barely 5,000. Zhao Yiming did not hesitate to give him an increase of 3,000 base salary on the direct 8,000, according to the store sales in the future, and then have a commission. It was the girl he was looking at. That warm smile, that infectiousness that should have some killing power for the bigwigs who came here to spend money in the future. Watching Chao Bin freeze for a second before nodding his head, Zhao Yiming knew he had made the right decision. Office, how many people are still here? Did any of those old customers from before come over? Chao Bin casually asked. Manpower is being recruited one after another, and then wait for them to familiarize themselves with familiar. 2 or 3 days later should be able to reopen. The old customers one after another have come over, and they explained the situation. The previous card can continue to use. Just the technician professional was taken away. The new is grinding. These old customers did not have any comments. Should be the previous week the general manager has greeted and recognized their previous of the membership card. So basically not too much opinion. Zhao Yiming took out a folder from the side, while continuing to say, as for the new customers came to a few, because it is being renovated and technician training, just roughly said to them about the price in the future. This is a day under the new price. This year, the White Hand did not have a desire to recharge. These are the current employee rosters, name positions, and current job offers. Qin Ku Xin, only 20 years old, quite early for work. Chao Bin took a glance and noticed the receptionist. Asked after high school and then did not study. Before that has been working in the milk tea store. Quite hard. A little girl. Zhao Yiming. Well, as long as you work hard, you don't have to care about what position it is in terms of treatment. Just raise it if you need to. And keep people. Chao Bin said. Good. I pull a group. That is, now all the employees are in it. This group usually will not be in it. There is something that affects you. Don't talk. What do you need this side to do? You send in. It can be. Or look for someone. Zhao Yiming said. Chao Bin's side received a prompt. Tap that. Group name, adding footbath public house / tobacco and wine merchants. 8 of them. How come it's only these few people? Chao Bin asked. When he came in just now, he saw quite a few people busy with their work. Zhao Yiming said. The ones who have officially joined and signed the contract are currently these 7 people. These technicians have not yet been formalized. all waiting to be determined before pulling into the group. Oh, looking at the few people inside the group, Chow Bin's mood rose slightly. The real Mr. Chow has got his first employees. Immediately and without hesitation. Inside the group. Send a red packet. Must send a red packet. The limit for one person is 200. For a total of 9 people. Up to a maximum of 1800. 3 times in a row. Thank you, Mr. Chow. Love you, Mr. Sao. Thank you, Mr. Chow. 3. Thank you, Mr. Chow. Or 2-7. You don't say. It's pretty cool. Chow Bin hemmed and hawed after locking the screen. Let's go, Mr. Chow experience. Now the rest of the training is almost the same. These are considered to be the first batch of our real own family technicians in the future. Zhao Yiming led the way in front, the Elephant Kingdom side of Mr. Zhou to arrange. At most a week will come over too. Aha. VIP. Number 1. Lie down. Taking off her shoes and placing her feet inside the hot water tank, the rather attractive young woman in front of her. The dogma plot inside his head earlier turned out to be really validated. Because the woman in front of her became more and more familiar the more she looked at her. Surprisingly, it was his junior high school classmate. The middle school above the town in that mountain village in their hometown. At first he wasn't quite sure. Afterward, when he was on top of WeChat and asked Zhao Yiming to send over the list of technicians who were still practicing now, he was sure. At this moment, she was just now carefully scrubbing Chow Bin's large size 44 feet, her slender fingers white and soft. Boss, do you think the water temperature is okay? Chen Yue? Ha? The woman froze. Lift your head. Those beautiful Danfang eyes. With misgivings, slowly said, Aben, is it really you? Chapter 94, Old Folks Meet Old Folks. To be precise, Chen Yue was Aben's schoolmate, 1 year above him. The memories of my youth are still very vivid. She had shiny black hair at that time, a small round face with a slightly pointed jawline, clean and bright eyes at that time, and above her small nose, she wore thick glasses at that time. Still, after cleaning the school again, she washed her face and took off her glasses in order to clear her face was so beautiful. At that time women developed relatively speaking quite a bit earlier than boys. She was about 1.65 meters tall at that time, and although her waist could not be said to be slim, the slender legs of her teenage years were curvy enough to have a youthful fitness that was unique to women, plus side-splitting development. Even with the very old-fashioned uniforms of the town's high school, one can feel the turmoil in them just as well. But now that we meet again, it's so different from our youth. Now she was wearing a short, snug-fitting shirt and a neckline that wasn't very high, with her career line slightly exposed. Underneath was an ultra-short skirt, and her long straight and slender legs were wearing black stockings. There is something about walking and swaying in the wind. It was only through a brief chat that I realized. Chen Yue didn't even go to high school. After graduating from junior high school, she followed her sisters from the village to work in the city. But they have this degree, as well as not really having any specialized skills. After all, it's always been back and forth between waitressing, factory, and sales. Also just recently saw a job ad here. Technician. Base salary 10,000. Uncapped. After the skilled induction. As long as the qualified. Even if the store has no customers as normal payroll. The main thing is to sign a normal labor contract here. Pay social security. Do 3 off 1. Food and housing. Each of these conditions made Chen Yue, who lived in the neighborhood, quite tickled. After doing a bit of psyche building, she came over for an interview. Also passed the first batch of training with flying colors. So, I'll start then? After realizing that Chow Bin was the owner of this store, Chen Yue's tone of voice was a little apprehensive. Aha. Chow Bin gently nodded. Then WeChat above to send a message to Zhao Yiming, asking him to send over $2,000 in cash. In the middle of Chen Yue's press, 2 minutes or so later, a knock sounded on the door. Zhao Yiming walked in and handed over an envelope. After he left, Chow Bin placed the envelope on top of the small box next to Chen Yue's. I haven't seen you for so many years. This is for the child to buy toys. Through the chat just now, I know that she is now divorced and lives alone in this city with her baby. Might want to give more, but afraid of scaring people by giving too much. Chen Yue's nose was sore and she wanted to refuse. But in the end, she softly said, "Thank you, Mr. Chow. No need to be so polite. In the future when no one is around just call me Bin. You do well. If there's anything you don't know you ask Zhao Yiming. It's fate to meet an old countryman outside." Chow Bin laughed. Old-timers meet old-timers. Now there was a bit of a slight gap in status like that, making it a bit awkward for both of them. Chow Bin would have been bad for people if he had let her go straight out and replaced her instead. He also used to work for so many years. Know the workplace. If he is such a position, in the next co-workers know that he and the boss is a classmate. and after that the relationship between co-workers is not good to get along, especially a place with a lot of women. We'll see how it goes later. Perhaps the atmosphere was too silent. After a while Chun Yu would ask, how come you're still not married? You're a year younger than me, aren't you? 26. Chow Bin, there's no rush to get married. That's right. Nowadays city people get married later. Unlike our time when we didn't know any better and got married before we reached the age of 20. Chun Yu Hui said with a somewhat chipper face. But why don't you fall in love if you're not getting married? Alone. At this age isn't it lonely? Chen Yue pressed while looking for and grinding out acupoints on the soles of Chow Bin's feet. The force in her hands increased by a few points. It's not like I'm not in love. I just broke up and got dumped. Chow Bin forced himself to endure the pain in the soles of his feet and said with a grimace. But what Qin Yue said had some truth to it. He's not so bad now. And he's got a lot of time on his hands. But the news that popped up the other day, the idea of buying a villa, repeatedly failed to interest him. He didn't want him to sit alone inside that 700 or 800 square foot villa, with an endless, empty, lonely and solitary as far as the eye could see. That would have swallowed him up, would have suffocated her. As currently perceived, none of these women she wants to take home, or in his heart of hearts, he doesn't exist right now to try to take someone home, so he simply doesn't buy a house for a while, even if he meets a girl, who is very pretty, young and tender, and he covets her body, but doesn't want to fall in love or give a name. There is a suitable reason. You're just kidding. How could someone dump you if you're like that? It must be that you are philandering and tired of playing with people to dump them, said Chen Yue pressed the acupuncture point of the kidney position's slender little hand, and added a few points of force. In the past 2 days in the internship, the teacher has said that according to this position, with this force she is now if her kidneys are not good, she will definitely wail. But I didn't realize that Chow Bin was grimacing, but far from wailing to this extent, which according to the teacher, very poor, qualified, good, excellent, at least to a good degree, young, handsome and rich, with a good body and a good degree of kidney. Chen Yu we really couldn't think of any point by virtue of which Chow Bin's former girlfriend would have dumped him. Just what he didn't know was that Chow Bin used to be an ordinary wage earner too. In the absence of money, being handsome and having good kidneys is a good way to keep some of the guys, but definitely not a good way to keep the fishing girls. Told you I meant it and you didn't believe me. Chen Yue was about to speak when there was a sudden knock on the door. It was Zhao Yiming. He was holding a cell phone and said, Yue, your cell phone keeps ringing. It's been thought of a dozen times. The caller is your daughter. So I guess there's some kind of emergency. Why don't you return it? When technicians are on the clock, their cell phones are meant to be in the break room. Okay, thank you Mr. Zhao. Chen Yue wiped her hands, then took the cell phone, looked at the series of WeChat calls, and then looked at WeChat again, and instantly had a very ugly face. I return a call, Chen Yue said in a hurry. Well, it's fine. You call. Chow Bin also guessed that it must be something inside the family. A minute later, Chen Yue re-entered the box, hastily bending down and bowing at Chow Bin and Zhao Yiming. He said, Mr. Chow, Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, I have some urgent matters to take care of and ask for your leave. I have to go back now. Thank you to my Hanimo who loves braised oso buko, righteous father for the reward love you. Ratings are out. Ratings are so low only more than 6 points. Everyone can help to go to the book homepage. Details page to a 5-star review. I kowtow to all the righteous fathers. Chapter 95, I won't touch what my brother likes. There was something going on within the employee's family, so naturally Chow Bin couldn't possibly intervene in people's lives. But this situation just now was clearly not quite right. They are all old folks. So if you can help a little, you can help a little. Quickly wipe your feet and leave the box. Did you hear what they said just now? Chow Bin asked Qin Kuxin. Mr. Chow, I was just about to tell you. I just heard Sister Yu Hui inside the phone and a man arguing a lot. The other party seems to be threatening him. Let him take money or something. If he does not take the money, then the custody of the child will have to go to him. But also said that the child has now been picked up by him. If you do not send the money today, he will never have the opportunity to see the child again in the future. Qin Kuxin colorfully said. You don't even know how sad sister cried just a while ago, and kept begging him, but that man seemed to be very arrogant and manic. Why don't we follow and take a look? Zhao Yiming immediately understood and turned to the office, quickly bringing the car keys over and said, Aha! Chow Bin thought about it and nodded. Meeting the old friend in his hometown and seeing each other again. Living in such a poor life now, and having the ability to do so herself. The most important thing was that Chen Yue made her feel that she didn't hate it. If just now in the box, she had scratched her head as a so-called woman or as a classmate, wanting all sorts of favors, getting close and so on, then he would have been disgusted and lazy. Now I see that the other party should be encountered what difficult things, but also related to a small child. Xiaobin thought to help a little bit if you can help a little bit. Walked to the store door to see. Chen Yue in front of the cab stopped, just not far away. Zhao Yiming immediately drove up and followed. I can see that my own brother should have a crush on this chick. Zhao Yiming also had a number in his heart. I will not touch what a brother likes, but I'll do it for the ones my brother can't see. Like Chen Yue, such a plump and seductive mature woman. The first time to be a technician, without a semblance of foundation, Zhao Yiming was able to keep her. The meaning of this is very obvious. Don't worry about the red light, just run it. Seeing that the yellow light in front of him was only 3 seconds away, Zhao Yiming was ready to slow down, and Xiaobin said directly, "Aha." Zhao Yiming nodded and slammed on the gas. By this time the lateral green light vehicles hadn't reacted and their car went through, only to end up at a yellow light ending in red. Go pick a car tomorrow. Your car is too meaty. Is the SU7 okay? Xiaobin didn't expect to find another suitable reason to spend money this time. Hey, you are the boss. What you say is what? I do not pick anyway, certainly better than my broken car. Zhao Yiming said cheerfully. Now Xiaobin has a Lamborghini Poison is driven by Wang Yunyun. The Maybach S680 is still sitting at the hotel, which is for my oldest brother. He doesn't like driving much himself. I didn't find a suitable driver either, so I didn't know what car to buy for a while. So why not just get all the male friends around you a whole one, so that you have someone to drive whoever you're with later to save yourself the hassle of waiting until you find the right driver later on. About half an hour or so, the cab that Chen Yue took stopped in front of a guest house that just looked cheaper. Xiaobin also quickly got out of the car, and Zhao Yiming still had to drive the car to the parking lot next to him. By the time Xiaobin rushed to the location of the elevator, Chen Yue had already entered the elevator, and he could only wait outside, waiting for this elevator to show that it had stopped at the 9th floor. This is a total of only one elevator. Wait until he pressed the elevator down, he then went in, which before and after has been the past few minutes. Wait until he went up again. This corridor has no Chen Yue's figure, but luckily, not far ahead, he heard noisy sounds, among which was Chen Yue's voice. Please, will you? We have been divorced for 2 years. The house was also given to you. The deposit was also given to you. I only ask for the children to belong to me. What else do you want? I've given you all the money I've earned from my part-time job over the years. Are you still not a man? Now you even use the child to blackmail me. Chen Yue angrily scolded. Bitch, don't push me around. Don't you know if I'm a man or not? Anyway, if you don't give me the money, I won't give you the child, so you won't be able to see the child. But if you give me $200,000 now, I guarantee that this is the last time you'll see me. This is the last time you'll see me. I won't even show up in front of you from now on, and I definitely won't take the child. It's all about losing money. What do I think for? I just want the money. Another man's voice came over. The photo is also roughly clear. So it turns out that Chen Yue's ex-husband came over to mess things up. They've both been divorced for 2 or 3 years. At that time, Chen Yue gave her ex-husband her savings and house for the custody of her children, and she didn't expect him to shamelessly come over and ask for money. It seems that this man is really not a good thing, as Chen Yue said. A man who wants to use his children as blackmail to go towards his ex-wife for money is no longer simply scum. It's a disgrace to scum men. Xiaobin also did not rush, just now kicked the door in, stood in the doorway to listen. As long as it is Chen Yue's side does not eat any loss, it is not a big thing. He first took the cell phone to point the camera function, so that you can record the environment, but also can record the sound. When something did happen, he'd have a basis for rushing straight in first. Wang Tao, how dare you say that? Our divorce before the matter is not counted. Just after the divorce, this more than 2 years' time, you have taken how much money from here one after another? At least 780,000 it, ultimately are not all to you lost. Anyway, this time I will not give you a dime. The child I cannot give you. We will fight the lawsuit. I do not believe it. You such a gambler can still give you the opportunity to complain. Chen Yue's clear chiding voice came from inside. Ha! How many men out there are still bachelors now? Anyone over here letting their good daughter-in-law go and not gambling? How can you embarrass those lickspittles? You woman! I take your money as to give you face, told you. Today if you do not give me the money together, you will never want to see the child in this life. The lawsuit to fight your sister to fight, forced to be anxious, and then sold her, let you never find it again. Hearing the words of this man called Wang Tao, Xiaobin was all a bit angry. I've seen shameless ones. I've never seen such shameless ones. They even sell their own children for money. Such people simply don't deserve to be human. All of this happening here, Xiaobin recorded it clearly outside. With this, I believe that afterward for Chen Yue and Wang Tao too against the court absolutely have the benefit. As long as it's not one of those fairy judges. Now Chen Yue, who was inside, finally panicked and begged with a crying voice. Wang Tao, all my previous jobs have been messed up by you, and I've only just found a class, so where can I get the money? Please give Xiaobao back to me first, okay? Bitch, you think I'm talking to you for fun? You won't be able to see Bao without money today. You, how can you be like this? You quickly return Xiaobao to me, or I'll call the police right away. Chen Yuhui cried. Call the police if you want. So what? I'm the father of the child, right? I have the right to see the child, right? I have the right to take the child out to play? Even if you lock me up, can I be locked up inside for 3 or 5 days? Then you don't want to see Xiaobao again. 3 or 5 days I don't go back. He's probably starving to death. Jia. Wang Tao's inhuman voice came over. Call the police. 9th floor. 911. Zhao Bin quickly sent a message to Zhao Yiming at this time. Zhao Yiming quickly replied. Copy. It's not like he's some kind of cultivator giving a single person a single shot at several, if not dozens, of bad guys. Suppose the other side has help or weapons inside. He's on a roll right now, and it would be a bloody shame to plant him in this. It's safest to call the police. Wait a bit and then rush in if it really doesn't work. Chapter 96, Just a Small Dog? In the beginning, Zhao Bin might have just felt that he could help if he could in passing, but now that he heard this he felt a little heartbroken for this Chen Yuwei woman. Men are afraid of getting into the wrong line of work, and women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. It's a tragedy that you picked and chose to marry such a man. Wang Tao not only did not take the responsibility of supporting the family, but also kept squeezing the residual value from Chen Yuwei. This dog man is seizing this point, knowing that Chen Yuwei cannot give up the child, so Wang Tao has been using this point, constantly looking for Chen Yuwei to ask for money. Now a lot of fairies rely on their status as a woman to pick and choose, drink too much chicken soup, always think they are the ultimate beauty. The whole world of men are surrounded by them. This kind of woman is very easy to be cheated by scum, such as LV Ikuan, as well as later Zhao Bin. They are because of the love of vanity, cannot figure out their own value, such a scum scourge, and finally cried out in pain. Rubbing the edge is not half a heartache. Often brushed online to such a video, he will also give the comments to reply to a, deserved. Not so with Chen Yuwei. Inside the Chen Yuwei heard this shameless words of Wang Tao, can only obediently obey? Because she knows that this is absolutely able to do this thing. Begged for mercy, I now WeChat above only more than 4,000 yuan. Oh, there is also this too, 000 yuan in cash, which is already all my savings. I now all give you. Please give me back Xiaobao. Chen Yuwei held up her cell phone to show his cell phone balance and pulled out all of the 2,000 yuan in cash that Zhao Bin had just given inside her bag as well. She kept begging and pleading, thinking only of being able to give the baby back. You want to get rid of me with $6,000. Do you think I'm a beggar? No. You at least come up with another 50,000. Wang Tao first a hand to snatch the envelope, and then quickly descended to the cell phone inside the money is also transferred to their own WeChat above. But it is clear that it will not be satisfied with this. I really only have this much money left, nothing else at all. Now the rent on the landlord's side will be here in another week. When there's no money to pay me and Xiaobao will have no place to live. I really don't have any money. Please, when I get paid, I'll give it to you, okay? Her soft underbelly was being held by Wang Tao, so Chen Yuwei could only keep begging. Jia. Then first give me your payroll card. When the time comes to pay wages, the old man himself directly take. Wang Tao laughed wildly. This is my payroll card. The password is 12/8. Can you tell me where Xiaobao is now? Chen Yuwei hurriedly handed over the ICBC card that was in her bag. What's the hurry? It's only a few hours. Xiaobao is now safe and sound. Estimated to be sleeping soundly. The old man's hand is too bad these days. Lost a few days. You just happen to be here. Give the old man a good relaxation. Finished. I'll take you to look for Xiaobao. Wang Tao looked at Chen Yuwei now wearing that set of foot bath store uniform. Very sexy. Instantly lustful heart. Get lost. You don't even think about it. Chen Yuhui shouted angrily. Brain, just think about what happened. You can still run away? Stinking gave you face. Jia. Wang Tao a face of excitement. Asterisk. Roll away. Chen Yuwei grabbed the pillow on the bed and threw it over, trying to stop Wang Tao. But sadly, it's all for naught. Get out. This year's screams. Zhao Bin, who was outside, could no longer hear them this time. Now that the door to the room was unlocked, all he could do was take 2 steps backward, and with a burst of assisted running, he kicked the door where it was locked. Boo. Okay. These cheap guest houses that cost tens of dollars a day have mediocre quality doors. One kick had him kicking the door down. Zhao Bin walked in. With his left hand still holding up his cell phone, He saw that a thin man was pressing down on Chen Yuwei's body, and his hand was still tearing her clothes. The man looked to be in his 30s, but was very thin and sharp-tongued. The height is estimated to be no more than 1 meter 6. The weight is barely 100 pounds, and the face is waxen and yellow, and it looks like a fine dog. A quick glance towards the side restroom showed no one else. This reassured Xiao Bin. It's just a small dog. He can handle it easily. This man is Chen Yuwei's ex-husband, the fine dog Wang Tao. This movement naturally also startled Wang Tao, who was in a horny mood at this time. The spermatozoa got off the bed, grabbed an ashtray next to him and pointed at Xiao Bin and cursed. Where did the little guy come from? Doing bad things to the old man. Sighed looking at lying on the bed. Tearful Chen Yuwei will be triple folding cell phone casually thrown to the side of the other bed, grabbed the chair next to it, violently towards Wang Tao, head smashed over. Ah! A scream. The force was so hard that the chair was in pieces in his hands. Not to mention Wang Tao. This guy was directly smashed, fainted dead on the ground. It did not take long to see his brain above the blood began to soar out. Xiao Bin walked forward and helped the terrified Chen Yuwei up, asking with concern, Yuwei, is everything alright? Chen, a moment at this time also see clearly, rushed in to save their own people, actually as their junior high school classmates as well as the current boss. Xiao Bin froze for a few seconds. After hearing the others' concerned words, the aggression that had been suppressed in his heart was completely strained at this moment. Without much thought, he directly fell into Xiao Bin's arms at once, wrapped his arms around his shoulders, and bawled his eyes out. Beauty. Crying doesn't sound so good either. Chapter 97. Living in a small mountain village and growing up with a poor family, all financial support in the family during that period was skewed in favor of the male brother. So, after junior high school, Chen Yuwei had to work in a factory to earn money to support her family, and every month's income in addition to a little bit of living expenses, all the other to parents. For example, this month in the factory total income to hand wages of 1,000 yuan, at most left a 200 yuan living expenses, the remaining 800 to parents. Just worked part-time for a couple years and got to about 19. The family is tightly drummed in the arrangements for him, a variety of blind date. In fact, in the mountain village, parents for the child's future marriage basically rarely consider what character issues are felt to be a place of knowledge. As long as they can come up with their satisfaction of the dowry, that will be able to do. In fact, it's the so-called know-it-alls that are the biggest scam of all. You don't always know what a person's nature is, even if he is a blood brother, even if he is your child, because people know how to disguise themselves the best. And at that time Chen Yuwei simply did not dare to rebel against the wishes of her parents, so she married in such a confused manner. Not long after their marriage, they went with her husband, Wang Tao, to work on screws at the Dongguang factory. As far as people like Wang Tao are concerned, they soon exposed their nature outside, knowing all day long to eat, drink, whore and gamble, and not saving any money at all. The days are tight. So many years. Chen Yuwei also suffered a lot of aggression, and this is to drum up the courage to divorce him. Originally thought it would be better after the divorce, but these 2 years were also tossed by Wang Tao. The days were tight. Many times she wanted to die. If not because there is a small treasure, she really cannot insist. It had been suppressed for too long, for so many years, and at this moment, after receiving Xiao Bin's concern, he could not control it at once. It was only after several minutes that Chen Yuwei's emotions slowly calmed down a little. It was then that she was found hugging her old classmate and flopping down inside someone else's chest, even to the point of crying all over his one white shirt. Tear marks, powder marks, lipstick marks. He blushed and let go in a hurry, and this time Xiao Bin also slowly reacted. Immediately felt a burst of internal fire rising, because at this time Chen Yuwei body clothes were just Wang Tao, a burst of tearing. Basically just barely this 1/3 it. Looking down from such a high position at once, the breathing was quite thick, and could not help but roll the knot in his throat a little. Hastily getting up, he brought those 2 white bath towels from the side restroom and covered Chen Yuwei's body. Covering her body, Chen Yuwei also just realized that the white shirt and thin hip skirt on her body had basically been torn almost to pieces, then just now must have been seen by her old classmates as well. And suddenly a red cloud brushed over, tightening the towel around her body. She said shyly, "Thanks, thanks." Finally, he also saw his ex-husband Wang Tao, who was lying on the ground, unconscious and constantly nourishing blood. Look at this situation. It is estimated to be Ga. Chen Yuwei, face nervous, looked around, and then the bed surfaced Xiao Bin's that cell phone pickup, stuffed into Xiao Bin's hand inside, anxious and panicked to push him outside. "Bin, you hurry up and leave this place, as if it has never come here." Xiao Bin froze for a moment, not expecting this woman to react like this. "Yuwei is fine. I'm not that powerful to kill someone in one go, but if we don't send it to be saved now, we'll probably bleed to death soon." Chao Bin hadn't slammed into that chair just to instantly someone's brains out. Chao Bin stooped down and snapped 2 slaps over this little fine dog's neck, shouting as he did so, "Dog! Wake up! These slaps down!" Wang Tao woke up quickly. Q. Female. Opened his eyes to see Chao Bin subconsciously directly burst foul mouth. Only mom word shouted half to see this young man's eyes in the middle of the killing machine. Suddenly did not dare to swear. Trash like this. If you wanna put him in jail, he'll be out in 10 days and half a month at most. The so-called law won't be of much use to them. But it's even worse to beat him to death. A man who crushes women by crushing them. By crushing his own wife. He crushes nothing down. Even to the point of saying that this dog is trying to make money by selling his children. In the end it's all because he's a good gambler. As the saying goes, gambling dogs are not to be sympathized with. And there is not a single word out of a gambling dog's mouth that is trustworthy. Let alone this kind of perennial gambling dog. Chao Bin took a closer look. The guy obviously didn't feel right. This thinness was a bit too much. He picked it up directly and casually. And it felt like it was only 80 or 90 pounds. And 80 or 90 pounds for a grown man is a bit outrageous. If Chen Yuhui couldn't draw a line with this man, sooner or later, she would still be dragged down by him. A gambling dog, he has no money. He tries to get money. He can only get it from the easiest place. He can only go and bully Chen Yuhui and his children. Don't find a way to this dog up. Better to contract another chronic terminal disease. Of course, the premise is that you can't stay in the country. Staying in the country is all dangerous for Chen Yuhui. After thinking about it, Chao Bin soon had a solution. Just at this time, Wang Tao also slowly came back to God. She looked at the guy in front of her, white and clean, wearing clothes to see the material should be not cheap. The moment was not so frightening. Rich people are more afraid of death. Then he immediately cursed loudly. That little even dared to hit me. Do you know where I mix? Tell you. This is not finished today. With that, he took 2 steps back with his cell phone and tapped on the video function, shooting at both Chao Bin and Chen Yuhui, cursing non-stop as he slapped it. I said you this stinking used to always make a fuss about divorcing me, and then moved from the original place to this mountainous area of Shu. You this dog day turned out to be for this wild man. You wait for me. This is not over. Who is it? That's it. It's not that easy to get rid of me. While saying that, he started to call and invite people. Like their kind of people usually have no serious work, but there are definitely a lot of fox friends. For the sake of a little favor, these betting dogs are capable of seeing all sorts of things that will make your eyes drop. Who does not say that Chao Bin is afraid of not being afraid of this kind of thing? But it can't stand stupidly and give himself trouble. Right, the principle of the happy person's avoidance is to not let these disgusting things have the possibility of happening. With that, Chao Bin stepped forward and snatched his cell phone. Wang Tao wanted to resist, but a small thin dog like him can only bully and bully women. Chao Bin stepped on his palms and held him down on the ground, asking in a ferocious tone, "Still know where he is? Say it and suffer less. Say your moms say, if you have the ability, you can kill me." Wang Tao was still bleeding on the top of his head, but the disease of miserliness had broken out, and he didn't wimp out. Crunch! Chao Bin picked up the nearby chair that had just broken in half and directly smashed it onto Wang Tao's thigh. Ah! Wang Tao let out a miserable scream. Then he saw that the young man had actually stabbed the sharp part of the broken chair leg into his thigh. A sharp pain came, scaring Wang Tao to pee his pants on the spot. "If you don't say it again, I'll tell you to blow your second leg right off." Chao Bin spoke in an unsettled tone, as if he was talking about a very common thing. But as his right hand twisted the chair leg that was lodged in the flesh, Wang Tao was really scared. I didn't realize that this rich man was also so ruthless in his strikes. And at the side, Chen Yuhui was also shocked by the scene just now, especially Chao Bin's ruthless strike just now. Chapter 98 is a little awkward. Chen Yuhui thought inside her heart, what exactly did her old classmate rely on? Even become a big boss? Remember in the teenage years he was still very sunny. Chen Yuhui reacted only after a while, and hurriedly went up to stop him. She was afraid that Chao Bin would strike too hard later, and if he killed Wang Tao, it would be troublesome. She didn't want Chao Bin to be ruined because of himself. She was both moved and scared. Fortunately, at this time Wang Tao finally conceded, and hurriedly opened his mouth and kept begging for mercy. "I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, don't fight anymore. Xiaoba was hidden by me inside my old hometown Wang Hu's house." Chao Bin turned his head to look at Chen Yuhui and asked, "Do you know this Wang Hu? Got his phone number?" Chen Yuhui immediately nodded her head, hurriedly rummaging out her cell phone from inside her bag, while saying, recognize, one of our villages. I'll call him now." Hearing her say that she knew Chao Bin, that's when she stopped. Then 2 minutes later it was determined that the child was indeed on Wang Hu's side, and Chen Yuhui also said to Wang Hu that he should wait for her there, and wait a little while to go and pick up Xiaobao and come back. After the phone hung up, that's when a series of footsteps were heard outside. Finally, Zhao Yiming was seen trotting over with a man in a suit in a burst. It didn't take long for a couple more JCs to show up. People are injured. A head of blood. Naturally, after the investigation, Xiao Bin will be recorded before the video submitted to the uncle. After the instructions in Chen Yuwei, they simply sign a word and end. After all, this time also have to go to look for the child. The rest of the things Xiao Bin handed over to Zhao Yiming, but it was only at this time that the left side realized that the person next to Zhao Yiming was actually a lawyer. You can count on your old classmates. Negotiating on my uncle's side just now would have saved me a lot of trouble. In the car, Xiao Bin sent a Weibo to Zhao Yiming. Over there, if he cannot be convicted of any crime, he will not be held accountable. Pay him bail and bring him out. Bring him out to the hospital to medical treatment. Cure. Find a way to get this to foreign countries. He is not like women. Go outside and find a woman with AIDS to keep him company for a few days. Zhao Yiming, nah, said Xiao Bin as he transferred $1 million to Zhao Yiming. Don't be afraid to spend money. Zhao Yiming, roger that. Cab. The sadness on Chen Yuwei's face calmed down quite a bit as she turned her head to look at Xiao Bin and said gratefully, "Thank you so much for today. By the way, how did you get over here? When you called, Shinko Xin heard that everyone was concerned about you, so I followed over to take a look. You also don't take it to heart. They are all old folks who can help. Naturally, they can't let this scum bully you." Chen Yuwei's large Kazran eyes were touched. "If you hadn't come over today, I might." "Hey, it's fine. It'll all pass." Xiao Bin could only pacify, and also hope that Zhao Yiming's side would be smoother and faster. It didn't take them long to get to a nearby town and country. Not long after Chen Yuhui went up, she came out with a child in her arms. The little child looked 3 or 4 years old. A little girl doll at first glance, but now she was asleep. Xiao Bin then told the driver of the special car to turn around and go in the direction of Chen Yui's house. Originally yesterday, he thought it would be fine to let them go back on their own, but Chen Yui whispered to him that she now had too many torn places in this dress. Just came out, just from the hotel over wrapped in that bath towel and then came out to Wang Hu's house, draped in a simple little jacket. She had some uneasiness and wanted Xiao Bin to accompany her back for a bit. Xiao Bin took a look at it yesterday. Indeed, now that Chen Yui is styled like this, a man would look at it a few more times, right? To meet a few colorful ones, it's really a troublesome thing, and eventually followed her back. When she arrived at Chen Yui's home, she first put Xiao Bao in the bedroom and covered her up so that she could continue to sleep in the bedroom. When she came out again, Chen Yui suddenly said to Xiao Bin, "Take off your clothes." "Ha?" Xiao Bin froze for a moment. "What's going on? Is this the way to say thank you? Now that you've brought it up, I'm still refusing. Isn't that disrespectful?" So Xiao Bin began to neatly unbutton his shirt, then quickly unbuckled his belt, and with a brush his pants fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Chen Yui let out a small scream, and then quickly covered her eyes, her face red. She knew that what she had just said had caused a misunderstanding, and hurriedly explained, "I mean what I said. You take off your clothes and I'll wash them for you. Look at all the blood and water on them. It's a bit oozing to look at." Xiao Bin, oh, indeed, when he punched Wang Tao just now, this white shirt on Xiao Bin was stained with a lot of blood. After Chen Yui finished speaking, she quickly returned to the bedroom inside, and soon came out with a long nightgown in her hand. But this nightgown was obviously a female model. "It's still purple. I don't have men's clothes at home. Only this pajamas you should be able to wear. You put it on first to make do. You go to the restroom to take a shower, just in time for me to help you wash your clothes." Chen Yui reddened and handed over the pajamas in her hand. "It's a little embarrassing." Xiao Bin didn't realize that he had misunderstood and thought of someone else as a woman like that, so he quickly waved his hand and refused. No, I'll just take it home and wash it later. I had plans for the evening anyway, so I was sure to change. So I was ready to go back to the store for a bit and just change into a different set of clothes." But Chen Yui immediately put on a look like "You are not disgusted. What's the matter now, so timid? What are you afraid of?" "I'm not even afraid in my house." "But you're still afraid. Moreover, you are wearing this blood-stained clothes. When you go out and other people see you, they still don't know what has happened. It's very fast. After you take a shower and wash your clothes, put them in the washing machine and dry them. It'll be ready in half an hour at the most." In the end, all I could do was helplessly reach out and take this purple nightgown. After that, Chen Yui turned around and left with a smile, saying with a smile as she walked, "Hurry up and go wash it. I'm hungry too. I'll go down later and have some noodles for dinner. Do you eat? The rating is so low. Can you help to go to the book homepage? Details page to a 5-star praise? I kowtow to all the righteous fathers." Chapter 99, Sugar's Demands, 2 chapters in 1. It seems that there are big brothers do not like similar episodes. Wait for this girl to get done on then don't rush. I'll be quick. Bear with me. In the past, He was used to serving Lu Tingting, and in the past few days, when he had money and was also used to making arrangements as he went along, Chaobin would surprisingly be in some kind of trance. Just walked into the restroom without realizing it. Into the inside this only reacted. Looking at the hands of this purple pajamas, facing some helpless, hey, what's going on? Getting serious. But he didn't dwell on that aspect of the thing. I'm here, and I'm really uncomfortable with blood on me, so I'll just wash up. You're a big man and you're afraid of a woman. It's easy to be a scumbag. Just take your pants off. Subsequent to the rapid start rinsing. Men, bathing is a very pleasant thing. Always feel able to wash away the body's dirty things. Rinse are comfortable. Chen Yue rented this house is not big. The restroom is naturally not much. Chaobin, a big tall man standing inside, will feel crowded. Just at this time he found a small set of black clothes hanging above the shelf next to the mirror. In time it made the corner of his eye jump and he turned his head away. Isn't this messing with my morals? After looking down, after that Chaobin thought about it, either call Wang Yunyun to come over tonight or call Wu Xiumei to come up. I'm a bit weak in resistance now. How can I do this casually? This time in the whimsical. Soon after the rinse, wrapped in this pajamas came out. You do not say. This woman's things is a light fragrance. This scent is very different from the perfumed ones. It's light, but it smells that way. Walking out of the restroom, Chaobin saw that Chen Yue was busy in the kitchen at the moment. Hearing the commotion over here, Chen Yue also turned her head and spoke to him. Go sit on the sofa and wait for me for a while. The noodles for you will be ready soon. It's not a delicacy. Just smell the faint smoke. Chaobin actually feel a little hungry. Did not refuse, nodded and sat on the side of the sofa above. Take your cell phone and send a message to Zhao Yiming first. How's it going over there? Zhao Yiming, I just discussed this with my lawyer. Even if it can be criminalized as a forced J, it will only be out in a few years. As you said, we'll bail him out first, so the evidence won't be provided. Wait and take him to the hospital. Just say it's our side's fault. Compensate him, give him money. This kid is having fun right now. Deliberately coaxed him, but also called him too little sister, accompanied him as more than a little bit of opinion. And now estimated that the heart is thinking about waiting a moment to give him compensation for 1 million it. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, will arrange a place for him to live. By then mixed with 2 biochemical chickens. And finally let this biochemical sister take him along to travel to the African side of to the side to find a way to give all 3 of them all made black. They can never come back. Chaobin, what about this? Just tell me how much you need. Zhao Yiming, nah. After a while, Chen Yue came over with a big bowl full of scallion oil noodles. See how my handiwork feels? Aha. Chaobin put down his cell phone and nodded. Maybe he had eaten too much oil and meat in the past few days. This time this simple bowl of noodles instead made him have a big appetite. A bit. Just a few more days of enjoyment. To think that you want to be a vegetarian. Chaobin was all a bit speechless. And this time Chen Yue cleaned up the kitchen. Went to clean up the restroom. This restroom water is not very good. After the bath does not give the water to sweep a sweep. Then the whole kitchen is wet. It will take a long time to dry. She had just picked up her broom when she saw that she was hanging as now a few pieces of clothing. For a moment Chen Yue felt that her face was hot. Her body was a bit fluffy and soft. Thinking that these clothes, that Chaobin did not all see clearly? A bowl of noodles takes just 2 or 3 minutes for a normal man to resolve. After eating the noodles, Chaobin habitually lit a cigarette and lay on top of the sofa as an after-dinner god. This house of hers is not big. Estimated top 50 or 60 square feet. It is not large, but dry and clean, and arranged very elegant. It seems to be a normal living family. A lot of places are light green, or let a person comfortable. Just as he was surveying, a budding voice came from inside the bedroom. Mommy, it's Chen Yue's little treasure. Chaobin looked at the restroom and closed the door. Probably busy or inconvenient. Chaobin then got up and walked towards the bedroom. Pushing open the bedroom door, he was able to smell the faint fragrance of this inside. While on the bed, a small baby was holding a furry toy and shouting for his mom. When she saw Chaobin walk in, the little child stopped shouting and just opened her big eyes, sizing up Chaobin carefully. Chaobin, on the other hand, smiled and walked over to talk to her. Your mom is busy right now. Let me play with you for a while, okay? Who are you, brother? Why are you in my house? I'm friends with your mama, and you can't call me brother. You have to call me uncle. Ha, where do you look like an uncle? You are the older brother. The little nymphet's crooked head said with some confusion. That voice milky. Okay, brother is brother. What's your name? How old are you? My name is Sugar and I'm 4 years old. Chaobin also couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and came to the bedside to pick up that little ninny. The children who are dressed as if they were porcelain dolls, especially Nikki, can be inviting. And at this time in the restroom after busy work, also their own by the way, took a shower, Chen Yue. At this time holding Chaobin's clothes from the restroom came out. As soon as he opened the door, heard the daughter and Xiaobin, two people in the bedroom, playful sound. His heart and mind couldn't help but tremble, and his footsteps lightened a few points. He came to the bedroom door and watched from the doorway as Xiaobin held his family's little treasure and entertained her. And it was also possible to see that Bo was very happy. It had been almost a month or so since Bo had giggled like he did today. The beginning of the month was also the first time Bo went to kindergarten, and she was originally very excited to go there. But a few days later she came back and asked Chen Yue out of the blue. Said all the other kids had moms and dads, but she didn't. She wants a daddy too. This sentence made Chen Yue quite ashamed, and seeing such a cozy scene at this moment made her unable to help but go into a bit of a trance. If his own man is not Wang Tao, that is Xiaobin, that how good it is. But soon, she couldn't help but want to scold herself. Chen Yue, what right do you have? Xiaobin is now a big boss with a successful career, and you are already a divorced woman with a baby. Sighing softly, pushing the idea that suddenly popped up in her mind away quickly, Chen Yue then walked towards the bedroom. I didn't realize that at this time, Xiaobao suddenly said to Xiaobin, I don't want to call you brother, so can you be Sweetie's father? When I was in kindergarten, every kid in there had a father, but Sweetie didn't. Sweetie also wants a father. Brother Aubin, will you be my father? Chen Yue, who had just walked in, instantly had her body tremble, thinking that it is really bad for her daughter to shout at her father in such a disorderly manner. Chen Yue wanted to go on to teach her properly not to shout, but then she slowed down a few steps. At this time Chen Yue was eager to hear how Xiaobin answered Xiaobao's question. At this moment, this little nymph's sudden request did not only make Chen Yue, who was outside the door, startled, but even Xiaobin, who was just hugging and teasing her, was so frightened that he almost wanted to throw her out of his hands. A little help with relief is fine, but you're asking me to be your father. That's definitely out of the question. As a Xiaobin who is motivated to become a super invincible scum in the future, to cement the sealed heart. At this time, after seeing the small children's clean and clear big eyes, the words that came to his mouth, he couldn't bear to say it again. Forget it, slag a little on women over 20, slag a little, be as shameless as you want, but coax this little kid who's only a few years old if you can. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xiaobin smiled and said, yes, then I'll be Sweetie's father from now on. Oh yeah, great. So happy to have blah 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 every day from now on too. This time the little niece bounced even more inside Xiaobin's embrace, bouncing and turning her head. She also saw Chen Yue standing in the doorway at this time, excitedly waving her little hand and shouting, Mom, come on, Sweetie has a dad now too. Just a little kid of about 4 years old. How does she know how important this one title is for an adult? Anyway, she just feels happy now that she has one more thing that everyone else has. Xiaobin's face was a little embarrassed when he heard the little ninny shouting for her mother, and turning his head he saw Chen Yue walk in, thinking that the conversation just now must have been overheard by others. It made it seem like he was craving someone's body and starting with their daughter first. Pick up tips. If she is new to the world, you will take her to enjoy all the world's splendor. If she's seen it all, you'll take her on a merry-go-round. If she's divorced with a baby, you take care of his baby. To be honest, for Chen Yue he hadn't gotten to the point of silkworms yet, which was why it was a bit awkward. As for the current Chen Yue, after hearing the two of them talk, her heart was happy and being touched. When she suddenly saw Xiaobin's eyes, her face suddenly became hot and flushed with a scarlet red. Xiaobin thought it was better to explain that he was not. However, before she could finish her words, Chen Yue spoke up instead. I know, thank you anyway. Success. As long as there was no misunderstanding, Xiaobin was then ready to get up and go change his clothes and leave quickly. I didn't realize that this time Sugar wouldn't want to. Just had a father crying and fussing, just didn't want Xiaobin to go. And also pulled Xiaobin's arm and said, people's nights are all about mommy and daddy sleeping with their babies. I want them at night too. Why? Xiaobin will actually feel a joy in his heart. Not for nothing as a father children know how to repay but obviously unrealistic he has not livestock to that point. The main thing is that tonight he has a date with Mr. Lu, Mr. Ho, Mr. Shin and them. You can't hold up your brother's party because of a woman. But he really didn't have any experience in coaxing children, so he could only look at Chen Yue, who was beside him, for help. Chen Yue blushed even more red at this time, even to the point of lowering her head to tell him a sentence. If you want to be fine, just stay here tonight, just as a companion to accompany Sweet. I don't want her to just have a father to be knocked back to her original form at night. If you were to say anything else, it would be okay to refute it a bit, but when she used the little friend as a reason, Xiaobin really didn't know how to refute it. Xiaobin could only go up and pull Chen Yue to the next living room seat, whispering, if it were usual it would still be fine, tonight I have a social engagement. Let's wait a bit to put him to sleep. I'll leave when she's asleep. Hearing these words, Zhenyu Hui's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. But people have been kind enough to help this far. Yeah. The last two just played with sugar. In the past, when he was in his hometown, there were quite a lot of children in the countryside. And as a college student with the highest diploma, Xiaobin used to have a lot of children looking for him every day, asking him to go and tell them stories. So these are hard to beat. Pick something random that the kids can understand now and tell her a story. It didn't take long to put her to sleep. And originally next to Chen Yuhui's surface above is also listening to the story. But the eyes often steal a glance at Xiaobin, looking at him so seriously. And look at their own daughter. The happy smile. The heart is very solid. It's been quite a difficult few years for her to raise her children and earn money to support her family. The main thing was to always be on guard against this guy Wang Tao. I don't know where I work. I know how much I get paid each month. I know when I get paid. And I come and wait as soon as it's payday. It's pretty tough to live on just a little bit of money each month. And she feels very guilty about her daughter. Looking at such a cozy sight at this point, she hadn't been as peaceful as she was today in a long time. And just without realizing it she too fell asleep. The fact that a grown woman is able to sleep next to a grown man and sleep in a relaxed manner shows that he trusts you as a man. Xiaobin felt that something was wrong as he spoke. And both of them had actually fallen asleep. Couldn't help but laugh. Finally, you can pull out when you're done. Just then all of a sudden Chen Yuhui rolled over. Loose pajamas unfolded. The quiet setting. The cozy scene. The tantalizing aroma. Plus such a wonderful picture. This caused Xiaobin to immediately feel a rising internal fire. One couldn't look any further. If one looked any further, Xiaobin really wasn't sure that he was sure and could control himself. Hurriedly and quickly, he got up. Gingerly, he took his clothes to the living room and put them on. Then took his cell phone and left. It wasn't until he breathed in the outside air that Xiaobin eased up a bit. How is it that I have so little control now? Almost couldn't even top it. In a hurry, he took out his cell phone and sent a Weibo to Wang Yunyun. Got any stockings? What's wrong? Suddenly you want to tear off. Where? See the positioning? Get over here. In the car? There's too little room. Don't bull ********. It's going to blow up. Oh, 2 chapters together today. I'm not writing this plot. It's quite tiring. So I'll just do the whole other one tomorrow. Chapter 100. Lu Bo doesn't have enough money. As it turns out, the suspension on this $40+ million Lamborghini Poison is still very good. Stretchy. And no rattling noise. Xiaobin got out of the car satisfied. And in the passenger side, Wang Yunyun was dripping with fragrant sweat. The meticulously prepared Parisian house is also shattered. Wipe yourself. Standing outside the car smoking a cigarette and blowing in the wind, the dry heat as well as the sweat on his body slowly dissipated. Only then did he rejoin the main driver looking at Wang Yunyun with a grimace on his face. What? Bad guy. What kind of excitement is this? So crazy? Wang Yunyun pouted. It's only been a year since I graduated from college and I haven't been in any relationships. But there's so much pushback on this from swiping short videos all year round. Anyone who is not stupid is able to learn a lot on the net. Wang Yunyun knows too well what type of men like. Youthful and cute? Lively and cheerful? Sexy black silk? None of it's really right. It's Thai. Especially the kind that looks very horse-forked buggy on the surface. But in reality you can't get it to work anymore if you try everything. There's a classic lyric, what you can't have is always in motion. That's what killed White Moonlight. What about when White Moonlight gets eaten? What can you do? One can only ever stay fresh, stay active, and stay a forked horsebug. These few days Wang Yunyun was having a very comfortable time, driving more than 40 million Lamborghini Poison. After the road, no one dares to go with him to the traffic jam anymore. To the unit after even the boss is polite to her. And there is even less collusion between colleagues. After that, Xiaobin sent him several red envelopes one after another. 30, 000, 50, 000, 80, 000 have. Last night he wore a Parisian house stockings himself, casually took a picture to Xiaobin. The result is that directly to him to turn 38,800,000. She had her student loans paid off anyway, not that she was that bad off personally. It's just that with a younger brother in college at home, there's pressure on his parents' side, so he transferred $500,000 to them all at once. It basically takes care of all the expenses in the house too. In the middle of life or watching short videos online, you will often find 200, 000, 500, 000. Many people they do not see, think it is a small amount of money, but in fact, a family in the absence of a major illness or disaster, 500, 000 is absolutely able to instantly change a family's life situation. For example, Wang Yunyun now has this 500, 000 inside the family. Her brother's living expenses for the next few years, and even the down payment for the house after graduation in the future is enough. All the pressure of his parents are completely solved. It's true that I was stimulated a little bit. I wanted to be a chattel, but it turns out that I actually found myself with a trace of goodwill. Chaobin's big eyes flashed in his mind as Sweetie's little ninny's eyes. If it wasn't for this little ninny, even if the bedroom was inconvenient, even if it was in the living room, kitchen, or hallway, he would have eaten Cheng Yue. To others do not tolerate. To me so livestock make force right? After wiping clean will be a large pile of paper towels, wet wipes to the side of a small garbage bag inside. To carry out, clothes are also cleaned up neatly. Wang Yunyun towards the side of the trash can. A hard whack on the broad shoulder before he left. It seemed to be countering the powerlessness of earlier. Ha ha. Made it seem like you were unhappy just now. Chaobin laughed out loud. Wang Yunyun let out a pout and her face turned even redder. Dead man. Well, I have plans for the evening. Are you still weak in this leg? If not, I'll drive you back first. Chaobin asked as he grabbed her small hand and squeezed it. No need. It's almost done. Which field is bad? Only the ox is exhausted. Wang Yunyun grunted as if she was fighting back, proving again and again that it wasn't her who was in a sorry state just now. Ha ha. That into you drive back by yourself. Be careful and send me a message when you arrive home. Chaobin was happy. Snap. A crisp ringing sound. It was heavily slapped by Chaobin. Aya. Wang Yunyun looked left and right to make sure that there was really no one in this place, and only then she glared at him with 1,000 charming glances. Jia Jia. Chaobin let out a strange laugh. He had wanted to learn from that Wang Tao, but it turned out that he didn't get the essence, and a little nauseous. Let's go Wang Yunyun then went into the cab. A roar followed, quickly leaving the isolated parking lot. It's so much easier to unload all your worries at once. With a cigarette in his mouth, unhurriedly, he walked towards the outside of the parking lot. Looking at the map, there were actually more than 10 kilometers away from the location Er Gou had sent over, but he didn't want Wang Yunyun to send him there. In the future, every person he met in each circle should be inside a separate circle, meaning of course that these women of his try not to cross paths. Originally life is for pleasure in order to cool, always cannot let the woman mix too much. Once the woman gathered together, there will always be some annoying things, even make some chicken fly things, that is to destroy the mood. Of course, he'd try not to reuse it too much in the future regarding women. To learn from Lu Bo. This Reek has changed now and is starting to specialize. Thinking of Lu Bo, he was not in a hurry to take a taxi, and with a cigarette in his mouth he gave the guy a call. Men, afterward, as in the Buddha period, are at their clearest in the head. Right now, Chaobin felt that the most important thing was still to get money, when there was more money to a certain extent. At the moment that 700 million still leaves him with little security. Dry what nothing less call. Martyr old son a day late busy dead, but also for you to wipe your ass. The phone had just been connected, and a rather grumpy voice came from Lu Bo's side. Chaobin was amused. What's wrong? What else? Did you throw away the little girl after playing with her? People have found me here. That crying that called miserable no way. I have left the dishes do not help here today to go to accompany her. Causing the old man tonight is estimated to use the hand. Lu Bo sprayed over there. It's by CJ. Mr. White. Chaobin didn't care about her. So it's because of this simple. I'll call you to shout a few more. Are two enough? Lu Bo, ******Q. I'm the one with a girlfriend now. Chaobin. How's it going over there now? Is there enough money? Not bad. I have now talked to a herbal factory, signed several agreements with them, and let their boss legal person to go to the notary office to do a notarization. After the relevant herbs wants the fake goods, they have to compensate me 100 times. And every time out of the goods is not the first time to me, but first sent to the third-party testing agency, the testing agency to determine that it is the real material, and then sent to my side. The testing out organization is also liable. Speaking of career aspects, Lu Bo's tone is obviously much better, and a lot more serious. That's the case. We need to pay the full amount directly for each order, without any final payment. The other boss said they will definitely provide the real material, but certainly not take the risk. The money must be in place. This makes our investment a lot bigger. Lu Bo let out a long sigh and said, if we want this spiritual liquid to be effective we have to ensure the authenticity of the herbs. But to ensure this authenticity of the herbs we need to spend more. It is obvious that Lu Bo was very confident in this venture of his. In this recipe of medicinal wine in his hand. Sounds like there's not enough money to go around? What the? Chaobin instantly came to life. Chapter 101, Seeing Shen Xiao. You have the right idea. In order to give himself the right to go for the money, Chaobin also cleared his throat to make his tone a bit more formal as well, and continued, the core of this product of ours is to be effective, And the prerequisite to ensure effectiveness is the authenticity of these medicinal herbs. It's fine for us to sell it more expensive in the future, but it can't be fake. So to this aspect, just follow what you said. The money is not enough, it's fine. I'll transfer $5 million to you later. Just remember one thing. You must guarantee the authenticity of this thing. I didn't expect Lu Bo's side to be silent for a while after the sentence was said. Okay, I understand. Lu Bo continued. Marred. Originally lousy, create a business passionate. You so messed up lousy, very stressful. Accidentally have spent your 10 million. There is a gross pressure. I will tell you plainly now. Before in college when I played the virtual coins. You know it, right? There was a period of time I forgot. Some time ago, I remembered. Found the key. Logged in to see, found that I actually have 105. And then more than 600. 000 was sold. To the hands of more than 70 million. I took out 20 million to speculate on the stock market. Just to bet on my luck. And I didn't expect it to multiply 10 times. After that statement, there was another several seconds of silence on the other side. This was a more perfect explanation that suddenly occurred to Chaobin just now in the aftermath. It's true that hindsight is as holy as the Buddha, and the thoughts inside your head are as reasonable as they come. Actually, it was Big Brother in the comments section who said that. TMD, what do you mean now? Don't tell me that you are now worth more than 2 small goals, Lu Bo said excitedly. Aha, Chaobin replied. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No, damn, cause me these nights always cannot sleep. The pressure is very big. Engaged in a number of times the dishes have opinions. Said my recent combat effectiveness how to decline? And also more with her. All you he code harm. Compensate me. 5 million is not enough. Turn 10 million over. There is this money I may let go to do. You can rest assured. I will never let you lose. Lu Bo said. Chaobin. But on second thought it is normal. If it is Lu Bo suddenly gave himself a few million to start his own business. He himself must have died of sorrow in order to live up to the hopes of his good brother. Okay, got it. I'll go turn it around for you right away. This batch of already brewed medicinal wine left me a little bit. A few friends I'm looking for in a few days are going to need it. Okay, Master. Just don't worry. This jar of the best herbs, from today onwards, will all be reserved for Master. Lu Bo's side said with a cheap swish. After the phone hung up, Chaobin then immediately transferred $10 million to Chaobin's account. By this time the virtual panel had surfaced before his eyes. Spend 10 million for good brother Lu Bo. 100 times return 1 billion. Cool. Chaobin was in a better mood when he made a note of it. Casually stopped a cab. According to the address sent by Lu Ikuan to let the driver go over. Half an hour later to the location. The code meter shows $31. Chaobin directly paid 99. In a burst of thanks from the cab driver. This location is kinda remote. Junction of Lakeshore and Chaohu Lake. What used to be a place where dogs don't come, is now a new district. And I hear the prices are outrageous. Chaobin had been here a few times before and actually didn't quite understand why someone would pay such a high price for a house over here. Just because of the proximity to the lake? 0551 High Pavilion. See the side display screen above the business content, luxury car rental, luxury car sales, luxury car repair, luxury car modification, racing, diving, brave no man's land, skydiving. Looking at the general content of this, it should be an entertainment collection place that Mr. Ho had engaged in, as Xin Xiao had said to him earlier. Last time Xin Xiao told him that this place that Mr. Ho had gotten is still under construction and is nearing completion. It seems that today is barely usable. Is that this paint odor is still relatively serious? Even in the open area can be smelled. Getting out of the car and lighting a cigarette and looking around at the surroundings. The range was just pretty big with a go-kart track next to it. A large open space in the distance. Also surrounded by a fence with the name of the store in front of them. Listening to the incessant roar of the engine inside. Guessing that it is also a racetrack. Only this big iron gate was closed. And as Chao Ping was about to call Lu Ikuan to come and pick himself up, there was a sharp sound of brakes beside him. And a black Mercedes-Benz stopped beside him. Mercedes E300. The car door then opened. A grumpy voice. Brat, you want to play casually can? I wait a moment to give you 500. 000. You directly charge the card casually you play. But remember not to invest. The old man of the dog said that this point of family property sooner or later for you to lose all. Hearing this voice, Chaobin felt familiar and turned his head to look. Hey, true acquaintance. It was the cab driver he'd called the last time he'd taken a special cab. The one who liked to show off. This driver obviously recognized Chaobin as well. After all, a handsome man with such a good temperament is still relatively rare in reality. The main thing was that he was usually so used to bragging and pretending that he rarely had anyone to dislike him back. This was the first time in the decades of his pretentious career that he had been rendered speechless by someone. This incident has made this uncle go back to chagrin for several days, and drink a few more glasses of wine. Oh, young man, you're there too, this uncle said awkwardly. Aha. Chaobin nodded and saw a chubby middle-aged man in his 30s wearing glasses following behind this uncle. I'm sure this is his no-good son. Opened a lottery store, a maid's parlor, and a barbecue restaurant, all of which lost money, but still wanted to prove himself as a rich kid. Would have thought this was coincidental enough. I didn't realize there was another person he knew. It's the woman next to this rich kid. Shun Xiao MS. Shun. She was standing next to this chubby man at the moment, with a breezy look on her face, not the least bit as vocal as she had been the other night. I did not expect Miss Shun's boyfriend to be this Xiao Bin is a little surprised, but not half of the embarrassing feelings. Anyway, who cares after you're dressed? I yell hello. Mr. Chao why did you just come? Just then, Mr. Ho's voice came. Miss Shin is also here hello Director Ding hello? Welcome. Ho Junjie quickly stepped forward and enthusiastically shook hands with Chaobin first, and then shook hands with Miss Shin, chubby man, and then said very skillfully, Miss Shin, this is my good brother Chao. Chao, this is Shin's cousin Miss Shin. Shin's cousin Miss Shin Woodcutter, this is her boyfriend, Director Ding, but a talent, yo, Young can be in the investment bank when the director. Hello Mr. Chao. Hello MS. Shin. Hello Director Ding. The crowd greeted each other warmly and shook hands, like it's the first time you've met. That uncle didn't seem to be that embarrassed, and drove off with a smile, explaining that a few of them had gotten to know each other well. It was also at this time that Chaobin realized why LV Icon and Shin Deshao both held Ho Junjie in higher esteem. Obviously they both invested in this club, but were willing to let him stand in front. With this eye power, with this reaction, ordinary people really can't do it. After you read it, go to the front page and give it a 5-star review. Chapter 102, Is there a second floor? Heaven and earth are connected. The year and the month are connected. The day is connected. And all things are accomplished. This is a mnemonic that I have requested for all of you righteous fathers. Shout 3 times and all things will come to pass. Mr. Chao, what have you been busy with these 2 days? Ho Junjie led a few of them towards the inside. I wanted to call my brothers over to take a look at the trial operation. Just as Mr. Lu called. The venue isn't quite perfect yet. They're playing go-karts over there right now. And the party company over here is helping to set up the venue. It instantly opens up a lot when you go inside. Sure enough, it's so easy for these rich big brothers to throw some parties. There's a dedicated barbecue team, a dedicated setup lighting team, and unbeknownst to Autumn Waters, they'll also give you the whole shebang. And there'll be a bartender left behind to continue to help you with the adjustment of all types of cocktails. Mr. Chao, not busy lately? Ho Junjie smilingly handed over a cigarette. Ever since the last time he knew that Chaobin belonged to the bank's unique classification of customers. After that camping trip, he and Shin Deshao and the others were thinking of having a good relationship with Chaobin. After all, people like these types of deposits are in the hundreds of millions of dollars. That financial strength is extremely strong. Only their style of doing things is never licking everyone's interest in the same together, while playing while earning money. That is good. Licking on the pole that has no meaning, and it's easy to end up going your separate ways. But if you have similar interests and go with the flow, it's natural to increase your feelings and then eventually team up for something. That would be perfect. Not busy I can be busy I am a hobo. Oh yes. Not now. These days a whole foot bath store. Free to play? Chaobin and they get on well. Naturally also think of building their own network. Foot public house it exists. The moral is to be able to facilitate the brothers to meet in chat place, and then disguise where he's coming from money-wise. Regarding the money to come, the follow-up is also convenient like Lu Bo's side of the spiritual liquid. Snow-clearing mountain village will become his explicitly so-called business. Chaobin's intention is that in the future, as long as it is a male friend's store, as long as it is not illegal and does not seem to be so business, he will invest. It's a triple whammy to be able to strengthen relationships, and to be able to swipe money and provide business above the obvious. The way of the foot? Not bad, not bad. Everything in heaven and earth has a Tao, and the footpath is also a Tao. Suitable for me, Ho Junjie said in a serious manner. The next second, he came in with a, is there a second floor? Chaobin. Superintendent Ting. Shen Xiao. Ha ha. What are you guys looking at me for? I just don't like prying. I like independent boxes. How nice to sleep after pressing. Ho Junjie looked like he was talking nonsense. And what's wrong with me being single? I'm not like all of you who have significant others and need to stay loyal. Chaobin laughed. Don't bring me along. I'm single too and there's no loyalty on my side. Bingo. Urbane. I just love it when you're honest. Ho Junjie continued. Then send the location to the group when the time comes. and we'll go over to relax and unwind when we have time. Chaobin said. Good, but these 2 days are almost done. I will post it inside the group. When the time comes, all the bosses come over to support my little brother Ha. Ho Junjie treated Chaobin as if he was a daily low that receives female customers? At the side, Xin Xiao asked in a serious manner. This sentence made Chaobin a little surprised, because he was only familiar with Xin Qiqia when he was immodest. Of course I'll receive you. Welcome Miss Shun. I don't like male technicians. Having a man touch me gives me goosebumps all over my body. It's unbearable. Xin Xiao continued. When he heard these words, Chaobin clearly felt that Ho Junjie's hand patting his right shoulder was instantly harder. Chaobin was all scratched and hurt, but he endured it, because he understood that Ho Junjie was also enduring. In that case, then when the time comes, I will definitely find a way to find a female technician for Miss Shin to come over. After several seconds, Chaobin recovered and said with a smile, that's really thanks to Mr. Chao. I'll definitely go over to support the show when I'm free. The chubby director Ding smiled. Those eyes closed a slit, basically invisible. As he entered the grounds, he saw several familiar people. Louis Ikuan is in. His girlfriend, Zhang Jinyu, naturally followed. Lu Yu, who likes to wear red, is also there. Shin Dazhao tarked up next to him with a microphone, singing Suddenly Self, next to a lot of yoga pants ladies obsessed by it. It was just that there was one person in the corner that surprised Chaobin a bit. Ryu Ruyu, why is this woman here too? Why is this Lu Ruyu here? Shin Qiao, who was beside her, surprisingly did not maintain the so-called etiquette between her boyfriends and directly spat. This is to let Chaobin some surprise. Before listening to Lu Ruyu said that he and Shin Qiqiao too seem to have some small grudges. It seems that this grudge is not small. My Miss Shin or how many years ago things usually want to invite Mr. Lu over are difficult. Rare recently he has time and give face is willing to come over. Then I definitely have to invite Ho Junjie said with a smiling face. Poof. Xin Xiao snorted coldly and said nothing more. Then you play first, brother Bin. I'll go over there and make some arrangements. Ho Junjie said. You go about your business. I've already seen Mr. Louis, I'll go find him. Okay Ri, if you need anything. Standing next to it, he saw Louis Ikuan from a distance. Is on the couch doggy sneaky staring at his cell phone. Look closer. It's brushing the rubbing edge. Look at Xiaobei who pretends to draw. You look like a fake fan. Real fans are only following her small number. Xiaobei who draws like a novice, Chaobin muttered after getting closer. Hey yell. Lu Ikuan gave a shock. Subconsciously pressed the button next to the phone to lock the screen. After seeing clearly his Chaobin he smile. Then brother came you walk on no sound. I'm not a ghost, walking without a sound. It's you who are too focused. Chaobin handed over a cigarette. By the way Bing, what trumpet did you just say? Why don't I know? Then tell me. I'll go take a look. Lu Ikuan was so excited that he stuttered a bit in his speech, but he still looked around nervously and relaxed again when he realized that his girlfriend was still in the old distant position. Excited for what? Push it to you later. Chaobin let out a laugh. This is typical and vegetable and fun-loving. Worrying about being seen by Xiao Yuhe, and having to watch the rubbing. Either don't look at it, or the girlfriend doesn't want it. Just pick one. Won't you? Lu Ikuan shook his head. That's different. This girlfriend is a future daughter-in-law, and the old man and my brothers are very satisfied. It's called the lack of autonomy in a large family marriage. At this time, Lu Ikuan also quickly based on what Chaobin just said, immediately went on Jitterbug to search. After pointing in, LV Ikuan immediately eyes Golden Light. I go. The original she also has such a side wow. This body must not be too much. I do not know when to open the live broadcast. I'll brush Tu Huazi over. To WeChat to come over. This became a list of one after. I do not know the right of the more cool. Chao Bin. A guy who was so horny. And they knew each other also because this guy was horny. But to be able to eventually fall in love with one of them honestly because of the family arrangement and get married later on made Chaobin feel that there was something unthinkable about it. LV Ikuan immediately commented, do not engage in, abstain from color it, refuse female sex from our, Hu Jian do start, IP, Hopetsa City. Finally immediately sent her a private message as well. There's a surprise back at Guan. Number 2 is a screenshot. The screenshot shows that Ikuan Lu's bounty level is 63. Because the jitterbugs do not have the attention of merchants, at most, can only send 3 messages, Lu Ikuan these 2 messages can be said to hit the nail on the head. Seeing him operate in such a fluid manner, I can tell that this guy, in his day, didn't do much of this. Then exit the page. Just meditate and wait. If she replies then that's fine. If not then there's only waiting for her to open a livestream to be the top one for once. It's like the ugly woman from a while back. This 05X Eucharist. never replied, but went live. Lu Ikuan a reward. All night is the list of one. The next day over the air ticket. A whole night of close contact with this holy body followed. I wish all the righteous fathers 2025. Much joy and long peace. Chapter 103, if you want, I'll buy it for you. The goddesses in the eyes of many people. The unattainable existence around them. In the eyes of these rich kids, it really is not difficult at all. All is no more than how many chips it takes. It's better to be careful. Xiao Bin actually didn't quite understand this kind of operation. Ha ha. Is have to be more careful. Next time there is no your good brother to save me. Thinking of a year ago inside the Intai hotel. And someone else's girlfriend cuts were caught. That seemed to now Lu Ikuan still have some heart palpitations nowadays. These girls are so crazy. If you have a husband or a boyfriend, why don't you just say so? Why do you have to say that you don't have one? Unlike Xiao Bin, Ho Junjie and the others, Lu Ikuan very much understood the so-called hatred of wife-taking. He never went to actively provoke the one with the owner. That time was obviously an accident. After dark, the campfire was lit and the solar-powered streetlights around the area came on. This orgy started soon after. There was a joyful atmosphere of drinking, dancing, bragging, and telling yellow jokes that both men and women understood. This place is relatively remote. The nearest neighborhood to all have to be 3 or 4 kilometers. Not the slightest concern that their happiness will affect anyone else. Ho Junjie, this first batch of club members, the positioning is relatively high. All of them have an annual salary of more than $1 million or family assets of 8 or 9 figures of the kind. These people, in addition to work, the rest of the time is to eat, drink, play and wave around. The men are all kinds of girls. Women are all kinds of looking for hunks. Take for example the women in here now. Not all of them were young models that were paid to come here. And there were many rich white beauties like Xin Xiao and Lu Ruyu, who were from good families. The men who come here basically bring a companion. And even if they don't, they will pull a random young model on the spot to accompany them. Only Xiao Bin was not interested in shouting for someone to come over to accompany him. He had just had an in-depth sparring session with Wang Yunyun's side before he came. And the big move CD time hadn't even passed yet. Perhaps sensing that Xiao Bin was a bit bored, Ho Junjie, Xin Dishao, and Lu Ikuan, the three of them walked over to this side, at a separate table next to each other, and arranged for the waiter to send some barbecue and alcohol over. A few more days of testing. This runway of mine will be almost ready. By then everyone will drive their sports cars over and can race at will. Ho Junjie saw that this career of his has basically taken shape. His mood is still good. If you don't have a professional level sports car, it's okay. I'm here with a Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche. There are a lot of entry-level sports cars, so feel free to play with them. And your family inside, if you have a sports car these 2 days do not use, can also drive over to help me in front of the door. I happen to want to shoot some promotional films with. Need some top sports cars to take the front. I would not have a sports car. There is a 718 purely pretend to use. When the time comes you do not heartache. Lu Ikuan heatedly laughed. I have a few of them at home, so I'll drive them over to give you a boost when the time comes. Xin Deshao said. Ho Junjie lamented a sentence. If you can get Poison, Pagani Wind God, the Son of the Wind, Bugatti Veyron, Red Dragon, Koenigsegg Senna, Senna GTR, 3 Phantom God, these will be perfect. Xin Deshao nodded. These are still easy to get if you're up north. It's not easy in a city like ours. Even if one by one, their family assets were above 9 figures, but after all, they were not at the very center of power. They have a life that is unattainable for ordinary people, living on over $1 million a month. But to buy a top-of-the-line sports car with tens of millions of dollars or more, you still need to go through the family's consent, even to the extent that their fathers feel that it's too ostentatious, and won't even allow them to buy it. By the way, I forgot to tell you guys, a few days ago, my friend said that Morning Breeze International famous car shop that Poison sold. Lu Ikuan said. How is it possible? Ho Junjie said without hesitation. How many of us in this place can spend over $40 million to buy this car? Why don't you believe me? Look at this. I have this store manager's WeChat. I saw him send a friend's circle the other day, said Lu Ikuan, took out his cell phone. A burst of operation. Xin Daoxiao was also a bit curious and went over to take a look as well. Clicking on that little video, the three of them were overcome with emotion. That's rich. I also want to buy. Poison is too handsome. Rotten Tomatoes, the first god car. Do not have this car, are not worthy of being called a tycoon. My old man said that if this time winter investment meeting, if it goes well, he promised to give me 20 million as a reward. At that time I can also go to the whole one. The flirty Xin Deshao also had some excitement. So this time the winter investment meeting, all brothers, those who have connections must help. This is about my future pretentious career. Don't worry, I'll call over all the agents I know by then. Lu Ikuan waved his hand. Wait, 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 wait. Ho Junjie, who had already watched it for the third time, suddenly said he also looked at Chow Bin's side. Brother Bin, why do I feel a bit like you? You don't say. Lu Ikuan also squinted and looked again. Well, if you guys say it's the one from the Morning Breeze store, then odds are it's me. Chow Bin nodded and said with his usual look, Ho Junjie, Xin Daoxiao, Lu Ikuan? Xin Daoxiao was the first to speak up. No, brother, you bought poison. How come you didn't send it to your friends? Holy, it's not possible that you blocked out a few of us, right? Why are you posting your friend circle? My friend circle never blocks people. You guys see. Chow Bin very frankly took out his tri-folded cell phone. Lu Ikuan didn't care about that. He asked anxiously, where's the car? Too lazy to drive. On the woman's side, let her juggle. Louis Ikuan, it's really ho-hum. If I had poison, I'd hate to rub it in 3 times a day. And you take it and let women play with it. Chow Bin smiled and waved his hand. It's not a matter of how much money. You guys can play if you want to. Just now you guys said that what the Pagani wind god, the son of the wind, the Bugatti Veyron, the red dragon, where is it? I'll go and buy it in the next 2 days and set it up for you. Ho Junjie screamed. Righteous father, are you serious? My 2024 is not going well. It's miserable. All kinds of miserable. But I still hope for a better and more harmonious world. Fellow righteous fathers, see you next year. Though the dream is far away, if you pursue it, you can reach it. Chapter 104, it's a pity there's no room. Dear fathers, we meet again in 2025 at. This righteous father of Ho Junjie should not have controlled his voice. The voice was so shrill that it didn't just startle a few of them, but even the few young models who were in the periphery were startled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mr. Ho, don't be like this, get up, get up. Chow Bin, a hand to hold, is about to kneel on one knee. Ho general manager, not just a few cars? Anyway, I also want to buy my car. Do not understand. You just help me to see where to sell. Fancy directly pull back. I go to pay on it. Sure. Looking at Chow Bin's expression that didn't look like he was joking, Ho Junjie licked his lips. It's possible for these days to add up to more than 100 million. That will give you a limit. Within 200 million, casually you buy a few, count a few. Chow Bin waved his hand. And to facilitate your operation of this luxury car haul, you can all write in your name. Usually parked in your exhibition here. How to maintain. I will not. You look at to help me whole online. I want to open at any time to drive away on it. Louis Ikuan, Xin Daoxiao, John Ho. Ho Junjie, Jia drifted half a lifetime. Only hate not meet the master. Brother if not abandoned. Jia would like to worship as a righteous father. LV Ikuan, Kuan drifted half a lifetime. Only hate not met the master. Brother if not abandoned. Koan would like to worship as a righteous father. Shin Weiguan, Wei drifted half a lifetime. Only hate not meet the bright master. Brother if not abandoned. Wei would like to worship as a righteous father. Chow Bin. Mud. He was on fire in his heart. On the one hand, all three are now in the 80s for good sense. Not 90. The second one is that there is only one righteous bit of his system. Currently Lu Bo. No increase. It's useless for these people to call out to their righteous father. Chow Bin now wanted to ask the system exactly how to increase the righteous son bit, but there had been no reply or any hints. This dog system doesn't seem to be half as responsive except for a little bit when it's swiping money, and it's nowhere near as smart as other systems. System, so I go? Just as he cursed, suddenly his virtual panel, which was originally semi-transparent, gradually became clear, displaying 3 words on it. Chow Bin. Don't joke. Then you can tell me how to increase? Chow Bin can only admit say gas can also. How can really do not want it? That system is no longer there. That is not a blood crash. Do your own research. The panel fades after not displaying the 4 large words, and the transparency slowly closes in with the void again, as if it had dropped from the original 100% to 10% transparency. Don't joke around. You few. Chow Bin could only helplessly accept this useless cry of righteousness now, but he still kept an eye out. In case a new righteous bit was added in the future, he would be able to let them shout it out logically. After all, the difference between 10 times the rebate and 100 times the rebate is really too big, especially like they are a few rich second generation once the money spent for them is not tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of dollars, are supposed to be hundreds of millions of hundreds of times the rebate. That is quite fierce. So he added, wait until the next purchase before you shout. The 3 raised their eyebrows. I thought to myself that I didn't know that this one liked beautiful women, and was really afraid that he was trying to come out of the closet. This is a real brother. It is also because Chao Bin's sponsorship has boosted Ho Junjia's confidence. Aim the camera, which is broadcasting live next to you, at the sports car next to you. He held the event in the evening. By the way, opened the live broadcast of Shake Shack. Just now or his assistant will be the camera to the campfire against the surrounding environment in the introduction. Now will be the camera to these sports cars. Ho Junjia shouted over a dozen more beautiful young models to come over and dance passionately next to this sports car. And he told someone to pull over a chalkboard and write on it that the value of this club's supercars will exceed $300 million in the next month. There will be 10 or so world-class supercars. His live feeds are aimed in the direction of the local crosstown. Soon there were pop-ups. Isn't this Mr. Ho? The club got it right. Ho Junjia took the microphone and shouted, thanks to one point of attention to send the lamp sign. Now the club is basically almost ready to come and play. A focus on a light sign. As if it is 10 cents or 20 cents. In reality $50 lost. They do not necessarily bend over to pick up. But in the live room he also have to shout loudly. It's all about popularity. Ho Junjia passionately thanked those people on the air for the lighted sign and a small heart. Behind him these young models danced enthusiastically. There's a bit of claptrap to see. And it's a pretty powerful boss to say the least. But and nowadays this so-called CEO netizen. Everyone is used to it. And will not ridicule anything. Today's society is all about laughing at the poor. And it's positive that the bosses make the effort to get down to the field to yell. It didn't take long for Lu Ikuan to also pick up his cell phone and go in his 5 carnivals. Thank you for the 5 carnivals from my Mr. Louis, love you moi. Thank you for the 5 carnivals from my Mr. Shin, love you all. Seeing that they were all increasing Ho Junjia's popularity, Chao Bin thought to himself, isn't this also a money swiping routine? Recently, he also took out his cell phone and prepared to give Ho Junjia's live broadcast a swipe to see how nice it would be to be able to swipe, and encourage them to go live in the future. For example, now Lu Bo is store, as long as the business period is open live, which is to attract local customers. Nothing to do, go in and swipe $1 million or 2 to increase his popularity and make $1 million or 2 yourself. How nice. He hadn't even waited for him to click on Shake It yet, when several messages alerted him on top of WeChat, and he clicked on them to look at them. It's Shin Chao. Brother Aben, what were you guys talking about just now? Why do a few of them seem to be kowtowing to you? Brother Aben, why don't you reply to me? Look at the cell phone. Eat and wipe clean and do not want to but people still miss it. Brother Aben, let's go to the side utility room. Okay? It's quiet there. Chao Bin. His whole body froze. He turned his head to look over. Shin Xiao was not very far from his position at this time. And this Tai Taiko was currently wrapping her arm around her boyfriend and laughing and chatting with him. Above the surface it looks like the two of them are supposed to be very sweet and in love. The kind where their eyes are about to pull the wool over their eyes. But who would have thought to send himself such a message in private? And he remembered the woman's craziness that night. Obviously not normally well fed either. It's not just men who are good at it these days. Women are good at it too. The moment Chao Bin looked over, Lu Ruyu, who was drinking at a nearby table, seemed to notice. Eyes glanced between the two of them, a hint of disdain flickering at the corners of his mouth as if he had discovered the adulterous relationship between the two of them. If you know lips, you'll be able to translate it. Dog Boys and Girls. Chapter 105, Lu Ruyu's Purpose. This boyfriend of Shin Xiao is the son of the car driver, Mr. Ding. The supervisor should be a relatively ordinary, a rich second generation. Obviously, this director Ding at home close to Mr. Lu or Mr. Shin, and their family background gap is still very large. So he in this circle is obviously not as dashing as these few big young people seem. Has been licking a smile everywhere and people greet. It was only when facing those young models that the demeanor relaxed quite a bit. I heard that it is the director of the investment bank is estimated to rely on his father's relationship into this. To be able to attract Shin Qiqiao, it is estimated that it is because of the unit behind it. Shin Xiao obviously saw Chao Bin pick up his cell phone over there, but there was no reply. She was a little anxious. What are you doing? Are you going or not? You know I want to. Stinky man, you're hanging on to people on purpose. Wait a minute, I can't help it. Do you believe I'll drag the others in? Duh. If he had seen the first few sentences, Chao Bin would have possibly replied. But the last sentence clearly threatens him. It's not like he's his girlfriend. It's your business if you go hang out with someone else. Instantly, he simply quit and opened Jitterbug. The point homo doesn't even need to be searched. The first one is Mr. Ho, who speaks good English. Will show you the ropes. Looking at his homepage, he also took pictures of a lot of luxury cars. If Chao Bin had looked at them before, he would have been envious. Maybe because they were really cool cars. Most of it was him describing various parts of this club, and later club-related business. Instead, there were a few that appealed to Chao Bin. Ho Junjie led a group of beautiful women to dive inside the sea. That one of them was only wearing a swimsuit. And all of them were so snow white inside that blue-colored seawater. It's really very bright. Just for this snow white not just for this azure-colored seawater. Chaobin all feel that must learn to dive. With the large group of people they had just rewarded, the popularity inside the live room was now pretty good, totaling more than 200 people. Seeing the incessant questions popping up above should all be local, all inquiring about how to come and play at this club, Chaobin immediately charged $1 million to this number. Looking at the Wish Pavilion on his live stream, 100 Carnival, 100 Cosmic Heart, 100 Lamborghini, because all the previous carnival bounties have been wrong by 20. Chaobin did not hesitate to light up all his gifts for this pavilion at once. Brother Robin lights up 80 carnivals at the Anchor Pavilion. Brother Robin lights up the Anchor Pavilion with 100 Hearts of the Universe. Brother Robin lights up the Anchor Pavilion with 100 Lamborghinis. Carnivals are $3,000 apiece, 80 of them, for a total of $240,000. Cosmic Hearts are $2,698 apiece, 100 of them, for a total of $269,800. Lamborghinis are $1,248 apiece, 1,000 of them, for a total of $124,800. A total of $634. 600. Spend $634. 600 for my friend John Ho. 10 times rebate of $6,346. 000. Spent over $600. 000 and turned into over $6 million. It also proved that Chaobin was right. Having found a new way to swipe money straight away, Chaobin was satisfied. And Ho Junjie, who was in the live broadcast room, that was even more satisfied. I'll go. My bingo. My big daddy. My righteous father. Thank my righteous father for coming up to the carnival and coming up to the heart of the universe. Stirring music, Ho Junjie's exaggerated action expression as well as the passionate dance of the 10 or so skin white salon legs behind, instantly pushed this bonfire activity to a climax. That some of the pavilions were all lit up instantly, the traffic also skyrocketed. Like jitterbug traffic algorithm, certainly everything is based on interest. Someone in your live room is willing to spend a lot of money. It shows that this live room is valuable. Then certainly after the system will automatically push traffic to you. Direction of traffic in the live room Ho Junjie was originally 80% point is the same city traffic. This burst of gifts rewarded in also led to as long as in the city of Hopetsu now brushed jitterbug. Basically 10 people. There will be an unintentional brush to this live room. The live room, which originally had more than 200 people, quickly broke through to break 10,000 after 2,000 people. The numbers are going up a little bit. There's a pretty girl. And a luxury car, and it's local, so a lot of people are interested. Some white-collar elites with good incomes are usually willing to spend $10,000 a month to come out and have some fun, but just can't find the right place. And when they see a place like this, they naturally want to come over and take a look. Not only are there chicks here, but there are also these top-of-the-line sports cars. Then you look at activities such as scuba diving and the like, and it seems like you could go once a year for that price and bite the bullet. And those rich bosses, suddenly rich boomers. That's more like it. They were originally a very narrow circle like Chaobin. Suddenly earned money. Money do not know how to spend. Every day to go to the business have gone to the tired. And those are old actors. Basically every deducted. Not too interesting. You'd have to ask them to play pool like the youngsters. And they're not in the mood for that. And like Ho Junjie, this club engaged in some activities. Let them instantly come to the interest. First attention. And then add customer service consulting. In fact, this live room attracts more is not these men. Attract more often instead of those little fairies. They've found a new way to get in touch with rich bigots. These little fairies think of all kinds of every day to hook up with the rich. The rise of self-media over the years so that they have a lot more opportunities. Every day to open the live broadcast. Don't look at her live room every day on the 3 or 5 or a dozen people, but they basically 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening on time to start. Never absent. A live broadcast to dawn in the morning. And at this point, their customers are obvious. You see lately a lot of IP addresses hang above a certain university, and then in the background are some dormitory lookalikes of those young girls, basically all-night live broadcasts. It can be 100% determined that more than 90% of this is fake. Brother Bing, Bull, Lu Ikuan was quite shaken beside him. He was the earliest to recognize Chaobin, and was also the one of them who knew Chaobin the most, but in recent times, all of Chaobin's actions had deeply shocked him. Spending money like water was something he saw all the time. Just like his old dad and brother. His old man probably went to build a base specifically because he liked a type of orchid. And I've heard that base cost a total of 2 small goals. There was also the fact that his elder brother was now in charge of all the industries within the family. and his daily expenses were quite horrific. His monthly living expenses could potentially be ruined by him in a single day. And Er Gou in it, since childhood is not good at learning. Various teachers after training a lot of found in many aspects are not talented. Adults think of eating, drinking, picking up girls, so the old man and big brother also did not care about him. Anyway, every month to give him a couple of million living expenses. The only requirement, don't break the law. The fact that another person with such a great spirit popped up beside him all of a sudden could be said to have shaken him very much. Most of all this was still before he felt like he was the one who was offering to help. It's a good thing I'm a good-tempered person. Er Gou thought carefully about all his previous pasts, and throughout his time with Chaobin, he had always been kind, always helpful. He was all smiles and gave Chaobin a thumbs up. It's really overbearing. And the gazes of all the people present turned to Chaobin's side, one by one claiming that he raised his glass and exclaiming that Brother Bin was awesome. Chaobin casually waved his hand and said, "So this is the top one, big brother, ah? I have not brushed before. Too interesting." He then proceeded to order the rest of the 1 million that would be flushed. Point it all out. For Chaobin, the purpose of all his actions is to make money. Only all he did was to make the swipe justified and go with the flow. Not going to force the pretense, but the vibe is there, and it's deep. Spent $1 million, got to 10 million, blood money 9 million. Brother Bing, do you have time for a chat? Xin Dishao, who had been relatively speaking more civilized, pulled Xin Xiao over and whispered. Chaobin raised his head to look at Lu Ruyu next to him. Her gaze had been over here, and guessed that this woman's purpose tonight was the same, right? Do not ask for favorable comments. Do not ask for power for love. Just ask all righteous fathers. Happy New Year, all the best. Chapter 106, The Friendship of 1.5 billion. In the back of this club, on the third floor, inside a quiet conference room, sitting there were three of them, Chaobin, Xin Dishao, and Xin Xiao. Xin Dishao first opened his mouth. Bing, I'll get right to the point. I think Lu Ruyu, that woman, should have also looked for you. She wants a few of our Xin family hands inside the shares of Intai Group, but with their family's current strategic direction, surely can't draw so much cash to buy in a moment or three. So it's just thinking that we can stand on his side. But currently, if the Lu family loses the position of chairman inside the Intai Group, it will also be a trouble for their future business map. So, on the side, Xin Xiao didn't have the same sultry and flirtatious flirtation she had just had. Helped them pour up the tea, poured the water before sitting down. Following the words of Xin Dishao, it's not because I have a bad relationship with Lu Ruyu, that I'm not willing to help them. They are all businessmen. To say favors would be a bit too fake. The main thing is that the Yager side also gave us a price that we have no way to refuse. Said Xin Xiao stretched out his right hand. As long as we stand on their side this time, the benefit fee of 50 million. And within 3 months they are willing to capital turn back over to 1.5 billion acquisition. 6% of the shares in our hands. Oh, so that's how it is. Chaobin took a light sip of tea. TSK. It's plain water. It really doesn't have much flavor. So you guys are looking for me because you want to? Xin Dishao continued, with the current business model of Intai, in recent years will certainly have been occupying the position of the top 3 luxury retailers. So this stock is also going to keep rising. But the trend is certainly very general. The profit is barely passable. Then the bank's interest rate to be a little bit higher. So I'm thinking of my Xin family hand inside the shares to concentrate to a place and then sold for some cash to do other business. To a place, and then sold for some cash to do other business. I can't always rely on home inside the Another rich kid trying to prove himself. Even though Xin Dishao had already done well in the group at home, the idea of starting his own business should have never been broken. Chaobin simply abhorred the idea. He still hated these rich kids before he had the system. Why don't you lie down nice and flat? On top of the account are a couple of small goals with enough daily interest for you to just spill. What's the point of creating a business? Is it a bad brain? Really want to be the boss? Can open a studio, recruit 50 people, each person to give him 10,000 yuan a month salary. Pretend to be your employees, pretend to be very busy. You also pretend to be the boss to come to the office every day to sneak around, so that other people respect. It's just a lot of fun, isn't it? How hard is it? How much does that cost a month? 50 people, 500,000 a month. Office rental costs, utilities, etc. At $50,000. Add in a few tens of thousands of dollars for extra budgeting, that's $600,000 a month. $7 million or so a year. And you have enough interest to pay for all of that. And you're over the top and guaranteed not to lose any money. Excellent deal. Don't you have to start a business with real money with real guns? And isn't there a chance that you'll lose your money instantly? And 90% of them lose money. And these rich second-generation business never do small, are investing tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars, and also shed money, but also know what the so-called long-term investment, crazy burn money for a year or two to lose money does not matter. All feel that this business must be sunk, but ultimately a few years after the loss of his parents may be able to sell equity. That's the scariest. But now Chaobin just wanted these rich kids to start more businesses and still be his friends, preferably all male. It's the only way to spend money for them. It takes money to get a rebate. So what you're saying is that if I have a generous amount of money in my hand, you want me to buy these shares so that you have cash, and I'm also equal to the investment or and have a say inside this Intai group. Is that right? Chaobin summarized. With 15% of the shares, it is definitely the third largest shareholder in the Intai group. With absolute voice, Shin Dashao held up his gold wireframes and said with a hefty smile, "Bingo is smart. That's what it means. It's no problem to help you. It's just who has these shares in their hands now?" Chaobin asked a very important question. According to the hints given by the system earlier, if the holder is Shin Dashao, then it's possible that this won't work with the rebate. In other words, if all the shares are now in the hands of Shin Dashao, there is a possibility that simply just spend money. There is no rebate. Hearing this, Shin Dashao's eyes lit up. He didn't think that Chaobin was really willing to help him. And this is not a simple little favor. 5 billion. He grew up in one of the top 5 private companies in the area and has made friends with all the rich and powerful. But there really isn't one with whom he currently has a $1.5 billion friendship. Why? Even if the family trusts me again, it is not possible to put so many shares all in my hand. I hand at most 1% or so it, the other all at home in the hands of an uncle generation. Shin Dashao said. Hey, what's wrong with that? Chaobin immediately said. That's fine. It just so happens that I also want to get a little bit of having something practical in hand. You transfer your shares to the same name. This is convenient. Save the transfer around. After determining a good equity transfer contract, feel free to look for me on it. Even if it's just a 10x rebate. That's 10 times. That's $15 billion. Cash. It could be said that it completely made Chaobin worry-free, truly wealth-free from here on out. Are you really able to take out $1.5 billion at any time? Next to him, Shin Xiao was shocked after hearing this, not to mention in the city of Heiyu, even in Hui province, and even the whole of China, there are a lot of people with assets of $1.5 billion, but those who are able to take out $1.5 billion at any time are in fact very few and far between, such as their Shin family. Total assets must be over $10 billion by now. But trying to pull out $1.5 billion in cash takes at least a month of advance preparation and can be very damaging to a business's cash flow. If you have a contract now, I can turn now, Chaobin said with a calm face. My strength. You also doubt? How dare this woman not believe in her own strength? I guess you didn't teach me enough the other night. Shin Xiao also immediately understood the meaning of Chaobin's words, although she was usually shy and uninhibited, but bringing this matter to the top of the table, she still gave Chaobin a blank look with a bit of shyness and pout. In a soft voice, he said, "Then why didn't you come when I called out to you just now?" It means that just now WeChat asked Chaobin to go to the utility room. He didn't even respond. Chaobin said breathlessly, "Really think I'm Barrett? I've been consuming bullets a bit fast lately. I always have to rest and take a break. It's not like you women don't need bullets." Shin Dashao doesn't care about them. Excitedly, he slapped the table and laughed loudly. My brother Bing is reliable and atmospheric. The ones that do business locally are familiar with each other, and whether it is the Liu family or the Yager group, their Shin family does not want to offend. No matter which side to choose will offend the other side, especially which also received a favor fee, and ultimately shares sold to others, basically in the future that are the enemy. But if the equity had been given to someone to collect, he could have jumped out of the vortex completely. Throw all the pots at the new guy. It's a good thing that I introduced my cousin to Bing, or else I would really feel guilty in my heart. Shin Dashao muttered in his heart. If this sentence was known by Shin Xiao, he didn't know what to think. Chapter 107, So what if you're pretty? After the matter was settled, Shin Dashao left in a hurry, believing that this follow-up matter, Shin Dashao's side needs to go and prepare properly. Meeting room inside, only Chaobin and Shin Xiao, 2 people. Now people's boyfriends are still in it, and they just came over when there is no circumvention of the other people, are known to come together. Stay too long, Shin Dashao and went away, will inevitably make people's boyfriends suspect. Chaobin never cared about any gossip, but it was a risk to be avoided. God knows, could this Superintendent Ding be a mad dog? What if the person is truly in love? He could really go crazy if he screws his girlfriend in front of them. If you're not careful, you'll lose blood. So no matter how ambiguous Shin Xiao's eyes are at this time, how stupid. Chaobin also left this conference room. determined not to enter the Ponzi cave. But it's also good that Chaobin didn't enter in it, because Chaobin had just left the door of the conference room and had only taken a step when he heard a familiar voice. How's it going? It's Ryu. She no longer had the peace of mind to wait outside. After seeing the three of them come over, she followed them. Only because of professional ethics or personal qualities, Ryu didn't listen to the corners. She just stood outside the corridor and waited at ease. Just now, when Shen Dashao left, he simply said hello, and immediately asked in a hurry after seeing Chaobin come out. Chaobin stopped and stood in this corridor, looking at the bonfire below, which was still full of passion, with cheers of drinking and dancing coming one after another. Snap! Chaobin ordered a golden wand and then handed one to Ryu. Ryu didn't make a fuss, took it, lit it, and took a long drag before saying, "Thank you." Only this woman's lighter was rather delicate. Its DuPont, that crisp, signature ring had a unique feel to it, a sound that even had a unique frequency like a piano. Chaobin had been to this luxury store before and knew that this sound came from a special metal block inside a separate cover and that the audio was indeed adjustable. The overall appearance of the lighter, too, is extremely beautifully crafted, even if the big paint on the outside of this lighter is more expensive than the usual gold-plated ones. Chaobin used to like it very much. It was too expensive to buy. After all, this one lighter starts at $10,000. I can't believe I forgot to purchase it recently. Looking at Chaobin staring at the lighter inside her hand, Ryu laughed. Don't look at it, this is a female model. It's encrusted with diamonds and also has my name. I'm going to give it to you. It's not necessarily going to be rumored that you're going to like it tomorrow. I'm going to order one for you. Chaobin said. That one can't afford it. I'll order it myself tomorrow. Ryu froze slightly. Do you have to be so clear-cut? Right. Oh. After a few seconds, Ryu couldn't help herself. How did the talk go? Anyway? Chaobin asked. When is the board meeting? Next Monday, 9 o'clock in the morning. Ryu said. Then you tell them to set it for next Monday at 2 p.m. Chaobin said. Ryu was instantly delighted. They agreed? Ryu could be said to be the most beautiful woman Chaobin had ever seen in reality. There isn't one. She smiled this smile, which was surprisingly bright and attractive under the slightly dim corridor light. In the past, when I read novels describing how a woman's smile would eclipse her surroundings, Chaobin thought that was the author's blowing awesome. But now he had seen that there really were such people. Some people can really be beautiful like that. As if Judas Lu Tianxian, Chaobin can be said to like very much. But recently that drama What the Story of the Rose Chaobin cannot bear to see, because he has seen the Dudown Moncler Pasher, said that she gnawed with different men. Chaobin was afraid that he would be nauseated, that he would be offended, and he simply gave up on going to see this drama. Sort of. Chaobin nodded. But why is it scheduled for 2 p.m.? Is there any conflict with the arrangements on the Shen family's side? Ryu wondered. Chaobin, I can't get up at 9 o'clock in the morning. Ryu? And some excitement, and Chaobin assured, it's okay. I have in the personnel department to say hello. You can come to work at any time. You can also go at any time. Do not need to punch the card. The monthly wages are in accordance with the full attendance to go, to help you pay social security. Hey! Chaobin was delighted. Then I really thank Mr. Lu. A small matter. This is nothing compared to the favors you helped. After getting this news, Ryu's hanging heart was finally put down as well, being able to clearly feel her joy at this time. Women in large families have a much harder time than men. Unless you choose to enjoy yourself like Xin Xiao, then you can also be like LV Ikuan, every month to receive a few 100,000 or even millions of pocket money. Their own simple to do a financial management. The day is certainly much more comfortable than the average person. But there's one thing, normally you don't care how you wave or fall in love or whatever. But the marriage thing, you have to follow the family's arrangement. Here's the bottom line. Obviously Ryu she is not willing to do so. She wants to get the right to speak. So from high school after entering the university to study abroad, she is crazy in the study. After returning to the country is from the group's bottom to do, step by step from the home to get the trust, to get the affirmation, and now become the chairman of the Ingtai group. How can we go later? Ryu clearly disliked this environment, and after the purpose of her visit was achieved, she was naturally ready to bolt, so she casually asked, Chaobin, I took a taxi. Has Mr. Lu been drinking? If not, can you give me a ride? It's a test run. Hearing this Ryu hesitated, but remembered what this guy had done to her earlier inside the office. If it's a claustrophobic environment with him again, this guy is likely to break straight through the Jade Gate. I drank. The driver will come and pick me up later. Ryu was politely declining. Oh, well, see you then. Saying that, Chaobin held a cigarette in his mouth, his left hand in his pocket, and turned towards the stairway, waving his right hand in a goodbye gesture. Ryu? What's the deal with this man? Not a minute more without taking advantage of the situation? This made Lu Ruyu, who considered herself the proud daughter of heaven and had been licked by countless men since she became a teenager, somewhat skeptical of life. Silly woman, do you really think that Brother Robin one of those licking dogs around you think that you have a few moments of beauty, so you have to give in to you? Cut. Just at this moment a disdainful voice from behind came over. It's Xin Xiao. And Xin Xiao was very satisfied with Xin Xiao's performance just now. This was the real man in her heart, especially to make Lu Ruyu, a woman, suffer. It's just too handsome. She hated to reward Barrett now. Lu Ruyu immediately retorted back. Then in your Tai Hoof's opinion, what is he? These two are at each other's throats, and it's the tit-for-tat kind. He is not human. When Xin Xiao said this, his eyes were very complicated. Some resentment and some grudge, even extremely nostalgic and yearning. Ryu? Xin Xiao leisurely said. He is an ass. The real deal donkey. Fathers, ask for a free Power of Love and a good cover review. Chapter 108, Sugar's Assists. Whether he's a donkey or a horse or a mule, it's none of my business. Hearing this, Lu Ruyu spat in displeasure, but after a few seconds suddenly reacted. It's like a flash of light in the head, like a lightning strike. The man stood there dumbfounded. A few seconds of fumbling to take out cigarettes from the inside of the accompanying small bag to light themselves. No longer just that temperament elegant appearance. Hands were trembling while opening the cigarette case and reaching for the cigarettes. The lighter didn't light several times. What a waste of a 5-figure lighter. A bunch of smoke exhaled from Lu Ruyu's delicate red lips, covering her flushed face completely. Why is this telling me this? Make it sound like anyone is as into this as you are. Stealing joy. Beside him, Xin Xiao had a hint of gloom in his eyes and muttered irritably. I wish I had been single when I met Bing. At the very least I would have been able to stay around him for a while longer. But my brother said that there are stranger XPs for men, and if they're not destined to be a couple or a husband and wife, it's a pretty good state to be in. Lu Ruyu, somewhat surprised to turn his head to look at this, has not been very like old friend. In his impression, this Tai Hoof is never big and bold, depending on the man as a tool. This time there is actually such a melancholy scene. It shouldn't. As for what she said about XP, Lu Ruyu surprisingly understood it in an instant second. It also suddenly occurred to me that the guy Bin's last name is Chow. Why stay longer if you can't be a couple or a husband and wife? It's better to not know each other. Lu Ruyu thought about it and finally asked this question. Hearing this, Xin Qiqiao directly blanked her. Miss Lu is 2025. Why are you still so whimsical? 00 after 5 years or 30 years old. You still really think that you are 18 years old, little girl? You are already 30 years old, girl. Do you think that nowadays, if you're in a relationship, you'll eventually be able to get married? More than 80% end up breaking up. So why bother to dwell on it? If you can be happy for a while longer, just be happy for a while longer. Don't make yourself look like some chaste martyr, because all the men under the sky are circling around you, and getting you seems like taking advantage of how cheap you are. And you aren't also 2 thunders and 2 legs. Can you get one more than the others? Xin Xiao's words were quite vulgar and straightforward to listen to, and Lu Ruyu's heart was in a state of flux. Tell you on Bing like this? He also beckons a hand. Then you know how to do. Then you obedient. Then your body is good. Then your beautiful woman big crowded up. Who have time to take care of you, this pretentious monster? Lu Ruyu heart a burst of depression. They only hope to be a little more serious. How is it pretentious? And this Chow Bin guy is a little too purposeful. Straightforward invitation. Then a little tug of his own. And when he declines he just gives up. Okay, too lazy to go talk about this with your woman. Can you understand it or not comprehend it yourself? Tell you what, my brother just told me. Mr. Ho and a few of them are engaged in this club, lacking some luxury cars over. Brother Bing without saying a word. He is willing to shell out $200 million to purchase some top luxury cars to put here to serve as a facade. Xin Xiao said the news he just got to Lu Ruyu. We just briefly talked about it, and without saying a word, he said that as long as the contract is ready, he can transfer $1.5 billion tonight. A man who is so generous to his brothers. Do you think he will treat his women badly in the future? Chow Bin received a call from Chen Yuwei after he went downstairs. It should be Sugar to be exact. This little ninny kept yelling daddy at the video. This was much more lethal than when Wang Yun and the others usually shouted. Solely Chow Bin wasn't going to go back to the hotel tonight. Called a car and went directly to Chen Yuwei's house. It's a big night and I still let you make a trip. There's really no way. This little girl just doesn't sleep at night and cries for you. After entering the house, Chen Yuhui had a sorry look on her face and Chow Bin kept apologizing. Watching Chen Yuwei keep bending over to apologize, Chow Bin quickly stopped it. It's fine. There happens to be nothing to do tonight anyway. What are you doing? It's the middle of the night and you're obviously washed up and only wearing a thin nightgown in. I guess there's nothing left. You're bending over and lifting your head. The lights above your head aren't as white as you are. Can Barrett hold it down if we keep watching? Poop poop. After hearing Chow Bin's voice, Sweetie, who was inside the bedroom, couldn't help but shout loudly at the top of her lungs as well. After Chow Bin went in, this little ninny instantly jumped inside Chow Bin's embrace. I heard mommy say that you won't go to bed tonight if you don't behave, ya. I can't sleep because I miss Poopy. The little girl was milky. Chow Bin. There's really no way to argue with that. It took another half hour or so, and finally, this little ninny was soothed to sleep. Chow Bin quietly got off the bed and put on his shoes in preparation for leaving. And Chen Yue, who was originally half asleep and half awake on the side, immediately followed up after waking up in shock. Walking to the living room, he hesitated for a few moments and said, It's so late. Why don't you just stay next to the second bedroom? I just changed the four-piece suit today. Chow Bin turned his head to see this plump woman, his shell teeth lightly biting his red lips and lowering his head. Just thought of teasing her. That's fine. I'm too lazy to take a cab back, but I don't like sleeping alone. This time Chen Yue's head lowered even lower. Her hands came together. Her thumbs kept snapping the nails of her left thumb. The voice whispered, So you still don't go wash your hands, said he turned and fled as if he were fleeing. But it wasn't the master bedroom she escaped from. It was the second bedroom next to it. This hand-washing terrier actually I didn't quite get it. And I also brushed the brush a while ago. A blogger in this woman out there. Only the last night, she got up the courage to prepare. Then the heroine and he said why don't you go wash your hands? Chapter 109 Top Grade Recipe. Chow Bin's side was experiencing a big battle with hundreds of millions of casualties. On the other side, Lu Ruyu was so angry that she couldn't wait to smash the sports car of hers on the spot. After going through a lot of agonizing, she had a hint of recognizing Xin Xiao's words, so he came out to find Chow Bin, wanting to have a chat with him. I did not expect to wait for her to come out and walk in a big circle. Did not find Chow Bin, which went to ask Mr. Ho them, only to know that this guy just took a taxi away. Is this dog man so doggy? You can't sleep with your old lady tonight, so you're just going to stop hitting on her? The always ladylike Lu Ruyu burst into foul language and kicked the trash can next to her in anger. Ha ha, only now no regret ah. At the sight of Xin Xiao relentlessly laughed loudly. She after a few seconds sighed to his ear whispered, Tell you and brother Aben that night is my life's happiest night, as a donkey and stronger than a donkey. Hearing these words, Lu Ruyu's face blushed for a moment. Having received all kinds of education since childhood, his education in this regard is far more profound than that of ordinary people. Is that why rich kids are so much more prodigal than normal people? When they were teenagers, their families would arrange for very specialized teachers to go and talk to them about this. Various moves and risks are explained very clearly. They are naturally more skillful than ordinary people. Look at the attacker next to Bao Yu back then. Does that look like she's resisting? She's leading. So, Lu Ruyu who has zero experience. Brain's experience is that of a battlefield veteran. When Chow Bin woke up the next day, he was alone in the bed. And the mess that was above the ground last night was now neatly cleaned up as if nothing had happened last night. Even the filled trash cans. It's clean and dry now. A new garbage bag. Even the ashtray on top of the nightstand, where he had clearly smoked a cigarette before going to bed last night afterward, was now clean, with a shallow layer of water at the bottom of the ashtray. Chow Bin lay on top of the bed, picked up the cigarettes on top of the nightstand, lit one and took a long drag. The whole thing is much more awake. What a pleasure for the body and mind. The woman is good. Chow Bin got up after his cigarette and placed his clothes on top of the chair on the other side of the nightstand. It's obviously washed and ironed as well. The place was neatly laid out. Chow Bin got dressed and came into the living room, being able to smell the aromas emanating from the kitchen. It was Chen Yue who was cooking. After hearing the commotion, Chen Yue turned around and looked over. With a sweet smile on her face, she said, Go and wash up first. You can have breakfast when you're done. Aha. Chow Bin nodded and went to the restroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. There was a brand new toothbrush on display. Coming out. Breakfast at the living room table. It's actually 10 o'clock by this time. And Sweetie went to kindergarten early. It should be Chen Yue had already done it before, and what he heard of his movements simply warmed up a bit. After breakfast, Chen Yue skillfully cleaned up. Chow Bin wiped his mouth, slippers for sneakers, and got up ready to leave. Before leaving, he said, You follow behind Zhao Yiming to learn management. In the future, this foot bath store you to manage. You will be a store manager first. Chen Yue softly said, Well, I'll listen to you on all counts. Chow Bin then changed the house to live in. This place is too far away from the store. It's not convenient for you to go back and forth. And there's Xiao Bao to take care of. Find a kindergarten near the store. Don't be afraid to spend money. Chen Yue, aha. Chow Bin, alright then. I'll go first. Chen Yue, aha, good. After going out, Xiao Bin called for a car. In the process of waiting for the car to Chen Yue transferred 200,000, and then gave Zhao Yiming account. In the future, let Chen Yue to be the store manager. Let him pay this bit of salary set at 50,000 a month. 17s. Xiao Bin, sister-in-law your sister. Zhao Yiming instantly understood. It seems that this will not be the right person. Would have guessed it, but respect is still due. And he was very happy that someone had come over to take over the footbath public house. Xiao Bin's current fortune was extraordinary, and his future business would definitely be a big scene. So it would be a blood loss if he let himself be trapped here. Now someone is coming over to take over that's naturally happy to do so, and will do absolutely everything in her power to assist so that she can take over quickly. Chen Yue's performance this morning made Xiao Bin very satisfied. Understanding. We're all adults. Don't say things like you're responsible for you after a night's sleep. It was supposed to feel right. Let's all have a cut. If you know what you're doing, Xiao Bin naturally knows what he's doing. Therefore, Xiao Bin was willing to bear Chen Yue's expenses afterward. Although he couldn't say that he would make her rich and famous, at least he would let her have no worries about food and clothing in the future. I can give it to you, but you should never ask for it yourself. Half an hour later arrived at the snowy mountain resort. The empty clearing next to this place is now under major construction. Started building a house. All kinds of machinery, vehicle tools, busy as hell. Surrounded by a blue tin fence. But even so, this side of the hill still has a slight impact. Now there's one hanging on the front door of the lodge. 10 days of renovation and refurbishment. Earlier, I heard Lu Bo say that he was only going to build some trellises and learn from the now popular floor hot pot. It looks like after the funds are sufficient, Lu Bo is ready to build a good hot pot base. Good thing. Start a good business and spend it well. It's better to have a longer cycle for this startup. And the front is more of an investment that doesn't pay off so quickly. Or else you can't really find any good excuses for a big investment. Bypassing this side of the area and coming to this side of the lodge, Lu Bo's loud voice could be heard as he entered from the backyard. Camera on. Watch my steps carefully. Every single one of them. Everyone wants the recipe. Really? No kidding. First of all is the main herb of this spiritual liquid. Is this sistanch? First put in. And then is the locking yangs. Sistanch can be much better than this locking yang. Locking yang nutritional value is not too high. This is the golden cherry. This is poria. Huangjing. This is Cornus officinalis. This is the mulberry. This kind of thing to eat alone is not useful. So usually do not make tea alone to drink. The tongue or drinking black is not useful. Must be with a little goji berry ginseng tablets with bubble. This is leek seed. This is astragalus. This thing I do not need to say more. Right. Wolfberry. Has been selected. Do not choose a mess. And then is our main ingredients. Brewing this thing, it has a main ingredient and a secondary ingredient. The main material is the most important. The main nutritional value are in the main material. Ginseng, in fact, now many ginseng too valuable is the wild ginseng. We don't want to think about wild ginseng we can't afford to get. We can get some good forest ginseng on the good. Like this forest ginseng. The natural environment is more suitable for mountain ginseng in the forest to grow in this kind of environment. And then he went to planting. Do not interfere with the let it grow naturally. It is higher than the kind of pure planting nutritional value. And then you see this mustard seed, which is the normal line. This kind of ginseng can be the next animal a deer tendon. And finally this antler. This is the first crop of antler. Finally we pour white wine. This white wine is 5 years of pure grain wine. In fact, just this wine, I think it's quite good. And finally add 100 milliliters of antler blood. Don't look at these things as if they're quite complicated. You follow the order. Every single one of them is prepared with real materials. In fact, the total value is $3,000. The money is almost enough. If you are a little better, $5,000 is definitely enough. Make one 50-pound bottle of white wine, enough to last you a year. For now I'll teach you too. The recipe can be told to you as well. But if you want to buy it yourselves, you shouldn't be able to. It's been patented. And there's nothing wrong with you wanting to drink it and brewing a little bit at home yourselves. One of them said, Bo, is this thing really that fierce? Lu Bo confidently said, I tell you, this 50 pounds of white wine, we sell to guests in the future, at least 3 times more to dilute, or you drink a 1 or 2 alone, for fear that your girlfriend cannot go out for 3 days. This stuff is like what the righteous fathers inside the comments section say. Sprinkle it on the ground. Earthworms drink it, and they have to be straight for 3 days. Top recipe shared. Is there any free ones for love of power? Chapter 110, if you want to do it, you have to be the icon of the entire city of Hetsuki. Sistanch, lockjaws, golden cherry, poria, yellow essence, dogwood, mulberry, chive seed, astragalus, wolfberry, forest ginseng, deer tendon, deer antler. White wine is 10 years old pure grain wine. And finally 100 milliliters of deer antler blood. The wine doesn't count. The real material, $2,000 for Tong Tian. 3 months later, it's at least 100 times the profit. Lu Bo is very satisfied. He got this thing. In fact, now there are many people doing this kind of. For example, the earliest Jean wine, that product is also considered genuine. Business is also very good. Once a period of time is also popular across the country. But to the late obviously able to feel the quality of the decline, it is obvious to feel the inside of the material is much worse than before. A good sign just went to waste. Lu Bo used to be a loyal customer of Jean wine. Even if he engaged in barbecue stalls when he thought, he has money, must make this medicinal wine. It's still Bo who's great, being able to get this prescription. After talking to these two disciples again and again, Lu Bo asked them to seal the altar, move to the cellar and leave it for 3-6 months. In fact, many people are willing to contribute the prescriptions for free, mainly because of the materials. Chinese medicine is also awesome, also because of the herbs. The rest in accordance with this ratio. Materials these 2 days will all arrive. You two are responsible for all in the cellar to configure out. Remember to modulate before all the monitoring all open. Monitoring hard disk to me at least be able to store more than a month. And every once in a while remember to video surveillance stored down. Chao Bin walked in, looking at the various medicinal herbs piled up inside this room. One by one, they are all sorted out on top of the shelves. No wonder he needs to rectify it. With so much stock here and construction going on next to it, guests are now busy even if they come to eat. And it takes away from the experience. So it's just a store break to focus on these things. Can you get it done in 10 days next to yours? Chao Bin handed over a cigarette. Building a house which is not so fast. 24 hours in a row turn. I estimate that it will take a month, but cannot rest for a month. Lu Bo not white. Chao Bin a glance. This place I started with the landlord side of the rent signed. Although it is cheaper, but the place is large. A month also want more than 10,000 it. All the wages add up to more than 100,000 it. There is also that long-term contracted Huangmei opera class bottom a month every night to perform for an hour more than 30,000 yuan. A month of expenditure of at least 200,000. A day off on the A day off would be a waste of $8,000. Chao Bin followed him toward the lobby, which is still 2 years ago the decoration. Even if the usual and then carefully maintained 2 years down the broken place are accounted for most of the. You're so busy at both ends that you can't get it done. Just take a month off. You can also hire cleaning over here for this side of the store as well, and give it a clean up again. And then clean up the places that can be landscaped, and the places that can be replaced. Lu Bo thought for a moment. You would not want to this side also all to clean up. Then this is not a small project. The cost is not small. How can you not want to store better it? This is Lu Bo's dream base. He ate, drank, and lived all in this place. This place livelihood has gone out. You do not have to worry about customer traffic. So now all the investment is worth it. You should think about to be able to give to you here to eat. Customers a better sense of experience. Chao Bin pointed to the location of the main entrance and said, for example, this parking lot in front of the entrance. Before you can park a 70 or 80 cars feel very wide. You look at it even if your service is again good arrangement of a few Moncler outlet store again commanded. But also often not enough to park. That's why you need to lease all those empty lots next to it and renovate them. Make them all into parking lots. The ones inside are replaced with new ones if you can. The lights are replaced with a little better ones. And the sound equipment is all going to be upgraded and modernized. And there was noise from the previous singing. Coben lists for you some of the drawbacks he sees all the time. Nonsense. Don't I know that these are problems? Lu Bo said disdainfully. If it's a problem, change it. It's not just money. I'll cover all your rectification here. Just as my gift to you. Chao Bin waved his hand. I eat and drink here for nothing for a few years. You can't screw me out of this idea. I'll give you 5 million. Update and upgrade all of this place for me to become Shushan district. Or even the most local food hall and night snack place in the whole Heu city. Saying that, Chao Bin transferred money to Nai Nai without hesitation. Don't dwell on it. It's transferred to your woman's account. Next to the virtual panel, a light flashed. Spend 5 million for good buddy Lu Bo. Get 500 million from 100 times rebate. Lu Bo did not hesitate to pick up the cell phone to Chao Ben. Have dishes made a phone call to determine that the money is indeed to her account. Suddenly bared his teeth. Daughter-in-law received. That is our son filial piety used to rectify our mountain villa with. Chao Ben has vegetables and then received the money to know for sure that this side is going to do something again. Immediately and without hesitation, the money will be transferred to Lu Bo's card. Although Lu Bo also had some confusion as to why Xiaobin didn't just transfer it to him. He had to go through his daughter-in-law's hand. But that doesn't matter. There's money in it. Hey, to the account. Lu Bo looked at the cell phone text message, grinning big mouth. Pressure cannot be closed, grandpas. In the future it seems that I can only call you Bing. No, you have to call Dad. Okay. Lu Bo nodded without hesitation. As long as you 26 don't feel bad about having a 27-year-old son, I'm indifferent. Asterisk. There was nothing to do in the morning, so Xiaobin was on Lu Bo's side. Just in time for him to call the remodeling company to come over and survey the site. The whole place needs to be redesigned. Xiaobin was on the sidelines, just in time to be able to give some advice. Leads to the calculation after Xiaobin found that in fact, sometimes money is not worth it. This is the cheapest type of renovation of the work, but 5 million seems to be barely enough. Even if the door of this large open space, all to level, large stones removed, small stones as a floor, and then paved with asphalt. This is a big hundreds of thousands of dollars. A lighting system, quantization system, plus all sorts of solar power would be another million or so. The tables, chairs, and benches are all replaced, and according to Lu Bo's rough calculations, it is at least more than $400,000. The fresh air system in the kitchen is another big couple $100,000. The floors were all smashed and replaced with higher grade tiles. Then the stage for the Huangmei Opera was rebuilt. Circuit system, speaker system. Look at Lu Bo calculated. This 5 million is obviously not enough. The more he counted the more pain. But Xiaobin looked at the side of the more excited. Then, without hesitation, he transferred another 5 million to Zhou Ben Yukari once again. Spend 5 million for good buddy Lu Bo. Get 500 million from 100 times rebate. Xiaobin could barely keep the corners of his mouth down. Today was the right day to accidentally make $1 billion or so. Immediately, he was excited to get his ideas out. Since the decision to engage in, the results in accordance with the good to engage in. I told you that is to be the most powerful. What is wrong with the local food hall? Earthen Food Hall can't be an iconic outlet of the whole city. Tell you, in the future not only to have these Huangmei opera performances, you have to stagger. For example, Monday, Wednesday and Friday we come to some high-grade elegant Beijing opera our Lu opera rotation, and Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday as well as Sunday. Then we will come a little bit relatively vulgar a little bit. You see now those dance academy young ladies' employment more difficult. You should help people to dance to rub the edge and occasionally then two fierce man Recently, I watched the ancient dance of that boss lady above Jane, which is really called Questioning King Zhou, Understanding King Zhou, and Dreaming of Becoming King Zhou. Chapter 111 Buying 10 Su 7s. Originally, the designer of the decoration company was still buried in his head and kept drawing pictures according to the dimensions he had just measured. Hearing this description from Xiaobin, surprisingly, he gave a direct thumbs up and kept nodding his head. I agree. Little Lu, you're a woman? The owner of the decoration company said with a smile. What's wrong with women? Women also love to see rubbing Xiao Lu said rightfully. Xiaobin pointed. Look, just by hearing our ideas, you'll have one more potential customer in the future. Shang. Anyway, in this regard I have long wanted to hole. Tomorrow I will go to find a few dance company over my stage to rearranging the lighting and sound. The equipment seems to be to spend a lot of money. Lu Bo was never a pretentious person, and he's very confident that he feels that he's absolutely capable of earning him back when these investments go down. The lunch that followed at noon was a triple delight, to say the least. The owner of the renovation company has made another big order and happily keeps on toasting. Lu Bo feels confident that his dream base is going to really take off. Xiaobin, on the other hand, was in a beautiful mood as he earned 990 million in one morning, eating and drinking and lying on a wicker chair in the small backyard, drinking tea and smoking a cigarette. After a while, Lu Bo asked, Did Guiqing's side talk to you? What happened to Guiqing? Xiaobin didn't wear sunglasses. The sun was still a bit harsh now, and closed his eyes. After the last night at the bar, he didn't contact me. Lu Bo sighed and said, It's not his pretentious daughter-in-law, who recently gave Guiqing's a hard time and is on the verge of depression. Ding was the first of several of them to get married. Married right after graduation. The daughter-in-law is their college friend. From school uniforms to wedding dresses, it's a relationship that many people dream of, and they say it's the purest. Actually, it was true 20 years ago, 30 years ago, but now in this day and age, it's long gone. More than 99% of those who get married right out of school end up divorced. Most of the men have not experienced the temptations of this society, so it is easy for them to cheat after remarrying. The woman was full of longing for love at the time, thinking that life after marriage will be very happy, but after experiencing the capital hostage and all kinds of poisonous chicken soup, so that they gradually tasteless. Ding and his daughter-in-law are one of those couples. Ding Guoqing after graduation, and daughter-in-law, two people in a studio inside the internship work. After working for a year, the skills were relatively mature. Then the two of them opened a typing and copying store across the street from the National Shopping Plaza. In those days, the two of them were not demanding, and it was very sweet to have a $10,000 profit every month. As the two worked hard, their income gradually increased a little. 2 years ago the two were approaching $20,000, and then the two wanted a child. In fact, the two of them were still the envied couple in the minds of many of their college classmates during that time. Until the masks came in, the economy was a lot harder relative to what it used to be. All the filters gradually break down and everything returns to the essence of life above. Ding Guoqing's daughter-in-law, Rong Rong, has become more and more demanding, to the point that all the store's collection codes are all Rong Rong's QR code. The beauty of it is that she needs to feel safe. All the money is all in the hands of Rong Rong, and Ding Guoqing's WeChat balance never exceeds 3 digits. When they were partying before the mask, occasionally Ding would still buy the bill, and since then he couldn't afford it even if he wanted to. It was a good thing that most of the venue for their party was inside Lu Bo's store, so there was no question of who was paying the bill. There has been a lot of fuss in recent times, and the reason actually lies on Xiao Bin's side. Rong Rong watched Xiao Bin take off now, so he kept scolding Ding Guoqing inside his home for being a loser and a waste. The clamor for a divorce from him. Divorced? That was all Xiao Bin cared about. Lu Bo sighed. It should be left. Rong Rong, that person's character you are not unaware of so strong. She directly threatened with the child. Guoqing, even if you do not want to give up, can only sign. I did not want to find a daughter-in-law in the past. There is a large part of the factor is because of Guoqing, a man living too wimpy. And then like a woman cannot be like this. I heard that this time Rong Rong, in order to force him to sign the license, even holding the child to stand on the roof of the 6th floor, if not sign the one who was going to jump. Divorce is good. Xiao Bin excitedly opened his eyes all of a sudden and sat up. I've long wanted them to get divorced. Divorced will save the trouble and walk to the National Day. Willing to help him? Lu Bo asked. In fact, when he said this to Xiao Bin, he meant that he wanted Xiao Bin to help Ding Guoqing. If Xiao Bin's hand is not generous, Lu Bo thought anyway. Now Ding Guoqing's side is just a little bit of decadence. The day is not too big a problem. When this side is a little bit better, you will go back to help him. What are you talking about? Brother, can I still stand by when there's trouble? This was simply a benefit delivered to his door. Xiao Bin wasn't sleepy at all. Take it away. Lu Bo hammed and hawed. Both men have been drinking. Lu Bo let his apprentice drive. You don't say, Mr. Lei's vision is simply unbeatable. All kinds of details inside this car. And this aesthetic is too much for me. This is the first time Xiao Bin sat in this SU-7. Some feelings. Hey, I heard that there will be a new color soon. Lu Bo pointed to the top of the phone. The limited color announced by General Lei the day before yesterday. Xiao Bin slapped his thigh. Right. I thought of a very good way of publicity. You have to say that we will mill at SU-7 all the colors each by A, placed in the doorway of your store. Every day does not open. Every morning to give him a brush rubbing brightly. That is not directly into a Netflix carding point. Lu Bo, your uncles, indeed can become a net red card point. But you can think about this investment is too big. A total of 10 colors. 10 that at least more than 2 million. Xiao Bin didn't care. Bye. I just like SU-7. It's nice to look at. It's comfortable to look at. I'll turn it around for you. Don't buy me the lowest trim level. Buy the highest trim level, so you can switch it around yourself once in a while. Lu Bo, apprentice driving in front. Thinking about it, Xiao Bin immediately transferred $3 million to transfer. Spend $3 million for good buddy Lu Bo. Get $300 million from 100 times rebate. Ask for a freebie for the love of power. Chapter 112, is a 30-year-old man worth it? Or a 30-year-old woman? Xiao Bin went well this time. Coming to Lu Bo's side inspired the desire to fight in his heart and gave him more confidence. It went well for myself. Coming in at close to 1.3 billion. Give you some of this pillow of hot blood. Can't wait to go back and find my family Nai to fight 300 rounds. Lu Bo had a lewd smile on his face. Used to be in college. The dormitories several know. This guy for sex is not half resistance. Even to say that at that time Lu Bo also wrote a lot of poems, are about this aspect. The stars are shining bright tonight. I'm going to heaven with a girl. Moon, your soft skin. It's a cure for my heartache. Walking naked through the city in the light of the Buddha. The Dashu Mountain Grove in September is my favorite. The grove wasn't just a choice for staying in, but even the playground, restrooms, and library were once Lu Bo's favorite places. Xiao Bin, the once pure love god of war, scolded him more than once. Cursing Lu Bo is simply a woman he wants to pick up. I remember when Xiao Bin and Ding Guoqing helped Lu Bo statistics, at that time to teach them physical education university teacher. the height of 1 meter 9 Northeast China's first bachelor, the school entrance to the commercial street of the local food hall that more than 300 pounds of the boss's wife. A round head looks difficult to get down the mouth of the fried kebab boss's wife, as well as a mouthful of yellow teeth of the fat Uncle Potsticker's boss's wife. Every time they spit, Lubo always says they don't appreciate other aspects of a woman's beauty. Take for example the 1 meter 9 gym teacher with the muscle-wrapped long legs that kill all the actresses. The boss's wife was 300 pounds, but with her fine, smooth skin and soft body, it was like a fully automatic gear. Not good-looking fried skewer boss lady, but people's body is a top at least F, really afraid of it to smother people, which is also in reality never. As for that mouthful of yellow teeth of the fat Uncle Potsticker boss lady to their dormitory to provide a few years of breakfast over the years the price of fat Uncle Potstickers has become higher and higher. Ordinary people eat a breakfast, at least $15, and college students have a large amount of food. $20 are not necessarily enough to eat, but with Lubo, they can afford to eat every day. All can eat. If only Guoqing was like me, how could he be tossed around like this by a woman? And your turtle son used to be like this too. Lubo was most unimpressed with men of their bronchitis nature. Regarding his previous experience, Chaobin was powerless to refute it, and could only mutter, "Alright, you're both 13. I hope that Kai will still be able to be so obedient all the time in the future." Then actually in his heart, Chaobin already knew it clearly. As long as their own system is still in place, I believe that Joe Ben has dishes do not dare to make a whole what muff. So smart a woman knows how to judge the situation. That is to say in the future only Lubo dumped her share. She categorically dare not take the initiative to dump Lubo. Lilifan's springy singing voice came from inside the car stereo. Love and hate what the thing? The boat to the bridge naturally line, and wave sleeves do not turn back. That 1,000 gold although good happiness is difficult to find. I walked through the avenue in style. Chaobin suddenly had a slight stabbing pain in his heart. Will I ever be able to meet a so-called relationship that I give 100% to? Maybe it's hard now. Probably wouldn't be able to do it myself. By the time we got to Ding's print store, the roll-up door was half pulled in. The two bent over, drilled under the roller shutter and put it in. At this time, Ding Guoqing was sitting on top of the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth and a smile on his face as he swiped a short video. You can tell from inside that background music that it's definitely a scrub video. It's all about what wipes the glass wipes the glass. The floor was a mess. The computer monitors inside the store were shattered, and the laptop was in two halves. Several flat panels are also variously deformed. The printer copier is also a broken mess. You could tell that there had been a big battle before. Leaving, Chaobin took out a Hui Shang, the black box one he had just bought on purpose at the nearby tobacco store. 99 yuan. Although the golden wannabe was said to be the kind of cigarette that Chaobin used to want to smoke the most, times are different nowadays. $3 billion in the card. It's time to splurge. Aha. Ding nodded as if he was calm. It was this face with a few bruises and blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Chaobin, did you get a license? Ding, ripped. That's done. Chaobin nodded and took out his cell phone. First videotaping the inside of this store from start to finish, then sending it to Zhao Yiming. After sending it over, he dialed the phone. Ming, see the situation here. Right. Do you have any acquaintances in this area of equipment? There must be. What's going on with Guoqing? Zhao Yiming obviously didn't know what was going on Ding Guoqing's side either. And it couldn't be helped that he was too busy now compared to before. Now Chaobin is the hand of the cupboard will be this footbath public house. Tobacco and wine merchants are thrown in his hands. He wants to get on the first hand to figure out the process. Then call me and ask them to send a sheet of all this brand new equipment over, with the best and fastest speed, and arrange for some workers to come over and take all this mess away. Chaobin said. Ding Guoqing, who was originally lax-eyed and breathless, got up to stop Chaobin when he heard this, but was pressed down by Lubo, who was next to him. Zhao Yiming, okay, I'll arrange it right away. Send me the location again so I can send it to someone else. Aha. Chaobin nodded, then hung up the phone and sent a location. Then continued. I don't know what the situation is with women's security, but a man's security is busyness as a career. Now that you've pulled the wool over the eyes, anything I send in the end has nothing to do with that woman. And if she ever brings that family of hers over to cause trouble again, I'll send him in one by one. Ding's daughter-in-law. Wrong. Now the ex-wife. Not only her personal character is strong, her family is also very strong. Chaobin and Ding Guoqing's relationship is good, but he seldom comes to his store. The main reason is that he does not want to come every time to see his brother being waved by this woman. Just like a small worker. It's not like the woman was good looking, with average posture. The body is average. Her so-called advantage is because she's female. It says that there are 30 million more men without girlfriends than women among young people nowadays. and that they deserve to be cherished. There's another one she hangs on to every day, saying she's a so-called local. Looking at the injuries on Ding Wuqing's face, and the messy situation in this store should be the work of this family, Lu Bo spat from the side. Women don't need security at all, and the security they say they want is nothing but a scam to deceive even their egos. And if you don't reach a certain level and try to satisfy her quest for security, always sacrificing yourself by prioritizing her opinion and her feelings, then you will only lose the sense of male dominance that you should have as a man. When a man's sense of male dominance is suppressed, there are only two outcomes. Either you start compromising unconditionally with the woman, constantly self-criticizing, losing your self-independence. You become dependent on her. You can't stay away from her. When the day is worth more than you, you'll be dumped. Don't tell me something. Ugh. Shouldn't a man be able to give a woman security in love? A lot of times you don't see a woman who knows that this man can't give security, but just loves the feeling of being abused by her, and yearns for it while being abused. This kind of woman simply will not because of insecurity and internal consumption. She will only continue to external consumption of their friends, external consumption of their own lick dog. So tell me, whose problem is it? Chao Bin couldn't answer. The divorced Ding had even less to answer. If you can't answer that, then don't bother with that and use the bills to slowly work out your perceptions. Chao Bin came to his feet. Wasn't your store smashed? The house was not repossessed? I now help you to change the electricity, all the equipment for a set of the latest and most important. Immediately give you a set of houses next to buy a set of houses, and then give you a car. You do not have to worry about whether the business is good or not. Sign the contract for your 2 employees. I'll pay him for 3 years each, and you'll be your boss and see if a 30-year-old man is worth more or a 30-year-old woman is worth more. No matter how badly my Chao Bin's brothers are mixed up, I'll pull it up for you. Chapter 113 Awakening of Male Power. Lu Bo looked at Ding Wuqing, that bewildered eyes gradually ignited flames, laughed and patted his shoulder and said, "Ha ha. What? There is no kind of feverish feeling. I'll give him the sun of a whole recent period of time every day up and down, as if all over the body cannot make the strength." Chao Bin continued, "Aren't you partial to design? How do you want to develop this store in the future? What do you need to say directly? I'll give you a bottom. If this is within 20 million investment, I can now immediately pay. More. How much?" Ding Wuqing licked his lips, and the 2 fingers of his right hand pinching the cigarette trembled a little. $20 million. After getting another confirmation from Chao Bin, Ding finally quit the rubbing video, clicked on a website, pointed to one of the devices and said, This you buy for me, no? What's this? Send me the link." Chao Bin looked at it and didn't read it, so he saw the number on it. Over $4 million. Ding Wuqing replied, "This is a set of imported graphic printing equipment. At present we do not have the entire Hui province. We have times when we need to print documents, drawings are all to be sent to the Jiangsu and Zhejiang side. Their side has these devices. This is your store address, right?" Chao Bin quickly edited the filled-in address, cell phone and phone number on top of his cell phone, then held it up for Ding Wuqing to make sure again. "Yes, you don't have to choose the highest equipped one. You can just choose the normal one. Just the 403 million one. Ding Wuqing said in a hurry. Chao Bin's greatest fear was that Ding Wuqing would be devastated and have no fighting spirit. Thankfully males are now truly on the rise and are no longer the one lickspittle they used to be. There used to be all this talk about the rise of female power, just like that King's Wife blind date a while back, where a woman was shouting loudly up there about the rise of female power. That's actually what's sad. Now the collapse of the lickspittle economy. Capital's previous routines are gradually coming to light. That's the real rise, the rise of male power. Too many men grow up being told to work hard for their money and then marry a nice girl and have children. Give a woman security to carry the burden of the family. So educated by this social structure, a lot of brothers, when moving forward in a relationship with a woman, are very inclined to show a woman how good they are by expressing enough sincerity to give a woman enough security. Because there's no one else inside the relationship who treats you like that. There's no one else who's going to fulfill your security. So you feel like that's so scarce. But really, other people don't need it at all. Now that Ding Wuqing had the desire to give himself a little bit of hope, he instantly ignited his fighting spirit, which was the scene that Chao Bin wanted to see the most. "I told you, if you're going to get the whole thing, get the best. Go with this top of the line. I'm placing my order now." He hated having more expensive equipment. "Well, the payment is made. Just wait at home. It's your cell phone number anyway." Ding paced back and forth inside the store in excitement. There was no longer the dead feeling that I had just come in with. Wow. Just then, the roll-up door was yanked open and a girl walked in. It's Lu Xiaofan, a graphic designer at Ding's store. Chao Bin has been here a few times and has mentored this little girl before. After all, Chao Bin is a formal design institute inside the graduation. Lu Xiaofan is spent 2,000 yuan in the neighborhood computer school to learn PS. After learning to come here to work in the typing and copying store, usually simple production of some leaflets, business cards related to graphic design. The salary is not high, $3,000. But this little girl was very motivated, and Xiao Bin was happy to instruct her. Brother Bing, you guys are here. Lu Xiaofan smiled, and after greeting her, she skillfully picked up a broom from the side and started cleaning. Ding Guoqing said, "Didn't I tell you not to come in the afternoon? I'll contact you when my side is busy. Don't worry, the store won't collapse." Say what? I know that after they left, it must be a mess in here, and I don't have anything to do at home, so I came over to help you clean up a bit. Lu Xiaofan muttered. It was clear that she had some resentment that Ding Guoqing misunderstood her. He wasn't at liberty to meddle in the family's affairs, but he knew it must have been a mess after this, and she was trying to come over to help. This little ninny isn't very old, but she's quite interesting. The main thing about the body is that it's quite okay. It's more majestic than average. In the past, when Lu Bo came, he stared at her somewhat nastily. Often the little girl's face looked red and flushed. At that time, Lu Bo said that this little girl should have a little meaning for Ding Guoqing. He also snubbed Ding on how he endured it. Ding Guoqing replied that rabbits don't do anything but refuse the grass around the nest, and he also said that the boss is already married. How can he be ashamed to be the boss of others during the day, but at night he reaches out to take off others' clothes? Xiao Fun, your salary is more than 3,000, right? Let's do it this way. I'll count 50,000 for you for a year. I'll transfer 3 years to you first. This is the basic salary. The specific commission will be counted with you later by Mr. Ding. Xiao Bin does have this Lu Xiaofan's WeChat, so he directly transferred 150,000 to him. Xiao Bin also very much want to directly dump to Ding Guoqing 10 million so directly take 10 times the rebate, more losses. But the system of this limitation in, cannot directly transfer money, also cannot pay in the account that he is the legal person. Above the store QR code even more cannot be used. These QR code is still wrong that woman's. Right, there's another one of your co-workers. When the time comes, you can help transfer it to her as well. Xiao Bin made another transfer of $150,000. Bing, what are you transferring it to me for? You transfer it to the boss. I'm not the boss's wife who manages the accounts. Lu Xiaofan spat, only after saying that her face was as red as if she had been painted outside, or to be a little more formal. So Xiao Bin face relative to said formally said, we two who turn are the same. In the future is equal to the partnership, but I will not come over. I will give you to turn is the basic salary. Commission according to the store turnover after letting Mr. Ding to pay you. Lu Xiaofan looked at Ding Guoqing, and without a word, could only say, then there is no need to turn 3 years at once like this. Where is this? To be able to in this time of crisis, you are still willing to stay. I am very optimistic about you. You are not, the family is also urgent need of money. So you first take the money to solve the family's affairs, but also to be able to work at ease. Well. Chapter 114, money is more comfortable. Ding Guoqing was naturally very pleased with Xiao Bin's comment that he was an investor in this store. Immediately download an investment contract from Baidu above, then quickly sign their big name seal, and then fill in the share aspect. Originally Ding Guoqing is ready to write 82%. Naturally he himself accounted for 20. Xiao Bin accounted for 80%, but Xiao Bin quickly in that 20% above fill in his name. I'll go. Your before and after will cost at least 10 million or so, and you just need 20% of the shares. Ding Guoqing was dumbfounded, arms hugging his chest. He took 2 silent steps backward. Seems to have made a difficult decision. Bingo. You don't just have to have designs on me, do you? If it has to be that way, can you wait a bit? I can't accept it right now. You. I'm not interested in men. I'll always only like women who are spanked by Big Thunder. Xiao Bin said breathlessly. Hey, that's fine. Ding Guoqing was now completely recovered. Go to the back to see the house. To make quick work of it, there was no delay in making money. After that Xiao Bin brought both Ding Guoqing and Lu Bo to the lover's agent next to him and shows a house that was closest to him. The area is 118 square feet. Well furnished, turnkey, total price is 2.01 million. Immediately, the landlord was told to come over and sign the contract. As long as the location is of sufficient size, nothing else matters. Half an hour later all the formalities were done, and Ding Guoqing held this red book in his hand, his eyebrows fluttering. I can't believe the divorce has made life better instead. What's that to you? The good days are still ahead. Xiao Bin said. By the way, I bought you an SU7. The customized model rose red is absolutely flirty. But there's no current car right now. You'll have to wait, haha. Equipment $6 million. House $2.01 million. Car $300. 000. Payroll $300. 000. $8. 61 million is $86. 1 million after being rebated. Plus let Xiao Yiming arranged workers and after the relevant equipment should be able to come up with 10 million. So that the return of a small goal. Not bad. Hey, can. It doesn't matter what color it is, I also have a lot of time. I can afford to wait. Ding Guoqing had a look on his face. Remember Rong that family will come over. Don't take care of her. When the equipment is sent over in the afternoon, install all the surrounding cameras and connect them to the cloud. Once they dare to destroy, take these videos and go directly to the police. Chao Bin said. Don't worry, before is to read these years of conjugal love, but that after a beating and a smashing has been completely gone. And now this store. Is brother you spend money for me to organize? What qualification does she have? Ding Guoqing patted his chest. Go, sing to go. Things are done. The store and have Lu Xiaofan in watching in. His own store, decoration of all kinds. Now go back is also too noisy. So Lu Bo suggested. I'll go. How can you go singing in the middle of the afternoon? Ding Guoqing said breathlessly. And which time are you singing? You go just to play with girls. Aren't I trying to take care of you? I have a girlfriend now. I have a place to receive my bullets. Wasn't I afraid you'd suffocate? You grandpas don't know what's good for you. Lu Bo said with righteousness. I'm a very pure person. I haven't been to this place since I grew up. It's all because of you. I'm going to break the Tao. You're still pure. You're still breaking the heart of the Tao. You're pure today, aren't you? Ding Guoqing disliked back without giving face. Lu Bo, hey, this place I really did not go. These years on, selling barbecue stalls. You wanna play those left? I'm still skilled. Like this inside the too expensive. Do not dare to try. That's fine. Go play for a while. Chao Bin nodded in agreement. He naturally wouldn't turn down a brother who had something to spend his money on. And he didn't have anything important to do anyway. Business well before. Socializing time to go. But then he is a little brother. Are responsible for tea and water play? Not much play. It's good to follow the two of them to see what's going on. At least there's no shame in making a fool of yourself in front of your brothers. Subsequently, Lu Bo's apprentice drove. And Lu Bo's co-pilot Chao Bin and Ding Guoqing sat in the second row. This time a few people on the road didn't speak. It was very quiet. It was so quiet that no one bothered to change the song even though Richard Clayderman's piano music had been playing inside the car. You know the usual few of them that have to play DJs whether they're driving or riding in a car. It was as if each was preoccupied and didn't care what kind of music was playing. But the faces of all three were so calm. And there was a slight smile at the corner of their mouths. 10 minutes later, the three of them arrived at one of the largest boxes in this nightclub under the guidance of a young master. Upon entering came a whole bunch of young, beautiful girls. Chao Bin naturally let them all stay. To lighten the mood is music, drinks, and beautiful women. If these were added together, or a couple of good buddies hanging out together, the vibe would be even more enjoyable. I saw Lu Bo put his arm around a heavily made-up girl and shoved his hand inside, asking her to guess the number. This girl said with a shy face, 3 fingers. Wrong. Lu Bo immediately lifted her skirt. Obviously 4. On the side of the Ding Guoqing could not help but curse. This dog day still said that he had not come. Playing can be more than their own 6. It seems that regarding to the aspect of beautiful women, Lu Bo's words, not a single punctuation mark can be trusted. It's not the same when you spend the money. It won't be fine. You'll be guided. Only then did he realize that Chao Bin had gone crazy ordering the wine, and when the young master brought the bill over, the eyes of the girl next to him were stunned. They're only 15,000 this afternoon for 10 or so girls, and the wine list turned out to be over $300,000. Outrageous. This girl wants to shout. What are you three doing ordering so much wine? It's all fake wine. Why don't you just transfer the money to them? They'll make sure the three of you are treated better than a lord. It caused this girl to prompt several times to take Chao Bin to the nearby restroom. Chao Bin is not interested. For these sewer openings, manhole covers can be opened casually, but there is nothing of great interest anymore. Originally this is to brush money, but the two of them, Ding Guoqing and Lu Bo, hurriedly took a few inside after the young master's side handed over 2 boxes of Okamoto. Chao Bin looked at it and smiled solely. He left first. After opening the door of the box gave a tip of $1,000 to the young master who was guarding the door, and told him to guard the door for this afternoon, and as long as no one inside called out, don't let anyone in. The young master was naturally grateful. A $1,000 tip for 3 days' pay, and the first time he's received such a high tip so far. Leaving the nightclub, Chao Bin organized himself. Spend 463,000 yuan for good brother Lu Bo. Get 46,300,000 yuan from 100 times rebate. This one message. It also allowed Xiao Bin to figure out a doubt in his mind. It is for the two brothers at the same time to spend money cannot be stacked, can only take one of the largest rebate? That is, Lubo's 100 times the rebate. Construction Bank, your bank card with tail number 9527. Income 46. 300. 000 yuan. Balance, 346,987,6543. 2 yuan. 3/4 billion now. So many zeros. Looking at this balance heart a lot more comfortable than just embracing those girls. Chapter 115, The Difference Between Big and Small Netroots. After leaving, Xiao Bin went straight back to the hotel. Wu Xiumei was also the first to know that he was back. Purposely asked on WeChat above if there was anything that needed to be served, but Xiao Bin gave a refusal. Because this time of year, it just so happens that you meet that clip-tone little Jing Jing in the hallway doorway. Hello. Xiao Bin then gave a polite greeting. Shizuku nodded directly, tilted her palms to her chest, and said, "It's natural that you weren't there last night, Xiao Bin." But it was quickly reacted to. "Well, I apologize for the trouble I caused you before," Xiao Bin said. "You a deep apology on the end of ah, you know for the beauty of the girl sleep is not good. That is simply." Zhou Jing words turn, jokingly said, "So come a little practical it, or not tonight to arrange a meal I'll spare you if you ask me to rub a good one." "No problem, what do you want to eat? The restaurants in Heiyu City are at your disposal." Xiao Bin nodded. Business K those girls are not interested, but these female anchors, in fact, is still good, especially when he saw the real Xiao Jing Jing, not much worse than in the video. The main thing is really meaty. Nope, it's Rune. It was very much to his liking. Zhou Jing, are you sure? Xiao Bin laughed. How many more ruthless meals do you want to slaughter? Do you want to bankrupt me? Don't worry, I'm strong not that weak, he said and raised an eyebrow at her. Zhou Jing had wanted to curse a strong sister, but when she thought of the movement she had suffered the night before, her small face turned slightly red. Then I'll have to choose the place well, but just the two of us that won't do, no matter what. I'm also an internet celebrity with millions of fans. If other people see us eating alone, how will those husbands inside the live broadcasting room brush gifts for me in the future? It just so happens that a couple of our little sisters share a room together. Is it okay if I take them both? It seemed that Zhou Jing usually had quite a few encounters like this, so she was quite silky smooth in dealing with these kinds of issues, regardless of whether Xiao Bin craved her or not. Anyway, not giving him the chance to be alone first was a high-minded way to test the man. If the old Xiao Bin still might not understand too well, he would feel offended. What's the difference between inviting you to dinner and bringing your girlfriend over and looting? Even to the point that it would cost me a little bit more if you brought an extra person over. But not anymore. Money, he doesn't care how much he spends anymore. The main thing is that Xiao Bin is very interested in those friends of hers. The ancestor said, when you see a beautiful girl, don't rush to pick up. You have to contact her for a while more. You have to make sure that she is the most beautiful among those girlfriends of hers, otherwise get on with it. Found out she was the least pretty one. That's not a blood loss. As soon as he thought of this, Xiao Bin directly and quickly clapped his hands and said, "Alright then, I'm sleepy. I'm going to squint for a while. I'll send you a message around 6:37:00 p.m. Of course, if there's any place you guys want to eat you can also tell me directly. If you don't send me a message before I wake up then I'll just set my own place," said Xiao Bin fingerprinted and unlocked the door to his room, waved his hand at her and went inside. Jing Zhou, what's wrong with him? Other men can't wait to talk to me more when they see me. You just add a tweet and leave, and say you're sleepy. See how sleepy I am? After entering into their room, Lin Jiayun at this time is lying on the sofa above the mask, her two longer than before long legs, suspended in the air, for mountaineering style, and to see the belly ups and downs, you can tell that she at the same time also in the inhalation of the breath, which is doing Kegel movement. Lin Jiayun, a woman who takes care of herself all the time and trains herself all the time. To be honest, as a woman, Jing Jing, she sometimes had some envy for Lin Jiayun's future man. Such blowing skin, such straight and slender long legs and that powerful and incomparable ability after being a Kegel every day. How happy this man must be. She had also tried to follow behind Lin Jiayun to learn all kinds of skincare, all kinds of exercise. But the high level of yoga and the non-stop nature of Kegel was just too exhausting for her to top it. Lin Jiayun didn't even turn her head for a second and said, "Sister Jing Jing, where are we going to eat tonight? Recently, I've been eating fat-reducing meals every day, and my mouth has no flavor left, so I want to have an indulgent meal tonight." Wow. Just as she finished the words indulgent meal, there was a flurry of movement next to her. That very recognizable clear and stupid voice came from inside another huge couch. The big couch in this living room was covered with all kinds of chips, chili fries, bread, melon seeds, ham sausages, and if you didn't look closely, You wouldn't even know that there was a person sitting in it. Where are you going for an indulgent meal? Mind bringing the baby along? I can skip the table. I'll just hold my bowl next to me. Don't worry, there's a big meal tonight. There's Big Brother treating us to dinner tonight. Zhou Jing had been prepared to bring the two of her over. What? Lin Jiayun instantly stood up from the top of the sofa. Shocked, the mask on her face fell off. Bare those jade feet. Trotting over to look at Zhou Jing carefully up and down. What are you so excited about? Zhou Jing gave a start. Don't say this woman's maintenance effect is really good. Even this foot are tender to be able to pinch out water. Sister Jing Jing, why are you like this now? Your big brother invited you to dinner but also to bring us together dedication. Sister Jing Jing, I can tell you I am a person with principles. Lin Jiayun said righteously. I cannot multiplayer. I only like one-line contact. You can push that Big Brother's WeChat business card to me. I'll chat with him about the specific price. Jing Zhou, every day on the Big Brother, which has so many Big Brother today invited us to dinner is the next door neighbor. Lin Jiayun, that forget. Not Big Brother still want to invite me to dinner. What? Still want to fall in love with White Sleep? Zhou Jing was completely speechless, rolled out her trademark blank stare. Though she knew Lin Jiayun's staggering words were a joke. It's possible to be self-deprecating, to be precise, but in fact, now they are in this line. To put it nicely, is the anchor is an Edison, but in fact in the eyes of many rich people is another bird. It's just a little more expensive. Give the same money and you can parachute in all over the country. But these are the little webcam hosts who have a pretty average following right now. Those like them, who have climbed up through the script step by step and already have over 1 million followers, have long since eliminated the need for this step. How much money can you get for one night? A few thousand or $20,000. Not as much as she opened a live broadcast opened the room people also suffer with, and wear and tear. Just those who have been around for a while, can't mix it up, and can only raise the AC price a bit with the so-called aura of a small netizen. It is true that men are cheap. The single-digit female anchors of that live broadcast rely on powerful beauty effects. It's amazing that people will actually order after the price is clearly stated. Even the ones that are not bad looking are surprisingly doing very well. Her orders are even months away sometimes. Where are the free, power with love, goodies from all the righteous fathers? Chapter 116, so it's not Big Brother. Zhou Jing, although she said that she understands that this is what the current environment is like, but once it reaches 1 million level of fans like them, they are still very much appreciated. Of course, this so-called cherish, this is the mouth to say. In fact, in many times among the verification is also at most the number of chips of temptation. Just take Louis I. Kuan, for example, who never believed in any of this. It just depends on how much money you drop. For example, now Zhou Jing now more than 300 million fans. Usually live a night of thousands of dollars is there. A little bit of luck over 10,000. And the company emissions short video revenue share as well as advertising share a month to earn a 300,000 or more is very easy. This year over 9 months, Zhou Jing each month's earnings are certainly more than 300,000 and is gradually rising, has not been less than 500,000. That's how you make millions of dollars a year, which is an absolute wealth freedom that is unattainable in a lifetime for the average person. So as long as they weren't stupid in the head, they certainly wouldn't casually agree to someone else's appointment at this current, steadily rising stage. Really speechless own these two girlfriends. Zhou Jing lit a thin cigarette, sucked a few mouths to calm down before continuing. A few days ago was not in you said. Next door moved over a neighbor. Should also be a long-term rental. A few days ago, noisy me. And then breakfast to the cafeteria to eat encounter. On the acquaintance, in order to apologize, today said to invite us to dinner. Long-term rental next door? Lin Jiayun's eyes were beaming. This one presidential suite of theirs is the smallest set on this floor. And according to the normal price, it's about 28,888 a day. And they rent it on a yearly basis. And they promise to help them publicize a few more hotels in the future. And they will also reveal the name of their hotel in the live broadcasting room. So the price is negotiated very favorably. With a 30% discount, that averages out to about $10,000 a day, plus 5 rooms, $300 divided by 5. Each small room equals $60 per month. Such a luxurious environment, being waited on and cleaned every day, being safe and being a 5-star hotel, is a calling card for them. Even a stranger who has only just realized that they have been staying at a 5-star hotel for a long time will light up at them. In fact, the main thing is that the company pays for it, and the company promises them benefits after they reach 1 million followers. And it's not like the company is stupid. In other words, capital is never stupid, because the tickets issued in this regard are tax deductible. This way all three parties, the company, the host and the hotel, profit. But the room next door or other suite prices are certainly not so favorable, unless the other party is also a corporate contract price. But no matter what, life is always petty now. Does he live by himself or is he contracted by the company? Lin Jiayun continued to ask a crucial question. How do I know this? He was originally in room 881 next door, but now he's switched to 883, Zhou Jing said. Hearing this, Lin Jiayun instantly lost any interest. That's a small change. It's probably because the price on the company's side wasn't negotiated well. From the largest suite to a relatively small medium-sized. Must be because of money. It can be seen that the other side is not a group of wealth freedom. And he, Lin Jiayun, seeks wealth and freedom. So it doesn't fit. What do you care if it's 881 or 883? Anyway, just have dinner tonight. After Zhou Jing blankly glanced at him, she then looked at Rai, who was covered in snacks in the middle of the biggest sofa, and said, eat a little less. Leave some in your stomach. You'll have a big meal tonight. The girl who was still holding a large bag of chips sat up with a swish and folded the opening of the chips in her hand and then gave them a clip to keep them from running out of air. The girl had two twisted braids, big airy bangs, and eyes that were clear with a hint of stupidity. Fine, fine. I won't eat it. I won't eat it, he said while arranging the snacks inside the box next to him, and then obediently sat on top of the sofa. His clear and stupid eyes all seemed to brighten up quite a bit at this moment. At Rai's performance, Lin Jiayun really hated it. One day you'll be sold, and you'll be counting the money for someone else. How could anyone buy such a well-behaved baby? Rai blinked his big eyes and stared at Zhou Jing. Yes, it's 8 years and 149 months old. Zhou Jing continued with a trademark blank stare. If you underestimate this girl, then you are really off the mark. This is the company's newest internet sensation that has killed its way to becoming a star this year amongst a host of anchors. The clear and silly exterior is really just her persona. Actually, this little ninny is smart. Learning is also fast. Soon grasped the essence of asking for gifts on the air, without a trace, and the monthly performance is quite good. And in the midst of the short video shoot in question, the clear and silly acting almost makes you believe it's real. It's actually all fake. It's just a template the company has set up in her image. Except for eating. This is what makes Lin Jiayun a bit depressed. And, of course, there's a little quiet. The two of them basically don't eat late-night snacks in order to stay in shape. And they eat 3 meals a day in strict accordance with the dietitian's rules. And high-sugar snacks are even less likely to be touched. But not Rai. She was probably looking for something to eat from the moment her eyes opened in the morning and had to cuddle up with a bag of chips in bed before she went to sleep. Milk tea is even more basically non-restrictive. With that, it's amazing that she's been weighing a little over 100. The difference between a weight measurement every 3 days is just whether you went to the bathroom or not. 7 points. Emblem Avenue, North Section. A Mercedes-Benz E300 was traveling slowly. Even though she had already sat in Zhou Jing's car many times, Lin Jiayun still couldn't help but scrutinize the interior of the car with a hint of envy in her eyes. Sister Jing, you are just too awesome. When will I be able to be like you and be able to buy one of these several $100,000 luxury cars? The Mercedes E300 is around $500,000 when it lands. This is already considered a base model for a luxury car in most people's eyes. Of course, don't compare it to the ones on the internet that start at $1 million. In their eyes, that 1718 of LV Icons is a garbage sports car. Although she said that she had already heard this several times, the curve of Zhou Jing's mouth still couldn't be suppressed as it rose slightly. Unable to help himself, he put his left hand on the side of the car window and said, "Why do you envy me? Your now number is not also slowly up. I just started when you have not been promoted so fast it. You now a month casually can earn 100,000 or so. Want to buy a $45 million of the car? Is not easy." Lin Jiayun looked at her shopping cart with some discouragement. A month is able to earn more than 100,000, but it's just barely enough for myself. You say we shoot videos during the day and do live broadcasts at night so hard. We can't lose ourselves. Now casually a favorite bag are 10,000 or 20,000 or tens of thousands of dollars. And every month to buy a few clothes and skin care products, and then pay a 10,000 yuan a month to the parents of the living expenses. Basically there is not much. And even to say that every month but also to swipe the credit card chanting, and then the next month has just been paid wages and have to pay back the previous months. A dime did not save. I now want to meet a complete wealth freedom Big Brother can see through. This pretense of strength inside the sour, weak, and then rushed over to protect me from the wind and rain. Give me to buy clothes, give me to buy bags, give me to buy cosmetics, give me to buy a house, give me to buy a car, so that I do not have to show my face. Having said her wish, Lin Jiayun pointed to a tall building next to him and said, I heard Zhang Yangfan that said that you have recently been looking at the house of Vank in front of you. Chapter 117, I hope a big brother sees my weakness. What's wrong? You're not satisfied with a luxury car anymore, and you want to buy a house and settle down here completely? I also just casually look at. Now the price is not slowly down. Before cannot afford to buy, now have the opportunity to buy, cannot always live in the company's the gold nest is not as good as their own little kennel. Zhou Jing nodded, adhere to the daily live broadcast. About in the live a half a year or so. The down payment money should have. Good luck. More ads. A year time may be the full amount to hand. Zhou Jing said and clenched her small fists to cheer herself up. One step at a time from a tiny front desk to an internet sensation. She finally made it out. Jing's sister, you live like this is really too tired. You also do not give men the opportunity, You look at how many big brothers you live slightly lower their bottom line. You say what those big brothers will also give you to buy, Why do not you have to work hard? Lin Jiayun shook his head. Look at you a month. If you earn all the money to dress themselves, and I go as hard to enjoy life, surely there must have been a rich kid who saw through your weakness long ago and died defending you. You try to broadcast so many shows and work so hard to stay up, eventually the money is fought for by these real estate companies. How depressing it should be just like me to live through. When I find a wealth freedom big brother, I will not hesitate to leave the job, and then follow the big brother to travel around the world to enjoy life. Zhou Jing smiled and said, what if that big brother suddenly doesn't like you one day? That's a bit of a euphemism. To put it bluntly, it's the day you get tired of being used by big brother. Even the nicest things get tired of being used every day. This is why so many goddesses, their husbands still go and cheat on them? Inside the home is the top of the delicious food, but eat every day. Outside of those things look average. The taste is not necessarily good, but have not eaten, always have to taste it. Maybe there is a different flavor it. Kids know that when they see other toys inside the grocery store they want to try them out. Lin Jiayun heard. A face of indifference. This has what? Change a big brother. Now rich big brother so much. Like me, such as the beauty of the heavenly fairies, change a big brother is not easy. You also do not tell me that after waiting until I'm older will be how. We are a woman is relying on the youth to eat. Young, you do not rely on this, you expect to rely on the talent of the old. The reasoning was a bit twisted and crooked, but it left Zhou Jing powerless to refute it. Exactly, since her childhood, her parents cultivated various life skills so that she can be independent. Don't ask her to be an independent woman in the future, relying on herself and not relying on men. With so many female anchors inside the company, she was probably the only one who had the habit of saving money. She is now not only the car loan has been completed, the hand inside the deposit has been more than 100,000, and then work a year time. The down payment is easy. A little bit of luck. There is a real possibility of full payment to buy a house again. Zhou Jing had never labeled herself as any chaste woman or virtuous wife and mother, because in the live broadcast, she must rely on a variety of small ambiguities to fish those big brother, often to use her whiny clip sound to coax those big brother. But Zhou Jing think this is just work. In order to earn money well, not shabby and not shameful, but if it wasn't inside the live broadcast room, not only relying on the network to maintain, to be put into life, alone to coax one of the men, alone to serve him alone, she really couldn't accept it for a moment. Recently this year or so he was on fire. There are a lot of big brothers offered to give him 100,000, 200,000 per month, and then buy her a house and a car, so that she does not throw her head. She had never, ever made up her mind. That's probably the same kind of people that everyone says are both. Zhou Jing and Lin Jiayun were both pondering in their minds at the moment if there was any worthwhile improvement in their ways, so they fell silent for a moment. Instead, Rai, who was eating cucumber-flavored potato chips non-stop in the second row, kept making crunching noises. It's so far. We're from this side of Yaohai district, and since we're going to Swan Lake, I've already eaten 3 bags of potato chips and drank 2 bottles of yogurt. I feel like I'm going to be full. Don't be anxious. We're here, said Zhou Jing, then turned to the side parking lot pointing at the Swan Lake mansion and said, I go. You can't say it's that Yunmeng hot pot restaurant, right? It seems that this neighbor invited you to dinner is not that simple. Just want to sleep with you. Looking at the building next to him, Lin Jiayun immediately said, it's not possible that you saw his intentions and didn't want to agree to people, dragging the two of us out as a shield. It's not so easy to get us both to help you. We won't be able to fix it in one meal, not to mention that it's so far away that it's an hour by car. Don't you think so, Rai? Right. 1 meal definitely won't do. 3 at the very least. Joyce Lin shouldn't have asked her. Seems smart, but is actually a foodie. It's the Cloud Dream hot pot on the 28th floor of this building. Zhou Jing ignored the juggling of these two and looked at the WeChat message Chaobin had sent him. Lin Jiayun, I'm going to go. Sister Jing Jing, he even invited you to eat at this hot pot restaurant and still said he didn't want to sleep with you? Zhou Jing, what's wrong with this hot pot restaurant? Is it famous? Sister Jing Jing, you've been living in this city for 2 years? You don't even know the most famous and expensive local restaurant? Now I really believe that you didn't accompany those big brothers out to eat. To know that normally big brothers bring you here to eat, you have to know something. Lin Jiayun said. If you come here to eat and then think about going home, then you are too ignorant. It's the rules of the jungle. After Chaobin woke up in the afternoon, 5 o'clock, couldn't stay at the hotel alone, so I went to the store, asked Zhao Yiming about the equipment on Ding's side, so he threw the position to Zhou Jing. As for this jungle rule, he really didn't know. Thanks to Righteous Father's Great Sword. Chapter 118, you can feel your conscience before you speak. Is this hot pot restaurant so famous? Zhou Jing was a rather nerdy one. In fact, their work is considered to be very busy. Just for example, shooting short videos may seem to be so 1 or 2 minutes or dozens of seconds, but the process boss will not be so easily satisfied. Need to shoot a lot of strips. After the short video is an advertisement or something like that. The main event is actually the live stream. It's important to keep your spirits up and deal with each broadcast with the utmost passion so that you can get those hubby fans to willingly unzip their pants, not just their wallets. After the next broadcast is not directly after the sleep. Need to maintain the list of those big brother. These basically added WeChat. Need to appease one by one. Where do you usually find so much time to hang out? It's also like Lin Jiayun, no matter how busy she is still full of energy. And she comes out to shop and spend money after her skin treatment, rewarding herself in the name of beauty. Lin Jiayun could only helplessly give this one a simple popularization as she looked at the puzzled Zhou Jing. Oh, and there's a clear and stupid look staring right next to him. Rai. Lin Jiayun hurriedly pulled out a tissue. Rai. Control it. Ah. Don't drool. This Yunmeng hot pot restaurant has been on fire for several years now. Their main customer groups are all some high-end ones, and they're even the first to charge a service fee in the city. At the beginning there were also many people scolded him, scolded by others. Cannot afford to spend a little more conscious not to go. Go to the people do not care about this service charge. According to the current public review, the average consumption above can be seen, per capita consumption of a minimum of 4 digits. This has been considered very conservative. Is that there are a lot of people go to just order a minimum set menu? But I have done online before the guide. Serious eating, a person at least 2 or 3,000. In other words, the 3 of us plus that one neighbor. This meal is at least $10. 000. Do you think a person who spends more than $10, 000 to invite someone to dinner doesn't want you to order something? Hearing this, Zhou Jing's expression clearly became a bit flustered. Yes, other people spend so much money to invite themselves to eat. It is impossible not to have some ideas. And this guy seems to be very that. That time I heard that person next door screamed very badly. It's over. Can I hold it? What? Jing Zhou, what are you thinking? Suddenly reacted as if he was thinking out of the box. Then immediately disliked back. So familiar. That usually have big brother invited you to eat. Then did you do something according to the rules of the Jianghua? Saying this, Lin Jiayun instantly became much weaker, no longer looking as open-mouthed as she did just now. Those people who invited me to eat here, they all ordered the lowest set menu. The first 1 or 2 come to eat when there is some excitement. Should have seen the scene, but a few times in a row. The excitement has passed. It is not interesting. He several times hinted that the big brother of the live room to let him order the other. But they all said that this is the most delicious. Can I not know if it's good? That big aurochs, that fatty beef, caviar. Lin Jiayun led them in lightly, even though they knew that it was high spending. There was no sense of restraint for the 3 of them. After all, compared to ordinary people, the 3 of them were definitely considered high income. This place is expensive, but you can still afford to eat it if you bite the bullet. It's just not a good deal. Hello, are the 3 of you friends of Mr. Chow? Just then a young and pretty waitress came over. Zhou Jing nodded. Aha. Alright, 3 of you please follow me. The box Mr. Chow booked is on the 28th floor. The waitress who came was Su Chang. Passing through this luxurious hall, walking through the long corridor with a different kind of scenery and elegance, and then to this location suitable for all kinds of photo taking, as well as just now. Su Chang introduced that there are specialized lighting technicians, photographers and retouching masters here. It was only then that Zhou Jing and Rai realized why Lin Jiayun had been so surprised just now. It turns out that there really are people who are willing to spend so much money for meals, and it turns out that there are also places to eat that are so luxurious. There was a little bit of noise in the lobby, and a lot of girls were taking pictures in the gallery, but when it comes to this area of the box, it's just very quiet. Knock knock. The door to the private room all felt a little crisper than usual when you knocked on it, and an outsider could sense that the door was of good quality. Enter. After the door was pushed open, Su Chang led the three of them inside. Hello, Mr. Chow. Your friend is coming over. May I ask if you need to be served now? On it goes. Just in time to get hungry. The three of them went in just in time to see near the windowside position. A young handsome man is turning his back to them looking at the window outside the city scenery. Just by looking at the height alone, he's already poking at the standard in these three women's minds. A plain white casual shirt on top and gray pants with a slightly formal feel underneath. The hairstyle is relatively simple, a chopped hair. At this time in this house, blue light and next to the glass refraction of colorful neon lights. Well, Chaobin set off a few points of mystery and with a hint of aristocratic laziness. It made all three women stand around dumbfounded for a moment. Except for Su Chang. From being amazed at this customer at first to slowly having gotten used to his good looks. After a few seconds of shock, Lin Jiayun directly pulled Zhou Jing to the side and questioned in a low voice. Sister Jing, this is what you call an ordinary neighborhood? Ah, you are clearly trying to eat alone. Where is this ordinary? Now you tell me with your conscience under that 36E. If that's still mediocre, what kind of man is going to get your attention? All the while she could feel the force of her long, slender 5 fingers clenching tightly. Chapter 119. One meal. Someone else's whole life. To be honest, Zhou Jing was actually quite aggrieved in her heart after hearing her sister's questioning. The first 2 days were thought to be pretty cool, but it seems extraordinarily handsome today, and the outfit fits his demeanor so well, doesn't it? When a few people sat down, Zhou Jing looked at the atmosphere that was a bit quiet and began to introduce. I don't know if you've ever brushed up on these guys. They're all our company's anchors, and this is our neighbor, Mr. Chow. After saying that to both sides began to introduce up. This one is 1 meter 73 tall, weighs 49 kilograms, 3-way are 89/67/97. Net name is Duo Bao. Often shoots that segment with our boss. Now the fans have broken 2 million. Real people, beautiful long legs. During Zhou Jing's introduction, Lin Jiayun next to her didn't squirm in the slightest, but instead straightened her back and stood up, showing that her data wasn't fake. Lin Jiayun was very satisfied that her looks had reached the level of beauty without any modifications, but she was actually more satisfied with her skin or her body. Upon hearing such a unique introduction from Zhou Jing, Chaobin all but laughed. Recognize. Used to often brush to. It seems that the online cannot be trusted. You just script began to think that it is really in love. Only you just said that this information. I have some disbelief. Not after the official test. It cannot be counted as true. Official testing? Still testing this? Xiao Rai, who had originally buried his head and had already begun to show off the saint's fruits and pistachios set out on the table, raised his head in a somewhat bewildered manner. Seeing this scene, Chaobin slowly turned the several portions of fruit that he had set before him. It is this thing. How else is the official test? Ah. Lin Jiayun white glance, only focusing on burying his head to show off snacks. Rai, don't know to help say a little. On the side to help praise their own a few times. Really white blind yesterday to buy her a box of cucumber-flavored potato chips. My name is Chaobin. Word, official. Chaobin watched Rai dazzle quite quickly and brought her another plate. Zhou Jing muttered in a low voice. Rascal. Puffing. Lin Jiayun straightened her waist and said directly and generously. Alright, in order to prove myself that I'm not a data monster, I'll accept your test. Chaobin. Still not as silky smooth as Ho. Tried to be a rogue in the mouth himself. Didn't expect the first wave to be destroyed. This girl is not easy. It was better to rely on Rai, who had been bored next to him and had been working on the present temporary. This is a newcomer to our company, called Lai Tingting. Net name is called Xiaolai students. You call him Xiaolai can be. You just do not bother him to eat on the line. This little girl also do not know whether the hungry ghost cast birth. As long as you can enter the mouth, never know to refuse. Several of them were in their 20s. Just Chaobin was slightly older by a few years. So soon everyone was chatting and familiarizing themselves. Hello, Mr. Chow. You placed an order for 3 bottles of Conti today. Are you sure you want to open them all? Right at this moment, Su Cheng came in with 3 bottles of red wine, followed by 2 waiters carrying wine glasses and a soberizer. Chaobin, it's all open. Can you drink this much at once? Zhou Jing frowned slightly, thinking to herself, are you preparing to get good wine to get your sisters all drunk? Sorry, I forgot to tell you guys. Chaobin laughed. I have a friend in the neighborhood, and now that it's the end of work point, he shouldn't have had dinner. So I messaged him to come over and have a bite of casual dinner together. Just kidding. So good place to brush money, how can not bring brothers over? And there are beautiful women even more to bring brothers over. A good buddy should eat, drink, and pick up girls together. It naturally didn't matter if someone else was treating them. It was just that Lin Jiayun was a little surprised. A casual meal? You call this a casual meal? She had just glanced at that red wine. Then a quick search was done on top of the phone. The official guide price is close to $200,000. A little less convinced, she flipped through the pad laid out next to her and turned to the page of drinks. $220,000. That's $660,000 for 3 bottles. And with a 10% service charge, that's over $700. Dry for 3 bottles. What kind of family? It can be built that way. Before his shock was over, the waiters began to serve the food one after the other. Those few exaggerated large aurora, beautifully plated tripe, beef, and some it could not recognize, but based on the tone of this restaurant, I believe that to be able to get on this table, are not cheap. It's fine. It's fine. It's more lively when there are more people. Lin Jiayun was originally in Xiaobin is separated between 2 positions. This moment even picked up his cell phone, left the position, took the initiative to sit to Xiaobin said with a smile. Earlier, when she was asking Zhou Jing, she said that the other party was just a mediocre-looking young man. But once here, this is simply the time when Daniel Wu was alive and Quan Chi was at his peak. Most of all being able to eat at Cloud Dream Hot Pot restaurant as a casual meal at any time. Wasn't this the big brother he had always dreamed of? Seeing that this woman took the initiative to sit over, Xiaobin wasn't a little cutie. Instantly realized it. Then the wine was opened and the waiters started helping with the shabu-shabu, and it didn't take long. The toolman has arrived. Oh, it's the good brother who's arrived. Zhao Yiming's eyes instantly lit up when he saw these 3 beauties the moment he pushed open the door. A brief exchange of pleasantries followed. Zhao Yiming picked up his wine glass. I've only seen it on top of my cell phone before, but I didn't expect the real person to be too much prettier than on top of the cell phone. Zhou Jing nodded slightly. Thank you. Lin Jiayun ruffled her hair. Where? Rai stared at the hot pot and whispered. Beef's good. It'll get old if you shuck it again. After the first drink, a few of the men buried their heads in their hands and got to work, as if they were hungry. Zhao Yiming was all used to his boss eating here as if it were Shaxian, but he was indeed hungry. And these 3 beautiful women in this hotel under the horrible price, as well as this fresh ingredients. After eating a few mouthfuls of praise, the most important every chopstick down, are hundreds and thousands of dollars. Even Zhou Jing, who had the largest amount of followers in their place, with an income of $200,000 to $300,000 a month, had never had the luxury of daring to eat these. After roughly browsing through the prices just now, this meal would require even Zhou Jing to work part-time for 3 months. One meal ate her a down payment. It is not that Zhou Jing cannot afford to eat in this life. Even if she can afford to eat, she is not cost-effective. Cannot for a meal themselves to others to do 3 months for nothing. Lin Jiayun was about 3/4 full after eating for 7 or 8 minutes straight. Then he began to focus all of his attention on Xiaobin, who was buried in his meal next to him. Mentally, he was planning how to draw closer. The meal lasted about an hour and a half or so. I guess Lin Jiayun was the only one who didn't have enough to eat. A few other people, especially Rai and Zhao Yiming, both of them couldn't be bothered to talk. One waiter around the rest of them to help shabu-shabu would be enough, while Rai and Zhao Yiming each added an extra waiter around them to help him shabu-shabu. Hiccup. Xiaobin burped unimaginatively, then lay down on the seat with a relaxed and cozy face. Casually, he pulled the black box emblem out of his pocket. Before she could find the lighter, Su Chang, who was beside her, quickly held up the lighter. Ding! Surprisingly, it's DuPont. At this time, Xiaobin has long since lost the constraints of some time ago when he would ask if he could smoke after entering this hotel. Lin Jiayun, who knew the most about this area, had her eyes lit up. She was already 100% sure that this one was a frequent diner. You can tell just by this beautiful waitress, whether it's helping him with his food, which ones he likes to eat and the speed of serving the wine. It's all very skillful and natural. The outrageous thing is this after-dinner cigarette. It was a completely subconscious action. Su pretty girl, help figure out how much it is. Check out. Su Chang, who had already prepared himself on the side, quickly replied, Hello Mr. Chow. The basic consumption of your table is 298,765 renminbi, and the drinks are 3 bottles of Conti at 660,000 RMB, making a total of 898,765 renminbi, and a total of 950,000 RMB to help you erase the change. Xiaobin nodded. Oh, good. Drops. Scan code. The payment was successful. Su Chang said. Then Mr. Chow is still helping you get rid of most of this remaining bottle of red wine? Well, leftover wine doesn't need to be kept in the future no matter how much is left. I don't like drinking leftovers. Xiaobin said. Okay, Mr. Chow. 950,000. The 3 of them, Zhou Jing, Lin Jiayun, and Xiao Rai had actually quietly pricked up their ears and were listening when they heard that they were going to check out. Upon hearing this number, even though he had tried his best to stop his face from changing too much, the look of surprise was still hard to control. Row by row. Can. It's amazing that there are actually people who have eaten a meal with numbers that other people could never earn if they worked their whole lives. Chapter 120, The Struggling Jadoba. Spent 950,000 for his male friend, Zhao Yiming. 10 times return 9.5 million. I'm going to the restroom. Xiaobin got up and went to the restroom, and also sent Zhao Yiming a WeChat. Which one of these 3 female anchors do you have your eye on? Let me know in advance. Don't hit the gun. You choose first. Zhao Yiming, I liked Rai before. Is that what you like about her? You're looking at her for her mouth. Chao Bin. A daily favorite that eats nonstop and definitely has a knack for it. Ha ha. It's still a brother who understands me. Zhao Yiming laughed out loud. It used to feel like this youthful and silly, and then nonstop eating just felt like it must be something else. I never thought I'd actually get a chance to try it. Cheer up then. Think of your own way to soak it up first. I'm here if you need any assistance. And don't be afraid to spend money. Chao Bin gave Zhao Yiming a bottom. You like this Cheerios a lot? Go, I'll take you to get some more. Zhao Yiming said to Rai. Originally, this carvery was finished and Rai was eyeballing it from the sidelines. I was just too embarrassed to ask for it and let the waiter get it. So naturally I was very happy now that someone had offered to take her there. It feels hard when you don't have anything to put inside your mouth for a while. Waiting for this room. Now only left Zhou Jing, Lin Jiayun, 2 of them. Lin Jiayun beckoned. The box inside serving a few waiters also retreated out. Then she could not resist the curiosity in her heart. Came to the side of the inquiry to Zhou Jing up. Sister Jing, how much do you know about this person? Actually not much more than you guys. Just saw him a few more times and heard some movements. Zhou Jing thought that what she knew more than them should be that aspect of the function. After all, listening to the wall for a night. As soon as she thought about it, Zhou Jing felt her ears burning. But this dinner tonight for $950,000 hit her too hard. There are 950,000 and you buy 950,000 cars and live in 950,000 houses. These in their eyes will not make them how surprised. After all, with their current amount of this fan can also be done. But a meal to eat 950,000 on their boss Xiang Yang fan that cannot afford to give up. Such an outrageous scene was only recently seen on top of Shakeology. Since the visa waiver, those simians have come to Tianhai. That spending is unbelievable. I saw one of the biggest spending orders yesterday. A real $1,000, $560,000 for a meal, and 2 bottles of 1976 Normandy County opened. I wonder how this big brother compares to the group of Shanghai masters in Tianhai. I'll just look at a few more of his friend circles. Zhou Jing then tapped WeChat to open Chao Bin's friend circle. Chao Bin's circle of friends doesn't have many now. I haven't posted any friends lately either. Just the beginning of the day. Love. And then a burst of consumption from Cuckoo. But it was just those 3 days. After 3 days until now, this little half a month, Chao Bin had not sent a single friend circle. Holy, this is definitely Big Brother. Lin Jiayun looked at the content of this friend circle and was shocked for a moment. Sister Jing, do you still remember the vow we made back then? There's wine to drink together and men to pick up. Zhou Jing, did I say that? Without waiting for Zhou Jing to react, Lin Jiayun continued. Sister Jing used to let you introduce the big brother of the live broadcast to my side. You didn't introduce this thing, I've already forgiven you. But this time you can't eat alone. This neighbor of ours, Chao Bin, is definitely a big brother, and this time I must take it for you. No, not take down. This is the time to make sure you climb into that bed of his. Lin Jiayun has never been a self-conscious fairy. She knows what position she is in now. She is confident in herself, but she will never raise AC price indiscriminately. If there is still an attempt to tie men down with affection in this day and age, that's no longer naive. That's it. That's all there is between a man and a woman. You're a rich brother. I covet your money. I want to live comfortably. I don't want to have to work for money at this wonderful age. You're a beautiful woman. I crave your body. I want to hold a beautiful woman all to myself. It's okay to ask for money, as long as it's served well. Money is not a problem. That's the essence of it. Vixen sees it clearly. So she is now wealth-free. She is now at the age of close to 40 and she has become that rich brother using her money to support the young meat. Lin Jiayun has always looked up to her as a role model. Looking at her sister's painfully determined look at this moment, she was still in a fog. When did I agree on this vow with you? Gadabeo waved his hand and said with a disinterested face, Sister Jing, are these important? These are not important. Don't care about these details well. Anyway, this time you definitely have to do me a favor. Make sure to help me fix this Bing. Are you just sure that the person is really Fu? Aren't you afraid that he's colluding with this hot pot restaurant owner? Looking at her sister's current appearance that she couldn't wait for that to be washed up, Zhou Jing still couldn't help but roll her eyes and persuade her. Like this case, they have seen a lot of people in order to pretend to be rich second generation to pick up female anchors. What kind of means have been used? Just like today's scene is actually not difficult. It's a familiar relationship with the owner of this store, who casually changes the wine's packaging. Then today's dish is discounted again or something like that, which the average rich kid can do. Absolutely impossible. Gatabeo bluntly waved his hand tone. Seriously, and she said, you two usually don't care about these things. Don't know. Just for example, you know all day long that you just know to stay at home to save money to buy a house and a car. And Xiao Rai, this girl, she knows to show off the snacks. I'm not the same. I know all kinds of fashionable things very well. For example, the outfit he's wearing today. It's true that there's not much of a logo, but you see a small "she" embroidered where the cuffs are. Hearing this from Gatabeo, Zhou Jing was still at a loss. This outfit of Chao Bin's he looked at and felt that the texture was very nice and flattering to his figure, but really didn't notice what brand it was. Gatabeo also didn't play dumb riddles with them here, and said bluntly, this, "chi" is not simple is our city's inheritance for many years of a top handmade everyone's mark. The price is extremely expensive. Just for example, today he is wearing this shirt and a pants, bottoming out to more than 300,000 yuan. The main thing is that ordinary rich people can't become their customers yet. Hearing her say that, Zhou Jing, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. In the past, Gatabeo said above her words verbally that she would definitely find a rich brother in the future and would definitely not suffer from this worldly sin. Even after seeing her usual non-stop various maintenance, practicing yoga and Kegel hard, Zhou Jing thought she was joking. But today's words made her realize that this sister of hers had really worked on this. Alright, since you've already thought it through, how do you think you want me to help you? Zhou Jing said. Simple, first push his WeChat to me, and then in the future when you have the opportunity to contact, you must take me with you, not to act alone. Gatabeo smiled those eyes as if they were a curved moon. Okay, it was just this request that Zhou Jing didn't mind, and very decisively recommended Chao Bin's WeChat to Gadoba. When Chao Bin pushed open the door of the box, while walking with a paper towel while wiping the water on his hands, he found that there was no Zhao Yiming and Xiaolai's figure inside the room. It seems that this brother of his is quite enlightened. This has already started to act. It was the remaining two who had something not quite right in their eyes, especially Jada Bao. Her eyes sizzled. It was as if it was going to melt. Chao Bin, why do you have water in one hand? Also, your shirt is unbuttoned and your pants are obviously slanted. Jadoba asked. Chao Bin? He looked down, and indeed there was something of a disheveled look about him, and the water stains on top of the gray pants were obvious. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't get any ideas? I'm really just going to the bathroom. Yeah, you went to the bathroom. I don't know anything but Su Cheng in this hotel. Gatabeo. Zhou Jing, obviously not convinced. Just now he went to the restroom back and forth always together for 10 minutes tops. 10 minutes and it's over? That also includes the stretch to the restroom and the time associated with going to the restroom to wash hands, clothes, and whatnot. That ends up being an estimated 5 minutes. There's not much use in asking for such a rich brother even if he's rich, right? Looking at this moment, Gatabeo's eyes clearly became a bit disgusted, as if he was struggling with something. Chapter 121, is this something the baby can hear? Chao Bin was offended. You can doubt me about anything, but you can't doubt this. Damn it, don't be ridiculous, okay? It was only a few minutes before and after I went to the restroom, and I didn't even have enough time to organize my clothes. I can't just leave my pants on. Zhou Jing's eyes instantly gathered, her face all much more serious as she stared at Chao Bin dead in the face and said, so is it true that if you were given the time, there's a real possibility that something could happen to you over there? As for the other Gatabeo, she didn't care who she went to the restroom with or anything like that. She never imposed on the moral aspect. She only asked her most crucial question. You mean you must have been more than just these few minutes? And how long was your most recent one? Is this important? Chao Bin smiled, drew 2 more paper towels, wiped his hands, then took a cigarette and lit it, continuing to sit on the main seat. And at this time, Zhao Yiming also brought Xiaorai 2 people each and a large tray came in. This tray above the dense variety of fruits, watermelon, Cheerios, cantaloupe, sun-dried fruit. Ignoring them, Gatabeo continued to ask, don't digress. This is a serious question. Looking at Gatabeo's imperative to know the answer, Chao Bin smiled and said, how can I put this question? Look at the average. 20 or 30 minutes is fine if you're in a hurry. And if you're not, an hour or so before or after is the norm. The main thing is that it's been used more frequently lately, and it seems to have an increasingly powerful look to it. This was dumbfounding to Rai, who hadn't been in a relationship yet and was showing off his fruit at the moment. She looked at the two men with some incredulity. A head of steam. What's going on? Are men and women so direct in their communication nowadays? I'm still just an 8-year-old and 149-month-old baby who has never been in a relationship. Can I listen to this stuff? Can I learn it? Hearing this answer. In fact, Jadoba's heart beat a drum. This foo has a rich private life. It seems that one usually seldom lets one's brother be idle. Although her mouth above has been saying that after he found a rich brother, he does not care if he has no other life. Whether it is a scum man does not matter, as long as the money is given to spend on it. But, in fact, the heart of the heart will still have some small suggestions. It was soon released as well. Like this handsome and young-looking one, it was originally the time when the fighting force was the strongest, so it was probably impossible for you to let him rest. But this is also possible. Just like men, they are all good at saving face. Even if he has only had one girlfriend, he definitely says he has had 5 times 8 times or more and definitely doesn't think he's a scumbag. Instead he relishes it. That woman is different. She may talk 10 times. She only said she talked twice. Hate to say that they have not talked. If not, that aspect is really cannot cover up. She would like to say that it is junior high school reading riding a bicycle to get. What about my question just now? Jo Jing had a serious expression on her face at this moment, staring at Chao Bin with a deadly stare. Hey! Chao Bin was slightly amused. Do you still need me to answer what you said? A beautiful woman like Su Chang is good-looking, well-built and young. Plus she's been working in this place for so long. The service must be good and definitely fully automated. If she's willing, how could I possibly refuse? Isn't that pure? Chao Bin has never been honest. Just when he said this, he glanced at the entrance of the box. So chatting about such a thing, if Su Chang heard it at the entrance, it would be too embarrassing and would look too obscene. Humph. You have to have a girlfriend. Isn't that enough? Jo Jing was the one who heard the commotion of Chao Bin's room tossing and turning, and it was only that day that she wasn't able to broadcast live, and only then did she recognize this guy. The way you say that, do I have to have just one girlfriend? Chao Bin's main focus was sincerity. Scum. Jo Jing was obviously a bit displeased with her face. Chao Bin, however, had a disinterested face and ignored her. At her age, 20-something, basically wealth-free, one is high and mighty. But, it's not like Chao Bin wants to pick her up. It doesn't matter. Instead, he picked up his cell phone and asked, do you know one called Special Agent Banana? It's this one, the one on the beach wearing a rose-red bikini, and it looks like it's from your company too to me. After seeing the cell phone screen clearly as well as his question, Jo Jing, Gatabeo, and Rai's expressions instantly froze. You have a girlfriend and have been busy lately, and now you're asking the pretty lady on top of Jitterbug to your face. No wonder Jo Jing said you're a scumbag. It's really true. Jo Jing should have been pitted by a scummy guy when she was young, so she was quite upset with him. But Jia Duo Bao, her philosophy is much better. Anyway, as long as Fu gives her money to spend and buys her bags, clothes and cosmetics, it's fine. Whether it's a scummy guy or not doesn't matter. So she had a dumbfounded smile. Oh, you said she is our company, just signed. The artist now is not yet in the localate in Hainan side. Oh pity, I just said in the comments section. Of course you see the sea is to see the beach. With the beach there will be coconut trees. With coconut trees you will meet the young woman. Said what he said is what the body of the young woman. I still want to see it. Chao Bin said with some disappointment. With that, it's a casual scratch to the next video. A group of hipsters on the video. Hydrated muscles, black trench coat, smooth hair, curtains draped on both sides. One looks like a well-dressed Seo Chi-song. This recently opened up the visa waiver. And that group of similars came to Tenkai. It's all on the hot seat. You also swipe to this. I also swiped to this. Recently the similars are very active. Good thing that our shoe masters hold up. Gatabeo on the side. And did not. On this back to their own position. Still looking at Chao Bin's cell phone. Even Gatabeo also opened his cell phone. Flipped to the video that just liked. Said, look. In order to give this group of people a bit of a shock. The previous 6 p.m. before going out of the Shanghai Masters. Rich second generation. And now every day insisted on waking up early. Driving their own luxury cars around the sneaking around, and even set up all kinds of luxury cars, fleet of cars. Some people also put the home of the convertible car are open out. Hard to wear a down jacket to sneak around. Being in such close contact, I don't know if it was the smell of his perfume or that body odor that just slowly rushed into Chao Bin's nostrils. Because of his height, he towered over them. Even more so, you can clearly see the white edges of the mountains. Chapter 122. To have the right wingman. In order not to appear obscene, Chao Bin hastily looked to the side. But, next to it was the delicate face of Jadoba. The distance between the two was only 4 or 5 centimeters at most. Partly it's because of youth, and partly it's supposed to be well maintained. That a face of collagen egg, delicate red, moist and shiny. Looking at the people are unable to resist the desire to kiss. Oh no! Want to go to the pinch. Oh no! Want to go ask how it's maintained? For a moment that tickling sensation spread all over his body again. Chaobin somewhat regretted that he still should have had a friendly match when he left at Chen Yuhui's house in the morning. There was some craziness last night, and I was afraid that she couldn't handle it, so I looked slightly more civilized in the morning. And now that I think about it, it's not right. She's not a novice, and how could the ground be broken? Suddenly this little ambiguity let Chaobin some did not catch, but also sighed at the boldness of this woman. It seems to be a good exercise for the body. Lin Jiahu and this woman is just a matter of time. This was a scene where there were other people, so Chaobin subconsciously moved his position to the side. Just a simple contact. Just now Chaobin's subtle changes made Lin Jiayun's heart burst with surprise. It seems that she is into the eyes of this rich brother. Women should never be too confident. Do not others think you are beautiful? You think you are very beautiful? The most terrible is that those 3 points of the woman after carefully dressed into 5 points of the woman, and then put on the beauty filter into 7 points, so that he thought he was 9 points of beauty, and ultimately can't look at men who are 8s. This kind of fairy is pure sand sculpture. Lin Jiayun was not this kind of cutie. She had to make sure that the other person hadn't looked at her first, and if she did, she would have a chance. If you can't see it, you strip down and send it over. It's just a simple transaction. It's just a one-time thing. That wouldn't be cost-effective. Lin Jiayun continued to add to the interaction by reading up on the comments about this hot take. Grandpa, my current Audi S6 was parked on Wukong Road last night, and I ended up calling me to come over and move my car quickly. No way. The big picture is important. You do not see this group of rich second generation. This group of Tiger Master can suffer. This waxing moon period even open top. Master HU, don't you dare believe that I wasn't in the early hours of the morning in the middle of the paper. I was looking for the most conspicuous parking spot. Embarrassing. My BMW 5 Series was parked here for 20 minutes and was whisked away on the phone. Let these smites meet the true heirs. Korean dramas may be fake, but every single one in our little era is real. Zhao Yiming in the side to pick up the conversation. In the past, our hate these second generation show off their wealth, now only to find that this group of people is also quite lovely. Right, Bing? You do not have a poison? Although it is said that in the tomato inside this thing hundreds of cars, but the reality of the country only 10 to this drive over not hanging sky. What? Poison? Is that the poison from the Lamborghini? That thing costs tens of millions of dollars. What's poison? A type of potato chip? I think I've seen it before. The first two were naturally Zhou Jing and Lin Jiayun, and as for the food, there was only Xiao Rai. It's no fun. Sand sculpture and then drive over tired. Chaobin directly refused. Zhou Jing quickly searched on top of her cell phone, just to know the approximate price of this car, and Lin Jiayun does not need this car. She has had attention before. Know the approximate price, and the specific how much money for her now is not important. These are just to determine the front of this is a real rich brother just. It's normal for him to have whatever he has now. She wouldn't be surprised to hear even that he had an island out there right now. Where is your Lamborghini poison? Down there or at the hotel? People haven't been in a sports car of this caliber yet. Can I ride in the passenger side? Lin Jiayun's voice was clearly clipped a little bit more than just now. I'm also using someone else's. Indeed, this sound sends a shiver down the body when you hear it. Chaobin propped himself up, cleared his throat, and said, the car is for a friend to play in. Playing for a friend in? Tens of millions of dollars of things, said so lightly, for a moment made Lin Jiayun skeptical. Then this friend of yours is a man or a woman? Chaobin said frankly. Female. Zhou Jing lightly grunted. Scum. Lin Jiayun's eyes lit up. Xiao Rai continued to show off the fruits. She found that these fruits were of much better quality than he had imagined, especially since Zhao Yiming had just taken her there, and that waiter had even helped her wash them and pick the biggest ones. Thanks to this guy. Where else could you get so many Cheerios? And most of all for free. What's this? There are cars for women to drive. There are cars on the brothers' side. I Bing also have Pagani Wind God, the Son of the Wind, Bugatti Veyron, Red Dragon and so on the brothers' side. On the brothers' side, the total value of more than 200 million it. Zhao Yiming on the side immediately said, we're surrounded by friends, and Bing has given each of us a house and a car. As a proper wingman, you can't just pick up chicks on your own at this point. Even if Rai wasn't eating Cheerios right now and was eating his brother, he would have to stop immediately, to help his righteous father play match. Sure enough, after hearing this, the face of Zhou Jing, who was still upset just a moment ago, also changed dramatically, not to mention the indifferent Lin Jiayun. Lin Jiayun had originally heard that Chaobin had a tens of millions of dollars of cars on his woman's side. she was very happy instead. Since Brother Fu is interested in me, and Lin Jiayin doesn't feel that she is inferior to other women. Not to mention that she thought she was probably a lot better at kung fu than the others. Other people can get tens of millions of dollars for sports cars, so she can too. Maybe take more. I've been practicing Kegel myself for so long. Lin Jiayun felt super strong. Chapter 123, Lu Danhua's chance has come. But Xiao Bin didn't give him a chance. Or maybe he's learning Lu Bo's way. Even if one is fishing. And don't close the net so quickly. Let these fish, swim above the hook a little longer, so that when they are landed, they will be more honest, more understanding, more obedient. So Xiao Bin said, I still have things to do over here, so I won't accompany you. Having said that, get up. Zhao Yiming also did not hesitate. Followed. Anyway, he has already added Xiao Rai's WeChat. There is no hurry. Sure enough, the three people present afterward were as he thought they would be. Jingzhou. Lin Jiayun was a little anxious. Rai, hiccup. But just now, Zhao Yiming had brought her too much, and had already eaten several pots, and there were still a few pots next to her. Hello beautiful. Just now Mr. Zhao ordered us to prepare a box for you. Just then, Su Chan walked in carrying a box of Cheerios and placed it on the chair next to Xiao Rai. Wow. Instant eye roll. Zhou Jing didn't even bother to spit on her, but Lin Jiayun immediately asked in a low voice, Xiao Rai, did you add Zhao Yiming's WeChat? Well, plus. Because of the Cheerios stuffed inside his mouth Rai's speech was a bit leaky. That's fine. When you're chatting with him, remember to inadvertently ask about Bin's usual schedule hobbies Lin Jiayun said. Oh, Rai nodded, and after emptying his mouth, he immediately took out his cell phone and directly pressed the voice to send. Brother Yiming, Brother Aben, what are you guys doing now? What does he like to eat? Joyce Lin. Seeing him in this operation, a face of confusion, eyes froze for a second, but quickly responded by immediately grabbing her cell phone. Click to withdraw. It's just a shame that it was clicked wrong and clicked as deleted. Lin Jiayun in this moment have a little do not want to be with Xiao Rai. Too difficult. This brain are thinking what I told you to ask sideways to ask sideways. Do you know what sideways means? Lin Jiayun held her forehead. Speechless. Rai shook his head. Joyce Lin. Forget it. You can't count on one of you. I'll do it myself. After Xiao Bin and Zhao Yiming both got into the car, Zhao Yiming received a WeChat sent by Xiao Rai, and originally had an instant face, only to click on it and hear that it was actually a question for Xiao Bin. Immediately and without hesitation, I clicked on the external playback and listened to it again. Xiao Bin smiled and didn't say anything. Zhao Yiming even guessed it. Once I heard it, it was the other two next to me who asked, Bing, what do you think? How do you think? Which one do you want? That's what you're asking. Rai is yours, and the rest is naturally collected. Zhao Yiming, I'm sorry. My pattern is small. You're forgiven. Slowly in the future your pattern will be bigger. Xiao Bin hemmed and hawed with a loud laugh. Where are we going now? Zhao Yiming asked. Wait to meet someone at the cafe in front. Xiao Bin pointed to the West Nest Cafe down the road. This time the meeting was with Ryu Danhua, who had asked him out twice without success. This one bank lady, too, has been in a hurry lately. Do not dare to call Xiao Bin WeChat and do not dare to urge. But he saw Xiao Bin's bank account money is in the crazy up. Now have more than 3 billion. This time the bank has been a lot of people staring. Even the bank president, when faced with a customer with such a cash deposit, has to respectfully come to the door to negotiate. Originally, Lu Danhua thought he would never have another chance. After all, the governor had stepped in. So how could she, a small intern, have any chance? Even though in the process, Ming Ming had liked her friend's circle, and she followed this photo and realized that Xiao Bin should have a unique hobby. So she also secretly sent stalking photos over. But the other party didn't have a single response. Lu Danhua has all but given up and quickly finds another customer to become his account manager to keep his position. But what I didn't expect was this. The governor called himself into the office this afternoon and asked Lu Danhua if he knew Xiao Bin. This confused Lu Danhua. How can I put it? Say you know each other. You haven't met. Say you don't know it. Contacted him a few times on WeChat above. Just then, the bank president said, now the customer's side designated for you to contact. You go as soon as possible to implement it. Such a huge amount of cash customers must be retained for me. Understand? Hearing this, Lu Danhua instantly looked ecstatic. Okay, governor. Remember, you must keep it, no matter what you have to do. Just as Lu Danhua turned around and prepared to leave, the governor reminded again. Lu Danhua's body instantly trembled and his heart thumped, hesitated for a few seconds. Okay. In fact, all of this was really done by Xiao Bin, who was bored today and was swiping his friends while squatting in the pit. See, Lu Danhua sent him a tweet. Chaobin subconsciously clicked on the avatar to click on his friend's circle to look at it. I didn't realize that it was still pretty, and it looked like it was only 24 or 25 years old, which belonged to the time when women were at their peak, and she had posted a friend's circle earlier for her birthday, and she clicked on it to see that the top of the cake said 24. Afterwards, they also shared a lot of life's little pleasures: milk tea, coffee, baking, traveling, cycling. As you can see in all directions from the top of these photos, it is indeed a young and beautiful bank lady. The most recent photo is of her in her bank uniform. Slim casual small suit underneath tight wrapped skirt, then black stockings. Something else. It's no wonder that in reality, these bank ladies are usually high-eyed and condescending. It's true that they earn well, have decent jobs, and once they get past their internships, a small $200,000 a year is already considered a very high income for a woman. And these so-called hobbies can be sustained. They don't need to go buy a house or a car. Just maintain their beauty. A woman who is a 3 dares to look down on a man who is an 8. And naturally these women who are already a 7 or more naturally can't look down on a man who is a 9 or less. Chaobin had talked to a bank lady before. With his looks and build, it was surprising that this woman he didn't even end up fighting. At best, he had accompanied her to a few movies and shopping malls, and that was all it took, as if he was still rewarding Chaobin for the opportunity. So for this occupation, Chaobin still had some unique XP in his heart. It's also a way to make up for the time when he was poor. And when he received a call from this line manager, he said the name of Lu Danhua, and then also gave a shout out to the last photo she posted of her friends in stockings. This time Lu Danhua instantly understood. So, once again, she gave Chaobin an invitation. First, he was verbally invited to a cafe, and then his circle of friends posted a full-body photo visible only to Chaobin, as well as a photo of his long legs and stockings. Sure enough, after half an hour, Chaobin replied to her with an OK emoji. Lu Danhua then hoofed it to this cafe and booked a large box. The cost of this outing is definitely reimbursable, and the small box is too small for casting. After waiting for about half an hour or so, Lu Danhua carefully inspected the inside of the box. Coffee, wine, napkins, wet wipes. The windows are also drawn. It was also explained to the waiter that when the guests came in later, they would need to talk about something private to the bank, and that it was forbidden for anyone to knock on the door and come in when they weren't shouting for them. After making sure there was no mistake, he sent Chaobin a WeChat. Hello Mr. Chao, the innermost, box 9. Is there any free power for love? Chapter 124. You know what poor people and rich people have in common when it comes to dating? It all blew up the first time we met. You don't have to wait for me. You can busy yourself. I'll take a cab when I'm done. Chaobin spoke to Zhao Yiming before getting out of the car with his own things. It's okay, there's no rush. I just happened to be lying down and chatting with Xiao Rai. Zhao Yiming had a cheap smile on his face. Seems like he's not broadcasting live today. Kind of bored on the side. Oh, I know. You wait a moment to send me the name of their live room. Chaobin also did not expect Zhao Yiming actually like this one. Spend money generously. Do not tie your hands. So I will give you a presidential suite next to the Swan Lake Hotel. Open a week. Nothing to do. You bring her out to play. You tell her that this hotel presidential suite is not limited to fruit. Dependable. Zhao Yiming's eyes glowed. Chaobin immediately called Su Changhir and asked her to help her ask for the marketing manager's number of the hotel above. The presidential suite at the Sky Lake Hotel costs almost 880, I think. The reason why Chaobin chose this side and not the Sheraton Ligang's hotel where he was currently staying was because he wanted to separate Xiao Rai from Zhou Jing and Gatabeo and the girls. Women together that will come up with all sorts of bad ideas. Want to take down most of the difficulty, after the separation of the convenience. Their own strategy. Book the most luxurious 10 days straight away. 880,000. Discounted 850,000 for Su Chang's face. It was enough for a down payment on a house. But Chaobin still paid it quickly. Because that's the only way to get a rebate for spending. Righteous father. Zhao Yiming was right next to him, watching Chaobin's quick arrangements. After which the marketing manager's phone number and room number and such were sent over. Shouting in excitement. Spend $850,000 for my good friend, Zhao Yiming. 10x rebate for $8. 5 million. Looking at the tips on the virtual panel in front of him, Chaobin was in a better mood. Enjoy it, brother. With me, there's no girl a brother can't pick up. It takes an extremely large pry bar to pry the earth. But prying the legs apart is relatively simple. Especially now that it also has the rebate. Chaobin. It's just a pity transferring money to a brother doesn't count. Or else Chaobin would have hated to immediately transfer $1 billion to each of Zhao Yiming and Lu Bo. That's even better. They can only be induced to become a scumbag like themselves. Eating and drinking and waving and taking them around to spend money. then one logically helps them each pay for their own. Hello Manager Lu. Going to the cafe and finding the box, he pushed the door in and saw Lu Danhua, or the circle of friends kind of bank suit. Young and beautiful, well-proportioned body. The most important thing is young and tender. Plus this dress, in the outside is definitely a high turnover rate. Good day, Mr. Chow. Seeing that Chow Bin was so young, Lu Danhua froze for a moment and almost didn't react, only to immediately stand up and respond after several seconds. There aren't many pictures inside Chow Bin's circle of friends, so Lu Danhua didn't expect Chow Bin to be so young and handsome. In fact, Chow Bin used to have a lot of selfies inside his circle of friends. He used to be an extremely narcissistic person. He likes to take selfies. Good-looking people who are confident in their face value, both men and women, love to take selfies. Chow Bin sometimes when he was the only one inside the elevator, he couldn't help but take a few pictures of the polished stainless steel mirrors and send them to his friends, because that's when he was happy. When he was happy, because he had a girlfriend around at that time. Since breaking up with Lu Tingting, he didn't have the habit of sending out a circle of friends. He just got the system for a few days to consume and send a few days. After that he felt a bit bored and didn't send it again. So much so that even if his circle of friends is visible for half a year there are no photos in it. The photos he had posted before, and the photos with Lu Tingting, were all deleted. After the waiter then brought in a cup of coffee, the door closed and Chow Bin sat there sipping his coffee and listening to Lu Danhua introduce him to the details of the bank's private client manager. Chow Bin was a good listener. Only, he didn't come here today to hear this content. About his account system had said that the funds were absolutely legal. On the bank's side it has to be done right. There is no limit to what can go in and what can go out. As far as any investment funds and such, that doesn't even matter. You can vote or not. It doesn't matter if you take out a couple $100 million to buy a little bit. After 10 minutes, Manager Lu, listening to your accent you shouldn't be a local, right? Chow Bin, with his eyes as usual, looked him up and down and asked slowly. Mandarin is pretty standard, but the voice is whiny. Well nah, I'm from Liuzhou side. The university is in Hiyu College. I stayed after graduation, and then it was not easy to spend a year to enter into the ICBC, which has just been on board for 20 days or so. Lu Danhua has been to Chow Bin introduction of the relevant financial business. See Mr. Chow did not have any interest. The heart is anxious. Heard him take the initiative to ask up. Suddenly came. The spirit of immediately followed the stubble. That place? Yeah, it's really nice. I hear in the winter, just a simple jacket will do. And the main thing is that there's a lot of fruit. No wonder Manager Willow's skin is so nice. So much fruit nourishes it. Lu Danhua, we do have a lot of fruit. And the climate is pretty good for going to give yourself a vacation once in a while. Always wanted to go it. See if I can go over to Liuzhou in the future. Manager Lu give me some tips? Chow Bin said. Then that's definitely possible. At that time, if Mr. Chow wants to go, I can take time off to accompany the lookup. Then you enjoy the scenery on our side. Lu Danhua didn't hesitate. Aha. Chow Bin nodded slightly. Then I do want to thank Manager Lu. Mr. Chow, this is what I should do. Regarding the banking aspect of the business, I will definitely keep an eye on it for you throughout afterward. Lu Danhua was slightly pleased. She is still in the internship period, but the pressure is very great. Plus now the bank president has given the order. If this order today cannot get her so-called bank sister identity, the so-called career will be completely lost. She was just an average undergraduate, and it was actually pure luck that she got into this bank. When more than 200 people applied to choose 3, the first few are much better than him. This is the third person. The family is some big shot on the tax side who has a better job for her now, and the bank had to pick a new one in from the ones who had good grades before. At that time, the governor saw Lu Danhua's resume in a pile of quotas, with upper middle passing grades, and the reason why he was seen by the governor was because of his looks, as well as the details of height, circumference written above the personal resume. Life is like this, a long time of hard work. You think you are relying on their own these 10 years of hard work a little bit rushed up. In fact, all of this is nothing more than someone above the hand to pick up a little. Such is the case with Danhua Lu, but if she couldn't get this right today, she would be raked over the coals again. That's why Lu Danhua will be very anxious to take it down. Women are so smart these days. Looking into the other man's eyes, he knew what he cared about. If the other party was an old man of 5 or 6 years old, she would still have some hesitation. But now that the other party was actually a young handsome man in his 20s, Lu Danhua didn't have the slightest hesitation. She then slowly got up from the top of her seat and got under the table. Chapter 125, Shen Yu Hui's Grievance. Everyone is saying that tri-folding phones are flashy and bad, but it's actually very good for what it is. Like right now, Chow Bin is very busy right now. On the one hand, it was Sweetie who called him the video. insisting on getting tired of him and asking him to tell a story. Even if Chen Yue was beside her so again, it was useless. So Chao Bin could only patiently talk to her about the story of the wolf coming. On one side, there was Chao Bin, who, based on the name that Zhao Yiming had just sent over, went into Jitterbug and searched for Gatabeo, which was indeed live. On the last side, Chao Bin turned to the busy man under the table. An hour later, Chao Bin turned off the recording video with satisfaction. Without a word, Lu Danhua covered her mouth and went to the restroom for a bit with a flushed face. Sweetie is sleeping so fast today, Chao Bin said to Chen Yue on the other end of the video. You can fall asleep after a few minutes of coaxing. It takes me at least half an hour to coax, maybe even an hour or two. Chen Yue's face was also flushed red, because just now, after Sweetie fell asleep, Chao Bin flipped the camera for a few seconds. Chen Yue naturally saw it clearly. Looks like I'm pretty good. Chao Bin laughed out loud. A double entendre. Chen Yue also understood in a second, even if it's powerful, it's still so rough. Humph. Then are you still coming over tonight? Just now what the situation she also saw, probably also guessed that Chao Bin does not necessarily have any interest, but she just came to interest so Chen Yue is still some want. Forget it, I'll probably wake up Sweetie. What's the matter? Your heart is moved let me take a look. Chao Bin found a very good reason. Afterwards teasing this one woman, she kept pointing her cell phone camera at several locations. In the end, it also caused Chen Yue to hang up the video in great displeasure, and threatened to make him come over next time. Hold the wall and go back. If the old Chao Bin had been there might have been fear, because he did submit a girlfriend before, a very harmonious one. This girlfriend was 6 or 7 years older. He was 24 and the other guy was in his 30s. Both were at their most impressive. That 3-month period they talked about, to after a peaceful breakup. To be precise, it should be this one sister whose boyfriend came back from a business trip and the two of them were forced to separate. To be honest, the two were in perfect harmony at the time. This sister didn't care if Chao Bin had money or a good job. On the contrary, during those months they spent together, all the expenses were basically paid by that sister. Even when they went to a room and went to buy Okamoto, all of them were spent by this sister. And at that time, they also directly purchased a box of more than 50 boxes back online. This one is useless for a few. And this sister took the long-term pill. After all, anyone who knows anything about it knows that it affects efficiency, and it really affects the way it feels. The two were sometimes simply too late. Every time Chao Bin came out of this sister's house to take the subway during that time, he sat paralyzed, unable to stand at all. Even more outrageous when he was in Intai for a period of time have happened to be bewitched. As long as in the mall inside the shopping mall to shop for those mother and baby room or special groups of independent bathroom, Chao Bin will be legs and stomach soft. Cold sweat on the spine. But, Chao Bin has been getting more and more energized lately somehow. I also just drank that spiritual liquid of Lu Bo for a week Is it really that good of a miracle? Chao Bin muttered. Snap. Le Danhua came back from the laundry room fully dressed. Obviously the lipstick has been replenished as well. Still a lighter shade. And with her collagen-filled youthful face, she looks like a female university. It's that frown that adds a little more flavor to the girl. Is there any contract to sign? Chao Bin's philosophy was that since the matter was done, he would definitely not skimp on the benefits that should be given. Originally, he still wanted to have a little bit of lingering, but he didn't expect the other party to be so businesslike, making Lu Danhua's eyes darken instantly. Men are really pulling. Ruthless but thought, the purpose is still achieved when immediately bumbling a little run. Ran to a nearby bag and pulled out various papers. This is a few financial plans that I have carefully prepared for you. Mr. Chao. The returns are all very good and won't delay your use of funds for too long. They are all between 6 months and a year. Lu Danhua very smartly continued to address as General Manager Chao. Are there any requirements for the use of funds? Chao Bin asked. The starting point is 5 million. As for how much you buy, just follow your plan of using the funds. Lu Danhua gently bit her red lips and said with a rather nervous expression. There's no need to be so vague. You're my man. Surely I won't make things difficult for you. Say it. How much can I buy before I can make you not be bullied at the bank? Chao Bin wasn't a rookie. He knew too much about this aspect of the workplace. Then you can buy 20 million. 20 million has a 4% return and $800,000 per month. Do you think it's okay? Lu Danhua put up her scissor hands. Good. Chao Bin, he said a moment to sign and press his handprint, then quickly filled in on top of the amount. How is it $50 million? Lu Danhua received it and saw the number on it, and was instantly shocked to the point of stuttering. You're worth $50 million. Chao Bin said leisurely. I. Lu Danhua excitedly jumped into Chao Bin's embrace at once. You're too good. Coquette O's. It's absolutely the truth. There was some small grudge and some reluctance just now, but in this moment, she absolutely knelt willingly. Silly girl. Well, next time. Chaobin pulled her to stop her. Tucking himself back in, he zipped it up. Make it sound like that's what I like. It's just that circumstances don't allow it. Too much movement at his level. If you really enjoy it, you still have to go back to the hotel. Hey, so when do you have time? Lu Danhua wrapped her arms tightly around Chaobin's right arm and her head pressed over. If an outsider saw it, they would never believe that they were meeting for the first time. Must have thought they were a hot little couple. Even the other guy still wearing his work clothes from work and rushing over for a date. What a loving couple. It's just a shame that there's a difference between reality and fiction. There's time now. If you're not doing anything, go to my place? Chaobin laughed. Really? Lu Danhua was overjoyed, but didn't expect to be able to go inside his house with Chaobin. Ask for free power for love. Chapter 126, It's good to know. Lu Danhua felt that Chaobin was willing to take himself back and bring him inside his home, not to mention whether he was his girlfriend or not, but at the very least, he was considered to be one of his women, and a woman who could be brought inside his home. That's a whole different story. That's why she's so happy. Those videos you just took can be, Lu Danhua said after a moment of entanglement, with a somewhat hesitant look. Don't worry, I'm not a classless person. I won't pass it on to forums like C Pepper and the like to simply appreciate my own prowess. Chaobin let out a loud laugh, while studying under Mr. Chun. But, he would never do those classless things and spread them indiscriminately. Men, you can spend, you can wave, you can flirt, but you can never have no character. Often in some groups to see some men will send some fighting video, or show off their own to handle the neighbor big sister or colleague's big sister. There is some excitement to be found in youth, but now it's getting harder and harder to understand the XP of these people. Isn't this harmful to people and themselves? Once sent out can be uncontrollable. If spread, may even threaten their own lives. These days, although we look a little lighter than before, their own women cheating, the big thing is to break up or divorce. But there are always some people who are radical. The hatred of taking a wife can be said to have the possibility of the same death. You're putting yourself in danger. Aha, that's fine. Lu Danhua could only do so after dwelling on it for a while. She didn't have the guts to take Chaobin's cell phone, and she came up with another great idea. Sneak over to the top of someplace tomorrow at work and pick up a couple tattoo stickers. Buy the more expensive, slightly exaggerated shape. When the time comes to give their chest, shoulders and arms, each subtly stick a small one. If one day was exposed, this tattoo sticker awash come up with a comparison. You can greatly say that this is AI's, not at all their own. Or the next time you're with the rubbers, put tattoo stickers on special areas. This will also be able to differentiate between them. After thinking of the solution, Lu Danhua didn't have that worried look just now and happily took Chaobin's arm and left the box. It was also when the waiter came to clean up this room that he noticed that the smell of this room was quite strange. Even the sandalwood incense that was lit could smell an inexplicable odor. The first waitress who came in was obviously inexperienced, so she frowned. But then the older sister who came in to help clean up the trash, that was a veteran of the experience, laughed out. Heather/flowers? But the window was open. And then there was sandalwood, which surprisingly still smelled so pronounced. You can see that the volume is relatively large just now. It's just that there's nothing in the trash can, not even paper towels. The veteran big sister gets it again. That little girl just now looks young. She's got a good appetite. Did she eat it all? Lu Danhua is pretty and wears the kind of uniform of the bank. Wherever she goes, people will pay attention to her. Before Chaobin came, in order to set up this box, she has been busy back and forth several times. Also asked this big sister to help a few times, a small favor, like getting napkins, wet wipes, garbage bags and such. So this one cleaning lady was very impressed with her. At the same time, this older sister was quite interested in the handsome young man who had left with him. It's never easy to take down a woman like that. And Lu Danhua, who had already left. I didn't know that all this was still happening inside the cafe. Just a little surprised that there was this Volkswagen Polo waiting at the door. Why does such a big boss ride in such a Thai car? Although there is a driver waiting in the inn, Chaobin naturally saw the change in her expression performance, but did not take it to heart. It's just a tool. If it works well, use it more often in the future. What's the point of thinking about her mood if it doesn't go well and you won't necessarily have contact in the future? When he arrived at the door of the hotel, Zhao Yiming, knowing what he was doing, drove off by himself. Enter the lobby. Wu Xiaomei watched Chaobin return with his arm around a bank lady, and although there was some hesitation in her heart, she respectfully went forward to greet him with a smile on her face. Hello, Mr. Tao. Aha. In a burst of small steps, Wu Xiaomei led the way, pressed the elevator, and guided the way. It was only after the elevator doors closed that Lu Danhua asked in a low voice, Mr. Chow, why are you staying at the hotel? Where else can the prodigal son who drifts with the wind without roots, without water, without wood, live? Chow Bin laughed. Can't you just find a girlfriend and start a family so that you might have the idea of stabilizing? Lu Danhua suggested. This woman has some dangerous ideas. It looks like he's giving him advice, but it's really a self-promotion. I'm a person who can't set his heart. How to be happy, how to come. Just now with my video you also saw. She is beautiful and understandable. Technology is also good, but it's just one of the women around me. Chow Bin had a heartless look. Oh, then it's also possible that you haven't met anyone you really like, right? There was clearly some acidity in Lu Danhua's words, and she understood what Chow Bin meant. One should not be delusional. Being able to stay a little longer and get a little more for myself was the best possible ending. It only took a few seconds, before the elevator even opened, for her to figure it out. Lu Danhua smiled and said, "It's my first time to come to this kind of star hotel. It's really beautiful, and that lobby manager just now has a very good attitude, and will also open the elevator for you to bow to you." Ding! The elevator opens. Face scan. Open the door. A moment of clarity. Chow Bin didn't need to explain or answer. This 888 a day presidential suite will naturally answer for him. My gosh. This is a hotel? Lu Danhua exclaimed with his mouth wide open in surprise. Then feeling a little out of sorts, she hastily covered her cherry mouth with her slender jade fingers. Just this simple look. Chow Bin also lowered his head for a moment and muttered in his heart. This seems to have a little bit of diameter and diameters. It's small. I'm sure it's very inclusive. It wasn't even noticed inside the box at the time. Naturally, it's a hotel. Chow Bin still didn't figure it out. Is this the legendary presidential suite? Lu Danhua looked around at the luxurious room. This room was lavishly decorated and worth a lot of money at first glance. With top-of-the-line blankets, a TV that covered almost one wall, and a sofa imported from Italy inside. Outside in the parlor, there were all kinds of fruits. A quick glance tells you it's fresh and in excellent condition. Aha! Chow Bin nodded. Then isn't this presidential suite very expensive? I heard it costs tens of thousands of dollars a night. Lu Danhua casually took a grape and took a bite. It was really very fresh. Our city's economy is just getting up. It's not much more expensive. 50,000 or 60,000 a night. 50,000 to 60,000 a night is still not expensive. If this is to live here for a month, it's enough for me to go buy a small house. Lu Danhua was completely shocked this time. It also completely extinguished the thoughts that he shouldn't have had just now. Although she is young and beautiful with long legs in the eyes of ordinary people, or a good job, there are a lot of classmates and friends chasing, often called a goddess, but she knows that she and Chow Bin such a character is not a class at all. Delusion across the class of the absolutely unrealistic. It is better to learn hard and practice 72 jutsu and count on being able to stay next to these kinds of bigots for a while longer. Then I'll go take a shower and bath first? Lu Danhua placed her handbag on top of the sofa and approached, looking at Chow Bin with shy eyes and whispering with her head lowered. Good. Chow Bin nodded. Change of clothes, skin care products, chargers and such. You don't have to worry about it. Arrange for the room manager to send you a set later. If Lu Danhua didn't know any better, Chow Bin might have told her to go wipe herself off and go back after a nice bath and a good meal later on. Chapter 127. But it's clear that Lu Danhua is a girl who knows what she's doing, knowing how to stay a little longer without being annoying or clingy. It doesn't even matter if you say you're keeping him out, as long as he doesn't put a hat on himself. At least it's clean and sanitary. Aha, so should I tell you my size? Lu Danhua was shy, but this time he slowly raised his head, and his eyes were flirtatious for once more. I've just measured it myself and know the approximate. And you shouldn't underestimate those room managers, they know your size just by glancing at it. Chow Bin laughed. Ouch. Lu Danhua blushed. Indeed. Although it is said that at that time inside the box Chow Bin was sitting in the whole time in, but he just stretched out his right hand in his back, middle finger gently awry. The top little dress was surprisingly uncovered right at the back. Skillful. Go ahead. There's no rush. There's a bathtub inside to soak in for a while, and it'll take a while for some of the robes they sent. Chow Bin reached out and patted it. Snap. Aha. Lu Danhua hummed softly, running quickly to the restroom like he was running away. The restroom shocked her, too. It felt like the bathroom was twice as big as any bedroom in her house. Lu Danhua family is good. The only child, or else graduated from college. His parents will not always support him to take this bank miss. The house she was given to rent near the bank was all about a small single-person apartment at $1,700 per month, which is definitely a super luxury for a part-time worker who was still in her internship. The finely decorated small apartment Lu Danhua was very satisfied, but compared to this one in front of him, The difference was just too great. I must tighten my grip on the opportunity. Just as she was draining the bathtub, Lu Danhua quickly took out her cell phone to call one of her sisters from her former dormitory. Little Wah, why are you calling me at this hour? Ha, and the sound of water. What are you doing? Are you rewarding yourself? I told you earlier. You're an adult. You should have found a boyfriend a long time ago. Being so self-sufficient every day. The yin and yang are not harmonized. It's actually not good for your body. After the phone was connected, a woman's rampant laughter came from inside. Time is urgent. Lu Danhua doesn't have time to argue with her about anything, and quickly states her request. Nana, I'll listen to you now. I've found a boyfriend. He's very nice. I want to keep him. So explain to me what tips you have. Holy no. That's so powerful. You're not just running a bath right now and going into battle later. Yes. So you're not going to bull **** me right now. Time is of the essence. Okay. Don't worry. You listen well. The person on the other end of the phone is called Nanashin. It's Lu Danhua's BFF. Hardcore BFF. At the very least she thought so and would go talk to Shin Nana about whatever it was. Nanashin knew her best. Although Lu Danhua said she didn't have a boyfriend, she had learned a set of self-rewarding methods after Shin Nana when she was in the dormitory at that time. But after she was proficient, Nanashin kept saying she should get a boyfriend. Female BFFs are actually quite odd. Most of the male brothers have the same interests in common hobbies, and only those who have carried a gun together and pee together will be hardcore brothers. But not so for women. A lot of them are one fat and one very thin. One is very innocent and one is very Thai. That's what happened to the pair of Lu Danhua and the girls. Lu Danhua looks relatively speaking some lowly, but Shin Nana is the kind of imperial type. 24 years old body is even more explosive. 36D divided by 23 divided by 32 of the 3 circumference and her relatively thin body width has been considered perfect. A lot of people are the kind of pure appearance is more desire body she is not the same looks on the desire. The body is even more demonic. Acting style is also very bold. According to normal logic, just now in the box inside Lu Danhua simply could not take the initiative to drill the table belly. It simply wouldn't have been so quick to comprehend this layer of meaning. But these her Nanashin's words and teachings, immediately understood. It's also fortunate that Lu Danhua she has this BFF. Otherwise she would have been stupid and dull, and would not have been able to handle this rich brother just now. Lu Danhua did understand that her skills were limited. So at this moment she had to ask her best friend for advice. Even if it was impossible to have a breakthrough in technology in a short period of time, she had to know what was feasible. Rawness goes back to rawness. But you can't be ignorant. Don't be staggering and affecting Big Brother's mood when the time comes. Chao Bin, who was outside, naturally knew that Lu Danhua was very average, and was simply no match for the likes of Xin Xiao. It even hurt him slightly a couple times. This was all because she'd only read about it before to learn about it. Basically without actually fighting it in real life. And he had a little tiger tooth. Inside, he was washing up and preparing the dishes, and Xiao Bin was not idle on his side. Tap on Shakeology. Godobo. Jing and the girls are still on the air. Looked at the leaderboard. Their heat barely stayed in the top 100. It's still an hourly list, and it's basically unrankable when you hit the top. Xiao Bin looked at the gifts rewarded inside this live room, and after searching for half a day, he finally found the most expensive one, which was still Carnival, at $3,000 a piece. More or less too cheap, to be honest. At the bottom the options available are once, either combo or tap plus, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. Finally, Xiaobin cast the cell phone screen to the living room TV. The big screen coupled with this top-notch sound makes it feel completely different. Inside this is still constantly asking for advice. Lu Danhua some surprise. I did not think that this rich brother usually also watched these live thought they will only pay attention to those economic aspects of the news. Not bad. Not bad. This recharge is much better. It seems like Dog Capital knows how to hold it. Xiaobin clicked on the recharge. He tentatively recharged 1 million and didn't expect there to be the slightest lag. I'm sick of those top-ups that limit you to 10, 00020, 00050, 00080, 000 at a time. That big guy wants to play a little bit. Also recharge tired. As long as you have no limit on your own bank card, it is really convenient to recharge on these spending platforms. Xiaobin charging value money, naturally, is to reward the female anchor. Now the card inside more than 3 billion. The live broadcasting room to choose the consort. Nothing wrong with it. This is what he dreamed of when he was poor. Seeing which one is beautiful. Throwing dozens of carnivals over, so that the other beautiful female anchor herself obediently opened the room. Chapter 128, The Return of the Learned Heroine. Woman, do you know what kind of man is the most attractive? The man shook his head. Woman, it's the one who will wipe the woman's mouth after eating. And what kind of woman is the most attractive? The woman quickly replied. I'll help wash the chopsticks after dinner anyway. Lu Danhua began how to get. Also did not understand what exactly this sentence means. Or under the patient explanation of their own girlfriends, only to understand the instant face red. Nanishin, you should know what to do now, right? Lu Danhua soaked inside the large bathtub. And even though she was the only one, she was still shy about all the things her best friend had popularized for her. She was even sent a number of instructional educational videos afterward. Shin Nana, you shouldn't be greedy. You should just study 2 or 3 and learn the essence. Lu Danhua, aha. Shin Nana, little Hua Hua. What the hell is this? What kind of big brother can make you do this? Nana, you don't understand. This time I met the big brother who was even more ho than in the novels. In the past, when I read those novels that said that they are always ready to offer tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars, I felt that it is a little bit outrageous. The reality doesn't exist that there are these people. But recently I really met one. Lu Danhua said are a little obsessed. That slender jade hand in the bathtub inside the scratching. The scene at the cafe. She ghosted the table belly. If it had been before, she would have absolutely disdained it and yelled at the girl for simply being a female cousin and insulting the image of women. But it's amazing that she did it so rightfully, without even a hint of regret afterward. Instead, I'm a little in awe of how my mind reacted at the time and quickly made that move. Lu Danhua knew that her brain was not smart enough, and her reflexes were also very average. In addition to this looks and figure, there was actually nothing to take out, but this time was definitely the smartest time in her life. With that said, her jade hand slid downward, and finally she didn't care about Shin Nana on the other end of the phone, concentrating on warming up the food for Fu. Chaobin had some cravings for Gatabeo, simply just craving her body. He was now surrounded by quite a few beautiful women, like Wang Yunyun, Shen Qiao, Wu Xiaomei, Lu Danhua, and Chen Yue, all of which were rare beauties. But those with extremely perfectly protected skin like Godobos are extremely rare. It is said that a white cover 100 ugly. It is not only white but also tender. Feel casually pinch can be tender water. If you don't come across it, it doesn't matter. But if you do come across it, if you don't take it down, aren't you sorry for yourself? Getting rid of Gatabeo could be quite a bit harder than other women, and those like them, who had higher incomes and were usually used to being courted in the live broadcast room, wanted to take it down, and the only way to do so was to be more direct. Lu Ikuan said the most direct and effective way is to smash the money. Smash her own open pattern. That's why Chaobin was thinking of charging up. The 1 million charge was so silky smooth that the final one had no hesitation in charging another 10 million. That's how he got 11 million on top of his Shakeology account. This is for when he sprints through the ranks a bit. A bounty of over 10 million is 71st grade. I've heard that there are only a few hundred level 70 plus bigwigs above the entire platform. Usually it's a rare sight. Charge was done. Found the carnival. And then quickly tap the plus number to count to 99. Then tap OK to reward. Right here in the original there was still some hair sleepy Gatabeo. Instantly was shocked by the picture displayed on top of the computer next to him. There was a carnival ready to stand up and happily say thank you to her big brother. But, just as she was about to get up, she realized it wasn't that simple. This carnival is continuous. A banner then floated up at the very top of the broadcast. Brother Aben is in the live broadcast room of Anchor Godobo, giving away Carnival *99 PCS. In this instant, the entire live broadcast room boiled over. Holy what the hell? Did someone just give away 99 carnivals? Aben? What Aben? Is it for teenagers? Big brother is just too crazy, right? Immediately rushing from level 30 plus to level 46. Fierce the horror of these big men. A few minutes directly spent 300,000 Oh my god. Is this Big Brother? Front row spectators of the big man. Does the big man take minions? What big brother? That's my righteous father. Righteous father is above. Child meets righteous father. My child has met his righteous father. Holy, this carnival hasn't stopped. Another 99. Asterisk 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 another 99 carnivals. That's 399s, right? That's $900,000 spent in just a little while. Is this still money? My child has met his righteous father. My child has met his righteous father. This time the entire comments section of the live broadcast blew up, and every one of them was worshipping and paying homage to their righteous father. And on the other end of the camera, Godobo was now in over his head. She is a person who knows how to pinpoint emotions. Emotional intelligence is also high. Her live room husband fans are very much. So Gatabeo is also in this company. From the ordinary small anchor quickly scampered up to the second sister position of the anchor. Second only to the current first sister Jing Jing. Basically, it was normal for people to reward her for carnivals every day, if not several or a dozen. But broadcast this half a year time. or the first time someone in her live room at once rewards so much, is to sigh. This moment live room carnival did not stop, now has the 6th 99 carnival. In other words, someone has now spent $1.8 million on her live stream. She is said to be signed to a company, but because she has more fans now, her percentage of earnings is much better than it used to be. The company has a 50-50 contract with the Shake Shack platform. 1.8 million. The company are 900,000. The normal ratio is the anchor and the company 10% commission is 90,000. But want to promote to their position with the company is already 4 or 6. The anchor gets 40%. This time she arrived at $360,000. The whole $360,000. A moment of time to arrive before the continuous broadcast once every 3 months. Just thinking about it there, those 99 carnivals never stopped. The top of the screen kept flashing in. My gosh, is this Big Brother just dug a gold mine? Play live so many years, but also the first time to see 99 carnival continuous hair nonstop. This time already how many? This has been the 10th 99 carnival. That is to say, this Big Brother has sent 990 carnival. Just this a moment in time has spent close to 3 million. Damn, 3 million enough to buy a set of houses, to buy a car. As long as the future does not eat, drink, whore and gamble. The life of the casually find a job on the past. Righteous Father is awesome. Greetings, Righteous Father. Oh my god. Gatabeo has earned it this time. This live broadcast popularity has instantly rushed to the top 10 of the hourly rankings. Just now there were only over 300 people. Now the number of people has passed 100,000. It's true that kryptonite is invincible in any line of work. Kryptonite if you can. You spend $3 million on kryptonite. Chaobin didn't care what was said inside the live room. He just frantically tapped the screen. No matter how many people in the live room were sending him private messages, and even Gatabeo was sending him private messages, he didn't even bother to go back to him. He just kept tapping plus like a pure machine. Point full 99. Okay to send. At this time, Lu Danhua, who had already taken a bath and studied well, walked in style with just a towel draped over her, looked confident. It seems to be a generation of warrior women who have learned to come down from the mountains. The faces were all glowing with confidence. Chaobin's hands were so busy right now that he just spoke to her. Come on up. Chapter 129, Big Brother 73. 55 minutes. 32 seconds later, Lu Danhua patiently washed the chopsticks. She cleaned up before going to the restroom herself. That Chaobin also had the time to pick up. Just then, the cell phone that was right next to him. His move 50 minutes ago had caused quite a stir, to say the least. Those people in the live broadcast room just watched as his number kept upgrading, eventually rising to level 73. Become a Big Brother who spends more than 10 million. The original consumption of 5 million can be 71 levels. Chaobin previously spent tens of thousands for Lu Tingting, and before that, spent more than 600,000 for Ho's live room. So the total consumption in 12 million plus. Most of all in the middle of this process, this Big Brother didn't say a word, just smothered his head and brushed there. This is Chaobin's strategy. What Lubo and the others said. You don't need to say anything about yourself to pick up a girl. Your clothes, your car, your house, what you do will speak for you. He swiped $11 million on the air today, and these netizens on the air will speak for him. This money brush finished. He also really do not want to go back to recharge the money. Just this time point has been sore hands. Even just now he did not have time to care about Lu Danhua. He just needs a level 70 plus account. This item isn't necessarily that important, but it's definitely a pendant that a godly man would normally walk around with. It's like he may not drive a luxury car, but he has to have one. Whether it was those viewers of the original Gatabeo live stream or those who were attracted by the traffic, they all witnessed the frenzy. 11 million, my goodness. Brother Robin is just too fierce. Damn. So much money. No food. No drink, working for 60 years. Big Brother just point out. People are stupid and have lots of money. There are still sand sculptures spending money on live broadcasts these days. Look at you sour. People have money to spend however they want to spend it. Saying they're a little cutie. Aren't you saying you're not as good as a little cutie? It's that you think it's a lot of money. But isn't it nothing more than my righteous father's pocket money? Spending tens of millions of dollars is no different than you spending a few dollars. It seems that my righteous father is looking at Gatabeo. Gatabeo, don't be silly. Give some reaction. Gadobo, 15 minutes ago, was secretly chatting privately with Chaobin, but the other party didn't react at all. Sending microblogging 7 or 8 in a row without reply. Shivering private messages can only send 3. The other side shows that it has been read, but also did not reply. She did so long, anchor, or the first time to see the live room has such a high bounty, which is only how long. The other rewarded more than 10 million, with the company to share, and then with their own share of their own hands to at least more than 200 million, always feeling that she had extraordinary insights and a super stable mind. Gadabeo also finally admitted at this moment that she still couldn't tense up. In her mind, she kept thinking about the other side. What on earth do you want to do? He had eaten $950,000 in one meal before, and now he came to his live broadcast to reward more than $10 million. If you have a crush on me, just knock on the door and come over. Or send me a text message, and I'll go over there for nothing. But even if you don't post or yell at me, I'll post it to you and you still don't respond? Meanwhile, the two of them, Jing Jing and Rai, couldn't broadcast after hearing the wind in the other room. Quickly exiting the room, he made his way to Gadobo's room, turning off the microphone first. Shizuku, Dupa, what's going on here? Rai, wow, that's a lot of chips to buy. I'll take the cucumber-flavored ones. Dubi-san. Gadobo, I don't know what's going on. I wish I did. Quiet, it's obvious this scumbag is lusting after you. Gadoba nodded. I know, I'm willing, but he didn't respond. Quiet. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door of Chaobin's room. It should be Osumi. So Chaobin was also generous, and simply wrapped a bath towel around him and went to open the door. As soon as I opened the door it was really her. The main thing is that the little ninja's little legs are a little shaky and her face is red. He had actually come in about 20 minutes ago, and when he heard the commotion inside he had the good sense not to knock, and by all rights she should have left her things at the door and left, or taken them away and sent them up later, but Osumi didn't leave. Osumi just stood in the doorway, leaning against the wall. Listen. Close your eyes and listen. Wu Xiaomei didn't expect it to take this long either. Obviously the other side had already started when she came over, plus those 20 minutes or so afterward. Big brother is strong, especially at this moment, seeing that the other party was now wrapped only in a bath towel, with that nice muscular upper body, handsome face, and sweaty tresses. Oh, Sumi really can't stand up. Chow, Mr. Chow, the thing you asked for. The hand holding up the item was shaking a little. Chow Bin nodded. Thank you. After taking the stuff, he casually closed the door to the room. This caused Wu Xiaomi to return to her room with a helpless face, and with a grim expression. She rushed into the restroom and turned on the cold water. It shouldn't be Mr. Chow has already brought two different people over before and after, and this time also specially let me buy stockings, pink nurse's uniform, Spider-Man costume, yellow Pikachu costume. How come he doesn't have any feelings for me at all? Is it because I'm not good? Wu Xiaomi stood in front of the mirror looking at the unobstructed view of herself with a bit of a nagging feeling. There is really no reason to find out. Could it be? Wu Xiaomei suddenly seemed to think of something. Luckily when she bought these things just now, she bought a double portion. Chow Bin is very generous every time he transfers money to her to purchase something. A transfer is $400,000 to $500,000. Even if there were luxuries, she only spent $200,000 to $300,000 after buying them all. According to the top of the line, there's a tiny tip left over every time, so this time she bought these costumes as well. Instantly she picked the tightest electric rat, Pikachu yellow outfit to wear, then turn on all the lights in the room and turn them to their brightest, and the bedroom's own usual selfie filler light was brought out. Once these are done, place them next to the mirror, adjust the angle and start taking crazy selfies. After that pick 2 photos of herself all red in the face and post a circle of friends. Text, I didn't realize that there were people who shared my hobby of adorable Pikachu. Pictures, 9-panel grid, showing the beauty of Pikachu in every way. Far and near detail drawings are available. Of course, the settings are visible to only one person. You can go to the front page to help 5-star praise it. Thank you all righteous fathers. Chapter 130, Bullying. Chow Bin, who was currently brushing his friend's circle, saw this and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. He naturally knew that Wu Xiaomei had sent this to himself on purpose. It was unlikely that a high-end hunter would make such a low-level mistake and post such a circle of friends, which would make many of his lickspittles fall off their feet, even to the point of saying that they felt that their goddess was somewhat depraved. But in fact, where they are hunters, they are just the big brother's eyes inside the prey. Wu Xiaomei was displaying it so much to get into Chow Bin's eyes and was wearing this Pikachu that he liked. For these Chow Bin is very familiar. He used to work in the part-time job. Late from work, he will send a circle of friends, blocking their friends and family, only the boss and co-workers visible. The copy is all cheerleading and self-promoting words followed by a picture of the office. None of the adult circles of friends are posted for nothing. They all have a purpose. Chow Bin also gave face to this friend circle of Wu Xiaomei and gave it a like. Yay! Receiving the prompt, Wu Xiaomei instantly jumped up with a leap of joy. The big Pikachu eyes on her chest were wiggling a lot at this point. Seeing this scene through the mirror, Wu Xiaomei also finally understood why Chow Bin liked this piece of clothing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your family's former boyfriend with a fighting strength of 50,000 actually swiped $10 million on Gatabao's live broadcast? What's the situation? That microblogging group called Independent Fairies. Suddenly several messages were sent out. It also included several screenshots, all of Chao Bin's crazy bounties for the carnival, and had screenshots of Chao Bin's current rank. Previously, when Lu Tingting opened the live broadcast, Chao Bin went to reward. Inside the group when the atmosphere group of several sisters naturally familiar. BFF1, I didn't realize he was so rich now. BFF2, I just saw it too. It's all on the hot search. Check it out. It's in the top 10 of the Shake Shack hot search right now. Sure enough it's now at the top of the Jitterbug Hot 100. Hot search 18, hashtag Gatabao live streaming. A god ho throws millions. Hot 22, hashtag 10 minutes to reward tens of millions. Breaking the reward record. A few other people inside this group froze when they saw the message and rushed to check the hot search. Lu Tingting, broke up a long time ago. He's rich now with my ass. But the heart has long been repentant. She looked for this Mediterranean uncle. Began to her quite generous. Give her a lot of bounty. This period of time her live room traffic is rubbing up. Live room is this way. Someone reward will have traffic. And then there will be more people reward. Some although a lot of it is one hair two hair hit. But which will also have some big brother hundreds of hit. So the recent period of time Lu Tingting is to earn a lot. Recently, this week, uncle or rarely come to his live room. WeChat also rarely return. According to the sisters' analysis, this uncle should be tired of it. She tried to re-add back Chao Bin's WeChat many times, but they were nowhere to be found, obviously blacked out. And the same with the Jitterbug contact, and even the Weibo and Zaya Honshu she tried to look for, but the result was that there was no response. He also went to Chao Bin's rented house, knocked on the door with no response, and stuffed a few strips inside the doorway with no reply. Lu Tingting knew he didn't stand a chance. It was all I could do to force myself to post this and never speak again. But at the same time there is another person inside this group, Wu Mengmeng. I was kicked out of this group by Lu Tingting a while ago because of that friend circle I posted. It's just that after Wu Mengmeng was disliked by Chao Bin, this woman restored herself to Lu Tingting through various means and entered their group of girlfriends again. She hadn't stopped during this time, reaching out to Chao Bin. And at the very least her jitterbugs hadn't been blacked out, so she was able to send messages every now and then, often interspersed with some of her sexy, cool photos. Being a bodhisattva in the flesh, yeah, these photos kill. Wu Mengmeng also saw that the photos were all in a read state, but just never replied. There were some apologies and pleas for forgiveness in the beginning and then nothing after that. It was all cool photos and cool videos. Non-stop. Can you go and remove this nail art tomorrow and cut it shorter? Chao Bin lay on the bed with a cigarette in his mouth and patted Lu Danhua who was inside his embrace. Okay, I'll mess with it tomorrow during my lunch break. Lu Danhua nodded obediently. She knows why. This was because when he was washing the chopsticks just now, it was obvious that Chao Bin frowned a little. Fingernails slipping on people. It's gonna hurt. It's fine, there's no rush. I'm a bit busy these 2 days. Just take the time to mess with it. It was naturally impossible for Chao Bin to flip Lu Danhua again tomorrow night, so there was no rush. The next day, early morning, exact time, 7 a.m. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for Chao Bin to wake up at this time. He was now completely asleep until he woke up naturally, which would normally be around 10 in the morning. But, wake up now, definitely not a natural awakening. Good boy. Chao Bin opened his eyes and laughed at Lu Danhua above him. You're looking for death. He. Yes, Lu Danhua smiled cheekily. Even though her eyebrows were slightly clustered, she was already unconvinced. This trick was something that her bestie, Nana Shin, made her have to do this morning. It used to be said that to take a man to keep a man, you had to grab him by the stomach. That's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's all stupid 13. The easiest, most direct and effective way to really try to keep a man is XSH. And it's very harmonious. Imagine him opening his eyes in the morning to the sight of the dainty and beautiful you. Then his physical fire instantly doubles. Never be shy. Seeing the fire in Chao Bin's eyes at this moment, Lu Danhua knew that she had really found the right person this time, and that her best friend's teachings were really useful. You're very good, but you have to remember one thing. I'm a person who is extremely possessive. Once you follow me, as long as I don't give up the time, your body is marked with my imprint in on it's not allowed to regret, much less betrayal, or the consequences are not something you can bear. Chao Bin gasped and said, it was the first time he had, ever, said such a thing, as a superior, as a gold master, like Chen Yuwei, Wang Yunyun, Yang Inju, Chen Qiao. By Xiajie he didn't even mention these. It's because of this one. Lu Danhua's performance pleased him greatly. He likes it. He's going to keep such around. Thank you big brother, fierce kick crippled at good leg, 2 big god certified reward. These 2 days are not busy must be added for big brother. Chapter 131, take you to spend money. Aha! Lu Danhua was now in a semi-collapsed state. She wanted to say something solemn, but she simply couldn't spare the energy. She could only Chao Bin continued. Of course, anything you want from today onwards, whether it's money or status, I'll do my best to help you get it, even far more than you can imagine. You stop. I know. Concentrate. Hey, if I concentrate a little more, you're not dead. He had to say that when he got up in the morning and opened his eyes it was a scene like this. It really did carry a unique filter in that put Chao Bin in a much better mood. At this time the Lu Danhua who was not powdered and absolutely veiled was so bright and amazing. Society is far more brutal than they imagined in school at the time, and even Lu Danhua, who has all sorts of nice resources, has been struggling to stay in the internship line. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that she was pretty and was spotted by Fu, not to mention whether or not she could pass the internship period, it's very likely that she would have been kicked out directly by the bank president because of this, and would never have had the chance to get into the business since then. Knowing what he wanted and what he had to offer, he made a clear and decisive judgment. Moreover, the man in front of her was similar to her age, handsome, elegant, and super rich, simply the perfect image of the other half in her mind. Even if there were not so many benefits, just meeting him inside the bar would be willing to come back with him. So following him, Lu Danhua wouldn't lose out in any way. 30 minutes later, sweating profusely, Lu Danhua lay sore and limp, able to move only a few little fingers. What else do you want besides a private account manager this time? Chao Bin asked with a gentle tap. It's natural to honor what you say, and it's a test of obedience. There is no more for the time being. Just next time if the bank has assessment requirements, I'll talk to you again. Usually it's just a few million a month with a financial contract. The current 50 million can at the very least guarantee that I'll be fine for half a year. Have reached this level, so frank and honest. Lu Danhua naturally there is no need to go to the pretense. That's all you're asking for. It's fine. Don't worry, since I've opened my mouth. Just say it. Chao Bin looked at her eyes still a little cautious. That's the gap in the mind's eye. At first, threw the reward to attract the attention of Lu Tingting, and then added her WeChat, and then about dinner, followed by a variety of spending money, and finally completed the first fight. But when it comes to Sage time, Lu Tingting is not soft at all. Gave him a good list of requirements. To pick her up from work every day. He has to be the atmosphere crew in every broadcast and has to play the role of taking the lead in the bounty. She has to go shopping with her twice a week, eat at Hai Di Lao once a week, and bring her breakfast every morning as well. Love brains. Chao Bin agreed to all of them at the time, so it messed him up that even though he had a good income every month, he still ended up owing money on his flowers and credit cards. The most difficult thing for him to accept is this. Lu Tingting had to use overalls every time or kick him out of bed. So Chao Bin actually hates Okamoto, which is like now. In the past, when watching online short videos, those rich second-generation girls never need to go to say what. Their families have a few sets of houses. How much income a month? Get it done. The girls will not say what the bride price how much. 3 gold to buy what? And even they will also be very well behaved. Get up every morning and get the breakfast ready. Even if they don't eat breakfast. After a night of fun also behave themselves to go to work, and walked gently, afraid to affect the rich second-generation morning rest. Much less what to mention asking for jewelry, cell phones, and bags. Fear of not doing enough to be labeled as a salvage girl in the eyes of the rich kids. Actually, I really don't have any requirements. I'm living quite well now. My job is quite good, and my income is okay. Lu Danhua beamed. Living in a rental? Aha. Open? Shared electric vehicle monthly pass. The phone is an Apple? 15. Chao Bin, if you're still like this after me, how can I still get along? Where do you want to live? What kind of car do you want to drive? What cell phone do you want to change? I happen to be free this morning. It's all settled. Really? Nonsense. Get up and go. Chao Bin said as he patted the somewhat excited and expectant Lu Danhua. Thank you boss. Lu Danhua didn't get up, but instead smiled, her head burrowing back inside the covers. Chao Bin had wanted to pull her back, but it was too late. At the same time, he thought in his heart, but also have to keep an eye on a little Lu Boa, that the development of spiritual liquid cannot be stopped, and get some portable package, their side to be always ready, otherwise his body would carry it. His kidneys wouldn't necessarily carry it anymore. Another half hour later, Chao Bin left the hotel with his arm around Lu Danhua, whose calves were a little shaky. Wu Xiaomi, who was busy in the hall, naturally noticed. In the past, she didn't believe that people in those educational movies would really last that long, but now she was 100% convinced. An idea popped up in Wu Xiaomi's mind. This woman obviously can't hold her own. Why don't you make a phone call for me to help? She herself was shocked by the idea. Dedicating herself to her big brother, this was fine, but with someone else, it was something he had never thought of. I have to say, the recovery speed of women is much better than men. Just down when no strength. Are not talking. All rely on Xiao Bin. But after half an hour in the car, to the mall, Lu Danhua seems to be full of blood. Especially after getting Xiao Bin's reply, clothes, shoes, bags, whatever you want within $500,000. Instant eye rolling. No woman could resist such a seductive power. Okay, send a location. I'll go over in the afternoon. Just as Lu Danhua was picking out her clothes, Xiao Bin's side received a call from young Master Shen. Presumably, it was all arranged on the home side. All the equity such and such was ready. The contracts and various agreements were okay. Just waiting for him to go over and sign and pay. The thought of spending 1.5 billion today after the rebate becomes 15 billion. Xiao Bin heartbeat cannot help but accelerate a lot. Chapter 132, the second right to Sunbit, plus for Big Brother, kicked the cripple's good leg fiercely. He hung up the phone just as this time Lu Danhua waved at him. He walked over and looked at just a few things. That's it? Not enough credit? Anyone else who wants to buy can keep adding. It's fine. It's okay. It's already a lot. Lu Danhua said in a hurry. It's natural for a woman to buy things without ever being satisfied. But she's not stupid enough to stop at the right moment. For the $500,000 limit, he chose a bag, a watch, a suit. It had bought her heart racing. Although her family situation is said to be good, since childhood, her parents did not limit her in spending money, but it is also a moderately well-off family. When the university, other people's living expenses of $2,000 or $3,000 per month. She is $10,000. After graduation, this allowance was $10,000 a month and the parents never broke it. Together with the various red packets every year, Lu Danhua still has tens of thousands of dollars in savings. So at the time, when she first started working, she also bit the bullet and bought an entry-level LV bag. And today she simply just looked at the extent of her favorite. Randomly pick. Even if the hands of this new bag $288,000. She also a ruthless takedown. This kind of day can be said to be every woman's dream. When you can be content, you should know that you can't be too greedy, or your dad won't be happy, and you won't be able to have it in the future. That's fine. I have something in the afternoon. The house you just go to find an agent to see. A little closer to where you work. Go pick one. The closer the better. The house, write your name. The down payment I will transfer you to pay at that time. The monthly payment every month I transfer you. Xiao Bin quickly helped her make the payment, and continued. The down payment is within $1 million, so you can pick anything you want. Lu Danhua nodded joyfully. Well, then you go and get busy. I'll send you a picture when I'm done picking. Rich Big Brother is naturally busy. To be able to accompany her over to shop, Lu Danhua has been very contented. And this down payment of $1 million, even more exciting to her. That means the house is worth at least $3 million, and she'll have a $3 million house. It's actually a consumer scam, one of the usual Big Brother tactics. I also heard from Louis Ikuan that he seems to have bought houses for just a couple of female universities. On the surface of this house is signed in the name of the woman. The down payment is the Big Brother to help you pay. Monthly payments every month, Big Brother to pay you. You are swinging that set of houses. There is no risk. But really, that's the biggest bind. The big boys help you pick out a house with a minimum of $10,000 per month loan. Once you're separated from Big Brother, what are you going to do to pay off those loans? In order to have money to pay the mortgage every month, then you have to do your best to please. Xiao Bin originally wanted to pay the full amount. After all, he is not bad, but when he thought about what Lu Ikuan said, it makes sense. Try not to get emotionally attached to a woman you're chasing with money. Just simply enjoy yourself. I've passed by this building many times. Standing on the 27th floor of the department store building, overlooking below, Xiao Bin said with some emotion. The department store building in Hopetown, and this office building behind it, have been iconic to locals for nearly 3 decades. It was once so out of reach, but now the young master of this group, and he became friends. He's going to have to spend $1.5 billion later to buy the other side's shares in hand. How with my old man like sentiment, that mall do not know how many times repeatedly repaired. I have long said to put the push to rebuild, the old man is not willing. Shen Weiguang smiled. That's not the same. That mall in front should be the root of your Shen family's fortune. That time it is normal to shed. Xiao Bin, the contract and everything is ready? That's natural. How dare I disturb Brother Bin if I'm not ready? Unconsciously Shin Dishao was beside Xiao Bin, and had already started to descend a small step himself. Xiao Bin smiled. Look at what the brother said. I have plenty of time. I don't know what to do every day. Welcome to harass at any time. Ha ha, then don't blame me for interrupting your spell casting next time. Shen Daoxiao raised an eyebrow. I'm little cute. What? Why did you answer the phone at that time? Just at this time, Shen Xiao interrupted the two of them, and the more they talked, the more they went overboard. Even she was afraid that these two would chat too much later. After all, there were still quite a few elders at the scene. Hey, can you two not go so overboard? There are still so many beautiful women here. Right. Business first. Chaobin also stopped snickering. He couldn't affect his money swiping. By the way, Bing, why didn't you bring a lawyer over? Xin Dishao asked as he handed over the contract and the transfer of equity subscription and such in his hand. What's so good about this lawyer? I believe in brother. It's here to sign, right? Chaobin took the contract and saw the place where the signature was, picked up the pen and brushed it for a quick signature. Xin Daoxiao froze and nodded woodenly. Aha. The account number is this one, right? Aha. Okay. Signed and money transferred. The crowd inside this conference room froze. $1.5 billion. This is $1.5 billion. To put it mildly, this figure take out. You accept kill some national leaders. Anyone else those assassination organizations will be willing to serve you. Chaobin didn't care about that, because by this time he had noticed the virtual panel in front of him light up. Spend $1.5 billion for your friend Shen Weiguang. Get 10 times rebate $15 billion. Chaobin grinned and was having a good time when there was a flash of light that made him instantly excited. Spend $1 billion. Open the second Yoshiko position. Extra for Big Brother, kick the cripple violently on that good leg, for rewarding the great sword. Thank you, Big Brother. Chapter 133, The Second Righteous Son, Zhao Yiming. Now Chaobin had no intention of caring whether these people on the scene were shocked or not. He himself was the most shocked. Regarding the righteous son bit, he had been thinking about how he could open the second one. Although it's already cool to say that 10x rebate for other male brothers to go swipe money, but compared to 100x, even a silly person knows that 100x is better. This one is the way this dog system has been keeping it from him. I didn't know until I spent the money today. Looks like the system doesn't like grunts. What's the point of having all your money in the bank? Only if you spend it. Then it can circulate. This would be less of a shock to the price system of the world as a whole, which would make more sense. Swipe like crazy. Spend like crazy. Such a virtuous cycle. Chaobin looked at the list above the virtual panel. Now there were quite a few male friends above him that he had spent money on, but there were only 3 that had a favorability rating of 90 or higher. Lu Bi, Zhao Wei, Ding Ji. Most of the others are above 70, but still a ways from 90. 0 to 25 ordinary friends, 25 to 60 friends, 60 to 80 best friends, 80 to 90 brothers, 90 plus righteous fathers and sons, 70 plus is already considered a close friend, but nowhere near brotherly level. Currently, those who call Chaobin as their righteous father are Lu Bo, Zhao Yiming, Ding Guoqing, Lu Aikuan, Ho Junjie, Shen Weiguang. Those who call Chaobin their father include Shen Xiao, Wang Yunyun, Lu Danhua. By Xiaojie, although this option doesn't seem to be useful at the moment, it seems that more than one person at once will be able to choose their own righteous son if they fulfill this condition. Chaobin also roughly understood. The first time before was Lu Bo. He was the only one at that time, so the system automatically bound Lu Bo. Current righteousness position, 2, righteous son 1, Lu Bo, trust level 99, spending rebate 100 times, righteous son 2, smiley face, optional, Zhao Yiming, Ding Guoqing. Chaobin chose Zhao Yiming without hesitation. Ding! The second righteous son is bound successfully. Righteous son 2, Zhao Yiming, trust level 91, spending rebate 100 times. In fact, Chaobin had probably made a guess before, so he kept his hand in. He madly spent money on Lu Bo and Ding Guoqing, but Zhao Yiming's side he provided him with very good treatment, but just never spent a large amount of money for him, just like a house car or something like that has not been given. On the one hand, it was because he knew that Zhao Yiming was smart enough, doesn't care about these things in front of him when he can see the future prospects. The simple thing is that Zhao Yiming he knows that following Chaobin mix in the future good days a lot, and does not care about the current house car these things. If the average heart is not firm enough, it is likely that the heart has already had a different heart. There was also the aspect that Chaobin purposely did not spend these large sums of money to see if a new righteous bid would be added in the future. Now it looks like Chaobin made all the right choices. It's time to buy Zhao Yiming a house and a car. After determining the idea, Chaobin immediately took out his cell phone and sent a location to Zhao Yiming, then said, "Is it busy? If not, take a taxi and come over to pick me up." Zhao Yiming quickly replied, "Picked up in a cab? Chaobin, well, don't drive that car of yours, let's get a new one." Zhao Yiming, righteous father, wait for me. Hey, not bad. Chaobin just likes to know what he's doing. Alright, Chaobin asked as he collected all these documents on the table and casually stuffed them inside the folder, then clipped them inside his left arm's crunchy nest. Well, okay. Shen Daoxiao started to obviously not react and nodded his head in a hurry. Looking at Chaobin turned around and was ready to leave the conference room. Shen Qiqiao caught up with him at a trot behind him, panting and said, "Oops, you're in such a hurry to go not to go to my office to sit down separate no one will bother you if you lock the door from the inside, and I have a restroom inside." He even winked at Chaobin bun after the commotion. Chaobin shook his head decisively. No time. Are you kidding me? It's not as important to get a woman as it is to get money. Not even pausing to stride forward. Xin Xiao, you're a big man. You don't even have time for this What's wrong? 2 times in total and you're sick of it? I clearly remember the last time. You still said people were soft. They also said that people bac much. After leaving the office and the department store, Chaobin stood on the side of the road and called Wang Fangfang. And the call was quickly answered. Do you have a Mercedes-Benz S680 series over there? Any current cars? Yes. You have to come over. And we'll do the formalities for you within an hour. Wang Fangfang said excitedly. I didn't expect to get a call from this big brother again after nearly a month. Good. Prepare me a S680 with the highest configuration ready for the formalities. I'll be there 20 minutes later to make the payment. Chaobin said simply and clearly. Wang Fangfang, okay, I'll prepare now. That one Maybach S680 of his own. Chaobin had been placed in the parking lot of the hotel, wrapped in a car coat, basically not using it, nor giving it to anyone else to use, because that car had a different meaning to it. It was for his big brother. Last time Zhao Yiming obviously liked this series of cars too. Of course, it seems like there's no such thing as a man who doesn't like a Maybach. After all, by owning a Maybach, you will no longer have an inferiority complex from now on. You will be able to straighten up completely. As a teenager. Hey, going car shopping? Zhao Yiming arrived soon after. After Chaobin got into the car, he spoke to the cab driver about the car's location. Well your broken Volkswagen can be thrown away. It just so happens that his family has a current car today. Buy one to go and you'll be driving a new car afterward. Chaobin nodded. What kind of car? Zhao Yiming asked. Same as before. Mercedes S680. Hiss. Hang. I like it. Zhao Yiming said excitedly. To the entrance of the Motor City. Wang Fangfang was already standing by the side of the road waiting. Hello Mr. Chow. All your formalities are ready. Aha. Chaobin nodded. Where's the car? The last step of the setup is underway. In about 5 or 6 minutes. Good. Your ID card for him to sign. Chaobin said to Zhao Yiming on his right-hand side. My ID card? Zhao Yiming froze for a moment. Nonsense. You drive. Do you still have my ID card? For me? Zhao Yiming originally thought that it was super convenient to later increase the investment company with the car. And then he drove. Never thought I'd use his name. Or else. Chaobin laughed. Don't like it Forget it then. Brother. No. Righteous father. I like it. Zhao Yiming hemmed and hawed. In fact, there were at least 10 or so people in this lobby. Both customers and salespeople. Everyone heard the scene originally, but no one would laugh at him. Chapter 134, A Cold 16. $9 billion. 10 minutes later. The complicated handover ceremony is finally over. At that time, Chaobin held a bouquet of flowers and simply took a picture. But Zhao Yiming was different. He was more demanding. The first thing he did was to ask the 7 or 8 prettiest saleswomen in this store to all stand next to him. He placed for a photo. Various videos afterward of opening the jersey, receiving the keys, and getting in the driver's seat, and so on were photographed and videoed. Slut really is still your. Finally sitting on the co-pilot, Chaobin adjusted the seat back to lie down and said to the still agitated Zhao Yiming. Zhao Yiming excitedly gripped the steering wheel. That must be I bought a Volkswagen Bora at that time. There is no handover ceremony. That sales will directly throw the car keys to me. I drove away by myself. It is not easy to enjoy the luxury car handover ceremony. I cannot mention a little bit of small request? Spend $4. 3 million for good buddy Zhao Yiming and get $430. 000 from 100 times rebate. Cool. 400 million to hand. Construction bank, your bank card with tail number 9527. Income 430. 000 yuan. Balance, 16. 987. 654. 321 yuan. 16. 9 billion. Looking at the bank card heart cold 16. 9 billion. Chaobin. It's lonely as snow. Go, look at the house. Chaobin said as he adjusted his sleeping position. And buy me a house? Zhao Yiming asked. Don't worry, Not interested in you. Lu Bo, Waching not all bought? As my brother house, car absolutely arranged properly. Chao Bin said. I have the house too. Zhao Yiming said. Didn't you have a car before? Any connections? Zhao Yiming, so where to buy a house? You live there. Why are you asking me? You can buy wherever you want to live. Zhao Yiming, I would love to live in Dashushan Greentown Gue Garden, but that set would cost $7 to $8 million. Then Green City Gue Garden. Chao Bin immediately said. Go, hurry up. After you are done with your business these 2 days to accompany me back to my hometown. There are still 3 or 4 days to the National Day. My oldest brother is getting married. Later, you have to accompany Chao Bin back to his hometown. And this Zhao Yiming naturally does not care. It doesn't matter. He has time now anyway, but really go to Greentown Laurel Garden ah. Zhao Yiming turned his head to look at his brother and boss, not like he was joking. Finally went for a drive. 2. To Green Jane Laurel Gardens in Big Shushan. This place was not much far from where they were studying at that time, and it was the first time they had seen a villa in the city. It wasn't the most expensive house in the city of Hetsuki, but it was the most dreamy place they still passed by every time they were young. At that time, the university they attended was in the area of Dashushan, and if they wanted to go to the city on weekends, they had to take the 801 bus, and after passing through Huangshan Road, they had to pass through Greentown Gue Garden. The teenager period looked at the inside of this villa area. The luxury cars that shuttled back and forth as well as one by one with long legs. Even though it's been years, I still can't forget that scene. Teenage dreams are very simple. Study well to learn skills. Come out to work well to earn a lot of money, see beautiful women. Of course, these slogans would only be chanted inside the boys' dormitory. Everyone is more straightforward. Outside is relatively decent. Everyone's is rich and strong. Democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice. The process of buying a house is easier after that. And it's not just the city that's in a real estate slump right now. It's the whole country. Nowadays, people don't want to get married, don't want to have children, and the newborn population is declining every year. I don't know how many have gone out of business like the ones that make kids' neighborhoods. Big nurseries, small clothing and shoe brands disappeared as far as the eye could see. Naturally real estate also, so find an agent around this neighborhood. Quickly a house was finalized. There are 5 floors in total. 2 underground and 3 above ground. Total price of $7.59 million. Chao Bin straightforward. Paid a deposit of 50,000 yuan to let the agent as soon as possible to the landlord to come over. The two sides finally determined that tomorrow at 2 p.m., the landlord with the real estate license and related procedures to come over to sign, and then go to the relevant units to apply for a new certificate of property. Looking at the contract of intent in his hand, Zhao Yiming's mouth grinned like a lotus flower. Bin, I really didn't expect brother me. Finally rely on you to realize the freedom of life ah. Zhao Yiming is now frank and indifferent. Even if you ask me to give you my heart now, I'll sign it right away. Beginning to accept these benefits, there is some apprehension. Once these benefits are beyond his imagination, beyond his ability, there is no need to dwell on it, no need to internalize it. Accept it openly. It was also finally clear why people like the dead man existed in the ancient clan. Now Zhao Yiming just needs to get married and have a child. His own family had a legacy, then he could die for Chao Bin. Because the other side is able to give you a price you can't refuse. Prices that will ensure that your parents are clothed and fed for the rest of their lives, and that your wife and children will never have to run for survival again. Then what's the harm in giving this life to the other side? What are you thinking? You're my brother. If I'm good, we're good together. It's fun to play together. If I wanted a heart, why would I want yours? I can't spend money to buy it from somewhere else. Chao Bin laughed. That's right. I'm eating, drinking, whoring and gambling all sticky. Naturally there is no such thing as a good body, and the blood type is also as popular as type O blood. Bro, this is totally looking up to me and purely just wanting to bring me along for the ride. Hey, cool. Zhao Yiming slammed on the gas. Even though most of the Maybach is business use, but its power is still extraordinary. A foot on the gas. The code meter soared. Chao Bin suddenly thought of something. Isn't it bad to rent a street where we have a few stores now? Then this way you keep an eye out. Get the landlord's contact information as soon as possible and have a chat with them. Buy all these stores. It doesn't matter if the price is 20 to 30% higher than the market. Okay. Zhao Yiming slowed down. Buy it and save yourself the trouble of having to listen to those landlords when you want to make any changes you want. Right. When are you going to return home? Determine the time. I'll arrange the project at hand on my side, and leave the follow-up work to Sister Yu Hui's supervision. Zhao Yiming said. Chao Bin thought for a moment and said, there are still 3 days left for the National Day. Let's leave tomorrow night after we finish buying the house tomorrow. It will still take 10 or so hours to drive to my hometown, and we need to rest for a night after we arrive. Good. Zhao Yiming answered. Then where are we going now? The new car arrived. Naturally find a place to skate. Go to Mr. Ho's side. His side of the runway has been perfected. Chaobin thought about it and said, you can't have fun in the city no matter how nice the car is, and getting on the highway, I guess, is a big detour and a hassle. Most of all, Mr. Ho said that a few good girls have come from his side, saying that there is a feast. Data is low, begging for a freebie, with love. Chapter 135, System Mall Activation. A good car is different. It's just too good. Zhao Yiming got out of the car and excitedly patted the roof. Originally, Zhao Yiming was not willing to take this new S680 to the top of the track to race, but I can't resist Chaobin's persuasion. Even Chaobin said, the big deal is to scrap it, and then buy another one. There's no man who doesn't like speed. Both like a quick blast with a couple of occasional blasts. This way the beautiful. Oh no! The car owes the engine to be accomplished. I heard Shin Xiao say that you've already negotiated on your side. Mr. Ho's cigarettes in his mouth were waiting for them at the end of the line. Chaobin came over, scattered one, and asked, light it up and take a drag. Nodded. So are the funds still generous? What do you mean? Car before not that Pagani wind god, the son of the wind, Bugatti Veyron, Red Dragon. I have recently found a buyer. Basically talk about almost a total of 190 million. Mr. Ho said with some excitement. Generous for sure. When can we get the whole thing over? Chaobin's face was delighted. It's time to brush up again. Especially for large amounts like these. This is very fast. Now just pay some deposit. They immediately arranged the big car transportation over. Usually a few hours to a dozen hours can be transported to this side. The scene to see the car is no problem. After testing, if you need to sign a contract to keep the car, the subsequent procedures they then go through. Ho Junjie roughly said to him. Like this kind of luxury car transactions related processes. Chaobin thought for a moment and said, that's fine. You arrange for them to come over as soon as possible. I'm still estimating tomorrow. The day after tomorrow at the latest I'm going to go back to my hometown for a trip. If it's too late then tomorrow. If it's too late then it'll have to be after the National Day. Alright then, I'll go contact them. After saying that, Ho Junjie went to this club office to contact the other party. He's still popular with this club now. No matter what time of day you come over. There are quite a few people here. In the square on the left, 4 or 5 girls have been singing and dancing in front of the camera. This is Ho's total specially invited over to the Shake Shack live streaming. To the right is most of the entertainment with barbecue, bonfire, drinking, dancing, cars, pool. To be able to hang out here during this work weekday time, basically the family is well off where they don't have to be much of a cowboy on a daily basis. Even to the point of saying that their daily life is all about eating, drinking and having fun. The men picking up girls and the women flirting with them. Actually, the women who come here to play are not just some young models. Those rich white women with good families actually make up 1/3 of the population. I'm so envious. Look at these people who usually live a life of squandering. Zhao Yiming also lit a cigarette and sat on the chair next to him, sighing with emotion. This is only where to wear. Chaobin laughed. He is now also considered qualified to say this sentence. After all, also understand this corner of the heavenly palace, no need to envy. In the future you are also this kind of day. Those stores you cultivate a few reliable people to assist you. In the future, in addition to the time that you and the girl to sleep, the rest of the free time to follow me. I go wherever the waves are with you. Zhao Yiming. Thank you, righteous father. Lubo, that guy career is too heavy. Every day just think of earning big money. Obviously has been with him countless times to imply that he is now big money. But this guy just want to rely on their own strength. So it was basically unrealistic for Chaobin to want to bring him out to play every day. It was good that now, Zhao Yiming had finally entered the 100 times righteousness position. Moreover, this brother is emotionally intelligent, delicate and smooth. Definitely a perfect helper and wingman. Ding dong. I didn't expect the landlord to be so impatient now. Zhao Yiming's cell phone rang. It is the agency sent him a Weibo. He smiled and said, the landlord said that there is still an hour to handle the real estate transaction before the end of the day. Asked us if we have time. There is a time to go now to sign the contract to transfer. There is definitely time. Chaobin immediately stood up and said, you tell the agent to take the landlord and wait for us over at the real estate office right now. We'll be right there. Half an hour later. Arrive to sign and pay. Go through the closing and wait for the new title. With money everything is the fastest in terms of efficiency. And even this agency has arranged for 2 people to line up in front of it early on. You can go to the window immediately after signing the contract. Spent $7.72 million for good buddy Zhao Yiming. Got $772 million from 100 times rebate, home price of $7.59 million, plus $130,000 brokerage fee. Chaobin looked at the SMS message from the construction bank also arrived, and the balance became 17.6 billion. The cold numbers added a little more. Cool. Zhao Yiming sent a friend circle with a photo of today's car pickup as well as a photo of the purchase contract certificate of production and finally getting the keys, and shouted excitedly. No exaggeration. Now the class is out. The original too rich second generation. In addition to Chaobin, Ding Guoqing, Lu Bo he is the one with the most assets. The feeling is just too good. Chaobin was about to remind him to drive properly. Just then suddenly the virtual panel next to him flashed. A translucent light blue fluorescence. The system mall has been activated, and the host can spend money to choose the commodities that need to be purchased in it. Warm reminder, all commodities do not include any pills that increase supernormal capabilities, gong fu, or other commodities that are beyond the laws of nature. Until the flash of light directly cuts off Chaobin's desire to become Superman. He can't help it. He has money now and he wants to be in good health and live a long life. It's probably what any big man would have wanted at one time or another. As far away as the Qin Emperor and the Han Wu. Which one of those bigwigs with assets of more than $100 billion does not want to increase their life expectancy and be in good health? Finally, he then began to pay close attention to the things inside the system mall. Primary male god body, $100. 000. Without any exercise, over a fixed period of time, slowly builds the host's body into a body fat standardized male figure. Beginner's singer skill, 100. 000 yuan. Doesn't require the host to do any learning, and within a fixed period of time, allows the host to become the level of an ordinary singer. Beginner's dancer skill, 100 million yuan. Doesn't require the host to do any learning, and within a fixed period of time, allows the host to become at the level of an ordinary dancer. Beginner's basketball skills, $100. 000. Doesn't require the host to do any studying, and within a fixed period of time, allows the host to become the caliber of a provincial basketball player. Beginner's actor skills, 100. 000 yuan. Doesn't require the host to do any studying, and within a fixed period of time, makes the host a cinema graduate level. What's going on? Bridges of Mar Dai. Chaobin looked confused. Is this still the system mall of a serious teacher? Why does it look completely unorthodox? You have to say the male figure thing is understandable. Now that we have money, it doesn't matter if we spend $100 million. Who doesn't want to be a little bit better in shape? A little bit more physically perfect? So what makes you feel a little sick to your stomach when you do something celebrity related? Like that 2.5-year-old trainee. Chapter 136, 10 skills. $1 billion. Bye. Chaobin is now 183 and weighs 179 pounds. I got a lot of flack about the front, so I changed it on purpose. To be honest, Chaobin was still very satisfied with the figure, including the girls he had worked with who all said it was good. There are also simple abs, but having the perfect six-pack abs, whether it's at the gym or by the pool at the beach, and showing them off in front of people who are holy winners, might be able to attract some of the really rich white girls who won't be impressed by money. These spend $100 million is the primary he recognized. Later want to spend more money to reach intermediate or advanced. It does not matter. Anyway, the big deal is to take these tools brothers to brush more money. But after you what singing and dancing and basketball? What is this? Is this still a goddamned hoe? Has the system made a mistake? Getting someone else's big star system on you ya? Just as Chaobin was speechless, another blue light flashed through the system mall and flipped to the next page. Junior chef, 100 million yuan. Doesn't require the host to do any studying, and within a fixed period of time, allows the host to become the level of an ordinary restaurant chef. Beginner's writer skill, 100. 000 yuan. Doesn't require the host to do any learning, and in a fixed period of time, allows the host to become an entry-level driver in ordinary races. Elementary National Martial Arts Master, 100. 000 yuan. Doesn't require the host to do any studying, and within a fixed period of time, allows the host to become a 110 Xuanyiquan martial artist. Elementary Beauty Technique, 100 million yuan. Does not require the host to undergo any surgery, and within a fixed period of time, allows the host's overall skin condition, hair volume, qi and blood, to be upgraded by one level. Primary People System, 100. 000 yuan. After spending, it can provide the host with a big brother who can help the host's existing troubles. It's clear that the stuff on page 2 is a little more reliable than the previous ones at this point, other than being a chef, which was a bit of a dud. These other 4 were honestly very close to his heart. Any of these are very useful support skills. Like Maybach S680, this kind of car is still relatively good to drive a little poison, as well as after that to buy all kinds of sports car operation like do it is a little more troublesome. Although he has a driver's license, there is a certain driving experience. But mediocre skills also didn't make him much interested in touching these cars. While $100 million is a very high price tag, when you think about it, is it actually money? It doesn't take $1 billion to develop a race entry-level driver, but it does take time. Time is money for the Godhawk. Spend money to directly solve the problem. How to save trouble And Xiaobin now spend money is simply a number of wool after all in the sheep body. Today in the system above the consumption of 100 million. Tomorrow, Xiaobin will brush another 100 million out of the system. Like martial arts is also the same. Xiaobin rich after the security issue in mind has always had considerations. Rich people are afraid of death. Although said that our country's living environment is the world's safest country, but does not mean that next to no evil people. It's really possible for some people to be desperate for money. Over 10 billion. Honestly, posting a bounty for murder could be picked at random by 99% of the people in the world. If you can hit 10 out of 10, the safety aspect has at least a little bit of a bottom line. As for this beauty, it's a man. But wouldn't it be nice to be a little better? Now Xiaobin has the best thing that can provide a man's face value, banknotes. A better face is just icing on the cake. But nah, he's not bad for money anymore. And he can afford to spend $100 million. The last one was also the one that made Xiaobin's heart flutter the most. Simply put, $100 million can provide a Big Brother's out-of-the-box help. The benefits would be just too obvious and the scope is quite large. The world is never about fighting and killing. It's still essentially about the human condition. Although it is said that they are not hostile to anyone now, but maybe one day they have affected the interests of others, or violated the bottom line of some people. With this thing an extra layer of protection. As for this junior chef, the average restaurant chef, this thing rubs the edges and doesn't even bother to look at it. Feeling disgusted with himself. In the past, I was so poor that I had no choice but to cook or make soup for my girls to fill my stomach. Do we have to go through all this now that we're rich? Forget it, just buy it. Money is only money when it's spent anyway. Otherwise it's just numbers left behind. And by the system's pissy nature, it seems like the only way to increase the righteousness bit is to spend money like crazy. So Xiaobin didn't hesitate to buy these 10. All of them. $1 billion at a time. Xiaobin surprisingly did not feel anything at all. And even said that it was a bit of a pity. If these skills could be bought for his brothers, how good it would be. Especially for Lu Bo and Zhao Yiming. Spending 10 billion for each of them. That one person he could get 100 billion. Then instantly he could be on the national wealth list. And that's pure cash flow. The only one who can fight him is Thor. All purchased. Xiaobin also did not find that the body has any changes. Unlike the novel of the kind of appearance of what crackling as if frying the sound of soybeans or the whole body skin above the emergence of black mud. Not even a fart. It was only at this time that Xiaobin remembered that the system was talking about a certain period of time, not an immediate change, and it was estimated that the change would be subtle in life and in sleep. After all, this is a Godhawk book, not some metafiction. Once again, we return to the club of Mr. Ho. Ho Junjie raised an eyebrow at him, smiled somewhat oddly, and said in a low voice, "Brother, when did you provoke this woman Lu Ruyu? She seems to have gotten through to some of our people here. And someone notified her of the news that you were here just now. So he was waiting for you in the conference room 20 minutes ago." The corners of Xiaobin's mouth rose slightly. Lu Ruyu for what he knows best. Isn't it the shares? Now he's the third largest shareholder in Intai Group. The Yeagles are the most numerous, followed by the Ryu family. The new chairman will be elected soon. And after that, the CEO and the relevant senior management will be replaced. Xiaobin's shares are crucial to the Yager Group and New Zealand Plus. Take it. Just then, John Hao rushed to stuff a box in his scrub pocket. Xiaobin didn't understand, took it out and looked at it. Okamoto. This woman is not to be messed with. Too smart. But think in another direction is actually good to solve. Violent driving on the line. Ho Junjie obscenely raised his eyebrows at him. Like this type of woman, you have to give her a little color. You can rest assured that according to my understanding of women, although she is such a small white, but the more violent you are, the more obedient she is likely to be. Don't worry. Everyone in that building has been sidetracked by me. All the surveillance, I've also disconnected all the power. Gotta. That's what you get with the big boys. You're surrounded by wingmen and assistants no matter when or where you are. Ask for free swag. Chapter 137. So what if she's rich? It's not for me to spend. Intai Group. The Yager Group has a 37% stake. The entire Lu family has 21%. And Xiaobin personally has 15.6%. That means 100% is only worth 10 billion or so. In fact, thinking about it carefully, Chow Bin did not think it was too interesting, although it is said that this is the total market value of the manhwa branch. For a moment Chow Bin didn't even want to play in this. Not his arrogance, he now has this qualification. He now personal bank card lying above the cold 16.6 billion. It's already way ahead of this private company that's in the top 10 in the province. And that's cash he's got, not any total assets. Now that the major sales platforms on the internet have made it extremely difficult for offline brick-and-mortar stores to survive, the Imtai Group has been able to sit in the top 3 of retail, or quite a means to do so, and he knows very well how to hold the fairies. More than 60% of all brand stores in the mall are so-called foreign big brands, and at a glance, they are all in foreign languages. In fact, there are quite a few brands that are false teeth, leather bag in nature. Can someone in the mall's merchandising department not know that? Definitely no. But they can be 100% sure those customers don't know. Will you vote for me in the board meeting next month? Entering the meeting room, Lu Ruyu was sitting there seeing Chow Bin come in and asked directly. Chow Bin felt his pockets, realized he didn't have any cigarettes with him, and casually replied, "Depends on the mood." Seeing the thin cigarettes Lu Ruyu put on the table, he opened and took one, lighting it. One puff and it's all that fruity. Fruity, 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 fruity. I can't believe this cigarette is being smoked. Angry Chow Bin directly put it out. Not without cigarettes. The more I want to smoke and the more I run out of cigarettes, the crankier I get. Why does it depend on the mood? Is it so hard to help me out? As soon as she heard this, Lu Ruyu immediately looked unhappy. Who am I to help you? Chow Bin suddenly turned his gaze in a single, deadly stare at her. I'm used to Chow Bin's cheeky and immodest appearance. Lu Ruyu's face stared. The heart thumped faster. It was like being in a dark and lonely space being watched by a vicious wolf. Very scary. Lu Ruyu's shell teeth clenched her red lips, and all of a sudden, she didn't know how to answer. Lu Ruyu's dress today was very different from the usual high and mighty female president. On top of his head, he wears a gray hat that says ******* pen. She was wearing a gray sportswear and small white shoes, but it was quite a look of the next door schoolmates. Lu Ruyu legs quite long, height in more than 1.7 meters. Even sportswear, but also quite eye-catching. If the kind of high, unbeatable. Chow Bin instead of like this schoolgirl style instead of poking Chow Bin's XP. Men like to be youthful and cute outside, but when they get home, they are incredibly horsey. Why are you like this? Last time in the office are to people like that. Lu Ruyu's large Kazran eyes with a hint of rain. Did I force you? Chow Bin's voice was low. Although you didn't force me, it wasn't my voluntary Lu Ruyu lowered her head and said for a while. In fact, to this day she couldn't figure out how she half-heartedly bit it the last time she was inside the office. Something outrageous, and that's half of what he ate? Everything has a price. Don't make it seem like you're a supreme treasure worth a fortune, Chow Bin said quietly. If you want me to help you, you have to come up with something that interests me. The only thing you can make me interested in is just these few pairs of meat. Cigarette addiction is getting more and more annoying. He is also lazy and this woman chirping. Chow Bin direct. Lu Ruyu's eyes momentarily froze for a moment. Can't we just be a little more sympathetic? Chow Bin was delighted to hear this. It's fine to make friends, but not hearts. Lu Ruyu was once again dumbfounded. It's not the woman you think it is. Chow Bin nodded and didn't say anything, turning around to leave the conference room and go find Mr. Ho. There's definitely smoke over there at this point. Lu Ruyu sat dumbfounded in this conference room, looking at the half-open conference room door. There were no footsteps after a long wait. Then in a hurry, he got up and looked out into the hallway. Empty. What's wrong with this guy? Lu Ruyu instantly felt aggrieved. Found the Ho general manager. This guy office really smoke a lot of very. Open the door inside a strip or in rows. Whether it's soft huazi, emblems, or cordyceps, and the world, it's all there. What flavor do you like? Ho Junjie laughed. Emblem merchants, I guess. Chow Bin pointed at the black emblematic merchant. Drawing one out, he helped Chow Bin untie it. Snap. Hiss. Take a long drag. The smoke traveled from the mouth into the throat, then into the lungs, a swirl and finally straight to the brain, and finally a slow puff out of the nose. The feeling was so much more enjoyable than those jittery seconds. What's wrong? The chatting doesn't seem to be going very well. Ho Junjie playfully came closer and poked Chow Bin's arm with his shoulder. There's no such thing as smooth or not smooth. There's only trading, Chow Bin said with a smile. No, big brother, you will not want to sleep directly tonight, which is so easy. This one, although in the Lu family suffered a setback, was dispatched to this Hiu city, but no matter what, is also the Lu family miss lineage and the boss, whether it is the Imtai group, or their Lu family's own group inside, she is a share. Worth more than $1 billion of rich sister. Basically all the first-tier cities have a set of independent villas. Such a proud woman which is so easy to sleep, Ho Junjie said with a smile. It appeared to be comforting Chaobin, but it was actually popularizing some information about Lu Ruyu for him. And Ho Junjie also took great care of Chaobin's emotions. Men are always frustrated when they don't get the girl. Explain to him why he is frustrated, or explain the opponent's strength, can also ease the mood. Chaobin smiled and took another drag on his cigarette. So what if she's rich? It's not for me to spend. It's none of my business. Ho Junjie froze. A moment a little dumbfounded, but after careful thought realized that it seems to be really so. It doesn't matter how beautiful this woman is, how fit she is, how skilled she is, how tender her skin is, but as long as she doesn't have the opportunity to eat it herself, that has nothing to do with you. Why do you still want her? Chapter 138, Is there true love in the world? Oh yes. I contacted that luxury car store in the next province. Women's things well. Wait a moment to talk about it. He Jangjie today to find Chaobin also has important things. The things just communicated to report. They've already arranged for the car to be ready for transportation after I just gave them the deposit. And they estimate that it'll be about 14 or 15 hours to get to us after leaving in an hour. Which means it'll be there about noon tomorrow. Smoke on. And heard the brush money things have settled. Chaobin's mood are very good. Nodded. Can Ho always do is efficient enough. Deposit is how much money? I will transfer you first. Virtue. This amount of money I can still find you reimbursement. That does not hit me in the face? Ho Junjie laughed. Anything in this world actually has a price. Even the camaraderie of friends. Ho Junjie naturally knew this. We're all good friends. No kidding. The other party is willing to take out 200 million. Buy luxury cars to put in their own place to support their own face. Then what they have to do is to try to help their big brother to take care of the car. You still want people to pay you a deposit. Do you still want to be in the business? That deposit only totaled 300,000 or so. It is the cost of packing and transportation of these cars. The other boss is to figure a guarantee. Even if this side does not buy, this 300,000 is enough for the other side of this day's hard money. The better friends you are, the more you have to separate what's there. That's how a brotherly relationship can last. It's especially important to focus on maintaining their kind of relationship that never snowballs. At the end of the day, the relationship between a few of them just stinks. Everyone knows what they're doing. They're emotionally intelligent. They don't act or tear down. And they each have their own way of doing things. In fact, this is quite good. The second generation and the so-called elites like to get along in this way. A long time to come, each has a project. Each reach out to help. You're good and I'm good and everybody's good. But if you do not understand these small aspects of the caddy, the relationship between you will only be a little weakened. And ultimately encountered some good things. People simply cannot think of you. Not to mention the existence of pulling you a hand. That's done. I don't know how, but I'm actually looking forward to it a bit. Chaobin nodded and didn't say anything more in this regard. Everyone wasn't short of this amount of money. I don't know if it was because the system was constantly instilling him with some skills about racing, making him surprisingly have some desire for driving. It's fast enough to be there by noon tomorrow. Ho Junjie was also eager. The thought of a line of luxury cars lining the plaza in front of this club of his. Pagani Windjammer and Windjammer, Bugatti Veyron, Red Dragon and Poison. Just get excited. After the business chat, Chaobin went to find Zhao Yiming. This guy is going back and forth between a couple of bikini girls right now. So many young models here now. Some of them were attracted to this club. And some of them were paid by Ho Junjie to keep them here for a long time. Shift work, 10 a.m. until the evening guests are gone. Costume dressing is mandatory. For example, vintage bikinis one day and easy bikinis the next. Play with your clients. It may seem harsh, but there were actually a lot of people who came by at the time after he put out this sign, partly because the base salary is pretty good. $10,000 guaranteed with food and housing. You know that the food and shelter here can be top chef production out? After all, the hospitality are those who have money. Food and drink if poor. In the future people will not come over. The other side of the coin is that you can really get in touch with some of the big boys here. These women can't wait to be here every day until they find their meal ticket. Even if they weren't allowed to wear bikinis, she hated to keep her clothes as cool as she could. So for these pretty girls, it's still very easy to manage. Occasionally a few are taken away by the big boys. Just send a message out and immediately a new supply is added. I didn't expect the ladies here to have good voices. And the people are also very enthusiastic. Following Chaobin to the side. Empty on the table. Zhao Yiming said with some unfulfilled intentions. Then what else? Chaobin glanced at these hot girls in the distance. If you were dressed in ordinary clothes, and you met these people on the road, and you greeted them. I guess they wouldn't even give you a second glance. Also, Zhao Yiming agreed. The clothes he was wearing now were also that handmade model from the Chi family now. Anyone with a bit of eyesight could see that it wasn't simple. The main thing is that he understands women better. In that comparison, it's still Rai who's cuter. By the way, how are you doing with her? Chao Bin asked curiously. It's still a good idea to isolate. I told her about the hotel over at Swan Lake. Drinks, snacks, and fruits unlimited supply for free, so she went over there last night. Zhao Yiming smugly hemmed and hawed. You can it was done last night. Chao Bin couldn't help but give his brother a nod. Zhao Yiming smiled a little awkwardly. Nailed it but not nailed it. She slept in the next room last night. What? Chao Bin froze for a moment. A woman has come to your room, and it's nighttime. I'm surprised you didn't nail it. That's my fault. I was the one who shouldn't have booked the presidential suite. Should I change it to a king-sized room for you? Chao Bin immediately said. Zhao Yiming hastily stopped it. That's no need. That would be too purposeful. There's no rush. What? What does it mean? This is really looking at it. Chao Bin carefully surveyed his brother's lewd smile. It's quite a feeling anyway. There's no rush. Zhao Yiming said. Tomorrow you're going back to your hometown with me, yeah. Still not in a hurry. She's living alone in that hotel for 10 days or so. Chao Bin teased his sentence. Nothing. She brought alone, so what? Did not know before he is not also a person? Hearing Zhao Yiming's words, Chao Bin also froze slightly. A few seconds later. Then feel free to ask if you need any help. Don't be polite. Chao Bin took a drag on his cigarette. The smoke from this mouthful of cigarettes was so large that it blew out and instantly shrouded the flamboyant beauties in front of them, as if they had gone into a layer of mist and could not be seen, even though one of them is jumping around with white flowers. Is there really true love in the world? Is it possible to find it without money? Ho Junjie came to this floor of the conference room. Smiling, he walked inside the room. Didn't see this one normally thunderous woman with a sultry look in her eyes at the moment. Rather rare. What's wrong? Hit the south wall. Ho Junjie went forward and pulled a chair to sit next to him, placing his legs on top of the chair next to him again, half leaning on top of the chair, and said with a relaxed expression. Lu Ruyu glared at him, as if those dissatisfied and aggravated emotions instantly came out. In the end, she told the entire process of the chatting conversation between the two of her and Xiaobin just now. After hearing what happened, Ho Junjie couldn't help but laugh out loud. I can see that it was indeed something that the brother did later. This brother of mine, that's how people are. Rather straight. Some people will think it's rather cheesy, but I actually like it. What you want to do. Spread it out and put it on the table and say it clearly. He is now to you as nothing more than craving your body. Quite good. Or to give you a set of false say like on you to you. Eating, shopping, watching movies, finally fall in love, finally sleep, and then just put up his pants and leave. You are not more difficult. Ruyu Lu. You do analyze. Chapter 139, Strange Woman. Mr. Lu I'm really not joking with you. You have to think about it. A man on the surface to you Sven respectfully. You two seem to have met at first sight, and your spirits are extremely compatible. You guys wind up every day as if you're lucky enough to find spiritual fulfillment all at once. Eventually you give the other person you intact, but after a night or someone else sleeps around for a few days tells you directly that it was an illusion. It's actually obvious that they've arrived or they're tired of sleeping with you and aren't interested anymore. That's when it's really hard for you, isn't it? Ho Junjie seemed like a love guru, analyzing the situation with her in detail, but our brother Bing, it is very direct. Looked at you. You look beautiful. See the color. Bluntly said want to sleep with you. So if you agree, everyone is happy. If you do not want to then forget it. This is the real gentleman. Lu Ruyu was speechless for a while, obviously so lewd, but it was said so as if it were a frank gentleman. Alright, think about it. Playing with and being a wingman to control the degree. So after Ho Junjie expressed his opinion, the rest is left to Lu Ruyu her own thinking. This woman is smart. Hey, Bin, I'm going to accompany Xiao Lai Ha, or the car stays. I'll take a taxi myself. Zhao Yiming's cell phone rang, and after picking up a call, he said with a lewd smile and Xiao Bin, forget it, I'm too lazy to drive. You can drive there yourself. Xiao Bin waved his hand. It would be better to take a taxi if he drove himself. Oh, into. Zhao Yiming couldn't wait to turn around and leave. Wait, Xiao Bin called out to him. What is it Bing? Are you going to go just like that? Zhao Yiming? Debong hasn't seen it You just hugged the young model for such a long time. So full of scent. And the lipstick marks on your face. Maybe there are some hairs inside your clothes. Aren't you looking for death when you go back? Xiao Bin pointed to a few marks on Zhao Yiming's body and said, wipe. Not it. Zhao Yiming looked down. As if there was indeed a also smelled on his body. There was also a messy scent. What can I do then? I go back to change a set of clothes? Go to the dressing room over there. Chaobin pointed to a room in the westernmost part of the first floor and explained in a low voice. Don't make a sound. There are professional makeup artists in there. You'll first take a shower first with the shower gel they provided. Then they'll help you with all the marks on your body, whether it's on your skin or clothes. Zhao Yiming froze. There's a place like this? Seeing this look of not having seen the world, Chaobin nodded his head, a smug smile on his face. After all, when he first learned about this room he was also frozen, not expecting Ho Junjie to be so well prepared. Help you remove the marks on your body, and the scent on your body, so that it's much safer to go back after you've made a wave here. Then, like the second generation of them, basically every one of them has a proper girlfriend or some of them are already married. Maybe a girlfriend or wife could be joined at the hip, but they are, after all, the real deal. And if it's a marriage, then it has a lot of power. It can't be easily torn apart, and both sides have to make sure that they look good on the surface at the very least. Even to say that some are still very much in love with his girlfriend, after cheating outside to let his girlfriend found out that break up, that is simply not cost effective. That's why this locker room for John Ho is so important. He will be according to your request, to help you to modify to socialize the drinking game, or to accompany the client to play golf left marks, horseback riding left marks, swimming left marks. There's absolutely no sign of you out on the wave anyway. Zhao Yiming couldn't wait to run over, and after experiencing it for a while, he walked out contentedly. After this transformation, he also finally knew that if he went back without this layer of formalities, there was 100% no chance. No woman can accept the way you wave back all over other women and still talk about love with you. Not to mention that's the extent to which you're still just pursuing it. Nice place. Before Zhao Yiming left, he looked back at one of the young models in bikinis and lamented. Come back often. I'll take you back when your driver leaves. Lu Ruyu walked over. I don't know if it's because of Ho Junjie's words just now, or if he figured it out on his own. But Lu Ruyu even took the initiative to come over and sit on top of that rattan chair next to Chaobin to greet him. No, I called a special car. Chaobin shook his head. You. Lu Ruyu's teeth clenched her red lips, and her eyes were all aggravated. She had obviously backed off so much. Women are extremely strange creatures. Chaobin directly and bluntly said to her that she craved his body and wanted to sleep with her. She showed great resistance, thinking that this man is really too down. Simply the lower half of the body to control the brain. However, this man feels sleep cannot directly give up, do not want to take care of you. This time this woman it and unwilling, even as said will do some things against her usual reason. Take for example, Ruyu Lu now, she simply do not open their own car. Chaobin hit the car driver to pick him up. Chaobin on the car. Lu Ruyu did not hesitate to open the door followed by sitting in. Chaobin smiled and didn't say anything, but there's definitely no going back to the hotel tonight. On the one hand, he couldn't let Lu Ruyu know where his home base was. On the other hand, since you've decided to make a move on Gatabeo, you have to be a little more evasive. You bring a different woman back every day. If she finds out about this, isn't that making it more difficult for you? At the very least, it wouldn't matter until he had already eaten her and she no longer had the capital to resist. You have to be a scumbag with a brain to be a scumbag. Why did you become like this? I remember you used to be very nice to your girlfriend. It was too quiet until after the car had been traveling for 10 minutes or so. Lu Ruyu finally opened her mouth and asked. It was so hilarious that Chaobin couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. It's like he asked the technicians when he was washing his feet. Why are you in this business? With all the jobs out there, why did you pick this one? Chapter 140, Yellow Hair with a System, What Can You Do? Lu Ruyu didn't notice and continued to ask in disbelief. I remember hearing them say in the past that you don't even like the friend circles of your other female co-workers, and privately it's even more non-existent to go on a reunion with them, just to avoid suspicion. Does any of this make sense to you? Are you women all thinking, persuade the king of the sea to come ashore and make the good boy despair? Chaobin laughed, then talk to the poor about money and the rich about feelings. Lu Ruyu, why does it feel strange? I've only heard of pulling good women down and persuading women of the world to go straight. Okay, don't want to get into this stuff with you. Anything? If there's nothing, you get off. Chaobin patted the driver who was driving in front of him. The driver of this specialized car also had a good eye and slowed down to stop on the side of the road. Not a word. Lu Ruyu turned her head toward the road and took a long breath. If she herself was to come down from the position of general manager of this Hetsuki City Intai branch, then she would have to return to the Kyoto Lu family. In the future, she would never have the chance to meddle in any of the family group's affairs. The only value of her existence is to join with other families. That way your own body doesn't have the power to decide for itself. Rather better. This dog is at the very least handsome and fit enough to eat. It's not for anyone to sleep with. Lu Ruyu was frustrated in her heart. Growing up, it's always been a star-studded existence for those men. I didn't expect to be defeated on this man. She turned her head, tried her best to control her facial expression, smiled and said, "Tonight see you just drink. A little meal did not eat it. Hungry? If you don't want to go to my house I'll give you some food. I'm a master at making hand-rolled noodles." Chaobin narrowed his eyes, his right eyebrow raised. It did feel pretty good to pull this high and mighty fairy down. "It's fine. I like noodles the most." Chaobin nodded. Half an hour later. Shushan District. Heiyu City. Xianyuan City, Lushan Villa. The car slowed to a stop at a detached 3-story cottage. Drop. Lu Ruyu just approached the gate with a drop. The door to the villa opened slowly, then darkened this building. The lights went all the way from the lawn, to the first floor, then to the second floor and to the third floor. Eventually, the entire building lit up, scattering a faint shimmering light. Harsh, but definitely enough to illuminate. A little bit of technology, and from this reaction can be seen, Lu Ruyu family does not have other people awe. In fact, at this time, Lu Ruyu was much more nervous than Chaobin. She felt her calves trembling as she walked in front of her. Even in his mind, he kept on recalling the time when he was in the dormitory. Xin Xiao kept on transmitting all kinds of techniques with men. She breathed in and out in big gulps. It must be a lie to come back for noodles. Who would eat noodles? Tada! It was a surprisingly long walk of 6 or 7 minutes from the front door to the first floor location. But of course, it was also the fact that the garden in front of her was large enough. Entering the hall, Lu Ruyu's voice was a little trembling and said, "You, wait here for a while, I will go to give you the following now." Eating noodles? Chaobin walked from behind with a strange laugh and closed in a handful of times, wrapping his arms around him and whispering against his reddened earlobes. He asked, "Are you sure?" The night was destined to be earth-shattering. Chaobin woke up the next day to a phone call. Zhao Yiming called. "Bing, where are you? I'll go pick you up. I'm going over to Mr. Ho's side today at noon." "Well, sent you a localization." Chaobin sent a locator over and saw that it was now 10:20. He also woke up from his bed. The sheets were pink and so was the quilt. He lifted the covers to find a palm-sized hole torn in the middle of the sheet. Lu Ruyu's home. Surely there cannot be a broken bedsheet. Obviously this is yesterday's mark was cut off by him. Chaobin was also very surprised last night. How could he not expect? Now in this era there will still be Lu Ruyu, such a woman. Shouldn't this stuff have all been completely cut off after 18? I don't know if this is a happy or a sad event. It was a good thing that Chaobin turned his head and saw something on top of the nightstand, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Several stacks of red cash, and a post-it note. "Good performance. Reward you. 88,000? What do you mean? Unpacking fee? Good thing. Good thing." Chaobin is most afraid that the woman he met will ask him to be responsible for dragging his feet and affecting his mood. Just like Yue and Ryu like this. Like the kind of white little jerks. It's no fun. Of course once upon a time it was no fun for myself. But now Chaobin was completely relieved. About Lu Tingting, the real release, is not even hate. Not a trace of it. Carefully look back again. Once she was that general. Her former bling was only because of his love, which gilded her. Now this woman isn't even worth 300 bucks. Get up. See their own clothes, all washed, folded on the side. The original woman also has a similar nanny and so on. Otherwise, with all the intensity of last night, there was no way she would have been able to get up in the middle of the night to do her laundry. Take a closer look at Ruyu Lu's home. Extremely elegant. What caught his eye the most was the fact that there was an antique study, with all kinds of brushes hanging on the desk, rice paper on the tabletop, and many of her practiced word posters on top of one of the bookshelves next to it. Chaobin flipped through it. She wasn't being pretentious here. There was quite a bit of calligraphy she had written before. Regular script, running script, and thin gold script. This woman can do it. The other room next to the den, supposedly for her to practice form or yoga, had just a few balls on the floor and a yoga mat. All 4 walls as well as the top are mirrored. This was for the convenience of self-testing when the woman herself was exercising. But Chaobin suddenly thought of another image. They shouldn't have been in the bedroom last night. They should have been here. It would definitely be a different experience to turn the lights all the way up here. Shook his head to get rid of this thought in his mind quickly. But not too much to stay. Too much to stay will be easy to move. This woman deserves to be raised rich, whether it's material or spiritual. This woman is extremely wealthy, which is presumably the purpose of many fathers to raise their daughters richly is just that. To raise their daughters not to be easily cheated by yellow hair. It was true that the average yellow hairs were not qualified to get close to Lu Ruyu. And the ones who got close to her were partly men who were really cultured and gentlemanly, and partly people who pretended to be cultured. That's what led to Lu Ruyu being an alabaster now. It's just a shame. Lu Ruyu meets yellow hair with a system. Getting dressed and closing the gate. Before leaving, Chaobin stood in front of the villa and took a selfie. Sent a circle of friends. Text, I didn't realize that one day we would be so close that we would look up and see the same sun. Perhaps it is a heart-to-heart. At this moment in the office, some distracted Lu Ruyu just happened to pick up the phone to brush the circle of friends. Seeing this photo, and after seeing the distance stated in the copy, one blushes. Lu Ruyu hadn't even had time to reply yet when she saw Xin Xiao reply below. Xin Xiao, brother, I have a big sun here. How about you? Are you big there? The first time she read it, Lu Ruyu didn't understand it too well. She always felt that it wasn't that simple for this pretentious woman to post, and when she read it for the third time, she instantly clenched her fists in anger. Bitch, don't you know that yourself? Lu Ruyu gasped and swished to her feet, but a bit of pain made her slowly sit down again. It's caused by the big one. Thank you to, it's far wild for the explosion of more sprinkles. Thank you to, kick the cripple violently in that good leg, for the great certification. Thanks to my two righteous fathers. I'll add an extra chapter as soon as possible. Chapter 141, Preparing to Return to the Village. Cool. This is just really cool. My god. Is that a Bugatti? Wow. The color. The scissor doors. Pagani Windjammer and Windjammer. Bugatti Veyron and Red Dragon. Etc. I don't know the cars, so I won't describe them. Total 7 cars. This row is parked in the most prominent place of this track plaza. It was extremely dazzling under the sunlight. Plus 20 to 30 young models with white skin and beautiful bikinis posing for photos. Now that's even more eye-catching. Ho Junjie is also excited about the teeth and claws also arranged for photographers to quickly shoot video, when sent to various self-media platforms above. I believe that this time we'll be able to bring no small amount of traffic. Meticulously edit several videos and spend money on them if you don't have traffic. With so many luxury cars and dropping $100,000 or so in traffic money, I'm sure it can definitely get up. Chaobin was also very happy at this time and paid a total of over $190 million. Spend $1,987, $654, $432 for good buddy Zhao Yiming. Get $1,987, $654, $3,200 from 100 times rebate. Nearly $20 billion in hand and nearly $19.8 billion for nothing after the 1.9 cost. Now that Zhao Yiming is already 100 times rebate and is around, it is natural to hang on to his name. 100 times rebate can be a lot cooler than 10 times. Ho Junjie was a little surprised, but he didn't bother to ask more. After all, there are too many people who don't put things in their name now. It's just a little curious that Chaobin trusts Zhao Yiming so much. He's not afraid that he'll sell these cars. After all, settling for $200 million is no small number. It's already worth the risk for 99% of the population. In fact, Chaobin didn't care at all. If Zhao Yiming really got greedy and gave a sneak sale or mortgage, he wouldn't even be angry. After all, this one is 100 times rebate. He sold and then buy him, and then continue to brush. You can never lose money on your own. And a 90+ favorability rating is categorically unlikely to do anything to betray him. Now Chaobin's total assets are $36.4 billion. Cool. Zhao Yiming himself had a look of indifference. As the saying goes, it doesn't matter if you have too many debts and too many benefits. According to Zhao Yiming's meaning, anyway, this life of his is his whatever Chaobin tossed. With this important matter settled, Chaobin could finally return to his hometown. Brother Bing, then how do we get back? Zhao Yiming asked. There are now 2 Maybach S680s. One was used as a wedding headliner and the other naturally had to be brought back. After all, the more luxury cars this one has, the better a little bit. Can you see if you can find someone to drive it back for us and my brother's one? Anyway, I'm too lazy to drive. If I can't find anyone, I'll just hand it over to logistics, and then I'll follow your car. Short distance is fine. Long distance Chaobin really do not want to drive. Of course, he has now slowly become the entry-level professional driver. Finding someone to drive is simple. So we'll leave after dinner? Zhao Yiming. Aha. Finally, Zhao Yiming went off to arrange for a valet. In recent times, daily transfers to Big Brother have been made from 10,000, 00020, 00030, 000 in the beginning to 50,000 a day after that, for a total of 20 days or so. That adds up to over $2.3 million before and after. These are naturally small amounts of money, but for Big Brother, it should be able to solve his current dilemma. This time, after going back, I will confess a little more to my elder brother, and I am going to provide him with more funds to keep him clothed and fed for the rest of his life. 10 years ago when Chaobin just graduated from high school, the results of the college entrance examination came out. Very general, barely a second grade. Originally Chaobin was ready to no longer go to college, and other high school classmates like, ready to go north into the factory. Because at that time Chaobin's family was in a very difficult situation. Before Chaobin graduated from elementary school, his parents left unexpectedly in a car accident a few years ago. The compensation was not much. The family consisted only of Chaobin and his elder brother, who was just 5 years older than him, and his elder brother was still in high school at the time. This money, no matter how frugal they both lived, would never be able to pay for both of them to continue their education. So at that time his elder brother just dropped out of school and came back to farm in his hometown to provide for Chaobin. Previously, when his parents were there, Chaobin and his older brother too never did farm work, which rashly down the beginning is also two eyes. Also need to learn. So at that time, Chaobin is also heartbroken big brother. High school graduation is not ready to read again, but by the big brother mandatory for him to continue to study in college. Chaobin's elder brother is still very capable. A few years later familiar with the contracted 10 acres of land, and then concentrated on learning farming techniques, raising 2 or 3,000 chickens. In the countryside is also considered a small chicken farm is not too small. Raising chickens may not seem like a lot of worry, as long as you keep them in the middle of the mountains and forests, but there is actually a lot to worry about. More chickens are susceptible to disease, and once one chicken develops fowl fever, it is also very likely to cause the death of all the chickens. If you don't get sick, you can't take it lightly, because the hills are full of weasels and foxes. A little inattention and you could have your home stolen. So Chaobin's big brother for years and years on with a few dogs live in the mountains above, now only 30 years old, looking like more than 40 years old. The main thing is also because of their own delay these 2 years before talking about a girlfriend, because now Chaobin does not need the big brother's support. Big brother's income is now also sloppy to say the past. I heard that this woman is in the big brother's chicken farm to help work. Beginning is simply not see his big brother, just because there is this brother in. Until I heard that the brother has graduated from college, can support themselves, and every month can also give the family handed $1,000 or $2, which slowly have the opportunity, but also easily come to this step of the marriage talk. Chaobin thought that the big brother's side is very smooth, or the last time to call, heard you guys about the wedding head car quarrel, only to realize that the big brother has also been reported to the good news and not to report the bad news. Big brother is quite fond of cars, his WeChat avatar is above a Porsche sports car. It's just that the Porsche is on a mountain, and that's not realistic. Potholes. Chaobin only said that the wedding day will drive a trailer back, and did not tell his big brother that he will be 2 days in advance. He is ready to make a time difference to go back to see how the big brother in the end how to live, but also a good examination of their sister-in-law, if qualified. With the tens of billions of dollars of Chaobin's current fortune, he was definitely able to keep his elder brother and sister-in-law worry-free for 3 generations. Chapter 142, Small Towns. At noon for dinner Chaobin took Xiao Yiming, Ho Junjie, Shindi Xiao, Mr. Lu. A few people continue to go to the Yunmeng hot pot restaurant. I can't help it. It costs the most. It's the brushing that makes it fun. Deliberately saying that he was celebrating Mr. Ho's first big battle, Chaobin directly asked for 4 bottles of Conti. Xiao Yiming didn't drink if he had to drive, so Chaobin accompanied a few of them to finish the 4 bottles. 880,000 for 4 bottles of wine. Add to that over 200,000 for fondue lobster and such, and you've got 1 million for 1 meal. Although Mr. Ho said he was a bit distressed, he still grabbed the payment. It was a pity that Chaobin's side had already greeted Su Chang. Other than that, in the future dinner I mean you all don't grab it. Give some face. Chaobin deliberately pretended to be drunk and said with a pat on the chest. It also kind of establishes him as the king of the buys from now on. Hang on. Worthy of my bingo. Convinced. Really my big daddy. Mr. Ho raised his glass with a red face, although now the red wine was finished and poured some white water. Ding. Spent 1 million for his good buddy, Xiao Yiming, and returned 110 million 100 times. You can make $100 million every time you eat just 1 meal. Good. Just for the sake of brother's words, whoever dares to grab the bill with me in the future, I'll cut ties with him. Chaobin continued to shake his tongue left and right. Men aren't just acting when they're with women. Men need to act when they're with men too. After eating, Chaobin lay down in the second row and huffed and puffed. I'll leave the rest to Xiao Yiming. It went through 7 or 8 hours. After a bit of tossing and turning, we finally arrived at a small mountain village next to a large mountain, Taoyuan village. This is the border between Anhui province and River Belly province. Green mountains, green water, beautiful environment. As long as there were no accidents, most of the people living inside this village lived a long life. Except for Chaobin's parents who were less lucky and went out to meet a car accident. In fact, in this part of the world, Life is very happy if you don't have desires, but if you've got a wife and kids, that's not appropriate. Not many women can keep the loneliness, and the children need an education. So there aren't many people left in this little mountain village now. At a glance all of them were in their 70s and 80s, and those in their 40s and 50s were considered young. It's the end of September and already belongs to the late fall. The weather is still hot during the day, but at night it's very cool again, especially in the mountain villages. It was inconvenient at night, so Chaobin had Zhao Yiming find a random hotel above the town. Following brother Bing around, I'm surprisingly a little uncomfortable with this hotel. Taking the room card and opening the door. As soon as he opened it, Zhao Yiming said flirtatiously, "The hotels above the town are the extent of the express hotel." Door open, a musty smell. Open the window to blow for a while. This moldy smell slowly fade away. In the past, they often lived in such houses. It was only in recent times that they followed Chaobin to live in top-notch hotels, even to the point that the lowest was an executive room, and the better ones were presidential suites. Then that comparison is a world of difference. Chaobin smiled bitterly. Not to mention you. I'm not used to it either. How can I sleep here? After sleeping for 7 or 8 hours on top of the car, plus waking up from the wine, Chaobin was now not sleepy at all. With a cheap grin on his face, Zhao Yiming asked, "Do you have any recreational activities above this town?" "This I really don't know." Chaobin shook his head. In fact, this part of Taoyuan village is very scenic and the roads have been repaired quite well over the past few years, making it a great place to relax and live for a short period of time. The town is also noticeably slightly busier than before. It should be the 4th of July soon. Those white-collar workers in the city who are on vacation like to find such places around to relax themselves for a few days. There were a lot more barbecue stall restaurants along the road, but if you want to talk about entertainment, especially the entertainment that Zhao Yiming wanted, Chaobin really didn't know. Then go out for a walk? Zhao Yiming suggested. After driving for 7 or 8 hours, he was surprisingly not sleepy at all and seemed as if he was hyper. As long as you're not sleepy, that doesn't matter to me. Chaobin was happy to. He himself would have been sleepy not sleepy, and wanted to go for a walk. If Zhao Yiming followed him, he naturally preferred. Now buy him a bottle of mineral water, he can earn a few $100s. I can't wait to tie him up and follow him around every day. The two went downstairs, with a cigarette in his mouth. Not far away, a big sister in her 50s, came to the side and asked in not quite standard Mandarin, "Boss, accommodation? There's hot water, just $40 a night." Zhao Yiming waved his hand. "There's little sister O." Big sister came back. "HM?" Zhao Yiming's eyes lit up and he immediately stopped in his tracks. The little sisters are all college students and have gone through professional training. The massages are very good. This big mom looked at Zhao Yiming and stopped, knowing that he had an idea, and continued to throw out a new highlight. "So this massage you're talking about, is he decent?" Zhao Yiming licked his lips. Auntie looked around the surroundings, and then said in a serious manner, "That's certainly serious. Our business is all based on the technique. Our repeat customers." "Oh, forget it then." Zhao Yiming instantly lost interest and had a pitying look on his face. "Big mama." A few seconds later the older woman caught up with her at another trot, then whispered, "Boss, wait a minute. Let me borrow you for a minute. There was someone over there just now. I'm sure I'll say it's serious. How can we do it here?" "Boss, don't worry. All of them are very tender. Watery. If you don't believe me, come with me and you'll be satisfied." Places like these didn't interest Chaobin much. He was going to go to the side and eat something himself, letting Zhao Yiming just go and play on his own. But press on. Zhao Yiming pulled him. "Want to see and not necessarily play, right?" Zhao Yiming laughed. Continued to fling. Now the business K-box inside most of those princesses have technology, and technology is really too good. Not much fun. I recently read some forums above that these small places mountain village, maybe there really are unexpected surprises it. With that, they followed the older woman inside the alleyway next to them. Honestly, it's pretty dim in here. An assortment of lightbox signs line the alleyway curb. It's all written on it. So-and-so B&B, so-and-so guest house, so-and-so hotel. Of course the most common is so-and-so massage. So-and-so massage. The seven-turned Amma brought them under a pink sign. The older woman entered inside the store first and muttered something to the woman on the couch after promoting. Then the woman looked at Chaobin and Zhao Yiming and nodded. Then he took out 2 20s from inside his pocket and handed them to the older woman. The big mom smiled and took the money and walked out, rushing to Zhao Yiming and Chaobin and the two of them. "Bosses, just go in and follow him." Hi, there are handling fees in between. I didn't realize this town was now keeping up with the times. What kind of project are you two bosses planning to do?" The woman on the sofa stood up and asked smilingly. "Any item will do. Just get the prettiest in your store." Zhao Yiming directly pulled out a red ticket from inside his pocket and handed it over. Arrange it. Here's the tip. Okay, boss, the technician will be here soon. This female boss instantly had a happy face, and immediately and happily guided the two of them from inside. Chapter 143, Hupairu. Entering a corridor, the originally dim light instantly opened up, not realizing that after this cramped was a brilliant decoration. This boss lady obviously also cared about the surprise on the faces of the two of them, and said with a delicate smile, "No way. This is for insurance purposes. The outside will not dare to decorate, but the guests have come in. Certainly want better service inside. Supporting facilities have to get it right." Hearing this, Zhao Yiming agreed. Not bad, not bad. It seems like the boss has seen the world. Boss's wife, that's true. Our boss has also worked in the big city. Now the tourism industry is on the rise. That's why he came back to his hometown to start his own business. So naturally he has to keep up with the times. Chaobin listened to the music in the back. This business is also considered entrepreneurship. But it did make him come to some interest. If he had sent one of those dim red-lit little houses, he really wouldn't have bothered to go in there, and wouldn't have had much interest in the mechanics. But such instead made him a little curious. For a town to be able to be decorated like this, was it really possible that there were other directions like Zhao Yiming said? Seeing that the two of them are dressed in extraordinary clothes, quite elegant and generous, the boss's wife knows that today comes a big single. After first arranging a room for each of them, he said, "The two bosses will wait for a moment. They will be right over. Then Brother Bin, I'll go over first." Zhao Yiming was very excited. "You're getting better and better now. The manure truck passes in front of your house and you want to taste the saltiness." Chaobin laughed. "Ha ha. This great age cannot give this physical strength to waste." Zhao Yiming said indifferently, "The spring breeze may not know my intention. The good people do not mind my foot odor. See you later." Chaobin could only nod helplessly. His room was also quite a bit nicer than expected. There wasn't that unpleasant smell. The air was refreshing, and the windows were always open. It was the lighting that was slightly dim. Lights a cigarette. It's not finished smoking yet. Ta-da-da-da-da. Outside went the sound of a crisp high heel. Strange to say, he had heard the sound of high heels many times. In a scene like this, every time that sound came through, it was like it was hitting the heart deep inside. The whole thing was a little bit of a rush for him. Smoking was a few moments faster than usual. Soon the sound of high heels stopped. Knock knock. 3 soft knocks. "Boss, can I come in?" The voice was gentle and pleasant, and Chaobin answered softly, "Enter." After that the slight sound of a door opening, a slender shadow walked in, and Chaobin subconsciously looked in that direction. A purple dress. It was just that the light was a little dim and I wasn't able to get a good look at him, but the curve is pretty clear to see. Tall enough, big thunder in the front and handrails in the back. Then before slender long legs. You can judge just now the boss's wife is still relatively conscientious. The one that got him over here definitely counts as a good one for their place. "Boss, do you think I can?" This purple-clothed woman pulled a tiny suitcase in her right hand, slightly bent over, and asked softly. This bend, showing great strength, even in the dimly lit room. A white aura flashed. "You don't have to say. I didn't think that there would be someone with such strength in this town." Chaobin felt that there was a possibility that this time there could really be a huge surprise. "I'm here now." Chaobin nodded, then lay down on the massage bed next to him. The woman approached and then asked softly, "Boss, what do you usually like to start from?" This is a question to Chaobin for such a place. He is the first time to come over, not much experience. So there was nothing for it but to say helplessly, "Just follow your process." The woman smiled faintly, exhaling her breath like orchids. "Boss, you relax, don't be so stiff. I'm also a little tense when you're whole like this. Why don't I give you a whack on the leg first?" Saying that, he walked to the side and went to help Chaobin remove the sneakers from his feet first. Then he sat down on the massage bed and lifted Chaobin's legs up on her lap. Gently, he began to nudge. From this moment Chaobin could tell that this boss who had returned to his hometown to start his own business was indeed something. He couldn't help but look up slightly towards the woman as well. When he took a good look at the woman's appearance, his entire body froze for a moment. This woman Chaobin knew and was very familiar with her. Aunt Peiju? Chaobin was dumbfounded that this one was none other than his cousin's daughter-in-law, Hupairu. Speaking of Hupairu, in their Taoyuan village is also considered an alternative. Inside the mountain village need to work on the ground, and it is years and years, face to the soil, back to the sky, the wind and sun, spring and fall blowing, cold and winter snow, basically dry, pitch black skin. With the accumulation of days and months, all the bones will be very wide and the body will be strong like a strong man. It is true that it has the kind of pure beauty of a mountain village woman, but there is less of that unique female charm. But not Hupairu. She worked inside the village and was considered a good hand at the crop fields, and was also very hardworking. During the busy season, he basically spends every day in the fields, and after the busy season is over, he also goes to the town to do some odd jobs in a small factory. But her skin is like smeared with honey, as delicate and smooth, white and red, as if the gold and silver transparent jelly. General pressure is not like a rural woman, coupled with her body is extremely hot, front convex and rear curvature, surplus can hold a small waist, and because he worked all the time, he had another beauty with strength than the weak, indulged women. It could be said that inside that small mountain village, Hu Pairu's beauty made most of the women in Taoyuan village go crazy with jealousy. Even those girls in their 18 or 1920s were ashamed of themselves when they saw her. It also led to the fact that no one in the countryside knew about Hu Pairu, and no one knew about it. Of course, it's mostly because she's pretty, with a more feudal element. Old people have rumored that he's a husband killer. She married into Taoyuan village over 10 years ago. She was only 18 at the time, but it wasn't the first time she had married someone. She had married twice before, but outrageously after the marriage her men had GA due to accidents. Until one of Chaobin's cousins from the same village. This so-called cousin uncle has long been no blood relations. Anyway, are a village, then he is a generation longer. Meet Al-Kala uncle. This one cousin's family is really poor, have been more than 40 years old, has not been able to marry a daughter-in-law, looking is an old bachelor. So the next village matchmaker will be Hu Pairu introduced to the two people. Also quickly perform a banquet. There is a daughter. It all seems like it's going well. It seems that the rumor of the husband charmer has disappeared. Chaobin's cousin uncle said he was also quite happy to have married such a young and beautiful girl, so much younger than him, happy all day long, and work harder. But who would have thought that once I went to the bathroom and fell into a cesspool and didn't climb out, drowned. This resulted in the death of 3 husbands in a row. This has led to the attribute of Hu Pairu's husband in the countryside, which is known to everyone. In the end, it was directly rumored that, but anyone who had slept with Hu Pairu, it was certain death. So since then, even though there were many people who coveted Hu Pairu's beauty, no one dared to come to her door to propose marriage anymore, and no one dared to mess with her. So since the death of cousin Chaobin's uncle, Hu Pairu hasn't gone back to her mother's house either, because she knew that even if she went back to her mother's house, with her current attributes of course she would not have the chance to marry again, and staying in her mother's house would possibly add to the burden of her parents. Solely survived with her daughter inside this small mountain village. When Chaobin was youthful and ignorant, every time he saw Hu Pairu, he was blushing and fled quickly. He's afraid he'll be humiliated, also afraid of that so-called rumor. Just why is she here today? Hearing Chaobin's exclamation, Hu Pairu pressed the button next to her, and instantly in the room the lights brightened up quite a bit. She also recognized Chaobin, and her delicate face whitened. Bin? No Hu Pairu? Chapter 144, Pao, and Pairu. To be honest, even Chaobin would feel a little awkward when he met on such an occasion, but he quickly reacted by asking, "You, how did you get here?" Hu Pairu's face stiffened. At this time, she also remembered that she was not talking about Chaobin's elders, but she was a technician inside the store, and the way she was dressed now, she was just too far beyond normal, and it was also possible to visibly see a flame in Chaobin's eyes, as if he was trying to burn her away. You've got the wrong person. How is it possible to recognize the wrong person? If other people he could still be mistaken, but this one he would never be mistaken. The impression this made on him in his youth was just too deep. It's just that today's outfit is so different from the past. The skirt was extremely short until you looked closely and realized that it was just barely wrapped around. But he couldn't for the life of him understand what had happened that would bring Hu Pairu here to do this job. A moment this box inside the atmosphere became strange up. Extremely quiet to the two of them. Heartbeat can be heard, as well as a person with a little rapid breathing. Just now there was no light and could not see clearly, but now the light is on. You can see Hu Pairu's clothes very clearly. This boss is indeed a talent. This dress is not only small, short, more outrageous, but also with translucent, round and firm, snow white and bright. Even Chaobin, who had been eating well lately, was able to feel his throat smoking a little now. Late fall nights. It was also a dry heat. Forget it, since she won't admit it, saying, "Don't know say mistaken." Why is she still dwelling on these things here herself? Well, it's been a long time since I came back. I recognized the wrong person. Sorry. Chaobin brought his own cigarettes over from the top of the table next to him and lit one up and said slowly. Hu Pairu's complexion darkened with a hint of evasion in her eyes. Then she pressed the button next to her, and this room once again returned to dimness. Now that you've decided to come to work at this place, sooner or later you're going to have to take that step. Maybe it's good to meet Chaobin. First shift on your own. First guest. Then boss, you lie here. Close your eyes and I'll continue you. Aha. Chaobin gently nodded and slowly laid down as well. Anyway, it's here. Big deal. Only veggies today. Just a simple nudge. After all, he had been sleeping in the second row of the car today, and even though it was a Maybach, sleeping for 7 or 8 hours in the car made his whole body sore and his bones stiff. The more I thought about it, the more I felt very uncomfortable all over. Just lay back with his cigarette in his mouth and eyes closed, ready to enjoy himself. However, just at this time, a loud noise came from outside. Brother Biao. Brother Biao. I've already told you. Just come Xiaoru, she's already on the clock. You first go to the box and wait for me for a while. I'll arrange for you to come over to the other girls, to ensure that you're satisfied, okay? How about this form? I'll have all the remaining ones come over and stay with you. It was the boss's wife's voice, clearly tinged with curtness. Asterisk 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 off. I'm giving face to old Zhao and not bothering with you. If you want to be difficult again, do I believe I'll smash your store? Even if your family's old Zhao comes, it won't work. A furious roar. Chaobin's brow furrowed slightly. Boo! The next second there was a loud bang, and his compartment was violently smashed open from the outside. A couple of strong men with tiger backs rushed in. The leader is a big bald head with a big gold chain. Even in the late fall, he wears a small undershirt with carved arms and chest. Snap! One of the juniors pressed the switch by the door. Instantly all the lights inside this box turned on, which was even brighter than just now. Lao San did a good job this time. The new goods this time are really superb. Brother Biao, seeing Hu Pairu that moment, eyes are bubbling with green light, a face of excitement, cannot help but pat the side of a fine dog little brother praised. Lao San hemmed and hawed and laughed. That's right. When I was running the three-wheeler today, I just picked her up at the station and sent her here, and when I heard that she was coming to work for the first time today, I immediately reported it to Brother Biao. Looks like it's Hupajo coming to town today. Doing this triple bungee exposes the whereabouts. It's you? Hu Pairu also recognized this fine dog. No wonder this guy didn't charge her money at that time. But turning his head at the sight of Biao's cross-faced excited expression, he took 2 steps backward in fear. Chaobin was once again certain this time. This must be Hu Peiju. Finally, from that massage bed above down, blocked in front of Hu Pairu, to the several ruffians and scolded, "Get out!" As the words fell, it seemed as if Biao only noticed Chaobin at this time. With a disdainful face, he quickly stepped forward and savagely said, "Where did the little white boy come from? Give me to flash aside. Don't affect the old man's excitement. Be good. Maybe you still have some soup to drink after we people convince you. Or else believe it or not, Piao, I'll get you killed." Piao is over 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighs at least 200 pounds. A fat body, and with that tattoo, it does look pretty fierce. And Chaobin was a little taller than him, but white, especially since Chaobin had spent $100 million the day before yesterday on the primary beauty technique. The state of his skin now is no worse than Hu Peiju's. It does look like a little white boy. Hu Pairu, after hearing such fierce words from Brother Biao, nervously pulled Chaobin, took a step forward, stopped in front of him, and said with a tense face, "Big brother, he is still a child. This matter has nothing to do with him." Brother Biao stepped forward and grabbed Hu Pairu's right hand with a ludian smile. "What's wrong, sister? Why are you so nervous? Is he your man? What's the point of having a white boy like that? Follow Brother Piao me. Brother Piao will let you see what it means to be a fierce man. Please, 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 please." Chapter 145, The System Produces absolutely fine products. Little beauty. Follow me and mix. Absolutely guarantee that you'll be able to eat and drink in the future. Brother Biao was now completely aroused. That pinched and nauseating smell of alcohol. Red face, making Hu Pairu's eyebrows wrinkle in disgust, said he pulled Hu Pairu to the side of the massage table. In the process, Hu Pairu has been struggling madly. This time let him more excited. Good. I like strong. The more strong the more interesting. This guy also completely disregarded the fact that Chaobin was beside him, much less his 3 men. Looks like this guy has unique XP. Like to have someone on the side. Sure enough, this guy probably said to a few of his own little brothers, "You few brats give a good look." In the past, always said that lousy and you blow. Today let you see the strength of Brother Biao. Ha ha. Cousin's strength is known to us and never doubted. That's right. Who doesn't know Brother Biao's battle power? It's definitely broken the 10,000 level. Jie. Said it well. Wait a moment, master enjoyed it and then it's your turn. Biao Jie smiled. Thank you, big brother. His 3 little brothers' faces were delighted at his words. This new mechanic is just so pretty. Her body is too good. And she doesn't look winded at first glance. The best of the best. All prettier than the anchors they usually lick in the booth. Can't tell you how long it's been since I've seen one of these. The thought that they could enjoy such a superb product later on was a wail of excitement. At the sight of the boss's wife, originally wanted to persuade a little, but looking at such a ferocious pugilist, the expression hesitated, and finally could only sigh and leave this box. She originally stopped it only because Hupairu already had a guest. She as the boss just shouldn't disturb the previous guest. As for who Hupairu serves, that doesn't matter. It's just a shame that someone like Pyo will definitely not pay later. Mud. A bit of bad luck. Luckily, Hupairu was pretty and won't worry about customers in the future. Hupairu was a bit panicked and tightly covered her granary, hastily stepped back and begged for mercy. Don't come over, don't come over, I won't do it. I won't do it. Let me go, okay? How could Piao let her go at this time? Even if he was a good man and a good woman, he wanted to do everything he could to bring the other person down. Little pretty girl, don't be afraid. Brother, I'm a little bit powerful but definitely not a bad guy. As long as you make brother, I'm happy. Money brother has plenty. Hupairu was completely flustered, and she somewhat regretted coming to this business. At that time should not listen to the next door Wang aunt. Said to come here eyes open and closed. Do a month. Earn a few tens of thousands of dollars. For the daughter to get enough tuition. Living expenses. That will be fine. Anyway, she's not a yellow girl. She's the mother of an 18-year-old. Who would have thought it would be like this? Hupairu anxiously picked up the pillows, wet wipes, napkins, rags, and oil, thrown over the top of this push-up bed in an attempt to stop Biao's attack. At the beginning of the time, Biao felt that this pulling the eagle catching chickens is quite interesting. After all, this beautiful woman in a hurry and panic look is also very tempting. It even says there's a unique flavor to it. The fire is coming up fast too. Impatiently, he was in little mood to keep up the ruckus. Up one hand, grabbed Hupairu's hair to hold her down, and also very skillfully snapped and slapped her. Stinky cousin, be honest and give your face. Do you believe I'll have a couple of them hold you down? These slaps came down, and Hupairu was completely confused, cowering, no longer daring to resist. Desperate, he closed his eyes, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes, thinking about inside the village. She originally wanted to apply for a student loan for her daughter, but the village chief, that old man, has been reluctant to help her hand in the formalities. Seeing that the school year has begun for nearly a month, the school side has been very accommodating, knowing that his family is in a difficult situation, in the process of taking this student loan, so the beginning of the month when allowed to apply for the relevant enrollment procedures, for dormitory-related procedures are very smooth, but this is dragging on too long, and there's nothing that can be done on the school's end. Clearly asked to come back this 4th of July, and if he couldn't make up the tuition, etc., then he would have to withdraw his daughter from school as well. A few days ago, Hupairu once again went to beg the village chief. This time he said directly and explicitly that he had to be his lover in the future, or this formality was absolutely impossible. The thought of that 60-something-year-old guy with a mouthful of yellow teeth makes me nauseous, which is why I followed Auntie Wan's advice to come to this massage parlor in town. Then just as Hupairu had resigned herself to her fate, a familiar voice came over. Playing with women. It's normal. We're all men. But it's no fun for you to force it, right? Hearing this voice, Funeral Biao, somewhat surprised, looked at the side of the unhurriedly pulled out cigarettes and lit the white face. A sardonic grin spread across his face. Just be honest and watch from the sidelines. You'll have your fun later. Hupairu also only remembered at this time that there were still acquaintances here, and hurriedly shouted at Chao Bin. Bin, you go out. Firstly, she knew that Chao Bin would definitely not be able to save her, and if she pissed them off, these punks would only die a worse death. Secondly, later that unpleasant scene was going to happen and she didn't want to be seen by Chao Bin. She was completely resigned to her fate, waiting for 1, 2, 3, 4 didn't matter to her anymore. Maybe a grueling one would make her more accepting of what came after. She would do anything for her daughter. It's fine. I don't mind next time if you're going to be willing to stay and observe. Piao was about to get up and down with an excited look on his face. 4 people. He had spent $100 million on some junior national martial arts master who said he could become a 110-shaped fist martial artist. Chao Bin was just now carefully reading the system description. Anyway, these punks don't dare to kill anyone. At most, just that one time. The skin is not broken and the flesh is not damaged in a wash. Who knows? His life is precious now, so he can't risk his life for a woman. And at the same time, he quickly sent a location to Luaikuan, so that he called the police, and then called the phone to tune into the mute. But the other side can hear clearly their side of the movement. The reason why I'm looking for Mr. Louis, it's not because he used to go in often and is very familiar with this business. And most of all, his girlfriend Zhang Jinyu is in this system. Finding other people would have to be bounced back and forth, and it would be a pain in the ass to go. After these are done, Chaobin has no more worries, and even if he does it at this time, it is still compliant and legal. Then check the system, and based on the progress, he's having a bit of trouble hitting 10 right now, but he shouldn't have too much trouble hitting these 4. I really hate men like you. It's a disgrace to men. Chaobin grabbed the ashtray on the table next to him. This ashtray is huge, square, large glass, 20 by 20 at the very least. It seems like a lot of entertainment places have ashtrays that are this big, like just to show off the class they have here. Grabbing it in his hand and weighing it, it was still a very good weapon. Asterisk 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 asterisk, get the hell away from me. Don't affect my brother Biao. At this time, 3 of Morning Biao's men immediately stepped forward and stopped Chaobin. They were prepared to wait for the spin to fix the car. What are you doing here at? Get him for me. Brother Biao didn't even turn his head back at this time, and commanded his 3 little brothers in a domineering manner. Bang bang bang. A few crisp thuds. Poo 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 poo. Asterisk 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 thing. Still want a hero save beauty. Honestly, on the side and wait for a few masters cool. You can still drink soup on the side. Brother Biao had a disdainful face, then smugly said to Hu Pairu, little beauty, I am now on fire yo. You. Hu Pairu was too excited to speak. What's wrong with me? Don't be afraid. Brother, I am very gentle. I won't be as brutal as the 3 of them. Biao felt like he was about to explode. But that wasn't the scene Hu Pairu was looking at, because what she saw was Chaobin cleanly taking that ashtray and slapping those 3 strong men to the ground with a left and a right. The front and back together took less than 10 seconds. Really? Just then, a flirtatious voice came out. Feeling that the situation was not right, Piao turned to look and saw the little white man towering over him, walking towards him with a mighty step, and his 3 little brothers were lying on the ground as if they were dead dogs long ago. Chapter 146, a different kind of funeral puma. The system is really a fine product This 100 million spent value If you say you can do 10 in a row, you can definitely do 10 in a row. That operation just now, Chaobin felt very happy. Not to mention 100 million, 10 billion/10 billion he is also willing to spend. He was unimpressed, but Pyo was just depressed now. Morning Biao thought that his fists and feet were good, but it was still not enough for one person to fight these 3 juniors, and with the young man on the other side solving it so quickly, that desire instantly transformed into fear. Immediately and without hesitation, he stepped back and turned around 1 step at a time, walked around the push-up bed directly to the door of the box. Run away. And while running, he shouted at Chaobin, brat, you give me a weight. You have the ability to not go. Chaobin, I'll go. Why is it different from the novel? Generally, the boss is not a little bit more powerful. The younger brother was beaten. He picked up something to continue to do How is it that this guy runs so fast and so skillfully? So silky smooth. It's like it's been trained 1,000 times. Don't chase after him. Watching Chaobin take 2 steps forward, Hu Pairu was beside him and hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Oh, Chaobin was tempted to say, I just wanted to go up and take a look. I never wanted to chase. It's not a good idea to be poor, and it's not a good idea to go to war with some punk. So he very naturally threw the ashtray in his hand on top of the sofa and turned around, looking at Hu Pairu with a smile. And Pairu, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Hu Pairu all of a sudden eyes red, tears cannot stop flowing downward. Aggrieved to hold the granary squatted down, after the fear of saying, today if it is not you, I will. At this time, he also stopped saying that Chaobin was a mistaken identity or something like that. What's going on? Come here later. It was a bit of a cliché, but editor Chow asked anyway. After all, you don't have a gambling dad and a sick mom. Let's go back first. After a while, Hu Pairu slowly stood up with a somewhat bleak expression and said, Chaobin nodded. This place. There was nothing interesting about it. Took her away. And around the corner of the hallway, that boss lady was already standing there waiting. There was no surveillance inside the box, but the corridor locations were all monitored, and she naturally knew very quickly about Piao's hasty escape. Boss lady, whatever is broken in here is credited on top of my friend's account. Just look for him to settle the total when he's finished, and look for him if there are any follow-up issues. Don't worry, you won't suffer any losses. Chaobin said to the boss's wife in a calm tone. It's not a big deal. It's just a matter of losing some money, as long as the money can be solved. It's a small problem. He didn't bother Zhao Yiming during this process just now. It's rare for this guy to relax. If he calls him to stop midway, it might give him some kind of after effects, and it's not a big deal. So he can deal with those aftermaths after he's done enjoying himself. Oh yeah, in a while uncle might come over. If you have a relationship then it doesn't matter. If you don't have a relationship then some things should be organized. Chaobin, who had taken 2 steps, turned around again and said another sentence to the boss's wife. The boss lady nodded. Well, Thanks, boss. The tone of voice was calm and the face was normal. It was obvious that this series of events that had just happened was no big deal to her. The boss's wife popped up a few seconds later as well. Boss, you find a quiet and comfortable place as soon as you can too. I'm sure you'll thank me later as well. Chow Bin? A head of steam. Leaving this store, Chow Bin walked in front with Hu Pairu following behind. It was only at this time that I noticed that she was still wearing the same set of clothes that she had been wearing just now, which were just too solid. This dress is more exciting than wearing nothing. This is if you walk on the highway above. I think it will soon be photographed. Maybe the second day may be on the Jitterbug local hot search. Chow Bin somewhat helplessly took off the jacket he was wearing and draped it over her. Luckily, Chow Bin was tall, and the jacket looked just like a trench coat on Hu Pairu's body. Thanks. Hu Pairu naturally knew that she was in this current situation, and nodded with a flushed face. Chow Bin nodded. Let's get out of here first. Turned left and right and after a few minutes was back at the hotel. As she passed the front desk, that front desk owner's wife raised an eyebrow, and Chow Bin locked eyes. A look of understanding instantly appeared, even as a hint of doubt came to him in his eyes, as if to say, you are not like women so just now in my booking here, I want to recommend you little sister. You said no, now you go out to bring a little sister back? However, she soon noticed Hu Pairu's face and instantly looked like she was in the clear, sighing as if to say, forget it, I really don't have such good goods here. Go upstairs and enter the room. Sitting on top of that miniature version of the couch. What the hell is going on? Looking at Hu Pairu's appearance. Although she had a foxy look, but from her movements and demeanor it should not be that kind of prodigal woman. What just happened was so fast that her head was buzzing. And when she entered the hotel and looked at the fact that it was only her and Chow Bin, plus the series of things that just happened, Hu Pairu's face turned red. How did you end up in a hotel again? The most important thing was that just now the boss's wife was afraid that she wouldn't be able to come down hard the first time, and she even fed her an object. This stuff is usually 20 or 30 minutes after the effect. That is, the normal front of the massage slowly have an effect. This process has just been going on for almost 20 minutes or so. So now, Bin, before I serve you, I have specially asked for a pill from the boss's wife's side. Hu Pairu hesitated for a moment. Her hands kept rubbing the corners of her clothes, and she said nervously, can you turn off the lights? What's going on? Chow Bin's face froze. There really is such a thing. I've heard that it seems like you have to be that way to solve this thing, so I don't know if that's true. Chapter 147, you can be blackmailed for the rest of your life. What exactly happened to make you make such a choice? Chow Bin hadn't even thought that this woman would be so ruthless in order to make herself successful in the water. It's normal for a normal countrywoman to come out and have psychological pressure to do this, but it's kind of scary when you drug yourself to achieve your goals. Many people find the people inside the mountain villages simple. Actually, that's really too superficial. Especially those inside the mountains. More or less all of them came out of the red light districts in the beginning when the countries that were flooded with them were lax in cracking down on them. Even a lot of them are husbands who bring their daughters-in-law, sisters, sister-in-laws and such out to do it. It doesn't matter. At this moment, Hu Pairu's breathing became more and more rapid, undulating. Chow Bin, who had always been as steady as an old dog, was embarrassed to look down with his eyes at the moment and hastily looked to the side. She is now wearing this professional clothing. Boss is really a talent. Chow Bin once again marveled at this design. Really is perfect to show the woman's delicate curves. Junior. A little movement and it's retracted. Short. It needs to be pulled at all times or it won't cover. Thin. It's basically translucent. But that's much more effective than being naked. Even for those who had been eating well lately, Chow Bin couldn't help but suck in a breath. When it is really a great beauty. No wonder just now that funeral puma so on the head. During his youth, Chow Bin had secretly observed Hu Pairu. Also never expected this mountain village to have such a beautiful woman. Chow Bin lit a cigarette and walked over to the window to take a long breath. And just as he was dwelling on it, there was a sudden burst of softness that wrapped around him. It was Hu Pairu who wrapped her arms around him at once from behind. Clinging to him, Chow Bin picks at it. He couldn't just turn around and cater to them directly. He had to pull a little bit after all. This status wasn't quite right, and it made it seem as if he was just craving for someone else. Don't be like that. I'm leaving. Hu Pairu hugged tighter. Bin, don't go. Consider yourself saved, or I'm really going to die. The woman was now like an octopus, rubbing the edges of her body with a slight tremor, and instantly an electric current ran around from inside her body. It's not good. I'll take you to the hospital. I heard it should be fine to get cleaned up. Chow Bin stopped her hand by pressing down on it, or he would have been caught pulling it. Bin, I can't go to the hospital. If I go to the hospital everyone will know by then. Bin, save me and you can pretend I'm a mechanic you don't know today. That's enough. Turn around. One picked her up and put her on the bed. Looking at this moment, she winks and blushes. Jabla. An hour later, Xiaobin got up and went to the restroom to rinse off, but it was gentle enough to help wipe down the bowl before going. After all, Hu Pairu didn't have half the strength now. Even closing my eyes quickly lapsed into a deep sleep. But this time the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned as she fell asleep. No wonder they all say that sister is good. After Xiaobin took a shower and was refreshed, he sat on top of the sofa and looked at Hu Pairu, who was lying on the bed, and sighed with emotion. Huppert is 37 years old and 11 years older than him. If you were to say that she was 27 or 18 years old just from her appearance, skin, and conditioned body, there would be absolutely no doubt in anyone's mind. Especially this one has been keeping an empty house for over 10 years. So long without repairing the car that state, just like a little girl. If it wasn't for Xiaobin's high fighting strength and his high blood pressure, he was afraid that it would take at most 3 to 5 minutes to change the tire. Xiaobin's philosophy used to be that he would never touch a woman who was more than 3 years older than him. Now that I think about it, I'm just too narrow-minded. Women over 35 years old basically skin state began to cliff decline. This in young sister compared to the difference is too big. So Xiaobin previously little interest in this type of women. But I did not think there is really an exception and also in their own side. I used to just look at some female celebrities online and see that their skin is in pretty good shape physically after 40, but that's 1/10 of the way there. These actresses are so rich and know how to take care of themselves. They are all just 1/10 to look good. That would be 1% for the average person. 1 per 1,000. It seems that the probability is a little small, but it is not impossible. In the future, this aspect cannot be let go. This time Xiaobin could be said to be very comfortable, more energized than Shen Yuwei's side. Just as he was lamenting, his cell phone rang. Xiaobin took the cell phone and quickly answered it. It's Xiao Yiming. Zhao Yiming. This lewd voice from the phone inside came over. What's going on? Why do you always press the uncle's side in a massage? Xiaobin laughed. I didn't expect to be able to meet an acquaintance. I'll tell you the details of the process when we meet. Is this a good follow-up? Zhao Yiming replied. Good solution. I went to the office. I had thought that I had to find 2 lawyers to come over and arrange it. But I didn't realize that your friend's phone call had already been arranged. Well, then, Xiaobin guessed well, calling Mr. Liu at this time and letting his girlfriend make the arrangements. This matter was the smoothest. Otherwise, I don't know how many formalities I'd have to go through. Sometimes money is not as good as power. But when you have money, you have the capital to enter these circles and make friends with some of these people. Just like what Xiaobin is doing right now, beating people up and beating them half to death. He takes his girl back to the hotel with a disinterested look on his face and changes the tire for an hour without any distractions. After that it was to ask for details of the process, which injured people, all of them badly, and now they are all in the hospital. Nothing too big, but all need to keep for a long time is just the amount of compensation. Someone in the middle mediation Zhao Yiming side, but also very quickly and the other side signed the relevant agreement. Each person lost 400,000. These got the money. However, the days are not so good. This is compensation for their moral damages, medical bills and so on, but what they did before were completely turned upside down. Their 3 little brother is a little better, although it is also for the wrongdoing to do a lot of bad things, but ultimately, it is instructed. Is the previous messy things all turned out? Estimated that the injury recuperated each person to be sentenced to 3 or 5 years, and their big brother, Morning Biao, was miserable. The top is in need of performance. Aren't you a black gang delivered to your door? A perfect report came out. The first few months of collecting evidence and information, and then following all the way through, eventually brought this gang of dark forces to an end. Morning Pio has to go in for at least 13 years. Now that's a public meal. Xiaobin also didn't expect that this time things were solved so smoothly. And by the way, he also sent this group of hooligans in, and it is estimated that because of this matter, the recent town security will be a lot better. So forget it. I'm still contributing to my hometown. Naturally better. The traveler's experience is much better. Xiaobin laughed. Zhao Yiming hemmed and hawed. That must drop. I'll go back first. Just then, a woman's delicate voice came from inside Zhao Yiming's phone. There is no way. Just listen to the corner. To listen to him is very difficult. Fortunately, just because of the handling of these things added that the boss's wife WeChat, and decisively gave the other party to transfer $1,000, so that she arranged for a person to come, just so he could lie down and listen. Only he was at the end of 10 minutes tops of tire change time, and just now the tires went to wash themselves. This will wash up and come back. Take it easy. What's the point of going back? It's not even dawn yet. Stay today. Zhao Yiming was very satisfied with just now and waved at her. Brother, the rules of our business are that we can't stay. The woman said daintily. I'll add money. Stay and I'll pay another 1,000. Zhao Yiming was an old driver and instantly understood what he meant, waving his hand. Oops, brother, I really didn't mean that. The woman acted as if she didn't. 1,500. You're making it difficult for me like this, brother. The boss's wife will scold me if she knows. 2,000. Brother. Don't brother. A return price of 2,500. If you don't want to forget it and call again. Oh, good drop. The woman immediately put down the bag in her hand and pounced on it with a burst of petulance. Chow Bin. What do I hear? This trifold cell phone of mine has a recording system. Have I recorded a perfect crime? Well, with this Zhang Yiming you'll get married later. You know how powerful this killer is? Chow Bin thought that in the future, if this guy has something that he is not happy about, he will use this as blackmail. Chapter 148, The Stricken Zhao Yiming. Then first, when you're done arranging this hotel, the boss asked him to find a familiar clothing store to send a few sets of clothes over. Chow Bin hung up the phone. Zhao Yiming also couldn't wait. No wonder he can listen to the walls. It really isn't soundproof at all. Chow Bin soon heard the commotion next door and was speechless. Afterwards, he immediately called Lu Aikuan. Bing, is it done over there? Lu Aikuan asked. Well, it's done. Thanks ha. When I'm done I'll go back and treat you and show you to a big meal. Chow Bin said. Hey, we'll wait then. Zheng Jinyu's voice came from inside the phone. The location is whatever you guys pick. Whatever you want to eat as long as it's available just build it. Chow Bin laughed. After the phone hung up, Chow Bin once again lamented that this having connections was indeed a lot more convenient. Like this one, it didn't affect him in the slightest. Just a phone call and everything was arranged. He had plenty of money on hand now. In other words, as long as Chow Bin didn't touch gambling and drugs in his life, he, as well as the 3 generations after his brother, would be clothed and fed. Remember before Lu Danhuan he said, he can buy some funds for his loved ones. For example, buy a 50 million a billion or so. Every month only receive the income of this fund can be. This fund never move. In this way, this fund cannot be touched by others, and the beneficiaries will not have to worry about food and drink in their lifetime. After things were arranged and there were no worries, Chow Bin stopped caring and resumed burrowing inside the quilt. Hu Pairu as if she were a kitten rubbed his side. The night dawned. After Chow Bin opened his eyes, he realized that the beautiful woman beside him had already woken up. Hu Pairu, with a sad face, sat on top of the sofa and fumed. By now she had changed into new clothes of average style. A simple white t-shirt with a small black jacket and high-waisted skinny jeans. It might be that this boss's wife didn't know Hu Pairu's age. This set of clothes was a little more for a young girl in her 20s to wear, but it didn't go against the grain on him. The warm sunlight in the morning sprinkled through the window onto Hu Pairu's polished jade-like face, glowing white. It's outrageous that a rural working woman can be so white and have such good skin. The corners of Chow Bin's mouth rose slightly. No loss, even though it's 37 years old. Normal logic would dictate that the water be shut off and the gates pulled, but one definitely picked up the slack this time. The only regret is that the other person has a child. Generally, people don't like the Qing dynasty, but why is Dorgan held in such high regard among men? Why is Dorgan held in such high regard among men? Because he has a merit is unprecedented. He did a great experiment for all of China and even all of mankind men. He told us with the strength of the founding emperor. The tragic results, with a child's plate cannot be picked up. Other people's sons cannot be raised. Fan old age of 1-year-old with the mother's surname. But in the 3rd year of the successful candidate changed back to the surname, recognizing the ancestor of the ancestors. A single young woman with children. Through the ages only the obliging Chen Zhenghe can get it right. Chow Bin doesn't know if he can handle it. You're awake. Just as Chow Bin was torn, Hu Pairu heard the commotion and turned around. Getting up so early. Chow Bin nodded and looked at his cell phone. It was only 7:30. Rural people which have sleep lazy usually around 6 o'clock to get up to feed the chickens and pigs. Hu Pairu didn't have the slightest embarrassment on her face, but instead said gently, have you had breakfast? Not yet. I'm going to go down and buy it later. Hu Pairu stood up and spun around, saying with a smile on her face, you arranged to buy this? It was obvious she was happy with the outfit. Well, it fits quite well. Chow Bin nodded, then pulled her into his arms with a smooth hand. Snap. High-waisted jeans are that good. Able to show off this round and firm very well. You don't know how to be good in the morning. Chow Bin immediately stuffed her inside the quilt without hesitation. A day's work lies in the morning. Exercising in the morning refreshes you throughout the day. Chow Bin usually had the habit of getting up in the morning to do exercise, not to mention meeting such a good opponent. Bin, more is not good for the body. Hu Pairu is not a little girl who doesn't know anything. Facing the shyness, her head didn't dare to raise her voice. Chow Bin hemmed and hawed. That's an average person. I'm not an average person. No. That, Hu Pairu whispered. What do you know? I knew it. Oh. It was only an hour after that the two of them came out for breakfast. When he arrived at the lobby outside, he saw Zhao Yiming waiting over there with his arm around a girl. Only the expressions on the duo's faces were a bit subtle. Zhao Yiming's face was tired, while the girl's face was full of grudges. She is? Chaobin asked with a chuckle at the sight. He knew it was the 2,500 one from last night. But shouldn't he have woken up in the morning and left? Well, now that you've seen this big brother, bye-bye. Zhao Yiming patted the woman's. The woman stayed just because in the morning they were also awakened by the commotion. When she was called over last night, she was also listening to the commotion next door as she went about her business. But unfortunately, the two weren't on the same level, and the one she was working on had the tires changed in 10 minutes or so. But it doesn't matter. I'm paid to do a job. But just the morning, it's a completely different feeling. Woken up. Last night was work. In the morning that's a hobby. Unfortunately, this side just came to the excitement, and then hastily ended. She is naturally very upset. The most critical side is still clanking for a few hours, so she's not going to leave. She's going to stay and see what this big brother looks like. So powerful. She must have had a chance to cut a good deal, the kind that didn't charge a fortune. No matter how much Zhao Yiming tried to persuade her, she just wouldn't leave. He was also helpless and frustrated. Good New Year's Eve, my fellow righteous fathers. Chapter 149. Zhao Yiming has been following Chaobin for a while now, and with the money he has always felt that from now on his life will be a straight path, and there is no problem that money can't solve. Just like last night, for a little money you can have a good girl all to yourself for the night. But it's also because last night showed him that some things can't be solved by money. He then thought about going back, and it looked like he was going to have to hire a professional and train what he needed to train. Boss, how many WeChat messages do you have? Add it. This mechanic saw Chaobin's handsome temperament and wanted to come up to ask for a number. I'm very familiar with this place. I can be a tour guide for you wherever you want to go and play. She thought Chaobin was a traveler visiting the area. No need. We're from here. Before Chaobin had a chance to speak, Hu Pairu said with a displeased face. What do you mean by that, sister? We are all peers. Is this necessary? This little sister was instantly displeased and immediately disliked back. Even if you are pretty, the boss can't like you alone all the time. Figure out your own identity, okay? And isn't two people able to lighten your burden? This girl is quite a spunky one. Engaging Hu Pairu for a moment, he didn't know how to retort. Indeed, that's all she's out to do. And what is her status? At the end of the day she was now lower than anyone else. After all, last night this peer of hers was charging money, whereas she was getting it for free. She looked at Chaobin who was beside her. Chaobin didn't take her up on her words. Instead, he took out his cell phone and said, okay, I'll sweep you up. I might have to trouble you in the next 2 days. Nah. This little sister instantly had a happy face and cheerfully took out her cell phone and added her friend. WeChat added. This little sister was happy to jump and leave. And this obviously with the heart. This woman just wore a simple t-shirt. Inside can say nothing. Walking a little bit bouncy. Really a wave is not yet calm. Zhao Yiming smiled. Went to the front desk to check out and get his deposit back. Carried his things, and went to the entrance parking lot. And next to him, Hu Pairu didn't say a word. It took a while before he leisurely asked. Why did you add her WeChat? Are you still going to look for her? Chaobin laughed. Why not? Such a woman is not clean. If you don't have a girlfriend, then I, said Hu Pairu stopped for a moment, intended to say his own, but thought of his own match, so immediately said, I'll fix up you and Lanlan. My family Lanlan is already an adult. You guys can give it a try. Lanlan, daughter of Hu Pairu. Lanlan? Chaobin's mind immediately conjured up an impression from a few years ago. A small girl of about 1 meter 6 or so, about 80 pounds, and immediately shook his head without hesitation. I don't want to be in a relationship right now. I'm not interested in being in a relationship. My family Lanlan is. Now, Hu Pairu continued anxiously. No need, auntie. I'm coming back this time as my big brother's wedding. I'll go back after the drink, and I'll be back for New Year's Eve in the future. So forget about the long-distance relationship. Chaobin still said it more politely. Are you kidding me? What a beautiful thing to think about. If you fall in love with a girl from the village, then if you are not responsible, your spine will be poked out in the future. This is definitely not appropriate for Chaobin. Wave as much as you want out there. When you go back to your village, you have to take care of your so-called relatives. I'm ready to go back. What are your arrangements? Chaobin interrupted as Hu Pairu continued. Hu Pairu looked dark. What else can she do? She had to go back to work, otherwise the daughter's tuition. If you're having problems with Lanlan's tuition, then here's the $50,000 you took. Xiaobin opened the trunk of the car and took out a pile of cash from inside his bag. He had now gotten into the habit of telling Zhao Yiming to keep some cash around. This time back to the big brother to do things even more in advance to find Lu Danhua's side of the appointment. Took 5 million in cash in the trunk. Cash is better in the countryside. Just like the tip Zhao Yiming gave last night was also taken in cash. And the payment afterward was also all in cash. I can't take your money. Hu Pairu was a little hesitant. You don't have to take it to heart. Didn't I just say that? I don't want to fall in love. I'm only interested in trading. 3,000 last night. 16 times in total. You still owe me 15 times. Xiaobin stuffed the cash inside his hand. So you don't have to care. You just have to remember that you're available when I need you. After saying that, Xiaobin got into the passenger side, ignoring Hu Pairu and letting Zhao Yiming drive directly. Brother, such a good chick. It should be arranged. Otherwise he will take the money and then share it. How? Much more, Zhao Yiming said. What he meant was that an extremely beautiful woman like Hu Pairu really spends some money as a golden bird to raise up, and giving $50,000 is really too little, and people will probably go back to their old ways, and that would be a bit disgusting. Then you really don't understand women. Remember the ancestor said, don't satisfy women all at once, that will only give them an inch. Xiaobin laughed. Currently he is surrounded by Wang Yunyun, Lu Danhua, Chen Yue, and Yang Inju. It also cost Wang Yunyun a little more in knowing she was a new tire in the ignorance of her youth. A poison plus 1,000,000 transfers. And the rest is relatively simple. Lu Danhua help her to exceed the task. By some small gifts. Usually transferring the occasional transfer. Definitely not much. Chen Yue's side because there is a small treasure to raise. So recently transferred hundreds of thousands of dollars. But they are all within the controllable period. And this woman has experienced the social beatings. Know how to be grateful. Xiaobin is also willing to spend more money. Yang Yingju this understanding of the woman Xiaobin gave her transferred twice 8,888 bar. The other did not spend any money. Just promised him to wait until her store side of the decoration is good. There will be one of her position. So that he did not have to worry about the work in the future. This money is nothing compared to the tens of billions Xiaobin has now. Like those online gods and heroes. Moving to their women to transfer a few million tens of millions of dollars. And even those licking dog novels crazy to buy a car to buy a house. And having eaten one as handsome as me. Will they still go for the others? Xiaobin smiled triumphantly. Zhao Yiming bristled. Although you're handsome, can you be more handsome than Dawn? If I grew up like Lai Ming, I would definitely get AIZ. Chapter 150. Don't worry, I have a measure on my side, Xiaobin said confidently. It was naturally impossible to let Hu Pairu continue to work there. Just now said to add those who do not have WeChat. That is only deliberately done to Hu Pairu, so that she has a sense of crisis. Give him 50,000 yuan is also a test. If she went back with the money, then after that, it is good to do. As long as she was a peaceful woman, Xiaobin didn't mind raising one more. By the way, what about that car? Xiaobin asked. It's waiting for us at the intersection in front. Follow us then. Playful as he was, Zhao Yiming's ability to work was absolutely fine. The other Maybach was already logistically pulled over last night. In the morning, Zhao Yiming had arranged for a driver to go over and bring the car over, waiting at the intersection to their village. Alright then, go home. Xiaobin nodded and said with excitement in his heart. The theme of this time back is for the big brother. Met Hu Pairu, but it is just a small episode. Can be collected. Cannot be collected even if the ball? Not important. Sure enough, at the intersection where their car left the town and entered the mountain village, a brand new Maybach pulled up on the side of the road. This town has its fair share of luxury cars, but the latest Maybach S680 is still a rare sight, and it rubbed off and was extremely eye-catching. Even if the intersection back to the mountain village there are still some partial narrow passing vehicles, will subconsciously try to stay away a little. In rural areas luxury cars can be considered nuclear weapons. You can live without it, but you definitely can't live without it, especially the BBA. Nowadays, in the age of short videos, grandparents inside the village have turned their pastime into swiping short videos. The Maybach is still recognizable to most people. This car has a unique emotion for Xiaobin, so he didn't even bother to drive it before. And this time he also let the logistics pull it back and minimize the number of kilometers, just to give it to his big brother in its latest state. It's still very pleasant to have a crisp breeze on a late fall morning. After about an hour or so, we finally made it back to the small mountain village. Xiaobin's home is slightly more remote, in the westernmost part of this mountain village. After all, it's chicken farming, and if you're in the middle of the village you don't have that much open space, and it's going to be a nuisance. Those who raise pigs and chickens try to pick a more remote place, or else they won't be polite to you if you affect others. If you're not, you'll come to your door and curse you out, or you'll try to sabotage your business in any way you can. Chow Bin's house is okay, because both of his parents are dead. Chow Bin's elder brother is pulling a child, which is indeed pitiful. Mostly still help out when they can. Otherwise, Chow Bin's big brother now opened this chicken farm. Business is not bad, earnings than farming a lot higher. In general, it is expected that someone has long been from the bad. Never underestimate the jealousy of others. But once you wait until you've transcended that level, those people will only cower and never dare to bare their teeth at you again. Chow Bin's return this time is either going to keep Big Brother in the status quo or take him out of the rank for good. By the time the car entered the large crossroads in front of the chicken farm, I could see my big brother working at the gate from a distance. Quite a few people in chicken farms now. It's all workers. Uncle 7, you guys help to stone that field for Gao Ping. When Boss Wang arrives, in the banquet is in this open space. Big Brother was now directing around with a cigarette in his mouth, looking like he was making the final arrangements before the wedding. It's a pain in the ass to throw a banquet in the countryside, because it's going to be 3 straight days of drinking. Like this site is not enough. You need to temporarily lay out the site to build a shed. This is a routine operation. The good thing is that now these caterers are also a professional team. They will bring tables, chairs and benches, pots and pans. They would even drive a big truck over and set up a stage for performances, singing, dancing and singing. Anyway, as long as you have the money, it's definitely a hot mess for you. Chow Bin's original home is in the middle of the village. In order to replace this piece of land, the previous home base is gone. So the banquet can only be in the chicken farm next to this. The good thing is that this area was originally a barren mountain. As long as their old Chow family is willing to spend money, the village brigade side does not care about them. In the beginning Chow Bin elder brother Chow Jie just wanted to simply have a wedding on the line. I didn't even think about making such a big deal out of it. Yet until 20 days ago, his own brother transferred money every day. Started with 10, 00020, 000 to 50, 00080, 000 000. He's got over $2 million in his hand all of a sudden. He also made a special effort to ask the village inside a few business bosses. Asked whether the recent stock surge, there is no possibility of earning a 100, 00080, 000 a day. The results of those bosses told him, some people a day to earn a few million, which Chow Ji completely at ease. His own brother is a college student, authentic high school student, so smart. That stock to earn money is normal. Get married. Life is this life. No money. Save a little. Rich who do not want to do the scenery, so they also have face. Face is important in the countryside. DDT. Chow Bin honked his car horn. Chow Jie, who was busy, heard the commotion and looked over. Chow Bin also opened the car door and got out at this time. Chow Jie immediately waved his hand at him with an excited face. Chow Jie is just 5 years older than Chow Bin. Just 31. But when you look at his current looks and condition, you wouldn't be wrong to say he's 45. 1 meter 8 big tall, but thin, estimated only 120 pounds. The skin pitch black. Hair is more like a chicken nest. He smoked all the time and his teeth were yellow. And he wore a shirt with a few large, clear letters printed on it, red quadrilateral feed. Shorts and big slippers. A living image of an old farmer. Bin. Chow Jie also went forward and excitedly patted Chow Bin's shoulder. Asterisk. How come it's so white and tender now? Just like a little white boy. Chow Bin. Now this primary beauty effect is remarkable. Chow Bin was both fond and a little embarrassed. This was too obvious amongst the crowd, especially inside the mountain village, which was next to pitch black hulks, and a white and tender one like him. That was simply standing out from the crowd. Here, the promised head car, the latest model of Maybach. Chow Bin hastily digressed and pointed to the other one that the driver had just stopped next to. Hang. In fact, Chow Jie had seen it long ago. After all, these two cars were just too envious and handsome. New? Just bought? Chow Jie probed in and looked. It must be a new one for you ah. Chow Bin nodded. Asterisk. Chow Jie immediately drilled in without hesitation and started. Chow Jie's driving skills are quite good. There is a 10-handed bread at home, and he is able to drive on top of this mountain village road. Maybach not to mention. In order to transport convenient, his chicken farm next to Chow Jie himself with a shovel. A little bit of all to the regulation of the very flat, originally our wasteland, now all become very flat piece of open space. At least driving is no problem. Chow Jie slipped around the piece excitedly. Daughter-in-law, you're here, come up, this is the Maybach. I'll take you for 2 laps. Chow Jie waved his hand and shouted loudly at a woman coming from the distance. The car slowed to a stop next to the woman as well. This should be the sister-in-law. So Chow Bin also went forward. ready to say hello. This woman said, "Gee, I have something to say to you. My father said that this change of language fee will be 68,000, the next car fee 38,000, and some money for red envelopes for you to remember to be sure to prepare." Chapter 151, Chao Jie, do you still want to get married? Chao Bin saw this woman over from a distance and roughly guessed it, because he had previously seen his big brother's circle of friends posting a relevant group photo. The photos are heavily beautified. The skin is white and beautiful. In reality, that's a bigger difference. Big, strong, and powerful. With a big ass. That voice heard her big brother say, "She just need to roar." Halfway up the mountainside chickens can hear. Immediately obediently back. It does fit the big brother aesthetic quite well. If it wasn't for the fact that Chao Bin now possessed the level of a junior master of Chinese martial arts, in the past Chao Bin could be 100% certain that he would definitely not be a match for this future sister-in-law. He had been ready to go up and say hello, but hearing this, he guessed that his big brother and sister-in-law had something to discuss, so he turned around to avoid it a little and smoked a cigarette with Zhao Yiming. How come there's some kind of rewording fee and disembarkation fee to be added now? Chao Jie, who was originally in a very pleasant mood, asked with a slightly condensed expression. Where is the increase? This is all normal tradition. Any family that gets married needs to change their language fee and get off the bus fee. Zhao Qiuyan also looked unhappy and argued, isn't it normal to give red envelopes? My brother and the others will call you brother-in-law later. You definitely need to give red envelopes. These we did not talk before? At the beginning of the two of us together to say that marriage, at most in this village inside their own up a small 3-story building on the line. After what the caravan, and to do the banquet. These I listen to you. A week ago you want what the bride price 288,000, 3 gold 88,000. These I have given you. How come out of these now? Big brother Chao Jie lowered his voice and said, that was before. It's different now. Zhao Qiuyan said, what's different? What's the difference? Chao Jie wondered. In the past I married you. Just figure you now have no burden. And no parents. This chicken farm is not bad. Zhao Qiuyan pinched her waist and said, now your brother's side earns money. I saw your cell phone last time. Back and forth to you to transfer more than 2 million. And it's not like there's no money. So stingy for what? You also know that several of my younger brothers are now adults. And they'll be facing marriage soon. So what's wrong with you giving me a little more? It's not like I'm asking you for much. You're over $2 million. Chao Jie, what do you mean not how much? You before and after together with these and then counted. I got married to spend a minimum of $1 million. What do you mean? Spend $1 million or so? You do not live in the house yourself? This is the scene of your quarrel. How much did you give me? The whole thing is only about $500,000, right? Just add a little more in the back, but also add a dozen, 200,000 things. You are not without money. Zhao Qiuyan. Chao Jie froze for a moment. To be honest, he was also shocked by the numbers. Before it was all about indulging in the joy of finally getting married. He didn't even bother to think about how much money he had spent on it. With his parents gone, he had managed to raise his younger brother to adulthood, and he had finally lived up to his parents' expectations in his life. When he met a woman who worked well and was willing to marry him, Chao Jie thought that he wasn't too young to get married and have children, which is what his heart has been yearning for. He's doing the math now, and he can't believe he's spent close to $1 million. This house. From the beginning he was only ready to start a 4-room bungalow, then his brother began to play money back, plus Zhao Qiuyan's advice he agreed to become a layer of 6 rooms, a total of 3 floors, and then build a beautiful yard. These have cost over $300,000 in materials alone. The labor aspect hasn't been specifically accounted for. After that is to get married to hold a banquet. The beginning of the specifications is 500 yuan a table. Do 10 tables can be? After all, their family side of the relatives are less. At most please some of the village and this feed suppliers. After that the talk turned into $900 a table for 20 tables. Then this doesn't even matter. They have more relatives on their side of the family. Then there is the fact that 2 villages which are obviously adjacent to each other have to organize a convoy and have to use a Mercedes-Benz as the lead vehicle. This is the first time Chao Jie was in an unpleasant mood at that time and almost quarreled. But it was all in the thick of Zhao Qiuyan's love. He compromised again. The last thing that pops up is the bride price and the 3 golds. Chao Jie, who had never been in love and had never owned a woman, agreed the next day after Zhao Qiuyan stayed over that night and transferred money quickly. After you taste it, it kind of opens the door. Having never eaten anything in this area, I suddenly got a taste for it and was thoroughly addicted to it. So it also led to whatever Zhao Qiuyan said after that. Chao Jie happily agreed. But until this moment of seeing his brother again and driving this Maybach, he seemed to sober up a little. A casual reckoning cost nearly $1 million. It was a number he hadn't dared to imagine before. Even the village chief's son to marry his wife. At that time it seems to have spent only more than 300,000, which the bride price is 188,000, 3 gold 68,000, plus the banquet all kinds of expenses, a total of 300,000. So the village chief have blown 2 years. What kind of condition and what class are you in? All at once spent so much money. You know that before his brother called in the money, he had this chicken farm, and his total profit was only about $100,000 a year. There's also a huge risk involved, with the possibility of losing your family to chicken plague if you're not careful. Like the year before last, there was a chicken plague avian influenza, and the people from above came down to bury his 4,000 chickens on the spot, and then gave him a little compensation of $5 for each chicken. But that didn't cost enough at all, and it led to a miserable year for him. Now the technology of raising chickens on their own and the scientific dispensing of medication have not had chicken plague in the past 2 years, and finally began to make money. My brother also works and pays himself a couple $1,000s a month, but even then, in September, his total savings was barely 110,000, and that included the repurchase of the chicks after the 4th of July, as well as the winter feed money. It would be nice to have 20,000 to 30,000 left over for New Year's Eve. But now you've spent over $1 million on your own wedding? I'm rich, but I'm not a cutie. After figuring this out, Chao Jie said with an ironic face, and these are my brother's money. I'm just saving it for him. Your brother is going to get married and get a daughter-in-law in the future. Doesn't my brother need it anymore? The thought that he had spent so much money on his brother made Chao Jie feel guilty in his heart. A gust of mountain wind blew over. He was a little bewildered, turned off the engine, parked the car, got down from inside the car, sat next to his brother and stretched out his hand. Chao Bin also understood what he meant, and immediately handed a cigarette over. Ahem. A long inhale, perhaps due to a violent coughing fit choked by the wind. Bin almost got carried away. Chao Jie whispered. Zhao Qiuyan walked over and loudly questioned. What do you mean by this? Chao Jie, are you not wanting to get married? Chapter 152 Brother. I'll change it for you. I tell you Chao Jie, Lao Ma married you, but looked at you without a father and mother. Or only willing to marry to this poor mountain village, busy inside this chicken farm all year round, going out smelling like chicken poop, making it look like who's happy about it. You'd better have 68,000 to change your mind and 38,000 to get out of the car ready right now, or you'll be settling with yourself the day after tomorrow. Zhao Qiuyan's voice grew louder as she spoke. Even the sound of the mixer and pile driver working next to her was silenced. What kind of daughter-in-law are you? Haven't I given you enough? Chao Jie clenched his fists and asked, can't we discuss things properly? You have to make a scene here. Chao Jie, who had always been honest and kind, and had to get by, was now thinking that he should still try to resolve things satisfactorily. Chao Bin sighed beside him. He understood his big brother. Big brother is like the previous generation of that generation. Can make do not want to make too much trouble, almost on the line. This way for normal people. In fact, everyone has a step down. You give me face, I give you face. There is no big problem, but in the face of a situation like Zhao Qiuyan and this family, this will only eat a bigger loss. Chao Bin gently patted. Big brother said, Big brother, you did not get carried away. This is where money is not used to spend it? I see this front site is still too small. The chicken farm is also too small. So anyway, this piece of wasteland, before you have rented it, let's give it to expand a little. Chao Bin then walked towards an older man next to him. He didn't know what the exact name was. Anyway, he only remembered that he should be the head of the construction team inside the village. Most of the houses around the village were built by his family, and Chao Bin had a deep impression of him. At that time, Chao Jie did not have the money to hire someone to build this chicken farm, so he invited this uncle over to let him point out, and then Chao Jie himself at home, little by little to build. This uncle to see their family poor, very enthusiastic to help them draw a good drawing, tell him how to build. From the first chicken coop a little bit of guidance. That summer vacation Chao Bin two brothers surprisingly smooth to build up. During this process, this uncle did not receive a dime from them from the beginning to the end. Chao Ping was very impressed with him. Uncle, stop over here for a moment. Aben came back. Look at this appearance is out of interest. Good. Your big brother all these years is not considered to be in vain. Zhou Jiangwo smilingly took the cigarette said. Say you see we bulldoze this piece of land, then rebuild a few chicken farms from this side, and then build a separate residential house from this side. How long will this take roughly? Chao Bin asked as he stood in a side position pointing in the direction in front of him. Zhou Jiangwo froze. Bin, if this area is all used to build chicken farms, would it be a little too big? How much would it cost? And what's the house you live in like? Chow Bin was the one who had the idea in mind before he came. With the money he had now, he could clothe and feed his big brother by letting him lie flat at home. But with the character of the big brother, surely is not willing to lie flat at home, and to live in the city, but also not necessarily have in this mountain village comfortable it, as long as there is money in a place like this. But instead, people live a little longer. The mountains are beautiful and the air is fresh. What a nice piece of land. So he asked Zhao Yiming to collect some scientific methods of raising chickens. Among them is this new chicken coop. Use a more scientific way to raise chickens, and then hire a little more people. Anyway, the worst thing in the countryside is the labor force, so that the big brother has something to do, but also can stay in this small mountain village, the best of both worlds, and build a large chicken farm, is a good industry, so that big brother in the village identity status is not the same. Even in this town identity status is not simple. This is also presumed to be big brother-like. Chow Bin beckoned, and Zhao Yiming immediately understood and took out a large pile of documents from inside his bag. Uncle, this is it, Chow Bin said as he pointed at one of the drawings. This fully automated way of raising chickens goes so far as to say that even the eggs are collected automatically. It seems to be very complicated. In fact, it is not difficult. At least this chicken farm, Zhou Jiangwo, they can certainly build. As for the modern machinery and equipment in it, that can be purchased separately. And by letting Zhou Jiangwo and the others build it, they were returning the favor from back then. This big? Zhou Jiangwo froze at once when he saw the size on top of this drawing. How much can this cost? Chow Bin said with a bland face. This is not important. Do you think it can be built? It's definitely no problem to build such a house. Zhou Jiangwo smiled and said, this chicken farm is nothing more than a little higher than the average house. A little larger. Just about the same as a large logistics storage house. That's fine then. Then uncle. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Chow Bin immediately clapped his hands. Really build it? Zhou raised an eyebrow. Well, can I still joke with you about this? Chow Bin laughed. According to this, if it's purely a frame, I estimate that I can't take it down without a $2 or $3 million. Zhou Jiangwo said as he looked at the dimensions on it as well as the approximate frame, and used a paper and pen to do some quick math on the side. Okay, then build it at $3 million. I'll pay first. Uncle, just help me get it out in the fastest way possible. Chow Bin said and took his cell phone. Uncle, QR code. Ha? Zhou was confused. Chow Bin reminded. The transfer of money. Oh, bewildered. Zhou tapped on the ICBC app and tapped on the transfer code. Dropping. Your tail number 4380 with a collection of $3,000,000,000 and a balance of 4. Seeing this tip, Zhou Jiangwo's dumbfounded. Just a quick chat and the money was transferred, and this was paid in full up front. This was the first time in over 20 years of construction that he had encountered such a situation. Spend 3,000,000 yuan for Chao Jie, 10 times rebate to get 30,000,000 yuan. The translucent virtual panel in the void next to Chow Bin flashed with a prompt. That's why Chow Bin doesn't haggle. The more you spend, the better. Then Chow Bin continued to repeat what he had just done, facing the other set of people next to him who were doing the flooring, that is, such a piece of rubble land as big stones removed, small stones knocked down, the ground to be made into a flat, and then poured with asphalt. Originally just a small road next to the expansion. In Chow Bin turned 5 million yuan. This cut even on the village bamboo pole to that a cement road, instantly become 4 lanes. Spend 5,000,000 RMB for Chao Jie, 10 times rebate to get 500,000,000 RMB. The virtual panel flashed again. 80 million to hand. Go out for $8 million in costs and make $72 million in blood. Bin, you this. Now not only Zhou Jiangwo, they are dumbfounded. Chao Jie is also dumbfounded. He cannot stop his brother to spend 8 million just like this. Chow Bin asked, brother, are you not marrying her? Ha? Chao Jie froze for a moment, then shook his head. That's not true. Chow Bin probably also guessed that his elder brother, just because he needed to get married and needed to have a child, immediately said, good, then I will give you a new daughter-in-law. Absolutely young and beautiful but also obedient. Chapter 153 Milk Tea Sister, May, 2 chapters in 2. Chao Jie froze slightly. What do you mean change one? Chow Bin continued. A new daughter-in-law for you. It's not like you're not marrying him anyway, so that makes it easy. Zhao Qiuyan walked over. What do you guys mean? Are you going to back out? By this time, he is still bossy, which can give Chow Bin look happy. It seems that the big brother usually suffer a lot of oppression. Alright, there's nothing more for you here. Just go back and wait for the notice. Zhao Bin was also too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhao Qiuyan. Waiting for a notice? What notice? Zhao Qiuyan was a bit puzzled. Wait for my lawyer's call. Zhao Qiuyan? I believe that you should not easily return the previous dowry. That's why I won't engage in any negotiation with you, and I'll arrange for a lawyer to butt heads with your family afterward. Zhao Bin knew these types of people too well. Expecting them to be able to return the dowry quickly was simply impossible, and dealing with these types of people would require more professional means. What are you talking about? Second brother? I was just discussing with your big brother. Zhao Qiuyan was a bit flustered. She didn't have much contact with Zhao Bin, but she knew through his thunderous, easy spending of 8 million just now that he was definitely a man of skill. It's not the same as Zhao Jie. It doesn't matter. We don't want to discuss it now. Zhao Bin waved his hand. This side for their own big brother. That is a very good understanding, even if it is not really like, but also because of the goodness will not tear the face, and even there maybe will be even if he hadn't been able to before, he would never have interfered in his big brother's life, but not anymore. Big brother, that kind of soft nature in Zhao Qiuyan, so composed of family. Ultimately big brother certainly in the family did not have half the right to speak, even to the point that it would be living as a loser. Even if he gave him the money himself, it might result in all of that money falling into Zhao Qiuyan's hands, or even Zhao Qiuyan's mother's family. Jie, I have no intention of not wanting to marry you. Seeing that she couldn't say anything from Zhao Bin's side, Zhao Qiuyan hurriedly turned to Zhao Jie. Zhao Bin would not give Zhao Qiuyan a chance. Big brother, help me take a look at this drawing to see if there is anything that still needs to be added on top. Yiming, you explain it to my big brother. Well, big brother, look at this, it's the latest chicken raising coop. Zhao Yiming immediately took out his cell phone to find the information he had prepared earlier. A video of a modernized chicken raising coop. The feed that the chickens eat, corn and the like, is simply dropped inside a huge granary, and after the program is set up, it will be timed every day. The old hen's eggs are automatically collected as well. Medicines for immunization are also mixed in the water. The temperature of the coop is also fully automated, with regular ventilation and regular cleaning. Chao Jie, who was watching, was excited. After that, Zhao Bin found the village head of Taoyuan village, Wang Dahai, up 2 wazis, 1,000 bucks red packet. Let him be the middleman. Go to the door and inform Zhao Qiuyan's family. Looking for Wang Dahai is not expecting to spend this amount of money to solve that matter. It is mainly to show an attitude. And how can $1,000 a pop help you get back hundreds of thousands of dollars in dowry? The main thing is to tell each other that this marriage is bye-bye. The Zhao family had no elders, so they relied on the village chief to talk and give the benefits. Zhao family people want to come to the village inside the nonsense. Wang Dahai will not sit idly by. At least on the scene will certainly be a little favoritism. A thunderous combination. The word spread fast inside this small mountain village. Everyone knows that the Zhao family's second son has made a fortune and is earning a lot of money outside. Zhao Qiuyan, naturally unwilling, go home and parents to discuss, and drag the family door to say love. The general idea is that there is no need to add any more rewording fees or anything like that, and the wedding is on schedule. This is if before. Zhao Jie still may be moved, but wait until everyone has gone into the room inside. Zhao Bin took the phone to the big brother to see the people, deliberately in the WeChat inside the deposit of more than 30 million. Brother, this is what I used to buy BTBs for, but $1 or so a piece, now 100,000 or so a piece. I exchanged more than 50 million at once, and in addition to what I've spent so far, I now have more than 30 million. Transfer 10 million to you later. I'll help you with all the follow-up of the chicken farm, so that in the future we brothers won't have to worry about food and drink. Zhao Qiuyan, that woman, even if she is not suitable for you, you should find an obedient virtuous to assist you. You think about such a big industry in the future. Do you think Zhao Qiuyan's that kind of woman? What can she help you? She can only do a little manual labor. What else can she do? You can hire people for manual labor later. There are plenty of idle little sisters-in-law in the village. With a temper like hers, anyone you hire in the future will be scolded away by her, and your suppliers will probably all be offended by her. Chao Jie, why not understand Zhao Qiuyan's temper? He used to just have no way to his conditions. Can marry Zhao Qiuyan, such a woman has been almost, no matter what. People are still unmarried, only 25 years old, and he can work, and he's good in bed. It's definitely different now. Little brother to help himself to such a large factory. He wanted to give to get up. Really need a virtuous assistant. Zhao Qiuyan is clearly not. Chao Jie thought for a while inside. Bin, that. Find them right to ask for the dowry a little gentler. If they are not willing to return the full amount, then there is no need to force. It is not that he is hard-hearted, knowing that the result is not good. To continue, that is simply, at best, Zhao Qiuyan's accompaniment during this period of time. He himself gave some compensation. Well, I also scare them still be able to really go to the lawyer to sue them off. The lawyer arrived to talk about how much they are willing to return, Really a hair. Money is not willing to return. It does not matter. As long as you cannot make trouble on the line. Qiao Bin smiled. He's not short of that money. It's mostly up to his big brother. All of a sudden fell out after the big brother side is really not good to do business well. Reputation is still very important. There is a good-hearted reputation than you spend millions of dollars to invest in advertising are good, especially in this small mountain village. In the future, once the surrounding 10 miles and 8 townships mention Chao Jie, not to say that he developed but also find people forced to let the previous fiancé to the dowry all quit, although this thing is not necessarily wrong, in the normal law above which is very normal, but will always give a person a feeling of meanness, and if he just goes along for the ride, Zhao Qiuyan and their family can return as much as they can give. This feeling is different, but if Zhao Qiuyan and her family don't know any better, that won't spoil her. At the very least, they couldn't let others think that their Chao family was good at bullying, wanting a good reputation, but definitely not letting people shut down the name of a softie. It was a farce that was quickly squared away. A professional lawyer came to the door to negotiate. Zhao Qiuyan and their family began from a dime not to return, to slowly want to return January 3rd, half, 70%. In fact, their family would have been willing to dissuade, but it is really the two younger brothers spend too much money. Before Chao Jie gave the dowry money, Zhao Qiuyan parents were happy to give their two sons a lot of money. These two guys, when they got the money, they rushed to buy cell phones for themselves and for their so-called girlfriends, took them out to eat and drink, and quickly built it all up, spent 30% of the entire bride price. Being able to withdraw this much was very satisfying for both Qiao Bin and Chao Jie. With money, Chao Jie is not in a hurry to get married now, and because of this, matchmakers from around the neighborhood have been coming to the door with all kinds of information. Ren Chao Jie picks. Many of them are still young 20-somethings just out of college. Chao Jie was originally reluctant to go on a blind date, but Qiao Bin was on the side of the non-facilitated. Bin, what's the point of dating when you're so busy right now? Look at all this equipment coming over. I still have to go study with these masters. Chao Jie was not too willing. These 2 or 3 days the site is very busy. The machine and transported over a lot of these fully automated factories will arrange for the master to teach one-on-one. These are to spend time to learn. And Qiao Bin and arranged for him a number of successful farming masters. He is still ready to ask for advice one by one. What's the hurry? These masters I have agreed with them. After half a month, we'll come over again and stay over here for a month. In the end, you recruit people to come over and learn together. Qiao Bin laughed. It's not easy to spend money, and there are rebates for spending money for Big Brother. Factory. These training masters usually will come here to train 3-7 days later. The next time over the need to spend money. Qiao Bin naturally have no opinion. Directly said this side of the machine installed, so that the masters next time directly in this side to stay for a month. The factory side also has a clear price. Training master over a day cost is 800, but also responsible for training masters to eat and live. Qiao Bin did not hesitate to pay a month of money. Still paying for 2. The equipment factory is naturally happy. Masters a month salary 6,000. Travel a day allowance 60, which is only 7,800. And Qiao Bin payment 24,000 a person. Blood earns 16,000. 2 people earn 32,000. Big brother, you need to grasp both hands now. For this aspect of the chicken coop, you'll just be an overall charge. And you need to learn to let go of the rest and hand it over to the people below you. You mainly need to pick a daughter-in-law that is suitable to be a wife amongst these many profiles. Qiao Bin hemmed and hawed. Just don't talk about me, do you? Chao Jie said helplessly. What's wrong with me? Your girlfriend? Look at your circle of friends a while ago. Wave variant. Collect heart, or to find a close to their own. Chao Jie said. Well nah, don't worry big brother. I know what's in my heart. Qiao Bin nodded his head and responded. You hurry over. The matchmaker has been waiting for half a day. Aha. Chao Jie left. Qiao Bin had wanted to make things easier for his big brother, but realized that it was probably far more grueling than he had thought. As long as you go to the construction site you can definitely see your big brother busy inside, either in the side equipment room looking at that manual and watching the explainer video. Occasionally, he was dragged over by matchmakers to meet all sorts of little girls, like he doesn't need a break. Instead, it was Qiao Bin. The relevant matters were resolved and dumped to Zhao Yiming. He, on the other hand, had other things to attend to, such as that aunt of his, Hu Pairu. It's been busy on this side of the site. Various machines and equipment. It was not easy to sleep at all. And in the middle of the night on the first night he dragged Zhao Yiming to the town and opened a room above the town. On the second day on the way back, I met Hu Pairu again. The other party enthusiastically invited Chaobin to go over for dinner. Chaobin had nothing to do and gladly agreed to do so. Only after eating, he didn't leave. Plump, beautiful women, especially if they'd been alone for over a decade. It was like a flash flood. Encountered with Chaobin of 50,000 battle power. It's really flagging. It was last night that Hu Pairu's daughter came back. Ha, brother Aubin, why are you in my house, and sleeping on my bed? Chaobin opened his eyes and froze for a moment as he looked at a young and beautiful woman standing in front of him. Maybe not so much sleep. The sun hits it sideways. It was a small, pale, translucent and innocent face, clean and unpowdered. Extremely pretty, even a little fairy-like. I'll go. Milk tea? This is too good looking. Chaobin sat up from the bed surface in a flash, his eyes dumbfounded. Aim? He could only ask subconsciously. He could dimly make out a few shadows of that little bean sprout from back then. And this was still Hu Pairu's home. Before Hu Pairu said to him, her daughter came back from vacation, and did not rest at home, went to the town KFC part-time job. Previously heard others say that the female Big 18 changes Chaobin he somewhat do not believe, and now witnessed, in his impression of that yellow-haired girl, surprisingly out of such a pavilion. Ah nah, Zhou Yongmei nodded and whispered. When did you come back? Chaobin put it on his waist to cover himself. All of a sudden to such a beautiful girl and just woke up. Flood power simply cannot control. Hard work. Hard work. Chaobin looked at Mei's face was covered in sweat. This little ninny must have taken the bus, gone to the village entrance then walked back. Hu Pairu's home is very, very remote. The closest house in the village to the mountains. Several miles from the village entrance. When Chaobin cousin uncle chose this place, mainly for the convenience of going up the hill and down the set, and partial place to clean up their own, but also a lot bigger. It was also because of this that no one else would know if Chaobin came over and left at night. Let your mom buy a battery car. Otherwise it's too troublesome to go out every day like this. Chaobin could only try to find a topic to talk about in order to ease the situation. A battery car is several $1,000s. Where can my family afford it? Zhou Yongmei sighed. Not to mention that inside the village, it would be much easier to buy a battery car, which would be much more convenient, and their dormitory was too far from the classroom. Really, brother Aubin, are you rich now? I heard that you bought your brother a Mercedes-Benz car, and he spent millions on him to build a chicken farm. Brother Aubin, can you help my family? This time back to school if I can't come up with the tuition fee, I won't be able to study. Ame teeth tightly biting red lips, face reddish, gathered courage to say, as long as brother Aubin helps me, I will definitely repay brother Aubin properly. She's not a little mountain girl who doesn't know anything anymore. On the contrary now she knows a lot. The Art Institute, had a line of limousines parked in front of the school on weekends. Chapter 154, discovered, 2-in-1. Just enrolled in school. Ame also some surprise. Said the school inside the rich parents or a lot of parents to the weekend to so many parents to pick up their classmates. After that she quickly realized it didn't seem right. Take for example one of their dormitory mates. She posted a circle of friends where her father didn't look like that, but she still wrapped her arms around a man in his 50s and called him dad and cheerfully walked her to her car. Looking at the confusion Aim Belt had, her roommate was quick to give her the benefit of the doubt. Dads, not always real dads. They are just a golden master now that they are shouting poop inside their mouths. After the school was continuously urged to quickly make up the tuition, if there is no money to pay, the school had no choice but to dismiss her after the national day. Ame called her mom and could feel her mother's helplessness. There's really nothing we can do about it. Last year's drought didn't produce any crops. Farmers can only rely on the sky. The sky does not give. You really cannot do the only way. Her roommate had persuaded her to introduce her to one, but May has never been able to be cruel, because none of the men her roommate introduced her to were under 50, and all of them were fat, and just looking at them was very disgusting. Brother Aubin, can you help me? I don't want to be with those old men. I haven't been in love yet. I don't want to be like this. That's just too disgusting. May clenched her mouth. Her face flushed red as she stretched out her small hand to pull on Chaobin's coat, asking. Chaobin froze slightly, but soon she thought better of it, wondering what she had in mind, and asked, so you want me to keep you now? Mostly, he would have been a little surprised 20 days ago, but now he had a sense of sparseness instead, and he didn't have a sister of the style of Milk Tea's sister by his side right now. Help Ame pay her tuition as she requested, and just give her $3,000 a month for living expenses. How much is this? Zhou Yongmei she is now thinking about the same as those students. Anyway, sooner or later is to fall in love. With whom to sleep is not sleep. With those who have no money all day no you drink milk tea shopping classmates. What is the meaning of it? Might as well use the period of your best years now to save some money. Wait until they are 30 or so years old, and then go to fall in love at that time. Their own vision is also good. Experience is also rich. I believe that absolutely can quickly look out for a man to find a man suitable for marriage. And like now go to love basically will break up. That is the same as to give people white sleep. And may even meet a lot of scum. Wasted years of good years for nothing. Especially when it's like now when she meets a man like Brother Robin. Handsome, only 26 years old. Just now the lift cover the quilt that moment to see his body. 8-pack abs male dog waist. That is simply invincible is in the dream love male It's so much better than those 50-something. Mediterranean, pot-bellied men. The more you think about it, the more cost-effective it is, and the more satisfied you are. So Jo Youngmei immediately asked, Brother Aubin, do you want me to be your girlfriend? Let's get engaged. And when I graduate from college we'll get married. Okay? There were a lot of handsome men in their school, but none of them could match Chow Bin in a careful comparison. And if you become his girlfriend and get engaged to him, you'll be his rightful woman from now on. So what's wrong with spending a little money? Thinking about what beautiful things. Chow Bin all froze for a moment and looked at Jo Youngmei. This mother and daughter were practically one and the same. Two got a bargain and still want to be his daughter-in-law? Ha? What do you mean I want food? Aim all but froze, thinking that I'm quite pretty too, and I have a lot of people complimenting me and chasing after me at school. This part-time job inside the town KFC all made the store's business better, and also a lot of people lined up early to come over just to talk to me and buy a burger from my hand. This KLC store above the town has become a little internet famous store, and she has seen that someone has taken her picture on the top of the little red book, said she was the most beautiful burger girl. Although she seems to be a budding milky flavor on the surface, she is still very clear about her strength, definitely protruding first and then 36D. Brother Aubin, am I not good looking? Am I not worthy of being your daughter-in-law? May asked a little dejectedly. Chow Bin this time hair is not embarrassed at all. The flood pressure cannot be suppressed. Smiled and got up from the side table to pick up cigarettes and light one. Said, it is not a matter of matching or not. The main thing is that you are such a starting point is not right. The two of us were just talking. Your needs and my needs were never more than love. How can you get married without love? You need money now, and I need a young obedient sister, which has nothing to do with love. Naturally not. Aim froze. Seems to make sense, but then again, something didn't feel quite right. This was very helpless. Then Brother Aubin is just craving for my body and wants to sleep with me, right? Chow Bin did not expect this little girl, but did not imagine so simple. It seems that this world really does not exist. Clean milk tea girl. No woman is a cutie, especially the beautiful ones. They have known their worth for a long time. They have known what their chips are. That's a good thing. This is called the awakening of feminine power. So Chow Bin by the way made everything clear. Your tuition is 10,000. So after I give you 20,000, I'll give you 50,000 every month. Then I'll buy you a car within 300,000, and buy you a small apartment next to the school, and all of these will be written in your name. And I think this way, your life at school shouldn't be so hard. Wait until one day you get annoyed with me or I get annoyed with you. Then let's end this way, or if you have a day where you say you want to marry someone, just tell me in advance as well. The only requirement is that you are not allowed to have any ambiguous relationship with other men without informing me, or don't blame me for being unkind. Chow Bin said so many things. Jo Youngmei he only heard a few points. Help her out with her tuition and then 50,000 a month for living expenses. And most of all buy her a car and an apartment. It's all in her name. That's like accomplishing her overall goal for the next 10, if not 20 years, all at once. Realize that even if he is your graduated, in addition to working for 10 or even 15 years, she will basically have a hard time buying an apartment in Tianhai City. There is no doubt about the property prices in Tianhai. Even a small 30 square feet apartment is estimated to cost more than $2 million, plus living expenses and a car. That's 4 years down the road. That's a total of just over $3 million. According to the prices given by those roommates of hers, the one in their dorm who is now being adopted from the outside seems to be living on $30,000 a month and nothing else. At best, you get a bag of jewelry or something for the holidays. Compared to this one of hers, what Brother Aubin gave was too much. Brother Aubin, are you really willing to give me that much? You wouldn't intentionally lie to me and then sell me to the park, right? As soon as May thought of such a good offer, she suddenly saw that a while ago, a lot of women above the jitterbugs were lured to the park by their friends. It ends up being one piggyback after another. How much can you sell it for? I'm still short of that kind of money. Chow Bin laughed and pulled her arm over in one go, wrapping her inside his embrace. At this moment May's body trembled slightly, but she didn't bother to resist, shyly shrinking inside Chow Bin's embrace at once. How many boyfriends have you talked about so far? Chow Bin asked bluntly. He never minded that. The only requirement is that the other person must be honest. Which I haven't. I haven't been in love. The shy auntie raised her head and said in a serious voice. Right. You restore the packaging, Although he said that he heard him say it once just now, Chow Bin didn't quite believe it. After all, original packaging is basically impossible in this era. Nowadays, these women basically have no manners and shame. A little bit of the right eye. The other side proposed to open the room. They also gladly accepted. Basically a ham sausage, an instant noodle and a bowl of spicy hot pot. Jo Yongmei said to Chow Bin seriously. My mother used to be very strict with me. When I was in junior high school and high school, I was absolutely not allowed to fall in love. I remember that I used to come home late at night once, and was severely beaten by my mother. And those of my male classmates who wanted to come and play with me would all be scolded by my mother. Like who Pyro, such an independent widow and for so many years carrying a reputation as a husband, can imagine how sad her life? She is harsh to her daughter. This is also understandable. Chow Bin nodded. Don't worry. In the future, his mom won't care, and life won't be so difficult. Chow Bin hugged her a little tighter and naturally kissed her. At the beginning he was a little shy, embarrassed, even to say that, also pushed with a small hand most of the resistant. But soon, ask how Chow Bin could possibly hold back under such circumstances. And that's just after waking up. An hour followed. Some careful instruction. Chow Bin, although he said that there is no such thing as a unique plot, after all, he has previously talked about a lot of girlfriends are not original, in addition to the confusion under the Lu Ruyu, so at this moment, his heart still has a kind of smooth feeling. Sure enough, the odds are a little higher inside the ivory tower. After, Chow Bin also cozily coaxed Mei properly. Just now in a moment of excitement, there was some violent driving. Open your WeChat. I'll friend you. Amakazlan was still aggrieved with crystallized tears on her large eyes. Still well behaved, he pulled his cell phone out from next to his pillow. At first glance, it's Red Rice, the 999. This one Chow Bin used. It's the same one from 4 years ago. It's also Thor who made it possible for them people to use smartphones. Chow Bin's cold heart. In the original packaging, well behaved. And this cell phone impact. Easing a lot. I will first transfer 100,000 yuan to you. Tuition fees paid for yourself to change a cell phone. Buy a few sets of clothes. Do not go to save money. This time is considered a reward for you. Not enough and then tell me. Oh, Mei pouted, then arched her head over Chow Bin's chest. A good and innocent sister is indeed a different kind of fun. Car, house, do you have a favorite? Chow Bin asked. Since they have already eaten and received, they will not be treated poorly, and a man's word is certainly to do it. I don't know, Aim replied. You're going back to school in a couple days. I'll go over there with you. Really? Hearing this, Mei's face was delighted and she happily hugged Chow Bin's face and kissed him twice more. Are you really willing to accompany me to school? It's often that moment when a young girl is moved, especially in the face of being tall, handsome and rich and helping him out when she was at her worst. It would be impossible to stay unmoved at this point. Don't want to if you don't want to, then I won't go. Chow Bin deliberately flirted. Yes, I still want to snuggle up to Brother Ah Peng and have a nice stroll inside our school, and then tell those bad people that I have a boyfriend too, so that they will stop hitting on me. Ame said adorably. What's wrong? Does it take a lot of people chasing after you? Chow Bin asked with a smile. But when you think about it, it's normal. She's youthful and cute looking, and under close scrutiny, you'll also realize that she's got quite the wow factor. Girls like that are definitely treasure girls at school. There's bound to be a lot of chasing, and even if there aren't others inside the school who are in the industry inside the school, they'll be introduced to the big boys out there. I've heard that there are some old sixes inside every school that just scoop up the young, beautiful female adults inside the school, then talk to them, give them a price, and tempt them in all sorts of ways. Talk about it and then introduce them to the rich gold diggers outside the school. Business like this is easy to negotiate. 10 beautiful female universities can basically convince 5 of them after some pushing and shoving from them. And those outside the gold masters are simple. These sources are in short supply. As long as to convince A, basically can negotiate a each behind they can get at least 5 figures above the commission. That's natural. People are already good looking. Okay? You're the only one who's that bad. Treating people so badly just now. Mei pouted. She was prepared for it, but she didn't expect it to hurt a little bit. Really bad? But that's not what you ended up saying. Yo, Aya. At that time people didn't realize. It doesn't count. Aim said shyly. I didn't think I would conform so quickly. And there's a brief back and forth midway through. Is this what her best friend told her? That she has the potential for that great contrast? You too, Aben. Aim. I don't know if it was because they were really tired just now, but it didn't take long for the two of them, Chow Bin and Mei, to fall asleep again with their arms wrapped around each other. So by the time the two of them woke up, they found that Hupaira had returned and was sitting on a chair next to the small room. Hupei's eyes were quite complicated at that moment. Helplessness, resignation, aggression, and a touch of anger. Chapter 155 Consumption. Regarding Mei, Hupaira had always been more strict with her, just thinking that she could maintain her innocence. This society nowadays is just too fickle, and in the midst of all the filth everyone is in, you're suddenly a white lotus flower, so you're sure to be worth a little more later on. This was also the best that Hupaira could think of with her own insight. But how could she not expect to actually warp her favorite man? Perhaps at this age one shouldn't say like, but Hupaira really liked Xiaobin, even to the point of saying that just these few short days had already made her fall deeper and harder to extricate herself. So much so that these days, even at the risk of her own life, she wanted to keep Xiaobin by her side, inside her home. Even if Hupaira knows that she is only one of Xiaobin's many women, she is willing. She can only think of through this day-to-day love, through their own charms, slowly sensitize him, slowly let his heart more to stay by his side. But how could she not have expected that before she could take him completely? Suddenly Mei intervened. If Xiaobin was willing to be Mei's boyfriend before he had himself, she would naturally be overjoyed. But, alright, it's no big deal. I won't stop you two either. If you're willing, both of you will be my women, and I definitely won't treat either of you poorly. At the very least, I'll let you live this grueling life you're living right now, and from now on you'll be able to live without food or clothing. If you guys are unwilling, then you can leave. Stay at home to stay bored. I want to go to the town above a stroll. Want to find a delicious place to eat, by the way, to buy you a little clothes, bags, and so on. If you are willing to, then we will go. If not, then I can go yo. Xiaobin actually didn't care much about what Hupaira and Zhou Yongmei were thinking inside their hearts. Women cannot be spoiled. If you are willing to, then give her enough benefits. If not, you go. So at this time Xiaobin speak is also quite hard. Bluntly show their hearts do not exist, but also to you too, to what psychological guidance. In fact, the easiest way to treat a heart condition for psychological counseling is to hit it with money. Yeah. I've been working part-time since I got back, and I haven't even had a good stroll. I want to go too. Together. Aim. The little ninny agreed without hesitation. Although Hupaira said that she was a bit unhappy, she didn't know what kind of mood it was, but it also made her agree without hesitation as well. Anyway, she had been thinking of fixing up her own daughter in Xiaobin long ago, and she was at most an add-on, so she was in a much happier mood when she thought about it. Anyway, they are not very important. With whom it does not matter. Now can live a good life has been fortunate. Then to go to work in that foot bath store. The last two women quickly cleaned up. Mei, or a little girl, usually live a tight life, which have the heart to dress up, can simply tie a ponytail, pick a set of self-perceived the most beautiful clothes is good. This set of clothes is a white t-shirt, a pair of high-waisted skinny jeans, a look No is worn many times, but that doesn't seem to matter so much to a young female university. These collocations look just as youthful and extremely eye-catching. Hupaira is slightly more mature than others, so a drop. You think when she got married, will prepare a set of good clothes for themselves? And she also married 3 times. That at least must have 3 or 4 sets of good clothes it. And just like this, a scene that was just about to have the two women flip out in a big mess, was instantly reduced to nothingness under this proposal from Xiaobin. The money thing is, but it really smells good. A lot of people superficially say I'm not a materialistic woman. And when you give enough money, it's as if they've forgotten about that statement. So it's true that women are very strange creatures. Having dissolved the knot, the two are now together, hand in hand again as close relatives. A while later Zhao Yiming drove the car over. Xiaobin took the two of them to sit in the second row, one on the left and one on the right. Because of the drive, so naturally alarmed some people inside the village, but everyone was only envious of these. Everyone just thought that Hupaira's daughter had followed Xiaobin and was now enjoying her blessings, and they hadn't thought at all that it was all packed up, chattering and laughing the whole way. Even these two women were discussing what to buy later. Both women are very smart people. Both of them knew very well that Xiaobin wasn't the kind of man they could just take advantage of. Plus, Xiaobin had told them that the two of them would have $100,000 each for shopping today. The two of them instantly lost their tempers at this. $100,000 to this Goodwill mall above town. I can't believe how much stuff that can buy. These two women rushed into the mall while Xiaobin and Zhao Yiming both smoked cigarettes at the entrance. Brother Bing can This one can be said to have taken an important battle in his life. Zhao Yiming said from the side with great envy. Both are beautiful women and identities here, and it's an absolutely brilliant battle. Ha ha. Xiaobin let out a laugh. Honestly, this is a unique XP. Ask which man under the sky can refuse this pair? What? Lonely these 2 days? Do you want me to go to that foot bath and pack you two over to keep you company? No need. No need. Rest for a few days. Zhao Yiming smiled and waved his hand. He hadn't been idle in the past 2 days either. Xiao Bin can be the hands of the cabinet. He cannot. He has to assist Xiao Bin brother to smooth out this matter. If the playgirl affects the work cannot be good. Xiao Bin also knew that Zhao Yiming was quite busy these days, and a lot of things needed to be buttressed by him. That's fine. I'll work hard for you these days, and when I go back, I'll take you for a good dashing. Hey, that's what Bing told you. Yell, listen to this. Which one do you have your eye on? And you need me to just get you over here? Hey, it's just that isn't there a lot of girls on Mr. Ho's side? There's a jitterbug number called Milk Hoo. Help me introduce them sometime. That's it. Ha, small problem. Package you satisfied. If the other place's girls Xiao Bin is not necessarily sure, but Ho's side he is 100% sure. According to Ho's meaning, his side of the girls are all plus size. It doesn't matter how decent they look in this online shot and how independent their established personas are. That's all cosmetic work. It's just a way to give yourself a little more leverage. The difference between 300 or 5,000. Really? Bingo? After he saw Milk Hoo in that place last time, he was heartbroken to go home. And he didn't know if it was the magical power of big data that actually let him brush her jittery voice. So Zhao Yiming was even more heartbroken. Even lifted in my dreams on 2 occasions. For dare and hips over shoulders. He also loves Ya. Why did I lie to you? When we go back I will immediately give you arrangements. In fact, these in takeout there is no big difference. Do not think so much. Fancy direct chat. Have time to slowly communicate. No time to ask the price directly. The big deal is not. Change the next. I don't believe that you still have a look at her. But not her. Xiao Bin smiled and gave Zhao Yiming a popularization. These were taught to him by others. It's all about LV's experience. Hey, good. What are you talking about, brother? Just as the two of them were chatting, in the ear came May's petulant and sappy voice. Hu Pyro obviously wanted to be pampered as well, but with him being here at his age, and especially with May being there as well, he was too embarrassed to call him again just to stand honestly by the side. A big one and a small one. A plump, seductive beauty. An innocent and cute milk tea sister. It's very eye-catching wherever you go. The two beauties had also finished shopping for the first time, and both of them had big bags inside their hands, carrying a lot of things. I guess I can't carry it anymore either, so I'm going to come back and put a wave on it. Nothing. Are you two done shopping here? So soon, Xiao Bin said with a smile. Almost there. Hu Pyro said immediately. In fact, just now this wave did not spend a lot of money. Just clothes and these things take up more space. Each person probably spent 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. But for the two of them, this has been an unprecedented encounter. The first time in their lives so painful. Ame still wanted to continue shopping, but was stopped by Hu Pyro. People who have really lived know the hardships of life. Thinking that the money is in hand anyway. Clothes as long as you buy enough can be. Do not have to spend all the money to leave these tens of thousands of dollars. In other parts of life can also be used even as a deposit is also foolproof. And Hu Pyro knows what it means to stop. 2 new sets of clothes for one person. Even underwear and socks. Which was perfectly adequate. The skincare products are 2 sets each for one person. So at the very least, they won't need to be bought for 6 months. Didn't buy much? Is the quota not enough? Do you want me to add some more money for you two to buy another round? Xiao Bin said. That's fine. Both of them shook their hands very knowingly and refused. Today had been something they had always dreamed of. To go on a buying spree. Never let your greed make this one gold master unhappy. Well, since enough then we will. Xiao Bin is ready to take the two of them to the side of the restaurant to eat something. Then noticed the two female. Just bought a big circle, but a jewelry are not. Neck, ears, hands above the clean and dry. Why didn't you two pick out some jewelry like necklaces and bracelets? Is it not to your liking? That we don't need. The two women looked at each other. They have no jewelry is naturally aware of. Hu Pyro was ready to explain. Usually need to work and so on. Wearing jewelry is not much use. But what woman doesn't like those nice bracelets? But it's all about saving money. Don't try to save money. Don't worry about money since you've already decided. It's still early. Let's go take you two to buy some jewelry or something. At the very least get the necklace and bracelet. And these earrings. Especially since May will be going to school soon. She always has to bring out 2 kinds of jewelry that she can hold. That so-called art school of yours relies on money to decorate before it becomes art. In the past, when Xiao Bin was in love, he only thought about being nice to his girlfriend. That was called love brain. Now this one of his is just called a reliable golden father. So even if 2 women were together, they wouldn't have a problem with it. Thank you, brother. Having just bought so many things and spent so much money already. Money she couldn't have dared to imagine before. Money for her 4 years of college tuition had made Mei very excited. Now that he saw that Chow Bin did not look like he was joking at the moment, he was even more excited. Even Hu Pairu, who was on the side, happily shouted out a thank you to her brother. There is no such thing as buying and shopping for women naturally. The two of them came out for the first time to go on a spending spree or charge in, still wanting to save up a little bit of money, and now that Chow Bin was giving them a continued increase in their quota to make another purchase, they were naturally very excited. Once a person's desires begin to expand, they only grow upward, never downward, and they always want more. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. However, Chow Bin women have always been careful to spend money to a certain extent, and will be slightly controlled according to their original living conditions. There is no such thing as letting them spend more money than they can imagine all at once, but also letting them be absolutely satisfied, controlling them step by step and letting them enter the luxury level from then on, without letting them spend as much as they want all at once. Women as creatures are never extremely changeable. It still takes a little thought to keep them firmly under control. Chow Bin only wanted to have a few more sisters just to enjoy more, but he definitely wouldn't be a kaiji for nothing. He will clothe and feed all the women around him, but will never make them feel how pretty and nice they are, as if there is a chance of turning the tables or a chance of having to break away from them. For example, now he's offering to increase their credit and take them shopping for some jewelry. For jewelry there are a lot of very luxury brands. For example, the Blue Warfly are a little afraid of that. What Yabao said casually, a necklace are hundreds of thousands of dollars, but that thing costed most a few thousand or a couple of thousand. This pure something cobbled together from some industrial trash with a branding story, and all of a sudden it's selling for an outrageous price. There's a good chance that something will instantly drop to more than half its price when you buy it used, even if there are some that you've discounted by 20 to 30% in order to sell it. Chow Bin will not be one of these cuties. His understanding of jewelry is either emerald or gold. He'll only buy both. Chapter 156, Selection of Additional Industries. For example, that one what Yabao's necklace material words which will have some gold, and then add the so-called carnelian. This cost is actually at most $1,000 or $2,000, but he dared to sell to the big tens of thousands of dollars. If you think this is already outrageous, then you really can only be underestimating the premium in the jewelry business. They also have an $890,000 necklace made of so-called 18K white gold with 999 diamonds. On the surface this does look pretty good, at least 9 carats of diamonds, but this diamond is not a complete this diamond is a lot of many small diamonds cobbled together. As before, a rich actress said once, the diamond is less than 1 carat. That is basically scrap. That is not worth anything. Most of this jewelry company and the production or cutting process produced by the edges of these broken diamonds cobbled together. A diamond like this one can be sold for $800, to $900, using these worthless edges cobbled together to make a whole one, eventually adding some story given by their so-called brand. I can put it to you this way. From this store you bought this necklace back for $890, and then you leave this store, you go sell it used. With a little bit of luck you can sell it for $80,000 or $90,000. With a little bit of bad luck you can sell it for $20,000 or $20,000 at best. That's why it's usually only these women who go for these things. A man who knows just a little bit about it, he's dead set on not touching it. Although Chow Bin said that he was not poor and did not care about the hundreds of thousands of dollars, he was not willing to be a man. I'm rich, but not stupid enough to give you a free pass. It ended up taking the two of them next to the weekly prayers. Each picks a necklace worth $70,000 to $80,000 as well as a pair of earrings for $50,000 to $60,000 and a bracelet for over $100,000. It's all made of pure gold. At least this is real gold. Although there are some handmade fees in it, but it doesn't matter. Don't you see that the price of gold is soaring right now? All have risen to more than 700. Gold is hard currency no matter what. Someone buying the top will have got 15% for style and craftsmanship. These two women are worthy of mother and daughter too. Even if it is once again got Chow Bin let them shopping for a amount. Let them randomly select. But they finally selected things. Price is not very different. Two people are in the same price level inside the selection. At most this style will have some difference. Why don't one of you go next to this Longines again and buy a watch for one person? The watch styles above the town were relatively few, and after looking around there was only this one Longines specialty store. Chow Bin took them both and said, men's watches and women's watches are not the same concept at all. Every man picks the right watch. They also change their watches as their value keeps changing. But women are different. They only choose watches based on price and style, just as long as they are worth the money and look good. Under Chow Bin's leadership, The two of them, Mei and Hu Pairu, each chose one inside this Longyan's watch store, and the prices were all the same, with a slight difference in color at best. Both are 38,888. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. This time after the purchase, these two beauties on the left and right sides each wrapped their arms around one of Chao Bin's arms and said in a petulant manner, both of them know that Chao Bin is very rich, but today clamped together cost Chao Bin hundreds of thousands of dollars, but didn't dare to continue to spend it. This amount of money for the mother and daughter who had been barely making ends meet in this small mountain village. It was astronomical. Honestly, if the two of them had this much money, they would already be able to feed and clothe themselves. No more hard labor ever again. But today these things turned out to be just some simple clothes and jewelry. When they first started spending money, both of them were very excited and impulsive inside, but now at this time slowly calmed down. Their hearts began to regret a little. It would be nice if the money was not spent and left on these cards. Alright, since we're not buying, let's find a place to eat. On the contrary, Chao Bin had a disinterested look on his face, as if what he had just spent wasn't hundreds of thousands of dollars, but tens of dollars. Then I chose a decent class restaurant near this mall for dinner. Inside the box, inside this relatively quiet and safe independent space, the two of them, Hu Pairu and Mei, completely relaxed quite a bit. At the very least the two of them didn't have all the reserve they had on the outside. In this one then they can let go and serve their golden daddy well. Before the food came up, Chao Bin helped the two of them change their cell phones. First get the relevant data imported. Yo, both of you have shake it off. So do you usually get a lot of people chatting privately with you? Chao Bin looked at the few apps on top of their phones, but the app Shake voice was still very eye-catching. Yes, but I want to ride him. Hu Pyra hastily raised her hand and said loudly, I just signed up. I haven't made a video yet. Aim, on the other hand, said with some aggravation, there is no such thing as you check before you know bring the cell phone over. Let me give you guys a good check to see if there is any chatting with other men. Sao. Chao Bin did not hide his intentions in the slightest. Hu Pyro immediately pushed the cell phone over and said, I really didn't bother with those people. Chao Bin also generously just clicked on Hu Pyro's WeChat. There weren't many of them, a total of what I guess to be 50 or 60 combined, and the chat was fairly clean, with nothing chatty about it. There aren't any apps for entertainment either, so just remember to play Mahjong as well as the Jitterbug app more often. After looking at WeChat then looked at his Jitterbug backstage and realized that his Jitterbug backstage information is very much various private chats. Messages have been 99 plus. This jittery account has posted a total of 7 or 8 videos. The amount of fans is not much, just more than 1,000 people. These videos are his usual simple life or vlog. But even if he is a simple man, but the raw talent is not simple. Those selfies, those occasionally able to capture the full body figure of the video. Pay attention to make those already hungry wolves howl. These people frantically chatted with him privately. Only all the messages in here Hu Pyro hadn't replied to a single one. Just for this, Chao Bin was very satisfied with Hu Pyro, and Mei has it easy. She doesn't have any of these apps. Life in the old country is very comfortable, very relaxing, very cozy. The mountains are beautiful, and the birds and flowers are fragrant. Plus there's beauty to go with it. Chao Bin counted the cash in his hand. As long as he does not go blindly, this life is not worried about food and clothing, can live a very comfortable. So for Hu Pyro and Mei, the two were even more generous. Picked one of the fanciest hotels directly above this town. The three men got comfortable and had a good time. The National Day vacation was soon over, and Mei transferred the money to the school via money transfer, taking a few days off in the process. Following Chao Bin these days can be said to have opened up a new world. But you can't always play outside. Studies still have to go and finish. There are many pathways to opening a woman's heart, but some are more direct, and if you push hard enough you'll get a response. It didn't matter if it was the fledgling, inexperienced Mei, or the long-experienced, buxom and seductive Hu Pyro. It's all been completely shot through him. In preparing to say goodbye to them, one went to honest school and the other sent them back to the village. Both women cried out at once, both very upset. Hu Pyro still knows how to control a little Mei cannot control it at all. Soon, good to go to school classes. By the time I saw that as soon as I have time I will go to Tianhai to find you. Anyway, now the transportation is also very convenient to go to find you is also 2 or 3 hours of time love. The first time there is this kind of milk tea sister type of woman. Chao Bin still feel quite comfortable. Will she in her arms? Gently patting her his little head for a while to appease. Be good in school. Remember that you are not allowed to get too close to other male classmates, or else if you find out for me, I will have to spank your ass. Chao Bin soothed while warning a few more times. Mei had some aggrieved feeling mouth, flung down inside his embrace and whispered, as long as it's not that Brother Aben doesn't want Mei anymore, Mei will always be by Brother Aben's side. It is absolutely impossible to do anything to apologize to Brother Aubin. Snap. Chaobin gently slapped a slap, then laughed. Good. As long as you obey. I have time to go see you. Outside also put smart a little. Do not give people bullied. If someone bullied you tell me. See my brother at that time, good lesson that women are very good at that. Even if it's just talk. Aim was all touched, blinking at him with wide eyes as if she was happy and secure. Brother Aubin, I've been posting a lot of things about us going out to eat, drink and play together in my circle of friends over the past few days. Can I send out pictures of you too? Tell everyone who my boyfriend is? May asked. It's not just up to you. You can post it if you want. Chaobin held her little head and said with a smile. In fact, Chaobin's heart must be bitter. He had fallen in love quite a few times before. Those girlfriends of his could never announce the two of them in the circle of friends. Never a picture of the front face. So the world is simply a straw man. You honestly love a woman with all your might, with all your heart, and want to give him the security he wants to take her home as his wife. But since the beginning he has not announced the two of you in his circle of friends. And now this is not a relationship at all. It's just a simple transaction. And she can't wait to get you out in the open. Can't wait to prove how much she loves you. Arrange things for Aim. She had a little more cash for her. And asked Zhao Yiming to drive so that he could send it to Tianhai City. The main thing is to let Zhao Yiming go to help him put the house thing to implement down. As for the car, well, it is simple. Zhao Bin is still very much like Millet SU7. Gave him a Millet SU7 bright magenta ordered. When the time comes, as long as Ame himself with his ID card to the nearby business outlets to pick up the car can be. After Mei left, Hu Pairu inside the hotel went completely crazy. All of a sudden it seemed like the two of them were doing nothing but eating and sleeping and then doing that. Chaobin often woke up in his sleep and saw Hu Pairu on top as soon as he opened his eyes. Luckily I'm good. If it were an ordinary person there would have been nothing left at all long ago. Chaobin couldn't even help but lament. Finally I'm the one who enjoys you. Hu Pairu had a smug look on her face. Then she lowered her head and came next to Chaobin's ear and whispered, do you think only you men are horny? Actually, women are even more exaggerated than you guys. It's just that they usually don't meet the right person. Oh, so I'm the right person for you? Chaobin was amused. What do you think? Hu Pairu smiled flirtatiously. In the end, after another crazy day inside the hotel, Chaobin sent Hu Pairu back. Big brother is progressing very quickly with this chicken farm. Chaobin sheds money, and Joe lets people work in shifts 24 hours a day. Every time I go I see a huge change. It was also possible to see the excited smile that spread across Big Brother's face. Just at this time, Chaobin suddenly thought of something and asked, Big Brother, look at all the things I've done recently. Can I make a request? It's that I've called you brother for so many years. Can you call me dad? Chao Ji. A kick followed. Thinking about farts. Chaobin. Gotta. It seems that this one is not working. Chaobin found that inside the system as long as the closeness reaches 90 or more, and the other person shouts out a righteous father or dad, he can enter into the backup option, and wait until the next time after the increase of the righteous son bit. He can manually operate and add this person into the column of the hundredfold return. In other words, this one makes the other person call out to a righteous father or dad, which can be done in advance. The last few days that Chaobin had spent in this peach orchard village had been quite comfortable. Everyone who came to his house would praise Chaobin for his success and tell their children to learn from him, regardless of whether it was the ordinary villagers or the so-called village chief, as well as some leaders above the township. They were all courteous. Chaobin carefully counted the properties that he has now purchased for his elder brother, adding up to barely $10 million. It would be enough in general, but it's not enough to make Big Brother valued by the top. If you want your Big Brother to be the man of the hour above this town, sheltered by the leaders, then you need to increase your industry. So these 2 days Chaobin had some tangled. He kept skulking around the town, thinking on what could he spend some more money for his Big Brother. Brother's business tactics, business methods, and ability to do business must be average. Give him a new sale certainly cannot be too complicated, but not too small, at least to reach tens of millions or hundreds of millions of this level, so that the upper talent will pay attention. Once they reach this level those demons and devils, bulls, ghosts and snakes wouldn't dare to come near. Happy New Year, fellow righteous fathers. Chapter 157, Returning to the City. Chaobin really could not think of the situation. He straightened up and looked for his big brother to talk. Brother, besides this chicken business, what other business do you want to do? Chao Ji froze. Isn't raising chickens pretty good? Why do you want to change careers? Didn't ask you to change your line of work, just wanted to add a little more industry to you. Chaobin said. Oh, that's not necessary. It's enough for me to raise this chicken well. Chao Ji said rather excitedly. These days through this study, he also knows that raising chickens can be made into a great scale, and like their mountainous area inside the breeding has a natural advantage. There is enough room for the chickens to move around inside the area. Coupled with the mountains and forests, captive raised without natural enemies that these insects, weeds and fruits are natural feed, which not only allows them to fill their stomachs. The main thing is to increase the nutrition of such chickens. Run-of-the-mill chickens and captive raised in the chicken coop inside the chicken coop is not at all a flavor. Nutritional value there is a great deal of difference. Then through the scientific breeding technology, will greatly increase the hen's egg laying rate, increase the activity of the rooster. And now Chao Jie is full of confidence in his future of this factory. He used to fence the tens of thousands of chickens each year, because he is dedicated to farming, plus is a real run chicken. The price has been very good, put into the market above are in short supply. Before the boss has repeatedly greeted him, let him raise a little bit more, before it is because the investment cost is too big, worried about this side of the capital turnover. The main reason is that too many farms. He was worried about the chicken will happen to get sick. The most important thing is to breed too many chickens. He is worried about chicken disease, so it has been delayed again and again to do their best to breed. Not anymore. With these investments from Chao Bin, the factory's farming techniques can be greatly improved, and he is confident in increasing the number of chickens again. In terms of even just breeding some hens first, just utilizing the eggs would be enough for him to support all the expenses of this farm, and then when he became a little more proficient, he would utilize the roosters to keep the seeds. That was why Chao Jie was so surprised. Big brother, now such a chicken farm is indeed already good, but I say you really still have some spare money. I want to invest some more industry to you. You also don't want the money to stay inside my hands, all for me to just spend it. That way sitting and eating mountain labor is not the same thing. Letting him do business to expand. Big brother may not necessarily agree, but using himself as an excuse, Big brother will definitely agree. It's really not good for you to develop the habit of spending a lot of money all of a sudden now, but if you ask me to do another business, I won't. Chao Jie had some difficulties. Will not be alright, just like this chicken farm. You can also not. You just need an understanding of the basic, and then learn. Generally like this technology have specialized in the top companies are doing, although it is to spend some money, but the follow-up guarantee is still good. Chao been persuaded. Alright then, see what you think I'm suitable for you can arrange for me. Chao Jie hesitated for a moment and said, there are a lot of things you can do catering sales but it mainly depends on what type you like or which line you are willing to put effort into. Doing business Chao Bin he didn't know much about how can I put it? I don't have too much I want to do at the moment. At best, I see that a lot of land next to this is deserted in the empty inn. Why don't you take some time for me to go and learn and see about planting fruit trees? Is there anything? Planting fruit trees? Chao Bin froze for a moment after hearing this, and thought carefully, it's actually not bad. It's just that this thing is too cyclical. Look at those fruit trees that basically take about a year or two to start. After the turnaround, there's also a variety of sterilizations based on the relevant herbs. Big brother, do you really want to be in this business? It's not bad. Look at the pomegranate tree next to our house. There are also a few cherry trees that I raised, and those cherries that you ate last time you came over. The growth is very good, and the fruits that are born are also quite considerable. Chao Jie said. Then you can just plant fruit trees. Fruit, this thing also has a lot of benefits. Now the internet is developed, online is not so difficult to buy, really effective in general. Then you can make these fruits and vegetables into other products, such as canned dried fruit fruit wine. These things, as long as they are really grown inside the mountains, there will be a lot of people who want them. Chao Bin thought of the fact that there were also quite a few small stores about this over at Intai Corporation. Sales are still doing quite well. That's fine. Big brother, you'll want to communicate with the brigade side. Contract some more land. Discuss the lease with the brigade side. At least all of them are 20 years, 30 years or even 50 years. Otherwise they will be very troublesome if they don't want to do it halfway through. As for the related technical aspects, you leave it to me. I will arrange for them to contact you. Chao Bin continued. Good. The ground now this side will be very easy to go to live in the village inside. The young strong boys are going out to work. A lot of land those older now cannot plant. Slowly deserted. As long as someone to receive. The village inside the cannot wait for you to spend money to rent. Chao Jie. Chao Bin nodded. It is true that now inside the countryside young strong boys, young labor force is less and less. Not because they are not willing to go to do farm work. Mainly because these income is really too low. Nowadays, the cost of living is really too high. And although it is said that children's education is compulsory for 9 years, the amount of money spent after high school is simply horrible. Not to mention his future university education. So even if it's just for the sake of the next generation's future, most of the young people in the village have to go out to work and work. Okay, wait. I'll go over to the village headman's side later this afternoon. Chao Bin nodded. Good. This you can rest assured to talk about. as long as there is empty land on the line. The money is not enough to transfer you at that time. I'll go to find someone to contact the relevant planting technology in the next 2 days. Regarding the planting technology talents of all kinds of fruit trees. In fact, this is not difficult to find. There are some students with good grades inside many agricultural universities, as well as some professors who like to give play to their spare time. Once the connection is made, the work afterward is relatively simple. In addition to these, there are these factories that sell all kinds of agricultural products, and they're actually quite skillful because they rely on these orchards for their products. After discussing all this, Xiaobin told Zhao Yiming about the results of the negotiation and asked him to go and arrange this follow-up as soon as possible. Zhao Yiming has a wide range of paths. Most notably, he is in sales. He knows which channels to look for this relevant content. The afternoon was quickly finished, and in the evening, after Ame's side arrived at the school and packed up, she couldn't wait to call Xiaobin. Inside the video call he was spouting off one after another. Xiaobin was lying on top of the bed to receive this video. Ame on the other end of the phone was also lying in bed after arriving at the school and washing up, and took the initiative to call Xiaobin to report the incident. This little girl was also really too well behaved, so Xiaobin subconsciously wanted to go and joke around with her, saying that he wanted to take a look to see if she had washed up to be checked. The whole thing for this little girl was a blush. Luckily, nowadays, basically everyone goes for a simple enclosure for the beds inside the college dorms. That is Ame before the shed to spend this money. But, her those roommates are good. Also afraid of her embarrassment, at that time in their own bed to carry out the installation of these enclosures also bought her a copy. So now these curtains were drawn, and Aim put on her headphones and burrowed inside the covers with a flashlight, positively nervous for the first checkout inside the video phone. This examination took 5 or 6 minutes back and forth, but it made Mei blush as she examined it. After making the call, Chao Ping contentedly took a cigarette and took a long drag. It's still a little more fun with these 18 and 19-year-old girls. It is possible to write all the requirements of your ideas on the top of this pure and flawless white paper. At the very least it would give her an idea of the depths. It would give her an idea about the shape. On that note, thinking about those 30-something great aunts is not so easy. It's understandable that young girls in their 20s say they want to find love, but these 30-somethings really don't understand. Everyday mouth shouting looking for love, but reaching out for money has never been half a hesitation. These women in particular have fought with their parents all their lives to find freedom, but when it comes to marriage, they use the excuse of listening to their parents and won't allow a single penny for the bride price. It is really interesting. 3 days later, the matter of putting Big Brother was handed over to Zhao Yiming, allowing him to stay here to assist Big Brother first, while Xiaobin went ahead and took the car back by himself. Most of the time it was discussed with Big Brother and Zhao Yiming. There was no point in Xiaobin staying in this small mountain village now. In fact, if it weren't for Hu Pairu's reluctance to give up, Xiaobin would have left yesterday, and then after last night's night of fighting, finally let this woman completely satisfied. And she said, wait until Xiaobin back to the city will be inside the hands of other industries to straighten out. Will ask Hu Peiru to their own land will give her absolutely can let her support their own work. Now Xiaobin hands inside the industry is actually a footbath public house, as well as a tobacco and liquor supermarket. It's all set up now, not officially open for business yet, but no matter what, manpower was definitely needed in abundance, like arranging a position for Yang Inju, Chen Yue, and now Hu Pairu. It would be a breeze. So after explaining, Hu Pairu obediently didn't stop them, and honestly waited inside the house for Xiaobin to arrive and make arrangements to pick them up again. Just as he woke up in the morning, Xiaobin saw several missed messages on his cell phone and several missed calls. It's all from Ho Junjie and LV Ikuan and the others. Xiaobin called back. Ho Junjie said, Bing, this is busy what? This national day's past 5 or 6 days. Have not seen you come up to sneak around. Oh, I've been running some errands in my hometown recently. So, Xiaobin said with a smile. Well, originally I was thinking of calling you over for a drink tonight. Recently this business is good, relying on these supercars of Bing to support the scene. So I just want to organize a wine party. Invite a few good friends to come over to happy, said Ho Junjie. Xiaobin, so when are you going to start? I'll set off back to the city later to estimate then. Around dark. That's definitely in time. It's already about 8 o'clock when we start the night. If you come, it's just as well that everything is ready on our side. Ho Junjie said loudly on the other end of the phone. That's fine. I'll be there then. Okay, then we'll wait for you to come back then. After discussing the matter, Ho Junjie hung up the phone. Xiaobin could only smile helplessly at their lives. It was fortunate that he had lived inside this circle, otherwise it was simply impossible to understand these young masters who only needed to eat, drink and have fun every day. The most important thing is that a large part of them are not willing to just muddle along and have to think of making some achievements out of it, which is depressing. Like this remote Chow Bin is not interested in driving. Directly called a car online, transferred $2,000 to him, and then let him drive over to pick up. Master Rich also happily drove directly to the inside of this mountain village to pick up. After meeting this special car master, Chow Bin, and he explained that when he was almost in Jinchang, he asked him to take to the surrounding smoking hotels. Naturally, you can't go inside someone's house empty-handed. Normally it didn't matter, but there had to be something to show for this food and drink. After all, he'd already been there a few times to purely rub it in. Almost to the club an hour later, after Chow Bin asked the driver to park the car. Then he moved out from inside the trunk of the car. A box of red wine, a box of white wine, and 4 soft huazi. Before even going in, from the outside, I could hear the heat of play inside, obviously very passionate. Greeting the security guard, he pulled a cart from inside the duty room and hauled the 2 cases of wine inside. Mr. Ho, this scene is fine. Mr. Lu, young Master Shen, smile and say hello to familiar faces. Ho Junjie was naturally enthusiastic to get up and quickly came over to greet him. Looking at the wine and soft huazi he was carrying on the trolley. What are you doing, Brother Bing? You've been here not once or twice. Why are you still bringing things? You are also too polite. Aren't you having a party? Just thought to bring a little wine. Chow Bin laughed a little. Bing, you come to me here to play, where you need to be so polite? Ah, Bing, you do not know. Originally I think this club I rely on my current means of operation. 3 or 4 months' time will slowly have some reputation in this city. But he did not let him recognize the Bing, you rely on your several supercars. I can now say that it is completely famous outside. Our club is too popular with these young people, all thanks to Brother Bing. So next time you come over to buy me these gifts, then you are not in the face of the brothers? Ho Junjie said smilingly. Chow Bin laughed and didn't gas on the topic. With that, they were about halfway through their drinking. Shen Qiao, with her arm around that boyfriend of hers. Chapter 158, Mr. Lu and their way of dating in Anchor. As long as others don't feel embarrassed, then there's no need to be embarrassed yourself. And Chow Bin even took out his cigarettes and greeted Shen Qiao's boyfriend, Superintendent Ding, by handing over a cigarette. Her boyfriend, Superintendent Ding, flattered, hurriedly bowed low and enthusiastically took the cigarettes and said, "Good day, Mr. Chow." Aha. Chow Bin nodded and didn't say much. On the contrary, Shen Qiao very naturally stretched out her hand and even shook Chow Bin's hand, saying daintily, "Mr. Chow, I haven't seen you for a few days. What have you been busy with lately?" Well, recently. It turned out that Chow Bin also picked up the topic as usual, not realizing that this woman had taken this opportunity to hook inside his hand. The sharp little nails tickled the inside of his hand, causing Chow Bin to jolt. Recently, I've been busy with things in my old home. Chow Bin was a bit speechless. Nowadays women are really good at playing bold too, but also think this is normal. Men have men's unique XP. Women probably also have their unique XP. My brother's getting married, and I thought I'd fix him up with a little capital on the side. Mr. Ho laughed and said, "You that or simply a whole bit of capital? Your brother tied the knot. You estimate tens of millions of dollars are smashed down. I also want to have a brother like you." "No, you as my brother, you as my righteous father is also okay. Isn't it normal to spend some money for my brother? There's nothing to it." Chow Bin smiled and waved his hand. This one isn't him pretending, and no one will think he's pretending. After all, that's what people do. John Ho, fighting for justice, simply is so righteous. He has been in the jungle for such a long time, and he has seen a lot of people. But regarding the aspect of righteousness, there is really no one except Chow Bin. It was reflected in the eyes of those friends who were currently around him. A casual dinner can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. His own side was live and he saw it coming in and just rewarded 100 carnivals. This side says he needs some luxury cars to hold up the fort, and that side is willing to provide 2 small targets to help hold up the fort. A friend wanted to get rid of the $1.5 billion worth of stock in his hand, and he bought it in full without hesitation. This one thing after another is not something that can be done by bragging. It's all about what you need to spend real money on. Anyway, Xin Di Xiao, Mr. Ho, Mr. Lu and the rest of them were completely convinced of Chow Bin. Can't help but think of him as a big brother. At the side, Director Ding, whose meaty little face had a wonderful expression, wanted to go up to Chow Bin several times to get close to him, but didn't seem to be able to find a suitable reason to keep standing at the side. It wasn't until he saw Chow Bin leave from afar that he leisurely sighed and whispered, "How nice it would be to have a good relationship with such a big shot." "You mean Bing?" Next to him, his girlfriend, Shen Qiao, raised her eyebrows slightly. "Yeah, then let's do it this way. I'll see if I can befriend them when I have the chance." After all, they have a pretty good relationship with his side. Xin Xiao said in a serious manner. Baby, really? That little squinting eyes. Instantly eyes glowing. Our company now has a lot of good projects. All need big brother to invest. If I can know such a big brother like Mr. Chow, let him invest in a few good projects. Then not only I can stand firm in the company, but also be able to bring Mr. Chow a considerable amount of revenue. So both of them earn. Now that the market economy is in the doldrums, there are a number of great programs that are waiting for the wealthy to invest in. The more this time of year, the more cautious the rich are. It used to be that people with a 60% success rate were rushing to invest their money. Now that the success rate is 60%, people are barely taking a look at it. And the success rate is 70% or more before it comes within the scope of their investment just like that. They have to pick and choose. So there are too many good projects that are stranded right now. The more this happens, the more so many projects get dusted off, creating a vicious cycle. Not only are those project creators anxious, but so are those of them who are investment bankers. Surely really people in order to help you which time is not exhausted Xin Xiao said daintily. I knew baby was the best. Knowing that I'm good after still not a little honest. I like to sleep beauty sleep. You also often call the video over. Every now and then. What's wrong? Still want to insert the test Xin Xiao deliberately said with a stern face. Little fatty curtly hammed and hawed. Don't people miss you too? That's why I'm calling you on the video. In fact, this guy also understands in his heart. Like his girlfriend, such a real rich white beauty. Outside to see a lot of people chasing. That's why he looked for Xin Xiao every now and then. And every time he looked for him, he directly called the video over. Just to check on him. Poof. Xin Xiao deliberately hummed delicately. Not knowing the situation yet, Xiao Bin quickly met up with Mr. Lu and his gang. Has Xiao Bei, who was very good at drawing, gotten it done yet? Taking advantage of the fact that Zhang Jinyu had gone to the side to get some drinks, Xiao Bin came forward and asked in a gossipy manner. That's natural. Lu Ikuan smiled smugly. Usually the situation put him this more than 60 levels of the big number directly light out, and then reward a little. These female anchors' WeChat is very easy to go to add over. After that, Mr. Lu wouldn't delay much with them, and directly opened his mouth to ask for their location and then how to make an appointment. As long as the price was right, Lu Ikuan let them send a real body photo without any beauty face. After that it's time to make an appointment and a place. For them, these rich second generation, picking up girls is never a difficult thing. Used to watch TV and movies or novels still feel some exaggeration, and so on their own to this step. Xiao Bin only know. This is far more than you think, a lot easier. Those outside surfaces above are goddesses in everyone's eyes. In the past, Xiao Bin could only keep going through their photos and videos through his cell phone. Now what? It can also be flipped. But it's not the phone that's flipped, it's the person. Just as Xiao Bin was about to ask for details, his cell phone rang. He didn't have any experience in this area, but his number was already over level 70. And with all the beautiful hostesses he had seen online, he definitely wanted to give it a try. I used to imagine these beautiful hostesses when I didn't have any money. Are they really this beautiful in real life? White skin and long legs. The main thing is that Ray is really big. Xiao Bin has always had a unique love for dare, a unique obsession with money, naturally do whatever he wants. He is not interested in other things. To put it vulgarly, he likes women, likes beautiful women. Since I want to try different flavors as well. But this text message disturbed him, and opened it to see that it was from Xin Xiao. Brother Aben, I want to go to the little room next to you with you. People want to. Sure Bari. JPG. Xiao Bin. This woman was really bold because Xiao Bin looked over in that direction and Xin Xiao was currently wrapping her arms around her boyfriend, snuggling on top of her shoulder, chatting with him with a smile on her face. Women are really getting good at this nowadays. It's no longer weak enough to be played by men. This so-called boyfriend of hers shouldn't be anything too impressive. This awesomeness doesn't have to be about money or social status, or even, most likely, combat prowess. Chubby ones like these are basically fine dogs. Xin Xiao was a different story. This woman had big tastes, and fine dogs definitely couldn't satisfy her. Plus this fine dog came here with an impure purpose, and it could even be said that he went after Shin Chiqiu with an impure purpose, which was to see Shin Chiqiu's identity. Seeing that he was speaking next to Shin Chiqiu was relatively inferior, and his words were all characterized by a pleasing tone. If this were normal, Xiao Bin would have passed. This kind of unique XP, it is quite interesting, but unfortunately, it is better to stop a little bit. Recently this week is day and night busy. A moment is Hu Pairu, a moment is a Mei. Even if strong and powerful, but also cannot withstand such busy work. The main thing was that no matter whether it was Hu Pairu or Mei, the two of them actually subconsciously had the idea of competing with each other. Xiao Bin, who originally still had some beauty in him, surprisingly tired his back soon under this idea. The recent ones are still a little subdued. It is not that his fighting ability has declined, but mainly that he wants to nurture his strength and build up his strength, and then he will be old enough to shed tears on the air. So Chaobin didn't even reply to the message and directly locked the screen to put the phone back inside his pocket. Mr. Lu was also ready to pass on his experience to Chaobin, but unfortunately, Zhang Jinyu walked over from the side, looking at the two of them smiling relatively somewhat lewdly and asked, "What are you two chatting about?" Chatting so happily. Chaobin smiled and said, "I heard my general manager Lu say that you have a nice little sister over there that you can introduce to me." "Ah, no way. Which good person dares to introduce you to a girlfriend?" Hearing this, Zhang Jinyu deliberately said with a smile, "Oh well, if there isn't one then forget it. I'll go look for it myself." A lone man alone in a room. It's a big night to sleep. Surprisingly it will be a bit cold, Chaobin said with a pretense of pity. "Che, how can it be? It's only just October. Ah, how can it be cold to sleep at night?" Zhang Jinyu laughed petulantly. "It can't be helped. I'm a person with a weak body," Chaobin teased. Mr. Lu laughed and wrapped his arm around his girlfriend's small waist. "My dear, don't tease him. Bing is indeed single and alone. Watching us spread dog food to him every day. Your several nice little sisters can be introduced to him." Seeing that her boyfriend had said so, Zhang Jinyu didn't tease Chaobin anymore. "Well, seeing that you are so pitiful, then later I'll push her WeChat business card to you. You add her. Ah, you just say that I introduced her. No need. Just send her my WeChat. Let her add my WeChat. But make a note of it. Otherwise I will most likely not add it as a sale," Chaobin said. Zhang Jinyu, still have to be you. Chaobin also did not have half a routine. Directly said, "There is no way. I previously set a goal for myself. From now on will never be a licking dog. Will not take the initiative to flirt with the girl, and I really will not be too much. So it is better to let him to come out. In order to show my gratitude. In a few days my store is fully installed. Opened, you come over. Enjoy. Tell you, our store technicians can be after professional training. That technique is absolutely professional. Really, I've been too busy lately. Every day I have to sit over the desk and work for several hours. My back aches all day long. I've been trying to find a professional master to give me a massage," Zhang Jinyu said with a smile. LV Ikuan grunted, "You silly. You see how deep my brother Bing set. We go to his store. That if we do not charge a 50,000,080,000 card, how can be good? Ha ha. Or I Lu always understand me, but only for other people's to my store at least to charge 100,000 to me to make up the popularity, but for Zhang big beautiful girl does not need. A few days ago, but also thanks to your help. In the future, Zhang big beautiful girl to my store inside no matter how to consume. This mail enhancement full by bill," Chaobin smilingly said. "What about me?" Lu AI looked. "You're my brother, so 10% off," Chaobin said in a serious manner. "They are all brothers. You can't see me lose money. You can't see my store close down. Lu Ikuan, ******. You're deliberately punking me. You're discriminating. My daughter-in-law is free, why can't I? Chaobin, who let you are not female? In the future to my store beauty all free. Lower head man." The two of them just fought, and Zhang Jinyu laughed and called them both sand sculptures. Taking advantage of this time, Zhang Jinyu built a small group. It is estimated that he is also embarrassed to let their girlfriends to add Chaobin. So simply pull a group to save trouble. 2 people if they are interested in it, then directly add inside the group. If it is not intended to, then forget it. Hearing his cell phone ring, Chaobin glanced at it. Just 3 in total. Brother Aubin, this is my best friend Wenwen. That was my best friend at that time when I was studying. A very traditional sister. When I was studying in the past just to get all kinds of scholarships, there was no time to fall in love at all. This blink of an eye gave delayed. Are 23 years old. Wenwen. This is Brother Aubin. One of my boyfriend's very reliable buddies. The two of you just get to know each other. Simply communicate. Feel reliable on. Then I won't bother the two of you. Delete it first. A funny face. After explaining this, she voluntarily exited the group. Chaobin looked at it and didn't say anything. Zhang Jinyu said, "In that case by the time your store opens, I'll bring my best friend Wenwen with us to go there together. By then, if you think it's okay, Brother Aubin, then you guys can talk about it." Chaobin nodded and didn't continue on this topic. Now for girls, Chaobin is very Buddhist. Of course, this is for those who haven't met, and when they have, it's based on face and body. If really good looking, beautiful like heavenly fairy like Lu Tianxian, Chaobin will not hesitate to turn into a dog licker and try to find some ways to catch up with him. Definitely need to taste the saltiness to get it right. It doesn't matter if you can follow up with. Chapter 159, make up for it later. As expected of Chow Bin, this girl was indeed very high-strung. It was probably because Zhang Jinyu had mentioned that he would take her to Chow Bin's store to meet her. So she just politely sent an emoticon and said hello, and then never spoke again. Chow Bin was even more Buddhist than her, pressing no intention to reply to the message, not even bothering to send an emoticon, and directly exiting the chat interface. Turning to Xin Xiao, he sent a message. 6th floor restroom. Xin Xiao replied, okay, I'll be right there. It's still Xin Xiao's skin. It's durable. With Chow Bin's current combat power, it had long since been more than double the 50,000 it had been. Before, both Hu Pairu and Mei were not his opponents, but Xin Xiao froze and took them all. At this point, Chow Bin had to admire her fighting prowess. There was only one office building on Ho's side, and the highest was the 6th floor. There were actually many empty rooms, but Chow Bin still chose the restroom. On the one hand, he'd never had any experience with this before. He'd always heard people talking about playing around and taking their girls to the restroom. He hadn't tried it himself. On the other hand, the 6th floor is the highest point, and looking down from the window with an unobstructed view does have a different kind of impact. Xin Xiao was biting a piece of cloth at first, trying to control the sound, but later on, he couldn't control it at all. 50 or so minutes and a burst of panting. Chow Bin lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and said, let's go, eat something, I'm starving. Xin Xiao blankly glanced at Chow Bin and pouted, look at me, will you? I helped you wash your chopsticks after the meal. You just know to let me do it myself. It was clearly just now that you said you would help me wash my chopsticks afterward. And you also said that this is your unique skill. Chow Bin exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said with a smile, Humph. Xin Xiao then remembered that just now, in the process of cooking, she had agreed to a lot of conditions, even including some humiliating conditions. Presumably, this meant that she was willing to make all sorts of unconditional concessions as long as she ate with him in the future. That hungry? Xin Xiao wiped his sweat and checked himself in the mirror next to him while saying, just now, I was like a wild beast. What's wrong? Normally, Chow Bin's combat power was good, but today was completely different, with a high attack power, fast attack speed, and all sorts of blitzes. Is it done yet? I'm starving. I'm going to eat. Chow Bin naturally didn't pick up on her words. He did feel inexplicably upset just now. If it was before, he would not have been willing to come to this place with Xin Xiao at all. But it was that wave of upset that ghostly sent her a message and then came here. It did feel good, though, like unlocking a new copy. It seems that you really need all kinds of people around you. For example, Xin Xiao like this, sturdy and proficient in a variety of dishes. When he needs to eat, can be quickly followed. Most of all, it was as if she had no desires, no conditions, and simply just wanted this. It caused Chow Bin to feel a tinge of guilt in his heart, feeling that he was too heartless. It seems like we should find a way to compensate her slightly in the future. Well, look at how hungry you are. I'm not hungry anymore anyway. Xin Xiao gulped and threw the wet wipes into the trash can next to him. Even now it's a bit bloated and I can't eat at all. Chow Bin. Naturally, the two of them can't go out together. 5 minutes later, Xin Xiao stepped on his high heels and left the restroom quickly with a clatter. It wasn't until the outside was completely silent and Chow Bin's cigarette was finished that he slowly descended the stairs. The chef and grill master on Ho's side are really skilled and the flavor is quite wow. As soon as Chow Bin arrived at the restaurant, he wolfed down his food. It seems that the activity was a bit too strong just now. At some point, Ho Junjie came over and smiled with a lewd face. Chow Bin glanced at him, probably guessing that he should know what had just happened. Ho Junjie immediately explained, don't misunderstand, I don't have the habit of eavesdropping on corners. The main thing is that there is basically no one over on the 6th floor right now, and just now the sound was just too loud. And the cleaning aunt heard the commotion and came over to ask me if I wanted to remind you guys, but I knew that you definitely didn't want to be disturbed at that time. So little brother, I immediately sent her away. Also, that Superintendent Ding just now, I specifically got a few people to go over and keep toasting him. That grandson has basically been overdosed, and I don't think he even knows what happened to his girlfriend. Even if he was sleeping on the bed with you two right next to him, he didn't react. When Chow Bin heard this, he directly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. What a familiar plot. Seems like it pays to be a big brother with so much help on the side. Chow Bin smiled and continued to bury his head in his food. Ho Junjie, on the other hand, sat on the side and handed him a few skewers of barbecued meat every now and then, and mumbled, Brother Bing, your stamina is really getting better and better. It seems like I have to learn more from Brother Bing in the future. Chow Bin did not answer, but only secretly pondered in his heart. Xin Xiao, this girl is really good, but never falls off the chain at critical moments. I'll have to find a chance to thank her later. I can't let her be so selfless all the time. After finishing his meal, Chaobin wiped his mouth, stood up, and patted Ho Junjie's shoulder. Thanks, brother. Ho Junjie heatedly smiled. Bingo. What are you polite about? Who are we with Hua? Chaobin nodded and turned to leave the restaurant. Outside, it was already dark, and the streets were brightly lit with people coming and going. He stood in the doorway and took a deep breath, feeling his entire body relax. Just then, the phone vibrated again. Chaobin took it out and saw that it was a message from Shinxiao. Will it be like this next time? Chaobin smiled and replied. Let's see how you behave. Shinxiao quickly returned a smiley face. People will definitely study hard. Chaobin put away his cell phone and secretly smiled in his heart. This girl, so saw. Chapter 160, Why does this license plate number feel wrong? Chaobin and Yu Wei made small talk on the phone. She said, being a woman is really troublesome. You have to take off your pants to go to the toilet. And in winter the cold wind pierces your stock. In your next life you have to be a man. It's convenient and quick. My daughter, Sugar, heard it from the sidelines and thought about it. Immediately ran the room to take out her open dang pants. Handed her and said, Mom, you wear this. Maybe it's a guilty conscience. Take the time to think of a wish. As long as it's not outrageous, I can fulfill it. After these words were sent out, Chaobin silently spat to himself. The scumbag himself is still out of place. Shouldn't it be pulling D's and being ruthless? Really? The message was answered in seconds straight away and was followed by a series of surprise emojis. As can be guessed, Shinxiao was quite excited. Chaobin, of course it is true. Which time to say in the end I did not in the end. Shinxiao, brother is bad. Chaobin, think about it. There's no rush. Shinxiao, nah. I must think of exactly what kind of position that would be the most enjoyable. Chaobin, Nima. The next day, Chaobin's foot spa public house is finally almost ready for business. It is Zhao Yiming has not come back. Wait until he comes back, can talk to the other landlords of this commercial street. Can buy, all buy. Expensive does not matter. No matter how much more expensive. For him no loss. Because Chaobin was going to buy all the stores after this in Zhao Yiming's name. Then even if it is expensive he will only earn more. After all, now Zhao Yiming is 100 times rebate. Boss. Morning. At 10:30 a.m. Chaobin arrived in Qin Kuxin. The little girl at the front desk greeted him warmly. Qin Kursen. The skin is white and still young. And the body is quite nice. Chaobin understands that Zhao Yiming deliberately spends great money to dig over. Presumably for his own reserve resources. It's late. It's all lunch soon. Chaobin smiled and nodded at her. Then asked, how have these 10 days been? There were several days of absence ahead of me. Plus I was home for 10 or so days for the 4th of July. It can also be said that this is the first industry he started on his own. But he doesn't seem to have any sense of being a boss at all. But that's the nature of the godhawk. Starting a business and struggling has never been something a godly man should do. His life is supposed to be a wave. Accompany a brother on a wave. Let the brothers wave. What's business for? What's the point of making money? That is what you do. There aren't many people. On the National Day, Mr. Zhao arranged for us to hang up posters for the trial operation. Qin Kuxin reported in a proper manner. There were quite a few people who came to the door, came to inquire, but they also heard our prices, and one by one, they gave up. On the contrary, those old customers from before, came over a few times, they didn't have any problem with the price, and according to the return visit afterward, they could score 90 points in terms of satisfaction with the current technician. But we can't just engage these old customers in this store now. We need to develop new customers. Qin Kuxin was a little disappointed. The store business is not good. Then sooner or later have to close. She's being tapped now for a base salary of 10,000 bucks a month. 5 insurance policies and 1 pension. Provide accommodation. Have meal allowance. Transportation allowance. Phone bill allowance. Various welfare policies. That's just not cool. And the main thing is that it's easy work. It's a job she can't afford to lose. So as long as you have the money in place, the employees also want the company to get better and better. Chaobin smiled. For this aspect of things he did not express anything. He cannot, and Qin Kursen said. He does not care about the business is good. Is anyone working now? Yes. Sister Yu Hui is there. Qin Kuxin replied. Do you need me to call her over for you? Chaobin nodded and said. Well, my office. Upstairs. Zhao Yiming prepared a separate office. Chaobin went in and saw that there wasn't much difference between the inside and a normal office. However, after pressing the button underneath the desktop and subsequently opening the row of bookcases behind it, you will be able to understand the mystery behind it. There is a minimum of 30 square feet inside. There's a 2-meter king-size bed, a row of closets, The main thing there was a decent restroom, had a shower and a toilet. And the main thing there was a large bathtub. The main thing is that this old classmate of his, Yue, is a bit of a unique flavor. Come all the way. How could you not enjoy it? The main thing about this category of young women. That's definitely an automatic. A few minutes later, Chun Yue walked in wearing a black uniform. Seeing this cupboard open, and knowing better, he unlocked the office door and walked in. After that, Chaobin closed his eyes and enjoyed some real technique. It had been more than 10 days since he had worked with her, and Chun Yue was pulling out all the stops this time. On the one hand, it was to comfort himself properly. After all, when he worked with Chaobin, both of them were benefited, and it also opened him up to another world, which he never expected to be so wonderful. On the other hand, it's also about keeping this person on a leash, so that at the very least, he can experience the benefits of his own as well. It's really too much force. 40 minutes later, no one washed his chopsticks until Chaobin himself got up to wash the dishes. She went limp and surprisingly slowly fell asleep. Hey! Chaobin wiped her with some pride. After rinsing, Chaobin then left the room and closed the closet. Just leave her alone in here to get some rest. He had more important things on his mind. Mr. Lu sent him a message that he and Zhang Jinyu were bringing a friend over. That WeChat group. The two just greeted each other after there is no movement. You did not add me and I did not add you. Chaobin was also too lazy to guess what this woman meant. Anyway, if he could sleep, he would sleep. If he couldn't, forget it. Anyway, you don't expect me to initiate anything. Even for that close to a month just now, Chaobin didn't even move, leaning on Chen Yue the entire time. Coming down the stairs, my cell phone rang just as I reached the lobby. It's Louis Ikuan. Bing, are you inside the store now? We'll be there soon. Chaobin, you can I am now at the gate. This side of the door there is a parking place. Just follow the positioning. Lu Ikuan, okay re. After about 5 or 6 minutes, there was a roar. A black Panamera pulled up in front of the store. 1A LV 18 cm. Chaobin had only looked at it casually, but the more he looked at it, the more it didn't look quite right. What's the deal with this license plate number? Chapter 161, Wishing Mr. Chow $1 million a year. In this bustling and noisy world, it seems that men have an unspoken common problem. The more they lack something, the more they care about it. Take Louis Ikuan. Will he have 18? This seemed to be a somewhat obscure and speculative subject in the minds of the crowd. Chaobin, as 19, stood on the sidelines with an innate confidence in his eyes. He was certain in his heart. After all, the two of them had been to the restroom together before, and there were some things that he naturally knew in his heart. The car had just come to a steady stop when, accompanied by the sound of an engine, another car slowly drove up beside it. The car door opened and Ho Junjie and Shin Weiguan walked down from the car. The sunlight sprinkled on them, reflecting their casual and spontaneous appearance. Coming, Chaobin had a warm smile on his face and waved at them from afar, the corners of his mouth rising in just the right arc, revealing a row of white, neat teeth. Ho Junjie and Shin Weiguan responded with smiles, and several people gathered together. People were coming and going all around them, and the noise was endless, while they seemed to be in a small world of their own, talking and laughing. There really doesn't seem to be anything serious going on in these days, and eating, drinking and having fun is the mainstay of their lives. Hey, how about this license plate number was given to me by my brother. Lu Ikuan noticed that Chaobin's gaze lingered on the license plate number for a moment, and a smug smile immediately appeared on his face, his eyes narrowing slightly, the corners of his mouth hooking up with a touch of cunning as he chuckled. Not bad, not bad. Chaobin nodded very approvingly, a hint of appreciation showing in his eyes as he gently patted Lu Ikuan's shoulder. In this real world, it is clear that it is good to have a circle. Most people who go to buy a license plate number for their car are left to their fate and pick it at random at the DMV. But for rich and powerful people like them, there is no such thing as going with the flow, and they all go for a careful selection based on their preferences. How did you think of opening a foot spa properly? Lu Ikuan frowned slightly, with some misgivings in his eyes, and asked curiously. Chaobin looked indifferent, shrugged slightly, and said nonchalantly, isn't it quite good? Clean and hygienic in your own home. When Ho Junjie heard this, a meaningful smile appeared on his face, and he heatedly smiled. I understand. The main thing is that if the technician is to your liking, you can also customize it professionally. Saying this, he also squeezed his eyes towards Chaobin. Shin Weiguan's eyes instantly lit up next to him, as if he had discovered a new continent, his mouth slightly open. It can still be like this? Foot baths. For them rich kids, that's where they always come. Just like what Mr. Lu said. In this huge city of Hiyu, as long as there is a foot bath store with a bit of fame, they must have all filled up their cards and are the VIP of the store. I'll go. Brother Bin, you're a real brother. Shindasha's eyes were glowing and full of excitement as he went forward and wrapped his arms around Xiao Bin's shoulders in one go, patting them hard and saying excitedly, "It's not hard for them to keep someone out there, especially if they're not married yet. But when you go out for fun, like going to these foot baths, you still have to be careful sometimes. After all, nowadays the sneak peek equipment is really too advanced. A little bit of inattention may appear in some places that should not appear, such as those messy sites on the Asian region. While these places deserve fun and waves, safety is always a concern. It's different now. There are brothers working on this, especially if it's still Xiao Bin. If it were anyone else, they would still be muttering in their hearts, worrying that the other party is stingy and the quality of service is average. But during this recent period of time, they had gotten to know this Xiao Bin person thoroughly, and they all knew that he was a master who was generous with his money. He wanted to play something that was absolutely top-notch. It wasn't like they hadn't thought about opening one of these stores before, but after trying it, they realized it was too difficult, especially if it's like young Master Shin and his family. They are very concerned about their reputation. If outsiders knew that Dang Shindashao was opening a foot bath store outside, how disgraced would the elders of the family be? For many people, the current foot bath store is in a way similar to the red light district of a decade or two ago, although there are some people who are no different from before. Don't worry, the main focus here in my place is safety and hygiene. A confident smile appeared on Xiao Bin's face as he looked at everyone with firm eyes and immediately gave a few of them a guarantee. He had also explained carefully with Zhao Yiming before. The technicians who would be on duty in the future must provide monthly medical reports, and inside each person's small toolbox, there should be test strips. He also made it a point to emphasize that you could not take on those big jobs, but once you did, you would have to provide a medical report and give the client a field test on the spot. While these portable test strips are not necessarily accurate in detecting HPV and HIV right away, they are at the very least more than 80% accurate. In fact, Xiao Bin knew very well in his heart, as long as he did it here, as long as it was a young and beautiful technician, the probability is that he would eventually take that step. It seems to be a hopeless reality, one step at a time, unavoidable. Take for example the front desk beauty Qin Kursen. She stood at the front desk, her posture erect, her face wearing exquisite light makeup. Her current base salary was $10,000, plus 5 insurance and 1 gold, plus various welfare policies. She could get about 15,000 a month. This is definitely considered a senior white-collar income for the average person. When she first started her job, she was definitely full of positivity, energized every day, and her face was filled with a vision for the future. But after you've been doing it for a while, you're probably going to have a mental fallout. Qin Kursen had outstanding looks, at least 85 points or more. Plus she was young, and her youthful vigor made her whole person exude a unique charm. It was no exaggeration to say that even if the store would come with many beautiful women in the future, there were definitely not many that could overpower her. In the future, these technicians who come to work, they are basically paid $30, $50, or even $100, or $80, for their work. After all, Xiao Bin later is to take the high-end route. Here the simplest of foot bath rubbing project are set 599 yuan, and this is still the price of 30 minutes, slightly plus casually simple head therapy. The price is likely to break the 4-digit number. In the beginning, Qin Kursen would have held fast to her moral character, guarded the bottom line of herself, and disdained those gray areas that might exist. But over time, under the subtle influence of the environment, Xiao Bin was 100% certain that if he moved his hand a little to give him a hint, she would also become one of the many technicians. Of course, this is all an afterthought. Several people, Lu Aikuan, naturally brought a sister each, only this time there was an additional new face. These few sisters, even the most familiar Zhang Jinyu, they all smiled a little, with a hint of shyness in their eyes, and didn't interrupt, as if they couldn't hear what they were chatting about. This new face would be that Shizuku. She was seen with long, corn-colored curls, combed high into a ponytail, the tips of her hair glistening honeyed in the sunlight. She was wearing a JK uniform, a small navy jacket that looked exquisite, and a specimen butterfly brooch pinned to her left shoulder, so lifelike that it looked as if it was about to spread its wings and flutter in the next second. The pleated skirt hem lifted gently with her steps, and with every step, the lace lining was hidden in the sunlight, revealing a hint of girlish playfulness. Between walks, the wishing studs on her uniform bag flashed on her earlobes, and the metal chain collided with the canvas bag, making a soft and delicate sound, like a soft little song. Her every move was full of youthfulness. Zhang Jinyu was holding a large bouquet of flowers in his hands, and on top of the flowers was inserted a small card with a few big words. "I wish Mr. Chao $1 million a year." When Xiao Bin saw this little card, The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he reached out and pulled it out, saying with a smile, "I really thank you. Hee hee." Zhang Jinyu laughed mischievously, her eyes narrowing into a slit, revealing 2 cute dimples on her face. Chapter 162, High-Cooled Beauty. Xiao Qin opened cards for them. Do 1 per person and charge 200,000 into each card. Chaobin turned his head and said to Qin Kuxian, who was receiving at the side, with tea flirtation in his tone. When Qin Kuxian heard this, she first froze for a moment, her eyes widening slightly as a hint of surprise appeared on her face. Chaobin seemed to recognize her confusion and gently patted her shoulder, saying gently, "What are you standing there for? Take the POS machine. Take the QR code. Let them pay." Oh, okay. Qin Kuxian then responded, immediately turning around and returning to the cash register with a brisk pace, her fingers skillfully operating on the POS machine and cell phone for a while. She froze just now because she thought her boss was doing another favor for nothing. I didn't realize that they had actually charged it. This is a good thing for an employee. She has seen a lot of rich bosses start their own business before, always charging the wrong person. As long as it is free for friends to come over, even to the point of charging a lot of money into one card after another. There are also some people say that this is for the network, in order to better development in the future. In fact, she knows in her heart, this is all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Real business how can be like this? Real friends cannot be eaten for nothing, drink for nothing. On the contrary, ones like the owner are much more normal. Throughout this process, that little JK beauty with long corn-colored hair and a high ponytail, when one hadn't said a word, she stood quietly, her eyes light as she looked around with a somewhat cold expression. Maybe her personality was originally of the high-flying variety, not much of a talker. With her looks and stature as well as this dress, she did have this qualification. If it was in the past, Chaobin would probably have transformed into a licking dog and tried his best to please her. But not now. Chaobin was able to see that her so-called high spirits, that unsympathetic look, was nothing more than her mask. Just like the glasses girl, outside the temperament of the extraordinary, a look of high knowledge molecules, but in fact in private to play than anyone else flowers, play than anyone else to let loose. It wasn't that Chaobin was hostile to women either. It was just the biggest epiphany he'd had in recent times. So as in WeChat, he simply nodded his head towards one before communicating anything else. After all the cards were done, a few of them found a comfortable seat in the lobby, where the couches were soft and spacious. The hall was luxuriously decorated, with crystal chandeliers shedding soft light, surrounded by some exquisite green plants, and a faint perfume smell in the air. "What's the arrangement for later?" Ho Junjie asked absently as he leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs. Now everyone is each accompanied by their own girlfriends in it, and Chaobin just said, this is just a temporary trial business. The technology is average, so they are not thinking of doing any foot massage for the time being. But for the second generation of them, it must be boring to sit here and chat. They have to find something to do. The gazes of the last few people all looked at Chaobin in unison with anticipation in their eyes. "Brother Bin, do you have plans for later?" "Today, I brushed a car on Shakeology. I asked the Force store to have it in stock, and I'm going to go buy it later." Chaobin slightly raised his chin, a hint of excitement in his eyes. "What car are you looking at again?" Ho Junjie and the others were instantly interested, leaning forward and asking with some curiosity. After all, there were still several parked over at the club right now. Escalade. Chaobin smiled as the corners of his mouth rose. "Oh, Cadillac, good car. Also very worthy of Brother Bing. Now this business, Ho Junjie immediately gave a thumbs up, his eyes full of envy and appreciation. In fact, to them, this car of over $1 million is not very attractive because every one of them has $1 million plus ride. But the difference is, some people can just, go buy $1 million luxury car anytime they want because they like it. Just as it's obvious with Chaobin, for example, that it's improvised. It's also always possible to just toss it aside, especially this car. The shape is dominant enough that people who actually drive themselves would not consider a sports car or a business car like the Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Most prefer SUVs with lots of space. "Let's go. We first go to Yunmeng side to eat a lunch first." Force store to that side greeted. "They handle formalities, messy things. There is still time. Eat and then go back to pick up the car," Chaobin said with a smile. It still has to be Bing. Look at the money they filled up today. A meal is built." Lu Ikuan laughed. "Ho Junjie, or been rich. Every day to go to Yunmeng to eat. I now feel that prices are not normal. The last time a few of us are drinking 4 bottles of candy bar. A meal dry small million. I told me about this, and my uncle said that I was making things up. How can anyone eat like this every day?" Xin Dishao was also helpless. He was kind of used to seeing big money since he was a kid. and a meal of hundreds of thousands of dollars or even millions of dollars was normal for him. But every day this and that, is that even normal? Okay, let's just eat. What's the point of talking about money every day? Xiao Qin is done, right? Finished with us to eat together. Seeing Qin Kuxin pouring water beside him, Xiao Bin said casually. Qin Kuxin was slightly stunned by the fact that just now these people casually charged 200,000 cards and all came in luxury cars. We know that each one is worth a lot of money. How could such a scene take her? A tiny receptionist? But there were some small surprises in mind. Yun Mang Hot Pot Restaurant. But he knew it was a private seafood hot pot restaurant. Who could say no to that? She had swiped above the little red book countless times. Even if she would still be a little embarrassed, she would still be willing to brazen it out if she could rub this meal in. Even if the boss has ulterior motives, at least take care of the meal first. In fact, Chaobin pressed on with no other thoughts. He simply just wants to take one more person and be able to eat a little bit more. And if he eats a little bit more, he rebates a little bit more. Regardless of all the money earned, the wool of the system must be gripped. What's more, now that Zhao Yiming wasn't there, Chaobin didn't even have a 100-fold rebate anymore, so he could only increase the number of people